family before I crossed over. I was a typical 5-no youth. I casually shouted that I wanted to time travel. And it actually came true, landing me in the Douluo Continent. My martial soul awakened as the light and shadow 5 elements array. With innate full soul power, after hunting a 1,000-year-old Qingfeng Lingyu eagle and absorbing its soul ring, I shouted, WindEagle armor merge. I looked incredibly cool, even sparring with my soul master teacher. But then the ultimate skill button got stuck. Let me tell you, I've never felt this great in my life. WindEagle armor merge. I roared, and suddenly, a stunning blue armor crashed down on me. My height shot up from 13 meters to 18 meters. With a silver-white color and ruby-red eyes, what an imposing sight. Looking down at my soul master teacher, I felt like I had reached the pinnacle of my life. Wait, hold on. How did the story get to this point? Let's rewind a few days to show you just how absurd my time travel was. Let me tell you, before I crossed over, my life was a joke. At 26, I had just been laid off by my boss, and my girlfriend ran off with someone else. Truly a 5-no youth that night. I was alone in my rented room, holding a big green stick and a battle-damaged plastic sword, yelling at the special effects film on my computer, shouting about the ultimate 5-element slash. Completely immersed in my delusions after drinking, I pointed at the sky and yelled, Heavenly Lord, give me a chance, and I will definitely open the path to godhood with the Emperor armor in any world. As soon as I finished speaking, I fell onto my bed with a thud. When I opened my eyes again, wow, the sky was blue, and the sunlight was so bright I could barely open my eyes. Rubbing my eyes, I realized my hands had become small and tender. I was taken aback and pinched my thigh hard. Ouch, it hurt. Who understands this? I was just boasting casually. How did I really cross over? I was completely confused. Where was I? Where's my golden finger? Where's my system customer service? Just as I was about to perform a classic tear the air and call for the system, I suddenly heard the voices of a few kids outside. Then memories flooded into my mind all at once. Turns out it was a triggered event after digesting it. Hey, guess what? Douluo Continent. I actually crossed over to Douluo Continent, and my martial soul hadn't awakened yet. Tang San hadn't become a god. The plot hadn't even started. I still had a chance. I was overjoyed with a bang. The door was pushed open by a snotty-nosed kid. Quick, let's go. Grandpa Village Chief is calling us to the square to awaken our martial souls. I jumped up and ran after them dressing. No way. I was so poor. I only had this one piece of clothing, let me tell you. Our village was tragic. It didn't even have a proper name. It was nicknamed Brother Village because the whole village was made up of war orphans, with parents who were all soldiers in the Qingdo Empire Soul Master Corps. Dying on the battlefield, the Empire set up this village to ensure that the descendants of these Soul Masters wouldn't die out. After all, if the parents were Soul Masters, their children would likely awaken soul power too. When we arrived at the square, it was packed with people, a sea of little kids. The awakening ceremony was quite grand, with dozens of powerful Soul Masters showcasing their skills, planting the dream of becoming a Soul Master in these inexperienced kids' hearts. Soon, the ceremony began. One by one, the children went up to awaken their martial souls, test their soul power, and then line up by rank. The scene was like a large-scale comparison event, seeing others with lower soul power. Their little tails would wag high, seeing others with martial souls that weren't as cool as theirs. They would act all smooge. It was quite the sight. Before I knew it, it was my turn. I can't say I wasn't nervous. I had just seen a few girls awaken a broken chink of grass martial soul with innate soul power of level 1. Crying in the corner on the spot, they would probably max out at level 25 in their lifetime. The one awakening me was a female soul master with a martial soul of the 9-fold. Resurrection grass at rank 3. Her healing ability looked impressive. She told me to extend my hand, and I did. A surge of power rushed through my body, and she told me to relax. In no time, with a buzzing sound, a colorful array emerged from the palm of my left hand. A name instantly popped into my headlight and shadow 5 elements array. Next came the soul power test. I placed my hand on the crystal ball with a crack. It exploded. The entire venue fell silent, everyone looking at me as if I were a monster. Innate full soul power. I want to howl at the sky. The heavens were treating me well. But I hadn't even been happy for 3 seconds when misfortune struck. The academy's teachers studied my martial soul for a while and concluded my martial soul was picky. The 5 elemental array, eyes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, had to absorb soul rings produced by corresponding attribute soul beasts. And since it was a light and shadow array, it had to be flying or speed type soul beasts. I felt like a subway elder looking at my phone. Was this requirement too harsh? Where'd I find all of that? But there was no other way. I had chosen this path. Teacher Huang and a few others took me to hunt my first soul ring. The target was a wood attribute. Flying type. We wandered around the Empire's wildlife reserve for several days and finally found a target, a 1,000-year-old Qingfeng Lingyu eagle. Teacher Huang's face turned green at the time, saying, "Are you crazy? The theoretical limit for the first soul ring is only 423 years. You want to tackle a 1,000-year-old right off the bat? Are you asking for death? If I didn't care, my intuition told me it had to be that one. I couldn't do without it. After some persuasion, the teachers eventually agreed, but only if they could weaken it first after a fierce battle. The Qingfeng Lingyu Eagle was on the brink of death, and I went in for the final blow. Then came the crucial step of absorbing the soul ring, let me tell you. That process felt like a day, trip to the gates of hell. The violent soul power rampaged through my body. Like a husky destroying a house, I felt like I was about to split apart, my meridians breaking and healing, then breaking. Again, just when everyone thought I was done for. The wood attribute array, I and my martial soul, suddenly lit up, and a massive life force surged through me, like Kai Wenji casting a big healing spell next to me, pulling me back from the brink of death. Even Teacher Huang, who was protecting me, felt his years of kidney deficiency had improved a lot. Thus, I danced on the edge of life and death for 3 days. By the time Teacher Liu's rations were finished, he was gnawing on the last pair of eagle wings, complaining suddenly. With a bang, I took off from the spot. A deep purple 1,000-year soul ring settled firmly on the wood attribute array, eye of my martial soul. Everyone was stunned. That Master Liu rushed over and punched me in the chest. You have some guts. If it weren't for old Huang protecting you, you'd have fed the wolves by now. I understood immediately and quickly thanked Teacher Huang. After all, he really had risked a lot to protect me for 3 days and nights. All right, enough talk. Quickly show us your soul skill, Teacher Huang said impatiently. But his eyes were brimming with curiosity. They all thought my martial soul was life-giving and supportive. Certainly a super healer, but I knew better. This was no support, it was a strong attack, and a leading one at that. Without hesitation, I activated my soul skill. 2 options appeared in my mind. One was to use it on myself, materializing the WindEagle armor summoner. The other was to craft a one-time crystal stone for someone else to use once the duration was 5 minutes, consuming 95 of my soul power. Was there even a choice? For the first merge, of course, I had to enjoy it myself first. A strange watch appeared on my hand, and everyone looked stunned, filled with question marks. I calmly inserted the green crystal core materialized from the martial soul's array, I into the watch, then struck the coolest pose, shouting loudly, WindEagle armor, merge. With a swish, a set of azure armor instantly covered my entire body. Silver-white lines, ruby-like eyes, and my height shot up to 18 meters. Teacher Huang came over and knocked, producing a dull bang sound, with a cold touch, and the defense was absolutely solid. He, a 3-ring soul master, actually had to look up at me, and I could feel a bit of pressure just seeing him. How about 2 moves? Old Huang suggested. I nodded. The 2 of us stood still. A leaf fell, and in an instant our fists collided. Bang! With that punch, Old Huang's eyes almost popped out. As a sensitive attack soul master, he used 90 of his strength, yet he was firmly met by a little kid who had just obtained his first ring, and my speed wasn't any slower than his. Little did he know, I had only used 30 of my strength, just trying to test the defense. With this one blow, I realized that my basic strength after the armor fusion had probably crossed level 20, directly touching the threshold of a soul master. Teacher, this is too slow. I can only maintain this form for 5 minutes. Let me use all my moves, and you help me take a look. I quickly called for a stop. Old Huang agreed, and had the others disperse. I jumped a couple of times to warm up like Bruce Lee. Then with a whoosh, I threw a punch and a kick, and 2 trees that required 2 people to hug snapped in response. The 3 little kids didn't even see my movements clearly. Even Old Huang only saw an afterimage. He himself couldn't produce this speed and power, even with his 3rd soul skill. Next, I turned the knob on the right side of my belt, extended my right hand, and pulled out a hand crossbow out of thin air, aiming at a tree that 5 people could hug. I released 3 arrows in quick succession, piercing the heart of the tree and instantly killing a century-old unfortunate soul beast. With its soul ring floating out before they could finish their astonishment, I turned the hand crossbow into a long sword with a flash of my figure. Another big tree nearby instantly turned into a neatly stacked pile of firewood, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Just as I was about to unleash a big move and impress the entire audience, I was dumbfounded. The button for my ultimate move was stuck. I couldn't press it. Does anyone understand this feeling? The key moment went wrong. Whether it was the wind piercer or the WindEagle leg, I had the steps in my mind, but I just couldn't execute them. In desperation, I had to switch weapons. I took off the WindEagle ring from my shoulder and swung it hard. The 2 rings buzzed like a chainsaw, flying around in a circle, clearing all the branches within a radius of 500 meters, and then obediently flew back to my hand. With less than a minute left, a flash of inspiration hit me, and I thought of a divine skill, Zen Seal. I clasped my hands in front of my abdomen and silently chanted. In an instant, the whole world froze. The wind stopped, the birds ceased to chirp, and even the dust in the air stood still. It was indeed cool, but 3 seconds later, I vanished. My armor disappeared in a flash, and I felt my soul power, mental power, and physical strength being drained all at once. It felt as if I had been completely emptied. Everything went black in front of me, and with a thud, I fell forward. Just before I hit the ground, a little girl from my village caught me swiftly. When I woke up again, I was lying on a bed in the academy dormitory. Teacher Huang and the others had brought me back, and as a result of my absorption of the 1,000-year soul ring, the dean scolded them for over an hour, pointing his finger at them. At first, the dean thought I was dead and nearly punished them under military law. When old Lu stammered, I didn't die. I succeeded. The two deans were completely stunned. And me? The first thing I did when I woke up was to eat. I rushed into the cafeteria like a starving ghost, immersing myself in a feast, devouring half a month's worth of ingredients by myself, with plates piled as high as a mountain. If I weren't a gifted student with free meals, that meal could have bankrupted me. Just as I was rubbing my round belly and walking out of the cafeteria, someone came to deliver a message saying the dean was looking for me. My heart sank. Oh no, could it be that I had to pay for eating too much? The school couldn't be that petty. Although I felt uneasy, I still marched in bravely. There was no other choice. The WindEagle armor gave me courage. Upon reaching the dean's office, I was taken aback to see Teacher Huang and the others standing there like they were being punished, leaning awkwardly as if their wounds were painful to look at. Teacher Huang, are you guys cosplaying as door gods? I asked as I picked my teeth and walked over. Less nonsense, getting quickly. Old Huang kicked me in frustration, only to pull at his wound and wince in pain. I quickly slipped into the office and gave him a cheeky face. Inside the office, an energetic old man sat at the main seat, alongside another imposing figure. Seeing this setup made my legs feel a bit weak. Wasn't this the Principal Plus, the Pro Max version? The Vice Principal spoke first, smiling as he said, "Little guy, your name is Wu He, right? Can I call you Little Wu Chung?" Hearing Little Wu made me uncomfortable all over. Sure, but you can't call me Little Wu. How about you call me E instead? The smile on the Vice Principal's face froze. The Principal Liang couldn't stand it anymore and directly got to the point. "Little Wu, I heard you absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. Show it to me." Wow. One wanted to be my aunt, and the other wanted to be my grandpa. These two old men were quite mischievous. I had no choice but to reveal my martial soul and that purple soul ring. The Vice Principal immediately reached out to touch my martial soul, examining it for a long time, clicking his tongue in amazement, and finally confirming that I had no side effects. Then the two old men conferred and discovered the pitfall of my martial soul. I would need to find soul rings of gold, water, fire, and earth attributes to continue leveling up. All right, it seemed that little Huang and the others weren't lying. The Principal Liang looked pleased, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Let's go to the training ground and let us see and test the strength of your soul skills." As soon as he finished speaking, the principal waved his hand and tucked me under his arm like a file, and off we went. Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment, flailing my arms and legs, shouting no, no, like a pig about to be slaughtered, feeling utterly embarrassed. I thought, after just showcasing my 1,000-year soul ring, I was immediately going to be beaten to the point of being unable to take care of myself. This script was all wrong. But Principal Yang was so confident, patting his chest and saying to me, "What are you afraid of? Our dean's son is a level 59 healing soul king with plenty of healing power. I guarantee you can be brought back with just a breath left." Wow, my pupils practically shook. A healing type principal? Is this academy really that wild? Normally, wouldn't it be a strong, attacking type guy in charge? This dean's son, who usually looks gentle and quiet, must be a hidden powerhouse. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all the teachers and students in the school, I was escorted to the training ground. Let me tell you, that scene was like watching monkeys at the zoo. The gazes of the onlookers scanned me from head to toe. Then rumors began to spread like wildfire, faster than 5G. Did you hear? The new student Wu He is going to challenge old Demon Liang. What? Didn't they say he wanted to teach him a lesson because his first ring was 1,000 years? Family, who understands? The more this thing spread, the more outrageous it became. The training ground was packed, with layers of people inside and out, and even betting had started. Some were betting on how many moves I could last against old Demon Liang. And there was even someone betting 1 to 1,000 on me winning. He glanced over. It was a cute girl with a dragon and phoenix bow on her back, betting 1 golden soul coin. "Sister, are you investing or just think I'm handsome?" At this point, I could only brace myself. After all, with a soul king as a sparring partner, this high-end match was an opportunity others would envy. Principal Liang stood across from me like a mountain, his aura fully unleashed. He shook his right hand, and a powerful dragon's hammer appeared, followed by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring lighting up all at once. Especially that shiny black 10,000-year soul ring. It was so pressuring that I felt the air freeze, almost crashing on the spot. I quickly revealed my martial soul array, feeling I could finally breathe. Powerful dragon's hammer, level 58 strong, attacking Soul King. Principal Liang introduced himself. I couldn't back down either. With a flash of purple light, my 1,000-year soul ring began to fly around the array, causing the audience to gasp in shock. 5 elements array, temporarily considered a level 16 agility type weapon soul master. I felt embarrassed even saying that. Principal Liang laughed. What do you mean temporarily? Come on, let me see what your 1,000-year soul skill is all about. Let's do it. I steeled my heart and focused the wood element at the array's core for output. The purple soul ring attached, and a blue watch-like summoning device shot out from the array's core with a bayou sound. Soul Guide device? Principal Liang's eyes lit up. It seemed he recognized its value. That's right. I'm not playing by the traditional soul master rules. I strapped the summoning device to my left hand, pushing a crystal core coin up with my right hand, shining it in the sunlight. The BGM started. First soul skill, WindEagle armor combined. Let me tell you, the moment I donned that deep blue armor, I felt like the most dazzling person on the street. Principal Liang waved at me, signaling, come on, hit me. All right, let's see if you can survive this. As soon as I finished speaking, I charged forward, the WindEagle sword heading straight for his face. In the blink of an eye, we were clashing fiercely. The crowd below was wide-eyed, never expecting that I, a soul master, could fight back against a Soul King, even pressing him. I unleashed a series of WindEagle slashes, the sword slashing at him like it was free. Principal Liang was also taken aback. He probably believed Teacher Huang's words. With a surge of soul power, he knocked me back and then unleashed his ultimate move. 5th soul skill, Powerful Dragon's Hammered Demon Abyss. Goodness, a dark arena suddenly framed us in. And 4 demon clones with sticks crawled out from the ground, pouncing towards me from all directions. I realized this is just a domain expansion, but man, my speed is fast, and with a quick dodge, I slipped out of the encirclement. My weapon instantly switched to dual rings. I threw one behind me and quickly formed a seal with my hands, causing the 4 clones to vanish in a puff. It did cost a bit of mana, though. I felt the armor's duration drop significantly. Dean Liang, the warm-up is over. I'm getting serious. I shouted through the armor, and a WindEagle ring sliced towards his throat like a boomerang. But this old demon wasn't called that for nothing. His movement was incredibly fast, leaving a shadow in place to dodge it. I thought to myself, this one do. The old man has too much battle experience. I only have strength but no technique, acting like a brute, wasting the mobility of the WindEagle armor. I need to employ some tactics. I feigned a fierce attack and then suddenly retreated, simultaneously slashing the dual rings in an X shape to create distance and kite him. But this old fox saw right through it. He knew I couldn't maintain this transformation for long, directly deflecting my dual rings and flipping his dragon hammer back to attack me from afar. Hey, I was just waiting for that move. I executed a modern version of the 36 stratagems, pretending to be ambushed, turning around to take the hit with my arm, and using the force to fly towards him. Goodness, the hit almost knocked my dinner out. Luckily, my armor was tough enough. To others, it looked like I got blasted away, but who is Dean Liang? The moment he realized what was happening, I was already right in front of him. The WindEagle sword pierced toward his face, while my returning WindEagle ring reached the back of his head. A front and back pincer attack. I asked how he would choose. You little brat. Dean Liang cursed, his martial soul instantly returning to his hand, activating his 2nd soul skill, Dragon Flame Barrier, creating a firewall that blocked my returning ring. But my frontal attack was already upon him. I crouched and thrust upwards. After 3 minutes, I finally landed a solid hit on him. Then, I twisted the sword's hilt, instantly transforming the WindEagle sword into the WindEagle crossbow, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Dean Liang, who was airborne. Old Liang tried dodging this. The explosion and dust engulfed him entirely. Suddenly, from the dust, a magnified dragon hammer charged out, and Dean's son stood up from outside the arena, thinking old Liang was going to get serious. As the dust settled, Dean Liang emerged unscathed, surrounded by a soul power shield. It's been years, and you're the first to dare call me old Liang, he said, but the expression of genuine anger on his face was undeniable. He swung his hammer down. The speed was slow, and I easily dodged it, but as soon as I landed, a horizontal sweep came at me. Just as I was about to jump, a whip kick landed solidly on my armor. I was sent flying like a cannonball, feinting east while striking west. Goodness, this old fellow learns too quickly. He is all about immediate application. Old Liang, you have no martial ethics. I stood up with a fish leap, internally lamenting. This old guy had figured out my routine. It was hard to play tricks now. I glanced at my armor duration. Only a minute left. That last hit took too much out of me. I'm going all in. I took a deep breath, my inner drive burning fiercely, and shouted at him. Self-created soul skill. Flash time skill pseudo, WindEagle 100. I intentionally dragged out the last word. Slash. The moment the last word left my mouth, Dean Liang was just getting ready to defend, but something fell off. I was still 10 meters away, but the attack had already arrived. In 3 seconds, over 100 slashes rained down on him from all angles. He desperately activated his soul skill to block, but his soul power and stamina were drained by my extreme output. 3 seconds later, he half-knelt on the ground, supporting himself with the dragon hammer, panting heavily, then waved his hand, smiling. You win. I walked over coolly, just about to sit down when suddenly my armor disintegrated with a clatter, and I fell flat, exhausted like a dead dog. Old man, it's not a win. It's a tie. I took a shortcut. Losing is losing. He stood up and shouted to the entire arena. From today on, I will personally guide Wu He, and from now on, he is my direct disciple. The crowd erupted. The student who set the odds turned pale. Having heard a mysterious person bet 1,000 gold soul coins on my victory, he was now bankrupt, and I suddenly blacked out and fainted. When I woke up, I was already in the dean's office. Dean's son was treating me, and although old Liang still had a stern face, his tattered battle-worn dean's robe made him look like a beggar elder, which was quite funny. 5 years swiftly passed, and those 5 years were incredibly fulfilling. In the morning, I studied culture, and in the afternoon, I was used as a punching bag by old Liang. At level 20, he took me to hunt a 20,000-year-old soul beast, unlocking the black rhino armor. After that, I began a blissful life in the academy, helping girls level up. That little lowly who used to follow me, Mier, has now grown into a graceful young lady, but her gaze towards me has become increasingly strange. However, I figured I still hadn't steadied myself, so I didn't want to deal with any romantic entanglements for now. One day, Mier came to find me, saying Dean's son wanted to see me about the junior college exchange competition. As soon as I heard, I understood. All junior colleges from the Tiando Empire were coming, and our academy was the host. The dean wanted Mier and me to take the stage and show off. We were both level 29, having held back from breaking through. Otherwise, we would have been the youngest soul sovereigns in history. I wasn't particularly interested, but upon hearing about all the junior colleges, I got excited. This meant that person might come. I flipped through the list of participating colleges for a long time, finally finding the name of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. But when I looked further down the list of competitors, I was dumbfounded. The participants were not Tang San and Xiao Wu. I muttered, this can't be right. I should be in the same cohort as Tang San. How could they send 319 level kids? I rushed back to my dorm, rummaging through everything, and finally, looking at the calendar on the desk. I sat down on the bed, feeling like dying. I always thought I was the same age as Tang San, but it turned out our village was so poor that we were using an old calendar from a few years back. I had been painstakingly holding back my level for 5 years, just to wait for an opportunity to have a fair duel full of schemes with that transmigrated senior. And what happened? He graduated long ago, probably almost a Shrek by now. I really became a clown. However, I quickly adjusted my mindset. Missing this time means I absolutely cannot miss the next. A new goal emerged. In 3 years, the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. I must go. By then, I want to meet all kinds of deities. Saying it and doing it, I slapped my face and rushed toward the training ground. As soon as I stepped out, Mier followed me. She had been doing this for 5 years, and I was used to it. After a day of practice, my cultivation only moved a little, while Mier directly hit level 30. She initially wanted to wait for me, but there was no choice. Half a month ago, she took a mission to lead some new talents to hunt soul rings. As a result, with her gone, I felt a bit empty inside. With no one chattering beside me, it felt quite unusual. Since I had nothing to do, I decided to stroll around the academy's luxurious training arena. That place had 6 different styled maze battlefields, purely a display of cash power. I was pondering about my armor. Having the black rhino armor was great, but there was a fatal issue. My soul power was less than half, and I couldn't T-summon the next set at all. ISNT this ridiculous? By the time I cultivated to switch armors freely, I would probably be a soul emperor. Would I still need this to make an impression? This setting just raises the blood pressure. However, I also feel that this armor has great potential. With each additional set, the basic combat power increases by 2 levels. Once I gather 5 sets, I might really be able to challenge the Soul Emperor. But I don't want to think too much about it. Let's practice. I found an open space and directly summoned the black rhino armor. The entire suit is pitch black, paired with blue crystals, looking incredibly cool. The weapon is simple, a meteor spear and a silver armored shield. But this shield has its own story. It's a size larger than the original version and can shoot electricity or ice, controlling for 2 seconds. It's simply a godly skill for one-on-one combat. However, the most crucial part is that old Leon got me a manual, weapon mastery. The moves that come with the armor are child's play compared to what's in this book. Now, when I wield the spear, it's like flowing water, and my combat power has increased significantly. I was practicing intensely when I felt someone spying on me. Who is it? Good heavens, it's old Leon, hiding 10 kilometers away on a high ground with binoculars watching me. This old man is stubborn. He insists on watching the move that I used to defeat him 5 years ago. I always tell him, old man, your cultivation is too low, you can't see it, which makes him so angry he puffs up his cheeks. He thought it was because he was too close, so this time he ran so far away, thinking he could see clearly. All right, let's give him a show. I lowered the spear, clasped my hands in front of my belly, and performed the Zen seal. With a hum, an invisible energy field instantly spread out. This time, old Leon was smart and stood outside the circle. Meanwhile, I was inside the circle, unleashing a frenzy of attacks on 3 wooden dummies, poking, sweeping, and crashing with a spear, doing whatever looked cool. But to old Leon, those 3 wooden dummies seemed as if nothing happened to them. They were just standing there without a care. He must be puzzled, thinking, is this armor just for show? But what he doesn't know is that time is frozen inside my circle. Not just him, but all the workers around, the flowers, trees, even the leaves floating in the air, were all frozen in place. When I finished showing off and withdrew my powers, time resumed its flow. Everyone around continued with their business, completely unaware that about 10 seconds had passed. But those 3 wooden dummies, well, who understands that? They turned to ash in an instant. Not even a trace left. Old Leon, watching from afar, was completely stunned. His worldview must have shattered. This is not just a soul skill. It's simply a cheat in the rules. After practicing this move, the armor time was almost up, and I was exhausted. This move is a life-saving trump card. I can't use it casually. 5 days passed like this, and then Mira returned. As soon as she came back, she was like a tearful person, hugging me and crying loudly. When I asked, good heavens, something big happened, she led a team out and ran into tough opponents. 2 junior classmates had their martial souls shattered directly, and they could never become soul masters in their lives. Even Mira's recently acquired 3rd soul ring was snatched away right in front of her. My anger surged instantly. They're bullying us right at our academy's doorstep? This is intolerable. I immediately called for help from those in the academy who had a good relationship with me and had received my favors. They responded in droves. Over 100 people followed me out, looking fierce and ready to fight. On the way, Mira clarified the situation for me. She was hunting souls with her team, and it was going smoothly until after they killed a soul beast. A tongue suddenly shot out and whisked the corpse away. It turned out to be a 1,000-year-old fire bullfrog. Mira thought it would be a good soul ring for herself, but as soon as she made a move, a person jumped out and crushed her arrow, cursing her for daring to hurt his son. That teacher recognized him. He was a scoundrel called Chameleon, who had been expelled from the academy. This chameleon had no martial ethics at all. He went invisible and charged straight at the 2 junior classmates who had just obtained their soul rings. His target was not the people, but their martial souls. A tongue shot out and directly devoured their martial souls. You heard that right. Their martial souls were eaten. Those 2 junior classmates were rendered useless on the spot. The chameleon laughed maniacally, claiming that his son's martial soul was the devouring frog, which could devour others' martial souls to become stronger. After hearing this, my fists clenched. How could this be a human being? When we found those 2 bees, the chameleon went invisible immediately. I quickly told the main force to run. This thing is really dangerous. Only Mira and I stayed behind to hold the rear. I relied on my eyes to see the air currents, while Mira used her ears to listen, locking onto that scoundrel's position tightly. After a while, the brothers who had run away shot a signal flare, and I knew the dean and the others were coming soon. I felt reassured. The chameleon saw that his prey was escaping and angrily charged at me. My black rhino armor instantly combined, blocking him with a clang. Come on, let me teach you how to fight. I stunned him with a shield bash, then followed up with an Iron Mountain crash, seamlessly connecting with the meteor spear, pinning him in midair and using a set of military boxing techniques to control him to death. But then his frog son charged over, quite strong, knocking me back several steps. That frog could even transform into a human, looking quite abstract with a head full of lumps. And he was staring at Mir with a lewd gaze. 2 against 2, the opportunity came. I immediately activated my ultimate move, the Zen Seal. Time paused for me once again. I looked at the two of them and said, "Rest in peace." Next was my personal show, with lightning, ice blades, and 108 chaotic slashes. When time resumed, the chameleon spat out black blood, dead as a doornail. Even in death, he couldn't understand how a soul master could be taken down by 2 little kids like us. Just after the fight, old Liang and the others arrived. It turned out he had also been frozen in time and rushed over as soon as he recovered. He scolded me fiercely, saying I was too reckless. Fine, I admit it. Afterward, I helped Mir absorb the egg left by that frog as her soul ring. Now, Mir truly became the big sister of the junior department. Only 2 days were left until the exchange competition, and we still needed to work on our coordination with a support soul master named Lin Bei. This guy was previously the top of the junior academy, but was pushed down by us, and he'd been a bit moody ever since. His martial soul is impressive, a rainbow stone, which can fully replenish a blue energy bar or stamina, and can even draw this consumption back from enemies. A pure perpetual motion machine. I wanted to team up with him 3 years ago, but that kid was too proud and ignored me. Now, there was no choice but to cooperate. However, as we practiced, problems arose. I don't consume blue energy when wearing the armor, but it drains stamina significantly. As soon as I release the armor, my spirit, stamina, and blue energy bars all drop to 0 in a dramatic fall. Lin Bei must heal me the moment I release it. Otherwise, my skills will be interrupted, and our tactics will collapse. To practice this, the 3 of us switched the armor frantically, and we ended up exhausting Mir first. Let me tell you, for the first time, someone else could experience the feeling of being instantly drained. It felt quite familiar. We practiced like this for 2 days, with me training weapons in the morning, coordination in the afternoon, and being exhausted like a dead fish by evening. For the first time in 5 years, I felt tension and fatigue. Clearly, I was almost guaranteed to be first in this competition, but I was working hard seriously. Let me tell you, this effort was not in vain. Before I knew it, the exchange competition was about to start, and the scene was bustling with drums and firecrackers. The dean stood up there and talked for ages, while I was down below yawning continuously. Who understands family? In my previous life, I had almost calloused ears from listening to this kind of motivational speech. But soon it was time for the most exciting part, drawing lots. I originally thought it would be a normal team competition, but I never expected the rules to be ridiculously absurd. Everyone, was completely scattered and randomly teleported to 6 different areas in 6 arenas. I was dumbfounded, looking up for old Liang, but that old man had already slipped away. I suddenly realized this old fellow has been setting me up from the start. My perfect plan of sweeping the arena centered around me was instantly thwarted. Now, we 3 were separated, and Lin Bei, as a support, would just be a moving target in this chaos, right? We didn't even have time to discuss a plan when we heard a whistle, and with a flash, everyone was teleported in. Immediately, the voice of the referee floated in the sky. "Students, don't worry about fighting. If you receive a fatal injury, you will be directly teleported out and eliminated." As soon as this was said, those little kids became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. When I landed and got into position, I found that there wasn't a single ghostly figure within 10 meters. I thought about the rules for a moment. Well, this matchmaking mechanism is quite clever about traffic. Some people are starting strong, while others are falling flat. I consider myself lucky at the start, but over on Mirror's side, let me tell you, it was pure hell on earth. In her area, there were a full 12 people, and not a single one was a teammate. The key point was that among these 12, Mir was the only one at the Soul Master level of the 3rd ring, while the strongest among the rest was just a 2nd ring Soul Master. Wasn't it obvious that they were all going to focus fire on her? But those people also had their own agendas. Without even exchanging pleasantries, they started attacking each other, creating chaos. Mia, being clever, pretended to be weak and quietly slipped to the side, hiding behind a tree and pulling her bow for a 3rd soul skill, Frenzy. Wow, what a thrill! The already chaotic scene instantly turned into a large-scale brawl among mentally unstable individuals, and the fragile alliance that had just formed collapsed on the spot. If anyone was suffering, it had to be Lin Bei. Over there, it was like a real-life version of Fast and Furious, with one person being chased by 11 frenzied soul masters. What happened? 10 minutes ago, I had given him a hand signal of 3, meaning for him to come find me in Area 3. Who would have thought that old Liang was so cunning? The arena area numbers were in a jump pattern. 142,536. Lin Bei thought running clockwise would be fine, but he went straight towards the diagonal of the map. I really wanted to thank him. As soon as he landed, 11 pairs of hungry wolf-like eyes were fixed on him, and I don't know who shouted that he was from the Tiando royal family, so they should eliminate him first. Wow, Lin Bei didn't even get a chance to introduce himself before turning and running. However, this kid is also a genius while running. He activated his first soul skill for acceleration and grabbed some small stones from the ground to throw behind him. As long as he hit someone, it would trigger the second effect of his soul skill, forcing the opponent to consume their stamina and soul power. Let me tell you, those big losers didn't dodge at all. They took it head on. What was the result? Lin Bei ran quickly in front, while the people behind chased until they were exhausted and collapsed. The announcement in the sky kept ringing. Someone has lost combat ability due to exhaustion and has been eliminated. They eliminated 3 in a row. Lin Bei was still performing up front, running while shouting, "I'm just a little support. Don't chase me." He must have been laughing inside. Thinking this wasn't being chased at all, it was clearly walking 10 mobile power banks to boost his performance. As for me, I was nearly bored to death, having walked for over half an hour without encountering anyone. Just when I was feeling unmotivated, I suddenly heard sounds of fighting from the left side of the forest. And I perked up, quietly pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds from my ring and sneaking over. Goodness, 2 little beauties, one cold as ice, and the other looking like a little spicy pepper, were being blocked by a fat guy who looked like a pig. That fat guy had a lewd expression and said to the girl, "Miss, want to see my elephant?" Ugh, so greasy. The little pepper, named Douluo, exploded on the spot, opening her martial soul, with a large snake coiling behind her, directly getting into a fight with the fat guy. Despite his size, the fat guy was quite nimble. His martial soul was a mammoth, and with one stomp of the mammoth, smoke and dust filled the air. Douluo wasn't a pushover either. Charging forward with poison on her hands, the two fought back and forth. I sat on a little dirt slope, munching on sunflower seeds, thoroughly enjoying the show. The fat guy, clearly trying to stall for time, got kicked in the waist by Douluo and was immediately poisoned. This poison was fierce. Once he used soul power, the spread speed increased tenfold. Seeing the situation was bad, the fat guy directly activated his second soul skill, Elephant Body, and his body ballooned up 2 sizes, looking like an inflated toad, which slowed the spread of the poison. Douluo also activated her second soul skill, instantly strengthening the toxicity. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a skinny guy who looked like a telephone pole suddenly emerged from the forest, without saying a word, executing an extreme Shadow 100 claws, overwhelming Douluo with countless claw shadows. This telephone pole was the fat guy's teammate, named Leopard Pole. Both of them were of the same ilk, their eyes never leaving the auxiliary beauty named Yilingling. Douluo took the hit hard, but she quickly realized that the wounds on her body were glowing green and healing rapidly. It dawned on her that it was Yilingling behind her healing her. Douluo recovered her strength, counterpunched the telephone pole, and conveniently poisoned him as well. Now, both the fat guy and the telephone pole were neatly afflicted with debuffs. They exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't drag it out any longer. The fat guy continued to entangle Douluo, while Leopard Pole's figure flashed and dashed toward Yilingling like a ghost. Folks, a classic scene is coming. Cut to the back line. Yilingling, being purely an auxiliary, had never seen such a scene and was immediately stunned, nearly losing control of her martial soul. Douluo wanted to save her, but was too late. Watching as Leopard Pole's claws were about to scratch Yilingling's face, both girls were probably thinking, "It's over. We're about to fall flat." At that critical moment, a black figure suddenly appeared with a bang, blocking in front of Yilingling, the shield in hand firmly absorbing Leopard Pole's attack. A subtle voice rang out. "Did your mother not teach you to cherish the fair sex?" "That's right, it's me." I pushed him back with one shield and followed up with a punch, sending the kid flying and almost making him regurgitate his overnight meal. He clutched his stomach, looking bewildered at my black rhinoceros armor. "Who are you? How dare you meddle?" His fat brother quickly ran over, both of them looking at me like I was a monster. Yilingling stood behind me, her face pale, but she reacted quickly, her 9-heart sea-star martial soul glowing. And another healing spell was cast on Douluo. Douluo shook her hands, and the pain vanished instantly. Seeing their plan disrupted, Leopard Pole and the fat guy shifted their focus to me, both activating their second soul skills, one turning into a mammoth, the other into lightning, crazily charging at me. I just stood there, too lazy to even move. They surrounded me and banged on me for a full 3 minutes, their soul power nearly depleted, panting like dogs. Then they looked up and saw that my black rhinoceros armor had not a single scratch, not even a white mark. The whole place fell silent. I looked at them with a dumbfounded expression and said lightly, "Is that all you've got?" Then I shifted and instantly appeared in front of them, slapping each of them once. Just 2 slaps, slap, slap. Both of them flew out like kites with broken strings, falling to the ground and unable to get up for a while. The telephone pole, already poisoned, spewed out a mouthful of toxic blood with that fall. Those 2 were still stubborn, clutching their chests and shouting, "If it weren't for us being poisoned, who knows what we would have done to you?" "Oh, is that so? Do you mean I bully the sick ones?" Guess what? These 2 fools actually nodded shamelessly. Their expressions practically said, "Yes, you are indeed bullying us." I couldn't help but laugh in anger. It was the first time I'd seen anyone with a face thicker than a city wall corner after years in the online literature world. Fine. I turned around gracefully and waved to the 2 beauties behind me. Yin, detoxify them. Lingling, heal them up. The 2 girls were instantly dumbfounded, with Yin stamping her feet in anxiety. "No. Did you hear what these 2 scoundrels are rambling about?" I waved my hand, completely unfazed. "It's fine. Just do as I say. These 2 little Karami can't turn the tide." I tell you, my nonchalant demeanor was like 2 big slaps, hitting them squarely in the face. Yin was fuming, but still obediently detoxified them. On Lingling's side, it seemed she trusted me blindly because I looked too handsome. 2 beams of healing light shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, those 2 were back to full health and full mana, their wounds healed, and their insides as good as new. Then, those 2 had that annoying lewd grin on their faces, their eyes filled with a stupidity they had never seen before. I chuckled. "All right, now that your stamina is restored, it's finally fair, right?" They were cursing me in their hearts, but had to praise my mercy. Fair. Come on. All right, then I'll make it quick. As soon as I finished speaking, I summoned my meteor gun with a whoosh, twirling around. The 2 opposite me were instantly dumbfounded, probably thinking, "Aren't you supposed to be using a shield? Why are you pulling out a Gatling?" "No, a long gun." I didn't care what they thought and charged forward with a flurry of combos, outputting damage like in a fighting game. And they didn't even have time to react before I shot them right out of the arena. The referee's voice was tinged with confusion. "Tianyi Academy, Xiangqiu. Baogan, Liminet." The 2 guys fell to the ground, realizing they weren't seriously injured, but their butts really hurt. After all, they were still kids. And they couldn't hold back, bursting into tears. "Wah, Mommy, there's a cheat." After dealing with this side, the scene shifted, and let me tell you, things were heating up with Mir. The 3 lewd men were puzzled, discovering that the mirror they had tied to a tree was gone. Suddenly, arrows came raining down from all directions like a storm. But the archery was so precise, each arrow landed half a meter in front of and behind them, making them think they were the gods of dodging and their opponent was a noob. The next second, fan-shaped arrows appeared from 3 directions, hitting them right in the face. The 3 were so scared they jumped back, only to collide with each other, with nowhere to run. Family, who understands? Mir was a total scheming archer, playing a hunting game. This wave of arrows didn't deal much damage, but was extremely humiliating. Each of them had several arrows sticking out of them, directly triggering the passive effect, environmental gravity suppression. They were already low on stamina, and now they were bleeding and weighed down. Their faces turned white as if they were about to die. But this was just the appetizer. Mir's second soul skill, Dragon Soul Phoenix Soul, unleashed a lightning chain that bound the 3 of them together and electrocuted them. The 3 were convulsing, foaming at the mouth, probably reliving all the bad things they had done in their lives. They struggled for 10 minutes, and seeing no one come out, they dared to sneakily move in one direction. But Mir was already waiting for them. What they thought was a safe zone was actually a trap zone meticulously set up by Mir. One of them took a step and plopped down. Hit by 10 times gravity, it felt like carrying a mountain, pinning him down so he couldn't even let out a fart. That's right. It was the 3rd guy who could seal other soul skills. Mir was letting him experience what it felt like to call for help but get nothing in return. The other 2 were so scared they didn't dare help and change directions. As a result, another one took 3 steps and suddenly flew into the air, flailing around but unable to land. This was the one with the capture skill. Mir wanted him to feel that sense of helplessness. After all, those who have been rained on all want to tear others' umbrellas apart. Only the last boss was left, the one Mir hated the most. This guy not only had a lewd look, but also a poisonous mind. Mir emerged from the shadows, her face showing the expression of "I want you dead." The boss saw his 2 little brothers had fallen and was so scared he stood frozen in place. finally realizing that all the arrows that hadn't hit him were invisible traps. Being too clever isn't necessarily a good thing. Mir walked over with a cold smile. Lin Bei had already fully healed her, and now Mir's status was full, plus the energy and stamina came from the three of them, perfectly achieving the principle of taking from the enemy and using it against them. The boss's soul power was nearly depleted, and he had no strength left to fight. Mir rushed up in 2 steps, landing a punch on his chin that sent him flying into the last trap. The trap activated instantly, and the boss was deprived of all 5 senses. He couldn't see, hear, or smell anything, like a living dead. 5 seconds later, his senses returned. But this guy's mentality completely collapsed, lying flat on the ground in defeat, just hoping someone would give him a quick end. Just then, a familiar voice came from afar. "I beg you, show mercy." Looking up, a tall, dark figure was barreling through the forest like a bulldozer, even breaking a tree that 3 people could hug. On my side, Douluo had unleashed a toxic mist across the entire map. Guess what? A handsome guy emerged from the poison. From the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Tianheng. He charged through the toxic mist, crackling with electricity, and said, "Sure enough, the ones who are left are all strong." He was so cocky. Seeing this, I thought, "Oh, a master." Without a word, I thrust my spear at his face. The spear tip stopped right in front of his forehead, and we exchanged glances, knowing that in a battle between masters, we would only test each other. The next second, our figures disappeared into the toxic mist, clashing with sparks and electricity flying. Lin Bei stood by, dumbfounded, saying we were freaks, fighting while laughing. While I was fighting him, I took the opportunity to let Lin Bei take care of the 2 iron tortoises from the Sure family. A few crystals flew out, and their stamina and soul power began to plummet. As I fought with Yu Tianheng, I intentionally left an opening. He thought he had a chance, but that was actually the shooting window I left for Mir. Whoosh! 9 arrows flew out as if they had eyes, directly shooting him away. This guy panicked and slammed the ground. "You actually used an ambush. Despicable." I laughed. "What a joke. Who is challenging you one-on-one? Don't be so self-righteous." He was about to move in anger when suddenly a 5-fold gravity hit him, crushing him to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. "Great. You want to play dirty with me?" Yu Tianheng was furious, his body bursting with electric light, charging towards Douluo first, trying to take out our poison mage. He was dreaming. Yilingling instantly switched her healing to Douluo, who dodged with a move and countered with a tail whipped to his waist. Good heavens! He was sent right to the center of our encirclement, with Douluo in front, Mir behind, me to the left, and Lin Bei to the right. This kind of center position wasn't something just anyone could stand in. When he turned his head, he found the 2 brothers from a Sure family had already been taken down. 5 against 1, the advantage was mine. Yu Tianheng still wanted to resist, but as soon as he lifted his foot, the gravity dropped to 1/10, causing him to float up. He even adjusted his posture when my spear and Douluo's fists began raining down like raindrops. In 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, the little wolf dog that had been showing off was turned into a small dish, helplessly raising a white flag of surrender. After he left with his little brothers, the poisonous mist dissipated, leaving only the 5 of us. Douluo was quite trustworthy. She said it would be one-on-one, and it was indeed one-on-one. But then came most outrageous move. She actually sent Yilingling to the stage. A pure healer. Lin Bei and Mir were dumbfounded. Mir angrily wanted to rush in, but I pulled her back. "What are you doing? The other side is giving away heads. Let me go. I promise I'll go easy." I shook my head. "You 2 stay on the sidelines and watch. You can't beat her. This is my mess. I'll handle it." Once I said that, Lin Bei probably imagined an 80-episode romance drama in his mind. In the end, the battlefield shrank to the final circle, and a beam of light from the signal tower restored all our states. I stopped pretending and revealed my true strength. The 5-element shadow formation martial soul glowed behind me, and 2 soul rings rose from my feet. 1 purple, 1 black. 1,000 years plus 10,000 years. Douluo and Yilingling on the opposite side were completely stunned, their jaws almost hitting the ground. I smiled at them. "You saw it. So I'll give you the first chance to attack." Yilingling took a deep breath, pulled out a green crystal from her chest, which had a character for wood carved on it. The moment Mir saw that crystal, her face turned green. Family, who understands? That kind of good stuff. I actually gave it to another girl for the first time. She was so angry she was stomping her feet beside me. Yilingling held the crystal above her head, facing the sunlight, and loudly chanted the incantation. "Wind, falcon armor, merge." As soon as she finished speaking, my purple 1,000-year soul ring shot out on its own. accurately encircling that wooden crystal in Yi Lingling's shocked gaze. With a cracking sound, the soul ring and crystal shattered together, merging into that character for wood. A giant azure eagle let out a cry and landed on Yi Lingling's forehead. Immediately after, countless fragments transformed into a set of deep blue armor, instantly covering her entire body. For the first time, I felt the oppressive power of the Wind Falcon armor directly. In an instant, Yi Lingling's mind was filled with a complete set of armor usage instructions and combat techniques, as if the armor was born for her. A flash of red light appeared in her eyes, and her figure vanished in an instant. Wind Godleg. With a delicate shout, she appeared above me at an angle, delivering a powerful flying kick straight toward my face. Everyone thought I was so scared that I was frozen in place. Just at that critical moment, the black 10,000-year soul ring beneath my feet suddenly flashed. I lightly stomped my right foot on the ground, and with a thunderous sound, clouds of dust erupted. In the dust, Yi Lingling only saw a high-level black rhino horn shimmering with silver light, along with a pair of indestructible eyes. Her wind god leg landed solidly, but that feeling was no longer the warmth of a hero. It was the chilling touch of ice. Yi Lingling performed a somersault, jumping out of the dust, and casually waved her hand to disperse the smoke. Duge Yin thought she would see me lying on the ground, but when the dust cleared, I stood there in a heavy and imposing black rhino armor, completely unmoving. That kick? Let me tell you, it felt like a tickle. The defense of the black rhino armor is the highest in the 5-element armors. Although the Wind Falcon armor is fast and has strong penetration, it was still too tender to break through my defenses. Yi Lingling circled around me at high speed, and as she looked at my flawless black rhino armor, her expression of shock gradually turned into anger. She absolutely would not allow anyone to desecrate the sacred light in her heart. Let me tell you, her gaze was as if she wanted to swallow me alive. This girl had completely realized that as long as I didn't move, my black rhino armor was an absolute defense. So now her only goal was to find a way to make me move. As long as I shifted even slightly, in her eyes, my armor would be rendered useless. Family, who understands? Like a butterfly, she swiftly took off 2 rings from her shoulder called the Wind Falcon rings. Her movements were so graceful, it was like dancing, and she effortlessly flung those 2 rings out. Goodness, those 2 rings swirled in the arena, making a sharp whirring sound, as if they were at the highest speed of a fan, buzzing loudly to show everyone how sharp they were. Next, she magically produced a Wind Falcon crossbow in her hand. But she didn't shoot while standing still. She was showing off. She ran in circles around me, firing at me from all directions. Each bolt hit me with a clanging sound. Let me tell you, it felt like getting polished with an electric toothbrush, quite comfortable. The smoke was a bit thick, making it feel like a volcanic eruption. She even took advantage of the smoke to launch sneak attacks with those 2 rings. Honestly, I was a bit impressed by her. A support-type soul master, just because she wore my armor, managed to play the Wind Falcon armor like a pro. The original Wind Falcon Knight could only do some sneak attacks and often miss skills. How could she be like Yi Lingling, with this offensive rhythm and pulling? It was simply an art form. Although, her moves were merely scratching my black rhino armor. If I had switched to the Earth Tiger armor, she might have broken through my defenses. Just as the smoke grew thicker, she seized the opportunity. The crossbow in her hand had somehow transformed into a sword. Gathering strength, as she swiftly lunged toward my chest, she thought she had found my weakness. Just as the sword tip was about to stab me, I finally moved. I swiftly brought up a shield, and with a clang, it stood in front of me, the sound of metal clashing ringing in our ears. Yi Lingling was momentarily stunned. Her eyes filled with disbelief. You actually moved? Aren't you supposed to just stand there and take hits? She couldn't comprehend, and she was completely dumbfounded. In that instant of her daze, the red light in my black rhino armor flashed, and the shield slammed in her chest. After scratching for so long, it was finally my turn. With that punch, Yi Lingling flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The chest of the Wind Falcon armor sparked, and although the armor absorbed most of the damage, she probably felt like she had been hit by a dump truck. To be honest, I regretted it a bit after hitting her. I usually play the gentle type. Just kidding. I was hitting the counterfeit Wind Falcon Knight. But after all, she was a girl, and that punch must have hurt quite a bit. The intense pain instantly brought her back to reality, and she finally believed that I was me, not some illusion. Then, good heavens, she activated her cheat. A massive 9-heart begonia appeared behind her with a buzzing sound, and a healing light showered down on her. I was shocked at that moment. Wow, this can be played like this? Wearing my armor, using her own martial soul to heal herself? ISNT, this a kind of cybernetic hua, ta. This is too sneaky. But then I thought about it. This gameplay seemed quite exciting. In the future, lending the armor to others would have endless possibilities. No, I couldn't drag it out any longer. This girl was a moving fountain and had to be dealt with quickly. I suddenly drew out the meteor gun, over 2 meters long, and stood there, exuding dominance. Douluo Yin and the others finally reacted, realizing that I had used the long spear before, because it was compatible with this armor. I performed a flourish with the spear, its tip glinting coldly. But there was no killing intent within. Yi Lingling noticed that too. She hesitated for a moment, and then came up with a new move. Again, those 2 wind falcon rings were thrown at me from an extremely strange angle. I saw it and laughed. Sister, using the same trick on me a second time? Is that a bit disrespectful? I completely ignored those 2 rings. With my defense, they were merely scratching me. I dragged my meteor gun and charged straight at her, the tip of the gun sparking against the ground, making a noise like a subway arriving at a station, while others played with guns in a flamboyant manner. Using all sorts of tricks like the return shot and heart-piercing stab, my style was all about sheer brute force. I swung it down hard. I emphasized simplicity and brutality. Yi Lingling was startled by my momentum and quickly retreated. Only then did she realize that I wasn't stabbing. I was smashing her with the gun barrel. This girl was incredibly agile, maximizing the mobility of her WindEagle armor, dodging me like a ghost. But dodging alone wouldn't work. When she retreated to a safe distance, she switched her sword for a crossbow, specifically targeting my joints whenever I raised my hand to smash. Back and forth. She disrupted my attack rhythm. If smashing didn't work, I switched to a series of thrusts, then sweeping strikes, upward slashes, and downward chops, using every move I could. She kept buzzing around me with those 2 lousy circles like a fly, driving me crazy. After 6 or 7 minutes of back and forth, I was infuriated. Who understands, my fellow comrades? As a heavy-armored warrior, I was being toyed with like a kite by her for half a day. Just then a light bulb went off in my head, and I realized something. I suddenly stopped, freezing in place. Yi Lingling was stunned as well. She had completely taken control of the rhythm and was enjoying her kite flying, not understanding why I suddenly stopped chasing. The next second, she understood. One moment I was 5 meters away. The next moment, teleportation. Do you get it? Right in her face. I appeared just 3 meters in front of her, and my gun had turned into a shield. She didn't have time to react before I smashed her away with the shield. While she was still in the air, I vanished like smoke and reappeared directly beneath her landing spot, switching my weapon back to the meteor gun, executing a smooth little combo that sent her flying again. She was utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend how my turtle shell-like armor could suddenly become faster than hers. She tried to adjust her position in mid-air to counterattack, but it was too late. I appeared above her at an angle like a mountain pressing down, crashing into her like a rhinoceros, sending her crashing back to the ground. With a loud bang, the WindEagle armor on Yi Lingling instantly deactivated, and she fell to the ground, covered in scrapes, looking pitiful. But the emotional damage she suffered was far greater than any physical injury. She couldn't understand how she had been in control the whole time, but suddenly lost in an instant. She was unwilling to accept it, but she had no choice but to concede. In the end, she shakily raised her hand, her voice tinged with tears. I lost. I ignored her and simply cast a meaningful glance at Lin Bei beside me before stepping into the occupied area. The moment I stepped in, Lin Bei's soul skill landed on me, and his tall figure blocked my path, perfectly obstructing the gaze of Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling. As soon as I occupied the signal tower, Douluo Yin quickly helped Yi Lingling escape. On my side, the power of the combined form dissipated, leaving me feeling drained. My soul power, physical strength, and mental energy were all exhausted. If it hadn't been for Lin Bei's timely healing, I would have fainted on the spot. The tacit understanding we had developed over the past few days wasn't for nothing. With just a glance, we knew what to do. In less than 40 minutes, as I was just starting to recover a bit, the entire arena began to transform. Like Transformers, the walls descended, and the audience stand rose up. I looked and thought, wow, ISNT, this a plus version of the Roman Colosseum? So our fight just now was live streamed the whole time? All the teams that hadn't been eliminated were gathered in the center of the arena, forming a final grand arena. A voice from an old man echoed through the soul power speakers, congratulating the 6 teams present for successfully advancing to the scoring match. I was feeling weak, lazily digging in my ears while listening to that old man Liang ramble on. Once he finished speaking, Dean Sun waved his hand and a green light fell, instantly restoring all of our states. Then he began to explain the rules of the scoring match. In simple terms, only 6 teams remained to compete in a loop. We were the first to finish the elimination round, so we had the highest initial score of 6 points. Winning a round adds 2 points, losing deducts 1 point, and a tie remains unchanged. The format of the match will be drawn. It could either be 1v1, where we take turns going up, and one side is eliminated until the other is wiped out, or it could be a 3v3 free-for-all. When I heard this, I was delighted. Wasn't this tailor-made for us? I'll tell you, the next 5 matches were a breeze. I hardly had to lift a finger. IMerge and Lin Bei easily secured 5 consecutive victories. After the scoring matches concluded, guess who I saw? Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling had grouped together again. They were even wearing matching team uniforms, clearly having activated the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's cash ability, re-recruiting the other 2. I had gone through so much effort to break them apart, and yet the plot's gravitational pull was too strong, pulling them back together. I was truly amazed. All the teams that had finished the scoring matches stood on the final arena, and our team, with a perfect score of 16 points, proudly stood on the number 1 arena, becoming the brightest star. In the final round, the Revival Challenge match, any team that had been eliminated could challenge the champion. If they won, they would take their place. Our 16 points meant we would have to accept at least 8 challenges to clear our score. Standing on the arena, I felt like the fattest sheep, with everyone below staring at us with hungry wolf-like eyes. Deanson announced the challenge had begun, and what happened? Below, people were whispering and murmuring, but not a single person dared to come up. Over a dozen minutes passed, and not one person dared to be the trailblazer. I was so bored that I almost pulled out a deck of cards to teach me and Lin Bei how to play poker. Just as I was about to doze off, a familiar and shrill voice rang out. Our team challenges the number 1 arena. I sprang up like a fish out of water and looked down at the stage. Sure enough, as expected, it was Du Guyan raising her hand. Representing Yu Tianheng and Yi Lingling as Avengers. Their original teammates were all injured or had retreated, and the old men in the academy, seeing this, simply let them regroup to test me. Yu Tianheng led the way, with Du Guyan and Yi Lingling following behind. All 3 of them walking onto the number 1 arena with murderous intent. Yu Tianheng was glaring at me, clearly still haunted by the psychological shadow left by her soul skill when he was eliminated last time. Du Guyan was staring at me, thinking I was unworthy of victory. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, didn't harbor as much hatred, but her gaze towards Lin Bei was filled with disdain. When they came up, the entire arena exploded. All the ongoing matches stopped, and everyone was looking at us like we were warriors. They really dared to challenge the number 1 arena. They must have gotten some courage. Various discussions surged like a tide. I brushed off the dust from my clothes, instantly shifting from a lazy demeanor to a serious one. Just the 3 of you, huh? As a result, Yi Lingling, the aloof goddess, came up and said, with just the 3 of us, we can beat you to the ground. Wow, this contrast caught me off guard. She blushed after saying that. Du Guyan quickly chimed in. That's right, get ready to be beaten to a pulp. Only Yu Tianheng didn't join in, glaring at me like a wolf. Seeing his expression, I knew he was here for revenge. I had to provoke him a bit. So I shouted at him, what are you staring at? Have you never seen such a cute, beautiful, and charming girl? You look like a lovesick pig. As soon as I finished speaking, Lin Bei reacted even more than Yu Tianheng. I felt like my words hit the nail on the head. He was stunned, my friends. Du Guyan pointed at Lin Bei and retorted, huh, you must be talking about that lovesick guy beside you, right? Great. I originally aimed to provoke the opponents, but ended up breaking my own teammate's defense. Still, our Mier was domineering, directly interrupting the spellcasting. Enough with the nonsense if we're going to fight. Let us fight. Activate your martial souls. As soon as she finished speaking, a bow with dragon and phoenix patterns appeared in her hand. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings lit up, and wow, the color of the yellow ring was so deep it was almost polished. All were limit soul rings. The people below were almost dropping their jaws. The 3 opponents also revealed their martial soul rings. It was my turn. Could I merge? No, I couldn't. I swiped my merging card, 10 minutes of being a real man, and then it faded. I couldn't reveal that trump card. I had no choice but to quickly pull out a nearly 2-meter-long sword from my stored soul guide. Then I revealed my 2 soul rings, 1 purple and 1 black. 1,000 years plus 10,000 years. The entire venue's CPU was overheating, and people began to doubt their lives. Lin Bei stood beside me like a little transparent figure. Clearly, his soul ring configuration was impressive, but in front of my 10,000-year soul ring, it paled in comparison. Both sides activated their martial souls. With the referee's command, Mir and I charged forward like two arrows released from a bow. Let us get started. That brat Yu Qianheng, calm under pressure, immediately gave Yi Lingling a look. Wow. That look was enough for Yi Lingling to understand in an instant. A green light shot out and flashed onto Yu Tianheng. That guy got a boost and instantly acted like he was on adrenaline, roaring as he charged forward, his hands transforming into electric dragon claws, blocking Mir's path. But let me tell you, Mir was a tactical genius. She saw that a head-on clash was hopeless and immediately executed a sharp drift to create distance. Who understands this? At the moment she pulled away, Du Guyan's attack arrived. A snake tail over 2 meters long, enhanced by her martial soul, whipped through the air. What kind of person was Mir? A top-tier hunter. Her teacher was not one of those rote learners from the academy, but a seasoned hunter who had been hunting for 50 years, teaching only practical killing techniques. So when Mir saw that snake tail, she was calm and collected. Without hesitation, she shot an arrow at herself. You heard that right. She shot an arrow at herself. This operation was incredible. This arrow triggered her third soul skill, a random buff, and by sheer luck, it was a threefold weightlessness. I tell you, in that moment, Mir floated like a feather, her air suspension ability maxed out, and she suddenly had the space to maneuver. In midair, she made a stylish turn and shot 10 arrows towards the sky. Her second soul skill. The rain of arrows created a strong wind that blew away the surrounding toxic mist in a 20 square meter area, forcibly clearing a safe zone. As the 2 seconds of weightlessness ended, just as Mir landed, a poisonous soul power needle flew past her face, directly corroding a large hole in the ground. Scary, right? Du Guyan was also tough. She even created her own soul skill. Mir was furious at that moment. You shoot me with needles. I'll return the favor with an arrow. Her first soul skill, the charged arrow, drawn like a full moon, shot out with a dragon's roar sound explosion. This arrow didn't aim at Du Guyan. It flew past her ear and hit the ground of the farthest number 5 arena, creating spiderweb-like cracks. What does this mean? It means it was not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Just as Du Guyan was about to explode, the 10 arrows from the sky came back. And while Mir was rolling on the ground after landing, she conveniently set a trap, 10-fold gravity. As soon as Du Guyan moved, the ground buzzed, and she was stuck like she was magnetized. The rain of arrows rained down on her, the 11-fold gravity crushing her down. Mir was just about to go in for the kill when Yi Lingling's healing light lit up. Du Guyan's injuries were visibly healing. At that critical moment, guess what? Our support, Lin Bei, moved. He had quietly circled behind Yi Lingling, and a sinister voice sounded. Hee, finally caught you. Your healing is gone, and you've run out of mana, right? I tell you, this guy Lin Bei specialized in surprise attacks. He didn't even consider himself a support, directly playing like an assassin. He struck Yi Lingling, interrupting her healing. This triggered a chain reaction. Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan were both relying on her healing to stay alive. Once the healing was interrupted, both of them collapsed to the ground. Yu Qianheng's eyes were about to spit fire, but when he saw that Yi Lingling was the first to be ambushed, his anger subsided, probably regretting not protecting the backline well. But Du Guyan didn't care. Seeing her friend being attacked, she exploded, ignoring her injuries. The green phosphor snake poison was unleashed, and half the arena instantly turned into a biohazard zone, engulfing Mir and Lin Bei in toxic mist. Lin Bei let out a terrible scream, directly poisoned and fainted. Mir also got hit, her vision doubling. She could only kneel on the ground, using her last bit of soul power to protect her heart vein, too scared to move. Now things were troublesome. I was the only one left standing. After Yi Lingling healed Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan, they finally realized the problem. This was not a team at all, just 2 solo players fighting on their own. Du Guyan, who had teamed up with me before and experienced what smooth little combos were like, immediately took command from Yu Qianheng, telling him not to confront me head-on, but to play around me with speed. I wanted to laugh. They wanted to play speed with me? Did they forget what the WindEagle armor was for? I pretended to be unable to catch up, retracted the WindEagle crossbow, took down the 2 WindEagle rings from my shoulders, and under the cover of the toxic mist, I threw them out. Those 2 rings acted like tracking drones, circling the perimeter and quietly setting up a trap. With one maneuver, I pushed Yu Tianheng into the trap. That guy was still clueless, thinking I couldn't do anything to him, making faces at me. But as soon as he turned around, a rapidly spinning ring flew right at him, and he was stunned. He wanted to dodge, but I had already set my position, Any movement would expose a flaw. This guy was also stubborn, trying to catch it with his dragon claws. Du Guyan shouted from behind in a panic. Don't go up, come back quickly. But Yu Qianheng, this arrogant guy, didn't he listen at all? Just as he reached out his claw, another WindEagle ring came from behind. The two rapidly spinning rings, one in front and one behind, directly trapped him in between, creating a scene like he was caught in a meat grinder. But Du Guyan was also a genius. She wanted to save him. And as she reached out to pull Yu Qianheng back, she inadvertently gave him a boost, and he shot out of the arena like a cannonball. She was stunned herself, and in that moment of distraction, Mir, with her last bit of energy, shot an arrow. This arrow had no arrowhead, just a board, purely relying on force to push. The arrow struck Du Guyan in the back, pushing her into the double ring accelerator. Thus, the second cannonball was launched. In an instant, only I and the half-kneeling Mir were left on the arena. I spread my hands to the referee, signaling I was done. The old Dean's son appeared on the field like he had teleported. And with the martial soul world tree activated, it didn't matter if you were poisoned or injured. You were instantly revived to full health. Then it was time for the awards, and of course, we were the champions without a doubt. Yu Qianheng's gaze from below was like he wanted to swallow me alive. I understood that feeling of the river flows east for 30 years. And west for 30 years, do not bully the young and poor. But unfortunately, he had no chance left. After that, Dean Liang came on stage to speak, passionately delivering a speech about fighting for the empire for the future, moving several team leaders from other academies to tears, forcibly taking people from them. Who wrote the script? I did. I stood far away, afraid of getting splashed by his saliva. Finally, during the roll call session, the three of us just went through the motions. And then Du Guyan, Yu Qianheng, and their group were all named to go to the Intermediate Academy of the Empire for further studies. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days passed, and I also reached the level 30 bottleneck. It was time to hunt for soul rings. As a result, Old Liang directly became a hands-off manager, tossing the newly formed reserve team captain badge to me, saying that in 5 years we would compete in the elite competition of the continent, and I should lead the team while he slipped away. I had no choice but to endure for 4 days and made a detailed plan for hunting soul rings and training the entire team. Today, I took the plan to find the old man, and as soon as I pushed the door open, my pupils shook. I saw Dean Liang and Dean's son kneeling in front of an old man dressed in green, bowing down in submission. The old man in green turned his head, and I blurted out, "Old Poison. Oh, little guy, you actually recognize me." Du Gubo turned around, and his gaze was like a knife. An overwhelming pressure instantly pressed down on me. The plan in my hand fell to the ground with a crash. My legs went weak, and I almost knelt down. "Your Majesty, he is still a child." Old Liang wanted to plead, but was shot down by Du Gubo with a single glance. As a mere ant, one should have the appearance of an ant. How dare you directly call me by my nickname? I gritted my teeth, braced myself against the ground, and faced the pressure. "Old monster. I don't know you, but I know your granddaughter." Before I could finish, the pressure suddenly doubled, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. "You say Yin Yin, I know who you are now." Du Gubo suddenly burst into laughter, but the pressure kept increasing. "Wu He, you little brat hurt my Yin Yin." I felt like my internal organs were about to shatter, and my martial soul was forced to automatically protect me. At that moment, I used all my strength to shout, "Old monster, if you have the ability, kill me and see if your granddaughter can still be saved." As soon as I said this, Du Gubo's laughter stopped abruptly, and his gaze instantly became incredibly terrifying. "What did you say?" In the next second, I was lifted into the air, directly grabbed by him from a distance. "What right do you have to say Yin Yin is beyond saving? I tell you." At that moment, Du Gubo's old face was so angry it almost matched the color of his hair. But he really managed to hold it back, clutching my brother Wu He's neck, surprisingly leaving him a breath to explain. "And what about my brother?" Good heavens, coughing up blood, he was still able to smile. He had guessed correctly. Facing Du Gubo's murderous expression, he directly opened wide. "Forget about your granddaughter for now. You should take care of yourself first. You're about to kick the bucket. Don't you have any self-awareness?" I tell you, this statement was like a needle. It pierced directly through Du Gubo's heart. The old man tightened his grip, almost sending my brother off right then and there. But just that little tremor caused the opportunity to slip away. A black light flashed beside my brother, and with a snap, a crystal stone directly hit him, skipping the summoning tool, instantly merging into armor. The black rhino armor's defense actually withstood this hit. Of course, the price was high. The armor shattered in an instant, and his soul power and physical strength were emptied immediately, but his life was saved. Douluo was dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that a great soul master could still bounce back from his hands. But if he were to make a second move, he couldn't lower his face. A dignified title Douluo killing a junior would still require 2 attempts? Would he still have any reputation left if this got out? In this brief window, my brother snatched back a life, gasping for breath, and recounted the hidden dangers of Douluo's body he had heard from Tang San. Every detail perfectly. After finishing, he collapsed with a thud like a pile of mud. What about Douluo? He was directly frozen, you know? His CPU was overheating. Every word Wu He said, every symptom, matched his own physical condition perfectly, not a bit off. These things he hadn't even mentioned to his own granddaughter. How did this kid know? He was so shocked that he forgot to maintain his pressure, and Dean's son quickly ran over to treat my brother. Once he recovered, Douluo grabbed my brother again. Kid, quickly tell me, how do you know this? Hey, at that moment, my brother was feeling quite smug, just smiling at him, not saying a word. He was playing the ultimate game of stretching it out. He knew Douluo was panicking. He believed him. The old fox felt more and more uneasy the more mysterious Wu He's smile appeared. He thought this kid must have a solution. But after almost choking him to death, how could he ask now? The other party remained silent, acting dumb. Douluo was genuinely anxious, panicking like crazy, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Who understands family matters? Just so happened he stepped on the materials my brother had painstakingly organized, and looking down, he saw 3 big characters. Douluo, the name of his granddaughter. Picking it up again, good heavens, it was a super detailed data analysis about Douluo, including soul skills, weaknesses, future plans, everything. As a result, the most critical part, the solutions section, had been smeared into a mess of black ink by his earlier step. Douluo was stunned, quickly picking up a few more sheets. Each one was a detailed report on a character, including martial soul characteristics, soul skill transformations, future development directions. These things would dazzle even a title Douluo, until he picked up Wu He's own paper, which read, Soul Power 30. Urgently needs to obtain the 3rd soul ring. The old fox's eyes turned. He got it. This was a weak spot. He crushed the paper in his hand and laughed loudly. Kid, I'll help you get the soul ring you want. And you help me solve Yen's problem. My brother was already overjoyed. He initially planned to solve this problem since they would be teammates for several years to come. Now, with a big fool volunteering to offer a soul ring, where could he find such a good deal? But on the surface, he was acting like an Oscar-winning actor, shaking his head, rubbing his thumb and index finger together wildly, clearly indicating, more money. Douluo had lived for so long. How could he not understand? He took out a small bottle from his pocket and stuffed it into my brother's hand. A Xianshui Dan, though precious, was useless for my brother at his current level. However, well, don't refuse free stuff. He could still sell it. After accepting the item, my brother leisurely spoke, to solve the problem of Douluo. It won't work now. You have to wait until you break through to level 95. As soon as these words came out, Douluo almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He himself was suffering from toxin backlash. His foundation was ruined. Reaching level 92 was already the limit. And now, level 95? Wasn't this just messing with him? He felt like he had lost both his wife and soldiers, giving away a Xianshui Dan for nothing. Just when he was doubting life, my brother regained his composure, stood up, and casually threw out a sentence. So, the urgent task is to first solve the problem on your body. Douluo was stunned again. A mere level 30 great soul master claimed to solve the toxin backlash problem of a title Douluo. His face was filled with disbelief. My brother didn't waste words. Directly starting, your Baihun snake martial soul has a bug in its factory settings. Your whole family is only thinking about how to make the poison stronger. But you've forgotten the most critical question. Why doesn't the poisonous snake, kill itself? He deliberately paused, making the old man anxious and scratching his ears. Because it has a snake gall to detoxify. What about you? Just stacking toxins without resistance, losing a sesame seed while throwing away a watermelon. And in the end, it would be strange if you didn't end up killing yourself. After this speech, Douluo felt enlightened. But then he furrowed his brows. Then how to improve toxin resistance? If I just increase resistance, won't my attack methods be useless? Simple. My brother snapped his fingers. Get a suitable soul bone, refine it into a poison sac, and store all the toxins in it. Isn't that enough? It sounded easy, but was obtaining a soul bone really that simple? However, this method is indeed tailor-made for Douluo. Although it is just a temporary solution that addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, it is enough to deceive him. After some consideration, Douluo decided that this method was feasible. He immediately decided to fulfill his promise. Without saying a word, He grabbed my brother under his arm like an eagle catching a chick and turned to leave. The two deans, Liang and the others, tried to stop him, but when the old monster turned around and shot them a glance, they were instantly petrified in place, not daring to move. With a whoosh, Douluo flew away with my brother. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a desolate soul beast forest. After placing him under a tree, Douluo got straight to the point. Speak, what kind of soul ring do you want? My brother was also very demanding. I want a soul ring of at least 30,000 years, fire attribute, and it must come from a soul beast with dragon bloodline. What? Say that again. Douluo thought his ears were malfunctioning. 30,000 years? Fire attribute dragon lineage? Combining those two, it's harder than finding a girlfriend. Such soul beasts reside in volcanic forests, a place that suppresses the cultivation of soul masters. Even a title Douluo entering would be weakened to the level of a soul Douluo. Not to mention, how could a level 30 soul master absorb a 30,000-year soul ring? He felt that my brother was deliberately messing with him. My brother couldn't be bothered to explain and directly revealed his soul ring. Yellow, purple. Wait, the second one is purple? A 10,000-year soul ring. Douluo's jaw dropped. He was so flustered today that he hadn't even noticed before. The first ring was 1,000 years, and the second ring jumped straight to 10,000? What kind of monster is this kid? Shocked as he was, he had already said it, and a title Douluo couldn't go back on his word. He asked about the specific appearance of the soul beast. Snake body, deer antlers, eagle claws. He had never even heard of such a thing. However, after thinking for a moment, he said he had seen something similar. A snake body with long horns and scales, possibly a flood dragon. When my brother heard this, he thought it would do. If they couldn't find a divine dragon, a flood dragon would be fine. After confirming the target, Douluo grabbed him again. My brother was speechless. Hey, old monster, can't you just take me flying properly? Why do you have to grab me? Douluo laughed confidently. It's easier this way. They flew for 2 days and nights before finally arriving at the volcanic forest. That place was as hot as a sauna, and their soul power was being suppressed. Douluo put a shield around my brother, making it feel like they had entered an air-conditioned room. The two walked and stopped, searching everywhere. This place was already the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts, and looking around, soul beasts seemed to be everywhere. However, after searching for a long time, none caught my brother's eye. Douluo's ears were almost worn out. Kid, there are several dragon-blooded ones here. Do you want any? My brother replied, curtly every time, not enough years, doesn't tea work. The old man was so angry he could blow his beard and glare, but he could only continue searching. Along the way, he tried to pry information out, asking how to help Douluo. My brother revealed a little. Let her cultivate her soul power first, don't add soul rings, and refine her body. As for the follow-up plan, he didn't say a word. In fact, my brother was afraid to say it out loud would scare him. The flaw of that by phosphor snake martial soul, to put it simply, was that it lacked 2 key organs, the snake gall and the poison sac. To cure it completely, there was only one method, martial soul evolution, evolving into an ordinary by phosphor snake king wouldn't work. It had to evolve into a more powerful dragon or a fiercer snake. My brother had already researched the information and found a super ancient soul beast called the 9-headed dragon snake, which was a perfect target. Moreover, this kind of snake would shed its skin every 10,000 years, and during the shedding period, it would become extremely weak. He calculated the time, and it was roughly around these years. Just as my brother was pondering how to explain this grand blueprint to the old man, suddenly, a loud boom sounded. A flood dragon, covered in magma, screamed as it burst out from the volcano below. The two hurriedly flew over to take a look. Good heavens! That flood dragon was right at the critical moment of shedding its skin. Its cultivation was between 30,000 and 40,000 years. Once successful, it would directly reach 80,000 years. It was using the magma to refine its body, making a final push. Douluo was stunned, but my brother's eyes lit up. That's it. I want it. As he shouted, the flood dragon happened to lift its head, and both man and beast locked eyes, instantly understanding each other's intentions. The flood dragon let out a long roar, demonstrating its power wildly. My brother turned to Douluo and shouted, Old monster, as long as you can help me catch it, I will tell you the core secret of Douluo's martial soul evolution. What? Martial soul evolution. Douluo's heart trembled. He finally understood this kid's ultimate goal. Although he didn't know how to operate it specifically, he believed it. He fixed his gaze on the fire flood dragon that was shedding its skin in the valley. Capturing it didn't seem to be a difficult task. Speaking of which, this flood dragon wasn't born this powerful. When it was born, it was just an ordinary little red snake, crawling out of an egg and munching on its eggshell. It then began its long journey of internal competition, devouring countless opponents, growing from a small snake to a giant red python over 60 meters long, becoming a dominant force in the volcanic forest. However, its cultivation was stuck at 10,000 years and couldn't go up. Until one day, it discovered a magical fruit at the volcano's mouth, which glowed daily, enticing it like a curse. This snake was also a tough character. After hesitating for 2 weeks, it finally decided to gamble its life. Using its body as a rope, it reached down into the volcano to grab the fruit. What was the result? The ideal was full, but the reality was skinny. It finally bit the fruit, but its body couldn't hold on. Both the snake and the fruit fell into the boiling magma with a splash. I thought it was going to become a roasted whole snake, but it turned out to be incredibly resilient. The fruit's energy exploded within its body, causing it so much pain that it fainted. When it woke up, it found it hadn't died and had created a platform in the magma. Next to it was its own snake skin, and what about itself? Not only had it lost weight, but it had also become stronger. The blood-red scales turned into a bright red with golden edges. Most astonishingly, it had grown limbs, and 2 small horns sprouted from its head. From the Red Python Pro, it directly upgraded to the Flame Scale Flood Dragon Max. After completing the evolution, it felt incredibly powerful, even gaining the ability to fly briefly. That same day, it devoured all the 10,000-year-soul beasts within a 5-mile radius just to barely fill its belly. After a stabilization period of 4 to 5 months, its mindset after evolution was as calm as a still lake. It was pleasantly surprised to discover that its cultivation limit had skyrocketed again, effortlessly raising its cultivation to 30,000 years. Not only that, let me tell you, as my cultivation increased, it felt like a VIP resource pack had opened in my mind, and suddenly a bunch of information flooded in, all sorts of flashy techniques on how to use soul power, and a whole lot of ancient inheritances that came with its bloodline. When I looked, wow, in my current state, was I just that flame scale flood dragon? As long as I don't act recklessly and diligently cultivate, endure a lightning strike, just a tribulation, I tell you, I can evolve into the flame flood dragon. If I manage to find some good stuff later on, I could transform into the fire flame divine dragon. Wouldn't that be taking off right away? To withstand that lightning strike, I soaked in the magma every day, bathing while practicing toughening my body to be as hard as diamond. I thought, as long as I'm tough enough, even if the tribulation comes, it would at least knock out a few teeth. Moreover, even if I became weak during evolution with my physique, ordinary soul beasts wouldn't dare to come and pick up scraps from me. So I just waited and waited, soaking in the magma for almost 3 years. My heart racing faster and faster, like I was carrying a rabbit, always feeling that something big was about to happen. Until that day, I witnessed a rare spectacle in the volcanic forest, with dark clouds and thunder rumbling in the sky. My heart skipped a beat. It was here, the thunder tribulation. The inherited memories told me that a snake transforming into a flood dragon must endure 3 bolts of lightning. A flood dragon transforming into a true dragon must endure 6. And a true dragon becoming a divine dragon requires 9. This time, I was aiming for that first threshold. I climbed directly to the volcano's crater and roared at the calamity clouds above. At that time, I had already taken half a step into transforming into a flood dragon, with the beginnings of vocal cords forming in my throat, and my roar was powerful. I wasn't afraid. I was purely excited, thinking, come on, let us hurt each other. The thunder was indeed merciless. The first red lightning struck down, and, with a crack, my proud scales were pierced like paper. The pain was so intense that blood spurted out, and it was golden. I was stunned. Just this? My gear felt like fragile skin in front of the thunder. The inherited memories told me that each subsequent strike would be more ferocious. And if this first one opened my head, wouldn't the next 2 send me away? No way, I'll fight back. Before I could catch my breath, a thicker red lightning bolt came again, and I was hit until my skin was torn and flesh was mangled, but I wouldn't back down. I had worked hard to reach this point. Why should I let a single bolt of lightning kill me? I went crazy, soared up from the volcano's crater, and faced the final bolt of lightning head-on. It was a brutal scene. My whole body felt like the cracked earth, blood mixed with lava pouring down. Strangely, the lava, mixed with my blood, splashed onto nearby plants, making them grow even more vigorously. The last bolt of lightning looked thinner than the previous 2, but its power was more intense, striking me back down into the volcano's crater. I felt like a kite with a broken string. But miraculously, after the lightning struck me, it began to help repair my body like an electric therapy and even strengthen me a bit. I felt that given 3 or 4 months, I could fully revive, mold again, and become a true flame-scaled flood dragon, with my cultivation potentially surging to 60,000 years. Then guess what? Just as I finished my tribulation, feeling weak, I saw two people in the sky, an old man and a child. The child's gaze at me was one that family members would understand, filled with excitement and greed. Just like when you see a streamer in a live broadcast with an unbelievable link. Based on my understanding of humanity, these two must have come to the volcano for a soul ring. The child, without a doubt, had his eyes on me. Furious, I roared at him. I just finished my tribulation, and you want to pick up the scraps? Dream on. The old monster, I want him. That little brat he pointed at me, almost drooling. He saw that I had just finished my tribulation and was weak. If he didn't kill me now. Once I recovered, even two of them together wouldn't be enough. The old man named Douluo had a cruel look in his eyes, without saying a word. He unleashed his martial soul, and a huge green python lunged at me. Goodness, after transforming, this old monster was like a mountain, wrapping me up like a twisted dough. As he tightened his body, I felt my bones were about to shatter, my scales crackling, and the wounds just struck by lightning began to bleed again. With new and old injuries combined with the electric shock in my soul, the threefold pain made me howl with anger and unwillingness. He thought I was out of strength, and just as he loosened his grip, ready to let that little brat come in for the kill, my eyes turned red instantly. My broken body twisted fiercely, and a tail as thick as a barrel struck back with a heavy blow bang. I sent Douluo crashing into the mountain, unable to pull himself out. Dust and smoke billowed like a mushroom cloud. I knew that this move wouldn't kill him, but it could buy me some time. So, I turned and charged at that little brat. You picked the soft ones to squeeze. I coiled my entire body into a lump, looking like a pile of dung. But the next second, I erupted, shooting right in front of Wu-Hee face to face. I smiled at him, cunning and unwilling. I was about to unleash my big move, and that kid reacted quickly, pulling out his summoner. Just as I was about to spray my old pickled cabbage, fire venom, the moment I did, he immediately merged with his black rhinoceros armor. The silver river water shield in his hand perfectly countered my fire poison. Just as I was enjoying my spray, Douluo burst out from the mountain, delivering a fierce, rising dragon punch right to my chin, shutting my mouth tight. He thought this punch would break my jaw, but it only made me close my mouth. My bones were too tough for him to break. Then he transformed back into the giant snake and unleashed a flurry of attacks on me, beating me into a puddle of mud, breaking all my bones. I could only play dead, lying there with a world-weary, pitiful look in my eyes. I even turned to glance at Wu-Hee, lowering my head to feign a begging appearance. Douluo, that old sly fox, believed me and called Wu-Hee over for the kill. Wu-Hee was no fool. He stood still, clearly sensing the murderous intent in my eyes. Douluo mocked him. Aren't you supposed to want him? Why are you scared? Just as that kid was provoked into coming over, I suddenly raised my head, opened my mouth, and a bright red flood dragon core popped out. Want to kill me? Then let us die together. Self-destruct, activate. Run, it's going to self-destruct. Douluo shouted nearby. Wu-Hee knew that the old man wouldn't sacrifice himself for him, but he couldn't bear to part with such a top-notch soul beast. So he made a decision that left me dumbfounded. He actually shouted to Douluo, "Old monster, hurry. Send me to the sky." I was stunned at that moment. What kind of operation was this? Douluo understood and transformed again, using his tail to send him into the sky while he turned and ran. I thought, can you escape? Today, I'm going to perform a show of I have few friends, but you are one of them. You must take the fall. Just as I was about to leap up to chase him, a golden light suddenly flashed above my head from the wound Douluo had made. A long spear, like a missile, pierced through my crown and directly nailed my chin to the ground. I didn't understand until my death. My unwillingness, my anger, my self-destruction, all vanished in that instant. Let me tell you, this kid is simply inhuman. The moment he was sent into the sky, he actually paused time. In the air, he made a brilliant turn, summoned the meteor spear, and like a drill, he charged at the one weak point on my head, executing a devastating move that pierced my skull. I was instantly killed. When time resumed, Douluo was left dumbfounded. Wu-Hee coolly pulled the spear out and landed on my head. What happened next? A soul ring emerged, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring, but the color was a bit faint. Wu-Hee frowned. Douluo patted his shoulder and said, "Just be content. This guy gathered all his energy to self-destruct. And you killed him. You still got over 19,000 years of cultivation left. You're already lucky." Wu-Hee, furious, kicked my corpse a couple of times, resulting in a crisp sound. Both of them froze for a moment, good heavens, equipment exploded. I was frozen in place. I looked at Douluo, he looked at me, and the air froze. This thing was an external soul bone, 1,000 times more valuable than an ordinary soul bone. If he wanted to kill and seize treasure, I wouldn't even be able to let out a fart. I didn't dare to pick it up. I didn't dare to gamble on human hearts. As long as I didn't touch it, it was as if nothing had happened. But then Douluo, that old man, actually picked up the soul bone and threw it directly to me. He paused for a moment, as if he realized something, saying his granddaughter had an cold attribute and couldn't use my flame soul bone, or there would be trouble. Family members, this is the perspective. This is the perspective of a strong person. I'm not being pretentious anymore. I quickly took off my clothes to absorb it. This thing is called the heart-guarding reverse scale, made from the hardest scale in front of my heart. I pressed it against my chest, and wow, it drilled itself in, like an electric drill. It hurt so much that I felt like I was dying, skin, muscles, blood vessels, layer by layer of pain. In the end, I felt like my heart was being tightly gripped by a claw, and I realized that the remnant soul of this dragon was fighting me for my body. Come on, let's hurt each other. Who's afraid of who? I directly let go of my spirit and bit back at it crazily. It was a battle of mental exhaustion. After more than 6 hours of repeated tugging, it was dark, and I slowly opened my eyes. I was exhausted, but even more excited. I won. This soul bone is amazing. When I woke up, Douluo helped me up, and when I looked around, wow, isn't this the legendary ice and fire two-element eyes? This is simply a future internet celebrity check-in spot. I went crazy at that moment, running around the valley. Everything looked fresh. Douluo was behind me, anxiously shouting, "Hey, woo-hee, don't run around." Afraid I would step on some poisonous grass and be sent away on the spot, or damage her grandfather's precious medicinal herbs. I didn't care about that. I ran to a pond of lotus flowers, staring at the jade-like lotus seeds, drooling. Douluo thought I was poisoned. But after wiping my drool, I ran off again. She didn't understand. This is a celestial product. I wandered around, and soon I arrived at the core area of the valley. One side was icy cold, the other side was sweltering heat, and in the middle was a pool of spring water, half milky white and half crimson, resembling a Taiji diagram. I exclaimed, "No wonder this is one of the 3 treasure troves mentioned by Tang San. Let me tell you, this place is incredible." The deeper I went, the denser the soul power became, like an unbreakable milk tea, and the surrounding flowers and plants grew as if they were on double speed, while in the core area, the growth rate skyrocketed to 10 times. I swaggered around the place, touching nothing, treating it like my own backyard. When I strolled back to that cave, the old poisoner Douluo was already brewing tea there. The look in his eyes was quite complex. He was probably wondering, is this kid really clueless? Or is he pretending to be a saint here? How could he be indifferent to the treasures all around? I couldn't be bothered with him. I directly found a place to sit, took his cup of tea, which was supposedly from a 100-year-old tea tree, and gulped it down like drinking plain water. Then I had to act, groaning, "Old monster, your garden is too big." It nearly exhausted me. Douluo watched me gulp down his precious tea, and his mouth twitched, unable to say a word. At that moment, his granddaughter Douluo rushed in, panting, "Grandpa, this guy is simply a monster. I can't keep up with him at all." Good heavens, I had only walked around twice, and she was already exhausted. I ignored the complex looks from the grandfather and granddaughter and took out paper and pen from my pocket, quickly writing 2 plans and slapping them in front of Douluo. The old guy initially looked confused, but when he picked it up and took a look, his eyes nearly popped out, and he jumped up. "Kids, what you wrote real?" I didn't even look at him. Pour myself another cup of tea and drank it all, directly throwing the choice back to him. "2 plans, you decide." Douluo was anxious beside me and snatched it to look. The first plan I provided was conservative treatment. It involved her taking the Narcissus jade muscle bone and the strange mushroom of the sky in 2 doses, which would greatly enhance her body. But it would have endless repercussions, essentially turning her into a walking poison canister. The toxins inside her would go completely out of control, and later, it would be incredibly difficult to eradicate them. The second plan was stimulating. It was a big gamble, directly combining 2 top-tier poisonous herbs, the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot, and then jumping into the ice and fire two-element eyes for a bath. If successful, she would take off right there. Immune to all poisons, double protection from ice and fire, super cool. If it failed, well, sorry, instant cremation, and I would scatter her ashes. After reading the plans, Douluo's face turned pale, but there was an excitement in her eyes, as if Plan 2 was tailor-made for her. Seeing this subtle atmosphere, I directly called out, "Douluo, you choose." As soon as I finished speaking, the old guy exploded, grabbed me by the collar, and flung me out of the cave. Family, who understands? My butt almost broke into 8 pieces. After a long while, they finally came out of the cave, probably thinking I was crying in some corner. But guess what? I had already started cooking soup. Let me tell you, that pot of soup, jade-like exquisite soup simmered with a millennium red pig bone, smelled amazing. As soon as the old poisoner came out and saw the mess I made on the ground, his face turned green. Kid, what did you do to my medicinal garden? I was quite perceptive, quickly filled a big bowl and handed it over. Old monster, don't rush, there's something for you to eat. He looked at what was in the bowl. His face twitched, wanting to get angry, but was drawn in by the aroma. I thought he didn't have chopsticks. So I ran over, snapped 2 of his beloved ice crystal bamboo, and handed them to him. Here, the conditions are limited, so make do with it. Yan's face turned pale next to me, not daring to breathe. The old guy was probably cursing me 1,000 times in his heart, but the next second, he stared at my bowl and was dumbfounded. Hey, that bowl was made from his millennium ice crystal. He must have been wondering how I chiseled that thing into a bowl. He finally couldn't hold back and asked, Kid, what is this jade-like exquisite soup? I've never seen it before. I was chewing a piece of meat, rolled my eyes at him. Mountain pigs can't eat fine bran. You have treasures in your pond, and you don't even know how to eat them. Then I started teaching him. That flower is called Water Palace Fairy. Its petals can detoxify and resist heart demons. The fluffy core can be used for bathing to strengthen the body and mind. And the root, which is what's in your bowl, jade-like exquisite soup, can refresh the mind, nourish the body, and the key is that it tastes great. Simmering big bones is simply unparalleled. Guess what? The old poisoner, who had just wanted to fight me a second ago, directly rushed to the pot's edge the next second, fighting with me for food, mumbling, so fragrant after eating and drinking to our fill. Yin made a decision. She chose plan 2. I described the process, which was incredibly perilous. She would first eat the 8-pointed xianbing grass, and before the cold poison attacked her heart, she would immediately swallow the fierce fire apricot, allowing the 2 powers to counterbalance each other in her body. The process would be as painful as 10,000 ants gnawing at her heart. But as long as she could endure it, she would be able to jump into the ice and fire 2-element eyes and complete the final body tempering. Since she decided, we had to do it right. I had the old poisoner go get reinforcements, calling the top 2 healers on the continent, Dean Sun and Yi Lingling. Just in case. Once everything was ready, the old poisoner used soul power to pick 2 immortal herbs, and the explosive ice and fire energy nearly blew us away. Yin sat on the cliff, first taking a bite of the 8-pointed xianbing grass, instantly becoming covered in frost, frozen into an ice sculpture. Immediately after, she shoved the fierce fire apricot in her mouth, igniting spontaneously, with white smoke rising from her body. If Dean Sun hadn't used a soul technique to protect her heart veins at the first moment, she would have been lost. The scene was like a real-life version of ice and fire duality. I originally thought this would be the end of it, but then a new bug appeared. Her physique not only became immune, but turned into a toxin black hole, absorbing all poisons and refining them into her own power. But this also meant she became a ticking time bomb, needing to constantly upgrade, or the toxins within would swallow her whole. Now, the original plan was completely ruined. She urgently needed a 3rd soul ring to sustain her life. This put me in a tough spot. This script was different from what I knew. I hugged a pile of soul beast illustrations and chewed on them for several days, finally planning a new route for her. Current goal, Mirror Shadow Venom Python. I drew a picture of this snake, and the old poison master recognized it at a glance. I chose it because, first, its venom has illusion effects, which can greatly enhance Yan's control abilities. Second, her body is as hard as a strong attack type, and when the enemy is under the illusion, she can go up and output damage right in their face. Of course, I also had a bad intention. Really wanted to see what new tricks could come from combining ice, fire, and poison with illusion poison. So we set off immediately. However, this snake was a huge hassle. It was transparent all over like it was invisible, and it was so timid that it could be scared to death, wasting the soul ring. When we arrived at the location, good heavens, the mountains were full of snake berries bigger than Sheila melons. I couldn't resist. I went up and grabbed one, and it was so sweet that I almost swallowed my tongue. After finishing one, I wanted more. I saw a massive, purplish-red one growing on a big rock, clearly the king of fruits. I hurriedly ran over, stepped on the stone, and just as I picked the fruit, I looked up and saw a snake tongue the size of my palm wildly striking at me. I was completely stunned for 2 seconds before realizing I was standing right on the head of that transparent giant snake. I screamed, and I was already flying out. The giant snake seemed to go mad and chased after me, its whole body turning red with rage. I wanted to shout, "Big brother, don't chase me. It's just a broken fruit. Just as it was about to catch up, I had a quick idea and threw the fruit into the air. Sure enough, the giant snake's gaze followed the fruit, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. And it landed precisely in Douluo Yan's hands. At that moment, I thought one word: score. When the giant snake saw this, it realized it was a group effort. Instantly enraged, it opened its massive mouth to spray poison. But then, Douluo and Dean's son exchanged a glance, and the old poison master knocked it out with a punch, not even letting out a sound. Just as Douluo Yan drew her knife to deliver the finishing blow, she heard a loud shout. Wait. I tell you, the one shouting wait was that female scammer from earlier. As soon as I realized, it all clicked. I understood how her martial spirit worked. She could dive into other people's minds, steal a moment of their memory, and then transform based on that memory. When that poisonous python was knocked out by my grandfather, just think, before it died, its last thought was definitely about its mother. That's why this girl could transform into such a big snake. She also had a skill that allowed her to act as an observer in others' minds. And, combined with the passive ability of her martial spirit, she could compare the size of what she remembered with herself, then, poof, materialize it. One transformation, one projection. The combination of dual skills could indeed fool many people, especially in the spirit beast forest where she was involved in such trickery. But today, her luck was too bad. She ran into my grandfather, a titled Dalu with abnormal mental power, and me, a person whose thoughts are denser than a spider's web. Her story had too many holes. It fell apart with just one poke. Seeing that she couldn't deceive us, Douluo Yan stepped forward and cut the mirror shadow venom python open. As soon as the purple 1,000-year soul ring appeared, the female scammer's eyes turned red, but she couldn't win. So she could only drop a line saying, "You guys are tough," and then poof, she disappeared like a ghost. TCH, in my grandfather's eyes, her little tricks were like child's play. With a sweep of his mental power, he could see everything clearly. That girl didn't run far before reuniting with her parents. And good heavens, her parents turned out to be two soul Daluos. One wore golden gloves and was once the king of the gambling dens. The other wore silver gloves and was a Robin Hood-type thief. These two had ordinary martial spirits, and it was pure luck that they cultivated to soul Dalu. Yet, they gave birth to such a daughter with a mutated martial spirit, specializing in mental and transformation skills, which was quite extraordinary. However, her skills had a fatal flaw. She had to touch the opponent's head first, and the more impressive the opponent's imagination, the more mental energy she consumed. That's why when she got hit earlier, the giant snake's head shattered directly. The reason she wanted that venom python was that she admired its ability to become transparent, hoping to sneak attack and execute a headshot. What a clever little scheme. Over here, Douluo Yan was also quick. She sat down and began to absorb the soul ring. I tell you, the feeling of absorbing a soul ring is painful, no matter if you're a genius or not. We stood guard for nearly 5 hours before the fluctuations of her soul power stabilized. When she opened her eyes, she was ecstatic, shouting to her grandfather, "Grandpa, I've become a soul Zune." Douluo, the old man, was so doting, patting her head and seeing through her. Not bad. Level 34. Of course, a titled Dalu could see your level as clearly as if you were transparent. The old man had a mischievous smile and urged me to practice with Douluo Yan to try out her new skills. I felt a bit awkward. My soul skill was at the Soul King level, and fighting her would be purely bullying the weak. But Douluo Yan was full of confidence, her mouth curling upwards, signaling me to come at her. All right, since the main character had spoken, I couldn't refuse, to be honest. I also wanted to see how strong my third set of armor was. The old man got even more excited. With a surge of soul power, he cleared out a circular arena with a diameter of 50 meters in an instant. We stood on it, cupped our hands to each other, and without saying a word, Douluo Yan activated her martial spirit. A ball of emerald green poison mist floated towards me. I tell you, these people are all being led by me. When they unleash their skills, they all keep silent, aiming for the unexpected, and I almost fell for her trick. Seeing the poison mist, I quickly retreated, my hands not stopping. A fiery red summoning device appeared in my hand. I snapped the fiery red crystal stone that burst from the 10,000-year soul ring into it. And with 2 powerful punches upwards, I shouted, "Flame Dragon Armor. Combine!" My goodness, what a scene! With a dragon roar, a fiery dragon phantom wrapped around my waist and turned into a belt, followed by a beam of light descending from the sky to envelop me. In an instant, a stunningly cool set of fiery red armor covered my whole body. Even my heart-protecting mirror soul bone automatically transformed into armor plating on my chest. changing color from yellow to red-purple. It was simply too cool. A domineering dragon power exploded, and I felt my battle power soar to the level of a 57th level Soul King. Just when I was brimming with confidence, I saw Douluo covering her mouth, stifling a laugh, and then she poofed, disappearing right into the poison mist. The next second, I felt the concentration of the poison mist around me surge dozens of times. My vision went dark, and I couldn't see anything, feeling as if I was locked inside an airtight poison canister. What's going on? The coverage speed of her poison mist was too outrageous. But in reality, Douluo had already dispelled the poison mist, yet I, in my armor, was still stumbling around like a blind person, looking around. Does anyone understand? This new skill turned out to be a poison-type illusion. By the time we tidied up and returned to the academy, several days had already passed. Just as we arrived at the academy gate, I heard a shocking piece of news. Mia has gone missing. She took an academy task, but after 3 days of being overdue, she still hadn't returned. And even the Soul Zune teacher who led the search for her has disappeared too. My head buzzed at that moment, and I was completely dazed. This character wasn't even supposed to be in this plot. They only appeared because of my butterfly effect. Could it be that the heavenly laws are starting to self-repair, trying to erase her forcibly? I shook my head, not believing this theory. I rushed to the task hall to check the task Mia had taken. I tell you, at first, this task was just an A level, but after 2 groups of students went missing while attempting it, it was upgraded to S level. After Mia took it, 2 Soul Zone teachers disappeared along with her, and now the matter had escalated completely. The task was upgraded overnight to double S level, requiring at least Soul King strength to undertake. I immediately applied to the dean, saying I wanted to take on this task. The 2 deans absolutely refused, saying my basic soul power was low and that endurance would be a big problem, fearing I might get hurt. While I was at a stalemate with them, the door to the dean's office was suddenly pushed open with a bang. I was hoping it was Mia returning, but when I looked up, to my surprise, Yu Tianheng, Douluo, Yi Lingling, and Lin Bei all showed up. Yi Lingling, usually a gentle girl, was the first to step forward and loudly said, "We apply to team up with Wu." Douluo followed and said, "We'll take on the task together and find Mia." My heart felt warm. This matter had nothing to do with them at all. Dean's son covered his face, but in the end, he couldn't argue with us and agreed. The 5 of us hopped onto a carriage, heading straight for the task location. On the way, everyone updated each other on their recent strength progress, and I was shocked to hear that Lin Bei and Yi Lingling had both broken through to level 30. Yu Tianheng was even more impressive, already at level 36, with a 3rd soul skill called Thunder Fury, which was a violent enhancement skill. After I had beaten him up a bit, it seemed like he had opened up his meridians and his cultivation speed skyrocketed. After hearing them, I shared the effects of mine and Douluo's new soul skills, especially Douluo's illusionary poison fog, which left them all stunned. When we reached the outskirts of the Soul Beast Forest, the carriage couldn't go any further, so we had to get off and walk. As soon as we arrived at the area marked for the missing persons, my heart sank. Oh no, isn't this the place where I took down that traitor from the academy who was conducting self-fusion experiments back in the day? Mia must have discovered something to come here. This situation was definitely not simple. I immediately decided to split up. I kept an eye out and sent Yu Tianheng, Douluo, and Yi Lingling to search in a relatively safe direction, while I took Lin Bei towards the traitor's old lair. I figured that even if something went wrong, they could provide timely support. However, just 5 minutes after we split up, Lin Bei suddenly stopped and wouldn't move. "Old Wu," he said seriously looking at me, "you weren't telling the truth earlier, were you?" This kid, usually so carefree, surprised me with his sharpness. I didn't want to engage, but he directly exposed me. I didn't participate in that incident, but I heard about it later. You didn't want to involve them, right? The path you let them take would have taken them out of the forest in an hour. I stopped and looked at him. This guy actually guessed my thoughts. He patted my shoulder and said, "We're brothers. If there's something, don't bear it alone." Fine, since he had put it that way, let's charge in together. But the further we walked along the path from back then, the stranger it felt. It hadn't been long at all, yet the trees here had grown incredibly fast. Almost unnaturally so. Several trees that had been destroyed in battle back then had seemingly returned to their original state. After walking a few more minutes, I suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Lin Bei asked, confused. "It seems we've walked into someone else's trap," I said coldly. Lin Bei was still puzzled. It was his first time here, and he didn't sense anything wrong. Knowing he wouldn't understand, I took out a dart from my pocket and shot at a nearby tree. As soon as the dart hit, good grief, I tell you, that tree split open like a torn piece of cloth right in front of us. And then, The tree we had just passed suddenly appeared right in front of us, as if it had teleported. Lin Bei's face turned pale, and he stammered, "What? What's going on? Is this a ghost wall? Didn't we walk forward?" I rolled my eyes, thinking, isn't that obvious? That's why I said we walked into a trap. I pondered that we had either fallen under some kind of mental illusion poison or stepped into someone else's illusion array. If it was an illusion array, it'd be easy to deal with. We just needed to find the core and break it. But if it was poison, that would be troublesome. I had first-hand experience of how powerful Douga Yan's illusion poison could be. However, determining whether it was an illusion array or an illusion was simple. In an illusion, it felt like dreaming. There was no pain. Even if there was, it would be minimal. I glanced at Lin Bei, who was already hugging a tree and gnawing on it, his mouth full of wood shavings. Family, who understands what it's like to have such an obvious teammate. Well then, I had a perfect testing tool right here. I immediately put on a friendly smile and waved at him. "Old Lin, come here, help your brother out." Lin Bei froze mid-bite, and when he saw my smile, I could tell he was scared and turned to run. Too late. I pounced like a hungry tiger and grabbed him, my arm like a steel clamp on his shoulder. To my surprise, he let out a loud shout and pushed me away, hugging himself tightly like a frightened little wife, shaking his head vigorously. "No, no, no. You don't want to. I can't do it." I was taken aback, thinking I haven't even said what I wanted to do yet. As I rubbed my hands and took a step forward, he jumped back like a rabbit, shouting, "Help! Don't come here." I was about to give him a good pinch to test his pain response when I suddenly heard a faint mosquito-like voice nearby. "Broken throat." As soon as those 3 words came out, Lin Bei and I froze, turning our heads in unison. There they were, Yi Lingling, Douga Yan, and Yu Qianheng, standing not far away as if watching a show. Especially Yi Lingling, her eyes almost sparkling, as if she was about to take out her phone to record, waving her arms and whispering, "Go for it, go for it. You're almost there." We both jumped back, and I quickly waved my hands, saying, "It's not what you think. I'm not that desperate." Lin Bei was frantically brushing off the dirt from his clothes, his face as red as a monkey's backside. Right. Old Wu just wanted me to help out." The 3 of them responded in unison with a drawn-out, "Oh," making me so embarrassed I could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. I hastily changed the subject, asking how they found us. Yu Qianheng, with a frosty expression, said he realized something was off after walking for less than 20 minutes. We had been going in circles. Douga Yan was even angrier, feeling I hadn't trusted them. I could only smile wryly, saying I didn't want to involve them in this matter. Yu Qianheng patted my shoulder, saying we were teammates and shouldn't bear it alone. Just then, Yi Lingling, who had been watching, suddenly returned to her cool goddess demeanor, holding a soul beast that looked like a rabbit with a light on its head, which was foaming at the mouth and appeared to be seriously poisoned. "We just found you. Yan Yan's poison array happened to cover this 1,000-year illusion dream beast," she explained. "It must have used all its skills on you, and without enough mana to resist Yan Yan's poison, we picked it up." Saying this, she handed the half-dead soul beast to Lin Bei. "Aren't you level 30 now? Do you want it?" "Of course," Lin Bei exclaimed, seizing it eagerly. But the next second, he did something that dropped my jaw. He grabbed the illusion dream beast by its big ears and started slapping it left and right. He shouted, "You little punk. You almost ruined my reputation." I was dumbfounded, thinking, dude, you can take your revenge, but why drag me into this? After Lin Bei shouted, he realized what he had done, grinning at me as he pulled out a dagger and swiftly dispatched the illusion dream beast that had just been slapped awake. A purple soul ring suddenly emerged with a buzz. While Lin Bei's was sitting on the ground, absorbing the soul ring, I quickly explained the situation to everyone, telling them that this was likely a contingency left by the perverted soul master we had defeated last time. After about 3 hours, Lin Bei's suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up as if he had been injected with adrenaline. "Awesome. I tell you, this new soul skill of mine is simply amazing." Before he finished speaking, he dashed out and soon found a 500-year-old Azure Bull soul beast. I saw him produce a blue stone from his left hand, and the 3rd soul ring immediately merged into it. Then, before any of us could react, he ghosted over and slapped that stone onto Yu Qianheng. Yu Qianheng instantly felt like his brain was equipped with an 80-core CPU, his mental power skyrocketing by 80. But the soul power consumption was also surging. Immediately after, Lin Bei's broke off a small piece of crystal and threw it at a wild boar in the distance. That wild boar instantly became listless, as if its soul had been sucked out. I immediately realized that his skill was amplifying mental power. I hurriedly asked him, "Old Lin, is this thing one-time use or continuous? How many people can it support at most?" Lin Bei's held up 3 fingers. "If we don't consider blue consumption, I can simultaneously buff 3 people with my 3 soul skills, But this extreme operation lasts at most 30 seconds, like activating a time cheat. 30 seconds. We were all shocked. In a battle between experts, victory could be determined in just a few seconds, and 30 seconds was simply outrageous. With a common goal, we stopped wandering aimlessly. Yu Qianheng analyzed, since that pervert is human, he must need to drink water, right? The lab can't be far from a water source. Following this line of thought, we quickly found a hidden cave. As soon as we entered, my pupils dilated in shock. In the cave, there were several half-human, half-beast creatures locked up. Before we could react, a lizard man covered in scales stepped out from the shadows. He stared at me intently, his eyes almost overflowing with greed. Looking at me like I was a buffet, I sense the powerful energy on you. I instantly understood. This guy was the madman's creation, a hybrid of human and soul beast. He seemed to have a low IQ, completely driven by instinct, but with cultivation that, wow, was almost on par with a soul emperor. This thing was a devouring machine. Faced with such a monster that couldn't be communicated with, saying anything was a waste. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at me. I quickly summoned the flame dragon armor, rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding his lightning-fast tongue. However, his tongue pierced through a soul master bound to the wall, who looked almost like a dried corpse. Damn it, I cursed. This guy's tongue attack was both fast and accurate. Although the flame dragon armor was powerful, it was too balanced, and I couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. I was immediately anxious and shouted up, "You Lingling, quickly summon the WindEagle armor to support me, and use your soul skill to keep those hostages alive." Yu Lingling understood instantly, slapping a wood crystal against her chest, merging with the WindEagle armor. At the same time, her 9 hearts begonia martial soul blossomed, and beams of healing light fell on the captives. Although she couldn't move, 2 WindEagle rings flew out, one hitting the lizard man and the other interrupting his attack. I finally had a moment to breathe, drew out the dragon horn, transformed it into a blazing spear, and launched it, knocking away a few half-beast minions trying to rush in. "You 3, stop just watching and come down to help," I shouted. As a result, the lizard man was hit by the WindEagle ring and became furious, his 2 soul rings buzzing brightly, his size suddenly increasing. His scales became even shinier. I was dumbfounded. This thing could actually use soul skills. Seeing this momentum, one must have increased his physical strength, and the other his defense, both at 100 amplification. My returning blazing spear hit him, but it felt like scratching an itch. It did nothing. The lizard man even humanely patted his shoulder and beckoned me with a provocative expression as if to say, "Come at me again." I was infuriated and laughed. With a flick of my wrist, the blazing spear instantly extended into 2 long blades, transforming into a blazing sword. I gripped the sword with both hands, and 2 intersecting sword lights slashed down. The guy had been quite arrogant, but the first blade struck his chest, breaking through his defense and revealing bone. Only then did he realize, hurriedly turning to take the second blade on his back. This enraged him, and he let out an earth-shattering roar, his remaining 3 soul rings lighting up instantly. A white soul ring healed his wounds, while the other 2 yellow soul rings caused his body to mutate again. His tail became thicker and longer, ending in a trident, and his limbs were covered with a layer of purple-black armor. He roared and smashed a large tree beside him with a claw, revealing a soul ring. Then, even more absurdly, he opened his mouth and chomped down on that soul ring. As if eating a cookie, he actually devoured it. Then his momentum surged again. I felt my scalp tingle. This guy could actually eat soul rings to level up? How do we fight this? After eating the soul ring, the lizard man howled at the sky, his blood-red eyes locking onto me with a gaze that seemed to say, "Little snack, are you ready to die?" My goodness, this was practically a mini Godzilla. I steeled myself, gripped the blazing sword, and prepared for battle. That guy rushed over in a few steps, suddenly stopping in front of me, his mutated tail whipping toward my face like a whip. Fortunately, Yu Lingling was reliable. Another WindEagle ring appeared just in time to block in front of me. I seized this opportunity, thrusting the blazing sword upward and then slashing down heavily across his back. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out, and I managed to create a crack in his hard back armor, bursting out a shower of brilliant sparks. The lizard man staggered, and after regaining his footing, he turned to look at me as if he wanted to swallow me whole. I actually breathed a sigh of relief and gave Yu Lingling a thumbs up from behind, smiling brightly. I can tell you, at that moment, I realized that the broken sword was really not convenient for fighting. When it mattered most, I needed a ranged weapon. I immediately threw away the sword and pulled out a blazing longbow. Wow, it was like a Gatling gun, each shot a fireball, and those half-beast minions exploded into ashes like firecrackers. Just as I finished clearing the small minions, my blue energy was almost depleted. When I turned around, Lin Bees had already taken his position, playing the role of a cyber healer. A beam of light hit me, and I instantly felt rejuvenated. The lizard man had also received a hit from him, and his combat power had clearly decreased. The opportunity had come. I drew the bow, firing a volley of arrows, sending fireballs crashing into the lizardman's chest. In an instant, that guy was engulfed in smoke, and nothing could be seen. Just then, Lin Bees and I heard a loud shout at the same time, "Retreat!" Without thinking, we turned and ran. The next second, a cloud of poison mist poured in from Douluo Yan's side, enveloping the entire area in toxic gas. The lizard man was fierce, charging out despite the poison mist. I suddenly remembered that lizards breathe slowly. This poison might not affect him immediately. So, flame dragon armor, disengage. Black rhinoceros armor, merge. I tell you, once I change into this armor, that lizard man visibly wilts like a deflated balloon, starting to stagger as he walks. Who understands? My passive ability is purely a cost transfer. You bear my weakness. I seize the opportunity and deliver a true Iron Mountain strike, smashing him hard. Then I lower my head, take a stance, and aim the big horn on my head at his chest, using all my strength for a crazy waterfall strike. Boom! The ground cracks. This isn't a competition. This is life or death. And I crank up the power to 200. That guy's armor is really tough. It didn't break with this hit, just cracked. But the intense pain made him gasp sharply, and good lord, he inhaled all the surrounding poisonous mist. Now it got lively. That guy was poisoned and started going crazy, wildly swinging at the air. I recognized it right away. Hallucinations, an old acquaintance. In this kind of hallucination, the more you hit others, the more it hurts yourself. In no time, that lizard man had green blood oozing from all 7 orifices, howling. What's wrong with wanting to become stronger? His eyes were fixed on the distant figure of Douluo Yan. Thinking of making a desperate counterattack? No chance. I quickly took out my meteor gun, and with a whoosh, his head flew off, clean and neat. As the battle ended, Yi Lingling rushed to save people. But to be honest, aside from Mir, who just lost a lot of blood and would recover with some rest, the others were basically done for. Their ranks dropped drastically, and their bodies collapsed. Even if we saved them, it would be a living hell. Later, I found out from Mir that she took on the task alone because she felt it was similar to that previous lunatic and was afraid of another incident. So she didn't wait for me and came first. What happened? She fell for that lizardman's trap. That guy was very clever, specifically capturing high potential soul masters to use as blood bags. Mir was bled every few days, while the others were miserable getting bled 2 or 3 times a day, almost turned into human jerky. Hearing this made our group of girls turn pale. After I finished listening without a word, I put on my fire dragon armor and headed straight to the deepest part of that lair. 3 years passed in a flash. Oh my god, here we go again. Yu Qianheng was being chased and battered by a rain of arrows, looking utterly disheveled. In these 3 years, all 6 of us entered the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. My 2 cheat masters were fed various miraculous herbs and dishes by me, hardening their way from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage. As for me, my soul power level didn't change much. I used it all to train my muscles and weapon proficiency, and I also brought Yu Qianheng and the others along as workout buddies. Now, these guys are all built like tanks, say they are in their 30s, but their physical condition is like that of Soul King. Mir, because of the previous incident, developed a mental shadow, but her training took off like a cheat. Now the highest level among us at 40. She chose a teleportation skill for her 4th soul skill, called Arrow Swap, and played it like a pro, showing off various teleportation moves. Take today, for example. She was training against Yu Qianheng. At first, he was completely outmaneuvered by Mir. He activated his full dragon scale armor to withstand a wave of arrows, but Mir teleported directly behind him, dagger at his throat. "You're out." M.E.A. declared. Yu Qianheng chuckled. "Is that so?" He suddenly retreated, intentionally colliding with Mir's clone illusion. The illusion exploded, releasing a weak current, but this guy was tough. He opened his mouth and actually swallowed that bit of electricity. This was the thunder-eating technique I taught him, which allows him to forcibly recharge. Instantly, his soul power surged by 36, and his dragon claws gleamed as he prepared to counterattack. But what happened next? He was still preempted by Mir, stepping into another trap. A 5-fold gravity field that slammed him down. "I told you, it's over." Mir shook her head and walked away. It turns out, no matter how slick the moves are, they still fear the 6th man. Just then, I walked in with a registration form. The new Continental Elite Soul Master Competition was about to start, and this year, we were representing Team Tiendo 2. Everyone cheered, except for you, Tianheng, still lying in the gravity field drawing circles. But there was a problem. The competition required 7 people, and we were 1 short. My team had strong attack, control, and support, but we lacked an assassin or a proper tank. After searching through my connections for a long time over the years, I actually found one. A junior named Meow Meow. This girl is a pure training fanatic, a lone wolf, and apparently, anyone who teamed up with her never wanted to team up again. Hey, ISNT, that just perfect? A match made in heaven with my group of oddballs. I found her training room, filled with broken training dummies. Suddenly, she appeared behind me, and instinctively, I swung a punch but missed, hearing her gasp. I turned around to see a girl pointing at my nose, angrily saying, "It's you." I was dumbfounded. Who is this? Do I owe her money? Seeing her like that, I quickly took a step back and said, "How about we go out for a drink?" But she completely ignored me and directly set her terms. "If you want me to join, fine, beat me, and I'll do whatever you say." After saying that, she vanished into the shadows of the training room, and then, guess what? Amir walked out from inside. Exactly the same. She immediately activated her ultimate move, unleashing a barrage of arrows in my face. At first, I hesitated, but then I noticed something was off. It was a fake. All right then, don't blame me. I pulled out my 3-section staff, and with my familiarity with Mir's skills, I easily dodged all the traps. Seeing this was useless, she tried to teleport closer to me. Wasn't that just walking into a trap? With 2 strikes, I knocked her out of her transformation state. That girl named Meow Meow reverted back, taking a few steps back, her hands now wearing colorful gloves, and a deep purple soul ring lit up. She yelled at me, "4th soul skill, take." At that moment, I felt like something was missing from me, and when I looked again, she had a green crystal in her hand, looking just as confused. Then the next second, wow, let me tell you, this girl's 4th soul skill called Take has a simple and brutal effect, randomly stealing one of my skills for half an hour. She didn't expect it either. She reached out to touch that green crystal, and in a flash, a stunning set of armor completely covered her. WindEagle armor. You know what I'm talking about. She was stunned, covering her face and questioning her life. R&T, I just level 42? How did my combat power suddenly soar to level 56? Who understands, right? This girl reacted quickly. After being dazed for a few seconds, she immediately figured out. My skill is awesome. Then she let out a roar and charged at me. Could I panic? No way. I remained calm, transforming my 3-section staff into a big steel rod, and with a Tai Chi push, I effortlessly deflected her punch from her level 56 Soul King. Then I jumped back to create distance and pulled out my Fire Dragon armor summoning device. Now, I was stable. 3 soul rings were enough for me to use for 15 minutes, and my blue consumption was reduced by 65. Unless she stole my skills along with my blue bar, then I would really have to log off right there. When she saw me, a level 30 plus, so easily neutralize her attack, she froze. The next second, her figure vanished, and wow, the speed of the WindEagle armor was maxed out. I thought to myself, this isn't going to work. The Black Rhino armor is too heavy, only good for taking hits. Offense is the best defense. Fire Dragon armor, merge. Instantly, my combat power matched hers. Although my speed wasn't as fast as hers, I could already see her movements clearly. She threw a left hook, and I directly countered with a wild horse split main, following it up with a smooth shoulder throw. With a loud bang, she crashed into the wall of the training room like a human cannonball, leaving a big dent. She crawled out of the dent, furious, exclaiming, "This is outrageous," and immediately pulled out her WindEagle sword to gather energy. Let me tell you, her proficiency with the WindEagle armor made me suspect it was AI controlling her. She was smoother with it than I was, and she picked it up right away after I had practiced for months. I saw this and thought, oh, are you going to unleash your ultimate move? Come on, let's hurt each other. I also took out my Flame Blade, channeling my soul power into it, and dramatically named this move Flame Half Moon Slash. Her sword energy came at me with icy shards, and I spun like a top, the 2 forces colliding with a bang, destroying one wall of the training room. The noise was so loud it sounded like a demolition site, and the Academy's enforcement team would arrive in no time. As the smoke cleared, we were both exhausted, and our armors had deactivated. I was somewhat accustomed to this feeling of being drained, even finding it a bit pleasant. But this girl was different. It was her first time experiencing the side effects of my skills, which drained her 65 of her mana and health, leaving her collapsed on the ground. The crystal in her hand turned gray, rendering it unusable. She looked at me, swaying as she stood up. and could only sit there, giving a pitiful smile as she raised her hand and said, "I lost. I'll join your team." Just then, I suddenly felt her voice was familiar. Wait a minute, isn't she that little brat who tried to trick me into getting a soul beast 3 years ago? I had bumped in her chest back then. Oh my, it was soft. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a girl. My face turned beet red all the way to my neck, and I bowed repeatedly to apologize. As a result, she turned red as well. Just at that awkward moment, ahem, 3 old men walked in, their aura so strong it blew the smoke away. One of them was old Liang, now an elder of law enforcement. When the girl spoke up, "Grandpa," my pupils shook. "Grandpa?" The 3 of them simultaneously stared at me, and she blushed and shot back at me. "I call my grandpa. What are you interrupting for?" Without saying a word, her grandpa pulled out an emerald glove, mixed up a potion right there, and she drank it. In an instant, she was back to full health and mana, which was outrageous. Later, I found out her name was Meow Meow. She explained her soul skills to me. Her first 2 skills were mental attacks that amplified fear. The third skill, called mimicry, could read your thoughts and then mimic the skills of people you were thinking about, with a 10 effectiveness. I was stunned. No wonder she could transform into me and use her skills earlier. I told her, "Wow, if you use that skill on a teammate and let them imagine a title Douluo, wouldn't you be able to use the title Douluo skills directly?" She thought for a moment and said, "That seems to make sense." Then came her most insane 4th soul skill, take. By locking eyes with me for 5 seconds, she could steal one of my skills for half an hour, and during that half hour, I couldn't use it. I thought to myself, isn't that just pure cheating? To verify, I asked her to try again. Her eyes sparkled with colorful light, and 5 seconds later, ding, my flame dragon armor's red crystal appeared in her hand. I felt as if my martial soul had been poked. This girl could truly ignore my rules and directly take my skills. Thankfully, she was on my team now. If she were an enemy, I would have to run away overnight. Then I happily helped Meow Meow move her luggage back to the dormitory, preparing to surprise my brothers. But when I opened the door, I was dumbfounded. The atmosphere in the hall was like a funeral. Lin Bei, Mir, and the others looked like wilted eggplants. Didn't I arrange for them to go to the Soul Arena to crush some weaklings for confidence? How did it turn out like this? I asked Lin Bei if he lost a bet, and he shook his head and ignored me. I got angry and shouted, "What's going on? You all look like you've lost your souls." The 2 sidekicks, the Shijiao brothers, trembled as they recounted what happened today. After listening, I understood. They had run into the Shrek 7 monsters. But the timing was off. They shouldn't have encountered them this early. The butterfly effect was too ridiculous. Mir was sulking in the corner, saying there were 2 soul masters on the opposite side, and we actually lost. It's so embarrassing. I thought, my family, who understands? I know that Tang San kid is a cheat, but I can't say that. I could only clap my hands to change the subject. All right, we lost. We'll get our revenge another day. Welcome our new member, Wu Meow Meow. When Meow Meow came out, the guys Yu Qianheng, Lin Bei were practically drooling. After Meow Meow introduced her soul skills, their eyes lit up again, and they finally looked a bit alive. I slapped Yu Qianheng and Lin Bei on the back of their heads, exchanged glances, and called them into the meeting room. A few days later, I emerged from seclusion. During these days, they had been training in my specially designed gravity field, and each one of them was bursting with energy, their strength skyrocketing. When I went downstairs, they were all eagerly waiting. I waved my hand. "Let us go. I'll take you to get revenge and strike back hard." When we arrived at the Soul Arena, the manager rushed over as if he had seen his father. "Gentlemen, you finally made it." Once we entered the lounge, I couldn't even be bothered to look at Shrek's data. Come on, I know more about them than their own mothers. The pre-battle arrangement was simple and straightforward. First, I took out the WindEagle armor crystal and handed it to our healer, Yi Lingling, giving her some self-defense capability. Second, and most crucial, I told them, at the start, don't worry about anything, everyone, all skills, focus on that guy named Tang San. Take him out, and we'll be solid. Of course, just taking out Tang San wasn't enough insurance. I also instructed them about the second target, a guy named Oscar, yes, the one selling sausages. His flying soul skill was too annoying, so he had to be taken out second, keeping them pinned down. Lastly, the most cunning part. I gave Wu Meow Meow a death mission. After the fight starts, your eyes can only be on one person, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Those who understand will get it. If we capture her, we'll have a god-level support. And the opposition will have a heart attack right there. Tactical arrangements? Just these few words, and they understood immediately. After all, the other side had been waiting for over an hour, and they must be itching to come up and get beaten. We were the same. Our hands were itching. With the referee's shout, both sides walked out from the dark passage. Let me tell you, When I stood on the stage and saw the living Shrek 7 monsters in front of me, my heart was pounding like a pile driver. Finally, I saw the real people, family. I even got to personally beat them up. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. But on my face, I kept a calm and inscrutable expression. The match began. As soon as the words fell, both sides' soul rings lit up all at once. The colorful halos, though a bit childish, I have to say, looked really impressive. After they finished lighting up, I leisurely released my soul rings as well. 1 purple, 2 black. I tell you, the entire Shrek side fell into instant silence. Tang San's gaze shot toward Yu Xiaojiang behind him, his expression screaming 4 words. This is unscientific. 2 soul sovereigns, 1 purple and 2 black. This configuration was, I tell you, far ahead of them. It left them speechless. Looking at them, there were 2 level 37 soul sovereigns, Dai Mubai and Tang San, while the others were all soul masters, protecting the back like kindergarten kids. And us? Mir stood in the center at level 40, while Yu Qianheng and I, 2 level 30 strong men, positioned ourselves at the front, spreading our formation with a fierce aura. The battle erupted in an instant. Tang San's blue-silver grass wrapped around all of them like an octopus, attempting to play a team game. Would I let him succeed? I quickly pulled out a large machete from my storage space, and, with a flash of cold light, Dai Mubai received Tang San's signal, transformed into the white tiger, and charged at me like a fool, really thinking I was an easy target. I didn't even look at him. This was just a feint. I sidestepped, and with 1 kick, bam, right in his stomach. Before Tang San could react, Dai Mubai flew backward as if hit by a dump truck. Of course, I didn't intend to take him out in 1 hit. I still wanted to play with him slowly. Just as Tang San was about to pull him back with the blue-silver grass, he realized, hey, where's my grass? Sorry, I already cut it off with a single slash. He was stunned. His grass was as tough as steel wire, yet it felt like cutting tofu to me. Dai Mubai had just regained his composure and wanted to unleash his skill when Yu Qianheng charged in like a ghost, taking a hit directly to his chest. Then, Yu Qianheng brushed off the dust on his chest and casually remarked, is that it? Silver spear, wax head, not powerful at all. Let me tell you, that statement was far more damaging than any soul skill. Dai Mubai's defense broke on the spot. His face turned green, and he opened his mouth to conjure a large ball of light to spray at us. Yu Qianheng didn't dodge. His dragon scales erupted, and with 2 dragon claws, he tore that light ball apart. It was like tearing open a package. Tang San was dumbfounded again, but he forgot that this was a team battle. Who gave him the time for a one-on-one duel? In a few seconds, he was dazed. The poison mist from Duguyen had already engulfed half the arena. Taking advantage of the cover of the poison mist, we instantly disrupted their formation. The next moment, a one-on-one situation was formed, and I naturally stood in front of Tang San. It was the first official meeting between the 2 traversers. Although he was wearing a mask, I recognized him at a glance. Look, Vivi all started fighting, so we shouldn't be idle, right? I rubbed my hands, grinning with malice. Only then did Tang San realize that the entire battle had been completely torn apart by us. But he was quite confident. After all, he had a lot of skills. Like the Xian Yu hand and Ghost Shadow mysterious steps. He shouted in Tangle, and dozens of vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, but guess what? Not a single one hit me. I dodged while even having time to glance elsewhere. Just that one glance, I heard a scream. Onning grong grong sita. She saw the man she longed for, but Wu Miao Miao instantly eliminated her. On the other side, Ma Hongjun, that little fat man, was also knocked out of the arena by our mirror in an instant. Then, the most explosive scene occurred. At the moment Wu Miao Miao eliminated Ning Rongrong, she transformed into a man wielding a long sword, radiating an overwhelming aura. Yu Xiaojiang outside the arena screamed in shock. Sword Douluo Continent. I was also shocked. I originally hoped she would transform into Ning Fengji to boost our status. But who would have thought that Ning Rongrong's little girl had been thinking about Sword Douluo? Good grief, Wu Miao Miao directly summoned a Sword Douluo for me, although it was only 10 of the original effect, and could only use the first 4 soul skills. The aura and pressure were simply overwhelming. Tang San hadn't recovered from a shock when he suddenly felt weak all over, as if his soul power, stamina, and mental strength had all leaked out. He didn't even know what had happened because Lin Bei's soul skill had no special effects. The situation on the arena reversed instantly. The fake Sword Douluo that Wu Miao Miao transformed into had an aura that was a perfect replica because, in Ning Rongrong's mind, Sword Douluo was invincible. Coupled with Wu Miao Miao's own second soul skill, the momentum doubled, and it brought a debuff that reduced the strength of all opponents within 5 meters by 20. The closer they got to her, the more terrifying it felt. Yu Xiaojing below was dumbfounded. Having studied martial souls for a lifetime, he had never seen anything so absurd. Wu Miao Miao didn't T-rest either. She directly unleashed her fourth soul skill, killing intent revealed. With a wave of the 7 killing sword, a tornado of sword energy instantly trapped Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, holding them tightly. This was all part of my prior arrangements, separating them from the main force, preventing them from escaping or using their martial soul fusion skills. Now, the only ones left able to move among Shrek were Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. 3 against 6. Who understands how to play that? Xiao Wu sensed something was wrong. With her abundant battle experience, she immediately rushed to save them. She teleported toward the fake sword law, but our mirror, a soul master over level 40, saw her as a level 30 novice and instantly locked onto her landing point. As soon as Xiao Wu appeared, she used her second soul skill, Charm. A mental attack penetrated through defenses, knocking Wu Miao Miao out of the sword Douluo state. But at the same time, Mirror's attack arrived. A tenfold anti-gravity force sent Xiao Wu flying into the air. In midair, that was Mirror's domain. The predetermined location was filled with dense arrows. As she activated her fourth soul skill, countless clones darted through the arrows, unleashing electric shocks and energy arrows like rain upon Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes turned red, his heart aching. In his eyes, anyone could die, but not Xiao Wu. Just as he was about to move, a fist landed solidly on his face. You think you can focus on me while fighting? Who do you look down on? I punched him and left him dazed. Who understands? When I came, Tang San's protagonist Halo was directly shattered by me. Even the world consciousness had to give me face. The moment he got distracted, I definitely wouldn't let him off, especially since Lin Bei's debuff was still draining his blue energy. He was now in a weak state. With a successful punch, Tang San was completely furious, and the 8 spider lances behind him suddenly lit up. I wasn't foolish. Getting poked by that thing was no joke. So I immediately jumped back to dodge. Just that little delay allowed Xiao Wu to get beaten like a rag doll and fall from the sky, barely breathing. Tang San hurriedly jumped up to catch her. Xiao Wu still forced herself to say, Xiao San, the opponent is very strong. Be careful before fainting. Mir floated to my side, looking disdainful. That girl is too good at pretending. I twitched my lips. Didn't I tell you before the fight? Be gentle with Xiao Wu. Mirror, hands on her hips, retorted angrily. I was being gentle. She is just too good at acting. Tang San placed Xiao Wu down, and when he turned to look at us, his gaze was fiery. I helplessly shrugged. See, what did I say? If we take out Xiao Wu first, this guy's going to go berserk. However, I also became serious. I gave Yi Lingling a look. She rolled her eyes, but obediently sent over a healing light that flew directly to Xiao Wu below. When Tang San looked back, Xiao Wu's injuries healed instantly. Only then did he realize that our team had a top-tier healer. His anger was somewhat diminished, but the grudge was established. At this moment, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing also broke free from the sword energy tornado and ran back to Tang San's side. Dai Mubai was also being forced back by Yu Tianeng. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 4 of them were completely surrounded by our 6. The 4 of them stood back to back, looking at us with despair. Especially Tang San. What he faced was me, who had already donned the black rhino armor. Let me tell you about the scene that followed. It was simply one-sided crushing. Tang San's little Tang sect hidden weapons in my eyes were like toys for children, not interesting at all. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a lightning-fast move, I grabbed his throat and lifted him over my head like a chick. Then I shouted at the remaining people, still not surrendering. The insult was at its peak. Below the stage, Yu Xiaojing's fists were clenched white, but rules are rules. If the contestants don't admit defeat, no one can intervene. Dai Mubai, as the captain, was completely furious. He unleashed all 3 of his soul skills. White Tiger Protection Barrier, White Tiger Transformation, and finally, a White Tiger Radiant Wave that he spat at me like it was phlegm. I didn't even fully turn my head. With my empty hand, I casually reached out and caught his wave with a slap. Then, with a gentle squeeze, the wave dissipated with a poof, like a fart. Dai Mubai collapsed on the spot, utterly defeated. His strongest attack seemed like child's play to me. He knelt down with a face full of despair, looking at Zhu Zhuqing. She was shot by Mirror's rain of arrows, her clothes torn, covered in wounds, lying on the ground pitifully, which made a bunch of guys outside scream. Tang San's face was purple from my grip, but in the end, it was Dai Mubai, with a face full of shame, who raised his hand. We surrender. Upon hearing this, I relaxed my grip, and Tang San fell to the ground like a pile of mud. I also removed my armor, and the side effects of his soul skills instantly drained his soul power and stamina, nearly leaving him exhausted. Duguyen also withdrew her poison, and Oscar woke up, looking like he had just been fished out of water. In the end, I exchanged glances with Yi Lingling, and she gave the 7 of them a collective treatment. Once they all recovered, I smiled and waved my hand. Oh dear, don't be like this, my friends. I didn't come here just to argue with you. Winning this time is completely normal. There's nothing strange about it. Just my nonchalant words broke their defense right there. Each of them clenched their fists, their eyes filled with rage, as if they wanted to swallow me alive on the spot. But did I fear them? I directly launched into a data analysis lesson with them. I said, guys, don't get excited. I'm just stating the facts. Look at your configuration for soul ancestors, 2 of whom just crossed the 30-level threshold, and the remaining 3 are big soul masters in their 20s. With this, what do you expect to achieve? I shrugged my shoulders, helplessly telling them, with your lineup, ambushing might work, but if you really run into someone like us who goes head-to-head, the probability of losing is at least 80%. I'm actually understating. Goodness, the guy named Tang Sin was still somewhat calm, glaring at me while suppressing his anger, asking if I had come specifically to humiliate them. I felt wronged and replied, I swear. It was you guys who kept rambling on, which got my temper up. Besides, I came here today to handle serious business. After saying that, I pulled out a large bag of soul coins from my pocket and slammed it on the table in front of Flender, raising a cloud of dust. 10,000 soul coins, whether for travel expenses or to continue investing in the soul arena, is just a small gesture from me for winning against you. Don't be polite. I tell you, the whole room fell silent, leaving only the sound of breathing. Although this move was a bit of a slap in the face, they indeed needed money. Each of them had a conflicted expression. Taking advantage of their days, I pulled out another large bag, quickly walked up to Tang San, and directly stuffed it into his hands. He instinctively accepted it, wanting to refuse, but I anticipated his reaction and spoke first. Don't rush to return it, buddy. I looked him in the eyes, sincerely saying, go back and take a look at the materials inside. I believe with your abilities, you can definitely figure it out. When the time comes, just come to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to find me. After saying that, I turned around gracefully, hiding my achievements and fame, and walked away, leaving a room full of people with faces full of question marks. Everyone was curious about what was in that big bag, making it all mysterious. Tang Sin cautiously opened the bag, afraid there was some mechanism or hidden weapon inside. The result? Ma Hongjun, the fat one, leaning to take a look and saw just a few blueprints and a bunch of strange tools. He immediately complained. After all that, is this all there is? This fat guy doesn't understand at all. Tang San completely ignored him, picked up the blueprints, and instantly froze, as if struck by lightning, his breath stopping. To others, the blueprints looked like a bunch of jumbled parts, but in Tang San's eyes, those parts were automatically assembling in his mind. The more he looked, the faster his heart raced, and his face turned pale as an A4 paper, with cold sweat on his forehead. But the next second, his face flushed red like a cooked shrimp. Xiao Wu beside him was shocked and quickly grabbed him, asking what was wrong. Tang Sin took a deep breath, touched Xiao Wu's head, and said it was nothing, but his mind was already in chaos. Wow. If this thing is really made, the entire landscape of the Soul Master world will be overturned. The lethality is just too outrageous. That's right. What I gave him was the design of a revolver. In my previous life, I studied this for a long time, but unfortunately, due to legal reasons, I could only make a plastic model. But now it's different. In front of me is Tang San, a master of Tang Sec's hidden weapons. With his research spirit, not only can he make it, but he might also upgrade and modify it for me. Sure enough, just with that one glance, this genius Tang San grasped the entire principle and manufacturing method of the gun, probably already considering me a confidant in the hidden weapon world. As for me, after leaving their lounge, I felt incredibly relaxed. I came here for 2 reasons. First, to meet living paper figurines and test my own strength. Second, to find a top-notch manufacturer to craft equipment for me. Now that the work is done, I must celebrate. I looked at Mir, who was full of curiosity, and the training maniacs in our team, and waved my hand. Brothers, it's dark now. I'll treat you all. Let's go for a late-night snack. As soon as these words came out, the faces of my team turned both confused and happy. These people usually lived a 3-point line between the dormitory, training ground, and teaching building, focusing solely on hard training. I was puzzled about what they were after. I didn't bother to say much. Just found a roadside food stall and went in. The waitress was quite enthusiastic, finding us a spot with a view of the river. I threw the menu on the table and said grandly, Order whatever you want. Don't hold back. What happened next? These people looked at me, I looked at them, and the menu passed around. Only Yu Qianheng and Wu Miao Miao symbolically ordered a couple of home-cooked dishes. I saw this wouldn't do and shouted, "Order more. I have plenty of money." But they still didn't budge. I had no choice but to take the menu myself. And when I looked, I was also stunned. The variety of dishes was too limited, and they were all home-cooked dishes that couldn't be more ordinary. That's when I realized, after all that, it wasn't that they were shy. It was that these noble young masters and young ladies simply looked down on this roadside stall. To them, the stuff on the street probably seemed no different from what was sold in rural markets, with disdain in their eyes. Goodness. It turns out that the gourmet food in this world is so scarce. I frowned and flipped through that pitifully thin menu twice, almost getting awkward cancer. I waved to call the waitress over, whispered a few words in her ear, and slipped her 2 silver soul coins. Before long, a middle-aged fat man in a chef's outfit came over. He was the owner and head chef of this stall. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. I tell you, he is a 21-level kitchen knife spirit soul master, and he is quite the local tyrant on this street. When he heard I wanted to borrow his kitchen to cook, the look on his face was as if he was about to smash the place up. I ignored his sour expression and calmly pulled out 5 shiny gold soul coins from my pocket, placing them directly into his rough and thick hand, saying lightly, "Just borrowing the kitchen, I'll buy the ingredients." Let me tell you, the boss had already raised his hand, probably thinking of throwing the money on the ground and going on a rampage. But when he caught a glimpse of the 5 gold soul coins out of the corner of his eye, he was instantly petrified. In the next moment, his raised hand darted down like lightning, tightly gripping my hand, and that sour face instantly transformed into a beaming smile. "Ah, distinguished guest. It's truly our ancestors' blessing that you came to our little shop. Feel free to do whatever you want in the kitchen. All the staff, including me and the 6 other great soul masters in the shop, are here to assist you." I was startled by his dramatic change of expression. Later, I learned that his shop had a net profit of only 7 or 8 silver coins a month, and with my spending of 500 silver coins, he could run his business for 5 years. How could he not treat me like an ancestor? Once in the kitchen, I found it surprisingly clean. What delighted me even more was that there were actually 7 great soul master-level assistants in the kitchen, all with culinary spirit souls. The most outrageous was a big guy whose spirit soul was an oven. Isn't this an advanced smart kitchen? Who understands? Using soul power to roast chicken wings. The flavor is simply incredible. I immediately got to work, selecting chicken leg meat from 10-year-old soul beasts, large squid, live shrimp, and various fresh ingredients, and went all out in the kitchen. Kung Pao chicken, fried chicken fillets and wings, Yangzhou fried rice, iron plate tofu, iron plate squid, deep-fried stinky tofu, oil-exploded shrimp, Christian carp, and white clam soup. A table full of over a dozen dishes, all my favorite from my past life in Long Country. When I tossed aside my apron and brought the dishes to the table like a procession, my teammates' eyes nearly popped out. The aroma was like a little hook, constantly tickling their noses. One by one, they were drooling, but no one dared to be the first to pick up their chopsticks. I took a look and thought, well, I have to go first. I served myself a bowl of perfectly cooked Yangzhou fried rice and a bowl of milky white fish soup. As soon as I lifted my chopsticks, everyone else couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Bei was the quickest, grabbing a piece of golden fried chicken. It was accompanied by 4 sauces: chili powder, cheese mustard, ketchup, and mayonnaise. He first popped a piece in his mouth as is, and with a crunch. The crispy outside and tender inside burst with hot juices, making him gasp, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. After finishing one piece, he grabbed another, coated it in chili powder before shoving it in, and that spicy sensation, let me tell you, exploded in his mouth like a fire-type soul skill, sending shivers down his spine, yet he couldn't stop eating. Next came the sweet and sour ketchup, the rich cheese mustard, and the smooth mayonnaise. Each one made him feel like he was flying, and he declared the fried chicken his favorite food for life. As for Du Guyen, true to her poison expertise, she scanned the dishes with her eyes, confirming there was no poison. Being a girl, she was more reserved, choosing a plate of seemingly mild tofu. The dish had both black and white tofu cubes soaked in a red sauce. She picked up a piece of white tofu, tasting the fragrance of yellow soybeans. Then she tried a piece of black tofu, rich with black beans. Both types were icy cold, but once dipped in that red sauce, the chill was instantly engulfed by a lava-like spicy and fragrant warmth. I tell you, that feeling was as exhilarating as swimming naked in a place where ice and fire coexist. Then it was time for our pretentious friend, Yu Qianheng. He is all about taking the unconventional route. With a table full of delicacies, he didn't even glance at them. Instead, he zeroed in on a plate of black, stinky tofu. The smell could knock you out from 800 miles away. He probably wondered why I served such a thing. But he trusted me. He saw a note in front of the plate with instructions. It should be paired with pickled radish, pickled green beans, chili rings, and minced garlic. And the tofu should be soaked in the sauce before eating. So he followed the instructions. After adding all the ingredients and letting the tofu soak up the sauce, despite the stinky smell still attacking his nose, he mustered his courage, pinched his nose, closed his eyes, and boldly popped it in his mouth. Let me tell you, as soon as he bit into that tofu, a wave of indescribable stench exploded, but it disappeared in an instant, like an illusion. I watched as his expression transformed from one of bravery to, well, a kind of extreme, twisted ecstasy. The texture was incredible. First, the crispy outer layer. Then the inside was as tender as tofu pudding, melting in his mouth. The two textures were throwing a party in his mouth. And the flavors of the little side dishes popped out one by one. He instinctively covered his mouth. That expression showing he was afraid the delicious little flavor spirits would escape. Seeing his reaction, the others couldn't hold back any longer and rushed in like hungry wolves. Let me tell you, the scene was filled with exclamations of wow, this is delicious, from all around the food stall. On Wu He's side, he was especially considerate of Mi-er. He first served her a large bowl of golden Yangzhou fried rice, with a bowl of milky white crucian carp soup on the side. Mi-er's little expression was like she had discovered a new continent. She probably realized for the first time that Wu He was actually a hidden master chef from New Oriental. She took a bite of the fried rice, and her eyes lit up. The rice was perfectly separated and wrapped in egg, shrimp, diced ham, and corn, each flavor distinct, yet seamlessly combined. After finishing her meal, she sipped the soup, which was incredibly fresh. So fresh it felt like her eyebrows might fall off. Wu He watched from the side, wearing a "this is how awesome I am" expression. I bet he was internally complaining, wondering what kind of continent 1,000 years later would have a big shot who could become a god just by grilling fish. Thinking people in this world were like groundhogs in a food desert. Dude, can you live in the moment? Just then, the chubby food stall owner rubbed his hands and came over, his little eyes sparkling like he was looking at the god of wealth. In fact, Wu He had long noticed him, and the chefs in the back probably already divided the extra dishes they made. They were all likely kneeling under the mysterious power of the East. What else could the owner do but seek cooperation? His opportunity to become wealthy had finally come. Wu He, being an old hand, took his time and only waved to the owner when he was 7/10 full. The owner dashed over, nodding and bowing, his demeanor showing he was almost ready to call him master. After all, the dozens of dishes Wu He prepared were a dimensional strike to this world. Moreover, he had added a secret recipe. Good luck trying to figure that out without 3 to 5 years of effort. So rather than muddling through himself, it was better to directly latch onto a big leg. The two of them whispered for half an hour, finally settling on Wu He taking 70% of the net profit from each subsequent dish. The owner, although taking a huge hit, was smiling like a flower, bouncing away. He knew that from tonight, his shop was going to take off. Wu He, carrying a heavy pouch of money, was in high spirits. Having made money while enjoying a late-night snack. Where could you find such a thing? The owner waved goodbye at the door, probably bleeding inside, having spent all this month's profit just to obtain these recipes. Then, who understands the family? Among the 7 or 8 of us left, each one of us had our bellies round and full, swaying as we walked, looking just like a group of penguins that had just landed in Antarctica, slowly making our way to the academy. As soon as we reached the entrance of the academy, something went wrong. The old guard was on night duty, dozing off. We caught a glimpse in the moonlight. Good heavens, 7 or 8 round and plump, unidentified objects were moving towards the school gate. The old man must have been scared out of his wits, thinking some monster was attacking the city, and immediately sounded the highest level alarm. His 2 soul rings lit up in an instant. When the alarm rang, a third of the academy security team rushed to the entrance within minutes, all of them on high alert, and the scene was such that anyone who didn't know would think a battle to end the world was about to commence. The funniest part? It was Wu He. He had eaten less today and was the only one who hadn't transformed. When he saw the commotion at the gate, all the lights on, and a group of younger students standing at attention, he thought they were there to welcome him back in triumph. I was right next to him, and seeing his little expression made me burst with laughter inside, while I pretended to say, "Oh, you don't have to be so polite," probably thinking about his acceptance speech in his heart. When we, the group of penguins, swayed to within 10 meters of the gate, the old guard shouted angrily, "Stop. What are you?" dare to invade the heavenly dual royal academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of security students beside him all revealed their martial souls and soul rings, the colorful lights almost blinding me. Wu He was stunned, his smile froze on his face. After all that, it wasn't a fan meeting, but an anti-terrorism drill. He was so embarrassed, he could probably scratch his toes into a 3-bedroom apartment and quickly pulled out his school ID to show it. The old guard had poor eyesight, and after squinting in the dim moonlight for a long time, he finally recognized him. "Oh, it's little Wu. You're back so late. Are these behind you your new capture soul beasts?" I nearly laughed myself to death. Soul beasts. He actually called us soul beasts. The younger students from the security department, upon hearing was their senior, also put away their martial souls, but each of them stretched their necks, curiously examining us obediently, sitting here like soul beasts. Wu He's face darkened, and he shouted, "Old man, you need to change your glasses. These are all elite students from our school." Now as the old guardess turned to feel embarrassed, he quickly turned on the lights, and, as the light shone, he could see our round bellies that didn't resemble human shapes at all, and he was left speechless. He probably had never seen anyone eat themselves in such a state in his entire life. The kids from the security department also saw clearly, and each had an extremely awkward expression, probably praying in their hearts that the seniors wouldn't remember their faces. The next morning, Mir woke up, touched her flat stomach, but felt extremely hungry. She groggily stumbled to the dining hall on the first floor of the dormitory, and as soon as she entered, she was shocked. A row of people lay slumped over the long dining table, looking as if they had lost their backbone, completely limp. Mir was also dazed, but her body's instinct led her to the kitchen. However, after taking a glance at the food there, she silently turned back, found an empty seat, and then, with a thud, she slumped over the table like everyone else. After a while, Wu He woke up, feeling refreshed, and slipped into the dining hall. He pushed the door open and saw that 7 or 8 people were sprawled over the table, staring at him with a greenish gaze. That look made it seem as if he owed them 8 million. Wu He froze, awkwardly waving his hand. "Hey, everyone up so early?" Just that one sentence was like lighting a fuse. The group instantly sprang up like zombies and rushed towards Wu He, shouting, "Ancestor, you finally woke up." They surrounded Wu He, shaking him wildly. I estimated that if they shook him any harder, his brain would be scrambled. He finally managed to break free and shouted, "Stop! Have you all gone mad?" Lin Bei rushed into the kitchen, tears and snot running down his face, and yelled, "Ancestor, look at this pig food." Wu He took a bite and looked innocent. "Isn't it the same as before?" "How could it be the same?" Lin Bei was almost kneeling. It's easier to go from frugality to extravagance than to go from extravagance to frugality. Eating the meals you cooked, and now eating this, is worse than death. Even Yu Tianheng set aside his pride and pleaded, Please, make us breakfast, or we really might starve to death here." Wu He was completely speechless, probably not expecting the aftereffects of food from another world to be so strong. With no other choice, he looked at this group of starving souls and contacted the cafeteria to send ingredients. Half an hour later, everyone was back to full strength. Lin Bei said, while eating, "You should stop practicing and open a restaurant, and you'll never have to worry about food." Wu He picked up a baguette and stuffed it into his mouth. "If you can't talk, then shut up." Just then Mir weakly chimed in, "Xiao, I made a discovery. I think my soul power increased half a level after eating the midnight snack you made last night." Wu He thought it was just a coincidence, but then everyone present looked at each other and shouted in unison, "Me too." Wu He's eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked again, "Are you saying that after eating my food, everyone's soul power increased by half a level?" Everyone nodded frantically. This left Wu He completely stunned. The original text didn't mention that eating could lead to leveling up. 1 or 2 people could be said to have accumulated their strength. But for this entire group to break through at the same time was definitely not simple. A thought flashed through his mind. "I'm rich. I found a bug. I found a shortcut to level up." Thinking this, he turned without a word and rushed back to his room, probably to conduct research. For the next half month, let me tell you, it was hell. The people in our building became Wu He's little guinea pigs. At first, everyone was quite happy, eating delicacies every day. But then things changed. That guy didn't treat us like humans at all. He completely regarded us as test subjects. Although everyone's soul power levels were rising rapidly, some even jumped 1 or 2 levels in a single go. When it was mealtime, everyone looked as if they had just attended a funeral. Just imagine that feeling. Eating at the academy dining hall tasted like chewing wax, but if you ate his food, you had to follow his rules. How much to eat, how to eat, and you couldn't leave until you finished. In just half a month, when mealtime arrived, everyone's faces displayed 4 big characters. Life is hopeless. Only Mir had a better attitude. After all, she was a fellow villager, and no matter how Wu-He messed around, she felt it was a special kind of care. One day, it was mealtime again, and a group of little guinea pigs sat in the dining hall with blank expressions. They waited and waited, but after more than an hour, Wu-He still hadn't shown up. Everyone's stomachs were rumbling like thunder, and someone couldn't help but ask, "What is going on? Has he had a change of heart today? Even if he lets us go, he still needs to feed us." As soon as the words were out, they heard the sound of a small cart from outside. Wu-He pushed in a small cart stacked with several steamers, his face glowing with a bright smile. "Thank you for waiting, everyone. Today, I have a tremendous piece of news to announce." When Lin Bei saw his smile, he turned pale as if he had seen a ghost and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no. Brother Wu, don't smile like that. I'm scared." It was no wonder he was afraid. For the past half-month, every time Wu-He showed such an anti-smile, it meant no good would follow. Either he would make us do hard labor or force us to eat dark cuisine. At that moment, Lin Bei had only one thought: run. It would be better to eat pig food in the cafeteria than to be a guinea pig here. Unfortunately, he wanted to run. It was too late. Wu-He flashed behind him like a ghost, pressing a large hand on his shoulder and forcing him back into his seat. A steamer bigger than a human head was slammed down in front of Lin Bei. Then, Wu-He placed one in front of everyone, each varying in size. He cleared his throat, looking like he was holding a press conference, and proudly announced, "Thanks to everyone's cooperation over the past half-month, after my relentless efforts, I have completely figured out the best recipe and principles. What's in front of you is a customized upgrade feast for each of you. I call this food supplementation. After eating, I estimate everyone here will directly elevate a whole level of soul power." He explained that this stuff was tailored to each individual's physique, and the formula would vary. One could level up 1 to 2 levels at a time, but they could only eat it once every 90 days, or else their bodies couldn't handle it and would become weak from excess supplementation. The soul power contained in this food was too potent, equivalent to giving you a continuous double experience buff for 180 days. After finishing, he nodded at us and gestured for us to open the lids. Everyone skeptically lifted the lids, and in that instant, various strange aromas exploded throughout the dining hall. The smell was intoxicating. I tell you, just moments ago, everyone was feeling like they were on the verge of death, but upon smelling this aroma, their eyes instantly turned red. The thoughts of being guinea pigs and their fears were all forgotten. Everyone pounced on the food like starving ghosts. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left on the table. Let me tell you, this meal was truly not for free. As soon as we put down our bowls and chopsticks, everyone felt a pop, and their soul power skyrocketed as if they had taken a rocket, all rising by 1 level. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Of course, most people only leveled up by 1 level. After all, having been supplemented daily for half a month, their bodies had somewhat adapted. But Mir jumped straight to level 49. I tell you, she was just 1 step away from becoming a soul king. The others were impressive too. They all crossed the threshold into the soul sect. Even Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, who were originally at the bottom, were forcibly fed to level 39. I closed my eyes to feel the fluctuations of soul power in the whole team. It was exhilarating. But then I thought, oh no, the Continental Soul Master Elite competition was about to start, and this group was all stuck at the bottleneck, waiting for soul rings. Plus, I had my own issues. Although I was strong with my armor, in reality, I only had 3 soul rings. At most, I could last 15 minutes. If Lin Bei wasn't around to act as a power bank, I would be done for if I encountered a tough opponent. I heard that this year, the Spirit Hall has produced 3 soul king-level monsters. If I don't level up soon, won't I just be giving away free points? As I was pondering this, Lin Bei suddenly shouted at me, "Old Wu, why am I still getting a nosebleed while eating?" I took a look and good grief. This guy was so flushed he looked like Wang Gong. I said irritably, "It's nothing, too much soul power. Your body can't take it. Hold it in." In the following days, I locked myself away to train hard. But something strange happened. I clearly felt that my soul power was almost overflowing. Yet my level was stuck at 38, and I couldn't move at all. Does anyone understand? I've never felt so confused in my life. I felt like that loading bar, stuck at 99, driving me crazy. Could it be that the original owner of this body was too weak? I just kept dragging it out until the end of the month. That day, Lin Bei and the others found me, eagerly asking when I would lead the team to hunt for soul rings. That's when I realized that these overachievers, relying on the food supplements I provided and their own hard work, had all reached their limits. Mi-Er and Wu Miao Miao had both hit level 50, just needing a soul ring to directly advance to Soul King. Lin Bei and the other four had also reached level 40. 6 people. All 6 needed a new soul ring, and there was less than a month left before the competition started. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt anxiety for the first time in my life. In the past, whether it was fighting or cultivating, everything went smoothly. But now, I was watching my teammates all about to surpass me. Mi-Er was about to become a Soul King, and Lin Bei and the others were about to become Soul Masters, while I, a Soul Master who claimed to be able to fight Soul Kings, was still stuck at level 38. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. When dawn broke, I made a decision. The next day, the entire conference room on the first floor exploded. What? Everyone, including Dean Liang, looked incredulous, because I, the most confident and somewhat arrogant guy in the whole academy, actually took a leave of absence. I left a letter for the dean along with a 1-month leave request. In the letter, I made it very clear, brothers, don't be surprised, your captain has hit a bottleneck and is stuck at level 38. But don't worry, I'm not so easily defeated. Give me a month, and when I come back, I will definitely surprise you. During my absence, Mi-Er and Miao Miao will act as temporary captains, leading the team to gather soul rings. And the substitute members shouldn't be idle either. I've already written out the training plan. Early the next morning, as soon as it was dawn, I sneaked out of the academy alone, carrying a bag and a map. My goal was clear, Shrek Academy. Although I hadn't made progress in my training these days, I had thoroughly researched the application of soul power. Now I could let soul power circulate automatically within my body, giving me almost unlimited stamina. So I wasn't afraid of walking long distances. Guess what happened next? I trudged for half a day, and when I reached the location marked on the map, I found a rundown village with only an old man sweeping the floor. After asking around, I learned that they had moved. They had gone to take part in the competition at Bluba Academy. I had just passed by Bluba Academy 2 hours ago. What a pure stroke of bad luck. With no other choice, I had to rely on my bus Route 11 and head back. By the time I finally found the new Shrek Academy before sunset, the entrance still had a sign for Bluba Academy. A few workers were hammering away. It was quite a sight. I didn't waste any time, handed over my student ID with a golden soul coin underneath, and the gatekeeper instantly understood. In a flash, he sent a soul beast inside to report. That thing flew like a paper airplane, and I was stunned. Wasn't this the legendary carrier pigeon? Before long, a ball of fire flew down from the sky. I squinted and saw that it was the little chubby Ma Hong Jun. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Hey, chubby." The gatekeeper looked at me as if I were a warrior. Ma Hong Jun was initially furious as he flew over, but when he heard someone call him by his nickname, his face turned green with anger. However, when he got closer and saw it was me, his expression became even more interesting, like he had swallowed a fly. He wanted to explode, but didn't dare, especially since I just pressed him to the ground a month ago. With a dark face, he led me through the school gate, but after just 2 steps, he flapped his wings and tried to fly away, leaving me behind. Was this guy playing hard to get with me? I sneered, took out my dragon-slaying skateboard from my bag, pushed off, and zoomed after him. He was just a living map, and I easily followed him to their main base. When I arrived, wow, the Shrek 7 monsters were all standing there, staring at me with their eyes wide open like searchlights. Xiao Wu was the first to blow up, hands on her hips. "What are you doing here? Speak honestly." Ning Rongrong chimed in. "Yeah, you got lucky and beat us once. Are you here to mock us again?" I waved my hand with a grin. "Oh, come on. We're friends. No need to get so worked up. Besides, I won last time, but before that, didn't you guys beat my teammates pretty badly? So we're even." Dai Mubai, the big guy, was impatient and pushed me, shouting, "Stop wasting time. What are you really here for?" I rubbed my shoulder where he had pushed me and shot him a fierce glare. Then my gaze locked on a Tang San, who had been silent the whole time. "What am I here for? Doesn't your little San know?" Tang San's eyes instantly started to wander, stammering that thing isn't ready yet. I couldn't help but laugh. It had been over half a month, and with the skills, plus the conditions of the new academy, it wasn't ready. Was he kidding? I unleashed my aura and stared at him intensely. He couldn't take it anymore. His face flushed red, and he finally confessed, "It's already done. I just wanted to optimize it a bit more." I understood. This little guy was eyeing my blueprints and wanted to learn from me. I couldn't be bothered to chat with him, so I reached out directly. Reluctantly, he pulled something out from his pocket and placed it in my hand. It was a shiny revolver, complete with 6 golden bullets neatly arranged beside it. Let me tell you, when I held it, the feel was icy smooth, simply amazing. I quickly loaded the bullets, spun the cylinder, and wow, it was so smooth. Without saying another word, I aimed at a big tree in the distance and fired 6 shots in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The sound was so loud it nearly burst my eardrums. But the power was undeniable. Looking at the masterpiece in my hand, I was extremely satisfied. I turned to Tang San and bragged, "Bro, this is awesome. The power of this thing is almost on par with a Soul King. I tell you, if you make the bullet tips sharper, like armor-piercing rounds, wouldn't that send it flying?" I was just speaking casually, but guess what? Tang Sin looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, and shouted, "Yes, sharp tips." I burst out laughing. Who understands? This guy has maxed out his practical skills, but his innovation ability is a total disaster. The hidden weapons he knew from the Tang sect were all just replicas of blueprints. And me? I have so many ideas that I could drown in them. But I'm so clumsy that I can't even figure out a Lego set. The two of us together were a match made in heaven. It was a perfect loop. He got all excited and pulled me straight into his blacksmith shop. For the next 3 days and nights, we went crazy. I came up with ideas, and he put them into action. Armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive rounds, freezing rounds, smoke bombs, tear gas. Dozens of flashy bullets were produced like a factory line. We even upgraded the revolver, creating a disposable loader, just like changing magazines. With a click, 6 bullets were ready. We also added a silencer and a flash suppressor. The most explosive part? We eventually concocted a heavy anti-material sniper rifle. Let me tell you, that thing could take your life from 5 kilometers away. Even a Soul King would have to kneel and call me Big Brother, a real main event. If Xiao Wu hadn't dragged us out of the lab because we were about to ascend to immortality, I think we could have stayed in there forever. After these few days, Tang Sin looked at me differently, as if he wanted to become sworn brothers, and even showed me some of the less core hidden weapon blueprints from the Tang sect. When I finally snapped out of that gun-making frenzy, it was already the 6th day. Only then did I remember that I was here for something important. I immediately ran to the training ground, where the Shrek 7 monsters were showing off our new toys. Ning Rong Rong, that little rich girl, looked at me with fiery eyes. After all, I had half the copyright for this thing, and she had already seen the huge commercial value behind it. Oscar's face turned green, looking at me with a murderous gaze. But he couldn't help but fondle the gun I had created, looking extremely conflicted. I couldn't be bothered with them and walked straight to Tang San and Xiao Wu, getting straight to the point. "Hey, third brother, can I borrow your Xiao Wu for a bit?" Tang San was probably so impressed by my talents over the past few days that he froze for a moment and, as if possessed, nodded. Xiao Wu looked confused, but still followed me into a lounge. As soon as the door closed, I quickly released a wave of soul power, setting up a soundproof barrier. Xiao Wu instantly became alert, crossing her arms and asking proudly, "So, what do you want with your sister Xiao Wu?" I looked at her cute little face and almost burst out laughing. Who understands? Her face turned red, and I thought, could she possibly think I was going to confess? Taking a deep breath, I stared into her eyes and said word by word, "Should I call you Xiao Wu now? Or the 10,000-year soul beast?" Softbone rabbit. As soon as I finished speaking, the air in the room froze. Xiao Wu's face, which had just been flushed, turned pale instantly, devoid of any color. A terrifying pressure erupted from her. Good heavens, it felt like a typhoon had swept through, making my clothes flap wildly. Her eyes turned red in an instant, glaring at me fiercely, and she gritted her teeth, asking, "How? Do you know?" The aura and pressure made it feel like she could crush me into dust at any moment. I quickly waved my hand to signal her to calm down. "Hey, calm down, girl. If I wanted to harm you, could you still be standing here? Besides, your third brother has known for a long time." As soon as I said this, Xiao Wu was completely stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She probably couldn't wrap her head around the fact that even her closest person knew her secret. Seeing her like this, I stopped teasing her and laid it all out. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. My target is your hometown." As soon as I mentioned hometown, Xiao Wu's reaction was even more intense than before. She probably instantly thought of her 200,000-year soul beast brothers. A surge of anger erupted, and her soul rings appeared, ready to fight me as she roared. "You dare to touch Ming and Air Ming." Seeing her like this, I quickly dodged and got in front of her, flicking her forehead with my finger. "What are you thinking? Open your eyes and look at my cultivation level. Do you think I would use my head to hit your two brothers?" I said irritably. She covered her head, looking at me with tear-filled eyes, and finally calmed down a bit. I then explained, "My target is that lake, the Lake of Life. That thing can accelerate soul beast cultivation, right? Otherwise, how could Ming be so much stronger than Air Ming?" Now she totally understood, but still angrily asked, "Then if you want to go, just go? Why expose my identity?" I shrugged innocently and said, "Sister, I don't know the way. Plus, if I go there directly, Won't your two big fools tear me apart on the spot? She thought about it and seemed to agree. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll take you there, but I can only take you. Hey, this little rabbit is quite clever, trying to take me to her lair. Wouldn't she be the one in charge then? Of course, I readily agreed. No problem, no problem. With you leading the way, that essay must. Once we reached an agreement and stepped outside, we were surrounded by the remaining group. Xiao Wu briefly explained that I wanted to go to her hometown to cultivate. But before she could finish, Tang San exploded. Xiao Wu can't let him go with you. I tell you, that guy blew up right then and there. His face red and neck thick, veins popping on his forehead, his hands waving in the air, looking like he was about to perform a beatbox act. At that moment, Tang San was no longer the calm and composed person he usually was. Instead, he was in a nearly uncontrollable state. This sudden change shocked everyone present, especially Xiao Wu, who was left dumbfounded. Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed at Tang San, her gaze filled with disbelief and confusion. She couldn't understand why the usually gentle and considerate third brother had turned into someone like this. Was it true, as Wu He said, that she didn't understand Tang San enough? Or had something else happened that no one knew about? A myriad of questions flooded her mind, leaving her unsure of how to respond. I'm just going home, third brother. Why won't you let me go? Xiao Wu finally came to her senses and questioned him. However, such an ordinary sentence seemed to ignite the fuse of an explosive barrel, instantly detonating Tang San's long-suppressed emotions. Tang San suddenly stepped forward, reaching out his right hand to tightly grab Xiao Wu's slender arm, the force so strong that it made her feel a sharp pain. He then glared at her, loudly scolding. I said, You can't go back with him. This matter is non-negotiable. I absolutely disagree. If it were before, facing Tang San's somewhat domineering way of speaking, Xiao would have felt a sweet rush of love. But at this moment, she only felt a deep sense of grievance and confusion, tears welling in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. Just then, her heart was filled with deep fear, and she began to worry about what Wu He had said before, fearing that things would really evolve in the direction she feared the most. Seeing the two suddenly at odds, as the instigator of this turmoil, Wu He realized he needed to step in to ease the situation. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, however, he never expected that before he could finish his sentence, he would be met with stern reprimands from two directions. Shut up, Tang San shouted angrily, his voice booming like thunder in the air. Get lost. At the same time, Xiao Wu also shouted this word without holding back, her tone just as fierce as Tang San's. Thus, the two pairs of eyes locked onto each other, as if they were trying to find something different through each other's gaze. They stared intently, neither willing to look away first, the atmosphere so tense it was nearly suffocating. After a long while, Tang San slowly shook his head and said in an extremely indifferent tone, Xiao Wu, you've changed. You don't listen to me like you used to. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression remained calm as water, but the words that came out carried a hint of unmasked disappointment and sadness. Ha, Tang San, don't you realize that you've changed too? Now, in your eyes, I can no longer see that sincere concern from before. The two spoke in the most mundane tones, yet their words were like arrows, piercing deeply. I'm just worried for your safety, so I absolutely can't allow you to go with this guy. Tang San glared, pointing directly at Wu He, looking as though he wanted to swallow him whole. At that moment, Wu He wore an innocent expression, also pointing a trembling finger at himself, his face exaggerated, mouth wide open, eyes bulging as if he was chewing something disgusting. At this moment, those who had been merely watching the spectacle also began to imitate Tang San, all pointing their fingers at Wu He while reciting words. The scene made it seem as if Wu He was the instigator of this farce. However, although Wu He felt utterly helpless, he also knew that this was not the time to explain himself. He desperately wanted to remind Tang San, hey, you see how you are now? You've completely exposed your feelings for that girl. Unfortunately, such words couldn't find their way to his lips. In the end, Tang San and Xiao Wu parted unhappily, like two parallel lines, each striding off in opposite directions, neither willing to look back at the other. All traces of their usual intimacy were gone. When night fell and dinner time arrived, the two still chose to sit far apart from each other, leaving a large, empty space between them, the atmosphere particularly heavy and oppressive. However, the keen-eyed Wu He still noticed that Tang San would occasionally sneak glances at Xiao Wu, seemingly wanting to say a lot to her. Yet, Xiao Wu appeared to be completely oblivious, ignoring it entirely. For Wu He, this wasn't a significant issue at all. In this warm and cozy dinner moment, what truly captivated Wu He making him anxious and restless, with Xiao Wu confirming that they would set off together the next day to the Life Lake in the mysterious and alluring Tiando Great Forest. It is important to note that at this very moment, there was very little time left for Wu He to finalize his 1-month travel plan. Therefore, upon learning that he could embark on this long-awaited journey the very next day, an uncontrollable joy surged in Wu He's heart. This excitement even kept him tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep, his mind filled with beautiful visions of the upcoming journey. However, man proposes but heaven disposes. Just as Wu He was happily immersed in his fantasies of the adventure to come, an unexpected incident occurred. An intense argument suddenly erupted between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Initially, they merely exchanged words, but as emotions escalated, they began to hurl objects at each other without restraint, turning the room into a complete mess. Soon after, the quarrel quickly escalated, ultimately evolving into a physical fight on the playground. Shouts, curses, and the sounds of fighting intertwined, shattering the night's tranquility. Despite this, Wu He initially tried to cover his head with a blanket, attempting to block out the annoying noises. Unfortunately, the cacophony seeped into his ears like a relentless melody, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. Time ticked by, and as the night wore on, perhaps due to the prolonged exposure to this noisy environment, Wu He gradually began to adapt. The sounds that once irritated him had seemingly become less grating, and before he knew it, he had dozed off amidst the chaos. The next morning, sunlight poured through the thin clouds, falling gently onto the open space at the school gate. At this moment, 2 figures stood quietly, seemingly waiting for someone else's arrival. Wu He spotted them from a distance, and as he approached for a closer look, he realized the two were none other than Xiao Wu and Tang San. They stood facing each other, the atmosphere between them appearing somewhat tense. Clearly, the earlier argument had not completely subsided, but judging by their expressions, it seemed they had reached some sort of agreement. As a result, an additional person had joined the originally planned itinerary. However, for Wu He, whether there was one more person or one less did not matter much. After all, his sole purpose for this trip was to reach the destination smoothly. Moreover, having Tang San, a master of hidden weapons and firearms manufacturing and maintenance, by his side undoubtedly added a layer of security to the entire journey. It must be said that with Xiao Wu accompanying them, the trio's pace was much faster than anticipated. In just 2 days, they had already delved deep into the Tiando Great Forest. At this rate, it would likely not be long before they reached the endpoint of their journey. However, as they walked, the 2 individuals in front remained silent, as if burying all their words deep within their hearts. Even more surprising was that as the journey progressed, their expressions grew increasingly somber, like the heavy and oppressive clouds before an impending storm, causing a sense of unease. Chapter 109. Capture them all. The roar seemed to tear the entire sky apart. Its sound wave so immense and penetrating that the originally tranquil and peaceful forest became restless in an instant. Countless birds and soul beasts perched on the tall trees were startled and panicked by the sudden loud noise, flapping their wings and flying away into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Following that, a series of deafening booms echoed, accompanied by the tearing sound of towering trees crashing down, as the entire forest seemed to tremble before this terrifying force. At that moment, an even louder bellow suddenly resonated in the sky. Moo! In the middle of a vast lake not far away, a gigantic creature with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent slowly emerged, revealing its massive head. "Erming, what's wrong with you? Why are you so irritable?" At the same time, a towering figure, as mighty as a small hill, rushed to the lakeshore at lightning speed. This ape was tall and robust, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, and its voice thundered in the air. "Big brother, I smell Sister Xiao Wu's scent. She has returned to the great forest of Tiando." The creature called Erming exclaimed excitedly. The use of returned here was quite significant. Not long ago, Xiao Wu had come back to this mysterious and vast great forest of Tiando to independently hatch her 3rd spirit ring and spirit ability. At that time, the Titan giant ape Erming could not suppress its deep longing for Xiao Wu and recklessly dashed out of the core area. Under the astonished gazes of the Shrek group, Erming arrived before Xiao Wu with tremendous force and unhesitatingly took her away. The scene was chaotic, and a powerful Soul King attempted to stop Erming. But in the face of Erming's terrifying strength, the Soul King was instantly severely injured. Afterward, Xiao Wu scolded Erming fiercely. leaving it with its head hung low and not daring to make a sound. This time, when Erming caught the familiar scent of Xiao Wu again, despite being equally excited, it learned from the previous lesson and did not act recklessly. It suppressed the desire to rush out and look for Xiao Wu, quickly turning around to where Daming was. Meanwhile, upon hearing Erming's anxious call, Daming slowly rose its massive body. Its sturdy and powerful form seemed to support the entire bull head, and then it opened its enormous nostrils, sniffing vigorously in the air. In an instant, a faint but distinguishable scent entered Daming's nose, and it immediately confirmed that it was indeed Xiao Wu's scent. Moreover, thanks to its powerful mental strength that far surpassed Erming's, Daming not only captured Xiao Wu's scent, but also unleashed its mental power like a tide, instantly locking onto the specific area where Xiao Wu was located. What surprised Daming even more was that it sensed that two other individuals had returned with Xiao Wu. One of them exuded a scent and aura that belonged to someone who had previously appeared with Xiao Wu. However, the other person's scent was completely unfamiliar, something it had never encountered before. Despite this, Daming keenly sensed a vague sense of crisis emanating from that person. This puzzled it because after careful mental probing, it did not find any remarkable strength in that person that could pose a threat to itself. Yet, the lingering strange feeling remained, making it uneasy. It was known that Tang San was always a person of delicate thoughts and extremely sensitive reasoning, and his mental power was exceptionally strong among his peers. Just a moment ago, he distinctly felt a vast and powerful mental force sweep rapidly over his body like lightning, as if it could see through him entirely in an instant. In fact, it wasn't just Tang San who sensed it. Even Wu He felt that mysterious and powerful mental force. It had to be said that this mental force was incredibly arrogant, lingering on Wu He's body for a full 2 times, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. At this moment, as he observed Xiao Wu's expression and the gradually spreading damp scent in the air that she detected with her slightly flared nostrils, Wu He understood. It was certain that they were very close to their ultimate destination for this trip. Sure enough, after another arduous trek lasting half an hour, Wu He finally caught sight of the vast lake that resembled an endless ocean. At this moment, he clearly sensed an extremely rich life force continuously emanating from ahead, growing stronger and denser. He had last experienced such intense life energy in the mysterious herb garden of Douluo. Thus, Wu He realized that this place must be one of the 3 blessed lands that Tang San had previously mentioned in the original storyline, without a doubt. The Lake of Life. At the same time, Tang San also keenly sensed the overwhelming life force around him. When he looked up, he saw the shimmering lake surface not far away, and in an instant his heart was shaken as if it were stirred by a turbulent wave. It was hard for him to imagine that this seemingly ordinary place would be one of the 3 blessed lands recorded in his sex heritage. In an instant, surprise and excitement surged in Tang San's heart, making him feel somewhat unusual. However, lost in his excitement, he did not notice the significant changes in his expression and demeanor. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been silently observing his every move, took everything in. Just as the 3 of them were approaching the shimmering, mirror-like calm lake, suddenly, a crisp and loud shout pierced the sky. It was Xiao Wu. She shouted with all her might. Daming, Erming, quickly capture both of them. Her voice echoed through the quiet forest like a thunderclap, startling a flock of birds. As soon as Xiao Wu's voice fell, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Following that, with a rumble that shook the ground, a titan giant ape, massive enough to astound anyone, descended from the sky like a small mountain. Its strong and powerful limbs landed firmly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wu He and Tang stood not far from it, stunned by this sudden colossal creature. At that moment, an indescribable expression appeared on Tang San's face. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. After a long while, he finally regained his senses from the shock and muttered, "It's actually the forest overlord, the titan giant ape." His words were filled with fear and awe. Chapter 110. Interrogation Chapter 111. Secrets of Tang San the hybrid. Such an event occurring reveals, to some extent, Tang San's ignorance and naivety regarding the transformation of 100,000 year-soul beasts into human form. It is known that there is an unwritten rule in the Soul Master community. Only those powerful Soul Masters who have reached the title Dalu level, with their profound and formidable spiritual power, are capable of investigating the specifics of 100,000-year-soul beasts transforming into humans. However, Tang San is an absolute anomaly. When he was merely at the Soul Zune level, his spiritual power had already reached heights that many Soul Douluos could hardly match. It was precisely because of his extraordinary and outstanding spiritual strength that he was able to utilize unique eye techniques to uncover Xiao Wu's true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, despite his relatively low cultivation level at present. However, at this very moment, thoughts in his mind surged like a stampede of horses, interweaving various ideas and leaving him overwhelmed. In this single second, he contemplated far too many and too varied things, resulting in unexpected changes following one another so rapidly that even his thoughts could not keep up with the ever-changing situation. Faced with this scenario, Tang San couldn't help but hesitate. He desperately wanted to clarify the misunderstandings and reasons to Xiao Wu. But unexpectedly, the more he rushed to explain, the more he deepened the doubts and speculations that already existed deep within Xiao Wu's heart. As for the instigator, Wu He stood leisurely to the side, calmly eating seeds, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently tightly held by IMerge, unable to move, he would have probably brought over a small stool and a handful of fragrant seeds to comfortably sit and watch the drama unfold. Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, Tang San suddenly felt as if something had choked his throat, and he could only struggle to utter a single word. Hypocritical. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San with a face full of anger, her eyes filled with deep disappointment and rage. At this moment, even if Tang San boldly admitted that he had ulterior motives regarding her spirit rings, Xiao Wu might not have been so furious. After all, what she truly wanted to hear was Tang San's honest acknowledgement that he already knew her true identity. For Xiao Wu, if Tang San could do this, the most that would happen would be to drive him out of this place, and from then on, they would be like strangers, never to meet again. Yet, at this critical moment, Tang San's various behaviors greatly disappointed Xiao Wu. His hesitance and stammering made her already scarred heart turn even colder and more indifferent. Seeing the drastic change in Xiao Wu's expression, Tang San naturally understood. Xiao Wu had obviously misunderstood his intentions. Therefore, he anxiously shouted, "It's not what you think, Xiao Wu. I can really explain it to you." However, faced with Tang San's desperate cries, Xiao Wu not only showed no signs of being moved, but instead coldly laughed and mocked. Explain? Heh. With each of Tang San's successive justifications, Xiao Wu felt that the remaining hope in her heart was rapidly shattering at an astonishing speed. With each word she heard, she felt her heart die a little more. IMerge, throw him out of this forest immediately. I never want to see that detestable face again in my life. Xiao Wu angrily pointed at the person in front of her who had caused her such heartbreak. With a deafening roar, IMerge's massive body shook, and his eyes, as big as bronze bells, sparkled with excitement. Clearly, IMerge was very willing to execute Xiao Wu's command. "Sister Xiao Wu, how should we deal with this person?" IMerge asked while shaking his robust left arm. The moment Wu He was tightly grasped in IMerge's hand. He was tossed around like a leaf in the wind, flipping up and down, swaying left and right. At this moment, Wu He felt dizzy, his head buzzing, and his stomach churning violently. He even had the illusion that if he continued to be shaken like this, his brain would soon be scrambled. However, Xiao Wu had no time to care about Wu He's life or death. Her heart, which had once been full of enthusiasm and expectation, was now as cold as ashes. Memories of nearly 10 years spent with that person flashed through her mind like scenes from a movie. Each frame of memory was like a sharp dagger, mercilessly stabbing at the softest parts of her heart, making her feel unbearable pain. Facing IMerge's inquiry, Xiao Wu remained expressionless, her gaze vacant, as if she had lost her soul. She merely raised her right hand and gently waved it at IMerge, signaling him to act according to his preferences. After receiving Xiao Wu's clear instructions, IMerge unhesitatingly raised his left arm again. The angle and the immense power contained in his swing indicated that if Wu He were truly thrown out like this, he would undoubtedly land in a pitiful state, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Wu He knew he could no longer remain a bystander. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Wu, I think you should still listen to his explanation. Even if his explanation is biased, I have a way to discern his true intentions." Hearing Wu He's terrified screams, just as IMerge was about to throw both of them out, Xiao Wu's words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly stopping IMerge's excited actions. "IMerge, calm down. I want to hear what this human has to say." Seeing the Titan great ape stop its movements, Wu He finally breathed a sigh of relief. I say, you have to let me down first. Wu He gasped for breath. Just throw him out. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. Roar. Ming bared his fangs and claws, pretending to throw. Wu He was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and he hurriedly shouted, I say, this is a secret that even Tang San himself doesn't know. This time, Tang San was like a monk who couldn't figure out what was happening, pondering inwardly. My God, we have only met a few times. How could you know a secret that I don't even know myself? Tang San is just a hybrid. Wu He shouted. This statement struck like a sharp blade into the hearts of both Tang San and Xiao Wu, making them both laugh in anger. Do you think that if you insult Tang San, I will let you off the hook? Xiao Wu said with a teasing smile. If you dare to insult Tang San again, I will first tear you to pieces and then throw your remains into the wilderness. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San surprisingly sensed a hint of love within them. No, I absolutely did not mean to insult him. He really is a hybrid. Wu He's words infuriated Tang San to the point that if he weren't restrained, he would have rushed over to tear him apart. This was simply too much. Tang San's father was a renowned title dog named Tang Hao, known as the Haotian title. After speaking, Wu He immediately became like a startled bird, looking around nervously, continuously praying, Big shot, please spare me. I didn't mean to leak your name. Then, Wu He continued. His mother was also a peerless 100,000-year soul beast, named Blue Silver Emperor, which evolved from a blue silver grass, becoming the king among blue silver grasses. At this moment, Xiao Wu finally realized and understood why she felt an innate sense of familiarity with Tang San. However, at this moment, Tang San was like being trapped in a fog, deeply engulfed in self-doubt. Chapter 112, self-proof impossible, absolutely impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tang San's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, and he seemed almost mad, repeatedly muttering these words. He couldn't accept what Wu He had said, filled with shock and doubt. My mother could absolutely not be a soul beast. How could there be such an intimate relationship between soul beasts and humans? How could they even give birth to offspring? Xiao Wu, you must not believe his nonsense. Tang San shouted hoarsely at Xiao Wu, his voice echoing in the air as if he wanted to shatter the space itself. Xiao Wu stood there quietly, looking at the almost crazy Tang San. A deep disappointment surged in her heart. Although she understood that perhaps Tang San truly wanted to protect her at this moment, he was showing more of a strong desire. That desire contained a special possessiveness over her, as well as a hint of greed. This complex emotion, teetering between protection and greed, made Xiao Wu feel confused and uneasy. What worried Xiao Wu even more was when she heard Wu He mention that Tang San had a title Dalu father. Her heart tightened. If this were true, then her own identity would likely have been completely exposed. At this moment, various thoughts raced through Xiao Wu's mind as she considered how to ensure her own safety. If she completely severed ties with Tang San now, there was no doubt that his powerful title Dalu father would likely come to capture her personally. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but shiver, her face turning even paler. Completely disregarding Tang San's heart-wrenching screams, she resolutely turned her head and directed her gaze at Wu He. She slightly furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, and said in a charming yet stern tone, You just said you have a way to prove that Tang San has no thoughts about me. So how exactly do you plan to do that? Speak quickly. At this moment, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's indifferent attitude towards him, and his heart was instantly submerged in helplessness and despair. However, when he heard Xiao Wu asking Wu He how to prove that he loved her, the heart that had been like dead ash miraculously ignited a glimmer of hope. He couldn't help but ponder what kind of miraculous method it could be. After all, in his previous life, he had never heard of such a wondrous thing that could verify the sincere and deep feelings between men and women. Although the common methods at that time were mostly based on severe torture and coercion, could such cruel means really accurately test true love? However, to be fair, in his heart, Tang San was very clear about whether he truly loved Xiao Wu. This love was as hot and intense as a raging fire, and it could not be easily shaken or denied by any external force. Just then, Wu He awkwardly spoke up. If you want to take this thing out to show you, Xiao Wu, you must first let me down from this height. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Ming let out a deafening roar. It was evident that he was extremely dissatisfied with Wu He daring to bargain with Xiao Wu at this moment. Of course, how could Xiao Wu easily let him down? The reason was quite simple. She was still unclear about Wu He's true intentions for coming here. although Wu He was indeed difficult to match against a Ming and Air Ming in terms of strength. If he used her as a hostage to force the two giant beasts to make a sacrifice, it was easy to imagine that Ming and Air Ming would not hesitate at all. Xiao Wu's pretty face was filled with suspicion as she fixed her gaze on Wu He and sternly asked, "You must first prove why you came here." Her words were full of questioning. Faced with this situation, Wu He couldn't help but feel speechless. After all, the so-called self-proof was often like an unsolvable trap, leaving one at a loss. However, at this moment, he had to rack his brains to deal with the current situation. What I said is all heartfelt. To be honest, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I hope to find a special place to seek a breakthrough, Wu He said sincerely, while inwardly lamenting, not knowing how to better explain it clearly. However, Xiao Wu was clearly not moved by this statement. She frowned slightly and asked again, "Even so, how did you know the location of this place? More importantly, how could you know my true identity?" When it came to the last half of her sentence, Xiao Wu intentionally emphasized her tone, seemingly wanting to compel Wu He to provide a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing her words, Wu He felt a buzzing in his head, and the world seemed to darken, as if the sky had collapsed. He never expected that he originally just wanted to slightly increase the credibility of his words, but now the situation had become so bad, completely beyond his control. At this moment, Wu He's face was as pale as paper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, but his mind was racing in this critical moment. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, as if he had thought of a countermeasure, and then he spoke without hesitation. "The first question is actually very simple. Don't you know which academy I am a student of? Our school's library has detailed records, documenting all sorts of rare treasures and mysterious places. As long as you check the relevant materials there, you will understand everything clearly." After saying this, Wu He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, praying that this answer would pass. However, for the next second question, Wu He bit his teeth tightly, resolutely refusing to divulge a word. He said with determination, "This second question is my absolute secret. No matter what, I will not speak it out, even if I lose my life today. I will not have a second word. But please believe me, I truly have no malicious intent or ulterior motives towards you all." Saying this, Wu He straightened his body, adopting a posture of facing death with courage. Xiao Wu watched everything with her own eyes. She knew in her heart that continuing to press this stubborn person would probably be futile. Moreover, at this moment, her identity had already been exposed, and entangling too much on this issue clearly had no meaning. The most urgent matter was to figure out how to ensure her own safety. So, Xiao Wu slightly furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and decided to temporarily abandon the inquiry on the second question. "All right, I can give you one last chance to prove yourself. However, if this time it still doesn't work," as Xiao Wu spoke, she made a gesture that was somewhat chilling. The meaning was self-evident. Seeing this, Wu He couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if trying to calm his nervous emotions. He steadied himself and then solemnly said, "Actually, my martial soul is very different from others. It is extremely special. Generally, people's martial souls do not have many restrictions when obtaining soul rings, but my martial soul has strict requirements. Each soul ring must come from a specific type of soul beast. Moreover, the more amazing part is that when my martial soul encounters those suitable soul beasts that can become the source of soul rings, it will emit dazzling light. But if it meets an unsuitable soul beast, it will have no reaction at all." Chapter 113, let's start the experiment. Upon hearing Wu He's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, clearly showing her distrust. Tang San and Air Ming beside her also wore disdainful expressions, scoffing at his reasoning. Such a statement was simply too absurd and bizarre. It was impossible for anyone to believe it. Although the Douluo Continent was home to all sorts of strange martial souls, to say that a person's martial soul would emit light when encountering a specific soul beast was simply a fairy tale. Perhaps only naive, innocent 6-year-old children would be easily deceived by such claims. However, in reality, Wu He was speaking the truth this time. This peculiar phenomenon was something he had accidentally discovered after successfully obtaining 3 soul rings. Although it sounded somewhat ridiculous, it was undeniably true. Faced with the skeptical gazes and laughter of the crowd, Wu He felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly shouted, "Don't laugh. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can test it out yourselves." Hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly turned her head, her eyes sharp as she coldly questioned Wu He. "Test it out? All right then. Tell me how we're supposed to test it?" Do you expect us to sacrifice our hard-earned cultivation and precious soul bones for your experiment? As soon as she said this, Wu He was left speechless, his whole body frozen in place. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence, as if even the air had solidified. This was the terrifying nature of self-proving traps. It was like an invisible net, tightly binding a person within, making it difficult to escape. Wu He's heart tightened, and after a brief moment of thought, he quickly reacted and shouted, "I'm only at level 38 right now. Even if someone among you is willing to sacrifice with my current strength, I wouldn't be able to absorb it." At this critical moment, Wu He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of his cultivation level as a key factor. He quickly added, "Moreover, as long as there's a living soul beast within 10 meters of me, my martial soul will immediately sense it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu narrowed her eyes slightly, thoughtfully letting out a long no. Then, with great interest, she asked, "So what kind of soul beast do you need?" Without much thought, Wu He blurted out, "If my cultivation can reach level 40 right now, then the soul beast I need should be a frost wolf-type soul beast with at least 50,000 years of cultivation. Of course, if I can't find a suitable one, I can settle for a frost hound." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Wu He regretted it immensely. It turned out that in the entire world of soul beasts, they could be divided into two main categories: those with cultivation below 50,000 years, and those above 50,000 years. In this mysterious and dangerous world, soul beasts were classified into different ranks based on their cultivation levels. Generally speaking, if an adult soul beast cultivation is below 50,000 years, it is almost certain that it will never cross that huge chasm and rise to the remarkable category of 100,000 soul beasts. However, once a soul beast cultivation surpasses the 50,000 year threshold, regardless of whether it is already an adult, it has the potential to strive for a higher level and reach 100,000 years of cultivation. Because of this, there is a world of difference between soul beasts below and above 50,000 years of cultivation. The former often remains at a lower level, subject to various limitations, while the latter harbors dreams of becoming top-tier powerhouses, striving hard to achieve their goals. Yet at this moment, a guy named Wu He boldly expressed his desire to obtain a soul beast with over 50,000 years of cultivation in front of two powerful 200,000 year soul beasts, Xiao Wu and Ming. This behavior was akin to seeking one's own death. Fortunately, this time Wu He seemed to have received the favor of the goddess of fate. When he made this statement, Xiao Wu and Ming did not explode with rage or immediately attack, as people had expected. Instead, they merely stared at Wu He in shock, as if they were looking at an utterly incredible being. "What on earth is wrong with you? How do you know so much about these things?" Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim. She simply couldn't understand why this seemingly ordinary human before her knew so many secrets about her. Just as everyone was still immersed in astonishment, a sudden whistling sound was heard, followed by a massive tail, resembling a mountain, sweeping over. In the blink of an eye, a frost hound, covered in wounds but exuding a chilling aura, appeared before everyone. Time rewound to 20 years ago when Xiao Wu had not yet transformed into human form and was still in her soul beast state. At that time, a frost hound with 40,000 years of cultivation, having accidentally wandered into the vast Stardow forest from a distant snowy mountain, caught the scent of Xiao Wu and, driven by greed, attempted to make her its meal. At that moment, Xiao Wu was at a critical juncture, struggling to break through the 100,000 year cultivation bottleneck, and naturally, she was furious at this unexpected visitor. Thus, Xiao Wu decided to vent her frustration on this audacious little dog. However, unexpectedly, just as Xiao Wu was about to deliver a fatal blow to the frost hound, she suddenly changed her mind. Perhaps it was because ice attribute soul beasts were rare in the Stardow forest, or perhaps it was fate intervening. In any case, Xiao Wu ultimately showed mercy, sparing the little dog's life and taking it in as a source of entertainment during her boredom. And so, days passed and 20 years flew by. Initially, Xiao Wu planned to release the frost hound once she embarked on her journey to challenge the path of becoming a god. But the wheels of fate are always full of uncertainties. Who would have thought that at this moment? The frost hound that had nearly perished at Xiao Wu's hands would actually come in handy? Wu He looked at the frost hound, now on the brink of death, and felt a surge of shock in his heart. He knew that Ming had always been closely monitoring the situation here, but he never expected that as soon as he mentioned needing a soul beast, This frost hound from the distant snowy mountains would be delivered to him so quickly. After all, the journey from the snowy mountains to here was long and fraught with dangers. To accomplish this seemingly impossible task so swiftly was truly astonishing and hard to believe. All right, let's see if what you said is true. Xiao Wu smiled and waved at Wu He, signaling him with her eyes. Hurry up and show your martial soul. Despite feeling extremely reluctant inside, faced with Xiao Wu's undeniable gaze and tone, Wu He ultimately gritted his teeth and chose to follow her instructions. He took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, beginning to concentrate and summon the power hidden within him. As time ticked by, suddenly a powerful aura erupted from Wu He's body. Following that, a massive, faintly visible 5-element array appeared behind him. That was his martial soul. Chapter 114. Take out the heartbreak red after countless attempts and rigorous verification over a long period. Wu He's unique and distinctive martial soul finally revealed its extraordinary properties, shining clearly before the world like the dawn light, undeniable and impossible to ignore. At this moment, the faces of the few people gathered to watch displayed expressions of astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief that such a strange and unheard-of martial soul could exist. This martial soul had extremely special and unique requirements. To find a soul ring that perfectly matched it, one needed not only extraordinary luck, but also immense strength to support it. Otherwise, trying to successfully gather the required soul rings will be nothing more than a pipe dream. Just this point made everyone present feel a sense of pity for Liang Wu He and completely changed their previous doubts about him. They began to view this originally controversial figure with new eyes, as if they were seeing a new star rising. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of Wu He's astonishing discovery, another more troublesome problem quietly descended like a ghost, landing squarely on Tang San's shoulders. To be precise, this problem originated from Xiao Wu's deep worries and anxieties about her own situation. She stubbornly demanded that Tang San provide an unbreakable guarantee, an absolute proof that would not harm her in the slightest. The reason for such seemingly harsh conditions was that Xiao Wu knew very well how much Tang San was valued in his father's eyes and the immense influence he had. Only by relying on Tang San's strength could she ensure her true freedom and safety. Otherwise, if his father, the titled Dalu, came to know, Xiao Wu's fate would become extremely tragic. At that time, she would likely lose her precious freedom and even be ruthlessly imprisoned, facing a life without light, with no chance of emerging again. Wu He, stop dawdling and quickly take out that thing you mentioned. Xiao Wu crossed her arms, her beautiful face cold, her gaze unwavering. She stared directly at Wu He, as if she would immediately rush over to snatch the item from his hand at the slightest hint of hesitation. Wu He secretly glanced at Tang San standing beside him, seeing the expectation on his face, and couldn't help but feel a bit smug. He cleared his throat, then slowly extended his right hand into the spatial item hanging at his waist. Tang San, don't forget, I handed over this treasure to save your little life. He murmured softly. At that moment, Wu He flipped his palm slightly, and a peculiar-looking plant appeared before everyone. The plant was about half a foot tall, with a stem as thin as silk, topped with a flower bud that had not yet fully bloomed. The most striking feature was that the flower bud presented an extremely vivid red color, as if stained with blood, a red that made one's heart tremble. At the same time, a faint fragrance wafted from the flower, carrying a hint of enchanting allure and a touch of mysteriousness. Tang San, who had been quietly observing from the side, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the plant. It's the Heartbreak Red. His eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing the name Heartbreak Red, the other people present turned their gazes toward the strange plant in Tang San and Wu He's hands. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was captivated by this legendary flower. Tang San wore a thoughtful expression, murmuring to himself, "That's right, it's the Heartbreak Red. It is said that this flower has the ability to discern true love. If someone who does not genuinely love tries to pick it, they will surely suffer a backlash." Behind this flower lies a poignant love story. There was a gentle and serene young man who loved to garden. His garden was filled with blooming flowers, and he often composed poetry while admiring the moon, mourning when flowers fell, even holding funerals for them. His love for flowers touched the flower fairy, who descended to become his wife. However, when the gods learned of this, they were furious and ordered the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. After losing his wife, the young man became despondent and stopped caring for the garden. One day, an old man with white hair told him that a white peony was actually transformed from his wife. If he destroyed this flower, the flower fairy could descend again. But he must not abandon his love for flowers. After the old man left, although he regretted it, he loved his wife too much to destroy the flower and instead took even greater care of it. In the end, he died weeping over the flowers. And a drop of his blood fell on the peony, which transformed into a grass with blood stains on its petals. The method of picking the heartbreak red is the best way to test true love. One must think of their beloved while picking sincerely and wholeheartedly, and drop a drop of their blood on the petals. If there is even a slight distraction, even if one were to spit blood and die, they could not hope to pick the flower. It is said that consuming this flower has miraculous effects. Not only can it instantly raise one's soul power by more than 10 levels, but it also completely reshapes and transforms the entire body as if one were reborn. Even more astonishing is its ability to revive the dead. Even someone who is barely alive can be revitalized after consuming this flower. For those who are missing limbs, this flower also has the miraculous effect of regrowing flesh and bones, restoring them to their original state. However, if one simply keeps this wondrous flower by their side, there's still many benefits. It acts like a magical treasure box that eternally preserves the flower's beauty, never decaying or wilting. At the same time, it possesses a powerful ability, effectively blocking the mental probing of low-level powerhouses. This way, the wearer can conceal their strength and true identity, as if hidden in a fog, difficult for others to detect. At this moment, Wu He was slowly recounting the story of this flower and its various marvelous uses, his expression filled with deep regret. It turned out that he had originally planned to keep this flower for himself, to use when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, hoping to break through it. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and now he had no choice but to painfully part with this precious item and hand it over to others, feeling truly regretful, as if he had lost a rare treasure. On the other hand, after hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened like copper bells. His mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it, his face filled with astonishment, and his heart stirred with waves of shock. He never expected that besides himself, there would be others who knew this story. After all, this story was extremely secretive and rarely known. At this moment, Tang San felt as if Wu He was shrouded in a mysterious veil, making him hard to understand. He couldn't help but ponder, what is Wu He's background? How could he know such a secret so well? As his thoughts raced, Tang San increasingly felt that Wu He was a person of unfathomable depth. Just then, he heard Ming loudly say, "In that case, let third brother give a try." Before his words fell, Ming unhesitatingly reached out his hand toward the direction of the flower. However, something unexpected happened. Tang San's figure flashed, uncontrollably appearing like a bolt of lightning right in front of the vividly beautiful flower. In that instant, Tang San felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, and a wave of metallic sweetness surged up in his throat. Immediately after, he could no longer hold back and let out a mouthful of bright red blood. That boiling blood fell like a rain of red arrows, landing precisely on the petals. A miraculous scene unfolded. Those originally pure white petals absorbed the blood as if they were hungry beasts suddenly encountering a delicious meal, swallowing it all in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire flower turned a fiery red, radiating an enchanting and alluring glow. At the same time, that strange light rapidly spread like ripples, quickly enveloping the entire plant within. Chapter 1:15 Tenfold Life Energy. After absorbing Tang San's blood, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong instantly radiated an astonishing brilliance. It was like a wondrous flower blooming in a fairyland, with petals layered and vibrant, as dazzling as burning flames, exuding a charming golden red glow. Tang San calmly extended a hand, gently lifting the flower bud with his fingers. His movements were light and graceful, as if he shared a tacit understanding with this magical flower. To everyone's surprise, Tang San effortlessly plucked the Xiangxi Duanshanghong, as if this precious flower had always belonged to him. Then, with a slight push, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong shot out like a golden lightning bolt, accurately landing beside Xiao Wu. In that moment, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong seemed to have found its true owner, joyfully swirling around Xiao Wu like a lively and adorable little sprite. Originally, Ming was startled by this scene, fearing that the mysterious flower might pose a danger to Xiao Wu. He instinctively rushed forward, wanting to use his massive body to shield her from this unknown threat. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Xiangxi Duanshanghong could actually change direction. It cleverly avoided Air Ming's obstruction and continued steadfastly toward Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was initially surprised but soon calmed down. She tried to sway her body left and right, attempting to shake off the persistent flower. Yet no matter how she moved, the Xiangxi Duanchanghong remained closely attached, never leaving her side. At the same time, Xiao Wu clearly sensed that this magical flower was exerting a wondrous power, effectively suppressing her aura as a soul beast from leaking out. In that moment, Xiao Wu finally believed what Tang San and the others had said earlier. It turned out that the Xiangxi Duanchanghong not only helped soul masters seek opportunities for breakthroughs, but could also protect soul beasts from being detected in their true identities. Although she and Tang San were already aware of each other's secrets, they held no hostility toward one another, nor did they harbor intentions to kill each other for soul rings or soul bones. This genuinely moved Xiao Wu, but even so, the feeling did not completely eliminate her inner guard against Tang San. After all, Tang San's father likely already knew her true identity, and if she wanted to successfully escape this crisis, she would still need to rely on Tang San. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Xiao Wu blinked and transformed back into the gentle and charming neighbor girl, lovely and endearing. Next, she fluttered into Tang San's warm embrace like a joyful little bird. Tang San, who was already slightly weak, was startled by Xiao Wu's sudden move, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Witnessing this scene from the side, Wu He and Air Ming wore expressions of sheer astonishment, as if they had witnessed something incredible, their faces filled with shock and confusion, looking like two bewildered masks. Now, all misunderstandings had been cleared, and the reconciled Xiao Wu was in a cheerful mood, holding Tang San with one hand and Wu He with the other, stepping lightly toward the mysterious lake of life. As they drew closer to the lake, the air was increasingly filled with the essence of life, as if they were in a vibrant fairyland. Even the seemingly ordinary wildflowers and grasses by the lake began to exude a spiritual aura, reaching an astonishing level of spiritual herbs. Xiao Wu joyfully pulled Tang San aside and began recounting snippets of her childhood. Perhaps due to the invisible barrier between them finally being quietly broken, their relationship quickly warmed up, everything becoming exceptionally natural and simple, as if they were destined to be perfectly matched. Wu He wandered alone by the lake, curiously checking out this and that. Before long, with his excellent eyesight, he suddenly spotted a small island in the center of the lake not far from the shore. This vast lake of life was sprawling and immense, dotted with dozens of islands of varying sizes. The closer one got to the center of the lake, the larger the islands became, and the more abundant the life energy contained within them. Wu He felt a yearning and eagerly turned to find a Ming for help. He pointed excitedly at the distant island, expressing his desire to explore it. De Ming looked in the direction Wu He was pointing, and upon seeing the small island, an expression of helplessness and speechlessness immediately appeared on his face. It turned out that this island was quite familiar to De Ming. Although he spent most of his time soaking in the lake, he occasionally climbed ashore to enjoy a warm and comfortable sunbath. This island happened to be his perfect spot for afternoon naps. Hearing that someone wanted to visit this private little island of his, an inexplicable shyness welled up in his heart. Air Ming, standing nearby, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter at De Ming's awkward expression. After a long moment of hesitation, De Ming finally made up his mind and nodded in agreement to Wu He's request. After all, Wu He was currently recognized as a distinguished guest by Xiao Wu. De Ming, known for his politeness, could only harden his resolve and lead Wu He toward their destination. In fact, the reason De Ming and Air Ming felt so at ease with Wu He was largely due to the significant power disparity between them. Characters like Wu He had combat power at best equivalent to that of a Soul King. To someone as powerful as Air Ming, he could easily crush 100 or so like Wu He with a simple gesture. Therefore, in their eyes, Wu He was merely an insignificant little toy. Before long, Wu He successfully set foot on Mysterious Island. The moment he stepped onto the island's surface, a strange feeling immediately surged in his heart. It turned out that a very special shield enveloped the entire island, like an indestructible wall, tightly sealing in the extremely rich life energy within. After careful feeling and comparison, Wu He was astonished to discover that the quality of life energy inside the island was a full 10 times greater than that outside. However, correspondingly, the gravity inside the island had also been significantly increased, reaching 10 times that of the outside world. Although Wu He had previous experience adapting to a gravity chamber environment, When he stepped into this tenfold gravity environment, an indescribable heaviness instantly overwhelmed him, as if a mountain were pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Each step required several times the effort compared to usual, and sweat poured down like rain. However, beneath this suffocating pressure, Wu He also sensed a marvelous change. It was as if a withered tree in a drought had encountered refreshing rain. The previously solid and insurmountable bottleneck in his cultivation began to show signs of loosening. This feeling was like a ray of hope in the darkness for Wu He, who had been desperately seeking a breakthrough, filling his heart with endless hope and excitement. Chapter 116, Talent Recovery. In that moment, Wu He keenly captured the subtle opportunity for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Without any hesitation, he quickly sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and let his mind sink into a tranquil deep sea. He then began to mobilize his soul power, which surged like roaring waves. Concentrating his spirit and fully immersing himself in this crucial cultivation process. His soul power hammered against his meridians like a hot iron hammer in the hands of blacksmith, striking heavily again and again. Each impact was precise and powerful, as if it aimed to shatter the obstacles hindering his cultivation. This process was not easy, but Wu He gritted his teeth and did not back down. As time passed, in less than 10 minutes, a miracle occurred. Wu He's cultivation transformed like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, finally experiencing a momentous metamorphosis after a long period of dormancy. He could clearly feel the power within him growing at an astonishing speed, and the joy of breaking through almost made him cheer out loud. At the same time, outside his body, the previously erratic life, energy, and high-density scattered soul power seemed to be summoned and attracted by some mysterious force. They swirled into Wu He's body like iron filings drawn to a magnet, forming a spectacular vortex. In an instant, Wu He felt a warm current rising from his limbs, quickly spreading throughout his body. It felt as if he were immersed in a warm and pleasant hot spring, with every cell wrapped in this warm flow, enveloped in an indescribable comfort and delight. At this moment, all fatigue and pressure dissipated, leaving only joy and ecstasy in his heart. It was also at this moment that Wu He suddenly realized, as if enlightenment had struck him, the true reason that had long plagued his slow and stagnant cultivation progress was a severe lack of life energy. Initially, he was completely ignorant of this mysterious and profound concept of life energy, as if it were an unknown territory shrouded in thick fog, leaving him bewildered. However, at this moment, through a series of explorations and learning, as well as insights gained from personal experience, he no longer viewed life energy as unfamiliar, but had a relatively clear and defined understanding of it. He deeply understood why ordinary soul masters, no matter how hard they practiced, could never match the progress of exceptionally talented soul masters. One crucial reason was that these ordinary soul masters were born with a meager amount of innate life energy. In contrast, the enviable talented soul masters were born as if with a golden key, possessing abundant reserves of life energy from birth. If we set the life energy contained within every person to a standard value of 100, then those remarkable talented soul masters could almost reach or even exceed this standard value in the initial stages. In contrast, what about those ordinary soul masters? They often had a pitiful amount of about 30 to 40 points. This immense gap at the starting line caused a drastic difference in their subsequent cultivation paths. However, even in the face of such an unfavorable situation, there were still some determined ordinary soul masters who, with their extraordinary resilience and persistent efforts, forged ahead through hardships, ultimately achieving remarkable accomplishments that even talented soul masters would admire. Behind all these seemingly miraculous transformations, the role of life energy was equally indispensable. Although talented soul masters indeed held a significant advantage at the beginning, leveraging their powerful life energy to break through cultivation barriers rapidly, problems arose as their strength increased. What was once abundant life energy would gradually be consumed. Once they reached this point, no matter how extraordinary their talent, they would inevitably fall into a stagnant state of cultivation. Of course, among these talented soul masters, there were occasionally extreme individuals who, at the cost of their health, would squeeze the last bit of life energy from their bodies to push their cultivation forward a little. However, this approach was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst and was not a sustainable solution. For ordinary soul masters, although their starting point was relatively low, Every deep exploration and extraction of their potential could further expand their soul power reserves. This meant that whenever they successfully obtained a new soul ring, they could receive ample and stable energy replenishment. Even in the later stages, when their life energy gradually diminished, these soul masters still had the potential to continue digging into their capabilities and seek breakthroughs. However, Wu He was a particularly special case. He possessed a god-level martial soul, which kept his life energy in a state of complete openness and unrestricted use. Because of this, even without putting much effort into deliberate cultivation, his cultivation level could still naturally rise continuously. Unfortunately, it was regrettable that even someone as uniquely gifted as him, after each soul ring acquisition, had most of his soul power and life energy consumed by the martial soul. The improvement in cultivation was also quite limited, just a mere 2 levels. Moreover, after all this turmoil, he could only retain about 10 of his life energy. Under such circumstances, if he experienced 2 similar situations again, the already scarce life energy within him would likely be completely exhausted. But the roof leaks just as the rain falls, and fate seems to enjoy playing tricks on people. Wu He had no idea that cultivating in the gravity chamber would lead to an unimaginable rapid loss and consumption of life energy. His already limited life energy was struggling to sustain itself, and now it faced the ruthless devastation of the gravity chamber. This made his already tense life energy situation precarious, akin to adding fuel to the fire. However, it was fortunate that at this moment, the life energy in the world around him was abundant, flowing like a mighty river. After just 10 minutes of cultivation, his hidden cultivation talent was suddenly awakened, like a long-sleeping lion. At that moment, Wu He seemed like a phone that had run out of battery and fallen silent, but now it had successfully connected to a charger, and instantly, all functions within him smoothly returned to normal operation. Chapter 117. Soul Bone Skill. Pressure Resistance. Seeing this situation, Wu He chose to press on without hesitation, tirelessly continuing his cultivation. Astonishingly, in just 30 minutes, his cultivation broke through the level 40 barrier as if aided by divine intervention, reaching the peak of the soul master level. However, as the saying goes, extreme conditions lead to reversal. Just as his cultivation was rising steadily, the speed of that rise began to slow down gradually, becoming increasingly sluggish, to the point where it could almost be visually detected. Despite this, in such an extreme environment with 10 times the gravity, the excess life energy and soul power did not cease. Instead, they bombarded Wu He's body in a frenzied round of tempering. Before long, his pores opened wide, and a large amount of dark waste surged out of his body like a flood breaking through a dam. After experiencing another long hour and a half, Wu He had completely transformed, covered from head to toe in a thick layer of dirt, resembling a true clay figure. Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, his cultivation had reached its limit, and even his physique had undergone a transformative metamorphosis, comparable to that of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Wu He paid no mind to the gazes of others, calmly walking to the edge of the crystal-clear lake in front of Deming. He quickly shed his somewhat filthy clothes that emitted an unpleasant odor and stepped into the lake without hesitation. The cool lake water gently enveloped his body, akin to a mother's gentle caress, making him feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. Wu He savored this rare, refreshing moment, vigorously scrubbing his body to wash away the accumulated grime of days. After cleaning up, he took out a set of clean clothes from his bag and carefully put them on. When he stood by the lake again, he seemed completely rejuvenated. Even his steps became light, as if he had shed a heavy burden. If I could find a suitable soul beast, that would be perfect. Wu He couldn't help but murmur softly, and although his voice was low, it just happened to reach Deming's ears nearby. Hearing this, Deming couldn't help but frown slightly, secretly thinking that this guy was really greedy. However, remembering that Xiao Wu had clearly stated that Wu He was their friend and had promised to give him that adorable little pet as a gift, Deming didn't bother to argue with Wu He about it. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, an unexpected event occurred. An ailing, listless frost hound staggered into view in front of Wu He. This frost hound had disheveled fur, dull eyes, and walked unsteadily, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. However, this seemingly pitiful soul beast instantly caused an uncontrollable ecstasy to bloom on Wu He's face. Wu He casually turned his head slightly, glancing at Deming out of the corner of his eye. In that instant, a shocking scene unfolded. Deming's head abruptly tilted to the side like a leaf caught in a wild wind. His expression was extremely indifferent, adopting a completely aloof stance that thoroughly ignored all of Wu He's actions. Faced with Deming's obvious disdain and deliberate disregard, Wu He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anger, but he quickly regained his composure. Since the other party had made it clear they wanted to ignore him, why should he bother with pleasantries? With this in mind, Wu He calmly reached into his backpack, his movements elegant and smooth, as if he were performing a carefully choreographed act. As Wu He slowly withdrew his hand, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on the object he held, an ice-cold handgun. Wu He gripped the handgun, lightly placed his index finger on the trigger, and without hesitation, gently squeezed. With a deafening bang, the sound erupted like thunder rolling from the heavens, instantly shattering the previously tranquil air, echoing across the entire life lake. At the same time, a bullet the size of a peanut shot out at lightning speed, heading straight for the ferocious frost hound nearby. In the blink of an eye, that small bullet, like a flash of lightning, penetrated the frost hound's head with unparalleled power and precision. In an instant, blood splattered and brain matter burst forth. The once mighty frost hound didn't even have time to let out a scream before it collapsed to the ground, devoid of any life. Just half a minute ago, this frost hound had strutted around, believing it was merely there as a training partner. However, it was caught off guard when the wheel of fate turned so rapidly, ending its life in a tragically violent manner, falling into a shocking pool of blood. As the frost hound's massive body crashed to the ground, a pitch-black soul ring slowly rose from its corpse like a ghost. Wu He's sharp eyes caught this scene, and a look of unreserved surprise flashed across his face. He waved his arm lightly, as if casting some mysterious spell. In an instant, the soul ring hovering in the air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, shooting straight toward Wu He. When the soul ring made contact with Wu He's body, it didn't bring the intense pain and discomfort that people might expect. Instead, at that moment, Wu He felt a strange and gentle energy continuously flowing into his body. Perhaps it was the exceptionally rich life energy nourishing this place that allowed Wu He to absorb the soul ring without experiencing even the slightest pain. And he even sensed an indescribable feeling of relief and unprecedented ease within the soul ring. Time passed swiftly, and in just 2 short hours, Wu He had successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring. Just as he was about to take a brief rest, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something shimmering with a faint glow beside the frost hound's corpse. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a right leg bone, soul bone, emitting a faint chill. After a thorough examination, Wu He was shocked to discover that this soul bone contained a powerful soul power lasting up to 58,000 years. Faced with such a precious and rare treasure, Wu He hesitated not at all, decisively reaching out to pick it up and immediately beginning the process of refining and absorbing it. The soul skill granted by this right leg bone was truly unique and distinct. It had a simple and direct name, pressure resistance. However, when people delved deeper into its effects, they would find it astonishing. Whenever an opponent launched a fierce attack, the seemingly fragile shield would rapidly thicken and strengthen as if it had a life of its own. Not only that, but even more astonishingly, this shield could cleverly rebound 25 of the opponent's attack power back, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy. This unique ability allowed Wu He to often turn danger into safety when facing strong foes, creating unexpected troubles for them. Even Wu He himself was initially incredulous and extremely surprised by the emergence of this soul skill. However, with his extraordinary talent and keen insight, he quickly grasped the secrets behind this soul skill, mastering its correct usage and understanding the reasons for its miraculous effects. At this thought, the corners of Wu He's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Yet in an instant, a complex emotion surged within him. Because although this soul skill was immensely powerful, in certain practical scenarios, its methods might appear overly cruel and heartless. Once everything was ready, Wu He carefully followed the usual steps to embed the soul ring into the metallic array's core. In an instant, brilliance flickered and a mysterious power surged within him. As this power gradually fused and stabilized, Wu He was finally able to summon the coveted snow mastiff armor. At the same time, something even more surprising happened. After absorbing this precious soul ring, his own foundational cultivation unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough, increasing by a full 2 levels. Chapter 118. dragon saliva fruit, although his soul power cultivation was only at level 42, the life energy contained within him was unprecedentedly abundant at this moment. Reflecting on similar times in the past, the life energy in his body could only recover to about 10%. As a result, while he could clearly appreciate the immense power of his soul skills, he did not feel a significant enhancement in his own strength. However, at this very moment, everything underwent a dramatic change. When the life energy surged to overflowing, even simple movements like raising a hand or lifting a foot allowed him to distinctly sense a torrent of immense power flowing rapidly through his meridians. It was only at this point that Wu-He realized why he always felt a stark difference in physical strength compared to soul masters of the same level during intense battles. Initially, Wu-He had made up his mind to personally experience the tremendous power unleashed by the snow mastiff armor. However, after deeply immersing himself in the understanding of his current strength, he couldn't help but change his initial thoughts. Given the urgency of the situation, it seemed far more crucial to seize the opportunity to explore and acquire valuable resources. Wu-He carefully organized the various equipment he carried, ensuring that each item was perfectly placed to face the potential difficulties and challenges ahead. Then, he took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the mysterious island shrouded in tenfold gravity. Although this island was merely the smallest existence in a vast life lake, its area was not to be underestimated for a human who could only measure land with their feet. It was at least as large as 4 to 5 standard football fields. As Wu-He stepped forward, getting closer to the core of the small island, the gravity he bore increased sharply. This heavy pressure felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on his shoulders, making each step exceptionally difficult. However, Wu-He did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to advance. Before long, an open area appeared before him. In the very center of this expanse grew an extraordinarily stunning plant. This plant seemed to possess some magical power, drawing people's gaze to focus on it unconsciously. Hanging from the plant were 7 crystal-clear, jewel-like purple fruits. Under the bright sunlight, these fruits shimmered with a brilliant purplish-red glow, creating beautiful and enchanting flares, dreamlike and intoxicating. Wu-He was deeply shocked by the sight before him, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace, wanting to get closer to observe this masterpiece of nature. When he finally reached the front, he began to study this mysterious plant intently. At that moment, a strong sense of shame suddenly surged within Deming, who had been silently following behind. It turned out that this open area was the very place he often used for napping. Even more surprisingly, the seemingly vibrant plant had been nourished by the saliva he drooled while sleep-talking during his naps. Thinking of this, Deming couldn't help but blush, feeling utterly embarrassed. Perhaps it was precisely because of being in such a high concentration of life energy that the fruits produced here were so unique. Remarkably, each of these fruits had reached the level of low-grade immortal herbs. However, for Deming, who was well-informed, he didn't find it very interesting. He had once tasted 2 of these fruits himself, but their terrible taste was hard to command. Moreover, those 2 fruits were pitifully small, barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Because of this, Deming hadn't paid much attention to the fruit plant, at most casually spitting some phlegm on it when he passed by, considering it a little nourishment. At this moment, Wu-He approached the orchard step by step, carefully observing the fruits hanging from the branches. After confirming something, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, secretly pondering, could these fruits possibly be the legendary dragon's saliva fruit? Although they looked quite similar to the recorded dragon's saliva fruit in shape, there was a clear difference in color. So, Wu-He murmured softly, perhaps it's a mutation due to growing in this unique world. Just as Wu-He was about to turn around to ask Deming before he could speak, Deming quickly said, Sister Xiao Wu already instructed us that if we see something we like, we could just pick it and take it. The local specialties here are quite abundant. Halfway through his sentence, Deming felt cold sweat start to bead on his forehead. He thought to himself that these fruits, which didn't look very tasty, seemed a bit lacking in quality if used as gifts for others. However, in stark contrast to Deming's thoughts, Wu-He displayed extreme excitement after hearing his words. Without hesitation, he reached out both hands and quickly picked the 7 fruits one by one, carefully placing them into his storage space. It is known that these fruits, called dragon's saliva fruits, were incredibly sought-after treasures for many soul masters. Although, strictly speaking, their level could at most be considered low-grade immortal herbs. Their effects were by no means inferior to those so-called high-end immortal herbs. The reason was simple. Once consumed, The dragon saliva fruit would release a weak yet distinct dragon might effect. This unique effect was undoubtedly highly attractive to soul masters with dragon martial souls, and those whose soul skills contained divine might attributes. After consuming the dragon's saliva fruit, they could not only significantly enhance their own momentum, intimidating their enemies, but also boost their internal soul power cultivation, giving them an advantage in their training. Even the most ordinary soul master would experience a significant improvement in their constitution if they were fortunate enough to consume this mysterious fruit. Generally speaking, those who consumed it for the first time could gain a power equivalent to half a dragon and a substantial boost in cultivation. However, the effect would diminish greatly upon the second consumption, yielding only about half of the first effect, and from the third time onward, the effect would be minimal, nearly negligible. Therefore, for most people, consuming one or two of these fruits would be sufficient. Yet, in reality, such a miraculous item was often hard to come by. Even spending vast sums of money would likely not guarantee obtaining one. At this moment, Wu-He looked at the sky and found that there was still time, so he decisively decided to continue deeper into the mountains, secretly thinking, perhaps there are other surprising treasures to be found here. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, his figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 119. The Fountain of Life. After a long journey of climbing over mountains and ridges, Wu-He gradually sensed that the gravity he was bearing became increasingly heavy, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. At the same time, he could clearly feel that his physical strength was rapidly depleting at an astonishing rate. The water he had brought to quench his thirst was long gone, leaving him with a parched throat that was almost unbearable, as if it were being burned by a raging fire. According to common sense, even a small island of this size should have some freshwater resources. After all, this island is situated in a vast freshwater lake. Logically, the water source here should be quite abundant. However, it was puzzling that as Wu-He continued along the mountain path, despite the surrounding vegetation growing exceptionally lush and green, nearly covering the road, he had yet to find even a small stream or a clear spring. This was truly strange. At this moment, Wu-He couldn't help but entertain the thought of turning back. However, due to the prolonged walking and the extreme discomfort caused by dehydration, he was now parched to the point of desperation. Even if he chose to turn back, it would likely take a long and arduous trek before he could return to the shimmering lakeside. As Wu-He pressed deeper into the island, some areas of the forest became increasingly narrow and rugged, to the point where even the enormous head of Deming, who had been accompanying him, could not pass through smoothly. With no other choice, Deming had to rely on his powerful mental strength to remotely watch over Wu-He and ensure his safety. However, Wu-He was completely unconcerned about the complex situations and potential dangers around him. He focused intently on using his unique ability to make judgments based on the humidity of the environment. After careful perception, he was convinced that if he continued forward, he would definitely find a precious water source within 20 meters. It is worth noting that this special observational skill was not acquired overnight. It was something Wu-He gradually understood and mastered after countless days and nights of struggling and exploring in this mysterious world. It became one of his crucial treasures for survival in this land full of unknowns and challenges. Sure enough, not long after, Wu-He joyfully discovered a small spring. However, when he took a closer look, a trace of doubt surged in his heart. While it was indeed a spring, he would never believe that the water flowing from it was clear and sweet fresh water. After all, in such an eerily atmospheric place, any seemingly ordinary thing often hides unexpected mysteries. At this moment, looking at the location of the spring and comparing it with the map in his hand, Wu-He realized he had already entered the most core and critical area of the small island. But at the same time, a powerful and suffocating pressure rushed towards him. Gravity had increased to nearly 20 times its original amount. Not only that, but the concentration of life energy had also astonishingly increased by a full 20 times. Wu-He did not expect the gravity to have risen so much, but this also resulted in his cultivation level being forcibly elevated by 1 rank. The spring before him was not situated on the ground like ordinary springs, but rather suspended in midair. It seemed to be driven by an unimaginably powerful force, intertwining and condensing together. Wu-He took a deep breath, concentrated his spirit, and released his powerful mental strength like a tide, carefully probing the surrounding environment. When his mental strength reached the position of the spring, he was suddenly startled. As if struck by a heavy hammer, he discovered that the gravity there was as high as 50 times. It should be known that with his current strength, he could barely adapt to 20 times the gravity. The sudden increase of 30 times was like an insurmountable chasm. A moment of carelessness would lead to being crushed to pieces and dying without a burial. However, at this moment, Wu He was already burning with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan. The reason was simple. If nothing unexpected occurred, the seemingly insignificant liquid before him was very likely the legendary life elixir. This life elixir was no ordinary item. Its value was on par with any immortal great herb. Its birth conditions were extremely harsh and special, requiring a perfect combination of time, place, and people to form even a tiny bit. Because of its rarity, even in the grand and renowned auction houses outside, without a fortune in the trillions to back it up, it would be a luxury to even catch a glimpse of the life elixir. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could he let it slip away? Despite knowing the road ahead was fraught with danger, faced with such an enticing treasure, Wu He gritted his teeth, summoned all his courage, and rushed towards the spring without hesitation. However, just as he got close to the spring, a wave of overwhelming pressure suddenly hit him, and that terrifying 50 times gravity pressed him down hard onto the ground like an invisible giant hand. Wu didn't even have time to catch his breath before he found himself immobilized, as if a towering mountain was firmly pressing down on him, leaving no possibility of escape. He trembled slightly, his palms pressed tightly to the ground, gathering all his soul power into his palms to support his incredibly heavy body. Each exertion left him feeling utterly exhausted, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to give up. Finally, after a long and difficult struggle, his body, nourished by the 50 times life energy, gained a bit of strength and began to lift up little by little. However, this was just the beginning. His eyes revealed a determination and ferocity as if he were fighting against the entire world. In his trembling right hand, he tightly gripped a delicate bottle. Although his arm was nearly numb from overexertion, he endured the pain, inch by inch raising the bottle towards the direction of the spring. As the bottle's mouth approached the spring, Wu He's heart raced. He concentrated fully on controlling his movements, fearing even the slightest mistake. Just then, a drop of crystal-clear liquid, exuding a rich life force, fell from the spring and perfectly landed in the bottle. In an instant, Wu He felt as if his right hand had taken a heavy blow. The immense impact nearly made him lose his grip on the bottle. But relying on his tenacious willpower, he held on tightly. The next second, Wu He exerted force and instantly returned to the area where gravity was only 20 times. He fell heavily to the ground. Lying there, he gasped for air, still shaken by the experience. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the threat of death and even believed he was doomed. After resting for a moment, Wu He quickly took out a dragon's saliva fruit, emitting a mysterious glow from his bosom. The fruit was crystal clear, dazzling like a gem. Then, he carefully took out the incredibly precious drop of life elixir and placed it in his mouth along with the dragon's saliva fruit. At the moment when the two were swallowed, a shocking dragon roar suddenly echoed, as if a giant dragon from ancient times was roaring. A dazzling light shone from his body, and then a massive vortex of soul power slowly appeared above his head, continuously devouring the surrounding life energy of the world. As time passed, Wu Hai could clearly feel a tremendous force surging continuously into his body. The magical energy contained in the dragon's saliva fruit not only strengthened his physical body, making his muscle lines more defined and filled with explosive power, but also greatly enhanced his cultivation level. Wu Hai joyfully checked his current cultivation status and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is amazing. The life energy is so abundant that my cultivation has successfully level 45. Moreover, I can clearly feel that the strength of my body has significantly increased, and now is probably enough to rival soul beasts of 20,000 to 30,000 years." Chapter 120. Forging as that drop of concentrated life spring slid down his throat, an indescribable wonderful sensation instantly spread throughout his body. It felt as if every cell was bathed in warm and pure energy, beginning an unprecedented journey of sublimation. Wu He could clearly feel subtle changes occurring within him, and he sensed that he seemed to have become slightly younger. However, since he was still quite a distance from the age of 20, this feeling of rejuvenation was not particularly pronounced. Nevertheless, the previously sluggish neural pathways within his body now seemed to have regained vitality and energy, joyfully pulsating and transmitting a continuous flow of life force to every corner of his body. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Wu He glanced at the mysterious spring, and a complex emotion surged within him. Was it greed that drove him to want to acquire more life spring? Or was it the courage hidden deep within that urged him to challenge the unknown? After a brief contemplation, he ultimately made up his mind to try again. As far as he knew, this spring produced an average of 1 drop of precious life spring every minute. Logically, there should be some spring water left on the ground. Yet, surprisingly, that was not the case. It turned out that there was an environment with gravity 50 times greater here, causing the freshly erupted spring water to be unable to stay on the surface for even a moment before plunging straight into the ground. Even more astonishing was that this spring water did not simply disappear. Instead, it was quickly absorbed by the nearby plants. Because of this, the vegetation in this area appeared exceptionally lush. They were verdant and full of life, and some had even begun to show signs of evolving into spiritual herbs. These plants thrived under the nourishment of the life spring, radiating a unique brilliance as if they possessed a certain spirituality. Taking a deep breath, Wu-He suddenly stood up. He waved his hands, and several beams of light flashed, revealing a few crystals emitting mysterious glows in his palms. These crystals were all the possessions he currently had. Wu-He carefully placed these precious crystals at the edge of the gravitational zone with 50 times the normal gravity. This place was extremely dangerous, but it was the only location where he could maximize the effectiveness of the crystals. He understood very well that if he encountered an emergency situation where he could not save himself, he would unhesitatingly call upon the power of these crystals to summon armor. Even if it only gave him a second to perform the Zen seal, he was confident he could successfully escape this terrifying gravitational field. After completing all the preparations, Wu-He resolutely stepped into the death-threatening area of 50 times the gravity once again. As he entered, the immense gravitational force surged towards him like a mountain pressing down on an egg, while the dense, almost tangible life energy poured in like a tide. In the blink of an eye, Wu-He's legs involuntarily bent, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. However, unlike the first time, he did not collapse instantly like a flower battered by a storm. On the contrary, even though his body was bearing unimaginable pressure, he still stubbornly persevered. At this moment, Wu-He could clearly feel his resistance to the 50 times gravity gradually increasing. This sensation was incredibly peculiar, as if his body was automatically adjusting and adapting to the harsh environmental conditions around him. Moreover, he keenly sensed that his life energy was depleting at an astonishing rate, while the soul power that should have been under his control was now running wild within him. Fortunately, the continuous life energy from outside seemed to have noticed his predicament, pouring into his body without pause, providing him with crucial support. Although a short time in this environment would not cause significant harm to his body, staying for an extended period could still lead to injuries within his bodily structures, even if the life energy could be continuously and timely replenished. After all, the ongoing external pressure and depletion would eventually exceed the limits of what the human body could withstand. Wu-He anxiously waited as time passed second by second. After a full half-minute, that incredibly precious drop of life spring finally began to slowly coalesce. Wu-He did not dare to delay for a moment. He exerted all his strength to control the bottle in his hand, carefully catching it. Just as he successfully captured the life spring, he wasted no time and quickly began to move towards the outside. This time, Lady Luck seemed to favor Wu-He. The entire process, though extremely perilous, ultimately ended without incident. When he successfully stepped out of the dangerous area and returned to the 20 times zone, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within him, as if every cell in his body was cheering with joy. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his soul power level had significantly increased, rising by a whole half level. After catching his breath, Wu-He focused his mind and took out the bottle containing the life spring again. He gently opened the lid and poured the only drop of life spring into his mouth. In an instant, a warm and gentle life energy flowed through his body like a trickling stream. Wherever it went, it not only washed away the long-accumulated impurities, but also meticulously repaired the bodily damage caused by being in the 50 times gravity environment. Wu-He understood that this hard-won life energy needed to be carefully refined to unleash its maximum potential. So he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on guiding this powerful energy to circulate through his meridians. Time quietly passed, and before he knew it, 2 hours had gone by. After this lengthy period of refining and absorbing, Wu-He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. At this moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, as if he had been completely transformed, and his strength had risen to a new level. Wu-He deeply felt the tremendous benefits brought by the life spring. Although the sky was gradually darkening, it did nothing to dampen his eager desire to enhance his strength. Filled with anticipation and unwavering belief, Wu He resolutely stepped into that mysterious and dangerous 50 times zone once more. To his delight, this time he did not collapse instantly under the powerful pressure as he had before. Through continuous effort and adaptation, his legs were now able to barely support his body in this area. He maintained a somewhat strained half-squatting posture to keep his balance, remaining in this challenging environment. Thus, Wu He persevered on this isolated island, repeatedly undergoing such trials. For 3 whole days, he was like an indefatigable warrior, maintaining high spirits and tenacious willpower. On average, every 2 hours, Wu He would bravely venture into the 50 times zone once. However, he would only stay inside for a short minute each time. He knew very well that staying here, even for 1 more second, would greatly increase the risk. Therefore, once he successfully received the precious life spring, he would decisively retreat from this area without any reluctance. After that, Wu He would spend the next 2 hours fully focused on refining the life spring he had just obtained, gradually integrating the surging energy within it into himself. Once the refinement was complete, he would unhesitatingly charge back into the 50 times zone, quietly waiting for the next drop of life spring to be born. Cycle after cycle, repeating endlessly. Chapter 121, Level 50. Chapter 122, Preparing for the Hunt. Chapter 123, The Snow Mastiff's First Battle. At this moment, Wu He was less than 2 meters away from the fearsome steel rock tiger. Its massive tail was right in front of him. Wu He knew that if he possessed enough power, he could defeat this fierce steel rock tiger with a single, precise attack aimed at a critical spot. It would merely be a matter of time. Thus, he held his breath, focused his mind, and cautiously extended his left hand to begin installing the mysterious snow mastiff armor summoner. Sunlight fell upon the summoner in his hand, refracting dazzling rays of light. He then slowly inserted the invaluable golden element crystal stone into the summoner. Snow mastiff armor combined, Wu He whispered in a very low voice. However, despite his effort to lower his voice, the incantation seemed to contain boundless magical power, instantly triggering a remarkable transformation. In an instant, a brilliant silver light erupted, illuminating everything around him like lightning piercing the night sky. Subsequently, a luxurious set of bright silver armor rapidly covered Wu He's body at an almost imperceptible speed, perfectly fitting him as if it were made for him. Meanwhile, a chilling aura of frost continuously emanated from him. The coldness was so intense that even the nearby steel rock tiger could clearly feel the icy air. Its once imposing fur trembled slightly, as if shrouded by an invisible intimidation. Just then, Wu He focused his thoughts, moved his hands swiftly, and in an instant, a magnificent thunder axe appeared in his hand. This axe was no ordinary weapon. Its blade and face were crystal clear like ice, but don't underestimate this transparency, as it represented its unparalleled sharpness. Wu He's gaze was sharp as he stared at the ferocious steel rock tiger before him. After long observation, he finally identified a critical spot on the giant beast, the joint area that the steel rock tiger frequently used when swinging its tail. With years of combat experience, Wu He concluded that this was the beast's weakness. Taking a deep breath, he leaped upward, launching himself towards the already locked target joint like an arrow. However, just as Wu He sprang from his hiding spot in the grass, the seemingly quiet steel rock tiger suddenly moved. Its thick and powerful tail transformed into a weapon as hard as steel, sweeping towards the airborne Wu He at an extremely cunning angle, carrying immense force. The speed and power of this strike far exceeded Wu He's initial expectations. Wu He couldn't help but silently curse. He thought his actions had been stealthy enough to go undetected by the steel rock tiger. But he forgot that felines possess extraordinary perceptive abilities, especially when an enemy sneaks up behind them, which amplifies their alertness. However, this powerful and arrogant beast did not regard Wu He as a threat at all. To it, Wu He was merely an insignificant little human, and his low cultivation was nothing to worry about. It posed no threat to it. Therefore, the beast couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Wu He's every move. Even when it saw Wu He leap up, attempting to attack, it merely flicked its powerful tail nonchalantly, as if just swatting away an annoying mosquito. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Wu He felt a surge of alarm. At this moment, he had only 2 options. First, he could grit his teeth and endure the massive damage from the attack, seizing the opportunity to launch a lethal strike against the beast's tail. Second, he could decisively change the direction of his axe's attack. engaging in a fierce clash of strength with the steel rock tiger's tail to gain the initiative and power to counterattack. However, no matter which option he chose, it would not be an easy task for Wu He. Yet, Wu He was not the kind of character to be easily slaughtered. His extraordinary intelligence was on full display at this moment. Without hesitation, he threw the heavy axe directly above his head with great force. Simultaneously, his dexterous hands quickly formed a mysterious seal at his waist, and he softly uttered 3 clear and powerful words. Meditation seal. At that critical moment, the fierce steel rock tiger's nearly 5-meter-long steel tail whipped towards him like lightning, now less than 5 centimeters from Wu He's face. But then, a miracle occurred. In that split second, due to the magical meditation seal Wu He had executed, the originally unstoppable steel tail seemed to be held in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Meanwhile, Wu He's upward leap did not pause at all. Like a swift leopard, he effortlessly grabbed the suspended axe. Then, using the powerful inertia and gravitational acceleration from his fall, he descended like a meteor, striking down with incredible speed. With a crisp crack, the sharp blade of the thunder axe effortlessly sliced through the steel rock tiger's tough tail flesh. The immense impact did not weaken. Instead, it continued to surge forward, instantly severing the steel rock tiger's tail from its massive body. Just as he was about to swing the blade down to cut the thick tail, Wu He quickly lifted the energy-draining meditation seal state. Although the giant tail, propelled by its previous momentum, continued to crash downwards, Wu He remained remarkably calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. He slightly flickered, moving his feet swiftly like a ghost, skillfully dodging the whistling, severed tail in a manner that seemed effortless yet remarkably exquisite. The entire action flowed seamlessly, without any sense of delay. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Taking advantage of the steel rock tiger's momentary shock, Wu He swiftly pulled out 2 grenades from his waist, which had already had their safety pins removed, and without hesitation, forcefully stuffed them into the steel rock tiger's anus. This series of actions was executed in one breath, as fast as lightning, leaving no time to blink. After this astonishing act, Wu He dared not linger for a moment. He swiftly distanced himself from the steel rock tiger's attack range. He knew that a tremendous explosion would soon follow, and a moment's carelessness could put him in danger. In the blink of an eye, the steel rock tiger let out a horrific scream, a sound so piercing it seemed to penetrate the soul, sending chills down one's spine. It had felt an excruciating pain, like 1,000 arrows piercing its heart, radiating from its tail. When it instinctively turned back, it was horrified to find that its stout, powerful tail, as strong as steel, had suddenly snapped apart, and the break was exceptionally clean, leaving no room for repair. Almost simultaneously, driven by instinct and anger towards the enemy, the blue steel rock tiger made a standard pounce, opening its gaping mouth to reveal sharp, pointed fangs, attempting to swallow the nearby Wu He whole. However, due to the immense impact from the sudden loss of its tail, its body completely lost balance for a short time. As it leaped, it crashed to the ground like an out-of-control giant beast. At the moment the blue steel rock tiger fell, 2 grenades inside its anus exploded simultaneously. Following that, there were 2 loud booms. In an instant, countless tiny and deadly fragments shot out in all directions like raindrops, most of which pierced through the lower half of the blue steel rock tiger at extremely strange and tricky angles. These fragments acted like merciless blades, easily tearing through the tiger's tough flesh and embedding deeply within its body, causing extremely severe injuries. Chapter 124. The fifth soul ring. The excruciating pain that surged from within was like a tidal wave, crashing one wave after another against the nerves of the steel rock tiger. It could no longer endure this heart-wrenching torment and could only painfully lie on the cold ground, letting out a series of mournful wails. Its once formidable and incredibly hard lower body had now become a bloody mess, so gruesome that it was unbearable to look at. The bladder and anus, which once functioned separately, had now merged into one due to this terrifying disaster, making it difficult to distinguish between the two. Its 2 powerful hind legs, which were usually strong and explosive, now appeared so weak and superfluous. Even the slightest effort would instantly double the volcanic-like pain, as if it were trying to completely consume it. Even worse, having lost that crucial tail, this once invincible tiger had completely lost its balance. Even the simple act of turning over, which was usually easy for it, had become extraordinarily difficult. Every attempt felt like a grueling struggle against fate. However, Wu He was far from being a kind-hearted, pitying saint. At this moment, his goal was clear and resolute, with no hesitation or wavering. After confirming that the steel rock tiger could no longer make any strong resistance, he stepped out from his hiding place without hesitation. The warm sunlight fell evenly like a golden veil on the snow mastiff armor that Wu He wore. The snow-white armor glimmered under the sunlight, revealing a chilling aura. Beneath this aura, the surface of the armor sparkled with a dazzling metallic sheen, resembling a mysterious treasure from ancient times, exuding unparalleled majesty and dominance. Wu He's gaze was cold and penetrating as he stared at the steel rock tiger lying on the ground, completely powerless. Despite the situation being clearly in his favor, he maintained a high level of vigilance and caution, deciding to adopt the most prudent and conservative strategy to face any potential developments. Wu He moved swiftly, darting like lightning to the back of the large, imposing steel rock tiger. Before one could even blink, a cold glint flashed in his hand as the sharp axe cut through the air, leaving two fierce arcs behind, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind and two muffled thuds as it struck the tiger's strong hind leg ankles. In an instant, a chilling, tearing sound echoed as the resilient tendons connected to the muscles were brutally severed. This sudden, excruciating pain surged through the steel rock tiger's body like a torrential flood, crashing towards its brain. For a moment, the crushing pain that seemed to consume its very soul forced the once ferocious beast to emit a heart-rending roar. However, at that moment, despite being filled with endless anger and a desire to crush the seemingly insignificant human before it, the harsh reality lay mercilessly before it. Its legs were crippled, and its entire lower body was a bloody mess. Without the support of its hind legs, it could only helplessly collapse to the ground, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. At that moment, the man named Wu He slowly stepped forward to the giant tiger's head. Looking at the fierce tiger head, which was 2 or 3 times his height, now lowered and lying on the ground, he saw that its once fierce eyes were now filled with deep despair and a burning hatred. If there were to be another life, the steel rock tiger silently vowed it would never again underestimate any human that appeared harmless. Yet, fate was cruel at this moment. It had reached the end of its life and would never have the chance to fulfill this vow. Wu He held a razor-sharp axe in his hands, channeling all his strength into his arm, and swung it suddenly. The axe blade, carrying a fierce wind, sliced through the air like lightning and struck straight towards the steel rock tiger. With a loud bang, the incredibly hard skull of the steel rock tiger shattered like fragile porcelain, brains and blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, the shining armor on Wu He suddenly vanished, revealing his somewhat fatigued body. Clearly, after an intense battle, removing the armor still brought him some negative effects. However, to his pleasant surprise, perhaps due to gaining the 4th soul ring, Wu He could now barely withstand the discomfort brought by this negative state. Yet, in order to quickly recover his strength and repair his damaged bodily functions, Wu He did not hesitate to take out a small, exquisite jade bottle from his bosom. Opening the cap, an intense life force surged forth. Inside was the incredibly precious life spring. He carefully poured a drop of the crystal-clear life spring into his mouth and swallowed it gently. As soon as the drop entered his mouth, it transformed into a powerful yet gentle warm current that rapidly spread to every corner of Wu He's body. The thick life energy seemed to possess magical powers, crazily filling the void created by the intense battle within him. His previously pale face gradually regained its color, and his weak breath began to stabilize and strengthen. Then, Wu He extended his right hand and gently beckoned towards the fallen steel rock tiger. In an instant, a deep black soul ring slowly rose and floated towards Wu He. As the soul ring approached, his martial soul seemed to sense a delicious feast, eagerly opening wide to form a powerful suction, rapidly drawing in the soul ring in a flash. Watching the scene, Wu He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What a pity. This steel rock tiger was already quite powerful. If it had devoted more effort to cultivation, it would likely have become a 100,000-year soul beast by now. Though feeling a bit regretful, Wu He quickly adjusted his mindset. He knew well that in this perilous world, opportunities and challenges coexisted, and only by maintaining a peaceful and forgiving heart could one go further. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. At that moment, Wu He, who had kept his eyes closed, finally slowly opened them. For him, this was the first time he had absorbed a soul ring alone in the wilderness. The good fortune was that this area was mostly the territory of 100,000-year soul beasts. However, to his delight, perhaps due to the pressure from the powerful soul beasts in this area, other weaker soul beasts did not dare to approach easily, allowing Wu He to complete the entire absorption process without being disturbed or harassed by any soul beasts. Everything progressed so smoothly that Wu He naturally completed the perfect fusion of the soul ring with his own soul power. Upon successfully absorbing this fifth precious soul ring, an indescribable, wonderful feeling surged in his heart. He could clearly sense that the power within him was undergoing a tremendous transformation. The surging energy flowing through his meridians like a flood breaking through a dam. Undoubtedly, his strength had experienced a qualitative leap. Even more astonishing, with the integration of the new soul ring, the previously dormant 5 elements armor was now being activated one by one, as if infused with a new vitality. They flicker with dazzling brilliance, exuding waves of heart-pounding aura, as if ready to clear the way for their master and charge in a battle at any moment. Chapter 125, Bear Big. Chapter 126, teasing the rock bear at this moment. Wu He was relying on the insignificant control ability he possessed as a soul king to manipulate his soul power. He concentrated, carefully mobilizing the soul power within his body, slowly extending it to the ground. Before long, several small stones scattered on the ground trembled as if drawn by some mysterious force, then rose into the air and landed steadily in his already outstretched palm. After obtaining the stones, Wu He stood on a high place, looking down at the rock bear below that was trying to climb the large tree. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he began to throw the stones at the rock bear one by one. At first, the stones fell like raindrops, but for the tough-skinned rock bear, they didn't cause much impact. It only felt a slight itch from the small objects dropping from above, as if leaves blown down by a gentle breeze. Therefore, the rock bear paid little attention to these minor sensations and continued its stubborn climb up the tree. However, as time passed, Wu He's throwing speed increased, and the number of stones grew. Although each stone did not carry much impact individually, the cumulative effect became a significant nuisance for the rock bear. Gradually, the rock bear realized that no matter how hard it tried, it could not successfully climb the tree. The prolonged inability to make progress made its already irritable temperament even more difficult to control, filling it with endless frustration and anger. At that moment, the rock bear suddenly heard a whoosh, followed by a sharp pain in its right eye. It instinctively looked up to see what had attacked it. To its surprise, it saw a little monkey dressed in strange attire, standing on a high branch. Just as it lifted its head to look, another stone accurately hit its left eye. Suddenly, an unnamed rage surged within the rock bear, its entire body trembling with anger as it opened its massive mouth and roared at Wu He in the tree. The roar was deafening, as if it wanted to tear everything around it apart. Seeing that the foolish bear was finally provoked, Wu He revealed a proud smile. He began to throw stones at the rock bear even faster, continuously grabbing more stones to hurl down. At the moment the rock bear roared, several stones the size of fists flew down like meteors aimed at its throat. These stones landed squarely in the rock bear's throat, catching it off guard. In an instant, the rock bear began to cough violently, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably. Despite its name, the rock bear had no interest in swallowing rocks. Finally spitting out all the stones, the rock bear was furious, glaring with bloodshot eyes as it charged towards the tree where Wu He was. It then slammed its massive, hard body against the trunk. Once, twice, 3 times each impact was accompanied by a dull thud, causing the entire tree to shake violently, branches and leaves falling all around. However, Wu He remained completely unfazed in the tree. At this moment, he had acquired the formidable strength of a soul king. His feet seemed firmly rooted in the tree. No matter how the tree shook, he could stand steadily on the branch, a hint of disdain on his face, as if mocking the utterly foolish rock bear below. Meanwhile, the rock bear under the tree was in a terrible mood. Although the ancient trees in this forest were only around 10,000 years old, their sturdiness was not inferior to some soul beasts with a cultivation age of 100,000 years. The rock bear recklessly slammed against the trunk several times, exerting all its strength, but what was the result? It only felt dizzy, as if countless bees were buzzing in its head, and its internal energy began to boil uncontrollably, leaving him pain all over. After finally regaining some composure, it could not wait to roar at Wu He in the tree again. However, just as its roar began to rise, it seemed to suddenly realize something and abruptly shut its mouth. It noticed that Wu He was no longer throwing stones at it, reigniting its anger as it tore its throat to roar once more. The roar was deafening, as if it were cursing, "You despicable stinky monkey, if you have the guts, come down here." At this time, Wu He on the branch seemed to have developed a peculiar sense of humor. Initially, he had only intended to find a suitable soul beast to practice with. But unexpectedly, he began to tease the rock bear, enjoying it more and more, showing no signs of stopping. However, after stalemate for a while, the gigantic rock bear kept staring at Wu He in the tree, while Wu He remained steady on the branch, showing no intention of coming down. The rock bear blinked its large, bell-like eyes, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, it probably found the standoff too dull and swayed away, redirecting its attention to the tree full of sweet honey. Seeing the seemingly silly rock bear turn away, Wu He let out a sigh of relief. But he had no intention of letting it go. Instead, he quickly gathered a handful of stones in his hand. Just as the rock bear became increasingly agitated after multiple failed attempts to climb the tree, Wu He seized the opportunity to raise his hand again and bombarded the rock bear with stones like a rainstorm. In an instant, the rock bear's anger, which had just begun to subside, was reignited. It turned its head sharply, glaring fiercely at Wu He, letting out a low growl of fury. Thus, a new round of standoff commenced once again. This back and forth continued for more than 10 rounds. The rock bear, which had initially been in a good mood, had completely lost its patience, its emotions growing increasingly irritable, with sparks of anger flashing in its eyes. When this standoff reached the 18th round, the rock bear could no longer tolerate it. It opened its massive mouth, and a powerful soul force rapidly condensed within. In the blink of an eye, a highly compressed soul power cannon shot towards Wu He like a bolt of lightning. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Wu He was taken aback and nearly made a mistake. Fortunately, his physical strength was not weak, and his physical condition was exceptionally robust. Just at the critical moment, he deftly tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. Although he successfully dodged the attack, he still felt a lingering fear. At the same time, he keenly noticed that the previously somewhat oppressive space behind him suddenly became much brighter. He turned around abruptly, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. What was once a lush and dense tree canopy now appeared as if it had been struck by a cannonball, revealing a shocking large hole. The diameter of this hole was about 10 meters, and the surrounding branches and leaves were scattered everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Wu first gasped in shock, then, still trembling, patted his chest with his hand, mumbling, "Oh my God, that scared me to death. This is really too thrilling." Then he looked up, glaring at the stone-crushing bear, and shouted loudly, "You big guy, is it really fair to fight like this? How can you just attack out of the blue? And to suddenly unleash such a powerful attack from your mouth? Isn't that clearly a sneak attack on me?" Chapter 127. Breaking Evil and Eradicating Malevolence, Reducing It to Mud. Dispelling Chaos Completely. Chapter 128. The competition is approaching. Has Wu He returned? Dean Liang hurriedly dashed into the special dormitory building where Wu He and the others were staying. From a distance, Mier, who was standing guard at the door, spotted Dean Liang and quickly stood up, hurrying forward to welcome him into the conference room. At that moment, a group of people sat in the spacious conference room, each face shrouded in a serious expression. Among them were Du Guyan, Yu Qianheng, Yi Lingling, Wu Miao Miao, Lin Bei, and the two brothers from the Shi family. Backtracking a month, Wu He had left only a letter and set out on his own. Meanwhile, Mier and Wu Miao Miao had each led their teams out to hunt for spirit rings, hoping to enhance the overall strength of the team. However, a month later today, when the other 6 returned to the academy, everyone was fully prepared and ready to depart together for the upcoming Continental Spirit Master Elite competition. What was unexpected was that 3 whole days had passed, and Wu He was still missing, having not returned. This left everyone anxious, as Wu He held significant importance to the team, being the core figure for everyone. At first, even Dean Liang couldn't help but worry secretly whether Wu He had encountered any misfortune. Fortunately, before leaving, Wu He had given Yi Lingling a precious wood crystal. This crystal had never been used, and thus it still quietly lay in Yi Lingling's hand. Generally speaking, if Wu He were in danger or had encountered an accident, this mysterious crystal closely connected to him should have shown some changes. Typically, it might gradually lose its brightness or even vanish without a trace, as if it had never existed. But surprisingly, this crystal shone with dazzling brilliance every day, maintaining an extremely bright state, without any signs of dimming even for a moment. This abnormal phenomenon undoubtedly conveyed an important message. Wu He was safe and had not encountered any misfortune. That said, the Continental Spirit Master Elite competition was grand in scale and highly competitive. Each empire had only 15 precious slots for participation, which various factions were vying for. Meanwhile, the two powerful empires and the renowned Spirit Hall each had one guaranteed slot. Consequently, the total number of teams that would ultimately compete on the stage would reach as many as 33. The entire event would last for 16 days, showcasing countless spectacular duels from start to finish. It is worth mentioning that the small team Wu He belonged to was affiliated with the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy, and they had successfully secured a guaranteed qualification due to their outstanding strength. Because of this small team did not need to face the numerous challenges of the preliminary rounds to fight for one of the mere 15 qualifying spots, unlike other teams. Although this election was merely an internal competition of the Tiando Empire, the esteemed Elder Liang was fortunate enough to be invited to officiate one of the matches. Coincidentally, one of the competing teams in the match he was officiating was the highly anticipated new Shrek Academy. Tang San, being a friend of Wu He, naturally knew Dean Liang. When he caught sight of Dean Liang, he hurriedly approached to greet him politely and truthfully informed him of the direction Wu He had taken a month prior. In fact, this was something Wu He had specifically asked Tang San to convey before bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, as being away from home for such a long time. Sending a word of safety back to family was undoubtedly crucial. However, Tang San's words caused Dean Liang's heart to tighten, and a look of worry instantly appeared on his face. It should be noted that they had initially agreed on a 1-month leave, but now more than a month had passed, and Wu He was still missing, which had everyone on edge, just as everyone was extremely anxious. Wu Miao broke the silence first, seriously suggesting to Dean Liang, "Elder Liang, in my opinion, we can't just wait like this anymore. We should take proactive action." Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and urgency. Wu He always had his own thoughts and style of doing things. Surely, he must have encountered something extremely tricky and important that had delayed his return. Once he resolved all his issues, he would undoubtedly meet us in Spirit City. Despite also being filled with worry, Dean Liang still believed in Wu He's character. At this moment, Mi-Er, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly interjected to express her agreement with Wu Miao's viewpoint, adding, "That's right, I have some special means of contacting He. How about I leave him a message? When he receives it, he will definitely return to Spirit City. Let's head to Spirit City first and wait for his return." After saying this, Mi-Er quickly took out a delicate little jade bird from her bosom, preparing to immediately send a message to Wu He. Now, with the important competition looming, as the Tiando Empire's highly regarded golden emblem, they absolutely could not back down simply because Wu He had not yet returned. It should be noted that the 6 individuals standing here were all extremely powerful, instilling fear in others. Among them were 2 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Zone. And even the 4 substitute team members were strong individuals with a level 39 limit Soul Master cultivation. Faced with such a formidable lineup, even though Dean Liang had some concerns in his heart, seeing the unwavering determination of the others, he found it hard to say anything further and could only pray silently for Wu He to return to the team soon. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the preliminary rounds of the Tiando Empire had been in full swing for an entire month. During this period, the new Shrek Academy had advanced through various challenges, successfully securing a spot in the top 15 due to their excellent tactical cooperation and solid individual strength. However, the Fire Element Academy and Wind Element Academy, who had previously suffered a crushing defeat at their hands, did not give up. Instead, they chose to join forces and formed a new team called New Shan Feng, which also smoothly obtained a ticket to the top 15. Meanwhile, deep in the Soul Beast Forest, under a large tree, Wu He was leisurely savoring the honeycomb honey carefully brewed by a group of 90,000-year-old soul beasts. The sweet and delicious taste enchanted him, and he occasionally let out satisfied exclamations. Not only that, but he was also enthusiastically instructing his little brother, Xiongda, sharing some tips and techniques on scientific beekeeping. Xiongda listened attentively, sometimes nodding in agreement and sometimes deep in thought, seemingly filled with a strong interest in this new knowledge. Chapter 129. Almost missing the competition, Wu He was leisurely applying sweet and delicious honey water to the fresh meat chunks with a brush, patiently teaching the large bear beside him, Bear Da, how to master the heat and techniques of roasting meat. Just then, out of nowhere, a white shadow streaked across the sky, falling down like lightning. Wu He squinted to see that it was a small, exquisite, snow-white dove descending from the heavens. Upon seeing this jade dove, Wu He's mind instantly conjured up the cute and charming face of IMerge. He clearly remembered that they had stumbled upon and purchased this jade dove from a roadside stall when they had just entered the junior academy. This seemingly ordinary dove actually had a unique and magical function. If someone left their soul power aura on it, then when another person who possessed the dove activated it, they could send a voice message lasting 15 seconds back to the person who had left their soul power aura. When Wu He first encountered such a novel way of sending messages via dove, he was astonished. Thus, he and IMerge each bought one with great excitement. Moreover, these doves had a special feature. They could only be used once, and once their mission was completed, they would automatically be destroyed. Wu He initially thought this sudden dove would bring some earth-shattering news, so he eagerly listened to the entire voice message. However, once he finished listening, he merely squinted his eyes slightly, patted his chest, and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just that the elite competition is about to start? What's the big deal?" But just as his words fell, an unprecedented sense of fear surged in his heart, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. In the past half-month, he and the rock bear had been engaged in fierce battles nearly every day. At first, Wu He would provoke the rock bear into a rage, and after it unleashed its full strength, they would then engage in combat. However, this situation did not last long. Within less than 10 days, no matter how Wu He tried various means to provoke and anger the rock bear, it remained unresponsive and firmly refused to fight with him again. It should be noted that during this time, Wu He had significantly improved his physical fitness through continuous battles with the rock bear. Now, suddenly losing such a powerful opponent was akin to cutting off an important source of income for Wu He. Faced with this predicament, Wu He did not easily give up. After several days of careful observation, he came up with a plan and decided to have a good talk with the rock bear. So, Wu He mustered up his courage and approached the rock bear, offering an enticing condition. As long as it was willing to continue fighting with him every day, he would take care of all the delicious honey from the trees. Initially, the rock bear was skeptical about Wu He's proposal. After all, taking honey from a fierce swarm of bees was no easy task. However, Wu He had clearly made up his mind. Without hesitation, he charged toward the big tree, disregarding the dense swarm of bees around him, desperately trying to snatch the honeycomb. In the end, despite being stung numerous times, Wu He successfully obtained a honeycomb the size of a fist and presented it to the rock bear. Seeing that this brave and persistent human had indeed fulfilled his promise, the rock bear finally became interested. From that moment on, it agreed to fight with Wu He every day. Days passed, and Wu He began to fully immerse himself in his current life, to the point where he completely forgot about the passage of time. One afternoon, as the sun gradually tilted to the west, Wu He received the jade dove and suddenly realized that a long time had passed. Helplessly, he put down the fragrant barbecue skewers in his hand and walked over to Bear, looking at Bear Da's honest and adorable appearance. Wu He took a deep breath and slowly explained the current situation, indicating that he might have to leave. If time could be turned back to a month ago, Bear Da might have been eagerly hoping that Wu He would leave sooner. However, at this moment, Wu He had not only taught Bear Da the skills of beekeeping, but had also personally shown him how to make delicious barbecues. These experiences had forged a deep bond between Bear Da and Wu He, and deep down, Bear Da did not want to believe it all. But reality is often so cruel and heartless. Despite the reluctance in his heart, Wu He knew he had to set off at this moment, or he might truly miss that crucial competition. Thinking of this, Wu He's eyes turned red, and tears welled up in his eyes. Ultimately, he steeled his heart and bid farewell to Bear Da. The scene was truly touching, as if they were long-time, close friends. Bear Da also looked reluctant, watching Wu He walk further away. After Wu He turned to leave, he began to leap swiftly through the woods like lightning. He was as light as a swallow, moving agilely like a nimble monkey. Soon, Wu He caught sight of the vast territory occupied by Da Ming and Air Ming from a distance. After some inquiries, he learned that barely a month ago, just a day or two after Wu He left, Tang San and Xiao Wu had also embarked on their journey and left. Even more surprisingly, it was said that they had obtained a brand new soul ring along the way, likely significantly boosting their strength. Upon hearing news of those two, Wu He's anger was instantly ignited, and he felt indignant. It should be noted that just a month ago, he had engaged in a thrilling life-and-death battle with the ferocious rock bear. That battle was earth-shattering, and with such a huge commotion, how could those two possibly be unaware? However, What made Wu He feel immensely angry and disappointed was that these two had left without even bidding him farewell, just abandoning him like that. Thinking of this, Wu He ground his teeth in anger, and his fist clenched unconsciously. Nevertheless, despite being filled with rage at this moment, Wu He clearly realized that being angry would not solve the problem. The most urgent task at hand was to leave this perilous soul beast forest as soon as possible. After all, since he left the academy, a whole month and a half had passed. If he did not act quickly, he would likely miss the important competition. Thus, Wu He quickly took out the map of the continent he carried with him and carefully compared it with the position of the sun to determine his location. After a thorough study and calculation, he was surprised to find that if he chose to return to school first and then head to Spirit City, it would take at least a month to reach his destination, even without any obstacles along the way. In that case, he would undoubtedly miss the competition. However, if he headed directly towards Spirit City, the situation might be different. Based on the current estimates, he would need only about 20 days to reach Spirit City. Moreover, according to the competition schedule, it should not yet be in the final stage by then. Considering all factors, Wu He decisively decided to abandon the roundabout route back to school and instead choose a quicker route directly to Spirit City. After a series of precise calculations, Wu He decisively changed his original plan to leave the forest, holding the precious map in his hands. His eyes were sharp as he stared intently at the route on it, silently reciting, "The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line." It was as if he had found a shortcut to success. However, as Wu He traversed the vast and perilous spirit beast forest, the journey was far from smooth and devoid of danger. Along the way, he encountered countless dangers and challenges, but each time he managed to turn peril into safety. All of this was thanks to his mysterious and powerful Earth Tiger armor. Whenever faced with ruthless enemies or exceptionally fierce spirit beasts, Wu He would summon the Earth Tiger armor without hesitation. This armor seemed to have a wonderful connection with the earth. As long as Wu He's feet were firmly planted on solid ground, he could continuously draw endless energy from the earth and rapidly replenish himself. With this unique advantage, Wu He was almost invincible when standing on the ground. Even those formidable spirit beasts with cultivation levels of 50 to 60,000 years would be no match for him, often falling to the ground with just a swift strike from him. Time passed quietly like a fleeting horse, and before he knew it, 18 days had gone by. After enduring countless hardships, Wu He finally arrived at the towering gates of Spirit Soul City, now clad in tattered, patched clothing and walking unsteadily. Unfortunately, due to his shabby appearance, the guards of Spirit Soul City mistook him for a pitiful beggar, mercilessly stopping him. Chapter 130. Instantly recognizing the right person, Wu He, who was stopped, looked down at his clothes in confusion and couldn't help but frown. The outfit that should have been neat and clean was now tattered and torn, with signs of a fierce battle everywhere, as if he had gone through an extremely brutal fight. Even worse, many of the rips were stained with mottled traces of soul beast blood, which had dried to a dark red color, making the entire outfit look shocking. Wu He sniffed lightly, and a strong, fishy smell hit him. If he hadn't been stopped by the city defense army, he might not have realized how messy he looked, completely losing his image. However, it was too late to regret. There was nothing to be done. He instinctively reached for his storage equipment at his waist, silently praying to find a set of clothes to change into. But when he opened the storage equipment, he found it empty, with only a few items that were too damaged to use. It turned out that after a relentless journey of 20 days and constant fighting along the way, he had already exhausted all his spare clothes, and what he was wearing now was the last complete outfit. The old clothes that had been stored in the space had not been maintained for a long time and had been weathered, so taking them out now would likely only serve as rags. Just as Wu He felt despair, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he had to enter the city to have a chance to buy new clothes, why not find a way to solve it here? So, he hurriedly rummaged through his storage equipment again, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. However, after some effort, he ultimately sighed in disappointment. It was then that Wu He suddenly remembered that he had completely emptied his storage equipment to carry the precious life spring water. Later, while assisting Lord Xiong in artificially making honey, he had meticulously organized and categorized the storage equipment. As a result, the few remaining clothes were nowhere to be found. At this moment, Wu He was in a truly embarrassing situation. He looked himself up and down and found that he had many valuable items on him, but in his pockets he couldn't pull out a single cent. He glared angrily at the city defense army that blocked his way and shouted, "Hey, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? I am, after all, a proper soul master." However, The city defense army was not swayed at all by his words and ignored his righteous indignation. They directly push him away, shouting, "Get lost. You're just an eyesore here. Oomph. Anyone who can come to this Soul Master city is a Soul Master. Are you special or something?" The city defense army looked at Wu Hai with disdain, as if he were a clown. Meanwhile, soul rings slowly appeared on each of them, and they were all four-ringed soul sect-level experts. It should be noted that such a level of cultivation is already quite impressive across the entire continent. Even in elite competitions, this level of strength could meet the standard level of almost all regular teams. Seeing this, Wu Hai was stunned, feeling flustered to the point of forgetting to release his own cultivation. Thus, he was pushed to the roadside by the crowd, becoming the laughingstock in everyone's eyes. This was truly embarrassing. Wu Hai took out a tattered map, looked at the nearest small village, and realized that it would take 2 days for a round trip. He did not have that time to waste. The most critical issue was that he had no money left on him, even if he went to the village. He might not be able to exchange his remaining items for suitable clothes. As a result, finding a way to sneak into the city seemed to be the only feasible solution to this series of problems. Thus, Wu Hai remained squatting at the city gate like a statue, secretly wondering if he might encounter someone familiar to help him enter the city. Deep down, he hoped to meet someone from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire, although he knew that he still had a jade pigeon on him, and if he used it, Mir would definitely come to his rescue. He did not choose to do so at this moment, as his unique calculations and plans held him back. Time passed second by second, and Wu Hai squatted there for an entire day like a statue. During this time, he was so exhausted that he even dozed off for several hours. When he finally woke up, the sky had gradually turned gloomy and dark. Looking at the darkening sky, Wu Hai couldn't help but feel regretful, secretly blaming himself for sleeping so long in the afternoon. Perhaps during that time, someone he knew had passed through the city gate. Just as he felt annoyed, a team composed entirely of women suddenly caught his eye, instantly capturing all his attention. Each member of this team was an exceptionally beautiful girl, all dressed in fresh and bright blue outfits, resembling blooming flowers in spring, vibrant and eye-catching. Their graceful figures, illuminated by the sun, were particularly charming, exuding endless youthful charm. At that moment, Wu Hai inadvertently looked up and locked eyes with the captain at the front of the team. Their gazes met in the air and lingered for 2 full seconds. In that brief moment of eye contact, Wu Hai understood in his heart. She was the person he had been waiting for. Without any hesitation, Wu Hai's figure flashed, and he appeared before the team like a ghost, blocking their way back into the city. At this moment, Wu Hai looked dirty and ragged, making him seem no different from a beggar on the street. However, his face had been cleaned up, and while he couldn't be called handsome, he had a bit of youthful charm that wasn't entirely off-putting. Suddenly blocked by Wu Hai, the entire team fell into chaos. The members whispered amongst themselves, each showing expressions of surprise, quietly discussing this strange guy who had appeared out of nowhere. Some curiously examined Wu Hai, wondering what he wanted. Others, more timid, tightly held onto their companions' clothes, their faces filled with caution. "Sister, what's the matter with this beggar?" Shui-wearer stared curiously at the disheveled and dirty man, Wu Hai. He stood silently, just quietly there, which made Shui-wearer feel a twinge of fear. Although they were all elite soul masters from the Tianshui Academy, they were ultimately a group of delicate girls, facing a suddenly appearing beggar blocking their path. Even if they were usually brave and fearless, their instinctual reactions of fear and unease were hard to suppress. Even Binger, who is usually as calm as water, felt a bit intimidated at this moment. After all, the team was made up entirely of youthful and beautiful girls, and encounters with strange men approaching them were not unheard of. However, as the captain, she knew that protecting every team member was her undeniable primary responsibility. She took a deep breath, then questioned in a voice as cold as if it could freeze the air, "Who exactly are you, my lord? Why are you blocking our way forward?" Chapter 131. Want to change some money? When Wu Hai heard the cold, emotionless word from the other party, his heart tightened involuntarily. He hurriedly waved his hands in a flustered manner, urgently explaining, "Oh dear, I truly apologize. I didn't mean to block your way. Please don't take offense." As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and he continued, "To be honest, I am also in a desperate situation and had no choice but to act this way. Right now, there's indeed a tricky matter that urgently requires the help of kind-hearted people." Shui Binger frowned, her gaze fixed like a torch on the beggar in front of her, whose face was full of bitter smiles, and various unpleasant thoughts involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She felt her cheeks flush slightly, but the blush disappeared in an instant, replaced by a face full of anger as she glared fiercely at Wu Hai. If Wu Hai dared to speak recklessly or say something disrespectful at this moment, she would undoubtedly release her powerful martial soul without hesitation and eliminate this ignorant fellow in one fell swoop. However, Wu Hai seemed unaware of the change in Shui Binger's expression and continued to plead, Actually, my request is very simple. I really want to enter the city to take care of something, but you see me in these tattered clothes? Those detestable city defense soldiers won't let me in at all. So, I hope that you can show some kindness and take me with you into the city, so I can smoothly complete my business. Please, please. After hearing Wu Hai's words, the hearts of Shui Binger and her companions, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed a little. After all, they were worried that this guy would make some excessive or dangerous demands, but unexpectedly, it was just such a trivial request. However, in an instant, they couldn't help but ponder, what could this ragged, disheveled person possibly want to do in the city? He looked just like a beggar begging on the street. Could he be some unscrupulous thief? If they really brought him into the city, and he's secretly engaged in some petty theft or criminal activities, wouldn't they have to take the blame for him? Thinking of this, Shui Binger furrowed her brows, her gaze as cold as a star, and she questioned him in an icy tone. This situation is really inappropriate. Why are you so determined to enter the city? Faced with Shui Binger's sharp questioning, Wu Hai's face instantly turned extremely awkward. He opened his mouth as if to explain something, but only stammered out a few words. He looked hesitant, as if 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, not knowing where to start. Just as Shui Binger was about to lose patience and lead her team to bypass him and continue on their way, Wu Hai finally mustered up the courage and shouted, Wait, actually, like you all, I am also a student here to participate in this elite competition. Unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I was delayed and arrived late. After saying this, Wu Hai's face turned red. To him, this was indeed extremely embarrassing. It was one thing to be late for class occasionally, but to be late for such an important competition was truly shameful. If it weren't for the rule that allowed substitutes to be reported, allowing contestants to submit additional names for backup participants, Wu Hai might have already lost his qualification to participate in this competition due to some reasons. How can you prove that you are a student? After hearing that he was also a student here for the competition, Shui Binger's fear suddenly diminished significantly. Wu Hai stammered, this. At the same time, his restless hands began to rummage around on his body. After some fussing, he finally managed to find a small corner of his clothing from a rather unimaginable place. Perhaps worried that the many women present wouldn't be able to see this corner of clothing clearly, Wu Hai hurriedly stepped closer to them. However, when the women noticed Wu Hai suddenly approaching them, they all reacted like startled birds, quickly stepping back to maintain a safe distance from him. At that moment, Shui Binger's actions were even quicker than lightning. The water element in her hand, which had been flowing gently, instantly solidified into ice and transformed into a sharp, long sword. This ice sword pointed directly at Wu Hai's vulnerable throat. If Wu Hai had raised his head even slightly slower or taken just one more step forward, that cold, piercing sword would mercilessly stab into his throat. Hey, you really shouldn't come any closer. Please stand still and just show us the item that can prove your identity. Faced with this situation, Wu Hai could only awkwardly raise the small corner of his clothing high. Come and look what this is. Wu Hai excitedly waved the item in his hand and shouted, This is our school's emblem. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over, but when they saw the emblem, they couldn't help but frown slightly. It was covered in mottled bloodstains of red, green, black, various colors intertwined. It was clear that it bore the marks of countless fierce battles with soul beasts. Nevertheless, the overall outline of the emblem was still discernible. You're actually a student of the Tiando Royal Academy? Shui Wu beside him exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Since entering the qualifying rounds, they had witnessed the outstanding performance of one of the royal fighting teams. The shocking strength, especially the powerful deterrent force brought by the two Soul Kings, made this team almost unstoppable, sweeping away all opponents in their path. Now, looking at the somewhat disheveled boy before them, they were already convinced that he was indeed a member of the royal fighting team. Perhaps he was just late due to some special reason and was temporarily acting as a substitute. After clarifying the situation, Shui Binger and the others exchanged smiles and then began to showcase their respective skills. In an instant, water flowed, frost danced, and various soul powers flickered and intertwined, wrapping around the boy. In no time, the once filthy boy, looking like a beggar, was completely transformed, appearing much cleaner and fresher. Just as they were about to take the boy into the city with them, he suddenly stopped, looking troubled as he spoke. Sorry everyone. I don't know if you have any money on you. I encountered some unexpected circumstances earlier and lost all my money. Could you lend me some money for emergency use? Wu He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious inside, secretly pondering whether he was being a bit too much. At this moment, he unconsciously raised his hand, lightly scratching his head, revealing an unmistakable look of embarrassment on his face. In fact, Wu He was indeed short on funds. Normally, a certain amount of gate fee was required to enter the city, and some greedy city defense soldiers even demanded a little extra. It was precisely for this reason that Wu He was stopped outside the city, unable to enter. At this moment, Shui, Binger, and the others stood by, exchanging glances and seeming hesitant about whether they should lend money to Wu He. After all, they were well aware that if they lent money to Wu He might not be able to repay the debt in the future. However, just as everyone was caught in their dilemma, Wu He quickly pulled out 2 bottles from his storage equipment. One bottle contained a thick golden liquid that looked quite unusual, sparking curiosity, while the liquid in the other bottle was clear and seemed much more normal, with not much peculiarity to it. Then, Wu He carefully handed the 2 bottles to Shui, Binger, and the others, saying, I am willing to exchange these 2 bottles for around 2,000 gold soul coins. Wu He stood straight, his face radiating immense confidence. He held the 2 bottles tightly, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. He knew that the quality of these 2 bottles was excellent, and if they were put up for auction at any auction house, they would surely fetch at least 200,000 gold soul coins. What? You're asking for such a high price? Upon hearing this number, the few people present widened their eyes in shock, looking at Wu He in disbelief. They found it hard to imagine that these 2 seemingly ordinary bottles could really be worth that much money. Doubt and skepticism filled their hearts. Shui Binger carefully took the 2 bottles from Wu He's hands, her gaze first landing on the bottle containing the clear liquid. She gently twisted off the cap, and a fresh, elegant fragrance immediately wafted into the air. Shui Binger couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling the fragrance invigorating her spirit. However, after she sniffed it carefully, her expression suddenly changed dramatically, and a hint of shock flashed in her previously calm eyes. This. It's actually a full 5 milliliters of life spring. Shui Binger murmured in disbelief. She could hardly believe what her nose and eyes were telling her. Chapter 132. Diluted life spring. Wu He scratched his head awkwardly, pondering how to explain the situation of the items in his storage space to the other party. To be honest, among the seemingly dazzling array of items in his storage space, the only truly valuable and precious things were the royal jelly and the life spring. However, there was a significant difference between the two. The miraculous royal jelly could only be truly appreciated by tasting it, but the mysterious life spring was quite different. Just a gentle sniff of its unique aroma could instantly reveal its powerful life energy that seemed to envelop the whole person. Imagine if a tiny drop of life spring were carefully placed into a delicate little bottle and then the cap were slowly twisted open, allowing the pure and abundant life force to freely evaporate. It was estimated that within a limited space of about 25 square units, a miraculous 10-fold life domain could be successfully created in just 1 hour. In this special domain constructed by the life spring, whether one was diligently cultivating to enhance their strength, attempting to break through the current realm's limitations, or healing various injuries to restore vitality, they could achieve surprisingly excellent results, 10 to 15 times better than in normal conditions. Moreover, importantly, there is no need to bear the extra burden of up to 10 times the environmental pressure on the body in such a situation. However, it should be noted that these astonishing effects were only applicable within that specific 25 square area. Additionally, there were 2 key factors that would directly influence the actual benefits enjoyed. The first was the individual's level of cultivation. Generally speaking, the lower the cultivation level, the greater the benefits one could gain in this life domain. The second was the number of people involved, as the fewer the people, the more abundant the life energy each person would receive, thus enhancing the overall effectiveness. If a super powerhouse at the tidal Dalu level were to be in this space, the magical effects of a life spring might be significantly diminished, with its duration potentially reduced by 20 to 30. Due to such limitations, the preciousness of the life spring became even more pronounced, and the reasons behind its jaw-dropping price became self-evident. Because of this, when Shui Binger witnessed the current situation, the shock she felt deep down was simply indescribable. It should be known that such a rare treasure as the life spring, even in large and renowned auction houses, would likely not be successfully acquired even if someone bid as high as 1 billion gold soul coins. However, what Shui Bing never expected was that Wu He would only ask her for a mere 2,000 gold soul coins, which was utterly unbelievable, making her doubt whether she had misheard or was experiencing some kind of illusion. At that moment, another thought suddenly flashed through Shui Bing's mind. Wu He looked so disheveled and slovenly, like a beggar on the street. Yet such a seemingly down-and-out person was being so generous with such a priceless life spring. Could there be some hidden ulterior motive behind his actions? Just as Shui Bing was filled with suspicion, she noticed that Wu He did not seem to deliberately avoid her inquisitive and wary gaze. Instead, he lowered his voice and explained softly, "Please don't shout so loudly. Yes, this is indeed genuine life spring. However, what I'm giving you is the diluted version, and its actual effect is only about 20 of the normal one. Moreover, this diluted life spring can only be used through oral ingestion. Of course, if you want to utilize its magical evaporative effect to create a life domain, that idea is not far-fetched. It is actually feasible. However, the range of the life domain created this way will be significantly reduced. Also, the efficiency multiplier will be greatly diminished. More importantly, regarding time, if only one person uses this ability, the effective duration may even be reduced to less than 30 minutes. If you're thinking of providing this precious life domain for the powerful figures in our academy to use, it's likely that the duration of this life domain will struggle to last even 5 minutes. Wu He candidly laid out all the effects of the life spring without reservation. It should be noted that Wu He had put in a great deal of effort to collect a considerable amount of life spring initially. However, after more than a month of time passing, he had already consumed a significant portion of it during his cultivation process. At the same time, he made a shocking discovery. The use of the life spring had strict conditions. If an individual's physical condition did not reach the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, they simply could not use the life spring through direct ingestion. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In less severe cases, it might only result in a shattered martial soul. But if luck were to run out in a serious situation, it could very well lead to a tragic outcome of bodily explosion and instant death. Therefore, even the most precious and rare treasures must first ensure one's own life before they can be enjoyed, right? Thus, Wu He began his journey to find the best dilution medium. He tirelessly tried various methods and materials, but the results were often unsatisfactory. However, hard work pays off, and after a long time of exploration and practice, Wu He finally made an astonishing discovery that the water contained in the lake of life could serve as the most ideal dilution medium. Consequently, Wu He decisively took out the remaining precious life spring and began to carefully perform different degrees of dilution. This process required extremely high skills and patience. A slight mistake could lead to all previous efforts being wasted. Fortunately, Wu He was experienced and skilled, and everything progressed quite smoothly. After all the life spring was diluted, something delightful happened. The diluted liquids exhibited miraculous and diverse effects. They could not only create a vibrant life domain, but could also be directly ingested and utilized by ordinary soul masters. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that swallowing it after dilution could yield the best results. After listening to Wu He's detailed and vivid explanation, the doubts in Shui Bing's heart instantly dissipated. However, just as she felt relieved, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Even if these treasures had been diluted to only 20 of their original effect, the impact they could produce was still extremely significant, even exaggerated. Thus, if she merely completed this transaction with him for the price of 2,000 gold coins, it seemed like an indisputable profit. Thinking of this, Shui Bing pondered for a moment, then decisively nodded in agreement. At the same time, she handed back to Wu He another bottle of seemingly ordinary royal jelly that she was holding. After all, Shui Bing really had no idea what value this bottle held or how to use it correctly. Just then, she calmly took out a brand new women's school uniform from an exquisite package and gently handed it to Wu He. It was worth noting that Wu He was in a rather sorry state at the moment. The clothes on his upper body were already in tatters, looking like a beggar on the street. As for his pants, they were only slightly torn and dirty. However, he truly needed to change into a relatively clean and tidy outfit. After all, appearing before everyone in such a disheveled and ragged manner would attract too much attention. But as long as he could wear this passable school uniform and quietly blend in with the team, it would be completely possible to sneak in unnoticed and successfully enter the city with everyone. Almost in an instant, the clever Wu He understood the deeper meaning behind Shui Binger's actions. Therefore, he looked at Shui Binger with deep gratitude, his eyes shining with admiration and appreciation. Chapter 133. Want to hit me? Who do you think you are? Chapter 134. The Tianshui Girl Group versus New Shinfeng. Today's competition is the 8th match in the qualifying rounds, and the atmosphere is tense and exceptionally lively. Over on the left side of the entrance passage, the highly anticipated Tianshui Academy has made their entrance. This team is renowned for its stunning members, making them a beautiful sight to behold. At this moment, the host, holding a special spirit weapon that resembles a megaphone, uses his loud and passionate voice to spread this information to every corner of the venue. Instantly, the audience's gaze is drawn like a magnet to the left passage. Accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps, the Tianshui Academy members, led by Shui Binger, march in perfect unison, resembling a well-trained army, steadily moving toward the resting area beside the competition stage. Their figures are graceful, their steps light, and every face radiates confidence and composure, as if victory is already in their grasp. At this moment, the host turns his attention to the right side, but unexpectedly, he stumbles over his words. After a brief pause, he continues, now approaching us is our new Shinfeng team. He quickly adds, leading the charge is Captain Feng Xiaotian. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a burst of laughter erupts from the audience. It turns out the host was trying to suppress his laughter to maintain a professional demeanor, but when he saw Feng Xiaotian and Wu Shuang, he could no longer contain his impulse. Both of them have swollen faces that look like two gigantic pig heads, an utterly comical sight. It's clear to any observer that these two must have experienced something unusual before taking the stage. The curiosity about what could have caused their appearance is palpable. At this moment, Wu He walks into the audience, stand with a light-hearted step. He moves through the crowd like a nimble cat, finally settling into a corner in the last row of the stands. From this concealed spot, he can see the entire competition arena. When his gaze lands on the comical scene before him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rise. Previously, Wu He held a very high opinion of the medical standards in Douluo Continent. In his view, the medical technology here is top-notch, especially in handling issues like reducing swelling, where it excels. However, what is happening before him completely overturns his original thoughts. He sees the two contestants appearing before everyone with their heads covered in lumps. The ridiculous sight makes him laugh uncontrollably. The reason for this situation is not hard to understand. Wu He has a god-level healing spirit master named Yi Lingling under his command. For her, treating minor injuries like sprains and bruises is a piece of cake. It is precisely because of the long-term influence of Yi Lingling's superb medical skills that Wu He has developed a misconception that almost all injuries could heal quickly. Nevertheless, despite their current disheveled appearance, the two of them are actually fine. After all, last night, Wu He was quite measured in his actions, deliberately targeting only soft tissue areas that wouldn't harm their foundations. As a result, although their image is somewhat funny, they still possess the ability to participate in the battle normally. Looking at their bruised faces, Wu He finally bursts into laughter. Once his laughter gradually subsides, he slowly shifts his gaze to another part of the audience not far away. There perhaps lies more interesting stories waiting for him to discover. Just a short distance ahead in the audience, a striking and charming sight presents itself. Upon closer inspection, he sees several individuals dressed in the standard uniform of the Tiando Empire, sitting upright and orderly, clearly prepared to enjoy the exciting match about to unfold. At this moment, Wu He's spiritual power is exceptionally strong. Having reached a profound level, he can easily avoid detection by those individuals, and even discreetly probe their spirit power levels in detail. When he senses their spirit power levels, a wave of indescribable satisfaction wells up in his heart. It turns out that during his more than a month away, this group has not slacked off at all, consistently practicing hard. Looking at them now, each one has made considerable progress. Thinking of this, Wu He involuntarily falls into a pleasant reverie, the corners of his mouth lifting into a silly smile. However, this state does not last long, as the referee shouts to signal the start of the match. Instantly, the arena is filled with wind and clouds, and the atmosphere becomes tense. The first to launch an attack is Wu Shuang, whose figure darts forward like a bolt of lightning, striking with unmatched ferocity. This aggressive style makes Wu He exclaim, "This style, I know it too well." Sure enough, Huo Wuxuang had charged in like this last night, storming into the fray with overwhelming force. His brave and fearless performance undoubtedly showcases the explosive power of his spirit. Almost simultaneously, Feng Xiaotian also refuses to back down. His enormous wings suddenly spread wide behind him, rushing to the side of the arena like a soaring eagle, clearly planning to use a flanking maneuver to trouble his opponents. Shui Bing'er, on her side, has a slight smirk, revealing an extremely cold smile, akin to frost in the depths of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. She slowly opens her lips and says, "If this were in the past, I might have had to weigh my options if you two charge from different directions. But now..." Hith hith. Before her words finish, a crisp phoenix cry rings out through the sky. In an instant, a massive ice phoenix spirit soars into the air like lightning, its icy pressure sweeping toward the new Shinfeng team like a surging cold wave. This powerful pressure instantly applies a terrifying debuff to everyone in New Shinfeng. They suddenly feel their bodies become heavy, their once agile movements slowing down. And even every strike feels as if it is being dragged by an invisible force, with both their movement speed and attack speed dropping by a full 10%. At this moment, Shui Bing'er stands on the Ice Phoenix, resembling a goddess of ice and snow descending to the world. She wields a crystal-clear ice staff, and the Ice Phoenix spreads its wings, as if it has unleashed a boundless, bone-chilling domain. Just then, Shui Bing'er's assistant, Shui Wu, shouts and unleashes her spirit skill, Blizzard. Suddenly, the wind howls, and heavy snowflakes fall like goose feathers. These snowflakes rapidly coalesce into sharp ice shards within the Ice Phoenix's domain, intertwining with the swirling snow to form a breathtaking yet deadly scene. This blizzard not only further reinforces the domain created by the Ice Phoenix, but also makes the new Shinfeng team members suffer greatly. They can clearly hear the chilling howls of the wind beside them, and all attributes related to speed drop sharply, as if they have fallen into a cold quagmire, struggling to escape, only to see Shui Bing'er with a calm and composed expression. She gently raised her jade hand, pointed lightly towards the back row of the new Godwind team, and softly uttered 2 words, "Ice Seal." As these words left her mouth, the already bone-chilling cold wind in the surrounding air suddenly accelerated, driven by her soul power. The cold winds quickly condensed into countless sharp ice spikes of various shapes and sizes. These ice spikes shimmered with a heart-pounding cold light, rushing towards the back row of New Godwind's team at lightning speed. In this life-and-death critical moment, a look of determination flashed in Huo Wu's eyes, and without hesitation, she activated her ultimate life-saving skill. She shouted, "Resistance Fire Ring." In an instant, a blazing fire erupted from her body, forming a hot fire ring that tightly protected her within. However, unexpectedly, this seemingly indestructible protective fire ring only lasted a moment before succumbing to an overwhelmingly powerful force of ice. In the blink of an eye, the once fierce fire ring was frozen by a thick layer of ice, as if time had come to a standstill. The teammates standing behind Huo Wu didn't even have time to activate their martial spirits before they were completely sealed in ice by the sudden onslaught, each becoming a crystal-clear ice sculpture, unable to move. At this moment, the unwillingness in Huo Wu's heart surged like a tide, reaching its peak. It should be known that her flames had been forged through countless trials and were never afraid of any cold object. Despite her lips trembling slightly from extreme anger and tension, the soul power continued to surge from her body like a flood breaking through a dam. Then, a miracle happened. The surface of the massive ice block that sealed the resistance fire ring suddenly began to show fine cracks, which quickly spread like a spider web across the entire block of ice. With a loud bang, the entire ice block shattered completely, turning into countless shards of ice scattered across the ground, while the cold air contained within was instantly evaporated by the intense heat radiating from Huo Wu. In that instant, Huo Wu felt a sudden surge of soul power within her, her cultivation level astonishingly rising by a whole level. Instantly, a vast and powerful heat erupted from her petite body, shining like a blazing sun, contrasting sharply with the icy aura emitted by the Tinshui women's team, creating a strange scene of ice and fire. This powerful heat not only successfully dispelled the surrounding coldness, but also greatly reduced the deceleration effects on Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wuxuang, allowing them to regain their freedom of movement. However, the battle situation was rapidly changing, and almost at the same moment, Feng Xiaotian's powerful soul skill had already arrived before them. while Huo Wushuang's fierce punches were also released with a howling sound. Chapter 135. The clash of the Flame Dragon armor and the Black Rhino armor is imminent. Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang each have their own unique attributes. One excels in speed. His soul skills are as swift as a sudden storm, while the other relies on unmatched strength, making his soul skills as powerful as a thunderous strike. At this moment, even though the group of female team members behind Shui Binger are using their respective soul skills, they still seem overwhelmed and unable to withstand the fierce onslaught from Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang. Before long, 3 team members have been eliminated and left the stage in disappointment. In the focal point of everyone's attention, Huo Wushuang's ferocious punch is about to land heavily on Shui Yuer's delicate face. In a critical moment, Shui Binger reacts quickly, rapidly unleashing her soul skill, Resist Light. With a dull thud, Huo Wushuang is struck hard and is sent flying. At the same time, Shui Wu does not hesitate. Her figure flashes like a ghost, rapidly darting to Shui Binger's side, and instantly prepares for the fusion of their martial souls. Without hesitation, she releases the stunning martial soul fusion skill, Snow and Ice Falling. In an instant, the sky appears to be torn apart, and countless ice crystal fragments of various shapes and sizes fall like a torrential downpour, bringing with them a bone-chilling coldness and astonishing speed, rapidly rushing towards the new Shenkong Academy side. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the ice crystals and frozen are powerless to resist such a powerful attack, falling off the stage one after another like kites with severed strings. The power displayed by this martial soul fusion skill is truly terrifying. It not only turns the tide of battle, but also successfully suppresses the rolling heat waves raised by Huo Wu. At the same time, a relatively thick and sharp ice crystal rushes towards Huo Wu like lightning. However, unexpectedly, this ice crystal appears completely within Huo Wu's blind spot. At this moment, Huo Wu is oblivious to it, but fortunately, she is not entirely unprepared. It's just that in this direction, no matter how hard she tries, she cannot effectively deploy any defensive measures. In this critical moment, Feng Xiaotian unhesitatingly gives up the one perfect opportunity to eliminate Shui Yuer, as if he has gone mad. Rushing towards Huo Wu, almost simultaneously, Huo Wushuang resolutely abandons his resistance against the powerful attack of Snow and Ice Falling, suddenly turning around and dashing towards his sister, Huo Wu, with astonishing speed. Although their speeds have reached an extreme, like 2 meteors streaking across the sky, they ultimately cannot reach Huo Wu in time to intercept that deadly ice crystal before it strikes her. As Huo Wu is about to suffer a severe blow, in this life-and-death moment, Huo Wushuang suddenly has a flash of inspiration. He recalls the mysterious elemental crystal that Wu He gifted him after he was brutally beaten last night, which shone with a fiery red light. At that time, he had merely regarded this elemental crystal as a form of compensation from Wu He. Although Wu He had explained to him in detail how to properly use this elemental crystal, he had never had the chance to try it out himself. But at this moment, in this situation, Huo Wushuang can no longer afford to hesitate. He clearly remembers that Wu He mentioned that as long as he uses this elemental crystal, he would immediately gain an unprecedented powerful strength. Flame Dragon Armor, Merge. Accompanied by a deafening shout, Huo Wushuang lifts the glowing red crystal high, as if it is the source of his power. His voice echoes like thunder in the air, capturing the attention of everyone present. However, the scene before everyone is quite difficult to bear, even somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, this peculiar sight successfully catches Mi Er's attention. She searches for Wu He's figure with her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, where on earth has this guy gone? Why can't I see him? At this moment, the playful Wu He is not about to easily reveal his whereabouts. He hides like a mischievous child, enjoying this rare freedom and joy. Mi Er silently resolves that after the match, she must find Huo Wushuang to inquire about Wu He's specific situation. Just then, the fire crystal in Huo Wushuang's hand suddenly bursts forth with countless dazzling beams of light, scattering like shooting stars, then quickly converging together, gradually transforming into a majestic armor shape. In the blink of an eye, the armor firmly attaches itself to Huo Wushuang, completing a perfect armor fusion. When Huo Wushuang appears before everyone clad in armor, all are momentarily stunned, as if time is frozen at that moment. Only Wu He shows unusual excitement, dancing around. Although this summoning scene differs from what he originally envisioned, the message it conveys is clear to everyone. Unity has returned. This thought simultaneously arises in the minds of all teachers and students at the Tiando Royal Academy. They seem to see the light of hope rekindled. Everyone feels a surge of excitement, but looking around, they cannot find Wu He. Shui Binger, very close by, hears Huo Wushuang chanting the incantation and witnesses his transformation, involuntarily gasping. After merging, Huo Wushuang's power and speed receive a massive boost, and in an instant, he uses his hand to break the massive ice crystal behind Huo Wu. Huo Wushuang senses the power in his hands. Not only can he use his martial soul, but his own energy is also terrifyingly strong. In an instant, he comprehends all the usage methods of the armor, filling him with excitement. Shui Bingo looks at the flame dragon armor and also takes out a sky blue crystal. At this moment, an astonishing thought floods her mind like a tide. My God, the pressure is too strong, as if endless fiery energy is madly tearing at my body, seemingly about to completely shred me apart in the next moment. Shui Binger is horrified, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. At this moment, she can no longer care about many other things, because the aura emanating from the enemy before her is too terrifying, and that strength is far from trivial. If she doesn't pull out her strongest skills, she is likely to face defeat. Thinking of this, Shui Binger unhesitatingly raises the crystal in her hand, which is translucent and shimmering with enchanting light. She takes a deep breath and then shouts with all her might, "Black Rhino Armor, merge!" Accompanied by her passionate shout, the sky blue crystal suddenly erupts with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, these lights transform into countless tiny stars, like a brilliant galaxy in the night sky. Then, these starlights swiftly gather together in a flash, perfectly merging with a set of silver-black armor. In the blink of an eye, this imposing and powerful armor fits snugly onto Shui Binger's delicate body. At the moment the armor attaches, Shui Binger clearly feels an incredibly powerful force surging in her body like a torrential flood. This force is so strong that it is almost heart-stopping. After careful perception, she is astonished to discover that this is a terrifying energy that has reached the level of a soul emperor. At this moment, she only had the cultivation of a 35th level soul master, while the gap between a soul emperor and a soul master was a full 3 major stages. This enormous difference made Shui Binger deeply aware that the difficulty of this battle far exceeded any previous encounters. Meanwhile, the usage rules of this mysterious armor continuously flowed into Shui Binger's mind like a sudden enlightenment. At this moment, the entire arena was filled with a suffocating tension. As if the air itself had solidified, the two individuals stood facing each other, their powerful auras clashing and intertwining, and a thrilling battle was imminent, ready to erupt at any moment. Both of them made a unanimous decision to let their teammates quickly withdraw from the arena, which was about to become a fierce battlefield. By forfeiting, for them, this battle was not just about victory or defeat. It was an ultimate pursuit of their own strength and honor. Only through a life and death duel in a 1v1 match could the true victor be determined. Feng Xiaotian stared intently at the fire Wushuang before him, his gaze fixed on the blazing Yanlong armor he wore. For a moment, Feng Xiaotian found himself at a loss for words, as the words he wanted to say seemed to be stuck in his throat, unable to come out. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose to remain silent and quietly turned to leave the arena. Chapter 136. The battle begins. Chapter 137. Miscalculation. The meteor gun's torrent of energy, the shattering magic, was extinguished in the raging torrent, calm as a mirror surface. Shui Binger tightly gripped the meteor gun with both hands, focusing intently as she continuously gathered the powerful energy contained within the lethal strike at the gun's tip. As the energy accumulated, the tip of the meteor gun began to shine with dazzling light, resembling a meteor about to explode. When the energy reached its peak, Shui Binger did not hesitate to inject her soul skill, ice-sealing power, into it. In an instant, the originally dark green torrent of energy transformed astonishingly, as if enchanted, into a brilliant ice blue. This color change not only caught the eye, but also added an aura of coldness and strength. Immediately, the meteor gun in Shui Binger's hands surged like a roaring ice dragon, carrying unparalleled destructive power and breathtaking beauty, charging straight towards Huo Wushuang's flame dragon armor. This scene was a classic among classics, now being recreated in this other world, providing an extraordinary visual feast. Watching from the sidelines, Wu He was so excited he could hardly contain himself. If he hadn't wanted to avoid returning to the team too early, he might have already been dancing with joy. However, Despite the fierce battle, Wu He knew very well that Huo Wuxuang would not easily give up resisting. Sure enough, at the critical moment when the torrent was about to hit the flame dragon armor, Huo Wuxuang shouted, "Third soul skill, Tyrant Dragon's Fury," accompanied by his roar. A blazing flame burst forth from him, quickly enveloping his entire body. At the same time, the ice crystals at his joints melted away, allowing him to regain his nimble movements. Although Huo Wuxuang had timely unleashed his third soul skill, he knew that no ordinary soul skill could withstand the oncoming torrent. At this moment, it seemed he had only one choice: to unleash his own lethal strike to potentially counter the opponent's attack. However, time was extremely tight, and the torrent approached like a flash of lightning, leaving him with little time to gather his energy for the lethal strike. With a sharp gaze, he suddenly swung his arm, sending the flame blade arcing through the air in a fiery red line before he forcefully flung it backward. He quickly clasped his hands in front of his abdomen and softly chanted, "Meditation Seal." With this shout, a mysterious and powerful force erupted from him. He attempted to use this special skill of his armor to temporarily halt time, thus gaining a precious chance for survival. However, what he never expected was that things would not unfold as he hoped. Unbeknownst to him, the meditation seal had no effect at all on the 5 elements armor. At the moment he activated this skill, although everything around him seemed to freeze, the attack known as Ice Sealing Torrent still rushed towards him mercilessly. There was a loud bang as the torrent, infused with lethal energy, slammed into him like a meteor. This powerful energy instantly pierced through his body effortlessly. At the same time, the lethal energy surged wildly within him like a runaway horse. But then, an unexpected scene unfolded. This originally rampant lethal energy was suddenly suppressed by an icy aura. It turned out that Shui Bing, upon seeing Huo Wuxuang preparing to use the meditation seal, had almost simultaneously unleashed the same skill. Thus, the two forces within the ice-sealing torrent intertwined and collided. Ultimately, they fused into something even more terrifying, a sealed ice soul skill. In the blink of an eye, this sealed ice soul skill firmly encased Huo Wuxuang in a gigantic block of ice. At this moment, he not only endured the external impact of the lethal energy, but also suffered from the internal chaos of energy and the intense cold that pierced his bones, making his suffering unbearable. Behind him, a post symbolizing sealing magic subtly emerged. Following Huo Wuxuang's steps, the two entered a mysterious realm where time seemed to stand still. Upon witnessing the ice-sealing torrent accurately hit its target, he understood that this fierce battle was nearing its end. Shui Binger then shouted, "Torrent Peak," and immediately launched her final fierce attack. The sharp horns atop her head gleamed with a cold light, like an indestructible sword, thrusting straight at her opponent. At the moment those horns pierced through the enemy's body, the meditation seal that had maintained the time-stop state suddenly became ineffective. This sudden change caught everyone present off guard, leaving them with no time to react. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, Huo Wuxuang and his flame dragon armor were both subjected to tremendous impact, instantly exploding into a shimmering card. However, Shui Binger did not pause for a moment. Facing Huo Wu's frantic roars, she remained calm, lightly waving her hand to absorb the card into her waist belt. Next, her right palm began to gather a powerful energy, gradually forming a crystal stone that emitted a mysterious purple glow. Through the translucent surface of the crystal, one could clearly see Huo Wuxuang, who had fallen into a coma, sleeping inside. As for what had just happened, the majority of the onlookers were utterly confused, completely unable to grasp the situation. However, the people from the Tiando Imperial Academy had a slight understanding, but the only one who truly comprehended the reasons behind it was Wu He alone. After all, this seal magic post was a technique he had never used before, and for others like Mir, it was undoubtedly a brand new, astonishingly powerful skill. The most terrifying aspect of this skill lay not only in its immense power, but also in its absolute control over soul power once it was stripped away. Everyone present could clearly sense that although Huo Wuxuang, trapped within the purple crystal, had not lost his life, his condition was dire. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, and more frighteningly, all his soul power had been completely drained. At this moment, Huo Wuxuang was like a lifeless object, entirely sealed. However, the chilling aspect did not end there. Even though Huo Wuxuang was trapped within the purple crystal and unable to move at all, everyone could still see through the transparent crystal that his extremely faint life signs were slowly being released. This scene filled everyone present with an indescribable fear. After all, Facing such a strange and unknown seal, no one could predict how long it would last. At this moment, Shui Binger gently removed the heavy armor from her body, revealing her graceful figure once more. She elegantly gestured to the referee, indicating that the match had ended and the final results could be announced. It was only then that the already stunned referee seemed to awaken from a dream, returning to his senses from the extreme shock. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his agitated emotions, and then shouted with all his might, "The victor of this qualifying match is Tianshui Academy." Shui Binger slowly placed the crystal ceiling Huo Wushuang in front of the members of the new Divine Wind team. Her beautiful and cold face showed no change in expression, but her gaze was as deep as a cold pool. Then, she spoke in a voice so indifferent that it seemed to freeze the air around her. "This is not a power belonging to me, but this armor tells me that it can only seal the target for up to 30 minutes. After saying this, Shui Binger decisively left the arena. Her steps appeared light, yet carried an imperceptible urgency. Just as she was about to step out of the venue, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and gazed deeply in the direction of the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. That glance was filled with complex emotions, making it difficult to grasp its deeper significance. Once Shui Binger completely left the venue, the tension she had been holding, pretending to be aloof, finally gave way to the fear and shock within her. She trembled, and her entire body suddenly fell to the ground as if losing its balance. At that moment, she was nowhere near the cold and noble appearance she had on the stage. Meanwhile, Wu Yi successfully retrieved 2 crystals. With the return of the crystals, all the remaining soul power that Huo Wushuang had almost exhausted instantly flowed back into his body. This nearly completely offset the huge side effects caused by the previous use of the armor. Chapter 138. Shining for the Dream in My Heart. Chapter 139. The challenge to the Spirit Hall is imminent. Wu Yi's magnetic and slightly impassioned voice, like a strong wind, quickly spread through the venue, emanating from the uniquely shaped microphone spirit in the host's hand, which shimmered with a mysterious light. This sound seemed to possess infinite penetrating power, effortlessly cutting through the noise of the crowd and the barriers of the buildings, reaching every corner. People raised their heads, searching for the source of the voice, but could only hear the clear and loud words echoing in the air, unable to see the figure of the speaker. At the same time, something astonishing happened. Overhead, from all directions, a peculiar music began to resonate throughout the venue. This music was neither soothing and elegant like classical melodies, nor dynamic and fashionable like modern pop. It carried an indescribable exotic charm. It soared high like an eagle soaring in the sky at times, and at others, it was deep and low like a tiger lurking in the depths of the forest. Sometimes the rhythm was brisk like a sudden storm, and other times it was gentle like a babbling brook. Various wonderful notes intertwined, forming a dreamlike melody that enveloped everyone in an unprecedented auditory feast. For the dream in their hearts, they fought bravely, like a whirlwind. This passionate and magnificent music ignited the long-hidden blood and passion deep within people's hearts like a raging fire. Every listener felt as if they were on a fierce battlefield, filled with endless power and fighting spirit, eager to charge into battle and fight valiantly. It should be noted that Wu Yi was a person with great ambition and unwillingness to be mediocre. Over the past few days, he was certainly not merely satisfied with indulgence and pleasure. On the contrary, he had been silently working hard, tirelessly searching for inspiration and material. After enduring countless hardships, traversing numerous mountains and rivers, and visiting more than 10 different places, he finally managed to create 2 heart-stirring battle songs, as if he had found a treasure. At this moment, as the music's melody gradually rose to its climax, the passionate singing echoed like thunder. The undefeated hero, scars, are the eternal spark. This lyric sliced through the air like a lightning bolt, striking deep into the soul, completely igniting everyone's longing for victory and belief in never giving up. Just as everyone was stunned, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the figure stood firmly in front of the entire team, like an immovable mountain. This person was Wu Yi, wearing a standard big boy smile, bright and sunny, evoking a sense of familiarity. However, behind that seemingly harmless smile, there was an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating, as if with a slight movement, he could stir up raging waves. Shui Binger looked at Wu Yi and involuntarily trembled, murmuring to herself, "This guy, is he really from the Tiando Royal Academy? How can he be so strong?" Her voice revealed an undeniable fear. Beside her, Huo Wuxuang and Feng Xiaotian stared fiercely at Wu He, their eyes burning with anger and hatred. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. It's this guy. That night, he defeated us without giving us a chance to fight back." Huo Wuxuang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, clearly ready to attack at any moment. At this moment, Tang San, who had remained silent, was also slightly moved, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. After this period of hard training, he felt his strength had made great strides. Now facing a strong enemy, he felt no fear at all, but rather a desire to compete with him and verify his own strength. On the opposite side, Hulaina was observing Wu He with great interest. Although she did not use her spirit or soul power, just an ordinary glance or a casual word from her carried strong charm, enough to make most men fall for her. Unfortunately, Wu He was a bona fide straight man, completely immune to such allure. Wu He ignored Hulaina's gaze and turned to the referee, shouting in an extremely arrogant tone, "Referee, you can announce the start. Don't waste everyone's time." After saying this, he abruptly turned to face his teammates behind him and unhesitatingly issued battle commands. At that moment, he quickly took out 2 gleaming crystal stones from his pocket. He first handed one to Yi Ling Ling, then gently placed the other in Lin Bei's hand. Yi Ling Ling and Lin Bei clearly anticipated this arrangement, and they very tacitly accepted the crystal stones, swiftly storing them away. Their movements as practiced, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Next, the commander turned to Duguyen, looking at him with piercing eyes and saying in a firm and decisive tone, "Duguyen, once the battle begins, you must immediately release the poison mist, ensuring it covers the entire battlefield as widely as possible." Duguyen nodded slightly, indicating he understood the task. Then, he turned his gaze to Wu Miao Miao, continuing to assign, "Wu Miao Miao, you are responsible for seizing my second soul skill. Remember, you must grasp the timing accurately." Wu Miao Miao also solemnly nodded in response. Looking at Mi-Er, he slightly slowed his pace, but the command remained clear and precise. "Mi-Er, your task is to use your agility to constantly move around the battlefield, finding ways to interrupt the enemy's spellcasting." Mi-Er replied without hesitation, "No problem." Finally, for the other team members, he allowed relatively free play. As for the rest of you, you can choose your combat methods according to your specialties and preferences, but you must cooperate and follow commands. Upon hearing this detailed and orderly tactical arrangement, the other 5 team members shouted in unison, "Receive, Captain." Their voices were in perfect harmony, echoing through the sky, leaving people in awe. In an instant, it was as if an invisible force was gathering around these 7 individuals, forming a tightly knit battle formation like a well-trained army. At this moment, Hulaina, standing to the side, was gazing intently at Wu He with her beautiful and enchanting fox-like eyes. She was secretly astonished because she had never encountered someone with such strong personal charisma as Wu He. In just a few words, he had managed to unite the team members, who were initially somewhat lacking in confidence, and radiate such an astonishing momentum. As everyone was immersed in this tense and passionate atmosphere, the referee, after receiving Wu He's reminder, decisively blew the whistle without any hesitation, signaling the official start of the match. With the referee's command, both teams moved almost simultaneously. Under the commands of their respective captains, team members activated their spirits, and in an instant, dazzling beams of light intertwined, illuminating the entire arena. The 3 Soul Kings from the Spirit Hall were certainly not ordinary figures. Their spirit and soul ring combinations were perfectly matched, representing the best configurations. Moreover, the 4 soul ancestors standing behind them were also formidable, with soul ring configurations that, though not unmatched in the world, were already outstanding compared to other ordinary teams. This powerful lineup was like a terrifying nightmare for any team facing them. However, the opponents they were about to face were from the royal team of the Tiando Empire. This squad is equally formidable, especially the captain Wu He, whose strength is unfathomable. Wu He also has 3 Soul Kings on his side, and among them, Mi-Er and Wu Miao Miao both have soul rings that are all at the optimal configuration of 5. As for the other 4 team members, although they are slightly inferior in soul power levels, they are all experts who have already entered the Soul Master realm and possess 4 soul rings. Comparing the cultivation levels of both teams, the 2 squads are evenly matched and on par with each other. Just when everyone thought this duel would fall into a stalemate, Wu He suddenly unleashed his martial soul and soul ring powers. In an instant, everyone present felt as if their bodies were being crushed by a great mountain. unable to move at all, as if they were forcibly controlled in place. Upon closer inspection, the soul rings displayed by Wu He were astonishing. 1 purple and 4 black. With one of the black 10,000-year soul rings even entwined with a faint, almost imperceptible red aura. Any soul master with a bit of knowledge about soul beasts would know that a soul beast capable of producing such soul rings must be an unparalleled overlord within a step of 100. 000 years of cultivation. This sudden scene made the 7 powerful figures from the spirit hall involuntarily gasp in shock. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief, as if witnessing something incredible. Could this person be a monster? Such a peculiar soul ring configuration actually exists in the world? One person couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone creating a ripple effect, instantly provoking a wave of noise and commotion among the audience. People whispered to each other, discussing fervently, feeling immense shock and curiosity about everything happening before them. However, in stark contrast to the surrounding chaos, Wu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian remained exceptionally calm and even unusually quiet this moment. They stood there quietly, their eyes fixed on the changing situation in the arena, seemingly contemplating countermeasures. At that moment, Wu He suddenly flashed and quickly drew out a uniquely shaped spiral steel spear from his storage space. He gripped the spear tightly with both hands, exuding a powerful aura. He then turned to his companion beside him and shouted, "Tianheng, let us make the first move. Dragon's Fury, Dragon Scale, Transformation. Linbei, come with me." Wu He shouted again and then charged towards the opponent like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, Tianheng and Linbei did not hesitate to follow closely behind, launching a fierce attack on the enemy together. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in an intense atmosphere of battle, and a thrilling showdown was about to erupt. Chapter 140. Power Struggle. Chapter 141. Advantages and disadvantages. Helena's hair stood on end, as if she had been struck by a powerful electric current. Her originally smooth and shiny hair had turned into an exaggerated frizzy mess, looking quite ridiculous. The thought of her disheveled appearance made her anger flare up, almost erupting. However, the others engaged in the fierce battle did not pause their actions because of Helena's embarrassment. As they fought, Yu Qianheng suddenly flashed forward, quickly closing the distance to Helena. "Wow, look at your hairstyle. It's like you've been electrocuted into a frizz. Why didn't you leave some electricity for me? Let me experience this thrilling sensation too," Yu Qianheng said with a mischievous smile, teasing Helena. Usually, he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, but occasionally he couldn't resist being playful, especially when he found something amusing during a battle. Upon hearing Yu Qianheng's words, Helena's eyes widened in anger, flames seemingly burning within them. She shouted, "Get lost!" Accompanying her roar, a weak electric current crackled from her tightly clenched fist. At that moment, Yu Qianheng felt a twinge of regret and disappointment. He muttered to himself, "Oh no, this is a big loss. I would have preferred to be hit by that electric current just now." After a continuous fierce battle with Yan for 7 or 8 rounds, Yu Qianheng's soul power had been severely depleted. At this moment, he wished he could use the electric current released by Helena to replenish his soul power. Thus, he instinctively glanced at Mir, his eyes revealing a near-pleading look. However, just in an instant, he dismissed the thought of seeking help from Mir. At this time, Lin Bei was stealthily maneuvering like a ghost in the area filled with poisonous mist created by Yan. Surprisingly, no one noticed his hidden presence. He effortlessly tossed the soul skill stone in his hand, and this seemingly ordinary throw appeared to have a magical power, instantly establishing a close connection with Wu He and Xieyu. At this moment, no matter how hard Wu He attacked, he maintained a vigorous and lively state, showing no signs of fatigue. In stark contrast, Xieyu clearly felt his stamina rapidly depleting at an alarming rate. Even worse, not only was his stamina diminishing, but his precious soul power was also being mercilessly drained away, as if by an invisible hand. Yin felt the same sensation. He was astonished to discover that Yu Qianheng became more and more vigorous in battle, his attacks growing fiercer. Initially, Yin had held back and didn't go all out, but as the battle progressed, he gradually realized that things were not looking good. Even after he unleashed all his power without restraint, from the perspective of their struggle, the gap between them had become increasingly obvious. "Are you four just going to stand there staring? Hurry up and concentrate your fire to take down that damn support on the opposite side," Yin shouted in frustration. He blamed all his current failures on Yi Lingling, who had been silently standing at the back of the team. To be fair, Yan's words weren't without reason. After all, the soul skills exhibited by Yi Lingling were indeed formidable, with her powerful support ability fundamentally turning the tide of the battle. Seeing this, the four behind him quickly sprang into action like arrows released from a bow, their faces filled with ferocity as they pounced towards Wu He and the others. Clearly wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to break through the defenses and strike hard. However, how could Wu He easily let the opponent succeed? With a flash of his eyes, he sent a clear signal to Wu Miao beside him with just a glance. Wu Miao understood his intention instantly and without hesitation. She shifted her position and exchanged opponents with Wu He. Meanwhile, Hyena happened to encounter Mir. Mir was an excellent archer who knew her strengths well. Every time she launched an attack, she skillfully utilized the maximum distance to strike, employing a tactic known as kiting, continuously restraining Hyena. Although Hyena was furious, her temperature rising to a so-called red-hot state, she was helpless against Mir's flexible and ever-changing attacks that maintained distance, unable to touch her at all. The feeling of being so close yet unable to catch the enemy was truly maddening. At that moment, Wu He noticed that the four ordinary participants were recklessly charging into the poisonous mist. Initially, he thought about rushing forward to stop them to prevent them from falling into danger. But who would have thought that these individuals moved so quickly, plunging into the toxic mist without a moment's hesitation? Watching the figures that dashed into the poisonous mist, Wu He shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, I originally planned to use you four to practice and familiarize myself with my shooting skills. Alas, who would have thought you were so eager to send yourselves to death? After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh, a look of regret appearing on his face. As expected, just as the four participants charged into the poisonous mist like arrows, Wu He quickly retracted the weapon he had been holding tightly and stowed it away in his backpack. The reason was simple. This intense competition was nearing its end, and the outcome was about to be revealed. The four brave contestants had just plunged into the poisonous mist, completely unprepared, and absorbed the massive amounts of toxins contained within. These toxins were the colorless and odorless phantoms released by Douluo. Once this mysterious phantom toxin entered the human body, it could trap individuals in a terrifying illusion from which they could hardly escape. Once the four entered the illusion, they stood frozen like statues, silently being punished. Unless Douluo voluntarily lifted her soul skill, it would be difficult for these four to break free from that eerie illusion. Seeing the immobile four, Lin Bei had no choice but to run back, as he was the only boy in this poisonous mist, and he had to do all the heavy lifting. Finally reaching the location of the four, he mercilessly threw them off the stage one by one. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hyena was closely pursuing Mir. However, after a struggle, Hyena found that all the powerful soul skills she unleashed were completely countered by Mir's arrows. This made her, who was originally full of confidence, puff up her cheeks in anger, indignantly shouting to her brother beside her, Brother, they are so infuriating. None of my powerful soul skills can hit them. When Hyena noticed that the four had silently been eliminated, she was taken aback. She knew that the situation had changed, so without hesitation, she signaled Xiaoyu and Yin to retreat immediately, suggesting they regroup to avoid being picked off one by the enemy. Brother, shall we use that move? Hyena whispered to Xiaoyu. It was clear that facing such a tricky situation, she felt it was time to unleash the secret move between them siblings. Just as the moment came, he did not hesitate to tightly grasp Hulaina's delicate and soft little hand. After exchanging a glance, they both shouted in unison, Soul fusion skill, enchantment. In an instant, a flash of light flickered, and their bodies were drawn to each other like magnets, ultimately merging perfectly into one. In that moment, their soul power surged wildly like a roaring tide, and at the same time, a faint pink mist slowly rose from their bodies and dispersed into the surroundings. Just inhaling a tiny bit of the pink mist caused everyone present to feel their bodies go soft and weak, as if a significant portion of their strength had been drained away, and even their various attributes suddenly dropped by as much as 50. This is too overbearing, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, who had been hiding in the poisonous mist, began to gradually reveal their concealed forms due to Douluo's soul power control ability dropping significantly by 50. Worse still, the soul skill Lin Bei had previously cast on Xiaoyu suddenly collapsed, as if it had lost all support the moment the latter executed this soul fusion skill, completely losing its intended effect. At this time, looking at the continuously spreading pink mist, it was becoming increasingly dense, and it wouldn't be long before the mist completely enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. At that point, everyone would fall into a true state of sensory deprivation. Meow Meow quickly used the fear and imitation soul skills on that Xiao Wu outside. When Wu He suddenly shouted this, both the competitors engaged in the fierce match and the spectators outside were collectively taken aback. After all, the rules of this competition clearly stated that outside spectators were not allowed to interfere with the regular progress of the match. However, it did not mention whether the competitors inside could impose soul skill effects on the spectators outside, just as everyone was still in shock and hesitation. The pink mist had already begun to spread rapidly. Without hesitation, Wu Miao Miao instantly activated her 2 soul skills with astonishing speed. Then, an unexpected figure appeared on the competition stage. Chapter 142. Transformation into Bibi Dong. Just after Wu Miao Miao had unleashed her stunning skill, a thick and vivid red mist suddenly surged forth. It spread rapidly like lightning, completely obscuring the vision of everyone present in the blink of an eye. From this moment on, each member of Wu He's team found themselves truly immersed in an unprecedented state of chaos, devoid of perception and direction. Within this dense red mist, everyone realized they could not see their teammates nearby, as if they had suddenly vanished without a trace. In stark contrast, the enemy figures appeared like ghosts, flickering in and out of view, creating a chilling sensation. It is important to note that this extremely eerie red mist was a passive effect triggered by the martial soul fusion skill released by the alluring spirit. Its power was beyond imagination, not only capable of reducing the enemy's overall attributes by a full 50, but even critical aspects like movement speed and reaction ability were severely affected. In such a harsh environment, the various senses people relied on for survival had almost completely lost their effectiveness. However, to everyone's astonishment, the alluring spirit, as the caster, was not affected in the slightest. Rather, her abilities had become even stronger than before the fusion. In this extremely disadvantageous situation, the alluring spirit would naturally not miss any opportunity. Her cunning eyes fixated tightly on the support role in the opposing team, clearly identifying it as her primary target. Yi Lingling and Lin Bei were undoubtedly the two in the most perilous situation, although they were not without means to respond, claiming they felt no tension would be a lie. After all, at that moment, they were merely at the Soul Master level, a whole major realm below their enemies. At this critical juncture, Lin Bei suddenly sensed a faint sound of wind by his ear. Thanks to his exceptionally keen perception, his body reacted swiftly, dodging slightly to the side. In an instant, a gleaming curved blade shot past where he had been standing like lightning. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bei broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a lingering fear. If it hadn't been for his previous training with Mir, allowing him to grasp and control the changes in airflow so precisely, that strike could have easily cost him his life. Almost simultaneously, the alluring spirit seized the opportunity and hurled a razor-sharp flying knife towards Yi Lingling. According to her initial plan, if nothing unexpected happened, this strike should have easily taken down both Yi Lingling and Lin Bei. However, something completely unexpected occurred, just as the flying knife was about to hit Yi Lingling. A staff radiating mysterious light appeared as if descending from the heavens, firmly blocking her in front. The alluring spirit widened her eyes in shock. The figure before her was someone she could never have imagined appearing at that moment. How is this possible? The incredulous words escaped the alluring spirit's lips, surprisingly emitting both male and female voices simultaneously. "Teacher, what is going on? Why did you come down to help them?" Hu Laiina's anxious cry dominated the scene, as if she could no longer endure what was happening before her. In that instant, the scene that had originally been shrouded in pink mist left Hu Laiina speechless in shock. At the same time, Bibi Dong appeared like a ghost between the alluring spirit and Yi Lingling. She stood tall, her magnificent robe billowing in the wind, tightly gripping a staff that shimmered with mysterious light. Without any hesitation, Bibi Dong raised her staff and lightly struck it against the ground. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, making the air feel heavy wherever it passed. Simultaneously, accompanied by intense fluctuations of soul power, a howling wind rose violently. In the blink of an eye, the neatly arranged gifts on the ground were blown away by this powerful force, scattering everywhere. Just like that, Bibi Dong unveiled herself completely to everyone present. A soft hum attracted the attention of everyone in the vicinity. When people realized that the figure in the center was Bibi Dong, nearly everyone simultaneously voiced the same question. "Old ghost, when did His Holiness the Pope personally come down?" Douluo turned to the ghost Dalu beside him, hoping to get an answer from him. However, the ghost Dalu only responded ominously, "You ask me? How would I know?" At that moment, Bibi Dong, who had been seated in her main position, suddenly stood up, her expression filled with disbelief. She widened her eyes, her lips trembling as she spoke that isn't me, but this is truly terrifying. The figure before her, identical to herself, emanated a presence far exceeding her own. This powerful aura weighed upon everyone like a towering mountain, leaving them all shocked. Bibi Dong felt secretly astonished. She had never imagined such a terrifying existence could exist. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the invisible barrier that had restrained their bodies vanish without a trace. They were then astonished to discover that the mysterious figure impersonating the Pope stood fearlessly before them. Seeing the scene, Wu He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He knew he had gambled correctly this time. After all, for Xiao Wu, the person she feared the most deep down was undoubtedly Bibi Dong. After all, years ago, Xiao Wu had witnessed Bibi Dong brutally kill her mother. At this moment, Wu Miao, transformed into Bibi Dong, cleverly utilized that deep-seated fear within Xiao Wu, greatly enhancing her own power, increasing it by at least 20 times. However, even with such immense strength, if they still could not win this battle, it would truly be a face-saving and embarrassing situation. Chapter 143. Transition of Offense and Defense. However, in reality, although Wu Miao appeared majestic and imposing, the soul skills she could use were strictly limited to the Soul King level and below. In contrast, her opponent Bibi Dong possessed terrifying strength, far exceeding ordinary imagination. Even though Wu Miao temporarily overwhelmed her opponent in momentum through some special means, in terms of actual combat power, she remained at the Soul King stage. Fortunately, amidst this thrilling battle, Wu Miao made an astonishing discovery. Bibi Dong, the high and mighty Pope of the Spirit Hall, actually possessed an innate twin martial soul. As a result, the number of soul skills Bibi Dong could utilize doubled, reaching an astonishing total of 10. Faced with this shocking fact, Wu Miao couldn't help but feel a surge of ecstasy. However, she knew that the situation was extremely critical at this moment, and she could not easily reveal her emotional fluctuations. Therefore, she forced herself to suppress her excitement, striving to maintain the cold demeanor that Bibi Dong had always exhibited. On the other side, Laina, who was part of the martial soul fusion skill Charming, was experiencing unprecedented turmoil within her heart. It should be noted that the dominant control of this martial soul fusion skill had always been in Laina's hands. But when she witnessed her beloved teacher Bibi Dong standing on the opposing side, she was immediately overwhelmed by a complex emotion intertwined with reverence and confusion. This chaotic state of mind undoubtedly had a significant negative impact on the martial soul fusion skill they were executing together, leading to considerable disruption in the newly formed character. Seeing that the Charming had not yet launched an attack, Wu Miao naturally would not sit idly by. In a flash, she swiftly raised her left hand, gripping her staff tightly, and lightly tapped its tip against the ground. At the same time, with a crisp low shout, Soul-Devouring Spider King. Third soul skill, Demon Spider Summon. At that moment, 3 to 5 large, dark purple demon spiders, resembling phantoms, rushed out rapidly from behind her. These demon spiders moved with exceptional agility, striding powerfully toward the Charming. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the demon spiders, the initially hesitant Charming no longer hesitated. He raised his gleaming long knife and dashed out like lightning to meet the oncoming demon spiders. The long knife in his hand erupted with dazzling light, and countless sharp blade energies swept toward the group of demon spiders like a storm. Meanwhile, Wu Miao took this opportunity to flash her figure, quietly appearing behind the Charming like a ghost. Death Spider Emperor, 5th soul skill, 1,000 blades, dull and sharp. Wu Miao shouted angrily. She gripped a staff emitting a mysterious aura, which transformed into an enormous scythe in her hands, howling as she swung it down fiercely toward the Charming's back. However, just as the staff was about to strike the Charming, a loud clang echoed. It turned out that the Charming reacted extremely quickly, turning around at the critical moment to block Wu Miao's deadly strike with the crescent blade in his hand. Sparks flew where the two weapons met, and the powerful impact shook the surrounding air. At that moment, the gazes of the Charming and Wu Miao met in the air. Wu Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered with a strange pink light, and then her entire being seemed to have its soul drawn away, instantly losing all vitality. At the same time, the filter of Bibi Dong that had always enveloped Wu Miao disappeared without a trace in that instant. Seeing this, the charming naturally would not let this excellent opportunity slip away. Without a word, he swung the crescent blade in his hand rapidly, like a windmill, creating sharp sounds of slicing air, launching a fierce attack toward Wu Miao Miao. At this moment, the control had shifted to Xiaoyu. It is known that his sister Hulaina had an extremely deep affection for Bibi Dong, even knowing that the person in front of her was an imposter. She still couldn't bring herself to strike. However, once the control transferred to Xiaoyu, the situation was completely different. He would not show any mercy. In the brief moment of their confrontation, the situation reversed dramatically. The charming, who was originally on the offensive, instantly became the defender, while Xiaoyu took the initiative like a gale. Meow meow, Mir shouted anxiously. At this moment, Du Guiyin and Wu He both understood all too well what it felt like to be enchanted. In simple terms, enchantment is essentially a powerful mental interference technique. It can forcibly pull the opponent into a specific illusion and achieve control over them. Under normal circumstances, as long as the caster's cultivation is sufficient to suppress the control party, it becomes exceptionally difficult for the latter to break free and escape the control. Even if the control party clearly understands the principles and methods involved, they often find themselves helpless. Right now, although Wu Yi and Du Guiyin were extremely anxious and wished to rush forward to assist, time was pressing, and they feared that by the time they arrived, the situation would already be settled. Just at this critical juncture of life and death, dozens of incredibly sharp, long arrows pierced through the air, shooting toward the charming with lightning speed. The howling wind was like a ferocious beast, roaring angrily, and suddenly, this powerful force forcibly interrupted the charming's fierce attack. The glimmering curved blade was less than 2 centimeters away from Wu Miao Miao's delicate body, as if it would stab in fiercely the next second. However, the charming reacted incredibly quickly, leaping away lightly from her spot. She then tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp as she looked toward the direction from which the arrows came. In that fleeting moment, she accurately locked onto Mir, who was elegantly holding a longbow. At the same time, the strange and mysterious pink mist quietly reappeared. Although this mist had not yet completely enveloped the entire area, it did not affect the charming's change of target. In the blink of an eye, she turned her attention to Mir. The charming's beautiful and captivating eyes were instantly covered by a faint layer of pink. This layer of pink resembled a deadly charm. Anyone daring to gaze directly into her eyes would immediately be drawn into a dreamlike pink illusion, unable to extricate themselves. All team members, quickly close your eyes. Do not look into her eyes, Yu Qianheng shouted without hesitation. Unfortunately, Yu Qianheng's warning came a bit too late. Almost the moment he finished speaking, all the members, including himself, had already been captured by the charming's powerful charm. At that moment, they all appeared dazed, their eyes blurred, as if they had completely lost their self-awareness. The charming looked at the group of opponents who had fallen under her control, and an indescribable sense of pride and satisfaction surged within her. She slightly curled her lips, revealing a sly smile, as if she were celebrating a victory with champagne. In her hands, she tightly gripped 2 crescent blades glimmering with cold light, and with a gentle shake of her wrist, she performed a dazzling display of blade artistry. Suddenly, the blade light intertwined in the air, forming a silver net that seemed ready to reap the enemy's lives at any moment. Just as he was about to eliminate them one by one, a sudden, intense pain struck his brain. The pain felt like thousands of steel needles piercing into his mind simultaneously, so severe that it was unbearable. In an instant, his hands, which had been tightly gripping the twin blades, involuntarily loosened, and the 2 curved swords clattered to the ground. At the same time, those who had been under his control, including Wu He, unexpectedly broke free from their restraints in that brief moment. Except for Mir, everyone else looked bewildered, completely unaware of what had just happened. They exchanged glances, filled with confusion and shock. Wu He, in particular, wore an embarrassed expression and couldn't help but blame himself, saying, "I never expected that after all my precautions, I would still be controlled by someone." At that moment, a teasing voice came from not far away. "Mir, your lightning arrows are really something, but could you not shoot so many next time?" The speaker was Wu Miao Miao, who had just slowly gotten up from the ground. It turned out that it was Mir who had used her unique soul skill to unleash a powerful current, which had struck Wu Miao Miao in an instant. Although the pain from the electric shock was indescribable, it successfully stimulated her nerves, allowing her to break free from the controlled state in a very short time. However, this method was quite cruel. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, Mir would likely not have resorted to such means. Nevertheless, Wu He and the others were still baffled by the bizarre scene before them. They watched as the enchanting figure suddenly clutched her head in agony, and could not help but speculate on what could have caused such a turn of events. Chapter 144. Yin, suddenly rising captain. You need to come up with a countermeasure quickly. I can't hold this guy for much longer. Wu Miao ran up to everyone, panting heavily. At this moment, everyone had some injuries, more or less. Yi Lingling didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly cast healing spells to treat everyone's wounds and restore their stamina. Upon hearing Wu Miao's words, Wu He's eyes widened in shock. What? You actually managed to control this troublesome guy? Wu Miao nodded slightly and replied casually, That's right. It was me who used my fifth soul skill to temporarily subdue him. However, my fifth soul skill is a bit different from others. She smiled mysteriously, and seeing the curiosity on everyone's faces, Wu Miao continued to explain. Don't be fooled by its name control. It doesn't actually mean directly controlling the opponent's actions. Instead, it quietly plants a seed of subconsciousness deep in the enemy's mind. Only when specific conditions are triggered, such as the opponent performing certain specific actions or behaviors, will this seed begin to sprout and grow, thereby helping me achieve effective control over them. Although Wu Miao tried her best to make it understandable, her explanation of the soul skill still seemed a bit complex. The people present looked at each other, trying to digest the information she had just provided. Wow, this is really a conceptual soul skill. One of them thought. Imagine if a unique and special trigger mechanism could be carefully set. Then the activation duration of this soul skill would be completely controlled by the user. The user only needs to cleverly guide the target to touch that specific trigger mechanism to easily activate the skill. Moreover, if the user deliberately guides the opponent to avoid triggering it, it's like planting an eternal seed akin to a time bomb, which could explode at any moment, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Seeing the tortured expression on Yan's face, Wu He boldly made a guess. Could it be that the psychological suggestion you placed on him is, once he uses charm-type soul skills, it will cause severe damage to his brain? Faced with Wu He's question, Wu Miao did not respond. But the mysterious smile on her face seemed to provide all the answers. Just then, Yan's furious roar suddenly thundered in everyone's ears. Hey, you guys, do you think I don't exist? You're chatting away here like it's nobody's business. Immediately following this, Yin shouted, First soul skill, Hell Magma Eruption. It was only upon hearing Yan's sudden roar that everyone snapped back to their senses. Oh no, they had been so focused on the situation here that they completely forgot about Yin. It was important to note that the recent fierce battle had seemingly only eliminated 4 people, which meant that Yin had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. And this Yin was not an ordinary character. He was a powerful soul king. Given his strength, how many among them dared to face his soul skills head-on? It was a rare occurrence indeed. As soon as Yin unleashed his first soul skill, Wu He and the others immediately sensed that something was wrong. In an instant, they felt the ground beneath them begin to tremble violently, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart by this force. Confronted with such a terrifying scene, there was no need for Wu He to remind everyone. They reacted almost instinctively, dispersing rapidly in all directions like arrows released from a bow. However, an unexpected event occurred. For some unknown reason, Wu He's movements seemed to lag behind everyone else's by half a beat, and as a result, he ended up directly facing Yan's soul skill. Suddenly, 5 massive magma pillars erupted violently from the ground where Wu He and the others stood, surging upwards with tremendous force, unleashing endless heat and destructive power in a fierce attack. Wu He, unable to dodge in time, was struck hard on the arm by one of the magma pillars. Instantly, 2 shocking burn marks appeared on his arm, the skin charred black from the high temperature, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Wu He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, violently shaking his injured arm in an attempt to alleviate the burning sensation. At this moment, his face twisted in agony and rage, appearing extremely fierce and terrifying. Yin, I really thank you. Although Wu He verbally expressed his thanks, everyone could tell that his tone was filled with uncontrollable resentment. If it weren't for you, how could the aftereffects of being mentally controlled be so easily resolved? Wu He said with lingering fear. Just a moment ago, the situation had fallen into crisis. As the one in control, Xiaoyu skillfully used Hulaiina's irresistible charm skill to target Wu He, launching a mental control attack that was fiercer and more ruthless than what an ordinary person would face. This attack was so strong that even after the mental control on the others had been successfully lifted, Wu He still felt a bit dizzy, as if a fog was clouding his thoughts. However, at that moment, he witnessed Wu Miao Miao completely breaking free from the shackles of mental control in an astonishing manner. She fearlessly took on IMerge's skill head-on, enduring the massive impact with her strong will and resilient body. In the end, not only did she successfully lift her own control, but she also inspired Wu He. Pain could actually serve to invigorate the mind and break the mental shackles. With this realization, Wu He made a very risky decision without hesitation. He resolutely took on the soul skill unleashed by Yan. It should be noted that Yan's soul skill was not an ordinary flame, but a torrent of magma with extremely high temperatures. Such reckless behavior would undoubtedly inflict unimaginable damage on his body. Yet surprisingly, after suffering such a terrifying burn, Wu He appeared to have only sustained minor burns on the surface. However, in reality, the deep-seated pain was distorting his face, and the level of suffering was beyond description. "Thank you for your generous hospitality. Now let me show you something," Wu He said loudly, quickly pulling out the summoning device for the flame dragon armor from his waist. He firmly grasped the summoning device, his eyes filled with determination as he shouted, "Flame dragon armor, combine." In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and a set of magnificent armor, primarily bright red, covered Wu He's body like lightning. Wu He stood proudly in place, first casually flicking his arm, then quickly moving his hands, and in the next moment, he successfully summoned a fiery bow. The bow was entirely red, the bowstring shimmering with a fiery glow, as if it could shoot a deadly arrow at any moment. This scene instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience inside and outside the arena, and they couldn't help but cheer. After all, the Flame Dragon armor had made an appearance in a previous qualifying match. However, at that time, its performance had been far from satisfactory, with a rather poor record. Although everyone is aware that this set of armor possesses impressive strength, doubts linger regarding its true power due to previous defeats. Thus, the audience's excitement only lasted a brief second, mostly driven by the novelty of seeing the armor once again. At that moment, Yin sneered and said, "Humph, just some flashy moves. Watch my third soul skill, Hellfire." As his words fell, black-red flames suddenly erupted around Yin, enveloping him entirely. These flames not only greatly enhanced Yan's physical abilities, significantly boosting his strength, speed, and defense, but also emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Wu He smirked slightly, looking at the overconfident Yin with amusement. He knew very well that the Flame Dragon armor he wore contained power strong enough to rival that of Soul Emperor-level warriors. While Yan's cultivation was an entire rank lower than his, Yin charged forward fearlessly like a fierce beast, but Wu He remained calm. He quickly raised the blazing bow in his hand and unhesitatingly unleashed its ultimate skill, Flame Missile. In an instant, countless flaming missiles roared from the bowstring, resembling a scorching meteor shower as they raced towards Yin. These missiles were densely packed, forming an insurmountable wall of fire that instantly sealed off Yan's path forward. Chapter 145. Magnificent Elimination. Seeing this, Yin attempted to dodge the missiles at an extremely fast speed, but unfortunately, the missiles were too densely packed. No matter how he dodged left and right, he found it difficult to completely avoid them, and he was heavily suppressed. However, before Yin could unleash any other soul skills, Wu He's fiery missile assault came to an abrupt halt. It wasn't that Wu He intended to show mercy, but rather because this soul skill consumed too much energy. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Yin hesitated due to the sudden stop of the missiles, Wu He was quick to act, swiftly replacing the fiery bow in his hand with an extraordinarily sharp fiery blade that shimmered with dazzling light. Wu He closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit to summon the surging soul power within him. This immense soul power surged through his meridians like a torrent, ultimately gathering in his palm. With a light shout, he suddenly injected his soul power into the armor he was wearing. In an instant, the gems embedded in the armor shone with brilliant light, and the fire elements contained within were instantly activated. Wisps of flames rose from the surface of the armor, quickly wrapping around the fiery blade in his hand. The originally cold blade seemed to come alive, slightly trembling and emitting a scorching heat that made one's heart race. Immediately, Wu He swung the fiery blade fiercely, each slash creating a burst of brilliant flames. The light red fire energy clung tightly to the blade, making this strike not only sharp due to the blade itself, but also adding the terrifying power of burning flames. Such a powerful assault would make even an opponent with the strongest earth fire element martial soul, Flame Lord, hesitate to face it head-on. This was not merely a physical attack. It fused the intense power of fire, and once hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sharpness of the fiery blade needed no further explanation. Just by visually observing it, one could feel its unstoppable momentum. The blade, glinting with cold light, seemed capable of tearing apart the void and cutting through all obstacles. At that moment, Yin, who was engaged in battle with Wu He, was employing various strange movements and techniques, dodging left and right, desperately trying to evade Wu He's relentless, ferocious attacks. However, despite Yan's exceptionally agile movements, he appeared somewhat flustered in the face of such a fierce onslaught. At that moment, Wu He keenly noticed that his opponent had revealed a flaw and secretly rejoiced. The opportunity has come. He quickly twisted a knob on his armor with his left hand, and a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared before him. It was a mysterious and powerful fatal card. The energy waves it emitted causing the surrounding space to tremble. Wu He's eyes lit up as he focused on the fiery blade, flame blade, in his hand. He cautiously touched the sharp edge of the blade to the fatal card that emanated a mysterious aura. In an instant, the fatal card seemed to be activated, and the powerful soul power contained within surged forth like a raging torrent, quickly drawing in the scattered soul power from the surrounding air. These soul powers gathered like iron filings attracted by a magnet, continuously flowing towards the blade of the fiery blade, ultimately merging with it as if being consumed by flames. The sealing magic strike of the fiery blade was meant to slay evil and eliminate monsters, melting into flames and disappearing in the dawn. As Wu He murmured this incantation, an incredibly intense energy began to surge and gather on the blade of the fiery blade. Let me show you the power of this unparalleled sealing magic strike. Wu He shouted, gripping the hilt tightly and swinging it forward with force. The fiery blade in his hand erupted into a dazzling blaze, and a huge crescent-shaped blade of fire roared out, rushing towards Yin, who was still trying to escape. At this moment, Yin saw there was no way to avoid it, and hurriedly unleashed his martial soul skill to protect himself. He shouted loudly, his whole body glowing. And after successfully activating his martial soul, he slammed his palms hard against the ground. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. As Yan's roar echoed, a towering stone wall rose up, like an indestructible fortress standing before him. However, despite the stone wall appearing exceptionally strong, it was powerless against Wu He's full-force sealing magic strike. All its efforts seemed pale and weak, merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once, a respected elder solemnly said, regardless of the situation, when using any attack method, always exert 7 parts of your strength and reserve 3 parts for emergencies or unexpected situations. This saying was like a wake-up call, deeply etched in the hearts of every martial artist. Wu He truly practiced this teaching to the fullest. In that breathtaking moment, the powerful strike he unleashed, although seemingly formidable, was actually only using 7 parts of his strength. Wu He's expression was calm as water, his movements simple and fluid. He unhurriedly brought his hands together in front of his abdomen. Then he softly uttered 3 simple words, Zen Seal. However, these seemingly ordinary words seemed to contain earth-shattering magic. In an instant, the entire world changed color, whether it was the vast sky, the solid ground, or the spectators inside and outside the arena. Everything seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a binding spell, unable to move. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wu He leaped like a ghost, silently appearing 5 meters behind Yin as if teleporting. Meanwhile, his sealing magic strike, using 7 parts of his strength, accurately struck Yan's second soul skill. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted. Yan's powerful fiery blade clashed directly with Wu He's sealing magic strike, and the immense impact generated by their collision seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. Amazingly, these 2 terrifying forces were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, Wu He's originally lethal strike gradually dissipated into nothingness after the fierce clash with Yan's soul skill. However, the matter did not end there. Just as the entire world's time seemed to have frozen, Wu He had quietly appeared behind Yin without him noticing. At the same time, the remaining 3 parts of his strength completed another accumulation in an instant, and without hesitation. He unleashed an even more ferocious attack, a sealing magic strike with 50% of his strength. As this incredibly sharp attack was released, Wu He was quick to cancel the binding and limiting effects of his Zen Seal. At this moment, Yin was completely unaware of the impending disaster, still basking in the joy of having successfully blocked Wu He's fatal strike. Yan's face beamed with a triumphant smile, secretly thinking, Haha. My second soul skill is indeed powerful, able to easily block this deadly blow. However, this self-satisfaction lasted only a brief moment. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling slash suddenly struck from behind Yin like lightning. Yin had no time to react, and even turning around to defend became a luxury. At that moment, he was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events, helplessly watching the terrifying slash rush straight towards him. When the demon slashing strike, infused with 50% of its powerful energy, struck Yin fiercely, a shocking scene unfolded. Suddenly, a gigantic Baba Taiji diagram appeared on the surface of Yan's body. This mysterious pattern shimmered with dazzling light, directly constraining Yan's desire to evade. However, Wu He did not relent. He quickly rubbed his hands together and leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he executed an extremely flamboyant full technique. Flame Fist, as if teleporting, he pierced through Yan's body. With a deafening explosion, Yan's body burst apart. The intense shockwave from the explosion swept outward, raising a cloud of dust. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a delicate card could be seen quietly floating in mid-air. The card clearly displayed Yan's likeness, lifelike and vivid. Without hesitation, Wu He reached out and grabbed the card, casually placing it before the Bagua array at his waist. In an instant, the card transformed into countless specks of starlight, like twinkling stars in the night sky, all of them merging into the crystal disc within his belt. After completing this series of actions, Wu He casually discarded the newly generated crystal as if it were worthless trash, throwing it out of the arena. Coincidentally, the thrown crystal landed precisely in the hands of a member of the spirit hall below the stage. The member stared at the crystal in his hand, momentarily frozen in place, with a face full of shock and disbelief. No need to rush, no need to panic, just wait calmly for a moment. In half an hour, he would definitely be able to break free from the crystal. However, Wu He squinted his eyes, revealing a sly smile, and let out a series of eerie, sinister laughs that sent chills down one's spine. This terrifying laughter seemed to come from the depths of hell, making one's scalp tingle. At that moment, the alluring figure, who had been lying on the ground, slowly stood up. After a painful struggle and contemplation, he seemed to finally understand why he had a splitting headache, rendering several of his soul skills unusable, and his teammates had all been eliminated by the Tiendo team. At this thought, the anger in the alluring figure ignited instantly, burning fiercely. At this moment, the only thought left in his mind was, he must take down Wu He. The core of the team. Chapter 146. The threat of the full moon, the demon slowly tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. His gaze filled with hatred and determination, staring intently at Wu He in front of him. Wu He, however, turned his head without fear, and through the heavy armor mask, their eyes met, as if sparks were colliding in the air. At this moment, the demon suddenly spoke. I have a technique called full moon. His voice was as cold as frost in a winter night, devoid of any emotional tone. He then added, if you can withstand this move, then we will accept defeat. Upon hearing this, Wu He's heart trembled, but he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, images of the full moon soul technique flashed through his mind. It turned out that this so-called full moon soul technique was not an ordinary move, but an extremely special skill released by them after performing a martial soul fusion technique, fully mobilizing their soul power. The weapon used for this move was the dual daggers of the evil moon, but at this moment, the blades were much longer than before. As the demon began to spin rapidly, the blades of the twin daggers flipped outward, connecting end to end, forming a circular ring resembling a full moon. When the vortex was fully lifted, the airflow on the outside was astonishing. Every inch of the airflow seemed to transform into a sharp, full moon-shaped blade, shimmering with a chilling light and possessing unparalleled cutting power. Anything caught within it would likely be sliced into pieces in an instant. Wu He deeply understood the immense power contained in this skill, as it could easily sever Tang San's terrifying external soul bone. Moreover, with this skill, they had previously defeated several powerful soul emperors with levels exceeding 60, and their glorious achievements were enough to leave people speechless. So this skill could not be underestimated in the slightest. Wu He was very clear that the set of flame dragon armor he was wearing was balanced in terms of close combat capabilities. However, if faced with an extremely strong attack, using the black rhino armor would undoubtedly be more advantageous for a counterattack strategy. After all, the black rhino armor is known for its excellent defensive abilities and could better withstand fierce attacks from strong enemies while waiting for a chance to counterattack. However, if encountering a rapid cutting attack, the situation would be different. At this time, the Black Rhino armor's shortcomings in mobility would become apparent, making it less flexible in response compared to other armors. In that moment, Wu Heyi's mind quickly flashed through the characteristics of the two sets of armor. One set was the Earth Tiger armor, which possessed astonishing agility and jumping ability like a fierce tiger. When a user stood on the ground, they could absorb the endless power from the earth, gaining a continuous source of recovery power, greatly enhancing their endurance in battle. The other set was the Snow Mastiff armor, which had a defense as strong as rock, akin to the hardest metals. At the same time, the metallic weapons it was equipped with had unique and terrifying destructive power, capable of delivering a fatal blow to enemies in an instant. However, these thoughts passed through Wu Heyi's mind like lightning, fleeting and ephemeral. At this moment, the demon had only one option left: to attack. After saying what he needed to say, without any hesitation, his soul skill was released like a runaway wild horse. Faced with such a rapid offensive, Wu Heyi actually had little room for choice. Just as he was about to deactivate the Flame Dragon armor, he swiftly drew the summoner of the Snow Mastiff armor from his bosom with lightning speed. The entire process was devoid of any flashy movements or effects. Only a brief yet striking transformation of his aura from a bright red to a cool silver. In that instant, the power contained within Wu Heyi had completely changed. Could this be the latest soul skill he had comprehended? The onlooker, Mi-Er, couldn't help but murmur, "The boss looks incredibly cool right now." Lin Bei, while supporting the injured Yu Qianheng beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, "Enough with the useless chatter. Although we are not the primary targets of their attack for now, we still have a full team on our side. 7 against 1. Can we possibly lose?" Wu Miao Miao suddenly raised her voice to remind everyone of the current situation. It was only at this moment that everyone realized, as if waking from a dream, that they were still on the arena, and this battle was a contest between teams, not a showcase of a single strong individual. Yi Lingling waved her hands, and streams of green light streaked across the sky like shooting stars, accurately landing on each person. Wherever the light touched, it felt like a spring breeze, bringing warmth and vitality. She called out sweetly, "You can fight with confidence. As long as I have even a trace of soul power left, I can ensure your wounds heal swiftly." On the other side, Lin Bei's gaze was sharp as an eagle. With a flick of his wrist, an unassuming stone shot out like lightning, directly hitting Yu Tianheng. With a dull thud, the stone struck Yu Tianheng solidly. Lin Bei shouted, "Charge, brothers! As long as I have breath left, I will give you all my strength in this round." Yu Tianheng, who had already felt somewhat powerless and unsteady, suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy at that moment. He felt the soul power in his meridians surging like a torrential flood, and his stamina was replenished endlessly, as if it would never be depleted. It should be noted that since the beginning of the match, Lin Bei had been hiding behind Vivienne, protected by her, moving nimbly in a small area to avoid attacks, so his own soul power and stamina had hardly been depleted at all. Meanwhile, De Guyan's figure swayed and instantaneously transformed into a graceful snake woman. She opened her cherry-like mouth and suddenly spewed out a cloud of dark green mist. The mist, as if alive, flew straight towards the enemy, gradually condensing in the air into a straight line, accurately targeting its mark. As the toxic mist was confined to a specific area and could not spread, the proportion and concentration of toxic substances within it sharply increased. Anyone who came into contact with this toxic mist felt dizzy, struggled to breathe, and even their skin began to take on a strange bluish-purple hue. Wu Miao Miao understood very well that even if they could win this match, a more intense competition awaited them next. Given her current condition, it was nearly impossible for her to act as the main force in the next match. However, at this moment, she could not afford to think too much. With a thought, her martial soul was instantly activated. A powerful force surged forth like a tide, sweeping directly towards Wu Heyi. In the blink of an eye, it forcibly seized one of his soul skills. The skill that was taken away shimmered brilliantly in the air, instantly transforming into a crystal-clear stone radiating a captivating water-blue glow. This stone resembled a dazzling gem, quietly floating in midair, as if containing endless mysterious power. Faced with such a precious stone transformed from a soul skill, Wu Miao Miao showed no hesitation. She reached out her right hand, firmly grasped the water-blue stone, and quickly activated the immense energy contained within it. Accompanied by a low and resonant shout, "Black Rhino armor, merge!" A beam of black light suddenly ignited, dazzling like lightning splitting through the night sky. Immediately after, a majestic set of armor, entirely black and shining with a metallic luster, appeared out of thin air on Wu Miao's body. Chapter 147. The end of the Enchantress in such a uniquely special situation. Wu He stood tall, facing the heavy pressure and might brought by the powerful soul skill created by the Enchantress all alone. At this moment, he was fully focused on the enemy's attack, completely oblivious to his teammates' movements. Unexpectedly, even a crucial soul skill had been stealthily taken away without his knowledge, and Wu He remained entirely unaware. Wu Miao gripped the shimmering meteor spear tightly with both hands, her delicate body twisting sharply as she unleashed a powerful and wide-ranging sweeping attack aimed directly at the wind disk formed by the soul skill named Full Moon. However, in an instant, she was shocked to find that the meteor spear she had been holding onto had seemingly encountered an irresistible force, suddenly flying out of her hands like an arrow released from a bow. This astonishing act of hers shattered the tense standoff at the scene, instantly capturing Wu He's attention. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in black rhinoceros armor rushing towards him, clearly coming to his aid. Although this teammate's intervention did not yield significant results, it effectively distracted the Enchantress for just a moment. In that fleeting instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wu He's sharp eyes as he keenly seized the fleeting opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, he twisted the knob at his waist, and with a burst of dazzling light, a mighty axe radiating fierce lightning, the Thunder Axe, materialized in his hands. Wu He gripped the massive axe tightly, his muscles taut, channeling his strength into his arms. He suddenly exerted force, lifting the axe from bottom to top, carving a sharp arc through the air. In that moment, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the arena, as if to pierce the heavens. The impact and momentum generated by this strike were incomparable to ordinary soul skills. Everyone present could feel a strong aura of life and death confrontation approaching. Just after Wu He completed his upward swing, the Enchantress, who had been spinning like a tornado, showed a brief moment of hesitation. Though it was just a fleeting instant, in a duel between masters, that moment was enough to determine victory or defeat. Sure enough, taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Wu He successfully sent the Enchantress flying over 10 meters away. However, to everyone's surprise, the Enchantress did not relent after being struck away. She continued to stubbornly unleash her soul skill, spinning wildly in the open space ahead. At that moment, a scene suddenly flashed through Wu He's mind, an object spinning continuously and launching fierce attacks. Wasn't that just like the Battle King top he played with as a child? Wu He instantly understood that to defeat such a troublesome opponent, he needed to spin continuously like a top to gather strength. Realizing this, he shouted without hesitation to Wu Miao beside him. Miao, stop testing with those minor moves. Use your ultimate skill directly and aim for the wind disk at the top with all your might. Upon hearing Wu He shout, Wu Miao's eyes were firm and showed no hesitation. She quickly raised her hand, twisted the knob at her waist, and a dazzling light burst forth from her hand. It was a mysterious sealing sticker. In that space filled with mysterious power, the air seemed to come alive, with soul power swirling like a flowing stream, continuously gathering at the tip of the meteor spear. Wu Miao gripped the spear tightly, her gaze determined and focused, channeling all her strength into her arms. Then, without hesitation, she unleashed her ultimate skill, Raging Water Piercing. With a clear shout, Meteor Spear S Raging Water Piercing Seal. Shatter the demon. Vanquish in the raging water. Calm as still water. In an instant, a massive water dragon roared forth from the spear tip, rushing forward with the momentum of a tornado, overwhelming everything in its path. At this moment, the Enchantress was fully focused on executing her soul skill, Full Moon, attempting to break through the enemy's defenses with the gathering wind disk. However, no matter how foolish she was or how concentrated she tried to attack repeatedly, she could not ignore the powerful energy fluctuations rapidly approaching from behind. Just then, Mi-Er and Yu Qianheng also joined in to assist. Mi-Er shouted, multiple arrows. Lightning arrows. Arrows flashing with electric light shot towards the Enchantress like a storm. Meanwhile, Yu Qianheng roared, Dragon's Fury, Thunder Dragon Claw. His palms transformed into two ferocious lightning dragon claws, pouncing towards the Enchantress with earth-shattering force. The three skills were released almost simultaneously, the two electrified assaults closely following the massive water dragon created by the Raging Water Piercing, crashing violently against the Enchantress's soul skill, Full Moon. In an instant, light burst forth thunder roared, and the entire battlefield was shaken by this intense collision. Faced with such a fierce combined attack, the enchantress could no longer focus all her attention on attacking Wu He. At that moment, he had donned a set of incredibly hard turtle armor, providing him with unparalleled defense. Moreover, with the sudden ambush from behind, the enchantress understood the dire situation. If she did not respond with all her might, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, she decisively abandoned her plan to continue attacking Wu He and fully devoted herself to resisting the wave of combined soul skills coming from behind. However, fate always enjoys playing tricks on people, and often, the development of events deviates from people's initial expectations. Although the sharp crescent moon blade in her hand successfully blocked the overwhelming impact of the raging water piercing, who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary strike concealed such a great secret? It turned out that the raging water piercing contained dual-layered lightning attributes of soul power, which swiftly invaded the enchantress's body like cunning venomous snakes along the crescent moon blade. In that instant, a loud roar erupted, as if the heavens and earth trembled. Whether it was due to the domineering force of the lightning attribute soul power, or because the time limit for their combined form had expired at that moment, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were separated as if electrocuted. Poor Hulaina could only bear the immense power of the raging water piercing alone. Her delicate body swayed under the impact of this terrifying force, her complexion turning pale as paper, with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. On the other side, the recently forcibly separated Xiaoyu didn't even have time to check on Hulaina's condition before suddenly hearing a furious shout from behind. "You, where are you looking? Accept my thunder slash." It turned out that Wu He had quietly accumulated power for his ultimate skill, Thunder Slash. Taking advantage of the enchantress's shift in attack targets, Wu He gripped the gleaming axe tightly, chanting, "Thunder Axe S Thunder Slash Seal, break evil, shatter like mud, chaos dispersed." As his voice fell, a dazzling lightning bolt suddenly struck towards Xiaoyu. At the same time, mysterious and colorful bagua marks emerged on both Hulaina and Xiaoyu's bodies. Wu He and Wu Miao adjusted their posture simultaneously. Their muscles tensed as if every nerve was pushed to its limit, ready to face the final deadly strike. Crazy Waterfall Top, Thunder Punch, with two roars. Both unleashed their ultimate techniques at the same time. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart, and powerful energy waves surged like monstrous tides towards the evil moon siblings. A deafening explosion followed, and a dazzling light erupted from where the evil moon siblings stood. When the light faded, only two special cards emitting a strange glow remained on the ground. Seeing this, Wu He and Wu Miao quickly rushed forward to pick up their respective cards and aimed them at the Tai Chi diagram on their waists without hesitation. In an instant, both cards transformed into black-purple light and merged into the Tai Chi diagram. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Two translucent black-purple crystals, sparkling with mysterious light, slowly floated into Wu He's hands. He carefully grasped these precious crystals, feeling the immense power contained within. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu He turned and handed the two crystals to the other members of the Spear Hall team. "Don't worry unnecessarily. This is the same as the crystal Yin obtained earlier." His voice was steady and firm, easing the tension of his teammates. After handling the crystals, Wu He turned to the still-dazed referee and shouted, "Stop dazing off. Hurry up and announce the results." His words were like thunder, waking the referee from his shock. Chapter 148, Special Circumstances. The match is over, and the Tiando Royal Academy emerges victorious. As the referee's passionate voice echoed, the entire arena was instantly ignited, and the audience erupted with deafening cheers and applause. The atmosphere so fervent it seemed ready to lift the roof off. Just after the result was announced, Wu He led his teammates in a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they released their inner joy and excitement. This victory was of extraordinary significance to them, as it almost meant the championship trophy was secured. However, while the other team members were immersed in the celebration of victory, Wu He did not let down his guard for a moment. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd and fixed on a figure outside the arena, Tang San. Indeed, after this fierce battle, Wu He's true strength had been fully revealed. Recalling the earlier match between the New God Wind team and the Water Academy, Shui Bing Air and Ho Wu Shuang were able to display Soul Emperor-level power due to their immense potential and the unique compatibility of their soul attributes with armor attributes, as well as the explosive power resulting from their perfect fusion with the armor. But now, when Wu He utilized his armor's power, Tang San keenly sensed that the combat power he could unleash had also reached the Soul Emperor level. In the past, every time Wu He obtained a soul ring, the combat power granted by the armor only increased by about 2 levels. Yet now, after successfully acquiring 5 soul rings, this increase had astonishingly reached a jaw-dropping leap in magnitude. Such an incredible growth rate undoubtedly made Tang San view Wu He with new eyes and feel a sense of wariness. If time could be rewound to when Wu He had not yet advanced to the Soul King level, although he could exhibit Soul King level abilities at that stage, it came with significant aftereffects. However, at this very moment, Tang San sharply noticed that the once dreaded aftereffects of Wu He's soul skills seemed to have suddenly vanished. Wu He first summoned an indestructible armor and then quickly switched to another form of armor. After consecutively unleashing 2 different soul skills, he appeared completely unaffected, with neither his soul power, physical strength, nor mental energy exhausted. This realization made both Tang San and Wu He exchange a glance, and a strong sense of urgency surged in their hearts. Although they had not known each other for long, sharing similar interests and being free of conflict of interest outside the arena might make them good friends. But once they stepped onto the competition stage, their identities instantly transformed, and former friends became fierce opponents. Especially when facing a formidable foe like Wu He, whom he knew well, Tang San felt a particularly intense pressure. However, their gaze did not linger for long, and just a few seconds later, they both shifted their eyes away. When the team members returned to the lounge, everyone could no longer contain their dissatisfaction and pointed fingers at Wu He, accusing him of why he only showed up at the last moment. They complained, "If you had come any later, we might not have held on." After a morning of fierce battles, everyone was exhausted and longed for a good rest, especially since the crucial final match awaited them in the afternoon. After hastily eating some simple food, they all hurried back to their rooms to rest and recharge for the decisive battle ahead. At this moment, in the center of the spacious lounge, only Wu Miao and Mie remained. "Why are you two not going back to rest?" Wu He asked, taking a sip of the steaming tea with concern. Upon hearing this, Mie perked up, her face filled with excitement as she replied, "Brother He, I want to hear about your experiences during this time. I hardly participated in the morning's battle, so I'm not tired at all." She looked at Wu He with her big, sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Wu He looked at this girl who had grown up alongside him, feeling a rush of emotions. Mie had blossomed into a graceful young lady, yet her innocent and carefree childlike spirit remained unchanged. Sometimes, seeing her adorable appearance made Wu He want to reach out and gently pinch her rosy cheeks. Ultimately, however, Wu He merely raised his hand and lightly tapped Mie on the head, gently urging her, "Little girl, hurry back to rest. After we finish the final match this afternoon and return to the academy, I'll tell you all about my stories from the past month." Mie, feeling despondent, covered her head with a look of frustration and anger. She turned away, her footsteps heavy. However, just as she was about to reach the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, pointed a finger at Wu He, and shouted, "Okay, you said it. You must tell me everything clearly after we return to the academy. And you, don't you know it's time to rest now?" At that moment, Wu He was gazing intently at Wu Miao. Deep down, he knew that this girl harbored a special and complex feeling for him. However, despite his youthful appearance, his inner soul was that of a person in their 20s, long immersed in homebody culture. As the saying goes, even if one has never eaten pork, they have seen pigs run. He was not completely ignorant of the emotional matters between men and women. Yet, he was unwilling to face even Mie's fervent feelings, let alone those of other girls. However, this time, Wu He clearly thought too much. The concerns weighing on Wu Miao's mind were completely different from what he imagined. She looked utterly exhausted and weakly said, "Today my soul power has been nearly depleted. Even if I rest for 7 or 8 hours, I probably won't recover to even 70 or 80%. As she spoke, she slowly shook her head as if she were about to collapse. Hearing her say this, Wu He felt a mix of skepticism and distrust. After all, he had personally experienced and deeply understood the miraculous changes brought about by releasing the killing move, specifically the ability to absorb the opponent's 3 powers to restore his own state. That feeling was as delightful as a long-awaited rain after a drought. However, Wu Miao's stealing soul skill was even more astonishing. This ability could steal not only the opponent's passive abilities, but all possible side effects as well. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful and rare capability. Today, Wu Miao Miao had defeated the formidable Hu Lai Na using this magical stealing soul skill. Although Hu Lai Na may have been severely exhausted from the prolonged battle and had little soul power left, logically speaking, the power stolen from Hu Lai Na should have been enough to offset the energy consumed when using the armor. Chapter 149. A gift of fortune for everyone. Wu Hii, with a face full of doubt, reached out his hand and swiftly and powerfully grasped her slender wrist like an eagle's claw. He then activated his powerful soul power, continuously channeling it through her veins. In an instant, it was as if an invisible light spread from their point of connection, making the condition within Wu Miao Miao's body exceptionally clear. After a careful examination, Wu Hii was astonished. He discovered that Wu Miao Miao had consumed a staggering 90 of her physical strength, soul power, and mental strength. This shocking result left Wu Hii feeling perplexed and confused. Logically, when drawing soul power, physical strength, and mental strength from an opponent, even if one couldn't restore more than 50, there should at least be a recovery of around 20 to 30. So why was there such a significant depletion now? Wu Miao Miao silently observed the surprised expression on Wu Hii's face, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of her mouth. She gently shook her head and slowly said, "Stop guessing randomly. The reason is quite simple. My fifth soul skill has malfunctioned." Hearing this, Wu Hii couldn't help but furrow his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Miao Miao, waiting for a further explanation. Wu Miao Miao took a deep breath and continued, "Once my fifth soul skill is activated and begins to take effect, I must continuously expend my soul power to effectively control my opponent. Otherwise, not only will I be unable to suppress the enemy, but they will also quickly realize that the power they had sealed can be used again. So, the reason for such great depletion this time is entirely due to the characteristics of this soul skill." Before engaging in a fierce battle with the demoness, Wu Miao Miao had displayed astonishing tactical strategies. Just before merging with her armor, she decisively unleashed her fifth soul skill, manipulation. This soul skill was like an invisible sword, precisely piercing the demoness and putting her in a predicament. Not only did her charm-based soul skills completely lose effect, but she also suffered from a splitting headache, as if millions of ants were gnawing at her head in unbearable pain. However, the situation did not end there. To completely prevent the demoness from using charm-type control soul skills again, every time the demoness attempted to use such skills, Wu Miao Miao's soul power would be massively consumed. The speed and amount of this depletion were astonishing. What was worse, after using the armor, Wu Miao Miao was also suffering from severe side effects. The fact that she could drag her exhausted body to the lounge was nothing short of a miracle. So, there's no way I can participate in the fight this afternoon. Even if you send the Graphite brothers to the field, they would probably be much stronger than me. Wu Miao Miao explained the actual situation to Wu Hii while gasping for breath. Upon hearing this, Wu Hii was stunned. He never expected that after being away for such a short time, he would become so unfamiliar with his teammates' conditions. However, fortunately, Wu Hii was a resourceful person, and he quickly calmed down to think of a countermeasure in the face of the predicament. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes brightened, and he immediately pulled out 2 items from his storage space, a bottle of clear, fragrant, mysterious liquid, and a smooth, golden wax pill with a unique scent. Without hesitation, he handed them to Wu Miao Miao. This bottle of water is not simple. It's life spring water diluted to 50 effectiveness. Just a small sip will rapidly restore your mental strength and physical strength at lightning speed. Moreover, it can eliminate all the hidden ailments caused by long-term training in your body, and even the fatigue in your muscles will instantly vanish without a trace. Wu He explained seriously to Wu Miao Miao. He then picked up the small wax pill, carefully cradling it in his palm, and continued, "Now, look at this wax pill. It contains a drop of the essence of the 90,000-year-old Spirit King Bee's royal jelly. Moreover, the material used to make this wax pill is also very special. It is made from the edible beeswax of the 90,000-year-old Spirit King Bee's hive. When you gently place this wax pill in your mouth and bite it open, and then take it together with the life spring water I just mentioned, it will be incredible. The interaction between them can maximize the expansion of your soul sea and help you restore a massive amount of soul power all at once." Wu Miao Miao's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the 2 seemingly ordinary items in her hands, her heart already stirred up by a storm. She never expected that these 2 unassuming items, if taken to an auction house, would become one of the top treasures showcased. It was hard to imagine that even if she sold out her entire family behind her, she would still struggle to afford either of these items. At that moment, Wu Miao Miao was completely stunned by the sight before her, standing there like a statue, unable to move. Seeing her like this, Wu He smiled slightly and gently said, "Quickly take them back and use them. Restore yourself to your best state to face the upcoming competition. Consider this as an early gift for your victory. Don't worry, I will also give similar gifts to the other partners later." After hearing these words, Wu Miao Miao felt dizzy. She couldn't even remember how she walked back to her room. When she finally came to her senses, she found herself standing in the center of the room, her hands trembling uncontrollably, tightly holding the two incredibly precious items. After a fierce internal struggle, Wu Miao Miao finally made up her mind, gritted her teeth, and resolutely placed the two treasures in her mouth simultaneously. At that moment, the most refined royal jelly nurtured by the 90,000-year-old Spirit King flowed in her throat like a clear spring, smoothly sliding down into her stomach. Accompanying it was the life spring water diluted to only 50 effectiveness. In an instant, an indescribable, wonderful sensation surged through her. Wu Miao Miao clearly felt her body undergoing a transformative metamorphosis, with each cell seemingly infused with new vitality and energy. This feeling was so wonderful that it made her feel as if she were soaring up to the clouds, freely gliding through the sky. Almost at the same time, as he promised, Wu He indeed sent the same items to his other companions. For Wu He, these items could at best be considered medium-quality treasures. But for others, they were undoubtedly a tremendous gift and a rare opportunity. Chapter 150. Street Performance. As all the members unhesitatingly consumed the life energy, Wu He's heart finally settled a little. He slowly turned around, stepping lightly and confidently, and calmly left the luxurious hotel. However, when he reached the door, he couldn't help but stop and look back at the entire floor. A rich and almost unbreakable surge of life energy flowed like a tide, filling every corner. Looking at this magnificent scene, Wu He nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. He knew well that not everyone could absorb all the powerful energy contained in the life water. In fact, most people's physical condition and talent determined that they could only absorb a portion of it, while the remaining energy would be diluted and released through the body's metabolism and other mechanisms. At first, it would be acceptable if only 1 or 2 people couldn't fully absorb it, but now it was the case for everyone. The energy that spilled from the bodies of 5 or 6 people intertwined and merged, ultimately forming a small but still remarkable realm of life. Being in this realm, if other soul masters happened to pass by, they would be pleasantly surprised to find that their cultivation speed could increase by nearly 3 times. Such an opportunity is undoubtedly extremely attractive to any soul master eager to break through and pursue higher realms. However, for Wu He, the actual significance of this remarkable realm of life was minimal. At this moment, there were still 3 full hours until the highly anticipated competition in the afternoon. After some deep contemplation, Wu He resolutely made a decision to take this time to stroll around the city once more. Although he had already had his fun in the city for 2 or 3 days, it did not mean he had explored every inch and every corner of it. Undoubtedly, there were still many novel and interesting things quietly waiting for him to discover. Just as Wu He was about to step out of the hotel door, he subconsciously brushed his hand gently over his slightly flat abdomen. Immediately after, as if sensing something, his feet involuntarily moved toward the hotel's restaurant. Once inside the restaurant, Wu He, like an agile little squirrel, quickly and skillfully gathered all the delicious food that made his mouth water into his storage space. Not only that, he even generously took a refreshing drink. After doing all this, Wu He left the hotel nonchalantly and swaggeringly. Speaking of which, the scale of this soul master city is truly magnificent. After all, this is the core city of the Spirit Hall. From the imposing momentum and grandeur it displays, it is certainly incomparable to any ordinary city. Those seeking a way to survive in such a bustling and vibrant metropolis are almost all powerful soul masters. Even those ordinary commoners, if they want to stand firm and live safely here, must either have immense power as a solid backing or be wealthy beyond measure. Even experienced and battle-hardened soul masters, upon arriving in this city, find that the lowest level people they encounter are at the soul master level. Even great soul masters, who would be awe-inspiring in other places, are hard to find here. It should be noted that even in the outer city area, the personnel responsible for guarding the place are all at the soul master level. In other regions, soul masters can be considered powerful figures with significant status and power. But here they can only occupy seemingly ordinary positions like guarding the city gates. Given this situation, one can imagine how many true powerhouses are gathered in this city, and what kind of terrifying strength they possess. Just then, Wu He wandered aimlessly through the streets of the city like a headless fly. Suddenly, a commotion arose not far ahead. It turned out to be a street performance venue. A bustling crowd had formed a circle, tightly surrounding the performers inside. Out of curiosity, Wu He quickly made his way toward the lively crowd. Among the people, a strong young boy was completely focused on showcasing his unique skills. It was this boy's performance that successfully captured Wu He's attention. Anxious, Wu He exerted all his strength to push through the layers of the crowd, finally squeezing to the innermost circle. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the performer was a handsome little boy. At this moment, in his incredibly agile hands, he held an object resembling a yo-yo. However, upon closer observation, it was clear that this object was somewhat different from the common yo-yos. It was tightly bound by what appeared to be a thin rope, and as the boy's hands moved fluidly, the mysterious object danced like a butterfly, fluttering up and down, sometimes as fast as lightning, at other times as slow as flowing clouds. The boy's control over this object was extremely skillful. Every movement was precise and smooth, leaving the audience in awe, as if they were immersed in a stunning visual feast. The spectacular performance ended swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye, lasting only about 10 minutes. Just then, the crowd's attention was drawn to a graceful girl. She held an exquisite hat in her hand and began to walk lightly around the onlookers. Don't miss out. Everyone, whether you're rich or not, it's all a gesture of kindness. If you have money, be generous. If you're short on cash, just standing here to support us is also appreciated. The girl's cheerful and melodious voice echoed throughout the venue. However, her calls made those few who had hoped to enjoy the performance for free turn awkwardly and leave in a hurry, as if afraid of being caught. Meanwhile, many kind-hearted and satisfied audience members began to toss a few shiny copper coins into the hat held by the girl. It should be noted that in this wonderful world, the majority of ordinary people still primarily use copper coins as their currency, with silver coins being relatively rare. After all, for those hardworking commoners, making a living is already not easy, and being able to trade using copper and silver coins is a rare opportunity. Only those with noble status and powerful soul masters, due to their high living expenses and more diverse means of making money, often circulate the more valuable gold coins among themselves. However, if one were to delve deeper into the fluctuations of soul power, Wu He would be surprised to discover that the pair standing before him have at least reached the soul respect level. It is important to note that with such profound strength, even if they do not venture into the spirit city for development, but choose to go to any slightly smaller and more remote town, their lives would surely be much better than currently living by performing arts. Analyzing from the perspective of the daily expenses of soul masters, even if they work diligently and carefully perform here for a whole day, the money they can ultimately earn would only amount to a mere dozen silver coins. This income is barely enough for ordinary soul masters to maintain a basic living standard. Dreaming of obtaining sufficient cultivation resources from this is simply unrealistic and impossible. With a strong sense of curiosity, Wu He slowly walked to the hat used for collecting money and, without hesitation, gently placed the 10 shiny gold soul coins he held into it. At the moment the coins touched the bottom of the hat with a crisp sound, the originally calm eyes of the performing couple suddenly changed dramatically, revealing not only extreme astonishment, but also a faint flicker of concealed murderous intent. Although this trace of killing intent appeared only for a brief moment, Wu He, with his exceptionally sharp insight, quickly captured its presence. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. As expected, it seems that this performing business is not their real means of survival. Filled with doubts and a hint of caution, Wu He glanced at the couple still performing vigorously before turning around and leaving without looking back. He leisurely took out a fragrant large chicken leg from his pocket, chewing it heartily while walking briskly towards the outskirts of the city. As an important city, the Spirit City has strict and clear regulations. Any private fighting within the city is prohibited. This rule is set by the higher-ups of the Spirit City and is strictly enforced by the guards responsible for patrolling and maintaining public order. If someone is caught violating this regulation by the patrolling guards, they will face extremely severe and heavy punishment. However, there are no absolutes in the world. Despite the city's explicit prohibition on private fights, for certain parties that are irreconcilable and must settle their disputes through a fierce battle, such regulations are clearly insufficient to completely curb their impulses. Thus, the Spirit City has provided a relatively reasonable solution to this situation, going to the soul fighting arena. The Soul Fighting Arena is located in the core area of the Spirit City and opens its doors to all who wish to compete. Here, whether it is a life-and-death struggle or a friendly spar, as long as the participants are willing to pay a negligible fee, the arena will unhesitatingly provide a spacious and suitable venue. However, even so, there are still some free-spirited individuals who are not satisfied with releasing their power and passion in that limited space. For these people, the vast wilderness is the ideal stage where they can unleash their blood and showcase their skills. Therefore, whenever irreconcilable conflicts arise, this group usually resolutely chooses to leave the town limits and venture deep into the remote wilderness to resolve their disputes. Chapter 151. The Imperial Jade Liquor. How much is a cup? After a satisfying meal and drink, Wu Hai stretched lazily and let out a big yawn. He patted his slightly bulging belly and smiled contentedly. Suddenly, he turned around, his gaze fixed on what seemed to be an empty space behind him, a calm and composed smile on his face as he said loudly, "Two friends have been following me all this way. Why not come out and meet me?" However, time passed second by second, and after 2 full minutes, the surroundings remained quiet, with no sign of movement. Wu Hai knew very well that these hidden individuals must think he was just bluffing to draw them out. So, he shook his head with a smile and said helplessly, "Since my friends are so cautious and unwilling to show themselves, I shall take my leave back to the city." With that, he stepped forward, walking steadily and lightly in the direction he came from. Although his movements appeared gentle and slow, in reality, his speed was anything but. Before long, Wu Hai arrived beside a towering tree. Just then, a shadow shot down from the tree like lightning. It turned out to be a long silk ribbon, darting towards him like a frog's tongue in a split second. Faced with this sudden attack, Wu Hai remained calm, lightly shifting his feet and jumping aside nimbly to dodge the long silk strike. But unexpectedly, the ribbon split in mid-air into 5 separate strands, each seemingly endowed with life, skillfully altering their trajectories. They shot towards Wu Hai like 5 razor-sharp blades, making a whistling sound as they flew straight at him. Wu Hai carefully moved his feet. His form seemed slow, but each step cleverly avoided the rapidly approaching ribbons. These ribbons fell like lightning, and upon hitting the ground, they made a deafening noise, as if explosive blades piercing the hard earth, sending countless small stones flying in all directions. At that moment, a deep and powerful male voice suddenly echoed from the tranquil woods. "First soul skill, Golden Snake Frenzy." This shout was like thunder, instantly pulling Wu Hai back from the tense battle into distant memories. However, after just a moment of distraction, he quickly regained his focus, as there was an even more urgent crisis awaiting him. He saw dozens of golden mandala snakes leaping towards him along the crimson silk ribbon that had just attacked him. They bared their fangs and spat out crimson tongues, exuding a chilling aura. Yet, having experienced countless battles, Wu Hai was quick to react despite only being momentarily dazed. He flicked his wrist and drew a gleaming sword from his storage space, then began to dance it in the air. The sword sparkled with dazzling light, creating stunning sword flowers that dazzled the eyes. With a few crisp sounds, those aggressive mandala snakes fell to the ground lifelessly upon encountering Wu Hai's sword, having shown no resistance. However, strangely, Wu Hai felt no impact from the sword, as if he was merely slicing through air. As he had expected, the golden mandala snakes that were cut in half instantly transformed into wisps of blue smoke, rising and gradually vanishing into nothingness. "Interesting, huh?" A voice filled with disdain and disbelief came from the woods. Accompanied by a rustling sound, the surrounding branches and leaves began to shake violently. Suddenly, a gigantic golden mandala python emerged slowly from the depths of the forest. It stood at least 5 meters tall, its body as thick as a barrel, covered in shimmering golden scales that emitted a mysterious glow. The python raised its head, flicking its crimson tongue, looking down at Wu Hai from a height. Wu Hai looked up at this massive creature, his heart skipping a beat. Such a huge python was indeed rare. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect to encounter such a being here." However, after a brief moment of surprise, Wu Hai quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he reached out, and a beautifully designed handgun appeared in his hand. It was important to note that facing a 5-meter giant python, its strength could easily be comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast. An ordinary handgun would hardly inflict any significant damage on such a hard-scale beast. Yet, Wu Hai did not aim the handgun directly at the giant golden mandala python. Instead, he unexpectedly fired several shots into the woods. 3 crisp gunshots echoed through the air, and within half a second, 3 distinct sounds emanated from the forest. At the same time, the previously arrogant 5-meter python suddenly vanished without a trace. Just like that. All show and no substance. Wu Hai smirked, a hint of mockery on his face, his tone filled with disdain for the seemingly powerful python. The two individuals hiding in the woods could no longer conceal themselves and had no choice but to step out slowly to face Wu Hai directly. The reason was simple. Wu Hai's handgun had an astonishing firing speed that left them in shock. In a narrow and crowded space, it would be nearly impossible to accurately capture the trajectory and method of the bullet's attack. Just moments ago, one of the 3 bullets shot into the woods hit a sturdy tree, creating a deep bullet hole from the powerful impact. Another bullet precisely severed the string of a yo-yo, causing it to lose control and fall to the ground. And the last bullet was mysteriously intercepted by the other party with an unknown soul skill. After successfully blocking the bullet, their expressions turned grave, and they realized the true strength Wu Hai possessed. Wu Hai calmly gazed at the 2 figures gradually revealing themselves from the woods, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it's you two. I knew it. Showing off those skills on the street was just a smokescreen. Your real business is this kind of killing and robbing, right? Wu Hai spoke softly, but each word felt like a heavy weight pressing down on the hearts of the 2. Hearing this, one of the men turned pale as a ghost, despair and dejection written all over his face, responding weakly. Since we have already fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want. It should be noted that the handgun, meticulously modified by Wu Hai and Tang San, had firing speed and power nearly equivalent to a true soul-guiding device. Such a powerful weapon in hand would undoubtedly terrify these 2 ill-intentioned individuals. This handgun's formidable power was astonishing, capable of rivaling the full-force strikes of many late-stage soul sovereigns. It was important to recognize that the strength of late-stage soul sovereigns should not be underestimated, making the handgun's power truly remarkable. It is particularly critical that the firing speed of this pistol is astonishingly fast, so fast that ordinary soul masters cannot capture the momentary speed of the bullet being fired with their eyesight. Because of this, when these 2 individuals walked out of the woods, they showed almost no hesitation and decisively chose to give up resistance, lying down and giving up. However, Wu Hai did not actually intend to make things difficult for them. The reason he stopped them was merely to ask a few questions. Wu Hai looked at the man with a hint of mockery in his eyes and said, "Answer me a few questions, and if the answers satisfy me, I will let both of you go." Upon hearing this, the man let out a slight sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded in response. "Okay, please ask your questions." Wu Hai then asked, "The item you were playing with just now is called a yo-yo, right?" The man nodded again and explained, "That's right. This item is my martial soul. The string you interrupted just now was constructed by me using my own soul power." Hearing this, Wu Hai secretly thought, "Goodness, this person can actually construct a string using soul power. He really has some skill." However, Wu Hai did not show too much surprise and then asked, "How much is a cup of Imperial Jade liquid wine? If you subtract the price of Imperial Jade liquid wine, how many small hammers can you still buy?" Chapter 152. Late again, huh? What does this mean, big brother? The man shouted with a confused expression, having just heard a series of inexplicable words. Palace Jade, liquid wine, small hammer, and so on, leaving him completely baffled. "Brother, please don't do this. We can never try to steal that Palace Jade liquid wine. I beg you, just give me a straightforward answer. Please don't break my legs with that small hammer." The man pleaded in terror, his voice trembling slightly. After hearing this man's nonsensical ramblings, Wu Hai felt his head throb, with several black lines appearing on his forehead. Although the guy completely missed the cue, his imagination was truly over the top, managing to piece together these unrelated words into a complete sentence. When he confirmed that the other party was not a traveler from another world, a sense of disappointment surged within Wu Hai. He had originally been looking forward to finding other travelers besides himself and Tang San in this world, to share experiences and insights together. Who would have thought that in the end, it was all for nothing? Not only did he not find like-minded individuals, but he also became a joke in others' eyes. Wu Hai, who had intended to find some amusement in this situation, now felt utterly bored. He shook his head helplessly, waved his hand to the man and woman, and impatiently said, all right, you two hurry up and scram. Don't do such sneaky things again." The man and woman nodded vigorously as if granted amnesty, quickly got up from the ground, and ran away as if fearing Wu Hai would suddenly change his mind and chase after them. In the blink of an eye, their figures disappeared into the distance. What a wonderful world. I hope we meet again in the future. Wu He gazed at the two fading figures, muttering to himself. However, if the two who had just left could hear his seemingly casual remark, they would probably be crying out internally. Big brother, please spare us. We really don't want to encounter you again in this lifetime. After all, for those two, meeting Wu He was far from a pleasant experience. At this moment, Wu He had already ended this little prank and was satisfied, thinking he needed to hurry back to the competition. Time waits for no one, and the official match was about to begin. As expected, just as the saying goes, what one fears will come to pass. Wu He encountered unexpected circumstances once again. What should have been a smooth journey suddenly took an unexpected turn. On the other side, the final match had already begun. Contestants from both teams took their positions, preparing themselves, especially the Shrek 7 monsters led by Tang San, who had made ample preparations and were ready to strike at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, on IMerge's side, she was still leading her 5 little brothers, anxiously waiting for Wu He's appearance, just as they had been in the morning. Having learned from the morning's experience, everyone knew that this brother always liked to pull unexpected tricks, and he might appear in a jaw-dropping manner at any moment. Even the referee, responsible for judging this event, seemed to have learned a thing or two about Wu He's unpredictable style. Therefore, this time, he simply didn't wait foolishly for Wu He to arrive on time, but instead anticipated that the guy would suddenly make a surprising entrance from mid-air as the competition was about to start. Just then, just as the referee raised his flag and was about to announce the official start of the match, a familiar shout suddenly came from the direction of the Tian-Do team's entrance. Don't rush. Just wait a moment. Oh dear, I'm late. Wu He shouted loudly, panting as he ran over. In the blink of an eye, he leaped onto the platform like a flash of lightning, standing firmly between the two teams. At that moment, Wu He spread his arms wide like a great rock, seemingly trying to stop an impending fierce battle. However, the scene before him was indeed quite perplexing. Compared to the dashing and handsome image from the morning, he now seemed like a completely different person, exuding an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Wu He didn't pay attention to anything else and quickly pulled out a bottle of water from his pocket, tilting his head to gulp it down, then vigorously rinsing his mouth. After this operation, his throat, which had been nearly smoking from extreme thirst, finally received a bit of relief. Dear friends, I'm really sorry. I ran into a little trouble just now, which delayed me a bit. Please bear with me. Wu He revealed a slightly awkward smile, scratching his head as he slowly walked towards his team. Upon seeing his appearance, everyone present was stunned, momentarily unsure how to react. If not for Dai Mu Bai and others having spent several days with Wu He and understanding his character, they might have thought that his tardiness was an extremely rude and serious offense. At that moment, the referee turned his attention to the two teams that were already in position, then slightly gestured to the Pope Bibi Dong sitting on the high platform, indicating that the match could officially begin. Bibi Dong stood gracefully on the high platform, her stunning beauty revealing a touch of authority as her sharp gaze swept over the crowd below. Suddenly, she spoke softly. I need to add a rule. Absolutely no use of soul skills on the spectators outside the arena. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, their faces showing expressions of astonishment. However, after a moment of thought, everyone soon understood. This rule was clearly aimed at Wu Miao Miao, as some of her soul skills posed a significant threat to the audience. Alright, since no one has raised any objections, the match now officially begins. Seeing that no one contested her newly announced rule, Bibi Dong decisively took on the role of referee for this intense competition. With Bibi Dong's clear command, the 14 contestants on the field moved almost simultaneously. Their swift actions and seamless coordination were truly impressive. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing flashed their figures, quickly moving to the back of the team formation. At this moment, at the very front of the team acting as a meat shield was the powerful Tang San. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing stood opposite each other, exchanged glances, and simultaneously extended their hands, tightly clasping them together. Immediately afterward, their immense soul power surged forth like a raging tide, continuously being mobilized. Just then, sharp-eyed Wu He suddenly shouted loudly, not good. They're about to use their martial soul fusion technique right at the start. Quickly find a way to stop them. Clearly, Wu He understood the power of their martial soul fusion technique. If allowed to execute it smoothly, their side would likely fall into a passive position. The jaw-dropping dual martial soul fusion technique, followed by the even more shocking triple martial soul fusion technique, and the most outrageous of all, the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. This was simply taking disgust to the extreme. I have to say, this soul fusion skill with a protagonist aura is incredibly powerful. Its effects are so remarkable that they are not comparable to ordinary soul fusion skills. The difference is truly vast. Just as Wu He and the others had not yet reacted, the two opposing individual soul fusion skill had already been successfully completed. In an instant, a magnificent tiger, interwoven with white and purple, suddenly appeared right in front of the Shrek team. What is most astonishing is that this tiger has a pair of enormous wings growing from its back, turning the metaphor of adding wings to a tiger into a tangible reality. Once the two successfully fused, both the soul itself and the accompanying soul skill effects were greatly enhanced. The intimidating power emitted by the nether white tiger is already enough to rival soul beasts with cultivation levels of 80 to 90,000 years. If these two individuals' foundational soul power could be even stronger, then the nether white tiger they fused into could probably at least compete with a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 153. Thunder poisoned Tyrannosaurus King as the opponent displayed their astonishing martial soul fusion skill. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes, and he stepped forward without hesitation. Immediately after, Douluo Yin swiftly appeared at his side like a ghost, gently clasping his hands, and began to channel the powerful soul power within her body, continuously injecting it into Yu Tianheng. At this moment, Yu Tianheng exuded an unparalleled powerful aura. He raised his head high and shouted loudly in a tone full of provocation and disdain. "Humph. Do you really think you are the only ones who know how to perform a martial soul fusion skill? That's simply a delusion." Standing beside them, Wu Hai looked on in shock, unable to believe what he was witnessing. According to the original story, even when they eventually met their demise, these two had never displayed such an incredible martial soul fusion skill. However, due to the butterfly effect of the world they were in, these two individuals, who originally should not have had this ability, miraculously executed this unique and powerful martial soul fusion skill. Accompanied by Yu Tianheng's fierce shout, "Martial soul fusion skill, Thunder poisoned Tyrannosaurus King." A surge of overwhelming power erupted from the two of them. In the blink of an eye, swirling black poisonous smoke rose around them, enveloping them like a black ocean. At the same time, dazzling blue lightning flashed above the poisonous smoke, intertwining to form a terrifying electric net, continuously crackling with loud sounds. Just as everyone was left speechless, a more miraculous scene unfolded. All the soul rings on Douluo Yan's body detached, as if summoned by some mysterious force, and astonishingly attached to Yu Tianheng's soul rings in an unbelievable manner. These soul rings fused and overlapped with each other, creating an unprecedented and peculiar sight. Undoubtedly, this unprecedented overlapping martial soul fusion skill completely shattered people's conventional understanding of martial soul fusion skills. It cannot be overstated that Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng had pioneered a marvel that left everyone present in shock. At that moment, everyone felt a bright flash before their eyes, as a dark green figure slowly emerged from the swirling poisonous mist. This person had strikingly bright dark green hair, standing upright as if trying to pierce the heavens. Moreover, their entire body was wrapped in dazzling lightning, with the lightning moving like agile silver snakes, constantly slithering over their body and creating crackling sounds. What was most striking was the waves of poisonous gas emanating from them, dense enough to seem almost tangible, making anyone who merely glanced at it feel dizzy. Looking at their head, two long horns shaped like lightning grew out, twisting and shimmering with a chilling light. Behind them trailed a massive dark green snake tail, thick and powerful, swaying as they moved and creating gusts of wind. After this mysterious man appeared, his gaze locked directly onto the nearby IMerge white tiger. He smirked arrogantly, then extended his right hand, beckoning lightly with his index finger towards the IMerge white tiger, teasingly calling out, "Little kitty, come here." Feeling the provocation, the IMerge white tiger was instantly enraged. Its already powerful limbs surged with strength, and its body shot toward the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, the large wings on its back spread wide, creating a powerful airflow that increased its speed even further. Faced with the IMerge white tiger's fierce assault, the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King remained completely unconcerned. He maintained that contemptuous smile on his face, slowly bringing his hands to his mouth to form a tubular structure. Then, 100-year soul ring, glowing with a strange light and formed by the fusion of two soul rings, floated gently in front of his hands. Let you feel the might of this king. First soul skill, Roar of the Thunder-Poisoned Dragon King. with a furious roar from the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King. He took a deep breath, filling his cheeks with air, making them bulge. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and forcefully exhaled a thick cloud of poisonous smoke. The smoke was as black as ink, and as soon as it left his mouth, it swiftly passed through his tubular hands, violently colliding with the floating soul ring. In an instant, countless purple bolts of lightning shot out from the soul ring, intertwining with the black poisonous smoke to form a massive tornado. This tornado howled as it rushed toward the IMerge white tiger, causing the ground to crack and debris to fly, a truly terrifying sight. Such an unprecedented and bizarre attack method was something even the immensely powerful IMerge white tiger had never encountered before. It was shocked in its heart and dared not to slack off at all. In a hurry, it opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening and fierce roar, attempting to resist this unpredictable onslaught. However, despite the impressive power of the IMerge white tiger's roar, it seemed insignificant compared to the overwhelmingly powerful soul skill. After all, how could an ordinary tiger's roar compare to that of a dragon, not to mention a soul skill? In a mere instant, the IMerge white tiger was completely engulfed by the rolling poisonous smoke. This poisonous smoke spread everywhere, containing vast amounts of lightning power, like a pack of frenzied beasts continuously battering the trapped IMerge white tiger within the fog. But the IMerge white tiger was not one to easily succumb. Shortly after, it quickly regained its senses, flapping its wings fiercely, creating a powerful gust that blew the thick, dense poisonous smoke away. Unfortunately, the IMerge white tiger had not fully regained clear vision, and could only vaguely glimpse the outside scene when the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King had already dashed toward it like a bolt of lightning, arriving before it in the blink of an eye. At that same moment, the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar. Second soul skill, steel tail of the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King. The sound was like thunder, echoing throughout the entire arena. The thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King's powerful tail swung like an unbreakable steel whip, carrying the force of 1,000 bolts of lightning, and struck fiercely against the IMerge white tiger. With a loud bang, the IMerge white tiger was sent flying into the air like a cannonball. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle, seeing the IMerge white tiger rapidly falling from the sky. At this moment, the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King's right hand suddenly began to tremble violently, as if accumulating a world-destroying power. Every muscle in its body was tensed, veins bulging, as all its soul power continuously gathered toward its right hand. Come on, little kitty. Come and feel the unmatched power of this king's punch. If you can withstand it and remain unscathed, then you win. With a burst of wild laughter, the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King unleashed its third soul skill, thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King's thunder exploding iron fist. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning, wrapped in poisonous gas, erupted from the thunder-poisoned Tyrannosaurus King's fist, smashing down toward the IMerge white tiger, transformed from Dalu and Zhu with the force of a thunderstorm. With a loud bang, the spectral white tiger was instantly shattered into pieces, and Dalu and Zhu were also forced to separate, revealing their original forms. Immediately after, in order to avoid unnecessary soul power consumption, the martial soul fusion between Yu Qianheng and Duge Yan was also. However, when everyone looked at them, they found that their condition was not optimistic. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their breathing was rapid, clearly exhausted. Fortunately, well before the match, as the captain, Wu He had already prepared powerful cultivation resources for them in advance. These resources could help them quickly recover their physical strength and soul power in a short time, allowing them to maintain their best combat state. Thus, Wu He decisively ordered the two to retreat to the back of the team and signaled Yi Lingling to immediately use her healing soul skill to help them recover as soon as possible. Chapter 154. Taking the initiative to suppress Tang, San, Xiao Wu, and several others sensed that the situation was dire, and quickly rushed to the fallen Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, carefully helping them up. Although Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had not completely lost consciousness at the moment of the attack, their soul power was already nearly exhausted, as if it had been drained. In the eyes of Tang San and the other teammates, the current situation was clearly a tactical strategy carefully planned by Wu He, specifically targeting them. It should be noted that, after all, Wu He had spent quite some time in their academy. Even if he hadn't witnessed Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing practicing their martial soul fusion technique with his own eyes, he must have heard some related rumors to some extent. Now, with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing collapsing due to fatigue, the consequences were not merely that they could not perform the martial soul fusion technique. More seriously, The originally planned 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique had completely turned into a bubble. As a result, the situation became extremely passive, plunging everyone into an unprecedented predicament. Seeing this, Tang Xin couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, gritting his teeth in hatred. However, his furious gaze did not linger on Wu He for long, because he knew that his true target was not this person. In fact, the team led by Wu He had a deep understanding of the Shrek 7 monsters, knowing each person's characteristics and weaknesses thoroughly. Conversely, how could Tang San not have an in-depth understanding of every member of Wu He's team as well? It was hard to determine the outcome of this intense confrontation. Yu Xiaojiang had advised him more than once. In fierce team battles, the support role often plays a crucial role. Therefore, it was necessary to find ways to eliminate the opponent's support from the very beginning of the fight. This concept was deeply imprinted in his mind. It is well known that when an opponent loses their support, their overall combat power and sustainability will plummet dramatically. At this moment, while both sides were still in a tense standoff, Oscar displayed astonishing speed and reflexes. He swiftly moved his hands like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, successfully created 2 large recovery sausages that emitted a rich aroma and powerful effects, unhesitatingly stuffing them into the mouths of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. It is worth mentioning that the sausages made by Oscar had a unique characteristic. They did not require a tedious chewing process. They could work their magical effects as soon as they were swallowed. Because of this, even if they were roughly stuffed into their mouths, as long as they could be swallowed, the effect would still be significant. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance. In just that brief moment, they seemed to communicate 1,000 words to each other. Following that, they moved in perfect harmony, as if they were partners who had worked together for years. Tang San quickly locked onto his target, Mi-Er. He was fully aware of Mi-Er's attacking methods. Mi-Er was skilled in using a bow and arrow for long-range attacks. But both drawing the bow and aiming required a considerable amount of time to complete the preparatory actions. More importantly, once such an archer was entangled by enemies at close range, their originally powerful combat ability would be greatly diminished. In an instant, Tang San's figure flashed, suddenly appearing in front of Mi-Er like a ghost. The blue-silver grass in his hand surged forward like a fierce python, striking towards Mi-Er with thunderous force, giving her no opportunity to draw her bow and shoot. Xiao Wu's target was equally clear, to directly attack the back row where Wu He was located. However, this seemingly small and cute girl was actually incredibly intelligent. She understood her opponent's weaknesses, so throughout the entire process, her gaze never lingered on the opposing support teammates for even a moment. Xiao Wu dashed toward Wu He without hesitation, exuding an aura of aggression, determined to make him pay. Facing the incoming Xiao Wu, Wu He naturally would not retreat or evade. After all, he had absolute confidence in his physical strength and was not afraid of close combat. In his view, even if Xiao Wu unleashed her powerful explosion 8th section throw, it was unlikely to cause him any significant harm. Moreover, this was not the treacherous Star Forest, and Xiao Wu was merely in a weak human cub form. In terms of strength and soul power, she appeared extremely small and weak compared to Wu He. Just as Wu He was contemplating how to deal with Xiao Wu's attack, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a cunning smile at the corner of her eye as she was about to be caught. In the next instant, her previously rapidly swinging arm waved gently, as if bidding farewell. At the same time, a crisp shout rang out. Third soul skill, instantaneous movement. In an instant, Xiao Wu's figure vanished before Wu He like a ghost. The next moment, when everyone reacted, they were astonished to find that Xiao Wu had appeared far away from Wu He, and her raised fist was enveloped in a fierce wind, hurtling straight towards Yi Lingling's face. Just as this punch was about to hit the unsuspecting Yi Lingling, a broad and powerful palm suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Wu's fist, firmly blocking it. On Mi-Er's side, the battle was exceptionally intense. About 10 blue-silver grasses whipped through the air like agile whips, producing a series of howling sounds. These blue-silver grasses repeatedly struck the ground in front of Mi-Er, kicking up clouds of dust. Mi-Er was fully focused on countering this fierce attack, secretly thinking, "This guy Tang seems to have no real intention of hitting me." Looking at his offensive stance, it seems more like he wants to prevent me from making a move, constantly creating obstacles for me. Indeed, as Mi-Er sensed, Tang San's thoughts at this moment aligned with hers. Although it appeared that Tang San was launching a fierce attack, his main objective was actually to create distractions. Even if he used a powerful skill like blue-silver prison to trap me air, her sharp, long arrows could still easily shoot through the gaps in the prison, providing strong support to her teammates. Therefore, for Tang San, the only feasible strategy was to continuously harass me air, preventing her from smoothly utilizing her martial soul's power. Only in this way could he effectively reduce the threat posed by this opponent. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, Ning Rongrong, on the other side, also released her martial soul without hesitation. She called out, 7 treasures glaze tile. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul. In an instant, 3 dazzling beams of light burst forth from Ning Rongrong, enveloping Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun. With the infusion of light, the 3 instantly felt their strength significantly enhanced, their speed increased, and their soul power continuously surged. After receiving the boost, Ma Hongjun radiated a hot aura, like a burning meteor soaring straight into the sky. His eyes locked onto the position of Wu Heyi's team, and he unhesitatingly unleashed his powerful Phoenix fire line. A blazing flame erupted from his mouth, roaring and rampaging through the air like a fire dragon. The Phoenix fire line swept toward Team Wuha at an astonishing speed, igniting the air around it and forming a scorching sea of flames. At the same time, Ma Hongjun shouted, "Second soul skill, Flaming Phoenix." As his voice fell, the flames on him intensified, and he seemed like a true phoenix being reborn from the ashes. The power of the Phoenix fire line, boosted by the second soul skill, was greatly enhanced. At this moment, the Phoenix fire line not only expanded its attack range significantly, transforming from a straight line of fire into a massive fan-shaped area that completely enveloped Team Wuha. The heat emitted by the skill also increased exponentially, with terrifying temperatures capable of melting steel. Faced with such a fierce assault, Team Wuha was thrown into chaos. They desperately tried to evade the overwhelming flames, but found there was nowhere to escape. At that moment, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters also unleashed their unique skills, launching multifaceted attacks. The relentless offensive left Team Wuha overwhelmed and struggling to cope. Under this torrential storm of attacks, they were caught in a difficult battle, unable to find a way out. Chapter 155, Breaking One by One. Simple counterattack. Do you really think I'm just a support? Lin Bei shouted angrily, and with a single arm swing, he firmly grasped Xiao Wu's fist, which was coming at him like a gale. It is important to note that Xiao Wu at this moment was not an ordinary character, but a powerful soul master at the soul zone level. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, her speed and explosive power were top-notch, with her strength reaching as high as 300 to 400 pounds. Such power would be difficult for an ordinary support soul master to withstand. However, Lin Bei easily blocked this strike, which was truly astonishing. For a long time, Lin Bei had been regarded as a support by everyone. The key factor in his ability to stand firm in this team was the synergy between his soul skills and Wu He. It was his support that allowed Wu He to elevate his endurance to its peak state. However, recently, there seemed to be some subtle changes. Wu He's martial soul seemed to have evolved, with a dramatic increase in power, and his reliance on Lin Bei had noticeably decreased. As a result, Lin Bei's status in the team became somewhat awkward, nearly reaching a point of being dispensable. Nevertheless, Lin Bei still held the starting position in the team. Perhaps due to his usual playful demeanor, his insistence that he was just a support, and his overall low presence. No one had ever seriously considered his true role within the team. Initially, it was Wu He who keenly discovered his unique martial soul ability. This martial soul could shrink stones at will, attacking opponents in a silent and unexpected manner to achieve the passive effects of soul skills. However, unexpectedly, this martial soul not only could shrink, but also had a magical ability to enlarge to an unimaginable extent. Because of this, he often took advantage of others' rest periods to gradually increase the size of his martial soul, conducting special training for himself. Through this daily training, he continuously strengthened his physical power and significantly improved his flexibility and proficiency in controlling his martial soul. After Wu He repeatedly explained various clever uses of martial souls, Lin Bei's understanding of his own martial soul had undergone a tremendous transformation. However, the original passive effect of the soul skill was so practical that he hardly ever revealed his true strength and martial soul characteristics in daily life. At one moment, Lin Bei suddenly acted, grabbing Xiao Wu's delicate wrist. Then, with a slight exertion, he effortlessly threw her away like a sandbag. At the same time, he quickly slammed his palms on the ground, and in an instant, A dozen hard stones seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, rapidly coalescing from the earth. These stones shot towards the still airborne Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun like speeding bullets, accompanied by a fierce momentum. Of course, the stones aimed at Xiao Wu were massive, each weighing like a small mountain, creating gusts of wind as they fell. However, when these stones faced Ma Hongjun, an astonishing transformation occurred. They quickly morphed, shrinking into sharp points, resembling a series of sharp stone spikes glinting with a cold light. These stone spikes shot towards Ma Hongjun with incredible speed, not only interrupting the soul skill he was casting, but also putting him in an extremely passive situation. Ma Hongjun could only hurriedly dodge, but the dense rain of stone spikes forced him to retreat, unable to approach the enemy. Seeing this situation, Xiao Wu had no choice but to abandon her current attack target and look for a new breakthrough. Wu He, you're too cunning. Tang Xin couldn't help but voice his complaint. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary Wu He had such strange tactics and arrangements. To hide such a powerful long-range fighter beside him as a support and deliberately confuse everyone's perception was truly deep scheming. However, Wu He seemed to be oblivious to Tang San's accusations. He casually dug at his ear and flicked away the earwax, maintaining a nonchalant expression as if he hadn't heard what Tang San said at all. Just then, the ever-watchful Mier suddenly made her move. She instantly drew back her bowstring, and arrows shot out like lightning. At the same time, she softly exclaimed, "Fifth soul skill, Dragon Roar State. Dragon Fist." In an instant, her martial soul, the Dragon Phoenix bow, shone with dazzling light, and then the entire bow merged into her body. At that moment, Mier's body resembled a giant bow, and her arms transformed into indestructible arrows, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar. The arrow created from Mier's arm surged with unmatched power, breaking through Tang San's carefully arranged blue-silver prison in an instant. With a loud bang, the dragon-roaring punch struck fiercely against the 8 spider lances behind Tang San. Tang San immediately felt a tremendous force hit him, causing him to stagger backward a few steps before barely regaining his balance. Just as Tang San was about to be attacked, the mysterious and powerful 8 spider lances seemed to sense their master's crisis and erupted with astonishing strength. 8 sharp spider spears quickly extended, weaving into an impenetrable defense like 8 agile venomous snakes. In the blink of an eye, these spider spears connected and fused, forming an incredibly solid shield that gleamed with a chilling light. Mier's powerful punch, capable of splitting mountains, slammed into this shield formed by the 8 spider lances. But the immense impact caused Mier's arm to go numb, and Tang San involuntarily staggered back several steps. Seeing the precarious situation about to turn around, Xiao Wu, who was watching from the sidelines, made a quick decision to launch another attack. At this moment, she keenly sensed her opponent's flaw and shifted her attack target to Wu He. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. Combining deception with truth in her attack strategy would make it hard for the enemy to grasp her intentions. However, before Xiao Wu could successfully approach Wu He and launch her attack, Miao Miao, who stood beside Wu He, suddenly made her move. She stepped forward sharply, swinging her hands forcefully, sending an invisible force sweeping toward Xiao Wu. At the same time, Miao Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly deepened like the ocean, seemingly containing endless magical power. In an instant, Xiao Wu felt a chilling sensation in her heart, and the scene before her changed in an instant. The Wu He she had been gritting her teeth at disappeared, replaced by the imposing and cold figure of Pope Bibidon. That familiar and loathed face reappeared vividly before her, almost within reach. In just a moment, Xiao Wu, relying on her strong will and firm belief, broke free from the fierce soul skill imposed by Wu Miao Miao. Faced with this sudden change, she did not panic. Instead, the raging fire of hatred deep within her heart instantly dispelled the shadow of fear. Chapter 156. Discovering the fish that slipped through the net. Bibi Dong stood tall and imposing on a high platform, her cold and stunning gaze overlooking the fiercely contested finals below. Her eyes precisely captured every subtle movement and change, as if the entire arena was under her control. Just moments ago, as Wu Miao Miao unleashed her soul skill, Bibi Dong observed intently, missing no detail. She witnessed the complete process of Wu Miao Miao's soul skill release with crystal clarity. Initially, when Wu Miao Miao released her skill in the morning, Bibi Dong was somewhat uncertain about which audience member she was targeting. After all, as the esteemed Pope, Bibi Dong held an unparalleled position in people's hearts, inspiring awe and fear in countless individuals. However, after this meticulous observation, she could finally be sure of the target person. More importantly, through this observation, Bibi Dong gained a deeper understanding of the principles behind Wu Miao Miao's soul skill. She realized that the intensity of Wu Miao Miao's transformation completely depended on the depth of fear the target felt towards a particular person. In other words, if the fear within the target was exceptionally strong, then the power displayed by Wu Miao Miao after a transformation would be extremely formidable. Conversely, if the fear was relatively weak, then the character after transformation would correspondingly be weaker. At that moment, an intense and shocking momentum suddenly erupted from Wu Miao Miao, even stronger than her own inherent power. Faced with such an astonishing scene, Bibi Dong showed no signs of surprise. Instead, she calmly combined Wu Miao Miao's performance with the information she had previously gathered about Xiao Wu's martial soul, rapidly analyzing and thinking in her mind. Gradually, a clear picture emerged in Bibi Dong's heart, and she was almost certain she had reached the conclusion she sought. Wu stretched his eyes wide, incredulously watching what was happening before him. Wu Miao Miao had once again transformed into Bibi Dong. However, he was acutely aware that the difference in soul power between Wu Miao Miao and Bibi Dong was not insignificant. If Wu Miao Miao unleashed her skills recklessly as she did in the morning, the outcome of this battle would likely be no different from that of the morning. Fortunately, Wu Miao Miao was no ordinary individual. After the lessons learned from the intense battle in the morning, she had now understood how to cleverly utilize this rare transformation ability to confront a formidable enemy. Without hesitation, Wu Miao Miao summoned the Death Spider Emperor and quickly completed the martial soul possession state. In an instant, a layer of shimmering spider armor, radiating a cold light, enveloped her body, tightly wrapping her up and presenting an indestructible defensive stance. It is worth noting that this defensive posture has unique advantages. Soul power consumption only occurs when under enemy attack and in a passive defense state. As long as the opponent's attack power does not exceed the ultimate defense limit, the consumed soul power can be negligible. Even more astonishingly, Wu Miao Miao still retained the powerful energy of the life water within her body. This mysterious force allowed her soul power and physical recovery speed to be as continuous and ceaseless as if she were in Kai Wenji's first skill, endlessly rejuvenating. When Xiao Wu saw Bibi Dong's detestable face, her anger was instantly ignited, but reason told her that she must not let her emotions run wild. She knew that her current strength was still lacking, and if she easily revealed her killing intent, it would only bring endless trouble and even threaten her life. However, Wu Miao Miao's repulsive soul skill continuously stimulated Xiao Wu's nerves, producing an effect that was utterly nauseating. At that moment, Xiao Wu decisively exchanged positions with Tang San. After all, Tang San was experienced and adept in dealing with spider-type enemies. Thus, Xiao Wu's opponent became Mir. It is well known that assassins have a natural advantage against archers, creating an almost perfect counter-relationship. However, when Xiao Wu gazed into Mir's eyes, she distinctly felt the fierce and sharp intensity within. Clearly, she could not treat this seemingly weak archer as an ordinary character. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Mir also had no intention of holding back. Although she usually presented herself as a kind and approachable senior in front of her juniors, once she stepped onto the stage, her obsession and madness for battle were unleashed like a wild horse, becoming as fierce and tempestuous as a storm. Perhaps this stark contrast in personality was intricately linked to her unique martial soul. The Dragon Phoenix Bow, with its profound name, symbolizes her unique and powerful martial soul, home to the souls of a dragon and a phoenix. Since childhood, these two divine beasts had accompanied her, profoundly influencing her at all times. In her daily life, she resembled a noble and elegant phoenix, exuding grace and dignity in every gesture. However, once immersed in intense battle, she instantly transformed into an incredibly mighty and domineering dragon, exuding an air of authority and arrogance that could instill fear. "Is it your turn to challenge me?" Mir smirked slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. She casually cracked her knuckles, producing a series of crisp sounds, as if demonstrating her prowess to her opponent. Then, she gently twisted her neck, also producing a series of cracking sounds that evoked a sense of dread. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. With a low growl, Mir's martial soul slowly emerged from within her body. The bow appeared like a priceless treasure, emitting dazzling brilliance. Upon closer inspection, a majestic five-clawed golden dragon was vividly depicted on the bow's surface, seeming as if it could soar into the sky and pounce on the enemy at any moment. Mir nonchalantly flipped the bow over, revealing a phoenix poised to take flight on the other side, stunningly beautiful and extraordinarily agile. She then called out lightly, her hands moving, as her martial soul once again merged into her body. Fifth soul skill, Phoenix Cry form, Wing Fist. As Mir's delicate voice rang out, her aura suddenly changed, radiating an indomitable momentum. She rooted herself in a horse stance, her back straight, and her arms spread wide like a great rock spreading its wings. In an instant, the wind howled, sand and stones flew, and the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by her might. Standing beside her, Xiao Wu watched this scene, her face paling as cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Faced with such overwhelming momentum, an unprecedented fear and pressure surged within Xiao Wu, making her feel like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Chapter 157. Soul Attack. Wing Fist, are you ready? Mir's voice was crisp and loud, like a thunderclap in the sky. Just as her words fell, her slender and graceful arms began to flutter up and down like a pair of light wings, accompanied by her elegant and agile movements. An astonishing scene unfolded. Dense and numerous fist phantoms rapidly arranged themselves on her arms. These illusory fists lined up closely together, stacking layer upon layer and extending backward. From a distance, this sight resembled a gigantic bird with full wings soaring through the sky. Xiao Wu, witnessing this, felt a tightening in her heart. She understood that such a multitude of densely packed fists, if struck upon her, would be unbearable for her fragile body as an assassin. What shocked Xiao Wu even more was the incredible speed at which Mir activated this soul skill. It had only been a mere 5 seconds since she and Tang San had swapped places, and Mir's charging had almost been completed. At this moment, even if Xiao Wu wanted to retreat, it was evidently too late. However, faced with this seemingly desperate situation, Xiao Wu did not panic. Her clever and agile mind began to work rapidly, soon finding the best way to counter the impending crisis. She quickly turned her head, her gaze meeting that of Ning Rongrong beside her. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding between the two, and with just this brief exchange of glances, Ning Rongrong instantly grasped Xiao Wu's intention. At that moment, Mir's arms, which had been dancing like wings, suddenly pulled back sharply, then stretched out like a giant longbow pulled to its limit. In an instant, all the wing fists completed their charge simultaneously, shooting forward like countless arrows released from their strings, with an incredibly fierce momentum and unstoppable power. If the dragon fist, infused with the force of the dragon's roar, represented an indestructible strength capable of crushing all physical existence and an overwhelming dominance over the enemy, then the wing fist, driven by the force of the phoenix's cry, symbolized an ethereal yet exceptionally fierce soul attack, possessing an astonishing range of coverage. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt a sense of dread in her heart, knowing she could not evade the thunderous assault through conventional means. Thus, she decisively unleashed her fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. This powerful soul skill had an astonishing ability. It could render the user completely immune to all physical attacks from the outside for a full 3 seconds. Prior to this, Xiao Wu had quickly signaled to Ning Rongrong, considering that if the enemy's attack did not cease after 3 seconds, she would need Ning Rongrong's assistance to further enhance her defense, ensuring that she could withstand this ferocious onslaught unscathed. However, as the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Due to a severe underestimation of her opponent's strength, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong once again found themselves in an extremely passive situation, caught off guard. Mir's countless fists, like a sudden storm, transformed into arrows rapidly flying towards Xiao Wu in a bombardment. Unexpectedly, not even a second had passed since Xiao Wu activated her invincible golden body, yet her seemingly indestructible defense skill collapsed in an instant. What was even more astonishing was that Mir's overwhelming fist penetrated Xiao Wu's body without any obstruction, causing no tangible harm to her flesh at all. On the contrary, it was Xiao Wu's exceedingly fragile soul that suffered a severe blow, as if struck by an invisible giant force, leaving her soul battered and bruised. In that instant, Xiao Wu felt as if she had been hit by an invisible force, and endless pain surged over her like a tide. This was not merely physical pain, but a kind of spiritual torment that originated from the depths of her soul, difficult to articulate. The pain was so intense that her consciousness wavered between dizziness and clarity, like a small boat in a raging storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Meanwhile, a shocking scene unfolded. Xiao Wu's soul skill, which had been shining brightly, quickly dissipated without a trace in just a second, as if it had never existed. Wu He, who had been standing in the field without making a move, was completely stunned. He realized that he had only been away from the team for a little over a month, yet everything happening before his eyes felt incredibly unfamiliar, even giving him a sense of disconnection from reality. Watching the situation on the field, Wu He couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion and bewilderment. How could this be? In such a short time, the entire world seemed to have turned upside down. He even felt a strange sensation that whether he was part of this team today seemed irrelevant. This battle no longer felt like a competition led by him. Instead, it seemed more like his teammates were personally waging a revenge battle for past events. At that moment, Tang San's keen hearing caught the piercing cry of despair that Xiao Wu emitted. He quickly turned his head, witnessing Xiao Wu suddenly collapse to the ground, completely unharmed. In an instant, Tang San's heart tightened. A mix of anger and worry surged within him. With the years of cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San discerned the essence of the soul skill that IMerge had unleashed at an astonishing speed. For a brief moment, it seemed as if a mysterious switch within Tang San had been triggered. In the blink of an eye, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The calm expression that had been like still water was now filled with sternness and determination, radiating a chilling aura. Not only that, but even the pair of 8 spider lances behind him, which had always seemed somewhat stiff, suddenly appeared to come alive, moving with exceptional grace, like 8 agile venomous snakes, poised to deliver a fatal strike to the enemy. At that moment, Wu Miao keenly sensed the unusual aura emanating from Tang San. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to rush forward to stop him. However, everything happened too quickly for her to react. With a crisp snap, the next second, Wu Miao was horrified to see her incredibly sturdy chest armor shatter in an instant. The powerful impact sent her flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground. At this point, Tang San seemed to have lost his soul, moving forward like a zombie, staggering with each step. Wu Miao widened her eyes, trying to discern what kind of technique Tang San had just used. But the speed was so fast that she couldn't catch a glimpse of anything. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, the stubbornness and resilience deep within Wu Miao drove her to struggle to rise from the ground and continue the fierce battle with Tang San. But when she tried to move her limbs, she was horrified to find that her hands and feet had been tightly ensnared by dense blue-silver grass that had suddenly sprouted from the ground. And no matter how hard she struggled to break free, the blue-silver grass remained as resilient as steel, unmoving. At the same time, Lin Bei beside her also keenly sensed the tense atmosphere permeating the air. That feeling of heart-pounding tension felt strangely familiar to him. Not daring to show any signs of negligence, Lin Bei immediately unleashed his power to manipulate earth and stone. The ground around him began to tremble violently, and sharp, pointed stone spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, rushing towards Tang San at lightning speed. However, in the face of this fierce attack, Tang San remained unfazed. The sole bone on his body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and with a crisp sound of breaking, all the stone spikes that approached him were effortlessly sliced in half, falling to the ground. Even when faced with such a fierce counterattack, Tang San's expression remained unchanged, maintaining a dull and wooden demeanor as he steadily walked step by step towards Xiao Wu not far away. Chapter 158. Phantom Fist. Tang San felt as if he had lost all his strength. His legs went weak, and he slowly knelt down on the ground. He trembled as he gently held Xiao Wu's delicate head tightly in his warm embrace. For some reason, at that moment, an indescribable pain surged in his heart like a tide, instantly drowning his entire being. Xiao Wu, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Tang San's voice was filled with undeniable fear and anxiety, as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. It should be known that IMerge's powerful wing fist struck directly at the soul, and the consequences were unimaginable. The lightly affected would faint on the spot, while the severely affected might even lose their lives right then and there. Since this was only a match, IMerge had held back, but even so, Xiao Wu, as someone who was experiencing such a strong impact on her soul for the first time, could not withstand it and quickly fell into a state of self-protection, resulting in her light coma. Tang San was an expert in poison and hidden weapons, and because of this, he had a profound understanding of a human body's meridians and pulse. At this moment, he carefully extended his fingers and gently placed them on Xiao Wu's slender wrist. using his magical purple extreme magical eyes to take in everything that had just happened. After a careful examination, he roughly understood Xiao Wu's current condition. Tang San then suppressed the grief in his heart, and, with movements as gentle as if he feared waking the sleeping Xiao Wu, slowly lifted her from the ground. He took heavy steps toward the edge of the platform, carefully handing Xiao Wu over to Lu Erlong, who had been waiting there. Watching Lu Erlong receive Xiao Wu, Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. He then raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears that kept falling from his cheeks. However, when he turned to face Wu He on the platform, his previously gentle face instantly turned ferocious and terrifying, with endless rage burning in his eyes. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Wu He, today I will take your life. The roar echoed like a thunderclap in his ears, causing Wu He to tremble and involuntarily shiver. Hey, what do you want to do? I didn't strike first. Why do you always come looking for trouble with me? Wu He felt wronged and confused, his voice unintentionally rising by 8 degrees. Since this battle began, he had not even had a chance to strike. Yet, no matter who in Tang San's team was injured, the blame always inexplicably pointed at him. Thinking of this, Wu He felt both helpless and angry, secretly pondering. Does this mean that as long as I am involved, all the mistakes will fall on me? This is simply forcing me to make a move. He couldn't help but reach for his forehead, revealing an awkward yet bitter smile. However, at that moment, Tang San suddenly exploded with rage. His eyes widened, his face full of anger, his left fist pulled back sharply, and then he struck forward with all his might, sending a fierce gust of wind straight at Wu He. But something unexpected happened. Although Tang San had unleashed all his skills, including his Xiantian Gong, Xianyu hand, and purple extreme magical eyes, his powerful strike fell into emptiness, as if it had sunk into the sea with no point of contact. When Tang San realized something was wrong and hurriedly turned to check, he was stunned to discover that his punch had only struck Wu He's afterimage left behind in place. Tang San, do you really think I'm just strong in soul skills? Ha ha! Wu He's voice, filled with contempt and provocation, rolled in from one side like thunder. At this moment, Tang San exuded a chilling aura, resembling an extremely violent beast, but in stark contrast, his heart was calm like still water. Through his past experiences, he had long realized that no matter the situation, maintaining composure was always the primary survival rule. Tang San took steady and firm steps toward the spot where Wu He had just spoken. He extended his right hand, gently reaching forward, but what he touched was merely an illusory shadow. This feeling was like being toyed with like a monkey, and what angered Tang San even more was that even though he had activated his purple extreme magical eyes, which could see through all illusions, he still failed to catch even a hint of Wu He's movements. Don't naively think that my journey to the Lake of Life is just a leisurely outing. Wu He's sarcastic words rang out again, but this time the situation was different. The sound circled around Tang San. Then, 5 identical figures suddenly appeared around Tang San, each exuding a powerful aura like 5 immovable war gods. Faced with such a situation, how could Tang San be foolish enough to abandon his powerful martial soul and rely solely on his fists? He began to chant incantations, and in an instant, thick blue-silver grass burst from the ground, intertwining at an astonishing speed, transforming into extremely sturdy blue-silver cages that firmly trapped the 5 doppelgangers, preventing them from moving an inch. So what if you can create doppelgangers? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Don't be naive. Even if you have such means, in the end, you will still be trapped by my martial soul. The corners of Tang San's mouth slightly lifted, and the dimness in his eyes reignited with a glimmer of confidence. However, just as Tang San regained some confidence, something unexpected occurred. Wu He suddenly reappeared like a ghost, moving so fast that one could hardly react. Then, with a muffled thud, Wu He's fist slammed hard against Tang San's cheek. Are you stupid? You actually thought you could trap me? You're dreaming. Wu He's mocking laughter echoed in the air, ruthlessly ridiculing Tang San's earlier words. At this moment, Tang San was completely dazed by Wu He's sudden strike, his entire being stunned. He never expected that despite unleashing the power of his martial soul, he still couldn't trap this guy before him. Even more shocking to Tang San was that before he could collect his thoughts, 3 or 4 more identical figures of Wu He appeared around him one after another. These doppelgangers were not only numerous, but each had different movements and postures. Some were swinging their fists, while others stood silently like statues. How is it? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Let me explain it to you. Wu Heyi's voice simultaneously emanated from each doppelganger, echoing from all directions, making it difficult to discern his true position. The skill I used is called Phantom Fist. It's an extremely profound martial technique. By using high-speed movement and controlling my breath, I can create a realistic phantom in place. So, even if you think you've trapped me with your martial soul, in reality, you've only caught an illusion. Ha ha! As Wu Heyi's words fell, his triumphant laughter reverberated throughout the space. Hearing Wu Heyi's detailed explanation, Tang Sen wore an expression of disdain. For him, no matter how exquisite the opponent's moves are, as long as they are in front of his magically powerful purple extreme demon eyes, all swift actions will appear as slow as if played in slow motion. Therefore, he would never easily believe the nonsense that Wu Heyi said. Chapter 159. To surrender or not to surrender. Tang San, you are really too arrogant. You actually rely so heavily on the martial skills you possess. Wu Heyi stared at Tang San, extending a finger to point outside the arena, his tone serious with a hint of disdain. Let me tell you, I have completely removed all my burdens. Even if you have the ability to slow my speed by 10 times in your eyes, my movements can still easily surpass the limits your eyes can capture. After saying this, Wu Heyi suddenly moved, rushing towards Tang San like an arrow released from a bow. This time, Tang San finally witnessed Wu Heyi's trajectory, but his brain was completely unable to react in time. Wu Heyi's fist struck like lightning, landing heavily on Tang San's handsome face in the blink of an eye. So fast. It's simply too fast, Tang San silently exclaimed in his heart. And at that moment, he truly realized how terrifying his opponent's strength was and that he had indeed underestimated him. Just at this moment, as Wu Heyi prepared to press the attack, a thunderous tiger roar suddenly echoed throughout the arena. Everyone looked closely to see that Dai Mubai had used the white tiger protection barrier to timely arrive and firmly block in front of Tang San. Not only that, but a dazzling halo formed by Ning Rongrong's fourth spirit skill surrounded Dai Mubai at this moment. Facing Wu Heyi's powerful punch, Dai Mubai appeared completely at ease, casually raising his arm to effortlessly absorb Wu Heyi's fierce blow. Upon seeing that it was Dai Mubai who had arrived, Wu Heyi couldn't help but show a look of surprise, and he immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly, little kitty." Although his words still carried a hint of mockery, there was clearly more seriousness and vigilance in his eyes. However, such a simple statement ignited the raging anger within Dai Mubai like a flash of lightning splitting the night sky. He believed that it was the powerful bloodline suppression between the dragon and the tiger that had led to his unfortunate defeat in the previous battle. At that moment, being called Little Kitty was a humiliating title. Even though Dai Mubai was filled with rage, he felt helpless and unable to refute it. But now, the situation was different. His anger erupted like a volcano, impossible to contain. In an instant, dazzling lights surged from Dai Mubai, and he unleashed his proud spirit skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. In the blink of an eye, not only was his defense greatly enhanced, but his strength, speed, and explosive power also received astonishing boosts. At this moment, Dai Mubai resembled a ferocious white tiger, swinging his iron fists with immense momentum. Wu Heyi, on the opposite side, appeared exceptionally calm and composed. As Dai Mubai's fists came rushing like a storm, he merely smiled and easily stepped back to evade. Each time it seemed perilous, as if the fierce wind from the punches were about to brush past his cheek, but in reality, Wu Heyi always managed to dodge the attacks perfectly, effortlessly. It should be noted that previously, when Wu Heyi fought against Xiongda, he was completely at a disadvantage and unable to confront him directly. In desperation, he could only rely on his agility to dodge Xiongda's fierce assaults, engaging in a long and arduous tug-of-war. In contrast, the punches Dai Mubai was throwing now, in terms of force and power, seemed extremely weak. It is not an exaggeration to say that they didn't even reach 1/10 of Xiongda's punch power. So it wasn't long before Wu Heyi found this battle utterly boring and quickly lost interest in continuing to play. He stood firm, unperturbed, and took Dai Mubai's powerful punch squarely on his chest. The punch's wind howled past, raising a cloud of dust, yet he remained as immovable as a mountain. Following this, a smug smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face, as if everything was under his control. He thought to himself, no matter how Wu Heyi tries to dodge, it is futile. He will ultimately be hit by this punch. However, the truth was that Wu Heyi had not taken this seriously at all. To him, this battle was far too dull. What did it matter if he got hit? It was better to end it sooner. Just as Dai Mubai thought he had the upper hand, Wu He suddenly struck like lightning. A claw glinting with cold light shot out, accurately gripping Dai Mubai's wrist. Dai Mubai didn't even have time to react before he felt a tremendous force, and his wrist was instantly twisted. With a crisp crack, the sound of bones breaking was distinctly audible. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai's once formidable arm was easily twisted off. Wu He looked coldly at the scene before him, disdainfully saying, "Too weak. With such strength, you're not even worth me using my arm power." At this moment, Dai Mubai's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He tightly clutched his broken wrist, gasping in pain. He had initially been confident that this punch would severely injure Wu He, but the outcome was unexpectedly dire. Not only did he fail to hurt his opponent, he had instead lost an arm. Tang San, watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain the anger boiling within him. His eyes widened in fury, and his soul power surged. In an instant, all his soul skills were unleashed without reservation. The brilliance shone brightly, and his momentum soared, clearly determined to teach the arrogant Wu He an unforgettable lesson. However, none of Wu He's teammates were easy opponents. Each of them was skilled and powerful. Just then, Yi Lingling shouted, and a flash of light appeared in her hand. A powerful healing spirit skill fell on Tang San like lightning. Tang San was momentarily stunned, pondering whether Yi Lingling had used the wrong skill. But just as he was filled with doubt, several figures suddenly pounced on him like a tempest. In just 3 short minutes, poor Tang San was beaten up and turned by Wu He's team. He felt dizzy, unable to mount effective defense or counterattacks. Tang San's eyes widened, looking incredulously at the group of fierce opponents around him. He never expected that after such a fierce assault, he would still be able to stand unsteadily. Those thrilling 3 minutes felt like a terrifying nightmare to him. At this moment, Wu He crossed his arms and looked at Tang San with disdain, coldly snorting, truly unable to withstand a single blow. "I see no need to continue this match. It is completely a waste of our time." After saying this, he casually waved his hand, signaling his teammates to quickly clear the battlefield. Upon receiving the order, the others showed no hesitation, unleashing their strongest soul skills. In an instant, colorful soul power flickered and intertwined, forming a massive and terrifying net. Descending upon the nearest person to them, Wu He, with a mocking expression, shouted loudly, "Stop your futile struggles. Just surrender obediently. At least this allows you to retain some dignity." At this moment, on the vast arena, only 4 figures of Shrek 7 monsters are still able to move freely. Among these 4, 2 are soul masters in the support role, who have been working hard on the battlefield, but due to the limitations of their martial soul characteristics, they cannot play a decisive role in the battle. The remaining 2 are the long-range attacker, the chubby Ma Hongjun, and the core member of the team, Tang San. Tang San clenches his fists tightly, secretly pondering whether to make one last effort. Although the situation has become extremely unfavorable, his indomitable will still drives him to want to give it a try. However, just as Tang San's thoughts are not yet complete, Wu He suddenly appears like a ghost, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Before everyone can react to what has happened, Wu He has already unleashed his ultimate move, Iron Mountain Crash. In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth like a tidal wave, violently striking Tang San's chest and abdomen. At that moment, Tang San felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding heavy-duty pickup truck, and his entire body uncontrollably flew backward, plummeting out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 160. Extreme 1-for-1 after suffering a violent impact. Tang San's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, all he could see was the figure of Wu He, and from Wu He's gaze, he clearly captured undisguised disdain and deep disappointment. Disappointment? Tang San silently repeated this word in his heart, and involuntarily, images of Xiao Wu, who had just been severely hit and had fallen into a coma, appeared in his mind, along with the questions she had asked him in their childhood. A strong sense of self-reproach surged within him. He felt incredibly disappointed in himself. As Xiao Wu's guardian, he lacked even the ability to protect her from harm. At that moment, a voice filled with concern and urgency suddenly called out, "Xiao San." Tang San looked up and saw Oscar also flying off the stage right behind him. However, just as the situation was dire, Tang San, relying on his sharp senses, caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of 3 objects rapidly approaching him. Tang San quickly focused his mind and used his purple extreme magic eyes to take a closer look, only to be surprised to find that they were 3 sausages, racing toward him in a triangular formation. To his delight, One of them was the flying mushroom sausage that could help someone fly. But upon closer inspection, he realized that this crucial flying mushroom sausage seemed to be the last one thrown out. At the current speed, by the time he managed to catch it, it might already be too late. In the blink of an eye, Tang San gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength, and suddenly propelled himself upward like a shooting arrow. Just in that thrilling moment, the situation was extremely critical. Tang San was mere inches from the ground, as if he were about to make intimate contact with the earth in the next second. And as soon as his feet touched the ground, it would mean he was completely eliminated. However, it seemed that Lady Luck was favoring him at this moment. Just as he was about to land, the first sausage fell to the ground and, at the moment of bouncing back up, provided Tang San with a precious leverage point. With his agile reflexes and outstanding skills, Tang San seized the opportunity and quickly adjusted his posture. Next, he precisely caught the second sausage in mid-air and exerted force again. At this moment, Wu He also pushed his ghost shadow mysterious steps to the limit. This technique was known for its agility and swiftness, but under such tense and fierce circumstances, Wu He was exhibiting this extreme level for the first time in his life. Although the two sausages provided Tang San with two opportunities for leverage, it only helped him slightly adjust his movements and did not fundamentally change the fact that he was about to land. However, as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just at the last moment before landing, a miracle happened. Tang San successfully grabbed the flying mushroom sausage, and with its magical powers, he soared into the air like a bird. Unfortunately, Oscar was not so lucky. In this thrilling contest, he ultimately fell out, achieving a one-for-one exchange in a nearly extreme manner. Tang San knew that this narrow escape was hard-won, and after this experience, he cherished this chance of rebirth even more. At the same time, he understood the tremendous energy brought about by gravitational acceleration. It could cause strength to increase exponentially. Therefore, without hesitation, he instantly summoned his second spirit, the formidable Haotian hammer, and smashed it down toward Wu He from midair with a thunderous force. Wu He stood quietly in place, never once turning to look at Tang San, who was borrowing strength. His tall figure resembled a stable mountain, making it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking inside. However, only Wu He knew in his heart that if he did not wish to provide this opportunity, then Oscar would not even have had the chance to release the three sausages. At this moment, Tang San tightly gripped the enormous Haotian hammer, his arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, as if he was channeling all his strength into his hands. At the same time, blue-silver grass swiftly wrapped around Wu He's ankles like agile snakes, tightly binding his movements. Not far away, Ning Rongrong shone with 4 dazzling soul rings, and without hesitation, she unleashed all the skills associated with her soul rings. These powerful auxiliary effects surged toward Tang San like a tide, greatly enhancing his strength in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been lurking nearby, seized the opportunity, darting toward Wu He like a ghost, her sharp, ghostly claw gleaming coldly, vowing to join Tang San in delivering a lethal blow to Wu He. In fact, at the moment Oscar unexpectedly jumped off the stage, Mi-Er and the others had already prepared to assist. But Wu He merely said lightly, "You all just had your fun. Now it's my turn to perform." As soon as he finished speaking, the Haotian hammer in midair came crashing down with immense power, like a thunderbolt striking Wu He's head. Below, Zhu Zhuqing launched a fierce attack with her ghostly claw aimed at Wu He's vital points. As the two-pronged assault was about to hit its target, Wu He unexpectedly tilted his head slightly at the last second and caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. In an instant, a strange green light flashed in his eyes. Then, a deafening bang echoed throughout the arena, the violent sound of metal clashing resonating everywhere. A violent shockwave erupted from where Wu He stood, instantly raising a dust cloud over 3 meters high and enveloping the entire battlefield in a haze. Tang San felt a powerful force surging through the Haotian hammer in his hands. The shock sensation hit his body like a tidal wave, nearly knocking him off balance. In just this one strike, he felt his hands lose control, trembling uncontrollably as if they would throw the Haotian hammer away. However, Tang San was not defeated by this sudden shock. Instead, relying on his deep cultivation and agile reflexes honed over the years, he cleverly utilized the rebound force, leaping back into the air and gracefully landing back onto the stage like a bird. At this moment, standing on the stage, Tang San scanned the opposing team, where Wu He was. To his surprise, everyone in that team seemed to ignore the incredible strength he had just displayed. They looked at Tang San as if he were a completely unrelated stranger. appearing cold and indifferent. This attitude sent a shiver down Tang San's spine. Chapter 161. The crushing defeat cannot be changed. Their indifferent and contemptuous gazes were like icy winds, piercing straight into one's heart. It made one involuntarily feel a chill rising from the depths of their being, as if every hair on their body stood on end, evoking a sense of horror. Standing aside, Tang San pondered his countermeasures. After deep consideration, he decided to deal with the weaker teammates around Wu He first. It should be noted that not long ago, in the intensely fierce battle on the Soul Arena, facing the very same group of enemies, he had single-handedly defeated 5 of them with his powerful strength and exquisite skills, creating a remarkable record. At this moment, if he could quickly eliminate all these opponents, it would undoubtedly give him a tremendous advantage in the upcoming battle. With this in mind, a determined look flashed in Tang San's eyes. He swiftly moved his hands like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, several gleaming hidden weapons quietly appeared in his grasp. However, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the billowing smoke that had just been stirred up, moving as fast as lightning. When everyone realized what was happening, they were shocked to find it was Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San reacted quickly, almost instantly reaching out to catch the flying Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. He initially intended to take this opportunity to discuss new tactical arrangements with her, but when he looked down at her, he was astonished to find that Zhu Zhuqing was also unconscious at that moment. This sudden change caused Tang San's heart to sink heavily. With a helpless expression, he looked at the person in his arms, filled with pity and unwillingness, but at this moment, he had no other choice but to carefully lay her down on the ground. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the smoke. With each step, the person seemed to carry an invisible pressure that sent chills down one's spine. When they fully revealed themselves, everyone could see that it was Wu He. Wu He walked casually, twisting his neck, and a series of cracking sounds came from him, which was chilling to the bone. You guys are just too weak. It's really not interesting at all, Wu He said coldly, a hint of disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Wu He was wearing a set of black rhino armor. The armor fit tightly against his body, exuding an indestructible aura. Surprisingly, the powerful blow from Tang San's Haotian hammer had left not even a trace on it. In fact, from the beginning of the battle, Zhu Zhuqing had already devised a meticulous plan. She had intentionally launched a feint to put pressure on Wu He, creating an opportunity for Tang San to succeed. However, what no one had anticipated was that despite Tang San exerting all his strength, he still could not break through Wu He's formidable defenses. Moreover, as Tang San was sent flying, Zhu Zhuqing was instantly seized by Wu He without any chance to fight back. Just as everyone was still figuring out how to respond next, Wu He mercilessly struck, delivering a punch directly at Zhu Zhuqing. Poor Zhu Zhuqing didn't even have time to react before being hit by that overwhelming force and fainting on the spot. The person donned in the imposing black rhino armor emanated a heart-stopping aura. This person was Wu He, whose strength had already reached the entry-level Soul Emperor rank, a level of power that made many strong individuals feel fear. In contrast, Tang San, despite his extraordinary talent, was merely a soul scholar at this moment. Judging by their overall strength, there was a difference of about 20 levels between them, a disparity that loomed like an unbridgeable abyss before them. However, Tang San showed no intention of retreating, for at this moment, he was the only one left in his team. Now that you are isolated and helpless, what choice will you make? Wu He said coldly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if nothing in the world could stir his heart. Faced with such a powerful and ruthless enemy, Tang San couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. After all, their side was already at a numerical disadvantage, and now only 2 were left struggling, and worse yet, the gap in strength was too great. But even in such dire straits, Tang San still had a resolute reason not to surrender. Therefore, he did not offer any further explanations. His figure suddenly flickered, shooting up like a bolt of lightning, and at the same time, the Haotian hammer that he had been tightly gripping transformed into the incredibly resilient blue silvergrass. After all, the Haotian hammer, which had not yet been embedded with a soul ring, was immensely heavy, its weight astonishing. In contrast, the light and agile blue silvergrass appeared particularly nimble. The parasitic soul skill activated instantly, and large amounts of blue-silver grass suddenly sprouted from every joint of Wu He's body. These blue-silver grasses grew and spread rapidly like agile snakes, wrapping Wu He tightly, making him look like a zongzi bound by heavy restraints, with no chance of breaking free. Immediately afterward, Tang San's figure flickered again, approaching Wu He like a specter, determined to deliver a heavy blow. Suddenly, he found himself holding a pistol, which had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, Tang San raised his arm, aiming at Wu He using a three-point alignment method, and pulled the trigger, with bullets shooting toward the target like a storm. However, a furious roar emerged from the rising smoke. Tang San, don't you find this act rather laughable? Attempting to use my own invention against me. As this shout echoed, Wu He's figure gradually became visible. He was firmly grasping one bullet after another in his hand, which fell to the ground like rain, producing crisp, clattering sounds. The golden bullets shimmered with metallic luster, each seeming like a heavy hammer, striking hard against Tang San's heart. Despite this, Tang San did not lose his composure. He quickly adjusted his mindset with astonishing speed, thinking to himself, since this plan has failed, there is no need to hold back any longer. Only a direct confrontation can lead to victory. Thus, in the blink of an eye, countless hidden weapons flew out from him, sweeping toward Wu He like a torrential wave. At this moment, Tang San had firmly resolved not to show mercy. Tang's sect 100 hands, Xiantian's secret technique. With a furious shout, Tang San's figure suddenly became blurry, as if countless phantoms were overlapping together. In an instant, it seemed as though he had conjured up a dozen arms out of thin air, dazzling everyone. At the same time, dozens of variously shaped and gleaming hidden weapons were unleashed simultaneously. These hidden weapons, some shaped like darts, sharp and pointed, some resembling steel needles, as fine as hair, and others like smooth bullets. They whistled through the air, cutting through with fierce winds, shooting toward their target with astonishing speed. Such a dense and powerful attack unleashed a force that was simply jaw-dropping. Its offensive power was no less than that of bullets fired from modern firearms. And each hidden weapon contained immense energy, akin to the strongest blow unleashed by a soul scholar. However, even with such a fierce assault, it still could not break through the impenetrable defense before them. It turned out that the enemy across was wearing a set of mysterious and powerful black rhinoceros armor, whose defensive power was terrifying. When the hidden weapons struck the armor, there was a series of crisp, clanging sounds, as if they had encountered a wall of copper and iron, instantly rebounding and falling to the ground. Despite the setback, Tang San did not give up. He gritted his teeth and unleashed all his hidden skills. The flight trajectories of the hidden weapons were carefully calculated, forming a dense wave of attacks every 2 minutes, which would inevitably envelop and wash over Wu He's position. Faced with such fierce assaults, Wu He naturally would not sit idly by. He quickly summoned the meteor gun in his hand, then suddenly turned his body, wielding the long spear to create an impenetrable defensive circle. A series of crisp collision sounds rang out continuously, and those originally aggressive hidden weapons were effortlessly blocked by Wu He and returned along their original path. Thus, Wu He steadily approached Tang San step by step. His steps were firm and powerful, and his gaze was resolute and cold. Finally, the two stood face to face, merely a few meters apart. Their eyes met, filled with hostility and killing intent, as if they were both in a bottomless dark abyss. Here, there was no way out, only a fight to the death. Whichever of them lost this duel would likely not escape the fate of being buried in the abyss. Chapter 162. The 8 spider spears. At that moment, when the eyes of the two met, it felt as if the entire world had frozen. Tang San raised his head, looking up at Wu He with a hint of barely perceptible anger and provocation in his gaze. Then, he slowly spoke, "You say I am arrogant, but aren't you as well?" This statement echoed like thunder in the still air around them. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Wu He was momentarily taken aback, but soon a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, since he became aware of the trajectory of the timeline, Wu He had been tirelessly chasing after Tang San, putting in countless efforts and sweat. Now, through his relentless efforts, he had finally surpassed the once unreachable Tang San. At this moment, his extreme confidence in his own strength had gradually led Wu He to the abyss of arrogance. However, Wu He was very clear in his heart that if it weren't for Tang San's seemingly sharp question just now, he might never have realized the inner demons quietly growing within him. Therefore, he genuinely laughed and sincerely thanked Tang San. "Thank you, but you still have to lose." This sudden expression of gratitude left Tang San momentarily bewildered. He never expected that he would be accused of arrogance just moments ago. Yet now he received such sincere words of thanks. But in an instant, Tang San's expression darkened. He clearly sensed a deep insult in Wu He's last sentence. Originally hesitating on whether to strike, Tang San could no longer contain the anger boiling within him at this moment. He suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and the external soul bones on his body shone with dazzling light, resembling extremely sharp long spears that lunged towards Wu Heyi's body with lightning speed. The external soul bones moved quickly, targeting Wu Heyi's arms, side waist, thighs, and calves in an instant. Each attack carried a fierce wind, as if it intended to tear the person in front of him into pieces. At that moment, a shadow rushed in like lightning. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a soul bone emitting an eerie glow. This soul bone, like a deadly blade, pierced towards Wu Heyi. In Tang San's imagination, he could hear a muffled sound as the soul bone precisely struck Wu Heyi's body. Immediately, a chilling aura spread, as if countless poisonous snakes were rampaging within him. Various lethal toxins surged through Wu Heyi's body like a flood, instantly overwhelming him. These toxins were extraordinarily fierce. In the blink of an eye, Wu Heyi felt the world spinning, and his body began to sway uncontrollably. Despite his utmost efforts to stabilize himself, he ultimately fell heavily to the ground. However, even if Wu Heyi managed to find a way to detoxify, his later life would likely see little progress, for these toxins had penetrated deep into his bones, causing permanent damage to his body. But in fact, a series of clear metallic clashing sounds suddenly rang out, clang, clang, clang. A total of 8 sounds, incessantly echoing. Wu Heyi felt the impact from the armor, lifting his head to look in the direction of the sound. He saw 8 incredibly sharp spider legs striking fiercely against the surface of his sturdy armor, each collision sending up dazzling sparks. Wu Heyi tilted his head slightly, and upon closer inspection, a hint of cold laughter surged in his heart. I'm indeed the one with superior skills. He thought to himself, having originally looked up to you, Tang San, but it seems the so-called hypocrite title is truly well-deserved. On the surface, Tang San's attacks seemed not to target the fatal areas. But Wu Heyi knew very well that this guy clearly intended to cripple him, and his means were extremely insidious. It must be said that if they were merely friends or teammates, Tang San would be quite decent. However, once they stood on opposing sides, it became truly hard to guard against. Thinking of this, Wu Heyi was filled with uncontrollable rage and pushed Tang San away forcefully. Then, he tightly gripped the gleaming meteor spear in his hand and began to dance wildly. In an instant, the spear's shadows were dense, and the sound of the wind howled, resembling a silver dragon soaring in the sky. Since the laws of this world demand that I lend a hand, I can only comply with this arrangement from the heavens. Wu Heyi suddenly shouted this aloud. Unfortunately, Tang San was completely baffled by the meaning of this statement, unable to grasp it at all. Then, he saw the meteor spear in his hand fiercely cleave towards the 8 spider legs. Each strike carried the force of thunder, and in an instant, Tang San's 8 spider soul bones were severed one by one. It should be noted that these 8 external soul bones had long merged with his body since they attached to him, as if they had become real bones within him. Now, as each one was forcibly severed, the pain of broken bones surged in waves, repeating a full 8 times. Such intense pain surged like a tide, causing Tang San to crumble under it, his knees bending involuntarily as he fell to the ground. His eyes turned a deep red, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, instantly soaking his clothes, making him look utterly disheveled. Haha, Tang San has now become a useless person. Ning Rongrong, now it's your turn to make a choice. Wu Heyi suddenly burst into loud laughter, his piercing laughter echoing throughout the arena. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned pale, and in her panic, she even fell to the ground. The once arrogant and domineering young lady image had vanished without a trace. However, even in such dire straits, Tang San did not easily give up. He endured the excruciating pain, gritted his teeth, and with trembling hands, pushed against the ground, struggling to stand up slowly. His blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed firmly on Wu Heyi in front of him, and he squeezed out a sentence between gritted teeth. No, I haven't lost yet. Seeing Tang San's stubbornness, Wu Heyi couldn't help but frown. He gently patted Tang San's shoulder and earnestly advised, I say, brother, it's just a match. Why take it so seriously? Must it be a fight to the death? But Tang San remained unmoved, suddenly shaking off Wu Heyi's hand resting on his shoulder. Then he lowered his head, staring at the already broken soul bones in his hands, revealing a grimace more painful than crying. Don't get too worked up. Don't fight to the death. This phrase seemed to carry a hint of mockery and disdain. Yet it completely ignited the long-suppressed anger within Tang San. Ahaha! Tang Sen suddenly laughed like he had gone mad, his laughter echoing in the air, causing one to shudder. I said, "Today it's either you die or I live." Tang San's eyes widened, flames of fury burning within them as he shouted in rage. As his words fell, those hidden weapons that had already fallen to the ground trembled as if summoned by some mysterious force. The fragments of the severed 8 spider soul bones, under the influence of Tang San's powerful soul power, flickered with an eerie glow, seemingly ready to launch a lethal strike against the enemy at any moment. At this moment, Wu He silently lamented, "Damn, why is this Tang guy so extreme? He keeps talking about life and death." However, despite feeling that the Tang San in front of him was vastly different from the image he had understood from the original plot, becoming extremely extreme and fierce, Wu He knew that if he did not fight back against the aggressively attacking Tang San, not only would he be looked down upon, but more importantly, based on his memories of the original plot, Tang San would definitely not let things go after experiencing the pain of broken bones, and would only escalate his revenge. With this in mind, Wu He dared not hesitate any longer. He waved his hand decisively and commanded his companions beside him, "Meyer and all of you, get off the stage. I'll handle this battle alone." Meyer and the others stared intently at everything happening on the arena, clearly witnessing the changes in the situation. At that moment, Meyer keenly noticed that the opponent's state seemed a bit unusual, so she quickly led her team to leave the arena. However, just as they were about to retreat, a deep and threatening voice suddenly rang out. "Want to leave? Do you think you can escape so easily?" Everyone looked towards the sound and saw that Tang San, who had been standing in front of Wu He, had mysteriously vanished from his sight like a ghost. In fact, from the moment Tang San made his move, his real target was no longer Wu He. This guy's like a turtle hiding in its shell. Who has the interest to tangle with him endlessly? Tang San secretly cursed in his heart. At this moment, Tang San had quietly consumed an incredibly precious divine power pill. This magical pill allowed him to temporarily overdraw part of his potential, achieving an astonishing effect of doubling his combat power and rapidly recovering his soul power in a short time. After all, the competition had progressed to such a critical stage. If he unfortunately lost, then all previous efforts would be in vain, with nothing to gain. But if he could win the final victory, not only could he obtain a coveted soul bone again, but he could also gain supreme glory and generous rewards. Facing such an enticing prospect, who wouldn't want to fight with all their might? Chapter 163. The end of the match. Tang San's hidden weapons and soul bone fragments flew out together, streaking across the air like shooting stars, directly blocking the way for Meir and the others to leave the platform. Those hidden weapons and soul bone fragments intertwined to form an impenetrable net, resembling a gradually shrinking sheepfold, trapping Meir and the others inside. Each hidden weapon raced toward its target along the carefully calculated trajectory set by Tang San, glimmering with a cold light and carrying a deadly threat. As the encirclement grew smaller, it was clear that within seconds, everyone would be hit. At that moment, Wu He's deep and angry voice suddenly came from behind Tang San. "So you think you can't escape, huh?" Tang San's heart tightened, but he quickly calmed down. He knew that Wu He's armor soul skill had a time limit, and as long as he could delay a little, once Wu He released the armor, the situation would surely reverse. At that time, whether Wu He was round or flat, he would be at his mercy. Although the skills Tang San was currently using also had a time limit, he firmly believed that Wu He would take off his armor faster than he could act. Moreover, although Wu He's heavy armor granted him strong defensive power, it severely affected his mobility. Even if Wu He wanted to capture Tang San, it wouldn't be an easy task. Because of this, Tang San confidently planned to turn around and mock Wu He. However, just as his face turned halfway, a gust of wind suddenly whistled past his ears. Suddenly, a crisp and urgent clinking sound reached his ears, like a string of silver bells colliding in the air. When he instinctively turned to look, he saw Meir and her group had already gracefully descended from the wide platform. Almost at the same moment, he caught sight of 2 rapidly spinning flying rings coming at him from a very strange angle. Tang San's gaze followed the 2 flying rings, and a sense of alertness surged in his heart. Then, he saw Wu He's figure flash, effortlessly catching the 2 WindEagle rings and placing them steadily on his shoulders. At that moment, Tang San's face was filled with disbelief and astonishment. His eyes widened, and in anger, he stomped his feet on the ground, muttering, "How is this possible? This absolutely cannot be." He knew that according to his previous understanding of Wu He, the other party was merely a soul master with 3 rings, and logically, Such strength was not enough for him to switch between two sets of armor freely. However, just as Tang San was filled with doubts and unable to understand, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him, right? How could he have forgotten this? The current Wu He was no longer that small character with only 3 rings. He had unknowingly been promoted to a 5-ring Soul King. Due to the unique characteristics of Wu He's soul skills, it often led to confusion in judging his strength, causing people to overlook his true cultivation level. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but silently lament. It should be noted that a 5-ring Soul King like Wu He had significantly reduced the energy consumption of his armor to only about 45 of what it was before. Thus, for him, smoothly switching to the second set of armor and extending its duration of use was simply a piece of cake. This also meant that Wu He could exhibit a power level comparable to that of a Soul Emperor for a significantly extended period. However, at this moment, after Wu He resolutely switched to the WindEagle armor, an unexpected change occurred. The originally indestructible defensive capability significantly decreased, and if he were to face an extremely fierce attack, the duration that his armor could maintain would inevitably be greatly reduced. Suddenly realizing this crucial point, Tang San's mood improved slightly. At least from his perspective, Wu He at this moment was no longer as difficult to deal with as an unshakable hard turtle shell. Although Tang San was furious, his mind remained clear, maintaining a high level of agility and flexibility. He lightly moved his feet, slightly leaning back, assuming a posture ready to charge forward, like a cheetah poised to pounce, instilling fear in those who witnessed it. But unexpectedly, in the next second, 8 exceptionally thick blue-silver grasses suddenly shot up from beneath the floor where Wu He stood like a ghost. These blue-silver grasses spiraled upward in a very strange manner. Then, like lightning, they rapidly fell in 8 different directions. As Tang San shouted, 4th soul skill, blue-silver prison modification, double-layer prison stab. The blue-silver grasses that served as the prison's pillars instantly sprouted countless sharp spines. In an instant, the entire prison began to shrink continuously, like a giant net gradually closing in, surrounding Wu He completely. Looking at Wu He, who had become a caged bird, unable to escape, a nearly manic and sinister smile finally appeared on Tang San's face, which had been twisted with anger. Wu He took a deep breath and summoned the WindEagle sword. With a strong swing of his arm, the WindEagle sword struck the prison in front of him like a flash of lightning. With a loud crash, the resonant sound was deafening, as if the entire space trembled. However, when Wu He opened his eyes to look, he found that the prison had only been scratched lightly and did not break as he had expected. Wu He frowned, carefully observing the marks on the prison. After a moment of inspection, he couldn't help but sneer. Humph. So this so-called prison is nothing much. It looks just slightly harder than ordinary plants. Saying this, he raised the WindEagle sword again, preparing to launch a more intense attack. At that moment, Tang San, seeing this, slightly curled his lips, revealing a look of disdain. He quickly summoned his Haotian hammer and firmly planted it on the ground. Then, he provocatively shouted at Wu He, "If you have the ability, come out from inside and give it a try." Hearing Tang San's taunt, Wu He's expression darkened, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He coldly replied, "Tang San, don't be too arrogant. You have no idea how terrifying a Soul Emperor's true power is." Before his words fell, Wu He unhesitatingly unleashed his ultimate move, WindEagle Sword's piercing wind stab. He chanted, WindEagle Sword's piercing wind stab, subduing demons and beasts, breaking with the fierce wind, stopping in an instant. As he recited the incantation, the energy on the ultimate move began to gather continuously, gradually condensing into sharp ice spikes that floated above the WindEagle Sword. Then, with all his strength, Wu He thrust the WindEagle Sword forward. In an instant, those ice spikes shot towards the prison ahead like arrows released from a bow, at an astonishing speed. With a thunderous roar, the double-layer prison was instantly blown apart, creating a huge circular hole. The edges of the hole were jagged, as if torn apart by a powerful force. At the same time, due to the prison's obstruction, although the power of the piercing wind stab was greatly reduced, it still surged towards Tang San's direction with residual force. Tang San's heart tightened, realizing the danger, and was about to turn and flee. However, at that critical moment, Wu He calmly brought his hands together in front of his abdomen, lightly calling out, "Zen Seal." The voice, though not loud, seemed to contain infinite oppression, making people wary. Immediately, Wu displayed a faint smile on his face and softly said, "Kid, want to run? Let me teach you how to be a person." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously motionless time suddenly resumed its normal flow, as if a broken mirror had been restored. At the same time, countless sharp sword shadows appeared out of nowhere around Tang San, flashing with a cold light, swiftly weaving and crossing like phantoms, leaving one dazzled. In an instant, a piercing wind strike shot straight towards Tang San. He had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the strike hit his body. Fortunately, the impact was not too strong, only causing Tang San some minor injuries. However, just as he was secretly relieved that he was not seriously hurt and racking his brain to think about why he was so lucky, the real killing blow followed closely behind. A sharp sound of wind tearing through the air erupted, and the WindEagle 100 strikes came crashing down on Tang San like a torrential storm. Each slash seemed insignificant, and the wounds it inflicted on Tang San were not large. But as the saying goes, many small things add up to a lot. The hundreds of continuous slashes combined to create a terrifying power. It should be noted that back when he was just a novice soul master, his WindEagle 100 strikes could already achieve a full 100 attacks. Now, with the increase in strength, this so-called 100 strikes no longer simply referred to a specific number, but had become a term symbolizing numerous and continuous attacks. Finally, when the last slash fell, Tang San could no longer hold on, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Even worse, the pill he had taken earlier began to produce a strong backlash, intertwining with the injuries caused by the WindEagle 100 strikes. This caused Tang San to become extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing the flame of life at any moment. Chapter 164. Receiving the award at the moment when Tang San exhausted all his strength but ultimately could not defeat his opponent and fell to the ground. Ning Rongrong beside him was anxious, but she knew that as a support-type soul master, she could not directly participate in the battle. Therefore, without hesitation, she rushed to Tang San, using all her strength to carefully support him, who was already weak to the limit and seemed on the verge of fainting, and slowly walked off the stage. Almost at the same time, the referee raised the flag in his hand and announced loudly, "In this match, the Royal Academy of Tiando is the winner." This announcement was like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the arena, and instantly, cheers and applause erupted, filling the air. The audience was so excited that they waved their hands and feet, their faces beaming with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Meanwhile, colorful fireworks blossomed in the sky, resembling brilliant stars in the night sky, weaving together a stunning picture that dazzled the eyes. Standing at the sidelines, Wu knew very well that the two historically significant scenes would soon unfold. To ensure that the history of this world could proceed smoothly along its predetermined trajectory, he decisively issued two commands. Lingling Jiangzhu, you two hurry up and heal Tang San. Move quickly. With Wu He's command, Lingling and Jiangzhu did not dare to delay for a moment, quickly rushing to Tang San's side, utilizing their respective healing skills to fully treat the severely injured genius. On the other side, after completing his mission, Wu felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue wash over him. He took a deep breath, forced himself to regain his spirits, and began to remove the heavy armor from his body. When the last piece of armor was shed, a strong sense of weakness and powerlessness suddenly engulfed him like a tide. He felt his legs go weak, his vision darken, and he nearly lost his balance. However, Wu did not panic. Instead, he quickly reached into his waist storage space and pulled out a pill emitting a strange fragrance. He did not hesitate to put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it gently. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that flowed down his throat, rapidly spreading to his limbs. Soon after, Wu clearly felt that his previously depleted soul power was surging back at an astonishing speed, and that overwhelming power revitalized his spirit. Not only that, but his physical strength and mental energy also gradually recovered along with the rapid replenishment of soul power. Slowly, the feeling of weakness and powerlessness faded, replaced by renewed vitality and vigor. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, a stone flew out of nowhere and struck Wu like a meteor. The stone hit him lightly, startling him, but he quickly steadied himself and turned his gaze towards the crowd below. He saw Lin Bei standing among the crowd, wearing a confident smile, giving Wu a big thumbs up. This simple gesture seemed to contain endless encouragement and trust, instantly injecting a powerful force into Wu. In that moment, a miracle happened. Wu He felt his previously nearly exhausted physical strength, soul power, and mental energy quickly replenished like a long-awaited rain after a drought. This feeling was like a surging torrent, continuously filling every corner of his body, making him feel unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, the competition had come to a conclusion, and the dawn of victory was shining upon Wu He's team. As the core of the team, Wu He naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. How could Mir, Wu Xiao, and the other teammates just watch their captain drag his weak body to receive the award? So they all acted as Wu He's power banks. Just then, under the close protection of Ju Thuo and Ghost Thuo on either side, Bibi Dong slowly descended from the audience seats like a star surrounded by the moon. Her steps were light and graceful, each step exuding a unique charm. She looked elegant and enchanting, even though time had left some traces on her face. It could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. This was the first time Wu He had seen Bibi Dong's true appearance up close. He had to admit that the woman before him was indeed stunningly beautiful. Her exquisite features were perfectly distributed on her fair, jade-like face, with graceful eyebrows, affectionate apricot eyes, a delicate nose, and red lips without needing any makeup. Her long, sleek black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her gorgeous robe, enhancing her graceful figure. Especially her innate, noble aura made it hard for anyone not to be captivated. However, despite Bibi Dong's stunning beauty, Wu He knew that staring at her continuously was extremely impolite. So, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze, striving to calm the waves in his heart to avoid losing composure in front of everyone. Bibi Dong stood on the high platform, her stunning face appearing particularly solemn and serious at this moment. She carefully held the prize of the competition in her hands, then focused her gaze on Wu He and the others below, and said in a clear and resonant voice, "In this elite competition, after intense contests and battles, the representative team of the Tiando Empire has ultimately won the championship. Congratulations on becoming the champion team of this competition. Now, please have the representative of the champion team come up to receive the award." Under the eager gaze of everyone, Wu He walked steadily and powerfully towards the high platform. Each step seemed to carry immense weight, attracting the attention of everyone present. Finally, he arrived in front of Bibi Dong, standing face to face with her, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes, and softly said to Wu He, "You are truly remarkable. Whether in tactical application or in showcasing your own combat power, you have far exceeded my initial expectations. With your talent, if you can join our spirit hall after graduation, you will surely shine brightly and have a boundless future. I wonder if you're interested in this?" However, Wu He remained exceptionally calm in response to Bibi Dong's olive branch, showing no signs of surprise. He understood that although Bibi Dong appeared to be in a position of great power as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, with supreme authority and a prestigious status, in reality, the position of Pope was merely a facade for the Spirit Hall, with the true power being held by the mysterious Elder Hall. Moreover, Bibi Dong's actual influence in the Pope Hall was far less formidable than the outside world imagined. Even her most trusted confidants had only levels of 93 and 94. Therefore, facing Bibi Dong's invitation, Wu He had already formulated his own plan. Thus, Bibi Dong had always held extremely high expectations and importance for those with extraordinary abilities among the new generation. It is no exaggeration to say that she would spare no effort to recruit these talents under her banner. However, since Wu He had already anticipated what kind of question Bibi Dong would pose, he naturally did not hesitate at all and responded in a very relaxed and cheerful tone. "I am deeply honored by your kindness and recognition, Your Holiness the Pope. I am an orphan of the Tiando Empire. For many years, I have been deeply blessed and cared for by the Empire, a kindness I shall never forget. Therefore, I should dedicate myself to the Empire until my death. So, I am truly sorry, but I cannot accept your goodwill." Wu He's words were powerful and resonant. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire venue underwent a subtle change. The previously slightly tense ambience seemed to freeze at that moment. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong did not show much surprise or dissatisfaction. She maintained her smile and slowly handed the invaluable Soul Bone prize to Wu He. Wu He gratefully accepted the Soul Bone prize and carefully returned to his team with it. He then gently placed it in front of everyone and calmly but firmly said, "These 3 soul bones are symbols of glory belonging to all of our team members. However, due to the special nature of my martial soul, my enhancement from the soul bones is relatively limited. Therefore, I have decided to voluntarily withdraw from the specific distribution of these soul bones. When Wu He said this, everyone present was shocked. After all, as the captain, he had unhesitatingly given up such an enticing reward, leaving the others momentarily at a loss for words, even feeling embarrassed, so that no one dared to be the first to bring up the distribution of the soul bones. The 3 soul bones were the wisdom soul bone, the flame soul bone, right arm, and the gale soul bone, left leg. The mental skull is a rare and mysterious treasure. It contains boundless mental power, significantly enhancing the wearer's mental strength. When the wearer is in intense battle, this magical treasure can play a huge role, allowing them to perceive every subtle movement and hidden intention of their opponent more keenly. Moreover, the mental skull greatly enhances the wearer's mental attack and defense capabilities, making them formidable on the battlefield. 4 control-type soul masters, or those who rely heavily on mental power to defeat their opponents. This mental skull is undoubtedly a coveted treasure. The advantages it provides can change the outcome of a battle. However, surprisingly, such a rare treasure holds immeasurable value for both support-type and control-type soul masters. It is important to note that although this mental skull is priceless for most people, it is not the same for Wu He. This is because the soul skill he possesses has a special side effect, which deducts a certain attribute of his according to a specific ratio. Therefore, even though his mental strength is already strong enough, the existence of this side effect means that obtaining the mental skull is not very meaningful for him. Just when everyone hesitated in the face of the mental skull, and no one dared to reach out for it, Wu He quickly placed it gently in Lin Bei's hands. The moment Lin Bei received the soul bone, he was stunned, his face displaying an expression of disbelief and astonishment. It was as if everything happening before him was just an illusory dream rather than a real scene. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the mental skull in his hand, filled with shock and confusion, unable to believe that this was indeed a tangible reality right in front of him. Chapter 165. New layout. Lin Bei has been with me the longest, and I gave him this precious soul bone. To be honest, I do have some selfish motives in my heart. However, once he successfully integrates and utilizes this soul bone, the objects he can connect to and the distances he can reach will become much farther and broader. This will undoubtedly be a blessing for both him personally and for everyone in our team. Although Wu He's explanation sounds somewhat forced, everyone present expressed their recognition and agreement. Next, everyone's gaze shifted to the other 2 soul bones. After careful observation, it was found that 2 of them were fire attribute soul bones, while the other belonged to the wind attribute. The flame right arm soul bone comes from a powerful soul beast with 30,000 years of cultivation, the Crimson Flame Beast. When the wearer integrates it, they can gain extremely powerful fire abilities, greatly enhancing the attack power of the right arm. Moreover, when launching an attack, it will also have unique effects such as explosion and burning, further increasing the power and destructiveness of the attack. Undoubtedly, such a soul bone would be like adding wings to those soul masters who excel in fire attribute attacks. Unfortunately, there are no members in the current team who are adept at fire attribute attacks. Therefore, no one had the thought of claiming the flame right arm soul bone for themselves. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and all eyes were focused on Wu He. He frowned slightly, his gaze deep and determined, as if weighing something crucial in his heart. Finally, after a long and thoughtful contemplation, Wu He suddenly raised his head and decisively made a shocking decision to personally hand over the flame right arm soul bone, radiating a blazing light and containing immense power, to Yu Tianheng, who was standing nearby. This sudden move not only left Yu Tianheng dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such a situation, but even the others around him showed expressions of immense surprise. After all, everyone present knew the incredible effects and precious value of this soul bone. Countless questions arose in everyone's minds. Why did Wu He give such a valuable soul bone to Yu Tianheng? Was there some unknown secret or special consideration behind it? Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Wu He smiled slightly and slowly began to explain. As we all know, Tianheng is a lightning attribute soul master. However, from a certain perspective, lightning can also be seen as a unique variant form of fire element. Because of this, I had a sudden inspiration. If Tianheng were to obtain this fire attribute soul bone and integrate it, it might unleash unprecedented potential, and perhaps even unlock the legendary Thunder Fire Dragon mode. Upon hearing this, while everyone could barely understand and agree with the earlier explanation about the connection between lightning and fire, they were somewhat bewildered by the mention of the mysterious Thunder Fire Dragon mode. Nevertheless, based on their trust in Wu He's past miraculous decisions and outstanding insights, Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing high recognition of his recommendation this time. Now, only the last soul bone, named the Gale left leg, remained. This soul bone has a significant origin, also coming from a powerful tiger-type soul beast of 30,000 years. Its main effect is to greatly enhance the wearer's speed, whether in the midst of intense battles, where dazzling movement speed is crucial, or in everyday life. The speed of action will be significantly enhanced with the aid of this soul bone. With this soul bone, a soul master can become more agile and swift in ever-changing battle scenarios, swiftly approaching enemies to launch a fatal strike, or dodging fierce attacks at the last moment with lightning-fast speed. It is no exaggeration to say that for those adept in agile attacks, such a soul bone is undoubtedly a rare and invaluable tool, practically tailor-made for them. At this moment, only IMerge and Du Guyan among the entire team were related to speed. Just as everyone was silently contemplating, Du Guyan unexpectedly spoke up. "All right, no more hesitation. IMerge, this soul bone belongs to you." Upon hearing this, IMerge was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise on her face. She clearly did not expect Du Guyan to so readily give her this extremely precious soul bone. After all, while soul bones do not necessarily have to perfectly match one's martial soul to be effective, even with some degree of mismatch, they can still be used. However, soul bones are always a rare and immensely valuable resource, and now Du Guyan so easily chose to give it up was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. No need. This wind attribute soul bone clearly suits you better as a marksman, Du Guyan said with a composed expression, her straightforward demeanor eliciting admiration. She slightly lifted her chin, her gaze firm and clear. Wu He has told me that given my current condition, I can indeed use the power of the soul bone to resolve some issues. But personally, if I could have a poison attribute soul bone, it would undoubtedly provide me with greater utility. At this moment, the three incredibly precious soul bones had all found their rightful owners, completing their mission distribution. Everyone present was excited and began to cheer joyfully, their exuberant gestures seeming to want to convey this joy to the entire world. Amidst this lively scene, Bibi Dong maintained her calm and authority. Once she confirmed that all the soul bones had been properly distributed, she immediately announced loudly, "The elite competition has come to a successful conclusion." As soon as she finished speaking, the previously bustling arena fell silent. Soon after, the throngs of people began to exit in an orderly manner. Wu He stared intently at the gradually dispersing audience, and suddenly, his gaze fixed on two figures. Without any hesitation, he sprinted toward that direction. At the same time, he carefully took out two shining elemental crystals from his bosom, one radiating a gentle blue light, a water elemental crystal, and the other burning with fierce flames, a fire elemental crystal, and placed them steadily into the hands of two familiar individuals. "Two of you, please wait a moment." Wu He shouted loudly while panting as he ran in front of Wu Shuang and Shui Binger. Due to his hurried pace, sweat beads were dripping down his forehead, rolling down his cheeks continuously. However, at this moment, he had no time to care about this, urgently reaching out his hands to stop the two who were about to leave. Not only that, but even their respective academy teams had to halt their steps due to this sudden obstruction. Faced with this scene, whether it was Wu Shuang, Shui Binger, or other team members, they all showed puzzled expressions simultaneously. They exchanged glances, secretly wondering, could it be that there is something important that still needs to be clarified at this moment? Could it be that this person wants to take the opportunity to mock and humiliate us? For a moment, various speculations surged in everyone's minds, making the atmosphere on site increasingly subtle. "Everyone, please remain calm. A shocking event is about to unfold. At this critical moment, I urgently need the assistance of both of you. Later, when I give a specific signal, please do your utmost to channel soul power into these two well-known crystals." Saying this, Wu He made a small demonstration. He emphasized, "Remember, just inject the soul power into them. Do not activate them." However, facing the confused and at a lost crowd, Wu He had to join his hands together and sincerely plead. He quickly took out several bottles of precious life water diluted to 20 concentration from his storage space as a reward for their help. Wu He understood that this matter sounded quite absurd, but fortunately, the few bottles emitting an enticing fragrance of life water successfully attracted the attention of those present. Ultimately, under the temptation of the generous reward, despite still harboring doubts, these few people reluctantly nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to inject soul power into the crystals immediately after hearing Wu He shout the predetermined code. Once everything was arranged, Wu He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, he suddenly noticed that his team had started to prepare to leave. So, he dare not delay and hurriedly ran to Lin Bei and Yi Lingling, informing them in detail about the need to inject soul power into the Yangmu crystal and the Earth crystal. At the same time, Wu He turned seriously to old Liang and said in a tone full of earnestness, "Master, when I shout the code later, a very serious matter concerning life and death will occur. At that time, you must do your utmost to evacuate everyone present as quickly as possible. Remember, this is a critical moment concerning everyone's safety, and there can be no carelessness or hesitation." Just then, Wu He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as he looked at the tall figure of Douluo Bo. At that moment, Douluo Bo's sharp eyes coincidentally met Wu He's. Douluo Bo squinted slightly and asked with interest, "Wu Kid, seeing your serious expression, have you sensed something unusual?" It turned out that Douluo Bo had come this time merely to see the lively scene of his granddaughter participating in the competition. After all, for such an important event, as a grandfather, he naturally had to be present to support her. Wu He took a deep breath, slowly spread his hands, and without taking his eyes off the situation in the arena, replied, "You are indeed experienced. You must have sensed something by now. I still need your help to ensure they can leave Wuhuan City safely." Although Douluo Bo was not clear about the specific situation, he nodded without hesitation, indicating his agreement. Wu He then quickly took out 3 silk bags from his bosom and carefully placed them in Douluo Bo's hands. He then solemnly instructed, "These 3 silk bags are marked with different time sequences. If I fail to return in time after this incident, you only need to open them in the order indicated on the bags. Inside, there are strategies to help everyone turn peril into safety." After saying this, Wu He took another deep look at Douluo Bo, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Having instructed everything, Wu He returned to the competition venue. Chapter 166. Bibi Dong encircles Xiao Wu. After completing all his tasks, Wu He hurried back to the competition venue without stopping. However, the moment he stepped into the venue, a thrilling and passionate scene was already unfolding. Bibi Dong's expression was stern, her gaze sharp as a knife. With a single command, numerous armored soul master soldiers swiftly sprang into action, surrounding the Shrek Academy members who were about to leave. These soul master soldiers were well trained, their movements synchronized, instantly forming a tight encirclement that left the Shrek Academy members with no escape. Originally feeling dejected for not winning the championship, the Shrek Academy teachers and students were now completely bewildered, as if they were lost in a fog. Especially for the dean, Yu Xiaojiang, who was filled with confusion and disbelief. He simply could not understand why Bibi Dong would issue such an order. Was it merely because they had only won the runner-up position in this competition? However, by common sense, even though Tang San had displayed some exceptional qualities, it shouldn't have caused such a commotion. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but feel anger rising within him. He boldly took out his so-called elder token and questioned Bibi Dong loudly. "Bibi Dong, what do you want?" Faced with Yu Xiaojing's inquiry, Bibi Dong merely sneered coldly. Not responding, her gaze was fixed on the man in front of her, with whom she had a past emotional entanglement, and suddenly, an unprecedented feeling of disgust surged within her, as if she were staring at an annoying fly buzzing around her. Then, Bibi Dong swung her staff sharply, pointing directly at the still extremely weak Xiao Wu, and shouted, "Yuguan, Gui Mei, immediately take that girl down." In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone present felt as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, completely dazed, their eyes focused on the frail figure, Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu's face was as pale as paper, her once lively eyes now dull and devoid of light. Despite her extremely poor physical condition, she could clearly hear every word Bibi Dong said. The feeling of utter weakness was like a wounded deer facing a fierce beast, helpless and panicked. Deep within Xiao Wu, fear surged like a tide, crashing wave after wave against her fragile mental defenses. Her body trembled involuntarily, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Tang San, who had been holding her, sensed Xiao Wu's fear and unease. Without hesitation, he pulled her tightly into his embrace, seemingly wanting to transfer all his strength to her. His arms tightened around her, hoping to provide Xiao Wu with more sense of security and support. Meanwhile, after receiving dual treatment from Yi Lingling and Jiang Zhu, Tang San's injuries had mostly healed. However, due to the severe side effects of the elixir he had taken earlier, his body had suffered significant damage. Particularly, the foundation of his soul power had been greatly affected, rendering him unable to unleash his powerful soul skills in a short time. Upon hearing BB Dong's order to capture Xiao Wu, the other members of Shrek Academy erupted in an uproar. They widened their eyes in anger, filled with fury and confusion. Especially the impulsive Tai Long, who, if not for Tang San holding the situation, would have rushed at the enemy without hesitation. In his eyes, Xiao Wu was the goddess he would protect with his life. Anyone who dared to harm her would face his wrath. Yu Xiaojing looked at BB Dong with a serious expression, his keen gaze seemingly penetrating her heart, and issued a soul-stirring question. BB Dong, I know your hatred for me is like a raging river, but even so, why threaten our academy students? Isn't that beneath your status as the Pope of the Spirit Hall? However, in response to Yu Xiaojing's righteous accusation, BB Dong merely tilted her head slightly, a sneer of disdain curling her lips. Though furious inside, her stunningly beautiful face maintained its usual nobility and elegance, making it difficult to discern her true emotional fluctuations from her exterior. BB Dong's lips parted slightly as she coldly replied, "Humph, Yu Xiaojing, stop being so self-righteous. Do you think I would bother you students without reason? You might as well ask your so-called student if she were just an ordinary human. I wouldn't even bother to look at her, let alone deliberately make things difficult for her. But is that really the case?" At this point, BB Dong raised her voice sharply, throwing out a thunderous question. But what if she is actually a soul beast that is transformed into a human form? This shocking question hit everyone in the venue like a heavy hammer, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their heads, their gazes fixated on Xiao Wu. Their faces were filled with astonishment, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Especially the brothers and sisters of Shrek Academy, who had supported each other for many years and grown together. Their deep bond was as solid as a rock. Now, hearing such news, they could hardly accept that Xiao Wu might actually be a human form of a soul beast. Just then, BB Dong's cold, frosty eyes locked on Xiao Wu, and she slowly uttered a chilling remark. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the soft-boned rabbit that escaped all those years ago." As her words fell, an invisible pressure spread from her body, nearly suffocating everyone present. BB Dong's cold words pierced through Xiao Wu's fragile heart like a sharp blade, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces, their mouths slightly open yet unable to utter a sound. However, just as this shocking atmosphere had not yet dissipated, BB Dong expressionlessly issued another command, demanding her subordinates to immediately capture Xiao Wu. Her gaze was indifferent and resolute, showing no hint of compassion. At this critical moment, the Shrek Academy members, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly felt an inexplicable conviction rising within them. They could not believe that the innocent, kind-hearted Xiao Wu could be a terrifying soul beast. Even if it were true, their determination to protect Xiao Wu remained unshakable, steadfast as a rock. The members of Shrek Academy quickly sprang into action, forming a tight defensive line without hesitation. Like an unbreakable wall, firmly shielding Xiao Wu and Tang San behind them. Meanwhile, the Golden Iron Triangle also took their positions without delay, ready to face the impending fierce battle. Yu Xiaojing anxiously shouted to Tang San, "Xiao San, don't hesitate any longer, quickly escape. We'll hold them off for you." His voice was filled with urgency and concern, fearing that Tang San might act recklessly out of momentary impulse and fall into danger. As soon as Yu Xiaojing's words fell, he, Flander, and Lu Erlong simultaneously roared in anger, each summoning their martial souls. In an instant, brilliance radiated, and a powerful wave of soul power surged outward like turbulent ocean waves, as the three of them unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. The martial soul of Luo Sanpao, once regarded as a useless martial soul, underwent a remarkable transformation. It transformed into a majestic, golden giant dragon that circled and soared in the air. This golden dragon was enormous, emitting dazzling light, and was surrounded by a dozen soul rings shimmering with mysterious brilliance, each containing boundless power. BB Dong, with a demeanor as heavy as water, suddenly waved her fair, jade-like hand. In that moment, a terrifying pressure that seemed to originate from the depths of the underworld surged forth like a raging tide, sweeping toward the Shrek group with overwhelming force. The strength of this pressure was so immense that it felt like a mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. "Humph, do you think you can leave so easily? You truly underestimate me. Did you even ask for my consent?" BB Dong's cold voice echoed in the air, carrying a chilling intimidation. At that moment, Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. They witnessed Bibi Dong revealing her martial soul and all her soul rings without reservation for the first time in front of outsiders. The first thing that caught their eyes was the 9 colorful, radiant soul rings that slowly rotated around Bibi Dong's body, emanating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. The most eye-catching was the 10th soul ring, a vibrant blood-red 10,000-year soul ring. Its brilliant red light seemed to burn everything in the world, making it hard to look directly at it. When Xiao Wu saw this soul ring, tears instantly blurred her vision, and her lips trembled as she let out a heart-wrenching cry. Mom. That cry, filled with pain and longing, resonated throughout the entire space. Chapter 167. The Emperor descends, although Xiao Wu's weak voice was extremely faint, like a candle flickering in the wind that could extinguish at any moment. It did not escape the keen hearing of Bibi Dong, a titled Dalu. In that instant, Bibi Dong's suspicion about Xiao Wu's identity transformed into certainty. Initially, she had only a slight suspicion that Xiao Wu might be the soul beast that had narrowly escaped capture without any real assurance. Therefore, all previous attempts to capture Xiao Wu were more like a test, aimed at luring the snake out of its hole. However, what she did not expect was that this test would yield results so easily, with Xiao Wu exposing herself unguarded in front of everyone. Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile as she thought to herself, "Good, it seems my intuition was indeed correct." With a delicate shout, "All of you, surrender at once." She waved her jade hand, and a group of experts surged forward like a tide, pressing toward Xiao Wu and the others. At this critical moment, a cold light suddenly descended from the sky, and a sharp flying sword pierced the ground like lightning, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sudden turn of events left Yue Guan and Lao Gui stunned, standing frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to charge forward. Everyone present turned their gaze toward the flying sword, all recognizing its origin. This was the martial soul of the sword Daluo Chun Exant, who was feared across the continent. Bibi Dong's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes filled with chilling intent as she coldly looked towards the figure slowly approaching in the distance, questioning without courtesy. "Ning Zhongzhu, do you mean to interfere today on behalf of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" On the other side, Ning Fengji maintained his usual grace and composure, responding calmly, "This young lady is after all a student of Shrek Academy, so I hope your holiness will give me some face." Face? Bibi Dong scoffed disdainfully, her voice icy enough to freeze the air around her. "Do you really think our spirit hall is afraid to go to war with your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Don't be so naive, Ning Fengji." Before her words had faded, Bibi Dong's sharp gaze fixated fiercely on Xiao Wu in the distance, her eyes flashing with greed and murderous intent. She then turned sharply to stare at Ning Fengji, speaking each word deliberately. "That soul beast. I will capture today no matter what. This is my bottom line, and no one can stop me. If your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School insists on intervening, then don't blame me for being rude. It won't just be a simple battle then, but a full-scale war." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. For the safety of the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, despite any dissatisfaction in his heart, Ning Fengji dared not act rashly at this moment. He was well aware of the immense power of the Spirit Hall. If a war between the two sects really broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Yue Guan and Lao Gui, who had been watching from the sidelines, exchanged smiles and instantly transformed into two shadows, darting like lightning towards the people of Shrek Academy. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon them. Faced with such a fierce attack, the Golden Iron Triangle, composed of Flander, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang, quickly unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. However, even with this, their power seemed insignificant in front of the three titled Daluos. Yue Guan and Lao Gui's attacks came like a torrential storm, forcing the Golden Iron Triangle to retreat step by step, struggling to hold on. On Xiao Wu's side, after a brief rest, her stamina had recovered a bit. She looked up at Lu Erlong, who was fighting fiercely to resist. Lu Erlong's face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, yet her hands showed no sign of stopping as she desperately protected the students behind her. Xiao Wu's vision began to blur, and the scene before her seemed to merge with a memory of her mother sacrificing herself to protect her all those years ago. With this thought, a sharp pain pierced her heart, and tears could not help but spill from her eyes. However, when she lifted her head again to look at the lofty and imperious Bibi Dong, Her gaze suddenly held an unprecedented determination. Wu He sat leisurely to the side, munching on delicious sunflower seeds, watching the farce unfolding before him with great interest. He occasionally burst into laughter or displayed a look of disdain. Unintentionally, he glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist, secretly estimating, based on the time, Tang Hao should be arriving soon. He casually tossed the remaining sunflower seeds at his feet, muttering, "Humph, how could I let such a chance to show off slip away? I'll take matters into my own hands. Ha, Xiao Wu, oh Xiao Wu, and that companion of yours, you really owe me a huge favor this time." Saying this, Wu He slowly stood up, gripping the dazzling golden crystal tightly in his right hand. Suddenly, he raised the golden crystal high above his head and shouted at the top of his lungs towards the exit, "Please grant me the power to protect my friends." Accompanied by this hoarse shout, Wu He unreservedly poured all the soul power contained within him into the golden crystal. In an instant, the golden crystal ignited, bursting forth with a dazzling golden light. Immediately afterward, an incredibly powerful golden soul power surged forth from within the crystal like a roaring torrent, rushing towards the boundless sky. At that moment, an astonishing sight occurred. 4 different colored, imposing crystal energy beams shot up into the sky from 4 different directions outside the arena, almost simultaneously. Among them, the fiery red energy resembled blazing flames, exuding a scorching heat. The green energy was like a vibrant spring tree, brimming with vigorous life. The yellow energy was akin to a stable mountain, revealing an unbreakable solidity, while the blue energy resembled a clear and pure stream, flowing with tranquility and peace. Finally, the pure white energy was like a sacred snow lotus, radiating an extraordinary sacred light. As Wu He successfully obtained his 5th soul skill, his unique 5 elements array martial soul seemed to be awakened by a mysterious force, revealing numerous latent powerful abilities one by one. Among them, a remarkable ability was the perfect fusion of the 5 elemental energies in a single instance. This skill undoubtedly became Wu He's lifeline at a critical moment. However, executing such a powerful technique was no easy task. First, he had to accurately inject massive amounts of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energy into the 5 translucent crystals within a very short time. Then, he needed to personally control and guide these elemental energies to merge and gather. Although the entire process was challenging, any slight mistake could lead to complete failure. It is worth mentioning that although this skill was incredibly powerful, its duration was a mere 10 minutes. Therefore, before deciding to use this technique, Wu He had already thought it through carefully and accurately calculated the time and soul power required for each step. Finally, at the moment of life and death, Wu He decisively unleashed this ultimate skill. In an instant, 5 types of elemental energy surged into the crystal like 5 roaring dragons. At the same time, Wu He exerted all his strength to mobilize his soul power to ensure the smooth fusion of the elemental energies. As time passed, the 5 elemental energies gradually blended together, forming a massive torrent of energy that was delivered to Wu He without reservation. In that moment, the air was filled with intense fluctuations of soul power, as if the surrounding space was about to be torn apart by this terrifying force. In just an instant, the 5 individuals, including Wu He, felt their soul power completely drained, leaving their bodies extremely weak. Nevertheless, Wu He gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of excruciating pain, and at the last moment before his body was about to collapse, he shouted hoarsely, "Emperor Armor, merge!" Accompanied by this roar, the 5 elements array spirit suddenly shrank rapidly, transforming into a dazzling, multicolored belt in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the newly fused 5 elemental energies poured into this belt like a flood breaking through a dam. At the same time, the vast and magnificent soul power quickly compressed into Wu He's body like a tidal wave. A set of exquisite armor, primarily golden and dazzling, gradually materialized on Wu He's robust physique as if summoned by a mysterious force. A scorching energy, like a lively flame spirit, slowly gathered into intricate and unique components. These components emitted a heart-pounding high temperature and radiance, seemingly alive, rapidly fusing onto Wu He's armor at an astonishing speed. Just then, Wu He noticed, not far away, a resolute-looking Xiao Wu was preparing to use her teleportation skill. Clearly, she intended to sacrifice herself to give the Shrek group a glimmer of hope. However, How could Wu He easily give up such an excellent opportunity to show off and display his might? Without hesitation, Wu He moved like a shooting star, soaring into the air. In an instant, an enormous, entirely golden giant sword, carrying the force to destroy the heavens and the earth, crashed down from the sky, firmly positioned in front of the Shrek group. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently, dust flying and obscuring the sky. At the same time, the powerful soul power released by this golden giant sword swept outward like a surging tsunami, overwhelming everything in its path. In just a moment, it completely shattered the terrifying pressure from Bibi Dong, the title Dalu. Faced with such a sudden change, Bibi Dong could not help but be furious, her eyes wide with rage as she shouted, "Who dares to ruin my good plans?" Amidst the billowing dust, Wu He stood firmly on the golden giant sword. Chest out and voice booming, he responded loudly, "Tang San can only be defeated by me. As for these people, with me here today, no one can lay a finger on them. That's what I say." His voice was deafening, resonating through the heavens, instilling fear in all who heard it. Chapter 168. Let us fight. When that extremely arrogant voice rang out, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the other members of the Shrek 7 couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts, as this voice was far too familiar to them. However, unlike them, the person standing opposite them, Bibi Dong, might not know who was hidden beneath the mysterious armor, but Tang San and a few others were well aware. Before this, they had never seen Wu He wear this set of armor. It should be noted that the power contained within this armor was enough to grant the wearer a terrifying combat strength comparable to a 95th level title Douluo. In an instant, Tang San thought to himself, "It seems that my defeat this time is not so unjust." Not only that, but at this moment, he even felt a hint of gratitude towards Wu He for showing mercy during the battle. After all, facing such a powerful opponent, being able to retreat unscathed was already fortunate. At that moment, Bibi Dong directed her gaze towards Wu He, who was clad in golden armor. Surprisingly, despite being a 98th level super Dalu, the aura she exuded was on par with Wu He, presenting a situation where both were equally matched. Meanwhile, Yu Guan and Gai Mei, the two title Dalu beside her, were completely overwhelmed by the domineering and sharp aura of the Emperor armor, their bodies feeling as though they were weighed down by a 1,000-pound burden, unable to move at all. Wu He suddenly drew his Aurora sword from the ground, the sharp tip pointing directly at Bibi Dong as he sternly questioned, "I'll only ask you one thing. Will you let them go or not?" Bibi Dong stared at the person before her, who was draped in the Emperor armor and exuding arrogance. For some reason, she subconsciously activated her martial soul possession technique, as if only by doing so could she contend with him. Without hesitation, she responded, "Absolutely not." Her tone was resolute, as unyielding as steel. "Good." Wu He shouted loudly, his voice booming like a thunderclap, causing the eardrums of those present to buzz. Accompanying this loud laugh, he boldly waved his arm, signaling the people behind to retreat quickly. Flinder and the others naturally understood, as they knew that the intensity of the battle at this moment had exceeded what they could bear. Without hesitation, Flinder led the Shrek Academy members to swiftly withdraw to a relatively safe corner. However, they were not trying to escape. It was simply because the exit had long been firmly guarded by Yu Guan and Old Ghost. Without the permission of Pope Bibi Dong, no one could step out of this place. In an instant, the entire vast arena was left with only Wu He and Bibi Dong facing each other. Although Wu He was filled with curiosity about the brand new Emperor armor he was wearing and was eager to experience the powerful strength it contained, he also clearly understood that this Emperor armor was merely a trial version, its effectiveness lasting only 10 minutes. This meant that if he could not defeat the formidable opponent before him within this precious 10 minutes, he would ultimately be the one to fall. Just as Wu He was lost in thought, Bibi Dong suddenly moved, launching the first attack. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already entered the Spider Emperor possession state, exuding a chilling aura. 8 thick and sharp spider legs extended from her back, glimmering with cold light. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body, death domain. With a roar, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted. In an instant, a massive black domain expanded at an astonishing speed, nearly covering the entire venue in the blink of an eye. Within this darkened domain, a chilling aura of death permeated the air. It felt as if it came from the depths of hell, cold, eerie, and filled with endless killing intent. Moreover, the area was also filled with toxic and corrosive powers, posing a life-threatening danger to any creature that stepped inside. Bibi Dong, situated within this death domain, experienced a significant enhancement in all her attributes, increasing by 10%. At the same time, the terrifying pressure she emanated surged towards her opponent like a tide, bringing about an unbearable mental shock. Even more frightening was that, under the influence of this death domain, her opponent could not easily use teleportation-type soul skills, forcing them to remain in place and passively respond to BB Dong's attacks. However, facing such a terrifying death domain, Wu He remained extraordinarily calm. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he did not regard the impending crisis with any seriousness. He tightened his grip on the Aurora's sword and forcefully swung it, plunging the sword deep into the hard ground. Immediately, the surging soul power within him surged forth without reservation, forming a colorful 5-elements domain. This 5-elements domain rose rapidly like a magnificent light curtain, directly overlaying BB Dong's death domain. The moment the two touched, the power of the 5 elements began to circulate wildly, with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements intertwining and colliding, producing a marvelous chemical reaction. In just a moment, the 5 elements domain displayed unparalleled power, effortlessly wearing down the effects of BB Dong's death domain. Watching her painstakingly created death domain be so easily dismantled, BB Dong's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, Wu He lifted his head, coldly gazing at her, and slowly said, "I've already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless next." As Wu He proudly declared this, his gaze was sharp as a knife, seemingly able to penetrate any barrier. At the same time, his powerful right hand swiftly pressed down on the formation plate at his waist, the movement as quick as lightning. In an instant, a crystal-clear gem, exuding a charming emerald glow, shot out from his belt like a meteor, precisely landing on the Aurora sword. At that moment, the originally calm Emperor armor underwent a shocking transformation. With a crisp sound, a pair of pure white wings, shining with a sacred radiance, suddenly spread out from behind the Emperor armor, like an angel descending to the mortal realm. These wings fluttered slightly, and the powerful airflow lifted Wu He's body slowly into the air. In midair, Wu He tightly gripped the Aurora sword, with soul power continuously surging towards the sword like a tidal wave. As the soul power surged, the air around the Aurora sword rapidly cooled, forming 2 or 3 circles of incredibly sharp ice blades. These ice blades glimmered with a chilling light, resembling the scythe of death, instilling fear in anyone who beheld them. "Come and taste my move, Emperor Windpiercer." With Wu He's furious shout, he suddenly swung the Aurora sword forward. Instantly, countless sharp ice spikes erupted like a torrential downpour, sweeping down towards BB Dong below with a devastating force. The area attacked by the ice spikes was extraordinarily vast, enveloping BB Dong at an incredible speed. Faced with such a fierce offensive, BB Dong showed no intention of retreating. She let out a fierce cry, and the 8 thick spider legs beneath her exploded with astonishing power, propelling her body upwards like a released arrow, attempting to leap out of the terrifying ice spike coverage. However, just as BB Dong was about to jump out of the encirclement, her figure suddenly flickered bizarrely in mid-air, splitting into 2. This was BB Dong's 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor Split Body. The 2 BB Dongs that emerged not only looked identical, but also had similar auras and strengths. Moreover, each clone possesses 80 of the original's combat power. At this moment, 2 BB Dongs rushed towards the Emperor armor from both sides simultaneously, their speed akin to a violent wind. Unstoppable. Oomph. Just some hollow, worthless scrap metal. Watch how I tear you to pieces. The BB Dong on the left launched the first attack, swinging her claws directly at the Emperor armor. The BB Dong on the right followed closely, unleashing powerful dark magic like a black whirlwind, howling towards Wu He. The fierce onslaught, akin to a torrential storm, overwhelmed Wu He, forcing him to retreat with no power to counterattack. He could only grit his teeth and desperately fend off the enemy's overwhelming assault. However, such a disgraceful retreat was absolutely not Wu He's style. As the current summoner of the Emperor armor, he bore the mission of inheritance and glory. To be easily defeated like this would be an insult and desecration to all the summoners of the Emperor armor throughout history. Chapter 169. 3 must-kill techniques of a true man. In the brief moment when Wu He was fully focused on defending against the enemy's attacks, he quickly twisted the mysterious knob at his waist. In an instant, a stunning scene unfolded. A dazzling shield radiating brilliant auroras suddenly appeared in his left hand. Atop the Emperor armor, this aurora shield seemed to contain boundless power, emitting a captivating glow. With the powerful defensive advantage brought by the perfect combination of sword and shield, Wu He successfully withstood the fierce attacks coming from both his main body and numerous clones at the same time. However, he showed no signs of pausing. Instead, he decisively followed up with an incredibly sharp horizontal slash as the enemy's offensive momentarily weakened. This strike was as swift as a torrential storm, directly forcing the formidable BB Dong back several feet. If I let you attack recklessly like this any longer, how will I face others in the future? Wu He snorted coldly, while simultaneously reaching to gently wipe his belt at his waist. Instantly, the radiant colors of the 5 elements flowed into the Aurora sword like lively spirits through his palm. The already sharp Aurora sword now exuded a chilling aura. You've attacked me for so long. It's time for you to experience my might. With Wu Yi's low roar, he forcefully slammed the tip of the Aurora sword into the ground. Immediately after, he spun around, drawing his sword with one hand, and positioned his entire body into a standard bow stance. At the same time, he raised the sword high and then unleashed a thunderous upward slash with immense force. 5 must-kill techniques. With Wu Yi's shout, countless golden portals suddenly appeared before him. These portals resembled gateways to unknown worlds, each radiating a heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Even more astonishingly, these portals slowly opened in succession almost simultaneously. In an instant, numerous clones of Wu Yi, identical to him, surged out from these portals, wielding sharp blades and executing extraordinarily powerful slashes together. In a moment, various terrifying attacks flooded toward BB Dong like a tidal wave. Before the previous move had even finished, the subsequent techniques followed in a swift storm. Another burst of brilliant 5-element energy continuously flowed into the Aurora sword, causing the sword body to emit a dazzling glow. Just as it was said, Wu Yi's figure flashed, leaping into the air like a nimble cheetah, instantly landing behind BB Dong. The long sword in his hand, infused with the force of thunder, plunged deep into the earth as if to tear the land apart. With his movement, an unmatched surge of energy flowed from the sword into the ground beneath him. In an instant, a vast and indescribable force erupted from below the ground. Like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable, accompanied by a deafening roar. 5 saints must kill. This energy transformed into pillars of light shooting skyward, heading straight for BB Dong. However, BB Dong, being a powerhouse herself, remained calm in the face of such a fierce attack. She quickly utilized her clone technique, leaving one clone behind to absorb this terrifying blow. Meanwhile, she seized a brief moment to nimbly leap into the air like a bird, successfully dodging the 2 lethal skills released by the Emperor armor. Seeing BB Dong evade his skills, Wu Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and he softly said, "So you're in the air now? Good. Let's see how you can withstand my next move." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm, firmly inserting the hilt of the Aurora sword into the Aurora shield beside him. At the same time, the dazzling 5-colored belt at his waist began to continuously channel powerful 5-element energy into the long sword. Under this infusion of energy, the Aurora sword underwent a remarkable transformation, twisting and reshaping until it became a majestic Emperor war glaive. This war glaive shimmered with a brilliant golden light, inscribed with mysterious and intricate runes, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. Wu Yi gripped the Emperor war glaive tightly, shouting loudly, "Emperor war glaive's demon-slaying destruction slash." He then swung the glaive fiercely toward BB Dong in midair. In an instant, the sky changed color, winds roared, and the entire space was shaken by this powerful force. Wu Yi held the dazzling Emperor war glaive tightly, his muscles taut as he gathered strength in his arms. With a roar, he swung the glaive with all his might, tracing a perfect arc in the air, and then, with a thunderous force, he struck down. In that moment, the powerful energy swirling around the glaive seemed to ignite, condensing into a massive light sword nearly 40 meters long, bearing the overwhelming might aimed directly at the helpless BB Dong in the air. At this moment, facing the sudden and unavoidable deadly strike, a glimmer of despair flashed in BB Dong's eyes. However, as a strong individual, she refused to sit idle. In a critical moment, she unhesitatingly activated her soul bone skill, Invincible Golden Body. Just as the light sword was about to strike BB Dong, a brilliant golden shield suddenly appeared around her, forming an indestructible barrier. Thanks to the crucial 3 seconds of invincibility provided by the invincible golden body, Bibi Dong exerted all her strength to evade this terrifying blow. However, although the invincible golden body could withstand most physical attacks, such a fierce assault was still difficult for her to fully endure. A loud bang echoed as the light sword struck the invincible golden body, erupting into countless dazzling sparks. The enormous impact sent Bibi Dong flying dozens of meters away like a kite with a severed string, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes in front of her. Looking back at the invincible golden body, although it successfully withstood the Emperor Warglave's ultimate technique, it was now covered in cracks like shattered glass, clearly suffering significant damage. While this attack did not deal a killing blow to Bibi Dong, it undoubtedly inflicted heavy injuries upon her. Meanwhile, after unleashing 3 powerful ultimate skills in succession, Wu He also felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue wash over him. The soul power within him, once abundant, along with the energy contained in the Emperor armor, had now been nearly depleted, leaving only a scant few. It should be noted that this set of Emperor armor was merely an experimental suit, and its energy maintenance relied mainly on the soul power supplied by Wu He. While he had previously obtained nearly all of the soul power from the other 4 crystal stones, it was still far from sufficient for him to sustain high-intensity combat for an extended period. By common reasoning, had Wu He himself already reached the level of a titled Dalu and unleashed the power of the Emperor armor, it would have been extraordinary, let alone releasing 3 ultimate techniques in succession. Even just using the Heavenly Dao's ultimate technique once would have made it impossible for Bibi Dong to survive. One must understand that this experimental version of the Emperor armor on him had not even fully displayed 1% of its original power. Because of this, whether it is those stunning ultimate skills or ordinary routine moves, the power they can unleash has been greatly weakened. However, even so, when compared to any other single elemental armor, this Imperial armor's might is still unmatched by those single element armors. At this moment, the energy within Wu He was almost depleted, and he barely had enough strength left to pretend to be powerful. In desperation, he could only grip the Aurora sword with all his might to support his swaying body, trying hard to maintain a standing posture without falling. The guy known as Ghost Daw was exceptionally sensitive to the subtle fluctuations of other soul energy. With just a slight observation, he immediately discerned that Wu He was at the end of his rope in a desperate situation. Thus, without hesitation, he suddenly attacked, his figure like a ghost, transforming into an illusory shadow and charging towards Wu He with lightning speed. However, at this critical moment, a loud bang echoed, and an enormous iron hammer, shimmering with a cold light, suddenly plummeted from the sky like a divine weapon. Chapter 170. Tang Hao's appearance. A gigantic hammer appeared like a small mountain, blocking the advancing path of the ghost Douluo with unstoppable force. This hammer came with a thunderous momentum, its speed so astonishing that everyone present was left dumbfounded at its sudden appearance. A few experienced and knowledgeable soul masters were the first to recover, and upon closer inspection, they couldn't help but gasp. This was indeed the legendary Haotian hammer. With the emergence of this hammer, the atmosphere on the scene became tense, and everyone felt as if their hearts had climbed into their throats. At that moment, each person silently recited the same name in their hearts. Some were filled with fear, praying it wouldn't be the legendary figure, while others held hope, wishing that this powerful boss would appear soon to turn the tide. As everyone felt anxious, a deep and resonant voice suddenly echoed through the air. You Spirit Hall are still as tyrannical and overbearing as ever, always trying to forcibly take anything you set your sights on. This voice was like a tolling bell, deafening and filled with an extraordinary calmness. Yet it also carried an intense hatred. As the voice faded, everyone looked up and saw a man stepping lightly through the air, as if descending from the heavens. With each step he took, a dazzling circle of soul rings blossomed beneath him, creating a brilliant and colorful glow. When he was close to the ground, people finally saw that the last 9th soul ring was actually a 10,000-year soul ring radiating a bloody red light. In an instant, the terrifying aura of the tidal Daw surged down like a mountain pressing down on an egg, and this pressure seemed to have eyes, precisely targeting and crushing the bodies of the Spirit Hall members. They saw a man cloaked in tattered, flowing robes that fluttered in the wind, like a candle in the breeze, yet emanating an indescribable determination and resolve. His sharp, eagle-like eyes were fixed firmly on Bibi Dong and the others ahead. as if he wanted to devour them whole. At that moment, the man's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the pale-faced Tang, San, and the already half-transformed Xiao Wu. Looking at these young and helpless figures, the man felt a ripple in his heart, his thoughts drifting back to his own frail self years ago. In an instant, a surge of endless hatred flooded his heart like a burst dam, and he roared with uncontrollable fury. I once suffered the same inhumane oppression from you. Now, a mere chrysanthemum, a little ghost, and that disgusting spider dare to harm my own son. Today, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. On the other side, Tang Xin struggled against the tangible pressure of the wind, squinting against the blinding light, trying to see the source of that familiar voice. When he finally saw the figure approaching, his eyes instantly moistened, his lips trembled slightly, and he softly murmured 2 words, Dad. At the same time, Tang Hao casually flicked his right hand, and the mighty Haotian hammer, which was deeply embedded in the ground, seemed to possess a spirit of its own, instantly transforming into a streak of light and flying back into his hand. Immediately, Tang Hao gripped the enormous Haotian hammer tightly, radiating an unparalleled dominance, and shouted angrily, Despicable and shameless spirit hall. I, Tang Hao, have returned. Today, let you clowns taste whether this hammer is still as sharp as ever. As everyone looked on in shock, Tang Hao suddenly unleashed his world-shaking Haotian true body. In an instant, a massive blood-red figure rose from the ground. Like a demon rising from hell, its form expanding and soon towering like a magnificent mountain between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the hammer in his hand, which was originally of ordinary size, also grew at an astonishing speed, transforming into a towering pillar that reached the sky. Tang Hao, how dare you? Bibi Dong's eyes widened in fury as she struggled to maintain her already faltering body, glaring at the powerful man before her. Although she was at her last gasp, her pride and authority as the Pope of the Spirit Hall prevented her from easily showing weakness. Xiao-san, open your eyes and see clearly. This is the true Haotian hammer. Tang Hao's voice echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the space. As he spoke, the terrifying 100,000 year soul ring on his body suddenly glowed, like a burning sun, and in an instant, that light merged into the giant hammer, transformed from his Haotian true body. With a swing of Tang Hao's arm, the enormous Haotian hammer came crashing down with earth-shattering force. In the face of such unparalleled power, everything it touched along its path crumbled like paper, disintegrating into ruins and dust. All the title-level soul masters and soul-level experts present at the Spirit Hall changed their expressions drastically. They knew that they could not withstand this blow alone, so they did not hesitate to strike together, attempting to resist Tang Hao's devastating hammer. However, as the recognized #1 weapon spirit in the entire continent, the power of the Haotian hammer was not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was now wielded by the formidable Tang Hao, who was at level 95. It is important to note that at the title Douluo level, each level increase brought an incredibly terrifying boost in power, almost 100-fold compared to those of the same cultivation level before. If Bibi Dong had been at her peak, in her strongest state, she could have easily matched Tang Hao with just a casual flick of her finger, even suppressing him completely. However, regretfully, she was no longer the fierce warrior she once was, and could not achieve that now. On the other hand, Tang Hao was merely putting on a show of strength, trying to feign bravado. It should be noted that he was still nursing severe injuries from the previous fierce battle with the Spirit Hall, and those wounds had yet to heal. Thus, his intention to adopt such a strong posture was merely to take this opportunity to secretly rescue Tang, San, and Xiao Wu from danger. As the massive hammer crashed to the ground, dust flew and smoke filled the air, instantly turning the scene into chaos. Tang Hao's originally loud and impassioned shout abruptly ceased, as if it had vanished without a trace. But at that moment, Wu He suddenly felt a powerful hand gripping his collar. In the next second, when he opened his eyes wide in shock, he found himself inexplicably standing in a vast and mysterious ancient forest. At that moment, Wu He was in a terrible state, his once indestructible armor completely shattered and scattered around him in countless fragments. Moreover, he was utterly exhausted, unable to muster any strength to resist, and was being held firmly by Tang Hao like a helpless chick, slowly moving forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking, nor how far he had traveled. In summary, when they looked up at the sky again, they realized that the daylight had gradually faded and the night had quietly descended. The twinkling stars were like dazzling gems embedded in the vast night sky, while a bright full moon hung high in the heavens. casting its silvery light and illuminating their path forward. At this moment, Tang Hao was sitting in front of the bonfire, while Wu He was slumped in front of him like a piece of mush. Sitting next to Wu He were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Chapter 171 Future Plans. Little Rabbit, come, tell us about your situation. Tang Hao skillfully roasted some mountain delicacies, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. He picked out a skewer of delicious food that was perfectly cooked and smiled as he handed it to Xiao Wu. However, before Tang Hao could say anything further, Tang San couldn't wait any longer and spoke up. Father, please don't put Xiao Wu in a difficult position. Hearing his son's urgent words, Tang Hao couldn't help but frown and glared at this troublesome guy with some dissatisfaction, speaking sternly. Shut your mouth and go stand over there. Afterward, he ignored Tang San and turned his attention back to Xiao Wu. At that moment, there seemed to be a glimmer in Tang Hao's seemingly hollow eyes, as if he could see through everything and completely understand Xiao Wu in an instant. Tang San initially felt relieved to hear that Tang Hao didn't seem to deliberately want to make things difficult for Xiao Wu, and his mood lightened a bit. But unexpectedly, Tang Hao then said something about wanting to drive Xiao Wu away, which left Tang San feeling both shocked and sad. He found it hard to part with the deep feelings he had for Xiao Wu, but at the same time, he couldn't understand why his father would make such a decision. Xiao Wu quietly listened to every word Tang Hao said. She was incredibly intelligent and quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. However, she simply couldn't understand why Tang Hao had no interest in her at all. It's important to note that although Tang Hao already possessed 9 spirit rings, which was a powerful strength that countless spirit masters dreamed of, he still treated her with extreme indifference. This was in stark contrast to what she had heard circulating in the spirit beast community. In that mysterious world, someone as powerful as Tang Hao should have taken a strong interest in her spirit rings. At that moment, Wu He, who had been watching Xiao Wu, keenly caught the fleeting doubt in her eyes. After a moment of meditation, recovering some strength, Wu He lowered his voice and softly said, "The reason is actually very simple, because Tang San's mother is also a spirit beast." Although Wu He spoke in a voice as light as a mosquito, one mustn't forget that they were currently in the spirit beast forest. This vast and quiet forest was so still that even the sound of a leaf falling could be clearly heard. Therefore, no matter how small Wu He's voice was, the 3 people present could hear every word clearly. Almost simultaneously, everyone, including Tang Hao, widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had just heard the most absurd thing in the world. Tang San suddenly stood up from the ground, his face filled with anger as he questioned, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tang San absolutely did not believe that spirit beasts and humans could combine and give birth to human offspring. At the same time, Tang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wu kid, how did you come to know about this?" Hearing Tang Hao's words again, Tang San was once again shocked, feeling as if the sky were collapsing. In just 2 short minutes, he had been shocked twice. "You said it yourself during the martial soul hall competition. You said that it harmed your son, and you once had a similar situation, which means your partner must also be a spirit beast." Wu He didn't intend to use definitive statements regarding Tang Hao's situation, as it would be easy to expose when facing a titled Douluo. Moreover, there was a crucial point that needed to be highlighted. Usually, people with twin martial souls do not have a huge disparity in their strengths. Either both are extraordinarily powerful, reaching a monstrous level, or both perform quite poorly, even abysmally, which could simply be described as disappointing. At this moment, Wu He looked at Tang San with disdain, as if he were looking at a foolish person. He slightly curled his lips in a mocking smile and continued, "Look at your son, who seems to be a bit slow on the uptake. One of his twin martial souls is incredibly powerful, while the other is pathetically weak." It should be noted that in the vast library of the Heaven Do Empire, there are detailed records of various situations regarding twin martial souls. A martial soul like blue silvergrass is basically of the type that can hardly produce soul power, even if it occasionally appears with initial soul power. Its highest level absolutely doesn't exceed 2. Wu He slightly refined and adjusted the words previously used by the master to deceive Tang San. If a common plant-type martial soul like blue silvergrass astonishingly possesses initial level 10 full soul power, then there must be 2 possibilities. 1. It has undergone an extremely rare and significant mutation. Or 2. It hides another exceptionally powerful martial soul as its initial support. One must say, Wu He's carefully crafted words were highly persuasive, even making the usually resolute and meticulous Tang Hao stop lingering on this issue and questioning further. At this point, Tang Hao noticed that Wu He had gradually regained his former vigor and energy, so he casually handed him a skewer of fragrant roasted fish. Given the current situation, it was likely that you would be unable to return to the Heaven Do Academy for some time. After all, even if the people from the Martial Soul Hall are foolish and slow, they will surely be able to deduce that the dazzling golden armor is intricately linked to you. Tang Hao took a sip of fine wine, rinsed his mouth with it, and then asked, "Since that's the case, what are your plans for the next journey?" Hearing Tang Hao's inquiry, Wu He calmly took out a detailed map from his storage space, then looked up to carefully compare it with the twinkling stars in the night sky, thoughtfully responding, "We must be quite close to the sea now. In the southwest direction of this vast continent we are on, according to historical records, there should be another piece of land. Unfortunately, it is said that land is extremely barren and has never been effectively developed. But for some reason, there's always a voice in my heart calling me to go there and take a look." After saying this, Wu He pointed gently at a spot on the yellowed map. Tang Hao gazed at the place Wu He indicated, nodding thoughtfully. In his younger days, he had traveled extensively and naturally had more experience and insights than most. "All right, since that's the case, even though I don't understand why you were so insistent on going, no matter what, you did save my son. So, I will find a way to get you a ship." Tang Hao readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Wu He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Tang Hao had not mentioned the previous incident of mistreating his son, he also tactfully kept his mouth shut and quickly cupped his fist to thank Tang Hao. Thus, the night quietly passed, and when the next morning came, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. When Tang San slowly awoke, he was surprised to find only a letter left beside him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked around, but there was no trace of Xiao Wu at all. Chapter 172. Preparing to set sail on the vast and boundless ocean. A dilapidated little boat floats alone. The surging waves ruthlessly crash against the hull, pushing it slowly westward. Inside this tiny solitary vessel resides a scruffy, wild-looking soul master named Wu Hai. Although his clothes are relatively intact, his haggard and desolate expression easily reveals the endless loneliness he endures deep within. Wu Hai has been sailing alone on this vast sea for a whole month now. Initially, when he looked up at the sapphire blue sky, gazed at the boundless ocean that seemed to have no end, and admired the dreamlike sunrises and sunsets at the horizon. Each day was filled with novelty and beauty. However, as time rushed by, the monotonous and tedious sailing life gradually wore away his initial enthusiasm and excitement. Worse still, Wu Hai never anticipated that he had set off with only enough provisions to last 2 months. Now, a month into his journey, he remains trapped in this vast ocean with no land in sight. To prolong his food supplies and avoid running out of provisions before reaching the shore, he had to resort to extreme measures, fishing for sustenance. For the past week or so, Wu Hai had to rely almost entirely on eating raw fish to stave off hunger. Being in such a small and rudimentary wooden boat, he had no means to cook, so he could only process the caught fish into fresh sashimi. Over time, this monotonous and cold diet made him feel incredibly weary, even inducing a strong sense of nausea. At first, his physical condition was quite poor, and he was unable to adapt to the new environment, suffering from continuous diarrhea for several days. The pain and discomfort were almost unbearable. However, after enduring for a while, his body gradually adapted to this change. Surprisingly, although he no longer felt uncomfortable now, he developed an extreme aversion to fish, completely losing any desire to eat them. Reflecting on all these experiences, they are in stark contrast to the scenes he had envisioned a month ago when he dreamed of sailing. Back then, he was filled with anticipation, imagining the vast ocean, soaring seagulls, and all sorts of exciting adventures. But reality was so cruel, catching him off guard. He still remembered that a month ago, they were still in the dense forest. Tang Hao had promised that he would buy a sturdy ship for him to repay his kindness in saving his son. Hearing this, he was filled with joy and looked forward to the future sea journey. Who would have thought that the final outcome would be like this? On that unforgettable night, a fatigued Tang San had already fallen into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was because he was beside his father, feeling the deep love and warmth. Or maybe it was due to the extreme exhaustion from the long journey, but he fell asleep defenselessly. When Xiao Wu noticed that Tang San was already sound asleep, she gently and carefully covered him with a blanket, afraid that even a slight breeze would disturb his sweet dreams. Then, Xiao Wu quietly walked out of the tent. At this moment, not only was Tang Hao, who was on night watch, still awake, but even Wu Hai was quietly gazing at the night sky, counting the twinkling stars. As for why Xiao Wu was also restless, It was because the impending farewell stirred an inexplicable sadness deep within her heart. Wu Hei dared not sleep at this moment because he knew the strong sense of revenge harbored by the men of the Tang family. He had fought Tang since several times and kept wondering, if he fell asleep, would Tang House silently come over and deal with him? Just thinking about that scene sent shivers down his spine. Just then, a figure slowly walked out of the tent. It was Xiao Wu. Wu Hai's eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly grasped a lifeline, and a thought surged in his heart. He quickly waved to Xiao Wu, signaling her to come and sit beside him. Xiao Wu, not all shy, walked over confidently and sat down beside Wu Hai. "Why aren't you resting?" Xiao Wu tilted her head, looking curiously at Wu Hai. Especially noticing his dark circles, she couldn't help but ask. Wu Hai quickly waved his hand and said, It's nothing. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor." Taking a deep breath, he got straight to the point. "Can you give me some kind of token? In the future, my friends might come looking for you. And if they don't have a token, it could be troublesome if they happen to find you in seclusion. They might not be able to get in and could be mistaken for intruders and beaten up by Ming." As soon as Wu Hai finished speaking, Xiao Wu immediately understood his meaning. Others might not see the clues, but she knew very well. Mir, the deputy leader, clearly followed Wu Hai's lead in everything she did. Moreover, the untouchable reverse scale in Wu Hai's heart was precisely this woman named Mir. Although they had not publicly acknowledged their true relationship, the affectionate exchanges and subtle glances between them were clear to the observant Xiao Wu. For this reason, when Wu Hai asked for a token, the astute Xiao Wu instantly understood that he was asking for Mir. "That's easy," Xiao Wu replied briskly. Before her words fell, she reached into her pocket, rummaged for a moment, and carefully pulled out a small, exquisite baby tooth. Then, Xiao Wu took out a slender piece of string and gently threaded it through the tiny hole in the baby tooth. In the blink of an eye, that seemingly ordinary baby tooth transformed into a delicate and cute little pendant. "This is a baby tooth I lost when I was a child. Don't underestimate its size. It carries my unique aura. As long as you wear this little guy, even soul beasts of 1,000 years will be scared away and won't dare to come within 100 meters. While excitedly introducing the baby tooth pendant in her hand, Xiao Wu smiled and handed it to Wu Hai. "If your friend is fortunate enough to reach the vicinity of the Lake of Life, I believe that Ming and Ming will definitely let her in without hesitation upon seeing this token." Chapter 173, 8-Year Agreement. Wu He cautiously took the milk tooth pendant, carefully examining every detail of it. He first scanned it with his eyes from top to bottom, then reached out to gently touch its surface, feeling its unique texture and patterns. Finally, he brought it close to his nose to smell, but detected no unusual odor. After confirming that the item was temporarily normal, Wu He took out an old but well-preserved notebook from his backpack, opened a fresh page, and prepared to write down the plan he had carefully conceived for a long time. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been silently observing Wu He's actions, suddenly felt a strong desire to write a letter. She blinked her bright eyes, quickly walked to Wu He's side, and softly said, "Can you give me some paper and a pen? I also want to write something." Wu He smiled and nodded, readily handing her a set of paper and pen. After receiving the paper and pen, Xiao Wu pondered for a moment before burying herself in writing fervently. In no time, she completed a letter. However, when she reached the end, for some reason, her eyes gradually became moist and crystalline tears slid down her cheeks. She raised her hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then carefully folded the heartfelt letter and placed it in a conspicuous spot on the table. After doing this, Xiao Wu took a deep breath, as if having made a certain resolution, and resolutely turned to leave the camp. In fact, even Xiao Wu was quite surprised. Initially, she had planned to rely on Tang San's strength to protect herself. However, unexpectedly, during the process of writing this letter, memories of the warm moments spent with her friends in childhood continuously arose in her mind. Those memories, which had been deeply buried in her heart, surged forth like a tide, making it increasingly difficult for her to let go of these feelings. On the other side, after seeing Xiao Wu off, Wu He continued to focus on his work. After a period of effort, he finally completed all the content he needed to write. By this time, night had fallen, and a bright full moon hung in the sky. Wu He looked up at the moon, unknowingly immersing himself in the beauty of the moonlight. The moonlight fell on him like water, bringing a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Gradually, Wu He's eyes grew heavy, and he could no longer resist the encroaching drowsiness, slowly closing his eyelids and entering a sweet dream. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and fell on Wu He's face. Waking him from his slumber, Wu He stretched widely, feeling energized and particularly spirited. He instinctively looked around, surprised to find that Tang Hao had not taken the opportunity to act against him while he was sleeping. Thinking of this, Wu He couldn't help but feel a bit more respect for Tang Hao, secretly pondering. It seems that Tang Hao is not the kind of treacherous person and is indeed worthy of being looked up to. However, throughout that entire day, Tang San maintained a lifeless, dull expression, as if shrouded in a thick haze, making it difficult for others to glimpse his true thoughts and feelings. Days passed, and they finally arrived at a bustling city located along the coastline. This city was quite unique because 90% of the soul masters living there were sea soul masters. These sea soul masters had a variety of martial spirits, all of which were inextricably linked to the ocean. Whether they were beast martial spirits or various weapon martial spirits related to the sea, almost everyone's martial spirit attributes were closely related to water, from the surging waves to the mysterious deep-sea giant beasts, to the exquisite crystal corals, all dazzling and overwhelming. Initially, Wu He was full of expectations, believing that with Tang Hao's powerful strength and financial resources, he would spare no expense to buy a luxurious giant ship for himself. After all, for them about to embark on a long sea journey, having a sturdy and comfortable large ship was undoubtedly crucial. However, Wu He never expected that Tang Hao did not act as he had imagined. On the contrary, this resolute man actually found a small blacksmith shop and worked diligently there for 2 full days. In the end, he used the meager income earned from selling his labor to prepare a very rudimentary, small boat for Wu He. This boat even had only a narrow space barely enough for one person to lie down and sleep. Once everything was ready, Tang Hao unhesitatingly took Tang San and left, leaving Wu He standing alone, looking at the extremely shabby little boat, feeling an indescribable sense of desolation arise in his heart. Fortunately, before Tang Hao and his son left, Wu He hurriedly packed several letters he had long prepared in Xiao Wu's milk tooth pendant, handing them over to Tang Hao, earnestly requesting him to deliver these letters. Tang Hao took the package, quickly glanced at it, confirmed that there was nothing unusual, and without leaving a single extra word, turned and left, quickly disappearing into the vast sea of people. In the second week after Wu He set sail, Tang Hao entrusted someone to deliver the letters he had left behind to all the members of the Tiando team. When the teammates opened the envelopes, they were shocked by the contents of the letters. It turned out that Wu He candidly informed his teammates that he had offended the powerful Spirit Hall for certain reasons, and the trouble he had caused was not ordinary, considering that the situation might become very dangerous and complex. He sincerely suggested that everyone disperse and find a safe way out to avoid getting caught up in this turmoil. At the same time, Wu He also mentioned that everyone's soul power level had successfully surpassed the 40th level. Although on the surface they still appear to be in their first and second years of the academy, in reality, with such strength, they had already reached the level to graduate. Therefore, he hoped everyone could recognize the current situation, bravely take this step, and walk towards their own life paths. Not only that, but Wu He also set a special 8-year agreement for each teammate in the letter. He stated that regardless of how everyone's development progressed in 8 years, even for himself, he would definitely keep his promise and return to the academy to reunite with everyone. This agreement seemed like a calming pill, providing the teammates with endless warmth and anticipation. What surprised the teammates the most was that Wu He had carefully prepared 2 to 3 future development directions tailored to each person's different characteristics and potential. For the lively and cheerful Mier, he suggested that she stay at the academy to be a teacher. As for the aloof and proud Du Guyan, she was suitable for focusing on cultivating even more powerful martial spirit skills, aiming for the goal of becoming a top expert, or relying on her family background and personal ability, starting her own sect. In short, Wu He wanted to convey a clear message to his teammates. Everyone has numerous lifestyle choices, and what he provided was merely one part of the possibilities. When everyone witnessed all of this, the most furious was undoubtedly Mier. Her brows furrowed in anger, and she stomped her feet in annoyance, indignantly saying, "What a Wu He!" He quietly ran away again. He just came back a few days ago, and now he's vanished like he evaporated from the world. Despite the raging fire of anger in her heart, her concern for Wu He did not diminish in the slightest. Meanwhile, Wu He was currently holding the compass tightly in his left hand and carefully cradling the map in his right, occasionally cross-referencing the two and scrutinizing them closely. Additionally, he would occasionally look up at the starry sky, observing the unique arrangements formed by the twinkling stars. After repeated confirmations and calculations, Wu Hai finally nodded confidently and murmured to himself, "From the looks of it, in about a month or so, I should be able to find the mysterious soul master ruins described in the library of the heavenly duel." Thinking of this, Wu Hai couldn't help but feel excited, as if he could already see himself exploring the ruins and discovering precious treasures. But just then, a gurgling sound came from his stomach, instantly breaking the beautiful fantasy. Wu Hai's face showed a troubled expression as he began to ponder what to eat for lunch today. After all, being out in this vast ocean, food resources are relatively scarce, and filling his stomach is not an easy task. Chapter 174 finally landed on the island. Help. Is anyone there to save me? Wu Hii cried out desperately, his voice echoing over the vast and boundless sea, yet it fell silent like a stone sinking into the ocean, receiving no response. He felt an overwhelming sense of fear and despair, silently vowing that if he could survive this, he would never take such reckless risks again. Reflecting on his 3 months of drifting at sea, Wu He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. In the beginning, he set out with curiosity and a desire to explore the unknown world, filled with joy. However, as time passed day by day, that freshness gradually faded, replaced by deep loneliness, helplessness, and worries about survival. He had fantasized countless times about successfully reaching the shore, even dreaming multiple times in that cramped and suffocating cabin about lying back in the comfortable warmth of his bed at the academy. But each time he was lost in those beautiful dreams, the cold, biting seawater would wake him ruthlessly, forcing him to face this cruel reality. Wu He trembled as he slowly opened the once pristine map again. At this moment, the map had become tattered, filled with dozens of creases that seemed to record every detail of his arduous journey. He opened his eyes wide, staring intently at the marked land on the map, filled with confusion and reluctance. This map was something Wu He had stumbled upon in the academy library the day before. At that time, he had been captivated by the depiction of the Douluo Continent, and then noticed the layout of the Sun-Moon Empire. Just as he was examining it closely, he unexpectedly found the destination for this journey in an inconspicuous corner. So, driven by impulsiveness and courage, he resolutely embarked on this journey filled with unknown dangers. Wu He clearly remembered measuring the distance carefully before setting off. Under normal circumstances, he should have reached the destination in no more than 2 months of rowing. But now, 3 whole months had passed, and all that lay before him was the endless sea, with not a trace of land in sight. Could it be that this map was fake, or had he gone the wrong way? A multitude of questions surged in his mind, leaving him feeling restless. At this moment, Wu He began to deeply doubt whether the place that had always been regarded as the destination was merely a mistake made by the person who drew the map. Perhaps due to ink smudging in that corner, and perhaps later generations had just casually embellished that flaw. The thought of this possibility filled Wu He with a profound sense of despair. If that were true, all his previous efforts and sacrifices would be in vain, wouldn't they? However, despite the doubts filling his heart, he understood that he had to keep moving forward regardless. Just then, Wu He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, so he stood on the small board, slightly raised his bottom towards the vast, misty sea, and quietly released the pressure from his body. But who could have anticipated that just as he relaxed, he looked up inadvertently towards the distant horizon and discovered a massive waterspout suddenly appearing. The waterspout rose from beneath the sea like a colossal pillar, shooting straight up into the sky. At the same time, thick dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, as if a pitch-black curtain had enveloped the entire sea, creating a terrifying scene akin to a hell on the ocean. In the past 3 months, Wu He had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. More critically, after careful observation, he was horrified to find that the terrifying waterspout seemed to be sweeping directly towards him. The moment he confirmed this shocking reality, Wu He hurriedly clamped down on the waste that had not yet been completely expelled, frantically pulled up his pants, and dove into the cabin with the fastest speed. Just a short while later, Wu He clearly felt as if he had entered a state of weightlessness, and the entire small boat spun around crazily as if it had gone mad. Sure enough, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Wu He was swept high in the sky by an incredibly powerful waterspout. At this moment, Wu He felt as if his heart had turned to ash. To be honest, this was probably the most desperate moment of his life. Even if the boat beneath his feet miraculously escaped the destruction of this natural disaster, he had completely lost his sense of direction in the face of such terrifying natural forces. It was highly likely that he would be trapped forever in this vast ocean. drifting alone for the rest of his life. Whether it was due to deep despair or the intense dizziness brought on by the waterspout, Wu He's consciousness gradually faded, and he eventually fainted in such a harsh environment. When Wu He regained a bit of consciousness, he vaguely felt a soft little hand gently patting his cheek. The slight sensation made him feel a bit ticklish, and he instinctively wanted to reach out and swat that little hand away. However, just as he was about to move, as if suddenly realizing something, he abruptly opened his eyes. Dazzling sunlight flooded into his eyes, causing him to involuntarily squint. After a moment of adjustment, he felt the spot on his face that had been patted, only to find it empty, and the place he was lying on was incredibly hard. Wu He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head, self-mockingly thinking, so it was just a dream. Brother, what kind of dream did you have? A crisp and pleasant voice suddenly rang in his ear. Suddenly, a sound like a silver bell chimed into Wu He's ears. That voice seemed to possess some magical power. In an instant, Wu He felt as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, his body jolting and becoming completely immobile. Immediately after, an indescribable excitement and exhilaration surged into his brain like a tidal wave. This intense emotional impact caused him to instinctively react, and he sprang up from the ground like a nimble carp. Then he quickly turned around, eagerly looking in all directions. When he saw the scenery around him, a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. He had finally set foot on solid land. Although in a certain direction, he could still see the endless sea where water met sky. At that moment, there was indeed solid land right behind him. Just as he was filled with joy, he suddenly noticed a little girl in peculiar clothing standing not far in front of him. The outfit seemed to be woven from some unknown plant, unique and distinctive. At this moment, the little girl was staring at him with her big, round eyes, looking a bit silly. Could it be? You saved me? Wu He widened his eyes at the little girl, his voice trembling slightly from excitement as he asked. Before he finished speaking, he could no longer contain his gratitude and rushed forward to tightly embrace the little girl. At the same time, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. The little girl clearly did not expect Wu He to act this way and was momentarily frightened. But she quickly regained her composure and, still a bit timid and shy, softly replied, I saw you lying on the beach when I came out to collect shells this morning. Mom told me that if Ollie gives you a little fresh water to drink, you should be able to wake up. Chapter 175 challenged the primitive tribe Wu. He widened his eyes, staring at this unfamiliar land, a surge of indescribable curiosity and desire for exploration rising in his heart. With his powerful spirit consciousness, which was strong enough to rival that of Soul King, he could easily cover the entire area within 1,000 meters. However, to his surprise, in such a vast range, he couldn't find even a shadow of a small town. His gaze slowly shifted to the nearby beach, pure white like snow and stretching endlessly like a silver ribbon, causing Wu He's heart to tremble. This beach was pristine and untainted, as if it had never been sullied by human footprints, completely retaining the original appearance bestowed by nature. Wu He took a deep breath, concentrated again, and released his spirit consciousness with all his might, sweeping through every inch of the land like an invisible torrent. After a thorough search, he ultimately discovered only a handful of villages in this seemingly desolate area. These villages were sparsely scattered, like twinkling stars in the night sky. What shocked Wu He even more was that when he carefully observed the villagers, he found that they seemed to show no signs of possessing martial souls. The people here still lived a simple and pure, unadorned primitive life, far from the hustle and bustle, isolated from the world. Seeing this, Wu He quickly squatted down, smiling at a girl named Ollie in front of him, and softly asked, "You must be Ollie, right?" The girl timidly nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and fear. Then, Wu He took out a piece of candy from his pocket, handed it to Ollie, and said with anticipation, "Ollie, can you take me to your tribe with this?" Ollie first nodded slightly in agreement, but then quickly shook her head, her swift movements catching him off guard. Wu He pondered for a moment and had already guessed some reasons that might have caused Ollie's reaction. But at that moment, Ollie spoke up before him. "Mama said, when you wake up, she will take you to the tribe, but you need the chief's approval to enter." After saying this timidly, Ollie lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Her big, watery eyes occasionally glanced up at Wu He, seemingly worried about his potential dissatisfaction. Wu He looked at the shy girl in front of him, smiled, and nodded to indicate that he understood. He then gently said, "Then please lead the way for me, Miss Ollie." Upon hearing this, a blush appeared on Ollie's face, and she softly responded before turning to walk ahead. As they walked, the two passed through dense jungles, stepping on thick fallen leaves that rustle beneath their feet. After about 20 minutes, Wu He finally saw the appearance of the primitive tribe in a clearing within the woods. The people in the tribe were busy with their tasks. Some men were practicing with long spears in the open area, sweat flowing down their bronze skin. Others were sitting together, skillfully processing freshly hunted meat. The air filled with a rich meaty aroma. The women either sat in front of their houses weaving cloth, colorful threads flying up and down in their hands as if weaving beautiful dreams, or worked diligently in the fields, sowing, weeding, and irrigating. Each person's face radiated a simple smile. The members of the tribe noticed Wu He, who was brought back by Ollie from a distance. After all, the luxurious clothing he wore sharply contrasted with the crude and simple garments of the tribe. Almost everyone immediately turned their gaze to Wu He, including the chief of the village. The chief was tall and sturdy, walking with a steady and powerful stride. He approached the village entrance with a smile to welcome Wu He's arrival. When Wu He got closer, the chief asked, "Young man, where do you come from? Where are you headed?" His voice was deep and resonant, revealing an air of authority. Wu He looked up at the burly man in front of him, and an intense sense of pressure surged in his heart. It felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, making his breathing somewhat difficult. To be honest, since Wu He successfully cultivated to the Soul King realm, there had been few people who could exert such immense pressure on him. However, the man standing in front of him at this moment was undoubtedly one of them. Wu He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and said, "I come from overseas and would like to stay here for a while. I wonder if you could accommodate me?" Upon hearing this, the chief was slightly taken aback, disbelief showing on his face. In his long-standing understanding, the ocean seemed to be boundless and endless. The vast continent they lived on was regarded as the only land in the world. Here, if someone committed a serious offense, they would be exiled, forced to leave their homeland, and head towards the mysterious end of the sea. Thus, when Wu He declared that he came from the end of the sea, the chief and the group of his followers beside him looked at Wu He with subtly changed expressions. There was suspicion, curiosity, and a hint of awe that quietly emerged. However, despite their doubts about Wu He's words, just seeing the luxurious and splendid clothing he wore made the chief very clear that even if this person was lying, he was definitely not someone they could easily provoke. Nonetheless, to maintain the dignity and seriousness expected of him as a chief, he cleared his throat slightly and slowly said, "It is not entirely impossible for you to temporarily stay in our tribe, but there is one prerequisite. Our tribe only welcomes true strong ones to settle." As soon as the chief's words fell, Wu He showed no fear on his face. Instead, he revealed a calm smile and replied, "So what you're saying is, if I want to stay in your tribe, I must first defeat your people?" At this moment, the chief nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Exactly." Wu He's eyes lit up as he quickly scanned the people in the village, simultaneously sensing the aura and cultivation fluctuations they emitted. After this exploration, he realized that the strongest person in this village was merely a great soul master. A faint smirk of amusement appeared at the corner of Wu He's mouth. Then he casually flicked his fingers and said nonchalantly, "Since you insist on deciding whether to let me stay through this method, then fine, let us have a match." Immediately afterward, he flashed and instantly assumed a battle stance, quietly waiting for the other side to launch the first attack. Chapter 176, Special Magnetic Field. "Young man, follow me," the robust and imposing leader said loudly. Then he turned and led the way forward. Without hesitation, Wu He followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at an open area outside the village. This open space appeared to have been meticulously planned, with a flat ground and clear lines dividing the area. What was even more striking were the tall stone piles built at the four corners of the clearing, as if guarding this special zone. Wu He glanced around and roughly estimated the size of the area. After careful comparison, he concluded that this should be a square arena with a side length of about 30 meters, covering an area of approximately 900 square meters. At this moment, the tribal leader smiled and politely gestured for Wu He to enter. Seeing this, Wu He stepped forward and entered the arena first. The tribal leader quickly followed him in. Once they stood still, the tribal leader looked at Wu He seriously and slowly said, "The rules of our contest are very simple and clear. As long as one side voluntarily surrenders or accidentally falls out of the arena, it is considered a loss. However, it is important to note that both sides must stop at the point of contact and absolutely must not harm each other's life. Do you understand?" Wu He nodded seriously, indicating that he understood the rules. Subsequently, he took a deep breath, spread his feet apart steadily, crouched slightly, and lowered his hands naturally before slowly raising them, assuming a standard Tai Chi starting posture. The movements flowed smoothly and appeared quite methodical. The tribal leader couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at Wu Hai's professional and skilled stance. Originally, he had some doubts about Wu Hai's strength, but at that moment, seeing this posture, he felt a deeper confirmation of his previous guess. This seemingly unremarkable young man exuded a mysterious aura, leading one to speculate that he might have an extraordinary background. Thinking of this, the leader mused to himself, "It is best not to offend such an unknown person." However, despite this thought, as the tribal leader, preserving his own dignity was also crucial. Therefore, he slightly shifted his foot back, twisting his body into a very strange posture. At the same time, his rough hands quickly reached into his clothes to feel for something. Wu Hai's eyes were sharp, closely watching every move of the tribal leader. For someone who had been through countless battles and could confidently handle Tang San's hidden weapons, the leader's small actions were rather childish and could almost be ignored. However, in the next moment, Wu Hai suddenly realized that he might have underestimated his opponent. He saw that the tribal leader was holding 3 small and exquisite bone tokens in his hand, and as his body spun rapidly, due to inertia, the 3 bone tokens shot out like arrows. Wu Hai instinctively sidestepped to avoid them, and the tokens whizzed past him, landing steadily not far away. Before Wu Hai could react, he suddenly heard the tribal leader shout, "Formation, activate." In that instant, Wu Hai felt as if a heavy mountain had been pressed down on him, his burden suddenly tripling. Not only that, but his keen senses felt as if they were being tightly restrained by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to stretch freely. Furthermore, his vision and hearing seemed to be greatly affected, becoming blurry and sluggish. If one word were to accurately describe his current state, it would be sensory deprivation. This bizarre feeling involuntarily reminded Wu Hai of the martial soul fusion techniques he had once encountered with Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Although the pressure he was experiencing now was far less terrifying than that time, it was still enough to make Wu Hai fully alert, not daring to slack off for even a moment. Seeing that Wu Hai had fallen into the trap, the tribal leader tightly held a bone token that exuded a mysterious aura in his hand, and a sly smile crept across his face. Then he lightly uttered those 2 chilling words once more, "Formation, activate." In an instant, a tremendous force surged in like a tide, completely enveloping his body. The tribal leader chuckled with satisfaction, carefully stowing the formation token close to him. Then he pushed off with his legs and shot toward Wu Hai like an arrow. At the same time, his strong arms were raised high, tightly gripping an iron fist the size of a cooking pot, accompanied by a fierce wind, and he smashed it down toward Wu Hai's chest. Faced with this sudden and fierce attack, Wu Hai felt a strong urge to resist rising in his heart. However, he was terrified to discover that his control over his body had significantly decreased. His once nimble limbs now felt extremely heavy, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not make an effective counterattack in time. Helpless, Wu Hai had no choice but to grit his teeth, channeling the remaining strength in his body to try to raise a thin defensive shield to withstand the impending blow. He crossed his hands tightly over his chest, a look of determination on his face. Just then, the opponent's thunderous fist came crashing down, accompanied by a fierce wind, striking Wu Hai's body hard. The power of this punch was astonishing, as if it could split mountains and crack stones. Wu Hai felt a sharp pain surge through him, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to involuntarily stagger back. He stumbled back a dozen steps, each one feeling extraordinarily heavy, before he barely managed to stabilize himself. However, before Wu Hai could catch his breath, the tribal leader launched another round of attacks. The rain-like barrage of punches mercilessly rained down on Wu Hai once again. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Wu Hai could only grit his teeth and endure. Twice. As the number of hits increased, Wu Hai gradually adapted to the opponent's strength. Yet even so, aside from passive defense, he could not make any other effective counterattacks. It is worth noting that in Wu Hai's original understanding, this tribal leader's strength was at most that of a great soul master. But now, the opponent was able to beat him into submission without even using his martial soul, which was simply unfathomable. Wu Hai knew very well that if this continued, he would inevitably be defeated. Thus, when another heavy punch came whistling in, a resolute light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly knelt forward, then rolled forward with lightning speed, successfully dodging the fatal blow from his opponent. Almost at the same moment, Wu Hai quickly reached for his waist, and in the blink of an eye, he tightly grasped the summoning device for the Earth Tiger armor. Chapter 177. Unable to fight back, surrendering Earth Tiger armor, merge. With this loud shout, the crystal glowing with mysterious light was quickly loaded. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light shot down from the blazing sun overhead like a lightning bolt. At the same time, the entire earth seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible giant hand, trembling fiercely and emitting a series of muffled rumbling sounds. Amidst this shocking scene, countless barely perceptible earth element energies gathered from all directions as if summoned by some mysterious force. They intertwined and merged in the swirling dust, gradually coalescing into thick layers of energy, slowly covering Wu Hei's body. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hei was completely enveloped, transforming into a giant and powerful stone figure. As the brilliant beam of sunlight gradually faded, the seemingly indestructible stone surface began to show fine cracks. These cracks spread like a spider web, revealing thin, bright rays of light from within. Then, with a loud bang, countless small stone fragments erupted from Wu Hei's body like lava from a volcanic eruption, splattering in all directions. The tribal chief standing on the stage and the many spectators below instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from the rapidly flying shards like bullets. For a moment, the scene fell into chaos and exclamations. When the dust and scattered light in the air finally dissipated, the true form of the armor hidden behind it was revealed. The armor was primarily earth-colored, resembling the purest colors of Mother Earth, exuding a stable and heavy aura. Upon closer inspection, every detail of the armor was meticulously carved, with muscle lines depicted in a lifelike and natural manner, as if it possessed life, creating a strong visual impact and a sense of explosive beauty. Despite still being in the unknown powerful magnetic field, Wu Hei was pleasantly surprised to find that he could now wield the powerful strength belonging to a soul emperor. Moreover, he felt even more excited that the control that had always restricted his movements seemed to have weakened significantly. Therefore, he unhesitatingly extended his left hand and made a provocative gesture toward his opponent, signaling them to come forward for another battle. The tribal chief felt a surge of anger rush to his head. His eyes widened, his face flushed, and with a roar, he lunged forward like an enraged lion. However, unexpectedly, from this moment on, no matter how he swung his fists, he couldn't land a single blow on the Earth Tiger armor. Although he could clearly feel the heavy pressure coming from the armor, he had to admit that this mysterious armor seemed to endow its wearer with unparalleled strength and agility. The punches that could have shattered mountains now felt as weak as cotton to him, and his once lightning-fast attack speed had slowed to a snail's pace. More importantly, Wu Hei, clad in the armor, no longer had to endure the excruciating pain of each blow. Each time the tribal chief's heavy strikes landed on the armor, they only produced dull thuds before vanishing as if sinking into the sea. In contrast, the poor tribal chief was not so fortunate. Wu Hei calmly extended a hand and effortlessly caught the tribal chief's powerful punch as if it were nothing. He then quickly retracted his arm and swung it, delivering a fierce left punch that struck the tribal chief's abdomen like lightning. The punch was incredibly powerful, and with a muffled thud, the tribal chief felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body involuntarily bending into a shrimp-like shape, his mouth wide open, almost spewing forth bitter water. The tribal chief clutched his stomach in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He struggled to raise his head and looked again at the magical armor on Wu Hei, inwardly marveling. This armor not only greatly enhances the opponent's strength, but also perfectly withstands damage. It's simply an indestructible artifact. Wu Hei slowly released his grip on the tribal chief's hand, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly to reveal a contemptuous smile, as if to indicate, "I have shown mercy. If you are not convinced, you can come for another fight." However, unexpectedly, the tribal chief disregarded his face and dignity. In fact, given the current situation, everyone knew he was already in a losing position and could unhesitatingly declare his surrender. Yet, this stubborn and reckless guy refused to admit defeat. At that moment, the tribal chief launched another attack, a fierce lunging punch aimed directly at Wu Hei. Facing this aggressive strike, Wu Hei appeared calm and collected. He lightly sidestepped to avoid the opponent's assault. At the same time, using the inertia from his movement, Wu Hei spun around and delivered a flying kick that accurately struck the tribal chief's back. In an instant, the tribal chief flew backward like a cannonball at high speed. It must be said that this guy was quite lucky, after flying for a distance. He landed right at the edge of the arena, barely avoiding falling out. However, even though he was fortunate enough not to tumble out of the ring, the tribal chief was internally lamenting. The power contained in Wu He's kick was so immense that he felt as if he were on the brink of death, and his entire body almost felt incapacitated. On the other side, Wu He, who had successfully repelled his enemy, appeared much more composed. He first twisted his neck and stretched his muscles, then rotated his wrists, preparing to continue the fight. Then, with a whoosh, he summoned his weapon. A pair of gleaming Earthshaker claws appeared in his hands. The claws glinted with a chilling light, crafted from incredibly tough adamantine. Each palm bore 3 sharp, steel claws radiating cold light, as if they could easily tear apart anything in their path. At this moment, Wu He merely injected a tiny amount of soul power into the claws and lightly waved them twice. However, this seemingly insignificant action released a light blade that caused astonishing results. The nearby trees seemed to suffer a sudden disaster, instantly breaking into 3 or 4 pieces. Broken branches and leaves flew everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences if such terrifying claw power struck a person. Just then, the tribal chief, pale as a sheet and trembling all over, slowly stood up. He quietly reached into his right pants pocket and fumbled out a piece of snow-white cloth. Then, with a trembling voice, he shouted with all his might, "I surrender." These abrupt 3 words struck Wu He like a thunderclap, catching him completely off guard. Before this, Wu He had originally planned to showcase a few soul skills to practice, but he didn't expect that the opponent would choose to surrender so quickly. Faced with this unexpected situation, Wu He couldn't help but feel a bit of melancholy and disappointment. Chapter 178. Impromptu joining the hunting team. Wait, sir. How can you just surrender like that? Wu He said in surprise, quickly removing the heavy armor he was wearing and stepping forward to pull the tribal chief up with force. The tribal chief, looking flustered, waved his hands desperately and stammered, "Oh no, no fighting. Young man, you're so powerful. How could I dare to fight you?" At this moment, the tribal chief no longer spoke with the same arrogance he had at the beginning. Even how he addressed Wu He had quietly changed from young man to brother. It should be noted that among this tribe, the strong men who toiled all day could hardly fell a few trees despite their best efforts. However, just now, Wu He had casually waved his incredibly sharp claws, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 towering trees that would require 2 people to encircle had instantly turned from standing tall into bare stumps. Faced with such overwhelming power, the tribal chief knew very well that even if he used all his strength, he would probably still be unable to withstand a single blow. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to show weakness and surrender. Wu He never expected this contest to end so quickly that he had no time to react. For a moment, the scene fell into an awkward silence. However, the tribal chief did not feel the slightest embarrassment. In a land where they lived, the admiration for the strong was deeply ingrained. As long as a person's strength was sufficient, everyone would grant them the highest treatment and respect. Just at this moment, Wu He had just set foot on this land and was treated as an honored guest due to his extraordinary abilities. A group of strong, tribal members joyfully lifted him up and marched grandly into the tribe. At this moment, night had fallen, and the entire tribe was immersed in a lively atmosphere. The roaring bonfire illuminated the night sky, and a grand bonfire feast was being held in full swing. Those enthusiastic tribal men rushed forward, each eager to present the most delicious and tender roasted meat they had prepared to Wu He. Looking at the mountain of food before him, even the tribal chief couldn't help but feel a surge of envy and jealousy. Thus, on the first night after landing, Wu He quietly spent his time in this joyful and warm bonfire party atmosphere. During this time, he also tasted a unique fine wine. The rich aroma of the wine was intoxicating. As the liquor flowed slowly down his throat into his belly, he felt a warm current rapidly spread throughout his body, as if every inch of his skin and every muscle was wrapped in warmth. At the same time, he was surprised to find that the vitality within him had received a subtle yet undeniable boost, a wonderful feeling that he would not forget. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the sparse gaps in the straw, casting mottled shadows on the ground. When Wu He got out of bed, he stretched lazily and then strolled out of the makeshift house made of straw that was open on all sides, perhaps due to drinking too much the previous night. Although he did not feel a splitting headache upon waking, he also did not feel the cold he had experienced while sleeping last night. Just as Wu He got up, he was surprised to find that the surrounding villagers were all smiling and greeting him. However, at that moment, Wu He felt quite awkward, as he only knew two people so far. One was the innocent and lovely little girl Ollie, and the other was the tribal chief. Unfortunately, the tribal chief was clearly still drunk from the previous night, as he had yet to make an appearance, even with the sun high in the sky. As for the little girl Ollie, Wu He had no idea where she lived, leaving him unsure of what to do, standing there feeling particularly embarrassed and awkward. At that moment, a team of several burly, muscular men walked slowly past Wu He. These individuals were equipped with sharp machetes and precise bows and arrows. Wu He thought for a moment and roughly deduced that this team must be the members responsible for hunting in the tribe. Unexpectedly, several of the sturdy hunters in the team noticed Wu He standing aside at the same time, and all friendly extended their hands to greet him. Faced with this situation, an idea suddenly flashed in Wu He's mind, and a clever plan immediately came to him. So, he hurriedly asked, "Gentlemen, may I ask if you are heading out to hunt those soul beasts?" Upon hearing this, the others looked confused, as if they completely did not understand the meaning. Like being enveloped in a thick fog, making it hard to grasp. Soul beasts? The team members shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of this term. They explained, "We were just going up the mountain to catch some ordinary wild animals. Last night, everyone had such a great time eating that we accidentally finished all the meat we needed for the entire week." After hearing this, Wu He felt even more embarrassed. After all, when it came to who had eaten the most joyfully and indulged the most last night, it was undoubtedly him. Moreover, he knew very well that in such a relatively primitive and underdeveloped tribe, they usually lacked a variety of rich and diverse seasonings. Coincidentally, he had brought some precious honey and some natural seasonings collected from the wild on this trip. So, in a moment of inspiration, he took the initiative to teach everyone how to make delicious barbecue. This teaching turned out to be significant. Instantly, the entire tribe was deeply attracted to this novel and unique cooking method. Everyone eagerly grabbed the seasonings he brought and was eager to try their hand at it. Whenever the grilling was completed, they would prioritize offering the most delicious and prime parts to Wu He for tasting. As for him, he did not hold back and enjoyed this feast to the fullest. However, unexpectedly, just as he was satisfied and happily eating, he unknowingly wiped out all the meat that the tribe had painstakingly accumulated to sustain themselves for a week. Just when Wu He felt guilty and extremely awkward, the team leader suddenly spoke up. "Brother Wu, would you be willing to join us in going up the mountain to hunt?" Chapter 179. Sharing the Soul Ring. When Wu Hui heard this question, a strange feeling surged in his heart, as if he and the other party's thoughts were in perfect harmony. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a slight surprise. After all, it was quite unexpected for a stranger to actively invite him to join in hunting. Generally speaking, hunting is a risky and challenging activity, and people usually choose to bring along those they trust and know well to minimize potential accidents. During the hunting process, various uncertainties can arise at any moment, and if there isn't enough trust and understanding among team members, it can easily lead to a series of unfortunate consequences. However, at this moment, faced with the invitation from this unfamiliar group, Wu Hui fell into deep contemplation. He frowned slightly, his gaze flickering uncertainly, clearly experiencing an intense internal struggle. On one hand, he was full of curiosity and anticipation for this hunting journey. On the other hand, he was worried about whether it was truly reliable to cooperate with these strangers. Just then, the captain of the team seemed to notice Wu Hui's hesitation and quickly explained, "Actually, the reason we invited you to hunt with us is mainly because you successfully defeated our leader yesterday. Everyone witnessed your powerful strength. So we sincerely hope you can join us and provide protection for this operation." The captain spoke somewhat stammeringly, and his words were relatively simple, but he managed to convey the gist of it. After hearing the captain's words, Wu Hui finally realized. It turned out that in the minds of these people, because of his extraordinary combat power displayed earlier, bringing him along for the hunt made them feel more at ease compared to their original leader. With this in mind, a confident smile gradually appeared on Wu Hui's face, and he decided to accept the invitation and embark on this unknown hunting journey with the unfamiliar team. At that moment, Wu Hui felt a surge of curiosity. He was eager to witness what kind of beasts roamed this continent. It is worth noting that not only on the Douluo Continent, but also in the vast land where the Sun Moon Empire is located, soul beasts exist as well. Therefore, logically speaking, the beasts here might just differ in name, but they could very well be similar to soul beasts in essence. As expected, after more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, everyone finally discovered 2 exceptionally fierce carnivorous tigers in a wide open area. They lazily lay on the ground, basking in the warm sunlight. Wu Hui carefully observed the unique patterns on the bodies of these two tigers and quickly made a judgment based on his years of accumulated experience. These two giant power tigers probably had about 300 years of cultivation. However, what surprised Wu Hui was that although these giant power tigers were quite similar to the soul beasts on the Douluo Continent in terms of strength and habits, their physical appearance was noticeably different. The two giant power tigers were larger in size, with distinct muscle lines, and their fur had a unique tone, making them appear particularly powerful and imposing. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the team captain decisively issued commands in an orderly manner. Under his careful deployment, all team members coordinated seamlessly, slowly approaching the two resting giant power tigers in a semi-encircled formation. Each person moved cautiously, trying not to make a sound to avoid disturbing these dangerous beasts. The atmosphere was tense and thrilling, as if a heart-stopping hunting battle was about to unfold. However, the most frightening aspect of the giant power tiger was its incredibly overwhelming strength. It is known that a 300-year-old giant power tiger can unleash power nearly 3 times its own weight. Such astonishing power could easily shatter huge rocks. For ordinary humans, if they were unfortunate enough to be hit on the head by a giant power tiger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Their skulls would burst like fragile watermelons in an instant, brain matter splattering everywhere, creating a scene that was extremely bloody and terrifying. Even those who had reached level 20 as great soul masters would not dare to be careless when encountering such fierce soul beasts and must respond cautiously. Moreover, the group in front of Wu Hui only had strength equivalent to that of level 10 soul masters. However, for some reason, Wu Hui always felt an indescribable, strange sensation in his heart. He keenly noticed that the soul power of this group of people was all firmly stagnated at the level 10 stage. Furthermore, as long as any one of them could obtain a soul ring, their cultivation could at least be raised to level 12 or above. Just then, a shocking scene occurred. Wu Hui watched in disbelief as this group effortlessly pinned one of the giant power tigers to the ground. Despite the giant power tiger's unmatched strength, since its feet were now off the ground, its originally powerful force was instantly greatly reduced, unable to even exert half of its power. In the blink of an eye, the few people sprang into action with lightning speed, and in just a few moments, they successfully hunted down the incredibly fierce giant power tiger. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the air became unusually tense. Before long, Wu Hui widened his eyes, staring intently at the scene before him. He saw a huge soul ring glowing with a faint yellow light slowly floating above the massive body of the giant power tiger. This scene undoubtedly confirmed his previous guesses and assumptions. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but stick out their tongues and lightly lick their dry lips. Then, in unison, turned their gazes toward Wu Hui. From their expressions, he could clearly sense a strong desire and anticipation, as if deep down they all eagerly hoped that Wu Hui would absorb this precious soul ring. Yet they were also worried that he might keep it for himself. However, facing the hopeful eyes of the crowd, Wu Hui appeared extremely calm and composed. Whether it was his own cultivation level or the quality of the soul ring, it held no allure for him. So he simply waved his hand casually and indicated to them, "You all discuss and choose someone to absorb it." Once Wu Hui made his stance clear, the expressions of the few people changed instantly, as if a heavy stone that had been hanging over their hearts finally settled, and they all appeared much more relaxed. Subsequently, Wu Hui was surprised to see that these individuals carefully took out a bone token from their pockets. At that moment, Wu Hui suddenly recalled the powerful force exhibited by the tribal leader when he used this mysterious item yesterday, and a strong curiosity surged in his heart. What kind of magical treasure could this be? Soon after, the expressions of these individuals turned serious as they began to mobilize their limited yet crucial soul power, slowly injecting it into the bone token they held tightly in their hands. As the soul power continuously flowed in, the previously unremarkable bone token began to emit a faint and eerie glow. Just then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Wu Hui rubbed his eyes in disbelief, for he clearly saw that the right hands of those individuals had sprouted a phantom-like arm made of pure energy. This ethereal energy arm shimmered with a faint glow, resembling a mysterious existence from another world. Even more astonishingly, each person with an extra energy arm did not hesitate to reach out and tightly grasp the soul ring in front of them, which emanated a powerful soul force and had 300 years of cultivation. Then, they exchanged knowing smiles, and one of them quietly said, "This time, it all depends on our luck." No matter who breaks off more or less in the end, we must not harbor any complaints. After saying this, they fell silent and simultaneously began to exert force on the soul ring in their hands. In an instant, a crisp cracking sound echoed, as the originally intact soul ring was forcefully broken into several pieces by their combined efforts, almost as if it happened in the blink of an eye. The entire scene resembled a colorful light and shadow feast, leaving Wu Hui dumbfounded. Immediately after, an astonishing sight unfolded. Those individuals unhesitatingly placed the glowing fragments of the soul ring into their mouths and began to chew them as if savoring a delicious dish. Their movements were skilled and natural, as if this was not a strange behavior at all, accompanied by the crunching sounds of chewing. The fragments of the soul ring were gradually crushed and swallowed. At that moment, Wu Hui was amazed to discover that the bodies of these people were undergoing incredible changes. Their already powerful soul force suddenly surged to another level, rising like raging waves. At the same time, the muscles of each person visibly became more solid and robust, exuding a sense of strength as if they had been tempered through countless trials. Wu Hui's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart surging with waves of astonishment. This practice of directly consuming soul rings to enhance one's power was truly unheard of and unseen. Chapter 180. Exploring the Domino Soul Technique. 1. Looking at the few people in front of him, their faces were filled with immense satisfaction and enjoyment, as if they were immersed in a wonderful realm. Upon closer observation, one could see that their physiques had undergone significant changes. Their muscle lines were more pronounced, and their figures appeared taller and stronger. After some investigation, it was discovered that not only had their meridians been further expanded and reinforced, but even their bones seemed solid and heavy, as if they had undergone a complete reconstruction. However, it was somewhat surprising that despite such a tremendous enhancement in their physiques, the growth of their soul power was relatively weak. This was not due to a small increase in the amount of soul power they had gained, but rather because of their unique conditions, akin to a bottle that was already filled with water, now continuously applying pressure to compress the water inside. Typically, the soul power within an ordinary soul master flows in a liquid state, circulating smoothly throughout their body. But the situation with these individuals was entirely different. Their soul power had surpassed the realm of flowing liquid, and if one had to find a metaphor, it could be likened to flowing solid matter. This high-density, high-concentration soul power flowed laboriously within them, each movement appearing exceptionally strenuous. If it weren't for the additional portion of soul power continuously reinforcing their bodies, the solidified soul power would likely be unable to flow smoothly within them. It even gave the illusion that with just a bit more soul power injected, or if their physical condition were to falter slightly, their bodies would burst like an overinflated balloon. Moreover, from the way they utilized their soul power, it was quite rough and clumsy. Clearly, soul power should be able to move freely throughout the body, flexibly released and retracted, but they had evidently not mastered this intricate skill. However, when this operation fell into their hands, it became exceptionally difficult, as if they were trying to milk a cow. Merely squeezing out that tiny bit of soul power required an enormous effort. Witnessing the satisfied expressions on their faces after enjoying the soul rings, Wu could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, "What kind of soul technique did you just use?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Wu suddenly sensed that something was off. He realized that the way this group referred to soul beasts was completely different from his own. Perhaps they didn't even know what soul techniques were at all. As expected, after Wu posed the question, puzzled expressions immediately appeared on the faces of a few individuals, each looking completely bewildered. Seeing this, Wu thought for a moment and decided to simplify the question further, using vivid gestures and signs. He gestured for them to take out the mysterious domino they had just used while asking them to demonstrate the specific usage of the domino again. At that moment, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. The few individuals exchanged glances, looking lost and clearly unsure of how to respond. Each of their faces showed some embarrassment, especially the squad leader, who appeared particularly uneasy. Finally, the squad leader seemed unable to endure the silence and oppressive atmosphere any longer. He took a deep breath and mustered the courage to explain. "Wugo, please don't misunderstand us. It's not that the brothers are intentionally hiding their skills from you. It's just that the energy within us is truly difficult to control. Every time we try to use it, it's like trying to tame a wild beast, full of obstacles, and we can't activate it at will. Even when facing that beast ring, We can only succeed in activating it occasionally. Upon hearing this, Wu He inwardly thought, as I expected, they are indeed quite unfamiliar and clumsy with the use of soul power. However, this is understandable. After all, mastering a new ability requires time and continuous practice. At this moment, Wu He's gaze slowly swept over the crowd. He noticed that they all looked troubled, appearing to be in a dilemma. Wu He felt a stirring in his heart and extended his right hand, signaling to the squad leader, "Let me take a look at that domino." Upon hearing this, the squad leader's body trembled, instantly falling into a predicament. If he handed over the domino, he would be left with just this one precious item, and recreating another would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the complexity of the craftsmanship was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. However, if he refused to hand over the domino, the other party was someone even the leader feared. If he offended him, the consequences could be unimaginable. Thus, the squad leader wrestled internally for quite some time before finally gritting his teeth, carefully retrieving the treasure domino from his bosom, and tremblingly handing it over to Wu He. After receiving the domino, Wu He examined it closely. The domino appeared unremarkable, just an ordinary thin slice of bone, but it was intricately carved with some fine and complex array patterns. However, Wu He was completely baffled by these unfamiliar patterns, having no idea what they represented. At that moment, the previously silent squad leader suddenly seemed to be struck by a flash of inspiration. He raised his head in surprise and looked at Wu He, asking, "Wu Ge, you actually don't have this thing?" Every tribe and every person here has one. Although Wu He was an absolute outsider, in the eyes of these people, he was merely from another tribe. And this domino was extremely common for them. Practically everyone, except for those infants who had just arrived in this world, possessed one. Therefore, when the squad leader realized that Wu He did not have this domino, the awkward expressions that had previously appeared on the faces of the crowd due to not knowing how to communicate with this outsider instantly vanished, replaced by deep confusion and disbelief. Facing the skeptical gazes from the crowd, Wu He chose to remain silent and did not offer any explanation. After all, he had come from a distant overseas land. How could he easily explain the various matters of another continent to these people living in what seemed like primitive tribes? Even if he tried to explain, it would likely be futile. Chapter 181. Exploring the Domino Soul Skill, Part 2. Wu He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and released a 10,000-year soul ring. He then carefully drew out a thread of soul power as thin as silk from the soul ring. He stared intently at the domino in front of him, recalling the techniques and the amount of soul power consumed by the few individuals he had just observed. After a period of observation and contemplation, he decided to mimic their actions and attempt to activate this mysterious domino in the same manner. Under the curious and expectant gazes of the crowd, Wu He slowly infused that thread of soul power into the domino. The domino trembled slightly and then emitted a faint blue glow. Immediately, a wonderful wave of energy emanated from the domino, and Wu He felt an unfamiliar skill being activated and gradually released outside of his body. This sensation was both familiar and novel for Wu He. It was quite similar to the feeling he experienced when using the sealing charm, yet with subtle differences. When he summoned armor and unleashed soul skills, the power usually erupted from within. However, at this moment, the soul skill was able to be released directly outside of his body without wearing armor, which was truly astonishing. Just then, Wu He suddenly sensed a strange feeling on his shoulder. He turned his head and was surprised to find that an arm had inexplicably sprouted from there. However, this arm was not physical. It was entirely composed of condensed soul power, appearing somewhat illusory and lacking a tangible quality. Nevertheless, this soul power hand could still move freely according to his thoughts. Out of curiosity, Wu He tried to command this soul power hand to bend down and pick up a stone from the ground. But to his disappointment, the soul power hand was too illusory to complete such a simple action. Just as he felt somewhat frustrated, he suddenly recalled seeing others use this soul power hand to directly touch the soul ring. So, with a mindset of giving it a try, Wu He immediately activated his own soul ring and directed the soul power hand towards it. To his delight, the soul power hand successfully touched the soul ring. Following this, Wu He began to exert all his effort to mobilize more soul power, continuously infusing it into the mysterious domino. As the soul power surged in, an astonishing event occurred. The originally somewhat illusory energy arm gradually became more solid at a visible speed. Every detail became discernible, with clearly defined muscle lines. and even the wrinkles at the finger joints appeared lifelike, as if it truly existed, looking hard and glossy, giving a heavy feeling of substance. However, just as Wu He prepared to further increase the output of soul power, he suddenly felt a slight tremor from the domino in his hand, accompanied by a powerful backlash. This sensation startled him, as he realized that the domino seemed to have reached its limit. If he forced more soul power into it, it could very likely explode. But was it due to the complex and mysterious patterns on the surface of the domino limiting the carrying capacity of the soul power? Or was it because the material of the domino itself was not robust enough? Wu He found it difficult to judge. With no other option, Wu He could only cautiously withdraw the excess soul power back into his body. In that moment, the spectacular arm made of soul power vanished like an illusion. After doing this, Wu He gently returned the domino to the anxious team leader waiting nearby. The team leader happily accepted the domino, and when he saw it intact and able to absorb and release soul power freely, an uncontrollable, joyful smile broke out on his face. After all, such a magical treasure undoubtedly held great significance for their team. On the other side, Wu He was not satisfied with this. He fell into deep thought, pondering whether there were other ways to release the powerful energy arm he had just experienced without relying on the domino. Thus, he began to focus intently, trying to use his control techniques over soul power and his unique cultivation methods to achieve this goal. As time passed, over 10 minutes went by, and despite Wu He exhausting all his efforts, the conclusion he arrived at left him somewhat frustrated, no matter how hard he tried. He could not recreate the previous scene relying solely on his own power. It seemed that to fully understand the mystery, he would have to seek the advice of the experienced leader once they returned to the tribe. With this thought, Wu He temporarily set aside his obsession and decided to complete the current task with his team members first. Just then, he noticed the team leader's serious expression, as if he was experiencing an intense internal struggle. Finally, as if he had made a great decision, he took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, his steps appearing somewhat heavy. The team leader stammered, but when the words reached his lips, it seemed as if something was stuck, and he couldn't express himself completely. Seeing him hesitating and stuttering, Wu He felt a wave of irritation. Even his breathing became less smooth. He frowned, impatiently waved his hand at the team leader, and said loudly, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't be so wishy-washy." The team leader, scolded by Wu He, trembled slightly, a hint of fear appearing on his face. But then, he gritted his teeth, took another deep breath, and finally mustered all his courage to voice his question all at once. "Is that soul ring you summoned just now your own soul ring?" Upon hearing this, Wu He, who had been somewhat annoyed, was instantly taken aback, his mind going blank. After a long while, he came to his senses and murmured, "Soul ring?" Clearly, Wu He had no idea what the team leader was referring to. The team leader and the others, seeing Wu He in a daze, couldn't help but feel anxious, unsure whether he truly didn't know or was already angry. They understood that in this continent, the strong were respected, and it was an unchanging rule. If one carelessly inquired about another's strength or the means to gain power, even a slight misstep could provoke the other party and lead to dire consequences. Thus, the team leader and the others could only anxiously await Wu He's response, not daring to breathe a word. Fortunately, Wu He did not keep them waiting too long. After a brief moment of contemplation, he seemed to have a rough idea of what the team leader wanted to ask. Then, Wu He focused his thoughts, and a powerful soul power surged out from within him, instantly enveloping his entire being. As the light flickered, he slowly raised his left hand. In an instant, a miniature 5-element array plate appeared in his left hand, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. To their shock, right beneath the 5-element array plate, 5 soul rings appeared in succession. These 5 soul rings circled Wu He's martial soul, each radiating an alarming wave of energy. Witnessing the scene, the people present were immediately stunned, completely losing their ability to speak. They widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at Wu He's martial soul and those 5 soul rings, as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable sight in the world. You should know that in their past understanding, they had never heard of any creature possessing so many soul rings. Moreover, these 5 rings were all black. For these people, the most powerful beings they had encountered were merely the 1,000-year soul beasts. However, even 1,000-year soul beasts only produced purple soul rings. More importantly, hunting a 1,000-year soul beast is no easy task. It often requires the entire tribe to work together, with a slim chance of success. Even so, In the fierce battle with a 1,000-year soul beast, it is inevitable that some people will lose their lives. At this moment, Wu He looked at the expressions of the few people before him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he gently asked, "Is this what you're talking about?" Upon hearing his question, the few people who were already stunned quickly nodded like garlic being pounded, their faces full of awe as they stared at Wu He, not daring to breathe. In their eyes, Wu He at this moment seemed like a deity descending to the mortal realm, carrying endless majesty and mystery. It's worth mentioning that although these 5 soul rings appeared in a rare black color, people here would not consider black to represent evil. On the contrary, in this land they inhabited, black symbolizes nobility, and only the noble class is qualified to use this prestigious color. This thing is called a martial soul. And the soul ring you mentioned has a special name in our place, called a soul ring. This soul ring is no ordinary thing. It is a treasure that can significantly enhance personal strength. Wu He explained to the crowd in as simple a way as possible, while a hint of curiosity flickered in his bright eyes. He then threw out a question from his heart. "If it's convenient for everyone, could you also show me your respective martial souls?" Hearing this, the few people present couldn't help but look at each other, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment, clearly not grasping the concepts Wu was talking about. However, despite their inner doubts, none dared to directly express their lack of understanding. Therefore, everyone's gaze once again unconsciously focused on the squad leader. At this moment, the squad leader felt his head buzzing, secretly lamenting his misfortune. He pondered why this troublesome matter always fell upon him. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, the squad leader's face, which had been relatively calm, turned crimson, and he stammered, Wu He, being a very clever person, immediately understood the squad leader's nervousness upon hearing his hesitant tone. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, as if the air had solidified. Seeing the situation, Wu He deliberately straightened his face and pretended to be very angry, saying loudly, "If you speak to me again and keep saying and without stopping, then don't think you can speak in front of me anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the squad leader seemed to be suddenly greatly frightened, his whole body shaking. He knew that Wu He was not someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare to hesitate any longer and quickly changed his words, stuttering but unusually firm as he said, "Wu Go, please calm down. To be honest, we really know nothing about what this martial soul is." Chapter 182, Awakening Martial Soul. 1. A single sentence from the team leader left Wu He dumbfounded. What does it mean? Is there really someone who doesn't know what a martial soul is? Wu He widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. At that moment, he felt as if a crack had appeared in the solid defenses of his heart that he had maintained for so long. For many years, Wu He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his path of cultivation had been smooth sailing. He had never considered that in the vast land of Douluo Continent, there existed many extremely impoverished or remote villages. In these places, there were no professional soul masters willing to go to great lengths to help the villagers awaken their martial souls. Because of this, the Douluo Continent had formed a situation where 2 great empires and 1 martial soul palace stood in a delicate balance. Although the group of soul masters possessed powerful strength, their numbers were still as rare as a drop in the ocean compared to the ordinary people without soul power. There were far too many people who, throughout their lives, remained completely unaware of martial souls and soul power, only able to lead mundane lives. If you don't even know what a martial soul is, then what was the mysterious power your leader used when he fought me back then? Wu He furrowed his brows, staring intently at the team leader, eagerly pressing for an answer. However, at this moment, faced with the difficult question thrown by Wu He, the team leader either truly had no clue and couldn't respond, or he knew the answer but was hesitant to speak due to various concerns. Seeing this, Wu He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness and speechlessness. He had originally hoped to gain some useful information from the team leader, but he never expected it would end up like this. Fortunately, after a violent emotional upheaval, he gradually regained his composure. He waved his hand lightly and said calmly, "Forget it, since you don't understand. Let me personally show you what a true martial soul is." In an instant, Wu He flashed to an open area. He gently waved his sleeve, and a streak of light flashed, revealing 6 crystal-clear, perfectly sized crystals in his hand. These crystals emitted a faint yet mysterious glow that caught people's attention. Wu He carefully placed the 6 crystals on the ground, arranging them in a highly intricate manner. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hexagram-shaped array made of crystals appeared on the ground. The lines of this array flowed smoothly, and its light flickered, as if containing endless mysteries and energy. After completing the formation, Wu He turned to the team leader, signaling him to arrange for a team member to step into the array. The team leader understood and nodded, then selected a burly team member. This member looked nervously at the array before him, but, encouraged by the team leader's gaze, mustered the courage to step inside. As soon as the team member stepped into the array, Wu He immediately formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Following that, a powerful soul power erupted from him, surging into the array like a torrential flood. At the same time, a majestic and imposing martial soul phantom appeared behind him, exuding a chilling aura. Utilizing the power of the array and the enhancement of his martial soul, Wu He exerted a unique pulling technique with all his might. This force was like an invisible hand, directly penetrating the team member's body, delving deep inside to search for the hidden martial soul. Come, extend your right hand. Don't resist, go with the flow, and let the power hidden within your body be released, Wu He said in a deep voice. The man standing in the center of the array felt a mix of fear, but when he met the unwavering gaze of the team leader, his inner unease eased a little. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves, and slowly raised his right hand. At that moment, he distinctly felt something within him starting to stir. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, he had experienced similar feelings several times before. However, in the past, whenever such movements occurred, he always mistakenly thought it was due to hunger, so he paid it little mind. But now, in this mysterious array, faced with such an eerie and powerful force, he realized that things were likely far more complicated than they seemed. At this moment, the oscillation frequency of this mysterious entity was rising at an astonishing speed, each swing striking against his heart like a heavy hammer. His heartbeat quickened, and the turmoil in his heart surged like a tide. However, recalling Wu He's stern warning, he must not harbor any rejection towards this entity. He gritted his teeth and resolved to leave it to fate. Even if he ultimately couldn't escape death, at least he would die heroically. Thus, he tightly shut his eyes, stopped thinking about anything, and completely entrusted his body and mind to destiny. In that instant, a strange feeling surged in his heart, as if an invisible force was breaking free from its restraints, swiftly leaving his body. Immediately after, he clearly felt that force rushing out through his right arm. But strangely, if this entity truly escaped, it did not go far, but rather halted not far from him, quietly hovering there. At the same time, he sensed that the soul power, which had previously been congested and viscous within him, seemed to have suddenly found an outlet, beginning to race through his meridians like the wind. This feeling was incredibly marvelous, indescribable in words. As the soul power surged and flowed, he could distinctly feel subtle changes occurring in his physical body. The soul power that once required all his strength to barely squeeze out now became so agile and free-flowing, as if it were an extension of his arm, obediently following his commands. Wu He knew very well that there was no need to test this man's innate soul power at this moment. After all, the man appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, long past the optimal age for cultivation. Moreover, since they had long relied on consuming soul rings to enhance their powers, the innate soul power data within him was actually very difficult to measure accurately. However, Wu He was an extremely meticulous person who respected rules and processes. He calmly reached into his storage space again, carefully taking out a crystal stone the size of a human head. This crystal stone was something he had specifically purchased in Martial Soul City, belonging to the highest quality category, far superior to the ordinary crystal stones used for general martial soul, awakening, and soul power testing. Generally speaking, the commonly found universal testing crystal stones could only detect innate soul power levels up to level 10 at most. But the precious crystal stone in Wu He's hand was entirely different. It could detect up to level 15. Although in this vast world, individuals who could surpass the high threshold of innate full soul power level 10 were extremely rare, Wu He firmly believed he would eventually encounter such a gifted person. It was precisely for this reason that he had decisively spent a fortune to buy this rare high-level crystal stone. Now, it was just perfect for conducting an accurate test on the man before him. Chapter 183, Awakening the Martial Soul, Part 2. At this moment, the person standing in front of him was already deeply immersed in his unique martial soul, completely unaware of the various expressions on the faces of those around him. He stared blankly at the marvelous existence in his hand, known as the martial soul, filled with awe and curiosity. The illusory, sword-shaped martial soul seemed to possess life, resonating with his spirit in an indescribable way. Just a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the martial soul instantly transformed as if receiving a command, turning into a giant sword taller than a person. He gazed at the massive sword in front of him, feeling the heavy and solid texture emanating from its blade, which involuntarily filled him with a strong sense of security. The dual blades, gleaming with a faint cold light, showcased their incredible sharpness without reservation. Although he had not yet truly swung the giant sword, nor even attempted to do so, for some reason, he could clearly sense that once he grasped it, wielding it would be as effortless as moving his fingers. At that moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out. "All right, stop secretly feeling pleased. I know very well that you must have realized that this sword is already closely connected to your spirit." The speaker was WindEagle, who unceremoniously interrupted the man's beautiful fantasy. "Using your own will, first retract the giant sword, then place your hand on it, and let all the energy in your body be released. Let me see how strong it is." The man took a deep breath, focused his mind, and began to attempt to retract the enormous sword according to what was instructed, using his powerful will. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on mobilizing the energy within him, silently chanting, "Come back," as the man's will gradually strengthened. The originally floating giant, sword emitting cold light, truly began to slowly approach him and eventually merged into his body. After completing the retraction of the giant sword, the man did not pause for a moment and immediately extended his right hand, gently placing it on the mysterious crystal. Then, he exerted force again, gathering all his energy into the palm of his hand, and crazily began to channel it into the crystal. However, at that instant when he was pouring out his soul power with all his might, he suddenly felt a powerful resistance coming from the crystal. This resistance was like an indestructible wall, firmly blocking the path of his soul power. Despite the man exerting all his strength and continuously increasing the intensity of his soul power output, just moments later, he realized that his energy could no longer smoothly enter the crystal. WindEagle, observing from the side, had actually anticipated this result. However, when he saw the man struggle so hard only to encounter obstacles, a trace of surprise involuntarily appeared in his eyes. After all, it was rare to possess such powerful soul power. After a brief and intense struggle, the man finally had no choice but to release his hand, panting as he looked at the crystal. At this moment, WindEagle spoke, "Soul power level 15. Given the current concentration of soul power within you, reaching this level is quite impressive. But I know very well that this level 15 is probably far from your true strength limit." Then, WindEagle began to methodically assist each person in the awakening ceremony. He waved his hands lightly, and mysterious rays of light burst forth from his palms, enveloping everyone. As the light gradually converged, a huge and mighty sword slowly emerged in the first person's hand. The sword glimmered with cold light, as if it could cut through all obstacles. Next, a beautifully crafted longbow appeared in the second person's hand, its string taut, seemingly ready to shoot a deadly arrow at any moment. Then, the third person held a gorgeous staff, its top inlaid with sparkling gems, radiating powerful, magical fluctuations. Next, all sorts of peculiar martial souls unfolded before people's eyes. Some awakened fierce beast martial souls, like tigers and lions. Others awakened various sea creature martial souls, such as dragons and sea turtles. Each of these martial souls was unique, leaving everyone in awe. Finally, when it was the team captain's turn to awaken, everyone watched him with great anticipation. When the light dissipated, he found a small but incredibly sharp dagger lying quietly in his hand. Although this seemed somewhat unremarkable compared to the spectacular martial souls of others, at that moment, a special energy emanated from the dagger, instantly spreading throughout the team captain's body. Feeling this power, a look of surprise appeared on the team captain's face. He immediately realized that although the martial soul he awakened was just a small dagger, the special ability it contained was definitely not to be underestimated. This special ability could potentially become a significant weapon for him in future battles, granting him extraordinary strength and potential. Thus, facing this seemingly ordinary martial soul, the team captain felt no disappointment. Instead, he was filled with hope and confidence for the future. When WindEagle's gaze met the team captain's somewhat serious yet mysterious expression, he had already begun to speculate about the uniqueness of his martial soul. It is known that there exists a special group in this world. On the surface, the martial souls they possess may appear ordinary, even somewhat weak. However, judging these martial souls solely from a conventional perspective would be a grave mistake. In fact, these martial souls often hide profound secrets, possessing extraordinary qualities beyond imagination. Generally, those with unusual martial souls, whether in terms of cultivation speed or the heights they can achieve in the future, are by no means inferior to ordinary talented soul masters. At this moment, among everyone present, only the team captain had yet to undergo the innate soul power test. However, Wu He had no intention of personally conducting this test for him. The reason was simple. Long before the team captain awakened his martial soul, Wu He had already discerned that the level of soul power within him was nearly approaching the great soul master level. If the team captain chose to rely on the accumulation of soul power over time to break through the bottleneck, then given some time, he could likely leap to become a top powerhouse, second only to the leader. Thus, regarding the team captain's soul power intensity, there was naturally no need for further discussion. It was undoubtedly superior to all. What truly piqued Wu He's interest was one thing: the unique attributes and abilities of the mysterious martial soul in the team captain's hand. Chapter 184. Familiarizing with the characteristics of martial soul's archer. Look at your face. You can hardly contain your excitement. Does your martial soul have some extraordinary qualities? Wu He suddenly asked. The team leader, Archer, who was in high spirits, was caught off guard by Wu He's sudden question. He shook as if struck by lightning, resembling a startled rabbit or a frightened bird, almost jumping up. His expression was akin to that of a mischievous child who had just stealthily taken a treasure from a cupboard and was secretly delighted, only to be caught red-handed. For a moment, words like panic and confusion were absolutely fitting to describe him. However, Archer was no stranger to such situations. After a brief moment of fluster, he quickly regained his composure, waving his hands in a flurry while stammering an explanation. What are you talking about? There's nothing special. I just suddenly gained such powerful strength, and haven't fully adjusted yet. Wu He, being a perceptive individual, narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly seeing through Archer's little thoughts. At that moment, he resembled an experienced teacher, capable of discerning any student's small actions and hidden intentions. He gave a heavy pat on Archer's shoulder and said earnestly, "Hey, Archer, don't hide anything from your brothers. Look at everyone here, who isn't a good brother who fights alongside you, sharing life and death. If even your own brothers don't know each other's true strengths and abilities, how can we coordinate effectively when we're in a crisis out in the wild?" Although Wu He seemed to be speaking directly to Archer, he was actually addressing everyone present. Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in understanding, expressing their agreement. It's well known that Wu He had profound insights into human nature. He understood that when a person gains immense power, they often feel a sense of insecurity and fear. This fear arises from worrying that others will covet the power they possess, leading to a series of conflicts and schemes. Therefore, even when faced with the closest individuals like intimate comrades, blood brothers, or even their own parents, these people might choose to hide their own powers and not reveal them easily. However, they were currently in such a perilous environment. If teammates were completely unaware of each other's capabilities, they could easily encounter significant accidents due to a lack of coordination when dealing with various emergencies. After all, teamwork was particularly vital under such harsh conditions. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the crowd, and a burly, strong team member stepped forward with large strides. This individual had a full beard and bright, copper-like eyes, exuding an aura of might. That's right, Captain. If we don't know the specifics of each other's martial souls, it will definitely lead to many issues in our cooperation. The team member boomed. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and began a chant. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from his body, and a majestic white tiger materialized out of thin air. The tiger was enormous, standing taller than a person, its fur as white as snow, resembling silver frost. Yet, there was a chilling glint in its eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. It bared its fangs and roared at the sky, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Since that's the case, let me introduce the special effects of my martial soul to everyone, the team member said confidently, thumping his broad chest. My martial soul is the immensely powerful and mysterious undead white tiger. This astonishing martial soul not only grants me 3 times the strength of an ordinary person, but also doubles my defense. Moreover, my running speed has significantly increased, approximately by 5 times. Even more impressive, after I launch 5 attacks, I have a chance to unleash a terrifying undead power that can inflict tremendous damage directly to the target's soul. At that moment, the team member's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Undead White Tiger, manifest!" In an instant, a brilliant light exploded from within him, and his body rapidly expanded, becoming significantly larger. At the same time, stripes resembling white tiger fur appeared on his skin, shimmering with a faint but chilling light. The next moment, the team member dashed forward like lightning toward a massive tree that would require 5 adults to barely wrap their arms around. In the blink of an eye, he raised his fist and struck the trunk with tremendous force. With a dull thud, the iron-hard trunk was instantly dented, splintering wood flying everywhere. After just 2 or 3 punches, the once sturdy trunk was already swaying as if it would crash to the ground with just a few more blows. Although his destructive power might be slightly inferior to the legendary Wu He-Yi's earth-shattering claw, it was undeniable that the astonishing combat power he displayed was still jaw-dropping and shocking. At that moment, the other team members began to whisper among themselves, occasionally gesturing and making various signs. Wu He perked up his ears to listen closely, faintly catching some key information amidst their noisy and unclear chatter. It turned out they were discussing the burly man known as Dai. According to them, the strength Dai was showcasing at that moment likely surpassed that of their tribe's leader. Wu He became curious and turned his gaze to Dai, then squinted thoughtfully, carefully assessing the situation before him. After a thorough observation and contemplation, he nodded to himself, secretly pondering. If we only consider pure combat power, Dai might indeed surpass their leader. However, when he further took into account the important factor of combat experience, he reached a different conclusion. Despite Dai's impressive strength, when it came to practical combat experience and the ability to handle complex situations, their leader was clearly superior and could easily overpower Dai. Just as everyone was in lively discussion, a few individuals could no longer contain their excitement and stepped forward. One by one, they stood tall and proud, their faces beaming with confident smiles as they eagerly began to introduce the unique aspects of their martial souls. In an instant, the atmosphere became exceptionally lively, with descriptions of various martial soul characteristics ringing out, as if a unique martial soul showcase was unfolding in full swing. Chapter 185, Poisoning Stealth. Dimension Archer scanned the faces of his gathered teammates, noticing that each one radiated sincerity and kindness, showing no signs of dissatisfaction or resentment towards him. On the contrary, they were all intently listening to Archer as he described the characteristics of his martial spirit, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Clearly, everyone shared a common wish to elevate this already formidable hunting team to new heights and achieve even more glorious results. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden revelation, Archer abruptly extended his right hand, and a dark green light suddenly illuminated the area. When the light faded, everyone focused their gaze to find a uniquely shaped, small, exquisite dark green dagger in Archer's hand. This dagger was even smaller than a typical machete, yet its gleaming blade commanded respect. Particularly, the green light subtly flowing above the dagger exuded a heart-pounding aura of danger. Archer tightly gripped the mysterious dagger, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes as he spoke. "Everyone, my martial spirit is quite impressive. It not only grants me a movement speed boost of up to 10 times, but also endows me with 3 unique abilities." Upon hearing the astonishing figure of 10 times movement speed, Wu He's eyes widened instantaneously, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. It's worth noting that even the speed-renowned WindEagle armor could only provide a movement speed increase of 5 to 7 times for its summoner. In comparison, Archer's martial spirit's 10-fold speed boost was simply outrageous. Such a terrifying increase was likely unattainable even for certain powerful soul ring skills. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, secretly marveling at how absurd Archer's martial spirit's initial effect was. The first special ability was poisoning. As Archer continuously infused his soul power into the dagger, an astonishing scene unfolded. A layer of mysterious dark green toxin slowly coalesced on the already razor-sharp blade. However, do not underestimate this seemingly insignificant toxin. While its power is limited, it can still play a role at critical moments. Generally, this toxin can only induce a brief state of paralysis in the target. If one were to encounter someone far more powerful, even a mere 0.5 seconds of paralysis might be unachievable. Thinking of this, Archer helplessly waved his hand, a bitter smile appearing on his face, seemingly dissatisfied with this special ability, even considering it somewhat useless. But standing beside him was Wu He, an exceptionally astute person. Almost the instant Archer finished speaking, he had already perceived the deeper meaning behind Archer's words. It turned out that Archer downplayed this special ability not because he truly believed it was useless, but rather intentionally so. His clear aim was to deliberately hide his true strength from his teammates, making them mistakenly think he was just an ordinary character. After all, sometimes if a person stands out too much, they may easily become the target of criticism and face rejection and isolation. Conversely, only when one's brilliance is somewhat dimmed can they more easily integrate into the group and coexist harmoniously with others. Clearly, Archer understood this principle well and skillfully applied it in his interactions with his teammates. Taking a deep breath to calm his slightly hurried breathing, Archer continued, "Next, let me introduce my second special ability, Stealth. This is quite a magical skill that allows me to reduce my presence to an extremely low level, making it difficult for those around me to notice my existence. It's as if I become a transparent person, able to quietly navigate through crowds without being detected. However, it's important to note that if I choose to attack, the situation changes drastically. The moment I strike, everyone within a 10-meter radius will immediately notice me. At that moment, my presence will be amplified to the extreme, making me the focal point of the entire world." Hearing this, Wu felt a surge of excitement, and even he couldn't help but develop a strong interest and admiration for Archer's ability. However, the other teammates standing nearby displayed expressions of skepticism after hearing Archer's description, feeling that this ability seemed to lack significant utility, even considering it somewhat redundant. This was likely because they had never personally experienced the intense and brutal life and death battles between soul masters, so they couldn't truly understand the immense power and terror contained within this skill. Imagine, in a one-on-one duel scenario, if your opponent possessed a stealth ability like this. It would be a nightmare. In the blink of an eye, the opponent could suddenly vanish from your sight, and when you were still bewildered and at a loss, a cold, sharp dagger would silently approach your vulnerable neck. Even if this dagger had not been treated with poison, such a surprise lethal strike would be enough to easily put you to death. Even facing a seemingly extreme disadvantage of fighting multiple opponents, he could still display astonishing strength. He moved like a ghost, swiftly weaving through the crowd, making it difficult to catch sight of him. Just as everyone was still processing what had happened, he struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly hitting the weakest yet most powerful member of the target team. However, what was puzzling was that while Archer described these two powerful abilities, he seemed to intentionally avoid discussing some crucial questions. For instance, what were the cooldown times for the two abilities he mentioned? It's important to know that for any skill, cooldown time is one of the key factors determining its practicality and strategic value. If the cooldown time is too long, then even the most powerful skill cannot be frequently utilized at critical moments. Additionally, regarding the special ability of reducing presence to achieve stealth, how long could it last without launching an attack? After all, if the stealth state could only be maintained for a very short period, its applicability in actual combat would be severely limited. Yet, Archer omitted these key questions related to the core elements of his abilities, as if he were deliberately concealing them. At this moment, Wu-He's main focus remained on the last ability that Archer hesitated to reveal. Archer put on a silly, lovable demeanor, scratching his head while slowly saying, "To be honest, regarding this last ability, even I'm a loss. If I had to say, it's probably the most useless of all the abilities I possess." Then, Archer continued to elaborate on this mysterious ability. The third special ability is called Dimension. According to the feedback I've received, its sole function seems to be to use the power of my martial spirit to tear open the dimension before me. However, I have no idea what this so-called dimension really is or what consequences it might bring, and so on. After hearing Archer's description, we couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. It is known that if it were someone else, they might feel just as confused about this ability to tear through dimensions. But Wu-He is different because he is a traveler. For him, a dagger capable of cutting through dimensions could have unimaginable effects and power, which is simply terrifying. There is no doubt that this is merely Archer's one-sided statement. After all, as a soul master, how could he be completely unaware of the effects possessed by his own martial soul? If he hadn't noticed the faint smile that inadvertently flashed across Archer's sorrowful face, perhaps even Wu-He would have fully believed what he said, thinking that Archer truly didn't understand what this dimensional ability meant. Chapter 186. Becoming a tester. All truths in the world must undergo rigorous verification to prove their authenticity and reliability. Wu-He looked intently at Archer, who was still unwilling to reveal the truth, and spoke with righteous fervor. At this moment, Archer felt somewhat at a loss under Wu He's sharp and determined gaze, pondering how to respond to this unfathomable figure. So, Archer, let me be your target for once, and give you a real combat practice to hone your skills and enhance your abilities. Wu He boldly patted his chest and actively issued a challenge to Archer. Hearing Wu He's passionate words, Archer immediately felt a wave of panic and hesitation. After all, Wu He was currently recognized as the strongest, and in the culture they revered, one must unconditionally obey the words of the strong. More importantly, the powerful being before him was actually willing to lend a hand to help him become stronger, making it hard to refuse such goodwill. However, Wu He was also very aware that the people on this continent had greatly enhanced their physical qualities due to long-term consumption of soul rings. In terms of pure physical strength alone, these people could already contend with soul masters of levels 30 to 40. Moreover, when taking into account their unique martial souls, even without the support of soul rings, they could still hold their own against level 40 soul sections. Therefore, Wu He knew that if he truly wanted to unleash Archer's full potential and help him master its use, he would have to put in considerable effort. At this moment, they found themselves in a dense forest, surrounded by tall and lush trees, making it difficult to find an open space. After surveying the surroundings, Wu He said, "We don't need to specifically look for an open area to spar. After all, you use a dagger martial soul, and this forest environment with numerous cover is actually more beneficial for you, allowing you to fully showcase your strength." After saying this, Wu He stepped back a few steps, and the other team members quickly dispersed to create a relatively spacious area while remaining highly vigilant to prevent any lone soul beast from sneaking up on them. Once Wu He felt the distance was just right and the team members had cleared enough space, he smiled and waved at Archer, signaling that they could officially begin the contest. Without hesitation, Archer vanished like a ghost the moment Wu He blinked. However, Wu He remained unfazed. He gently waved his right hand and then summoned a crystal that was translucent and radiated a blue light from his martial soul. He carefully picked up the crystal and then gently patted it against his body. In an instant, the crystal transformed into a torrent of water, swiftly wrapping around and covering his entire body like a nimble python. Next, the flowing water seemed to be guided by some mysterious force, precisely solidifying at key points on his body, morphing into incredibly sturdy armor parts. Just as the water seemed not yet fully solidified into armor, a cold light suddenly flashed at Wu He's back. In an instant, a sharp dagger rushed toward Wu He with lightning speed. With a crisp sound, the dagger's sharp tip collided with the forming water flow, immediately producing a piercing metallic clash that sent shivers down spine. At that breathtaking moment, Archer's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. As expected, just as he had said before, the moment he attacked, his presence seemed to surge to its peak. At this moment, in Wu He's eyes, Archer resembled a blazing sun, dazzling to the point of being hard to look at. In contrast, the figures of the other team members appeared dull and as if they had vanished into thin air. However, seeing that this seemingly certain strike had missed its target, Archer chose to retreat without hesitation. It's worth noting that for such a large body to completely disappear from Wu He's sight in an instant was no easy task. Yet astonishingly, in the blink of an eye, Archer truly vanished, as if he had never been there. Faced with this unbelievable scene, Wu He was astonished to the point of disbelief. Although Archer's stealth ability was powerful with almost no cooldown time, the meticulous Wu He keenly sensed a small issue. Just at that moment when Archer blinked, time seemed to freeze. Archer suddenly found that the scene before him had vanished, leaving his vision blank. Surprisingly, not only did Archer lose his sight, but the other team members' visions also failed to appear in Wu He's mind. This bizarre phenomenon shocked Wu He and sparked an extremely bold thought in his mind. Could this be the application of dimensional power? Meanwhile, in Archer's eyes, Wu He appeared to be a terrifying monster. Just a moment ago, Archer had thrust his blade fiercely toward Wu He, believing the strike would surely hit. However, when the blade tip met the flowing water in front of Wu He, it encountered unexpected resistance. The seemingly weak water flow had become as hard as impenetrable steel armor, and no matter how hard Archer tried, he could not pierce it. On the contrary, the powerful recoil force from the water flow surged back along the blade, causing Archer's arm to tingle painfully, almost making him lose grip on his weapon. In fact, Archer's predicament stemmed from the fact that he had never personally experienced the power of Wu He's magical armor. It is known that among the 5 elemental armors, The water element armor is renowned for its outstanding defensive capabilities. It acts as an impeccable barrier, blocking all incoming attacks and instilling fear in others. Although Wu He's technique seemed flashy, the armor, which was originally as hard as iron, began to flow like a water-blue liquid, as if it possessed life, agile and mysterious. However, beneath this astonishing appearance, Wu He had already successfully completed the integration of the armor. This entire process was like a player immersed in a virtual game world, becoming a so-called whale player after investing a lot of money and purchasing a new dazzling skin for their beloved hero character. On the surface, the hero's appearance underwent a tremendous change, becoming more extravagant, dazzling, and unique. But fundamentally, its internal attributes and abilities had not changed. Similarly, for Wu He, no matter how his armor changed form or presented unique external displays, its essence remained unchanged, merely differing in outward presentation. Chapter 187. Dimensional Stab that ignores distance. However, at that moment, the seemingly fierce confrontation between Wu He and Archer was actually just a mutual probing of each other's strength. At this moment, the truly thrilling battle was about to begin. Wu He's armor instantly returned to its original form. At the same time, a water armor shield was tightly gripped in his hand. Although this shield was not large, after Wu He infused it with soul power, it could erupt into a massive energy shield that could cover a height greater than that of a person. However, as Wu He continuously unleashed soul techniques, an unusual sensation gradually surged in his heart. He felt as if his body had been struck by an electric current, producing an indescribable tingling sensation. This feeling came so suddenly and strangely that it made Wu He instinctively alert. After all, as a seasoned warrior, he was far from foolish. Almost in an instant, he understood the reason behind it. It turned out that all of this stemmed from a mysterious ability attached to the incredibly sharp dagger in Archer's hand: poisoning. There was no doubt that it was caused by their earlier clash. Although Archer had not managed to penetrate Wu He's armor in one strike, during that brief moment, the armor had displayed a liquid state. And it was during this fleeting opportunity that the cunning Archer had quietly infused the poison into the water, which then flowed into Wu He's body. When Wu He executed the mysterious technique to restore his impressive armor to its most primitive state, something marvelous happened. Those waters that had been flowing endlessly around him, carrying deadly venom, seemed to be drawn by some powerful force, all converging toward Wu He and easily being absorbed back into his body. At the same time, the horrifying, paralyzing effect of the poison followed closely behind, quickly invading Wu He's body. In an instant, an indescribable tingling sensation spread through his limbs, leaving him feeling utterly weak and almost collapsing to the ground. However, at that critical moment, Archer, who had been hidden in the shadows, quietly reappeared. Seeing Wu He about to lose his ability to move due to the poisoning and unable to defend against any attacks, Archer secretly rejoiced, believing that victory in this battle was already assured. But to everyone's surprise, Wu He, who had been bending over due to the onset of the poison, suddenly straightened up like a spring. Not only that, the weapon he had been tightly gripping had inexplicably transformed from the incredibly sturdy water armor shield into a gleaming, momentum-filled meteor spear. In the blink of an eye, Wu He wielded the meteor spear, first executing a fierce horizontal sweep, followed by an exquisitely clever upward thrust. This series of fluid and rapid attacks was so fast that it left one breathless. With a loud bang, poor Archer didn't even have time to react and was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Just as Wu He prepared to continue the assault and deliver a more lethal blow to Archer, an astonishing scene unfolded. Archer, who had just been flying backward in the air, inexplicably vanished without a trace before Wu He's eyes in the blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden change, Wu He couldn't help but furrow his brows, rapidly pondering the reason behind it. After a brief moment of thought, he finally realized what the special ability called Dimension within Archer's martial soul truly meant. It turned out that Archer could freely carve a passage into an unknown dimensional world within this seemingly ordinary spatial area, using this passage to hide his presence and evade enemy attacks. Once he confirmed he was in an absolutely safe position, he could open another portal and return to the real world to continue fighting. This ability was so powerful that it was utterly remarkable and far from being a mere party trick. It's important to note that when he opened the portal next time, it was not necessary to return to the exact spot he entered the dimensional space, but rather there was a general activity range. In other words, as long as he was within this range, he could open a door to anywhere he desired. Thus, for his opponents, it was undoubtedly a nightmarish encounter. Just imagine, facing an enemy whose strength was already clear, but who possessed the means to appear behind you without a sound. And you had no way to defend against it. How could that not send chills down one's spine? It was truly terrifying. Because of this, Wu He resolutely chose to take risks and delve deeper into the situation, so he could observe and explore the unique mysteries contained within Archer's martial soul ability more closely. After all, Wu He felt that Archer's ability was by no means limited to self-preservation. If the method of use was indeed the same as what Wu He had in mind, and if his martial soul could also attach soul rings without any upper limit, continuously enhancing his third notable characteristic, then without a doubt, Archer would transform into a terrifying super spirit master. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Archer suddenly appeared like a ghost, just 10 meters away from Wu He. At this moment, Archer looked exhausted, as if he had just been through an extremely arduous battle, and his fatigued appearance made it clear that he was in a poor state. Wu He stared at Archer before him, silently pondering, given how exhausted he looks. The soul power consumed when using this magical ability called Dimension must be enormous. Just then, Archer forced himself to regain his composure and shouted loudly at Wu He, "Wugo, this martial soul consumes way too much energy. Next, I'm going to use my ultimate move, so you better be careful." Upon hearing Archer's words, Wu He suddenly felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, raising it to his throat. An indescribable sense of tension instantly spread throughout his body, making him unconsciously clench his fists, focusing intently on Archer, not daring to relax for even a moment. Dimensional stab. With a low shout, the dagger in Archer's hand, shimmering with a faint colorful aura, instantly became the focus of the entire scene. He gripped the dagger with his reverse hand, the muscles in his arm slightly bulging, as a powerful force transmitted from his arm to the dagger. Then he suddenly swung his arm, piercing the air ahead with incredible speed like lightning. However, if anyone were to observe closely, they would be surprised to find that every time Archer's dagger descended, there was a brief moment when the dagger tip seemed to vanish into thin air. Yet in the next moment, the vanished dagger tips would quietly reappear around Wu He at various unimaginable angles. This magical and terrifying scene was exactly what Wu He had envisioned in his mind earlier. After all, since Archer already possessed the ability to open dimensions, allowing him to slip into them and reappear from other locations at will, then the act of operating within dimensions to directly attack an enemy regardless of distance was naturally within reason. Chapter 188. Beginning the Hunt for Soul Rings, Part 1. Archer's arm moved like lightning, launching a fierce attack on Wu He from a distance with incredible speed. In an instant, the sound of clashing swords and knives echoed through the forest, the metallic clangs ringing out continuously, startling the birds to flee in all directions. As time passed, 5 minutes slipped by quietly. At this moment, Wu He, who had been in a defensive stance, suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "All right, we can stop now. I have a good understanding of your general situation." Upon hearing this, Archer reluctantly put away his weapon and stood still, but excitement and thrill still sparkled in his eyes. Wu He turned his gaze towards the eager young man before him and understood in his heart that Archer's inability to suppress his emotions was entirely due to recently gaining a powerful new strength, making him too excited to adapt to and control this sudden change. After calming his emotions slightly, Wu He looked at everyone and slowly spoke, "Since everyone is here, let me ask you, have you ever heard of the term soul skill?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present exchanged puzzled glances, their faces showing confusion. Although the term soul skill was new to them, for some reason, each person felt a vague sense of familiarity deep in their hearts. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Wu He continued, "You all have consumed so many soul rings. Has no one gained any special abilities from them?" "Special abilities?" murmured one of the shorter members, his gaze drifting as if lost in thought. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something important, and a strange light flashed in his dim eyes. "Wugo, is this what you mean?" Accompanying this question, the short member slowly raised his right hand, palm up. In an instant, a small orange flame appeared in his hand, dazzling like a blooming spark. Wu He observed through his unique visual perception that the flame seemed to grow directly from the person's palm, with no sense of awkwardness. However, he knew very well that the reason this flame could continue burning without extinguishing was that the person was continuously channeling a mysterious power, soul power. Wu He nodded. a satisfied smile on his face, and confidently replied, "Yes, that's it. I didn't expect that someone among us has already mastered such a magical ability." Hearing Wu Heyi's praise, the short member smiled faintly, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He thought to himself that he had possessed this ability to control fire for quite some time, having been able to use it skillfully for several years. Moreover, this wasn't a secret in the tribe. Many people were aware of it. However, back then, due to his lack of proficiency in controlling the energy known as soul power within him, he found it quite challenging to mobilize it each time, resulting in a limited display of power, only able to produce a very weak flame in his hand. Even so, whenever the tribe organized nighttime hunting activities that required lighting a fire or igniting a bonfire, everyone would invariably ask him for help. But at this moment, he could freely mobilize his soul power. This breakthrough excited him greatly, especially when he discovered he could adjust the flame in his hand according to the amount of energy input. A surge of indescribable excitement filled his heart. Not only that, but at this moment, a peculiar thought suddenly emerged in his mind: how to transform this blazing flame into various different forms. Unfortunately, although he had these wonderful ideas, he couldn't yet skillfully utilize this ability. After all, mastering and fully utilizing such techniques was no easy task. Everyone, please look at the flame in his hand. I believe you all understand that this is not an innate talent, but rather something learned through a certain method, right? Indeed, in my opinion, this should have come from him suddenly comprehending it after using numerous fire attribute soul beast rings. Wu He explained gravely to everyone. Then he looked around, scanning each person present, and continued, "In fact, among you, there are definitely others who share similar experiences or abilities with him. However, because you are sharing one soul ring among many, the inherited power has become dispersed rather than concentrated. This is why many of you, despite having certain potential, have been unable to display and utilize related skills as freely as he does." At this point, Wu He paused slightly, allowing everyone some time to think and digest. After taking a deep breath, he firmly announced, "Next, we will continue on our journey to hunt soul beasts. At the same time, I will do my utmost to teach you how to effectively acquire soul skills and help you understand the classification and paths for improving as a soul master." Before he finished speaking, Wu He swiftly began to remove his armor, as if ready to face new challenges at any moment. Although this action would significantly deplete his stamina, the proportion of this consumption had greatly decreased due to his notable enhancement in strength. However, within this hunting team, Wu He unexpectedly noticed one or two auxiliary soul masters. Therefore, without hesitation, he summoned those two individuals to his side and earnestly requested them to act as his temporary guards. To his delight, the two showed exceptional excitement upon hearing this, their faces beaming with unmistakable joy. With all the members of the hunting team successfully awakening their respective martial souls, everyone's strength experienced another qualitative leap. As a result, the hunting area they could venture into changed dramatically, from a range that only extended 5 kilometers from the village to a staggering 15 kilometers. This expansion instantly made the area available for exploration vast and boundless. Meanwhile, thanks to a significant enhancement in their sensory acuity, they could now detect subtle movements in the surrounding environment, allowing them to navigate through the mountains and forests with greater confidence and ease. The previous state of treading cautiously as if on thin ice was long gone, replaced by swift and steady steps like a gale. Thus, their speed of movement saw a significant increase compared to before. Chapter 189, The Hunt for Soul Rings, Part 2, Before long, they discovered a saber-toothed giant tiger over 4 meters long in a clearing. The moment everyone laid eyes on the saber-toothed giant tiger, an indescribable fear surged over them like a tidal wave, causing all their body hair to stand on end. Even the big guy who had awakened the powerful undead white tiger bloodline could not suppress his trembling body and involuntarily shivered. Clearly, their fear of the saber-toothed giant tiger had reached a considerable level. Although these people were not new to venturing deep into this vast forest, such a massive and imposing saber-toothed giant tiger was indeed rare. At this moment, Wu He stepped forward, his expression serious as he pointed to the saber-toothed giant tiger, and spoke in a low and solemn voice to the crowd. "Everyone, please pay attention. The beast you are witnessing now is scientifically named the Crimson Saber-Toothed Tiger. You should know that its cubs possess a profound cultivation level of up to 200 years from the moment they are born. Moreover, Each time their cultivation increases by another 100 years, a mysterious ring will appear on their tails, and their bodies will slightly grow taller. After a brief pause, Wu-He took a deep breath and continued. However, what's even more noteworthy is that once these crimson saber-toothed tigers successfully break through the 1,000-year mark, the previously independent rings on their tails will mysteriously connect into a whole and gradually transform into exquisite light red patterns. Furthermore, as their cultivation continues to improve and grow, when the patterns on their bodies completely evolve into a bright and striking crimson color, it signifies that this crimson saber-toothed tiger has advanced to become a formidable 10,000-year soul beast. At this moment, Wu-He patiently and meticulously broke down the knowledge related to soul beasts and soul masters cultivation advancement, explaining it step by step in a progressive manner to everyone present. The content was complex and numerous, leading Wu-He to speak for a considerable length of time. In this open area, the originally imposing crimson saber-toothed tiger was now comfortably dozing in the warm sunlight, enjoying a sunbath and unknowingly drifting into dreams. At this moment, Wu-He gently patted the shoulder of the big guy with the undead white tiger martial soul and said, "All right, it's your turn to perform now." Suddenly being tapped without any warning, the big guy trembled and, with a look of astonishment on his face, stammered, "What can I do?" Wu-He casually pointed to the still sleeping crimson saber-toothed tiger not far away and said nonchalantly, "Look, do you see that tiger? Just go over and take it down. Wait a moment, and I will teach you how to absorb the soul ring." Hearing the latter part of Wu-He's sentence, the big guy's eyes lit up, and a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within him. However, when his thoughts returned to the first part about slaying the crimson saber-toothed tiger, fear surged over him once again, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily as he began to slowly retreat. No, I absolutely can't do it. If I just rush over like this, wouldn't it be like voluntarily delivering a delicious snack to it? He frantically waved his hands, his face pale as he shouted. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was initially stunned before bursting into laughter. However, as the laughter gradually ceased, an inexplicable chill began to spread in everyone's hearts, making them feel a shiver down their spines. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? Based on your current physical condition, you should be more than capable of wrestling with it. Wu-He cheerfully reassured, but a hint of slyness flickered in his eyes. Of course, this did not mean that Wu-He completely disregarded the hunting rules that had long been followed on the Douluo Continent. After all, Yu Xiaojing had previously made a detailed summary on this matter. For soul masters, the best age for obtaining the first soul ring should not exceed 423 years. However, in reality, whether a soul ring could be successfully absorbed largely depended on the soul master's physical condition. Most soul masters awaken their martial souls at around 6 years old. Even if they wait until they are 10 to attempt to absorb their first soul ring, they're still in their childhood stage, and their bodies are relatively weak. Thus, even if these children are exceptionally gifted, it is still quite difficult for them to successfully absorb a soul ring exceeding 423 years. However, the group before them mostly consisted of individuals in their 20s. Due to their long-standing habits of consuming soul rings and the excessive soul power continuously washing and honing their bodies, the cumulative effects had greatly enhanced each of their physical strengths, nearly allowing them to compete directly with those who possessed the strength of soul kings or even soul Douluos. This indicated that they were fully capable of attempting to absorb the powerful energies contained within 1,000-year soul rings. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the big guy, who stood trembling in place, showing no intention to take action. Seeing this, Wu-He felt a surge of anger and kicked the big guy hard in the rear. With a whoosh, the big guy was sent flying out of the woods like a cannonball, heading straight for the crimson saber-toothed tiger not far away. This sudden turn of events frightened the big guy terribly. As he flailed in the air, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help me!" His terrified cries echoed through the silent forest, startling a flock of birds resting in the treetops. At the same time, the saber-toothed giant tiger basking in the sun also noticed the unknown object flying toward it. When it focused its gaze and realized that a gigantic human was rushing towards it at high speed, even this formidable beast was taken aback. Its fur stood on end, and its previously lazy eyes turned sharp and alert. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, its massive body shot up like an arrow. Just as the big guy was about to have a close encounter with the saber-toothed giant tiger, a strong desire to survive erupted within him at the critical moment. He activated the long-hidden power of his martial soul without hesitation and successfully completed the martial soul possession in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from him, and his previously unremarkable body erupted with a formidable presence, resembling a mighty white tiger standing in confrontation with the crimson saber-toothed tiger. For a moment, it was as if two massive beasts were glaring at each other. The tension in the air reached its peak, and it felt like even the air had solidified, with neither daring to make the first move to attack. Chapter 190. Beginning the Hunt for Soul Rings, Part 3. On this vast and boundless grassland, the two figures stood like sculptures, quietly staring at each other, as if time had frozen in that moment. No one dared to act rashly, fearing that even the slightest movement could shatter this eerie tranquility and trigger a thrilling life-and-death struggle. A gentle breeze, like a tender hand, softly caressed their bodies. As the breeze swept by, their fur danced in the wind, resembling the swaying grass on the meadow. However, despite the serene and beautiful surroundings, a tense atmosphere still permeated the air, making it feel suffocating. The imposing red-scaled, saber-toothed tiger was filled with confusion and disbelief. It gazed at the seemingly fragile human before it, struggling to imagine what kind of courage allowed this person to face its majesty. At this moment, a strong killing intent surged within it, wishing to immediately tear this human to pieces to relieve its pent-up hatred. Yet for some reason, whenever it attempted to leap at the human, it was always restrained by the person's gaze. Those deep and sharp eyes revealed a chilling coldness that even the king of beasts, the red-scaled saber-toothed tiger, felt a hint of fear. In the world of felines, eye contact often signifies the most direct and intense provocation. In this silent standoff, the more powerful side usually gained the upper hand and achieved ultimate victory. Yet now, the saber-toothed tiger surprisingly sensed a chilling aura from the eyes of this tiny human, which left it both surprised and bewildered. However, this vast and open grassland was the territory of the red-scaled saber-toothed tiger, a symbol of its dominance. As the ruler of this land, how could it easily relinquish its claim? Even when faced with a powerful enemy, it vowed to defend its dignity and glory to the death. Meanwhile, Wu He, who was watching from the side, had observed the two locked in a stalemate for 2 to 3 minutes. As the sky began to darken, he realized that if no action was taken soon, the situation would become even more complex after nightfall. With this in mind, Wu He decided not to wait idly any longer. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of a stone the size of a fist at his feet. He bent down, picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. The stone was roughly about a pound, and its heavy feel sparked an idea in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he quickly gathered the powerful soul power within him into his right hand. Suddenly, the muscles in Wu He's right arm tensed, veins bulging like thick snakes coiling around it. With a powerful flick, the stone transformed into a flash of lightning, shooting out at incredible speed toward the red-scaled saber-toothed tiger. Faced with this sudden attack, the saber-toothed tiger reacted with extreme agility. Almost the instant the stone flew out, it sensed the approaching danger. Its sharp eyes locked onto the rapidly approaching stone, and without hesitation, it made a defensive move, leaping backward. However, the saber-toothed tiger's abrupt action not only failed to make the big guy realize that the danger had passed, but also frightened him greatly. From the perspective of the big guy, he saw the enormous saber-toothed tiger suddenly assume an attacking posture, prompting him to instinctively adopt a defensive stance, fully concentrated and preparing for the potential attack. But just a moment later, the big guy realized something seemed off. It turned out that the saber-toothed tiger was not attacking him, but was instead trying to evade the stone flying like a cannonball. Once he understood this, his previously tense emotions relaxed, but at the same time, a golden opportunity presented itself before him. In a flash, the big guy moved swiftly like a gust of wind, closing in on the red-scaled, saber-toothed tiger. Then, he swung a fist with all his might, striking hard at the relatively vulnerable abdomen of the saber-toothed tiger. Despite being nearly 2 meters tall compared to the 3 to 4 meter tall saber-toothed tiger, the big guy seemed like an insignificant little ant. Yet at that moment, the power behind his full-force strike was not to be underestimated. Unexpectedly, this man, perceived as a little ant, had a rugged and unrefined appearance, making it hard to associate him with cunning individuals. However, once he entered combat mode, his performance was entirely different, showcasing an extremely cunning fighting style. Just moments ago, he had swung his fist violently, smashing into the saber-toothed tiger's abdomen. On the surface, this strike seemed ordinary, without anything particularly special. But the moment he retracted his fist, a shocking scene unfolded. 3 wounds appeared on the saber-toothed tiger's abdomen, slowly oozing blood, as if pierced by 3 invisible blades. This sudden turn of events left Wu He, who was watching from the side, utterly astonished. He had never thought that this seemingly foolish and clumsy guy possessed such exceptional combat talent. It's important to note that delivering a fatal blow to the enemy in such a clever and concealed manner is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Further observation revealed that this big guy's martial soul was the soul of the undead white tiger. After merging with his martial soul, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His fierce and intimidating face was now shrouded in a sinister aura, sending chills down one's spine. This sense of cold cruelty emanating from within was one of the unique characteristics of the soul of the undead white tiger. However, relying solely on the power of the martial soul was clearly not enough. If he could gain the enhancement of a powerful soul ring, the power behind his attacks would surely reach new heights. At that point, each of his moves would not only inflict physical damage on his opponent, but would also penetrate their soul defenses, delivering devastating blows that were hard to withstand. Additionally, these attacks could potentially leave his opponent in a brief state of dizziness or silence, causing them to lose their ability to retaliate at critical moments, thus securing victory. Moreover, in terms of physique, he had undergone a complete transformation. His once relatively normal build had become increasingly robust and muscular, resembling a moving small hill. However, what was most striking was not just his massive body, but the astonishing secret contained within his fists. His fists seemed to have been granted mysterious powers, capable of sprouting sharp bone spikes at critical moments. These bone spikes glimmered with cold light, instilling fear in anyone who saw them. Upon closer inspection, 3 bone spikes protruded from each fist, long and hard like the razor-sharp claws of a feline. Even more astonishing was that these 3 bone spikes could freely extend and retract on his palms. Because of this, the punch he had just thrown took everyone by surprise. Originally, for the thick-skinned and ferocious saber-toothed tiger, the attack would have barely tickled. But who would have thought that at the moment his fist made contact with the saber-toothed tiger's body, those 3 bone spikes would suddenly spring out, piercing deep into the saber-toothed tiger's body with lightning speed? In an instant, what had seemed like an inconsequential strike left 3 shocking blood holes in the saber-toothed tiger. This time, it is no longer just a simple flesh wound, but has directly caused serious internal injuries. Chapter 191. Soul Skill Frenzy. At the moment when the saber-toothed tiger was pierced through its body, it let out a shrill and painful howl, echoing through the entire valley. At the same time, its eyes, which had been filled with gloomy fear towards the big fool, underwent a remarkable change. The fear disappeared without a trace, replaced by a resolute and fierce determination, as if it had made up its mind to completely tear apart the enemy before it. The saber-toothed tiger staggered backward, but showed no hesitation or retreat. With a sudden burst of power from its hind legs, it lunged towards the big fool like a bolt of lightning. However, that seemingly foolish big fool displayed extraordinary wit and keen combat awareness once he entered battle mode. When he saw the massive saber-toothed tiger charging at him, his body instinctively reacted. He quickly slid forward and executed a beautiful sliding tackle, bringing his body close to the ground. At the same time, he raised his hands high, and at the moment the giant tiger pounced down, the hidden bone spikes in his hands suddenly extended, glinting ominously. With a sharp hiss, those incredibly sharp bone spikes effortlessly sliced through the tiger's soft belly. In an instant, the resilient belly was torn apart like paper, revealing several deep gashes. Blood gushed from the wounds, staining the ground around. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Internal organs from the tiger's belly fell out, mixed with blood and shattered tissues, scattering everywhere. The severely wounded, saber-toothed tiger swayed unsteadily, clearly unable to maintain its balance. Its strength was rapidly fading, and its life force flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yet even so, it refused to give up, still maintaining a fierce and menacing appearance. It gritted its teeth, using its last ounce of strength to aim its sharp fangs at the big fool, preparing to launch a final deadly attack. In that fleeting moment, the saber-toothed tiger's body suddenly erupted with a blazing red aura. The intense heat seemed capable of igniting the surrounding air, and in the blink of an eye, this once mighty beast transformed into a surging flame, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Despite knowing that the saber-toothed tiger in front of him was already at the end of its tether, desperately struggling. The big fool suddenly felt an indescribable heavy pressure descend upon him, as if a mountain were pressing down on a fragile egg, causing his strong hind legs to involuntarily take a small step back. It was precisely in this brief moment of distraction that the saber-toothed tiger, like a flash of lightning, launched its attack. Its speed was astonishing, almost unbelievable, for a beast that was severely injured and on the brink of death. The sharp tiger claws, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck down towards the big fool with overwhelming force. The poor big fool had no time to react at all and took the full brunt of this thunderous hit. With a loud bang, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. After tracing a long arc through the air, he crashed heavily into a towering tree, the immense impact causing the tree to shake violently, with countless leaves fluttering down. When everything finally settled, the big fool felt as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart. The pain was unbearable. However, astonishingly, despite the excruciating pain, he did not perceive any substantial injuries to his body. It turned out that at the moment he was sent flying by the saber-toothed tiger, a powerful soul force hidden within him surged forth in an extremely mysterious way, evenly covering the surface of his body to form a thin shield of soul power. It was this seemingly fragile, yet incredibly tough soul power membrane that successfully helped him dissipate most of the terrifying force from the saber-toothed tiger's fierce attack. Just as the big fool managed to regain his composure, rubbing his fists together and preparing for another fierce battle with the saber-toothed tiger, an unexpected scene occurred. The once imposing and fierce saber-toothed tiger suddenly seemed to have all its strength drained away, the roaring flames on its body vanishing without a trace in an instant. Not only that, but even its massive limbs seemed to lose all power, collapsing weakly to the ground. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger was on the brink of death, with only a faint breath left to cling to life. The onlookers, who had been closely observing the battle, all breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this sudden turn of events. They quickly emerged from their hiding spots in the woods, clapping in unison. At this time, Wu stepped forward, smiling as he said to the big fool, "Well done. In fact, during the earlier clash, you had already dealt a heavy blow to this saber-toothed tiger. The reason it is still barely holding on now is purely out of a desperate fight, hoping to drag you down with it. But fortunately, not only have you come out unscathed, but you have also exhausted its last bit of strength." With just a few words, Wu clearly analyzed the saber-toothed tiger's series of psychological activities and motivations. The big fool nodded, as if understanding, while scratching his large head. Wu continued, "All right, no time to waste. Take this opportunity to finish it off quickly. Next, let me teach you how to absorb this precious soul ring." Hearing this, the big fool responded without hesitation. "All right." With that, he suddenly swung his fist, and a sharp bone spike protruded from his fist, piercing towards the saber-toothed tiger's head with lightning speed. A dull sound echoed as the bone spike easily penetrated the saber-toothed tiger's hard skull. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and a mysterious purple soul ring slowly floated up from the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. The faint purple soul ring glimmered like a mysterious gem in the night sky, exuding an alluring aura that made one drool. When it appeared before everyone, all eyes were firmly drawn to it, their throats involuntarily swallowing, as if they were about to drool at any moment. It should be noted that for them in the past, obtaining such a precious purple soul ring would have required sacrificing at least 5 or 6 lives. Every battle with a powerful soul beast was a nightmare filled with blood and gore. Only through countless bloody battles and brutal sacrifices could such rare trophies be obtained. However, this purple soul ring was not only rare, but also contained energy far beyond that of an ordinary yellow soul ring. Once absorbed and digested, the power boost it provided would be extraordinary. Just imagining the immense energy surging into one's body, instantly opening up meridians and expanding the dantian, was enough to make one's blood boil. He quickly signaled the big fool beside him to sit down and take a deep breath to adjust his state. Immediately after, the big guy let out a light shout, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a dazzling light flashed, revealing his martial soul. He then focused his mind and summoned all the soul power from his body, which surged continuously from his martial soul. This soul power moved like agile serpents, winding its way through the air, heading straight for the purple soul ring. In the blink of an eye, the two successfully completed the precise connection of soul power. After the connection, he pulled hard with both hands. The purple soul ring, originally floating in the air, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly moving closer to the big guy. Finally, accompanied by a burst of dazzling light. The purple soul ring merged into the big guy's body. The pain of absorbing a soul ring of a higher level was definitely not to be underestimated. However, for the sake of pursuing greater power, what was a little pain worth? Fortunately, due to the exceptionally strong constitution of this group of people, even when absorbing a higher level soul ring, it only caused pain for about 10 seconds before the absorption was completed. Half an hour later, the big guy had his eyes tightly closed and his mouth slightly open, suddenly letting out a stream of turbid air. As this turbid air dissipated, the light that had been surrounding him gradually contracted, and thus, the absorption of the soul ring was finally completed. The group of anxious brothers waiting on the side immediately rushed forward to surround the big guy. Their faces were filled with curiosity and anticipation as they eagerly asked the big guy, "How is it? What's it like to enjoy an entire soul ring by yourself? Hurry and tell us." However, at that moment, the big guy did not eagerly share his inner joy as everyone had expected. Instead, he was anxiously scanning the crowd for something, quickly locking onto Wu He and striding towards him. Standing in front of Wu He, the big guy asked sincerely and a bit nervously, "Brother Wu, I have successfully absorbed the soul ring. Just now, during the absorption, I felt like my martial soul underwent some changes. And now it seems like my martial soul has gained a new skill. Could this be the legendary soul skill?" After saying this, the big guy looked at Wu He with hopeful eyes, quietly waiting for his response. Wu He smiled and nodded, confidently telling the big guy, "That's right, that feeling is indeed a characteristic of a soul skill appearing. Congratulations, you've quickly mastered your first soul skill." Upon hearing this, the big guy was initially stunned, then he couldn't contain his excitement and joy, dancing around like a child. Next, he eagerly ran to a relatively open area not far away, took a deep breath, and focused his mind to summon the soul power within him. In an instant, a purple light ring emerged and swiftly and accurately attached itself to the martial soul tightly held in his hand. The first soul skill, Frenzy, with the effect of increasing all attributes by 1,000 for 30 seconds. And with each attack, there is a 50 chance to put the opponent into a state of confusion. Confusion state, indistinguishable between friend and foe. Chapter 192. A dullard at that moment, everyone saw the burly fool unhesitatingly unleash his first soul skill, Rage. In an instant, a powerful soul force surged from his body, enveloping him completely. Along with the turbulence of the soul power, the already tall and strong fool seemed to swell even more, growing a full circle larger. If his martial soul were not in a possessed state, and if he did not exhibit the unique characteristics of the undead white tiger, anyone who saw him would likely mistake him for a giant gorilla. Captain, come over quickly and punch me hard to try." The fool excitedly pounded his broad and solid chest while shouting loudly. At this moment, he felt as if he possessed endless strength, his entire body filled with explosive power. His muscles as hard as iron, and his powerful soul shield made him firmly believe that his defense had reached an astonishing level. His overwhelming confidence was simply laughable. Aker stood quietly to the side, watching this childlike and impulsive fool, his face revealing a trace of helplessness and speechlessness. He found it hard to understand the fool's eagerness to show off his strength and seek challenges. At that moment, Wu He slowly walked up to Aker and quietly asked, "This lively fellow is really interesting. What is his name?" It turned out that, after all this time, Wu He still did not know the fool's name. However, through his observations, he found that although the fool seemed silly, he was quite obedient and well-behaved. Moreover, not only was his physical condition outstanding, strong as a small hill, but his battle awareness was also extraordinarily keen, making him a rare fierce warrior. Wu He's heart, known for cherishing talent, began to beat slightly for this person before him. Someone introduced, his name is a dullard. He does things and talks without thinking at all. As for what he was called before, I've completely forgotten. Anyway, we all call him a dullard, and over time, even he has come to believe that his name is a dullard. After hearing this explanation, Wu He couldn't help but feel speechless, a black line appearing on his forehead. He never imagined that the naming conventions in this tribe could be so casual and capricious. Then there was that guy named Aker. The origin of his name was similarly straightforward. He always steadfastly executed the orders given by the leader, never giving up halfway, and always charged forward on a single path. Even if he hit a wall, he would not turn back. Thus, the name Aker was born. However, for some reason, despite these people's behaviors seeming quite casual, even a bit selfish and combative, Wu He felt an inexplicable fondness for this place. Perhaps it was because, although the people here had their small flaws and shortcomings, their essence was incredibly simple and unpretentious. After watching this group of people make a ruckus for a while, Wu He thought that he could no longer let them continue. They needed to focus on serious matters. Therefore, he decisively called everyone together and shouted, "All right, everyone stop messing around. Focus and clean up the corpse of that scarlet saber-toothed tiger properly." With a desire and pursuit for strength in their hearts, they resolutely embarked on a journey to find other soul beasts. After all, for this large team consisting of more than a dozen members to become stronger, each person at least needed to possess the strength of one ring. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, a day had already gone by. During this short yet fulfilling day, the hunting efforts of the dozen or so people yielded fruitful results. They not only basically completed their respective goals, but also fortunately captured some young soul beasts. These cute little creatures would be raised artificially, becoming an important resource for the team's future growth. After a hard day's work, the entire hunting team finally reached a milestone moment where everyone had at least the strength of one ring. However, among this group of brave warriors, there are also a few extraordinarily lucky ones. With their excellent combat skills and keen insight, they successfully hunted soul beasts that matched their compatibility, thereby elevating their cultivation to the realm of 2 rings. Among them were naturally a dullard and Aker, the 2 fearless partners. Additionally, there were the 2 auxiliary guards whom Wu He had his eye on and brought under his wing. Notably, although one was a support-type soul master and the other a food-type soul master in a strict sense, interestingly, both possessed plant martial souls. One was a sunflower, radiant like the sun, while the other was a coconut. The sunflower martial soul had soul skills that were all area of effect skills. When sunlight poured down, the range of its soul skills could extend up to 50 meters. However, once night fell, this range would suddenly shrink to only 10 meters. Fortunately, as their cultivation continued to advance and improve, the area they could cover would gradually expand. At this stage, the main effect of these soul skills was to significantly enhance strength and greatly increase speed. As for the coconut martial soul, it was relatively easier to understand. It had a unique ability, summoning coconuts by reciting specific incantations. Currently, this martial soul had developed 2 soul skills, but they produced 4 distinctly different effects. The reason was simple. Coconuts are naturally divided into 2 important parts, coconut water and coconut meat. Among them, the first soul skill had a miraculous effect of recovering stamina, while the second soul skill focused on recovering soul power. Interestingly, the coconut water provided a continuous recovery effect, while the coconut meat offered a single powerful recovery effect. Not only that, but these 2 effects could be applied simultaneously to the same person or effectively assist 2 different individuals. However, Wu He not only provided these 2 with valuable advice, but also elaborated on the reasons and potential benefits. He looked earnestly at the 2 and said, "With the sunflower martial soul, should aim for soul beasts that possess penetrating abilities or can enhance attack speed during the next hunt. You see, mature sunflowers hide countless sunflower seeds. Once you acquire a soul skill with penetrating attributes or one that increases attack speed, the sunflower martial soul will no longer be limited to supportive functions. It will transform into a sharp, offensive weapon." Then, Wu He turned to the other team member and continued his analysis. "As for the coconut martial soul, I suggest that in your next soul hunting operation, you focus on finding soul beasts that can control gravity or are incredibly hard. This way, the coconut shell can become as hard as a rock, granting you a certain degree of lethality and excellent defensive capabilities. Imagine, when enemies face such a solid coconut shell, their attacks will likely be in vain." Of course, for the other members of the hunting team, Wu He also held nothing back, providing unique and precise insights based on each person's martial soul characteristics and advantages. These suggestions were like bright lamps, illuminating the path for the team members and giving everyone a clear direction and strategy for their future adventures. Chapter 193. Holy Power. Everyone could be said to return with their hands full, with bountiful gains, and the results of this hunting expedition were truly astonishing. It should be noted that in the entire 2 years prior, they had never captured so many prey. The best achievement in the past had only been hunting a wild boar spirit beast with 100 years of cultivation, along with a dozen or so rabbit spirit beasts that were about 10 years old. If luck favored them, they might even catch a dozen wild chicken spirit beasts that had experienced over 10 springs and autumns. However, never had there been an outing as glorious as this one led by Wu He. The sight was truly remarkable. Everyone was carrying either a majestic tiger or a powerful lion, and even the least impressive were two robust zebra spirit beasts. This scene really echoed that saying, like a small knife pulling at a butt. It opened people's eyes wide to celebrate the return of these brave warriors. The tribal leader specially hosted a grand bonfire feast. However, due to the sheer abundance of prey obtained this time, it was impossible to enjoy it all in a short period. Therefore, everyone indulged in the joy and satisfaction brought by this feast, drinking heartily and feasting to their heart's content. Of course, with such indulgence, some people inevitably became tipsy from excessive drinking, but even so, everyone still wore happy and joyful smiles on their faces. At this moment, a DUI's usually honest and simple face was covered with a heavy flush, resembling a ripe apple. His legs seemed to lose control, swaying and stumbling like a child just learning to walk. Surprisingly, a DUI himself seemed unaware of how he made his way to the tribal leader. "Grandfather, I want to challenge you." A DUI suddenly shouted loudly. His voice was like a thunderclap breaking the sky, instantly silencing the noisy crowd that had been as boisterous as a market. Everyone froze in place. As if under a spell, their gazes fixed on a DUI and the tribal leader. Even the tribal leader, who had just been surrounded by young girls and laughing excitedly, abruptly stopped smiling and quieted down upon hearing this. He silently raised his wine cup, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go, then leisurely placed the cup back on the table. The whole action was smooth and fluid. However, despite this, no one dared to interrupt this imposing leader. The tribal leader's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at the now drunken DUI. Those eyes seemed capable of piercing through one's soul, uncovering all secrets and truths. Under such an oppressive gaze, a DUI showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he stared back at the leader with a dazed yet determined look. The tribal leader slowly set down his wine cup and spoke. "A DUI, you must be drunk. I can pretend you didn't just say that. Quickly sit back down and continue gnawing on your pig leg." After finishing, the leader waved to a subordinate standing nearby, signaling him to hurry and bring a delicious, juicy pig leg to a DUI. Yet a DUI stood there like a mountain, unmoved by the surrounding persuasion. His originally fair face was now tinged with a rosy hue, but his bright eyes shone with unwavering determination. He pouted slightly and said in a spoiled tone, "I don't want to, grandfather, I must challenge you." His voice was clear and pleasant, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. At this moment, Wu Hee was sitting nearby, leisurely sipping the tribe's special wine. Although the alcohol content wasn't too high, it added up, and after such a round of drinking, even Wu Hee, who had a good capacity for alcohol, felt a bit tipsy. He leaned slightly against Che and, with a hint of drunken curiosity, asked, "What is going on here? I really don't understand your tribe's rules." Che, hearing this, glanced at Wu Hee with a somewhat tipsy expression and then slowly explained. "A DUI is actually the biological son of our leader. According to the traditions passed down in our tribe, if the leader's son or the strongest of the new generation wants to prove their strength, they have the right to challenge the current leader." After saying this, Che seemed to suddenly remember something and raised his wine cup, taking a large gulp. As the alcohol went down, he couldn't help but laugh at himself, sigh. "Look at a DUI, then think about myself. I really don't have his courage. If he succeeds in the challenge, he would naturally become the new leader, wielding great power and authority. But if he fails, even as the leader's son, he would lose all rights and status associated with being the leader's son and would forever lose the precious opportunity to challenge again. However, if a strong member of the new generation participates in this challenge and loses, the only outcome awaiting them is death." Upon hearing this, Che's expression became serious. He silently picked up his wine cup and downed it in one go, as if trying to drown the unease rising within him. Beside him, Wu Hee looked astonished, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. He silently pondered. Indeed, the prince has an innate advantage that ordinary people cannot reach. But even so, for the strongest of the new generation, such rules are truly too cruel and merciless. Thinking of this, Wu Hee couldn't help but shake his head slightly, a hint of regret appearing on his face. At this moment, the leader seemed to completely disregard a DUI, continuing to drink his wine, oblivious to everything happening around him. Seeing this, a DUI, who was already somewhat drunk, could no longer contain his anger and began to make a scene. He unsteadily stood up and staggered toward the open space outside the village. Upon reaching the open area, a DUI let out a hoarse roar toward the sky, venting all his dissatisfaction and resentment. Next, an astonishing scene occurred. with a furious roar that echoed through the heavens. A Dui's spirit beast, the white tiger of the dead, suddenly burst forth from his body, rapidly infusing itself into him. Simultaneously, a Dui's body began to swell like a balloon, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. The most eye-catching feature was the new circle of dazzling adornment on his forehead, shining with a mysterious and brilliant light. Every member of the hunting team knew that this was a Dui's mastery of two powerful soul techniques. One was called Fury, and the other was known as Holy Power. This Holy Power soul technique was truly astonishing. When a Dui executed it in a fierce battle, he could summon 3 mighty white tiger spirits to assist in combat. However, it should be noted that each white tiger spirit only possessed 10% of the combat power of its summoner, a Dui. Not only that, but these undead white tigers can only exist on the battlefield for a brief 30 seconds. However, it is worth looking forward to that as Adai's own cultivation continues to improve each time his soul power level increases by 1 rank. An additional undead white tiger will be available for summoning to join the battle. Moreover, with each newly summoned tiger, their combat power will also increase by 10%, and the duration of their presence on the battlefield will be extended by a full 5 seconds. Chapter 194. The rampaging tribe leader. When a Dui's furious and angry roar echoed throughout the tribe, a wave of indescribable pain surged within his father, the tribe leader. Although this leader often portrayed himself as bold and carefree in front of others, even teasing the single women of the tribe from time to time, it was merely a facade. In reality, the tribe leader was an extremely traditional and conservative man. Despite the large number of women in the tribe, he had never crossed any boundaries. He appeared rough and free-spirited, yet deep inside, he was incredibly devoted and loving. This devotion was entirely focused on his only son, Adui. Unfortunately, fate was cruel when Adui was still very young. His mother tragically fell victim to a vicious soul beast attack from the wilderness and was mercilessly taken away by the beast. From that moment on, the tribe leader swore he would never take another wife or concubine. Over the years, he kept this promise, raising Adui alone. However, now Adui had challenged him. According to the long-standing regulations of the tribe, if the leader accepted this challenge, he had to go all out without holding back. Because if Adui were to lose, according to the rules, he would never again have the right to challenge his father in his lifetime. From the leader's personal perspective, if one day he were to meet with misfortune or grow too old and weak to continue leading the tribe, it was quite possible that the tribe would fall into a tragic situation due to a lack of suitable leadership. Upon considering this, the tribe leader felt a deep sense of worry and helplessness. As a result, since Adui turned 16, he had mustered the courage to challenge his father once or twice a year. Yet, in response to Adui's repeated provocations, the leader always found various reasons to dissuade and advise him. Not only that, but he also explained to the tribe members that this was merely a joke from Adui. As time quietly passed day by day, the people of the tribe gradually became tacitly aware of the situation. They all clearly understood that Adui was not truly joking, but Adui, true to his name, was too straightforward and did not understand the need for flexibility. Whenever he was refused, he would charge straight onto the stage, raging and roaring alone, as if he wanted to vent all the intense frustration within him. Every time the leader witnessed this, it felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. However, today, when he looked at Adui again, he found that the person before him was entirely different from the past. To be precise, what he was seeing was Adui after completing the spirit possession. At this moment, Adui was covered in dense fur like that of a tiger, and his body had grown a hard exoskeleton extending outward. From a distance, he looked like a living, fierce beast. More importantly, Adui had unhesitatingly unleashed his 2 soul skills. Although there was no clear target for attack at that moment, Adui still released his soul skills completely. His originally normal-sized form had now become as gigantic as a mountain, leaving onlookers in awe. Beside him stood 3 undead white tigers. Each of these white tigers was enormous and exceptionally fierce, exuding a chilling aura, as if they were messengers from the underworld. In terms of both size and appearance, these 3 undead white tigers undoubtedly possessed the powerful presence and fierce looks that only 1,000-year-old beasts had, making anyone who glanced at them feel a shiver down their spine. Upon witnessing such a frightening scene, the leader was instantly stunned as if struck by lightning. However, it must be said that this leader had weathered many storms over the years and was no longer young. His experience and knowledge were quite extraordinary. allowing him to accept various strange occurrences more readily than others. Although he was shocked, he quickly regained his composure and swiftly grabbed a member of the hunting team. "Quickly tell me, why has our DUI changed to this extent?" The leader shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage and despair. He simply could not understand how his well-behaved and sensible son had transformed overnight into this terrifying figure. At that moment, the hunting team member seized by the leader had already drunk too much and was inebriated, unable to think clearly. Suddenly subjected to such rough treatment, he could not come to his senses. Under the influence of alcohol, his body seemed to lose control, and the hidden spirit within him unleashed itself like a wild horse breaking free. It is known that a spirit, as part of a soul master's body, can indeed go out of control under certain special circumstances. Especially when some soul masters drink excessively, they often let their spirits run wild, using the intoxication to vent their emotions or display their strength, what people commonly refer to as drunken antics. However, the leader was quite lucky. The person he had grabbed happened to be one of the carefully selected guards chosen by Wu He. This person's spirit was merely an ordinary coconut. Although this spirit seemed plain and unremarkable, if wielded as a weapon by a drunken person, its power should not be underestimated. After all, even the most ordinary coconut could become a weapon of harm when propelled by the brute strength of a drunkard. Sure enough, the drunken individual swung the coconut towards the leader with all his might. One hit, two hits. Although the sudden attack caught the leader slightly off guard at first, he quickly adapted to the rhythm of the drunken assault. The leader swiftly dodged and delivered a precise kick to the man, knocking him to the ground in an instant. Just then, the leader's gaze swept around, and he spotted Wu He, who was sitting around the campfire, feasting and drinking, only slightly intoxicated. In that moment, a flash of insight struck the leader like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly remembered that Wu He had returned with the hunting team today, and, throughout the journey, the members of the hunting team had treated Wu He with utmost respect, especially his son, who revered Wu He greatly. Initially, the leader had not paid much attention to these details, but now, reflecting on it, he realized there must be something suspicious about it. Therefore, he did not hesitate to stride forward and rush to where Wu He was, grabbing his collar with a powerful hand. "Quickly explain to me, did you have a hand in my son's transformation into that monstrous state?" At that moment, the tribe leader was frantic, his face filled with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a lion on the verge of rampaging, instilling fear in others. Seeing his collar grabbed and himself lifted off the ground, Wu He's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly, "Let go." Upon hearing those two words, the tribe leader's eyes widened, disbelief and rage intertwining on his face. He trembled as he pointed at Wu He, his voice shaking with excitement. "Our tribe welcomed you with good intentions and joy, and the children of the tribe once saved your life. But why you treat my son this way?" At this moment, the leader was on the verge of anger and collapse, as if he would completely explode at any second. However, in the face of this situation, Wu He seemed to be oblivious, coldly repeating those two words, "Let go." Chapter 195. Some things can be inherited at this critical moment. The tribe leader, who had initially seemed calm, became extremely agitated due to the effects of alcohol. His face was flushed, his eyes bloodshot, and he kept mumbling some incoherent words. One hand tightly grasped Wu He, as if he wanted to crush him. The other hand was clenched into a fist, raised high, ready to smash into Wu He's face. From his fierce stance, it seemed he would not rest until Wu He was dead. The onlookers reacted differently. Some felt reluctant and wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but after weighing their own strength, they could only shake their heads helplessly and stand still, anxious. Others purely watched the spectacle with no intention of intervening, hiding afar and stretching their necks to witness the unfolding drama. However, among this crowd, Acre actually had enough ability to save Wu He, but for some reason, his heart, which should have been brave and fearless, felt tightly bound at this moment, making him hesitate and shrink back, ultimately falling into deep self-doubt and frustration. Nonetheless, Wu He was not the kind of person who would easily submit to others and let himself be manipulated. Just as the fist was about to come down, he suddenly waved his left hand, moving as fast as lightning. Immediately, a dazzling crystal stone appeared in his hand. The crystal was transparent and emitted a unique metallic luster. Just a glance made one feel it was extraordinary and its texture presumably very hard. Since you've lost your reason and basic thinking ability, let me help you regain your composure as a repayment for the help you once gave me. Wu He's expression was as cold as ice as he uttered these words. As soon as his voice fell, a loud call echoed. Snow Mastiff armor fusion. In an instant, a brilliant light shone, enveloping Wu He in a solid and magnificent Snow Mastiff armor, exuding a formidable aura that made one's heart race. At that moment, the tribe leader's fist, infused with immense power, came rushing toward Wu He's face like a storm. However, facing such a fierce attack, Wu He, in the state of Snow Mastiff armor, remained completely unperturbed. He swiftly raised his left hand and seemingly nonchalantly blocked it, firmly catching the full force of the tribe leader's punch. Not only that, but Wu He then gently pushed aside the leader's arm with ease. Following that, his right hand suddenly glowed with brilliant light, resembling a dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, striking with thunderous force into the tribe leader's abdomen. The power of this punch was so immense that the tribe leader was unable to react at all, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His body smashed through two solid railings before crashing heavily onto the ground outside the tribe, kicking up a cloud of dust. How about that? Is your mind a bit clearer now? If not, I don't mind making you suffer a bit more. Wu He looked at the tribe leader, lying motionless in the distance, and sneered. In reality, when a sharp pain spread throughout the tribe leader's body, his mind was already half clear. However, after being struck so fiercely by Wu He, he was not only not clear-headed, he had already fallen into a deep unconsciousness, completely unaware of his surroundings. Seeing the tribe leader being sent flying by the powerful strike, Adai, who had initially appeared somewhat dazed, suddenly focused his gaze, as if a lightning bolt had struck through his chaotic mind. Although Adai usually seemed dull and slow, at this moment, his instinctive concern for family surged to the forefront. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward like an arrow, moving so fast it was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he reached the tribe leader's side and carefully cradled him in his arms. However, the tribe leader was now deeply unconscious and completely unresponsive. Adai tightly embraced his father's heavy body, his heart filled with unbearable sorrow. He looked up to the sky and let out a heart-wrenching roar, a deafening cry that seemed to pierce the clouds, expressing his endless pain and anger to the world. Soon after, Adai's once clear eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins, giving him a chilling appearance. He gritted his teeth and, in a near-maddened scream, questioned, "Who killed my grandfather?" Wu He, standing nearby, felt a heavy weight in his heart as he witnessed all this. He thought to himself, "All right, it seems some things can indeed be inherited." Just then, Wu He suddenly noticed that, apart from the members of the hunting team, almost everyone around was pointing their fingers directly at him. In an instant, Adai, like an enraged beast, his eyes blazing with fire, lunged straight at Wu He. He had only one thought in his mind: to personally kill the enemy who had harmed his father. Meanwhile, several members of the hunting teams finally sobered up from their drunken state, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and tried to step forward to stop Adai. However, the powerful martial soul talent and extraordinary strength displayed by Adai left them in the dust, no matter how hard they tried. They could not hold back this young man bent on revenge. Wu He had no intention of indulging him, especially seeing Adai in this state. He knew very well that with Adai's current strength, he was more than capable of fighting back. Moreover, he had already made up his mind to take this opportunity to give this father-son duo a vivid lesson, teaching them that when it was time to remain calm, they must remain calm. It is well known that the Snow Mastiff armor belongs to the category of gold element armors, which are renowned for their killing and sharpness. From the perspective of a direct confrontation, apart from the extraordinarily defensive Black Rhino armor, the Snow Mastiff armor had little regard for other armors. Although the Snow Mastiff armor might be slightly inferior to the Black Rhino armor in pure defensive capability, its own defense was not weak. Furthermore, in a battle, what truly plays a decisive role is the combat capability itself. Adai charged in like a raging bull, clearly intending to engage Wu He in a contest of strength. However, facing the fiercely charging Adai, Wu He remained exceptionally calm and composed. He slightly shifted his body and then kicked, perfectly landing a strike on Adai's abdomen. The force of this kick was immense, sending Adai flying backward like a kite with a broken string. However, Adai's combat awareness was truly astonishing. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, his strong, steel-like body managed to withstand the impact of the kick. Not only that, but as his body flew backward, Adai quickly reacted and decisively summoned 3 massive and imposing undead white tigers, all of them pouncing toward Wu He with bared fangs and claws. Seeing the three ferocious, undead, white tigers charging in, Wu He remained completely unfazed. He waved his hands, instantly summoning two thunderhammers crackling with lightning. As he swung his arms, the two thunderhammers whistled through the air, crashing toward the two undead white tigers. With two loud bangs, the two undead white tigers that were struck instantly turned into clouds of smoke and vanished without a trace. The remaining undead white tiger sensed the danger and was about to turn to flee when Wu He caught up to it in a single step, delivering another hammer strike and easily taking it down. Chapter 196. Instant kill. Seeing his hard-earned summoned undead white tiger being effortlessly defeated by the enemy who killed his father, with just one blow taking it down completely, was a crushing blow for him. However, what was unexpected was that Adai did not show any sign of fear. On the contrary, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. At this moment, he was already drunk beyond belief, but the alcohol did not cloud his mind. Instead, it fueled his rage. Adai roared to the sky in fury, his voice deafening as if it could break through the clouds. At the same time, a bizarre dark green flame erupted from his body, swirling around him like agile, poisonous snakes, twisting and leaping. Standing not far away, Wu immediately recognized the situation and couldn't help but marvel. Wow, this guy's bloodline is extraordinary. I didn't expect him to even awaken the underworld flames. Recalling how Adai awakened his martial soul, there had been no sign of such flames at that time. Nevertheless, Adai's martial soul was closely linked to the undead, and it was well known that there were countless connections between the undead and the underworld. No one could have predicted that at this moment, Adai could inadvertently summon this mysterious underworld fire. This fire was peculiar. It did not bring any burning sensation. Once any object was touched by this flame, its surface would instantly freeze, but the soul hidden within would suffer an unimaginable burning pain, a suffering that was beyond description. It should be noted that this underworld fire was no ordinary flame. Its most terrifying aspect was that its primary target was the opponent's soul. Once struck by the underworld fire, the pain the soul endured was unimaginable. Fortunately, at this moment, the underworld fire enveloping Adai was merely a faint layer, far from being controllable at will. On the contrary, this layer of underworld fire seemed more like a protective flame, although it looked somewhat eerie. It did not appear to have much offensive capability. After Adai roared, he charged straight at Wu He like a frenzied wild bull. He disregarded all obstacles around him. With only the enemy in his eyes, his momentum of moving forward without hesitation was striking. Faced with such a fierce attack, Wu He naturally would not sit idle. But he knew very well that he absolutely could not let the underworld fire burn his soul, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Wu He quickly formulated a counter-strategy. He just needed to knock Adai out. Just then, Wu He suddenly remembered that the 5-element armor they were wearing had a very practical universal chat skill. In a current tense situation, this skill happened to come in handy. With Wu He shouting meditation seal, a mysterious power was instantly released from his hands. At this moment, the charging Adai was only a body length away from Wu He, about to collide head-on. However, in that instant, it felt as if the entire world's time was firmly grasped by an invisible hand, suddenly coming to a halt. Wu He, however, moved as if strolling leisurely, stepping lightly towards Adai with a calm demeanor. He held a small and exquisite hammer in his hand, swinging it seemingly casually, but the power and technique contained within were beyond the reach of ordinary people. When Wu He silently approached Adai from behind, the small hammer in his hand struck out like lightning, using an extremely clever method of force, accurately hitting Adai at the back of the neck. This blow seemed gentle and weak, yet concealed a profound mystery, the force just right. In the next second, time resumed flowing like a thawed river. However, everyone present remained frozen in the moment when Adai charged like a fierce tiger, about to collide head-on with Wu He. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening, their faces filled with shock. Unbeknownst to them, Wu He had quietly appeared behind Adai, as if he could traverse time and space. At that moment, Adai suddenly seemed to suffer a fatal blow, his eyes rolling back, and the powerful martial soul that had surrounded him vanished in an instant. Then, his body lost support, toppling forward like a felled tree, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Adai lay there lifeless, motionless, as if his life had been taken away in an instant. This scene was so bizarre that it sent chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, Wu He leisurely removed his armor, his movements fluid and natural, as if everything he had just done was merely a trivial task. He casually picked up a clean cloth from the side and gently wiped his hands, then slowly said, "All right, the bonfire party ends here for tonight. Everyone head home, rest early, and conserve energy. There are more exciting things awaiting us tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. People exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence, filled with awe for the terrifying power Wu he had just displayed. What had just transpired left everyone present dumbfounded and horrified. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Wails echoed. Yet no one could confirm whether the leader and Adai were alive or dead at that moment. Nonetheless, everyone hesitated for only a second before unhesitatingly following Wu He's orders, quickly preparing to go home. After all, in such a terrifying and chaotic situation, any delay could bring unexpected danger. However, just as everyone was getting up, Wu He suddenly shouted, "Members of the hunting team, stay." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, instantly silencing the previously noisy scene. Each person's heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, involuntarily trembling. The voice seemed to come from the king of the underworld, calling names, making one shiver. Wu He casually threw the dirty cloth aside, then quickly picked up a perfectly roasted, tantalizing-smelling beef leg from the crackling bonfire. He skillfully sprinkled various seasonings on the beef leg, then, as if no one else mattered, took it back to his room, completely disregarding the situation outside. Watching Wu He's figure disappear behind the door, the hunting team members finally sighed in relief. The previous thrilling fight had been so terrifying that it had completely sobered them up. At this moment, all they hoped for was that this nightmare would end soon. Especially the last scene was truly shocking and incomprehensible. Everyone present had been fixated on the fierce battle between Wu He and Adai, yet in the blink of an eye, no one could see how Wu He struck Adai down. They only saw Adai suddenly roll his eyes back, his body collapsing as if losing support. And this sudden turn of events plunged the whole place into silence. Even Archer, who possessed dimensional abilities and was well-informed, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment, his face filled with shock. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what had just happened. At that moment, a bold and astonishing thought quietly took root and quickly spread in Archer's mind. The shock brought by this thought even surpassed his long-standing desire to challenge the leader's authority. However, the more urgent task before them was to quickly escort the injured and unconscious leader and the fallen Adai back to their residence, and to carefully examine the current condition of the two. Thus, with everyone working together, they extended their hands to swiftly transport the tribal leader and Adai back to their dwelling at lightning speed. During the return journey, everyone was anxious, each using their utmost efforts and employing what they deemed appropriate and effective methods to check for any signs of life in the two. Some gently slapped their cheeks in an attempt to awaken their consciousness. Some nervously reached out to feel their breath by checking their nostrils. Others carefully touched their pulses to confirm whether their heartbeats were still steady and strong. Chapter 197. Apprenticeship, Seeking Awakening in the Early Morning. As the eastern horizon just began to show a hint of gray, a strand of golden light eagerly penetrated through the gaps and holes of the dilapidated thatched house. It seemed to possess its own unique will, gently and irregularly spilling into the face of the sleeping person inside, the one known as Wu He. Wu He slowly awoke, still a bit dazed when he opened his eyes, but soon his consciousness became clearer. He moved slightly, and the so-called bed beneath him creaked loudly. To be honest, the bedding in this thatched house was exceedingly simple, merely a pile of dry straw. If not for the slight softness of the straw, Wu He would have felt as if he were sleeping on a hard ship's deck, with no comfort to speak of. However, as he looked around at the drafty, bare thatched house, he understood in his heart that finding such a barely adequate place to stay in this barren and impoverished land was already fortunate. After all, being new to this unfamiliar place, it was unrealistic to ask for too much. Wu He then shifted his gaze to the ground beside him, where several leftover bones from yesterday's meal were scattered. He instinctively reached for his flat stomach, feeling an increasing hunger. There was no choice. He couldn't just wait around with an empty stomach. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to sit up from the bed, preparing to go outside to see if he could find something to eat, though he knew well that in such a backward and poor tribe, people usually only had 1 or 2 meals a day, and sometimes might not eat at all. Wu He couldn't help but fantasize about a hearty and delicious breakfast waiting for him. Just as he was pondering what breakfast might look like, he slowly walked toward the door. As his hand rested on the latch, ready to push it open, he suddenly heard a faint sound from outside. Curious, he quickened his movements. When the door swung open, he was momentarily taken aback. Kneeling outside were two people, one of whom was Aker, whom he had just met yesterday, and the other was the tribe's leader. If there had been only one person present, the figure that would first come to Wu Hi's mind would undoubtedly be that of the tribe's leader. Furthermore, he could roughly guess what the leader intended to do next. However, what surprised Wu Hi was that at this moment, Aker was also kneeling respectfully at his door. Aker earnestly said, "Brother Wu, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river. I sincerely request you to take me as your disciple. I hope you'll grant this." As he spoke, Aker somehow produced a salted fish about 20 to 30 centimeters long from somewhere on his body, and carefully presented it with both hands before Wu Hi. This sudden scene left Wu Hi feeling somewhat bewildered, thinking to himself, what on earth is going on here? However, to be fair, offering a salted fish as an apprenticeship gift was already considered a high standard and sincere gesture in this tribe. Despite his confusion and feeling at a loss, Wu Hi didn't hesitate to accept the salted fish, as he thought it would be too embarrassing to refuse such a precious gift. After all, since Aker had presented such a valuable offering, rejecting it outright would be quite disrespectful. After taking the salted fish out of curiosity, Wu Hi instinctively brought it to his mouth and took a gentle bite. To his surprise, the fish was as hard as wood, unlike any ordinary fish. Wu Hi immediately realized that this salted fish was extraordinary. He carefully placed the salted fish down, then slowly turned his head to the tribe leader, who had been standing silently beside him. "Brother, please rise. I truly cannot bear such a grand gift." Wu Hi quickly extended his hands, intending to help the man up. The tribe leader quickly stood up with an apologetic expression on his face, saying, "Little Wu, I'm truly sorry. Last night, I drank too much and lost control. Afterward, I specifically asked others about the situation at that time, and I realized it was entirely my fault." His expression was very sincere, and his attitude was so earnest that it was impossible to find any fault in it. Wu Hi was about to say something like, "It's okay. I've already forgiven you," but the tribe leader immediately continued, "Little Wu, could you possibly help me awaken that thing called a martial soul?" Upon hearing this, Wu Hi's face instantly revealed an expression of "I knew it." There was no attempt to hide his feelings, displaying them openly. However, as often happens in life, the easier it is to obtain something, the less people tend to cherish it. Wu Hi understood the reasoning behind the tribe leader's request, and thus had to rack his brain for various excuses and reasons to firmly refuse. However, at that moment, the tribe leader said something that left Wu Hi feeling flustered and unsure how to refuse. "If you can help me awaken my martial soul, I would be willing to lead the entire village, young and old, to serve under you. From now on, you will be my supreme master." The sudden title of supreme master made Wu Hi feel puzzled, a flash of surprise passing through his mind. Just then, Aker, quick on his feet, hurriedly explained to Wu Hi, "Actually, this tribe leader is not a nameless person. He simply overlooked introducing himself formally to you these past few days. His name is just the single character Chong, and everyone usually refers to him as Brother Chong." Upon hearing this, Wu Hi's gaze slowly turned to Brother Chong, who had been kneeling for quite some time. He looked serious, his body slightly trembling, as if bearing the hopes and fate of the entire tribe. Looking at this scene, Wu Hi couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion, an indescribable empathy arising within him. After a fierce internal struggle and weighing his options, Wu Hi ultimately couldn't bring himself to refuse. Facing Brother Chong's hopeful and earnest gaze, he sighed helplessly and finally nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to fulfill Brother Chong's request. At the same time, Wu Hi quickly arranged for action, gathering all the men, women, and children of the tribe together as swiftly as possible. Looking at the familiar and expectant faces before him, Wu Hi felt a swell of emotion, determined to complete the awakening ceremony for everyone at once, uniting the strength of the entire tribe. This way, he could avoid scattering the people and reduce the cumbersome tasks and potential chaos that could arise from individual awakenings. Time was tight, but Wu Hi remained calm. He methodically prepared the venue and gathered all the materials and tools needed for the awakening. The tribe members also actively cooperated, working together to make the final preparations for this large-scale awakening ceremony. Finally, everything was ready. The awakening ceremony officially began. Wu Hi took a deep breath, stabilizing his emotions, and began to perform the awakening operation step by step for everyone according to the predetermined procedures. As time passed by one, figures revealed their long-hidden martial souls in the light. Surprisingly, The vast majority of people's martial souls were various farming tools, such as hoes, sickles, rakes, and so on. These seemingly ordinary martial souls, which might usually be used as tools for labor, represented the power and potential buried deep within each person's heart at this moment. Of course, there are also a small number of fortunate individuals who successfully awakened martial souls with combat abilities. Some took the form of sharp blades and swords, while others manifested as mighty and powerful beasts. Those with combat martial souls would undoubtedly become the backbone of the tribe's future development. After a whole morning of tense yet orderly busyness, all more than 200 members of the tribe completed the awakening ceremony without exception. Although the results varied, every person's face was filled with excitement and pride. Whether it was a farming tool martial soul or a combat martial soul, both were a valuable asset for this tribe and an important foundation for their journey toward strength. Chapter 198. Discovering the method to create innate full soul power talents, except for those children who are still young and have not yet reached the age of 6 and thus lack the ability to awaken their martial souls. The martial souls of everyone else were surprisingly activated. However, due to the long-standing customs of the tribe regarding food rings, the ratio of food rings consumed by each individual varied, directly leading to differences in the soul power contained within their bodies. Because of this, accurately determining the initial soul power values of each person became nearly an impossible task. It is worth mentioning that regardless of the differences between individuals, once each person's martial soul was activated, without exception, they all exhibited a state of full soul power. This scene prompted Wu He to have a bold and unprecedented thought. In the famous original work, the protagonist Tang Sen also accumulated soul power through diligent training before awakening his martial soul, ultimately allowing him to reach the astonishing realm of innate full soul power. Therefore, could this unique method of forcibly obtaining soul power through food rings be considered an alternative training path? If the two concepts are viewed as equivalent, does it not imply that Wu He has seemingly found a magical method to mass-produce numerous powerful soul masters with innate full soul power? In this large tribe, there are over 200 people living. However, it is regrettable that among such a large population, not a single person was able to awaken the legendary twin martial souls. This fact made Wu He feel a sense of regret. After these villagers successfully obtained their own martial souls, almost everyone's performance varied, yet they shared a commonality. Each of them, without exception, exhibited varying degrees of manic behavior. Some cheered excitedly, dancing with joy. Some turned red with excitement, shouting loudly. Others even cried tears of joy, unable to hold back their emotions. Such scenes were perfectly normal, as these villagers had previously been ordinary people, leading mundane lives day after day. Now, suddenly possessing a superpower beyond ordinary imagination, this tremendous change undoubtedly drove them into a state of mania, as if they had entered a whole new world. However, it was precisely because of the clamor and noise from these people that they eventually woke up Adai, who had been soundly asleep inside the house, from his sweet dreams. At this moment, Adai's mind was blank, as if he had lost all memory, completely forgetting the intense battle he had with Wu He the night before. Similarly, he also forgot the embarrassing incident of crying inconsolably when his father was still alive. Adai groggily pushed open the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he slowly walked out of the house. The first thing he said upon appearing was, "What on earth are you all shouting about? What could possibly make you so excited? Is it that my grandpa has decided to abdicate and pass the leader's position to me?" Upon hearing this, Wu He couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, Adai is truly unpredictable." It would be one thing if he had completely lost his memory, but the key was that he actually forgot the most important things. However, what was perplexing was that he distinctly remembered wanting to challenge his father, who had never agreed to fight him. Perhaps there was another possibility. Adai had already issued countless challenges to his father, and each time his father had mercilessly refused to spar with him. Over time, this matter became deeply engraved in Adai's mind, almost evolving into a subconscious, instinctive reaction. Just as we finished this internal monologue, a mere second passed before he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness creeping up his back. He shivered involuntarily and turned his head slightly, only to see a figure slowly walking out from behind him. The person's eyes glowed with a crimson light, as if burning with raging fury, making one feel intimidated. At the same time, a strong aura of killing intent surged from him like a tidal wave, instantly spreading out and seemingly solidifying the air around them. Seeing this, Wu He instinctively wanted to reach out and stop the figure. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly thought, forget it, this is someone else's family matter. Why should I meddle? With that thought, Wu He slowly lowered his raised arm, silently watching the figure walk step by step forward. However, no matter what, he deeply admired A Dai's exceptional talent. So, he shouted, Brother Chong, you better take it easy. If you make A Dai even more foolish, no one will want him. Just as he finished speaking, the former leader, Brother Chong, suddenly stumbled as if he had stepped on air, his body swaying. At that moment, A Dai, who was pushing and joking around with the people nearby, seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head toward Wu He's direction. Although A Dai had been drunk the night before, resulting in fragmented memories, for some reason, when he looked in that direction, an indescribable emotion surged in his heart, causing his nose to feel sour and his eyes to gradually well up with tears, which began to uncontrollably swirl in his eyes. In that instant, the former leader, Brother Chong, mercilessly raised his hand and delivered a solid smack to A Dai's head. This blow was as heavy as a mountain crushing an egg, causing the tears that had been swirling in A Dai's eyes to burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. A Dai felt intense pain, clutching his head tightly, crouching down, and letting out a wail like a pig being slaughtered. Grandpa, why do you have to hit me so hard? It hurts so much. In response to A Dai's questioning and crying, Brother Chong seemed to hear nothing, staring intently at the majestic arena outside the village, slowly saying, A Dai, weren't you always thinking about challenging me? Fine, today I'll grant you this rare opportunity. Without waiting for A Dai to respond, he unceremoniously grabbed the back of A Dai's collar, dragging him step by step toward the arena outside the village. At this moment, everyone present widened their eyes, closely following the moving figures of the two, secretly speculating about the impending domestic violence. Chapter 199, Martial Soul. Undead White Tiger King former leader Chang'e, without saying a word, tightly gripped his son A Dai's shoulders with hands like iron pincers and forcefully tossed him onto the stage like a cannonball. Immediately after, Chang'e calmly reached into the collar of his chest and, after a moment of searching, pulled out 3 mysterious bone tokens that radiated a mystical glow. The surface of these tokens was engraved with intricate and complex patterns, seemingly containing endless mysteries. Wu He recognized the tokens at a glance, as he had challenged the former leader Chang'e on his first day here. In that fierce battle, Chang'e had used this unknown magical object. Recalling that day, Wu He still vividly remembered its unique functions and powerful effects, and he could say he had a deep understanding of it. However, what surprised Wu He was that it seemed every member of the tribe also possessed a similar bone token. Moreover, as far as he knew, these tokens could unleash a peculiar skill called the feeding ring, which could transform into an energy arm capable of breaking soul rings. Wu He had always been curious about the principles hidden behind these tokens and had longed to unravel this mystery deep within his heart. At this moment, A Dai, who had been thrown onto the stage, was rubbing his sore backside while looking up at his father, the former leader Chang'e, who was standing below the stage. He slowly got up from the ground, mumbling, Ouch, Grandpa, you're really ruthless. You almost broke my little butt. Then, A Dai steadied himself, stood upright, and firmly gazed at Chang'e, saying slowly, Grandpa, you were the one who said I should come up and compete with you. I'm really scared right now, but if I accidentally hurt you later, you can't cry, okay? Although A Dai spoke with a serious expression and earnestly delivered this fierce statement, his round face and innocent demeanor made him appear quite comical. Chang'e's face was stern, and he silently gripped the bone token in his hand. Suddenly, he swung his arm, infusing a powerful spiritual force into the token, instantly activating it. The token flashed with dazzling light, shooting out like a meteor. As the token spun rapidly in the air and landed, it quickly spread out, with mysterious runes rising from the ground, intertwining and connecting, forming an astonishingly powerful magic array in the blink of an eye. A Dai, standing within the magic array, immediately felt an increase in pressure, as if an invisible giant hand was tightly binding his internal power, making it difficult to exert. After some estimation, he was shocked to find that his combat power had dropped by a full 50. However, facing such a predicament, A Dai was not afraid at all. His eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, swinging his arms vigorously as a dazzling light burst forth from his body. Immediately after, a huge and powerful martial soul slowly materialized in midair and fused with A Dai in a flash, completing the martial soul possession. In an instant, A Dai emitted a heart-pounding aura. His originally thin body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging and veins popping. Not only that, but all his attributes skyrocketed like a rocket, increasing by a full 5 times. At this moment, Adai's stature was towering and powerful, much larger than before. Despite being suppressed by the magic array, his strength had still significantly increased compared to earlier. Looking at Adai, who seemed like a demon god descending upon the world, Changji's lips curled into a slight smile. He calmly extended his right hand, lightly beckoning with his index finger. The intent to provoke was obvious, as if signaling Adai to attack him. Seeing this, how could Adai tolerate such contempt? He roared, stomped his feet on the ground, and shot toward Chang'e like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was astonishing, akin to a rampaging bull, charging forward, kicking up clouds of dust and exuding immense momentum. Adai's attack style was exceedingly simple and brutal, every punch containing tremendous force aimed directly at Chang'e. Before his fist could reach, the fierce gust of wind had already rushed towards Chang'e, stinging his face. This relentless series of ferocious punches was like a torrential storm, leaving no chance for evasion. Adai executed a set of boxing techniques. The power of his punches was overwhelming, like a tiger descending the mountain. However, surprisingly, none of these seemingly fierce punches managed to hit Chang'e. Chang'e himself did not display any complex footwork techniques. He simply retreated and tilted his head to easily avoid all of Adai's attacks. Time passed second by second, and within just a few minutes, Adai continuously launched wave after wave of attacks, but still could not touch Chang'e at all. At this moment, Adai gradually realized the problem. His prolonged and relentless attacks were exhausting him, and his body began to feel powerless, so he needed to take a break to recover his strength. Just as Adai was slightly distracted, contemplating a strategy, Chang'e, who had been observing him, would not miss this excellent opportunity. In an instant, Chang'e exerted force. His right leg shot out like lightning, delivering a fierce whip kick straight at Adai. Faced with this sudden blow, Adai's reaction was lightning fast. He crossed his arms in front of his chest without hesitation, weaving them together to form a solid shield-like defensive posture at the quickest speed. With a loud bang, Adai successfully blocked Changji's powerful attack, but the tremendous impact still sent him flying backward for several dozen steps. After finally stabilizing himself, Adai thought to himself, "It must be because I'm fighting alone, making it difficult to defend against attacks from all directions, which is why I've been repeatedly missing." Thinking of this, Adai no longer hesitated, immediately urging the soul power within him to unleash his second soul skill. In an instant, 3 dazzling lights flashed, and 3 enormous, imposing undead white tigers appeared beside Adai. They opened their massive jaws and let out deep roars, as if ready to pounce on the enemy at any moment. The 3 massive undead white tigers, exuding an aura of death, raised their heads to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Their fierce faces and sharp fangs were chilling. But just moments later, they quickly calmed down and, based on the actual battle situation, issued an attack order to the leading undead white tiger against Chang'e. Facing such a fierce offensive, Chang'e showed no fear, not even a hint of panic. He flashed his figure, ghost-like, and approached the leading undead white tiger, then simply threw a punch and kicked out. However, this seemingly ordinary punch and kick contained an unimaginable strength. With a loud bang, the leading undead white tiger was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and remaining still, clearly having met its end. This scene was oddly familiar to Adai, who was watching from the side. But when he tried hard to recall when and where he had seen such a scene, his mind was a blur, and he could not clearly remember the specifics. At that moment, a thunderous roar of a massive creature suddenly resounded. The sound was like rolling thunder, resonating through the sky, its volume deafening. What was even more shocking was that within this roar, there was a wild and unrestrained essence, filled with the aesthetic of violence. The undead white tigers around Adai trembled in fear after hearing the roar, curling up in place and daring not to move an inch. Meanwhile, everyone was astonished to see an undead white tiger slowly walking out from behind Chang'e. Compared to the previous 3, this white tiger appeared even more majestic and imposing. The most striking feature was the dazzling crown it wore right in the center of its head, as if showcasing its distinguished status. The crown seemed to be an integral part of the white tiger's head, as if it had naturally grown from it, impossible for anyone to remove. At that moment, the terrifying undead white tiger let out a deafening roar directed at the summoned creature Adai had called forth. The roar sounded like thunder, echoing through the skies. With just that one roar, the two cautious white tigers that had been eager to try their luck instantly transformed into incredibly docile and obedient creatures, not daring to make sound. What happened next left Adai speechless and unforgettable for a lifetime. You little brat, don't think you're the only one who knows how to manifest a martial soul. I could do it too, Changgu shouted arrogantly at Adai, while quickly completing the action of manifesting his martial soul. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly from this force. And listen here, you little bunny, I'm going to make it clear today that the blood flowing through you is mine. You are my offspring. My martial soul is the world-shaking, undead White Tiger King. This martial soul has an extremely powerful passive skill. Any martial soul or summoned beast that is an undead white tiger can be forcibly summoned and controlled by me to serve me. Ha ha ha, Changgu laughed triumphantly, his laughter echoing in the air, lingering for a long time. Chapter 200, Becoming the New Leader. Transforming the new village amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Brother Chang calmly waved his hand, and the imposing summoning tiger beside Adai obediently walked over to Brother Chang's side as if it were a well-trained soldier. This sudden turn of events left Adai speechless, like he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. His eyes widened in disbelief, completely unprepared for such a situation. Even more terrifying for him was the realization that his own body seemed to have lost control, not obeying his conscious commands at all. Before Adai could regain his senses, he felt an overwhelming force that was suffocatingly powerful as Brother Chang's martial soul forcibly summoned him. In an instant, Adai felt as if he were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, moving involuntarily towards Brother Chang. At this moment, the onlookers could not help but feel a sense of dread. Given the current situation, a scene of unbearable domestic violence seemed inevitable. Just as everyone had anticipated, Brother Chang mercilessly unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Adai, who had no means to fight back and could only cower and beg for mercy. Time passed quickly, and unknowingly, it had been over a month since Wu He arrived in this village. During this time, he earned widespread acclaim and respect from the villagers with his outstanding wisdom and abilities. However, Wu He never expected that, under Brother Chang's insistence and strong request, he would ultimately accept the heavy responsibility of becoming the new village chief. Facing this weighty responsibility, Wu He knew it would be a long and arduous journey. Yet he could not refuse the villagers' earnest expectations and warm invitation, so he resolutely took on this burden. After taking office, Wu He acted decisively, immediately initiating major reforms and construction throughout the village. The first issue to address was the dilapidated and crumbling thatched houses. Having once lived in such rudimentary accommodations, Wu He was deeply aware of the harsh conditions, and he was determined to change this status quo. After a month of intensive construction and advancement, the village finally underwent a tremendous transformation. The village was now completely revitalized, with clearly defined functional areas, including cozy residential zones, bustling trading areas, vast fertile agricultural zones, spacious and flat martial arts fields, tranquil and serene cultivation areas, and entertainment zones filled with laughter and joy. These meticulously planned areas made the village layout reasonable and orderly, significantly facilitating the lives and production of the villagers. With such scientifically and reasonably planned developments, the remarkable results gradually emerged. Not only was the labor force significantly enhanced, but everyone's happiness index also soared. The positive impact of this change allowed people to genuinely feel the improvement in their quality of life and the infinite possibilities for future development. However, time flew by, and after just a month, Wu He nervously realized that the entire tribe had unknowingly become increasingly powerful. Undoubtedly, the most dazzling aspect was the hunting team. They shone like brilliant stars in the tribe, radiating a remarkable glow. Among this hunting team, Brother Chang, Adai, and Ha were undoubtedly the most outstanding individuals. All three had reached an astonishing level of around 45, becoming objects of admiration. It must be said that the reason these three could achieve such excellent results was closely related to their long-term, persistent consumption of soul rings. Having continuously enjoyed soul rings for over 10 or even 20 years, their body's capacity to absorb soul power was far beyond that of ordinary people. Because of this, they managed to forcibly raise their cultivation levels to around 45 in just 1 month, thanks to their tenacious willpower and exceptional talent. In contrast, although Wu He had also been diligent in his cultivation, Seeing the rapid progress of his companions filled him with a sense of urgency. At this moment, his cultivation had already risen to about level 58. However, just as he was filled with ambition, preparing to break through to level 60, a new dilemma appeared before him like a roadblock. He realized that given his current physical condition, if he wanted to successfully break through this critical point, the next soul ring needed to be at least a top-grade soul ring with a 10,000-year age limit. However, the strongest soul beast discovered so far was merely an 8,000-year-old blade mantis. Not to mention a 10,000-year soul beast, he had yet to even see a shadow of one, let alone that legendary 10,000-year soul beast. It should be noted that to achieve top-tier strength, one must find a 10,000-year soul beast. But how could he achieve this goal under the current circumstances? Just as everyone was worried about this matter, suddenly, a rush of footsteps was heard. Shortly after, Brother Chong burst into Wu Heyi's office in a flurry. He quickly spotted the water cup on Wu Heyi's desk, grabbed it without a word, and began to drink voraciously. At that moment, Wu didn't even have time to stop him. After Brother Chong set down the cup, Wu Yi quickly moved it aside and asked with concern, "Brother Chong, what happened? You look so anxious." Hearing Wu Heyi's question, Brother Chong took a deep breath, calmed his emotions a bit, and then slowly spoke. "Brother, we have a big problem. I just received news that another tribe has appeared here." It should be noted that Brother Chong had lived in this area for nearly 30 years. Although his father had once taken a young Brother Chong to distant lands to trade with other tribes, encountering people from other tribes within their living area was unprecedented. Wu Hei slowly took out a slightly rough but clearly drawn hand-drawn map from his pocket. He carefully unfolded it on a flat stone surface and turned to Brother Chong, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation and trust. "Brother Chong, could you mark the specific location where you encounter that tribe?" Time passed quickly, and unknowingly, a month had already gone by. During this time, Wu He devoted himself to the hunting team in the tribe, imparting numerous valuable knowledge and skills. One of the most crucial skills was teaching them how to read rough maps and master simple drawing methods. Fortunately, the clever and eager-to-learn Brother Chong was among this group of team members and successfully acquired this skill through his efforts. Facing the task handed to him by Wu He, Brother Chong did not hesitate. He quickly bent down and carefully examined the rough map, drawing upon his memories and the drawing techniques he had learned. He skillfully picked up a charcoal pencil and accurately marked the coordinates of where they had encountered the mysterious tribe on the map. The entire process was smooth and natural, indicating that he was already well prepared. Wu He took the marked map from Brother Chong, quickly scanned the marked location, then nodded lightly and placed the map back on the stone. He slightly raised his head, gazing into the distance, his face revealing an extraordinary calmness and composure. He slowly spoke, saying, "This incident, in fact, was not an accident that happened by chance." Chapter 2:01 Other tribes. Upon hearing Wu Haoyi's words, Chong Ji's face showed deep confusion, completely unable to understand the meaning behind them. Wu Hai calmly walked to the map, gently placed his finger on it, and explained, "Changgu, look here, our living area was originally limited to just a small corner of this map." As he spoke, his fingers slowly moved along the map, delineating a relatively small range. Changgu focused intently on the area Wu Hai indicated, nodding in thought to show his agreement. Next, Wu Hai moved his finger to another position and continued, "However, the place where you encounter the other party is actually more than 3 times the distance from our original living area." What does this mean? It means that our current living area has greatly expanded, more than 3 times larger than before. In such a vast area, it's not surprising to encounter people from other tribes. After hearing this explanation, Changgu suddenly understood, and the confusion in his heart dissipated. At the same time, he couldn't help but extend his palm, gesturing over the newly expanded area on the map as if he wanted to intuitively feel the vastness of the land. Just then, Wu Hai suddenly paused, turned his gaze to Changgu, and posed a seemingly simple yet crucial question. "So, Changgu, what do you think we should do next in response to this situation? Should we actively go to the other tribe for negotiations, or do we have other plans?" Negotiation, in essence, is a subtle and critical dialogue aimed at inquiring whether the other party is willing to engage in simple trade activities. If they agree, both sides will gradually establish closer ties. But if they flatly refuse, they will become strangers to each other, never to interact again. However, sometimes negotiations do not go smoothly and can break down for various reasons. In such cases, war often becomes an unavoidable possibility. Yet, for the group led by Changgu, war might be the situation they deeply desire. After all, with the strong combat power of Changgu and others, They firmly believe they have the capability to forcibly annex surrounding villages through military means. Because of this, when facing the current situation, the two did not rush to formulate a more detailed follow-up plan. Through a brief and tacit exchange of glances, they had already understood each other's thoughts and calculations. There was no need for excessive words. That trust and understanding had already deeply rooted in their hearts. At this moment, Wu Hai happened to have some questions he wanted to ask, and, seizing this excellent opportunity, he did not hesitate to voice the curiosity he had long wished to know. Changgu, back when I first arrived, I saw you use a formation constructed from 3 bone pieces. What exactly is that? Upon hearing Wu Hai's inquiry, Chang Ji's heart tightened suddenly, as if someone had poked him in a vulnerable spot. However, being experienced, he quickly adjusted his emotions and began to speak calmly. Hey brother, that is the foundation of our entire tribe's survival. Normally, only the tribe leader is qualified to inherit such treasures. If you hadn't mentioned it today, I would have almost forgotten about it completely. After saying this, Changgu swiftly reached into his chest pocket and carefully took out the 3 objects that resembled bone pieces. The 3 bone pieces appeared hard and smooth, each intricately carved with bizarre and dazzling patterns. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there was some subtle connection between the 3, as if they were different parts of a whole. However, despite Wu Hai studying them for a long time, he could not decipher the profound principles they contained. Before Wu Hai could ask anything, Changgu eagerly continued, the patterns and symbols engraved on these bone pieces, to be honest, even I only understand them partially. But according to my ancestors, they seem to depict the trajectory of a mysterious energy. It is said that as long as soul power is infused into these 3 bone pieces, they will create a marvelous connection and release a powerful formation that can reduce the enemy's combat power by 50. Hearing this, Wu Hai gained a preliminary understanding of these magical bone pieces, and his curiosity grew even stronger. He then continued to ask, so, Changgu, do you know how the bone pieces corresponding to the food ring and the giant energy arm were obtained? Changgu pondered for a moment before replying. In fact, both the 3 bone pieces we currently have and those related to the food ring and energy arm were precious items that circulated through grand gatherings between tribes via trade. However, because the patterns on the food ring bone piece are relatively simple and easy to imitate, almost everyone in our village can possess such a piece. Although it can only be used for the food ring, it significantly enhances the physical condition of our tribe members, raising it by more than 1 level. After thinking for a while, Wu Hai finally asked everyone, I wonder if any of you have tried to run the patterns engraved on that bone piece within your own body? Upon hearing this, Changgu couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and said, Sai, how can we not have thought of this method? However, before our martial souls awaken, the soul power within us is like a thick slime, making it incredibly difficult to mobilize and control. As he spoke, Chang Ji's deepened. He continued explaining, moreover, more importantly, at that time, the only soul power we could use was a meager amount, which was insufficient to support the construction of the energy arm that requires a large amount of soul power. After hearing Chang Ji's words, Wu Hai's previously uncertain thoughts were instantly confirmed. Without hesitation, he turned to Changgu and requested a bone piece, eagerly trying to follow the soul power trajectory shown on the bone piece to condense an energy arm within himself. Just as Wu Hai was fully immersed in his training, suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. The next moment, a DUI rushed into the room, shouting loudly, not good. Something big has happened. They're fighting outside. Chapter 202 The cause of the incident. How could it be you who came back? Brother Chong was utterly shocked, as if struck by lightning, staring intently at his son Adai and asking in a hurried tone. Adai, however, remained calm like Mount Tai, plopped down into a chair, and replied nonchalantly, HA told me to come back first. He said I'm clumsy, and if I stay there, I'll easily be bullied by others. Although he said this, Adai's heart was secretly bubbling like a turbulent sea, murmuring, Humph, what do you mean I'm clumsy? I'm obviously super strong in a fight, like a tiger descending a mountain. At this moment, Wu Hee was preparing to test the energy arms operation when he heard the commotion and immediately froze like a statue. He perked up his ears, listening carefully, filled with confusion, shrouded like fog. Previously, Brother Chong had told him that they had only encountered people from other villages at the outermost area they could reach in the village. But now, the news Adai brought back was like a bolt from the blue, turning into a direct fight outside the village. Brother Chong, what on earth is going on? Wu Hee's eyes burned like torches, eagerly wanting to know the truth. After exchanging a glance with Wu Hee, Brother Chong frowned slightly, like the character, and quickly began to explain. It happened very suddenly. We were cautiously exploring in the forest when who would have thought we would encounter such a huge 800-year-old giant horned deer. It was also lucky that we accidentally managed to kill it. But just then, a group of people from outside the village rushed out, looking fierce, pointing at us and shouting loudly, claiming that the giant horned deer was injured by them first, and we just happened to pick up the leftovers. This was the first time encountering such a situation, and my heart instantly tensed up. Looking at their aggressive demeanor, I couldn't help but feel a bit scared. As Brother Chong spoke, he gestured animatedly, as if everything was vivid in his memory. His face was filled with excitement and mockery, completely disregarding the threats from those outsiders. When we saw the giant horned deer fall, a deep yellow soul ring slowly floated out. The soul ring emitted a mysterious glow, as if calling us. We couldn't just watch this soul ring go to waste, right? So I decisively ordered a member of the team to quickly absorb it. As for the meat of the giant horned deer, there was only a little which held no attraction for us, so we left it all to them. Brother Chong spoke animatedly, as if he had done something monumental. After hearing these words, Wu He immediately understood. This was exactly like the plot he was familiar with in Douluo Continent. Both sides were eyeing a soul beast, and after a fight. The key point of contention was undoubtedly that incredibly precious soul ring. Later, when you planned to leave, the other party surely wouldn't allow it. Their reason must have been that you absorbed the most important soul ring first. Wu He cut straight to the heart of the matter, looking directly at the two. Upon hearing this, Adai was momentarily stunned, then scratched his head, showing a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness on his face, and then eagerly replied, "Oh, Brother Wu, you are really amazing. You weren't even there. How could you understand the situation so clearly?" "That's right, just as you described, little Wu. At that time, I saw they were all so weak, so I naturally thought their village had no strength. In my opinion, these people probably didn't even understand the method of food rings. However, what I never expected was that when we prepared to leave, they actually blocked our way and refused to let us go. They also said earnestly that the deer was theirs, and the soul ring was also theirs, even though they didn't know how we absorbed the soul ring. They claimed that we had seriously violated the potential rule that everyone could absorb the soul ring, so they wouldn't let us leave." Brother Chong continued, pushing Adai aside and then elaborating on the subsequent events. At that moment, this fool suddenly shouted at those people, "Whoever is stronger should be listened to." As soon as he said that, a fight almost broke out. That group of people saw us leaving and immediately followed closely behind us without saying a word. Initially, my plan was simple, to come and discuss this matter with you, and then set up a platform for both sides to resolve the issue through fair competition. But who would have thought that this group was so impatient that they would directly start fighting? Brother Chong helplessly pointed at Adai, complaining nonstop. After listening to Brother Chong's words, Wu He couldn't help but ponder. This whole situation might not be as simple as it seems. Thinking of this, he dared not delay any longer and quickly called out to Brother Chong and Adai, rushing towards the village entrance. At this moment, the village before him was no longer the same as when Wu He first arrived. Back then, the layout of the village was chaotic and unplanned, with just over 200 people crowded into a narrow area equivalent to 1 or 2 basketball courts. However, now, after Wu He's clever replanning and careful improvement, the entire village had undergone a tremendous transformation. Even without counting the vast farmland area, its coverage had expanded to the extent of 2 to 3 standard football fields. Because of this, if they wanted to run from Wu He's residence to the village entrance, it would indeed take quite some time. Moreover, first Adai rushed over to inform them, and then Brother Chong detailed the whole situation, which meant at least 2 or 3 minutes had quietly passed. By the time they hurriedly ran outside, if they were a bit slow, the conflict outside might have already settled down. Therefore, the 3 of them said not a word, like arrows leaving the bow, rushing straight towards the direction of the arena, hoping that things were not developing in a bad direction. Chapter 203. The fight is over as Wu He and the others hurriedly rushed from afar and finally arrived at the arena area. The scene before them left them in shock. In both camps, many people were lying in their respective resting areas, bruised and battered, clearly having just gone through an intense melee. At this moment, on the wide and towering arena, 2 figures stood proudly. One was Archer, a strong member of their team, who was tall and muscular, exuding a powerful and confident aura. The other was the captain of the rival village's hunting team, agile in form, with sharp eyes like a hawk. Undoubtedly, this showdown was a peak PK between the top fighters of both teams. However, Unexpectedly, despite appearing evenly matched, Archer completely had the upper hand. He launched his attacks with overwhelming force, each move containing boundless power and momentum, pouring down like a raging storm. In contrast, the captain of the rival village, although struggling with all his might, was clearly at a disadvantage, barely able to cope with Archer's fierce assault. At that moment, Wu He suddenly noticed something interesting. On the enemy captain, there was a flickering light. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bone card embedded in his clothing. At this moment, Wu He only held two types of different bone cards. One was a formation-type card that could release weakening effects to diminish the enemy's combat power. The other was a card used to create energy arms to actively enhance himself. To his surprise, Wu He discovered that the bone card worn by the opponent had a unique effect. It could construct an incredibly solid personal shield. The transparent shield enveloped the enemy captain like a tangible entity, emitting a faint glow. Judging by the thickness and strength of the shield, it was clearly not something that could be easily broken. Even Archer's dagger spirit, imbued with dimensional power, struggled to inflict significant damage. It was known that since Archer gained his soul ring and soul skill, his personal strength had soared, especially in one-on-one combat, showcasing an astonishing level of suppression. At this moment, facing this troublesome enemy, Archer knew he could not directly overwhelm him with brute force. He slightly swayed his body, and in an instant, his figure became ethereal, leaving behind a perfect replica of himself that could easily deceive anyone. This clone immediately continued to launch a frenzied attack on the opponent like a storm. However, the experienced opponent quickly sensed something was off. Archer's attack intensity seemed to have diminished. This change sparked a glimmer of hope in the opponent, who had been in a passive defensive state. He keenly realized that he might have found the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Just as the opponent was ready to retaliate, a shadow appeared silently behind him like a ghost. Upon closer inspection, it was yet another archer. This archer held a sharp dagger glinting with cold light, mercilessly stabbing toward the opponent's back. Wu He, who was watching from a distance, fixed his gaze on Archer's every move, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. It turned out that what Archer was executing at this moment was his second soul skill, Clone Backstab. This soul skill not only created a realistic clone to confuse the enemy, but also delivered a fatal blow at a critical moment, making it extremely insidious. The most critical and important aspects of this soul skill have two core points. First, it can create a clone that possesses 25% of the main body's combat capabilities. Second, at the moment the clone is successfully summoned, the main body enters a special state of concealment. However, it should be noted that once the main body attacks, its figure will quickly reveal itself, but the power of that single attack will be 120% of the normal attack power. If this attack happens to be a backstab from behind, the attack power will be multiplied by 2 again. Archer had previously been using a frontal assault strategy, but due to the difficulty of unleashing enormous destructive power in an instant, he was unable to break through the opponent's protective shield in a short period. Therefore, after careful consideration, Archer decisively decided to adopt the backstab tactic, hoping to concentrate the critical hit power of up to 220% at a single point to shatter the opponent's solid shield. However, it must be said that despite the cleverness of his actions, there was still room for improvement. For someone like Wu He, who had grown up in an environment where soul skills were frequently used, various bizarre and unique methods of using soul skills were merely ordinary scenes in daily life. Unfortunately, Wu He had never been one to offer hints or suggestions to others proactively. At the moment when everyone's attention was focused, the bone card tightly gripped in the man's hand suddenly shattered into countless fragments scattered on the ground. However, everything happened so suddenly that the man didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, Archer and his clone appeared like ghosts, striking the man who had yet to regain his senses almost simultaneously. Fortunately, Archer had held back during this strike, not using his full strength. His goal was merely to incapacitate the opponent from continuing the fight. At this moment, the fierce battle had come to an end. Archer's gaze quickly swept across the arena and soon spotted Wu He standing beside the stage. He immediately bowed deeply in the direction of Wu He to express his profound respect. Meanwhile, the members of the rival hunting team who had been knocked down by Archer also turned their gazes toward this side. When they witnessed Archer bowing to Wu He, they suddenly realized his status and identity. Then, with a smile on his face, Archer walked briskly toward Wu He. His handsome face seemed to be inscribed with the words "Come praise me," making him particularly eye-catching. Once he reached Wu He, Archer could hardly contain his excitement as he spoke. Brother Wu, all the troubles have been resolved smoothly. From now on, they have no reason to trouble us over the giant antler deer anymore. Moreover, that giant antler deer now belongs to us. Chapter 2:0 For their scouts, Wu he waved his hand slightly, signaling Archer to rest aside for a while. Then, he furrowed his brows and walked heavily toward the group of hunters from the neighboring village who had just been knocked down and were in a sorry state. Seeing Wu He's frown and the obvious displeasure on his face, Archer's heart sank. He couldn't help but wonder, is it because I was too harsh, beating them so badly that Wu He is dissatisfied and wants to blame me? Thinking of this, Archer quickly explained, Brother Wu, don't worry. I held back when I made my move just now. I absolutely wouldn't let them suffer any serious consequences like disabilities. However, Wu He seemed completely immersed in his own thoughts, ignoring Archer's words. He continued walking forward without looking back, casually instructing Archer to find a soul master skilled in healing to help everyone recover from their injuries. Archer was filled with confusion, unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. He opened his mouth, ready to defend himself again when Chang'e, standing nearby, quickly pulled him back. Chang'e gave him a knowing look, signaling him to step aside and not to say too much. With no other choice, Archer had to obediently close his mouth. But his doubts only grew stronger. At this moment, Archer cast a pleading glance at Adai. To his disappointment, Adai simply shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, indicating that he was equally clueless about what was on Wu He's mind. Wu He slightly frowned, quickly scanning the injured individuals, taking in all the details of their wounds, bloodstains, and expressions. Then, with steady steps, he approached them and began to inquire carefully about how each person was injured and the related circumstances. Once he understood everything that needed to be clarified, Wu He suddenly turned around and called out in a serious voice, Law enforcement team, come quickly. As his call rang out, a group of law enforcement officers in uniform quickly moved in response, running toward this side. Although they were somewhat surprised by Wu He's sudden command, they executed their tasks without hesitation out of trust and obedience to him. They swiftly and skillfully controlled the injured individuals and escorted them toward the jail. At the same time, Wu He didn't forget to instruct a medical staff member nearby, quickly arrange for a healing soul master to treat their injuries. Be sure to ensure the injured receive proper care. Watching the law enforcement team take the injured away, the many onlookers who had gathered were left exchanging puzzled glances. They whispered among themselves, speculating about Wu He's actions and what they might mean. However, facing their questions, Wu He offered no explanations, standing quietly in place, seemingly lost in thought as he gazed ahead. Once the individuals had been successfully escorted into the jail, Wu He slowly stood up and walked toward the giant horned deer that had been dead for some time. When he got closer, he first circled around the deer's carcass, closely observing its overall condition. Then he crouched down and began to turn over the deer's body. Moments later, as if he had discovered something, Wu He looked up, waved his hand toward Adai and the others, and shouted, You guys come over and take a look. Adai and the others hurried to Wu He's side and looked in the direction he was pointing. They saw strange marks on the deer's hindquarters and head, looking like wounds caused by some sharp object, yet also resembling bite marks left by some animal. Wu He, with a serious expression, asked, What do you think these marks look like? What did you first think of when you saw them? After saying this, he stepped back a couple of paces to give others space to examine the marks more closely. He then casually glanced around before locking his gaze onto a strong, agile villager. This villager had a sensitive attack type martial soul, which was a black and white zebra. He quickly approached the villager, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few brief yet crucial words. As soon as he finished speaking, the villager's eyes lit up as if he had received an important command, and in a flash, he disappeared from the village entrance like a gust of wind. At this moment, Archer and the other hunters had thoroughly examined the wounds on the giant horned deer. They huddled together, whispering and discussing, each wearing a look of confusion, as if they felt these wounds concealed some important information but couldn't fully grasp the mystery behind them. It felt like the answer was within reach, yet there was always a thin veil separating them from understanding. Do you mean to say that these marks were actually caused by whipping? Chang'e, having served as the hunting team leader for many years, was knowledgeable and had a certain degree of understanding and judgment about various types of wounds. That's right. Wu He nodded without hesitation, affirming the statement. Hearing Wu He's answer, Adai scratched his head in confusion and asked, Brother Wu, even if these whipping marks do exist, what do they actually signify? I can't see it at all. Just as everyone fell into deep thought, a crisp voice suddenly broke the silence. It turned out to be Xiao Lu from the team, excitedly exclaiming, "I know. Could it prove that this giant horned deer was once domesticated by other creatures?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Wu Heyi's eyes as he smiled at Xiao Lu and said, "Xiao Lu is absolutely correct. It is domestication. From the orderly and systematically distributed whipping marks, we can infer that this giant horned deer was not in a wild state, but had been domesticated in some way." With Wu Heyi's explanation, everyone suddenly understood, and the doubts that had lingered in their minds gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, the villager who had been hastily dispatched by Wu Heyi to carry out a task came running back. He was panting, sweating profusely, but his face was filled with excitement and flattery. "Village chief, you truly are a genius, extraordinarily insightful." As soon as the villager saw Wu He, he hurriedly praised him, looking like a little dog trying to please its master. However, Archer, standing nearby, was not impressed. He frowned and shot an angry glare at the villager, then raised his hand and gave him a hard slap on the back of the head. With a loud smack, the villager stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Coincidentally, since most people in the village were closely related, this villager happened to be Archer's nephew. So even after receiving such a hard hit, he dared not show any resentment or rebellious thoughts. Instead, he quickly steadied himself, rubbed the spot where he was hit, and hurriedly reported to everyone, "Village chief, just now you told me to go out of the village and check along the path that the hunting team returned on. I didn't realize it, but upon looking, I was shocked. It turns out that every 30 to 50 meters along the roadside, there are triangular marks on the trees. Village chief, you are truly amazing," the villager said excitedly, his voice trembling with emotion. "What I saw with my own eyes today is almost exactly the same as what the village chief described." One important reason for this villager's excitement was his identity. He was the gatekeeper at the entrance of the village. Throughout the whole day, he hadn't seen even a shadow of Wu Hai leaving the village, but surprisingly, Wu Hai seemed to know everything happening outside. At that moment, Chang'e, who had been silent, suddenly seemed to realize something. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Damn it, how did I not think of that?" Chang Ji's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, and he kept cursing while stomping his feet on the ground with a loud thud. It turned out that the group of people who had just been thrown into the jail by Wu Hai were merely sent out in advance to scout the road conditions, acting as vanguards. Realizing this, Chang'e couldn't help but feel extremely frustrated, silently lamenting his own oversight. Chapter 205. Preparing for war in this way. The members of the hunting team finally realized at this point that they were indeed not very proficient in those intricate and dazzling matters. However, as soon as they heard the term scout, they instantly understood. It is important to know that scouts can be seen as the reconnaissance role in an army. Regardless of which squad it is, they are an essential component. Typically, the work these scouts engage in is extremely dangerous, truly living on the edge. They always charge bravely at the forefront of the entire team, just to find a relatively safe route for the large main force behind them to advance. When they connected this with the giant deer with sharp antlers that Wu He had just mentioned and the markings they had found along the way from the village, they suddenly had an epiphany. Wu He then continued, "The group of guys who were just locked up in the prison are probably not just a coincidence in encountering you as you thought. As expected, I believe they must have already sensed our presence in this vast, mysterious forest long ago. However, due to their ignorance of our true strength or their lack of knowledge about the exact location of our village, they have remained inactive." Wu He methodically began to share the various signs and speculations he had observed. This is precisely why they sent out such an inconspicuous team to deliberately encounter you and intentionally create conflict and contradictions. Their ultimate goal is to follow you in order to find the path to our village. Wu Heyi's words struck like a bolt of lightning in the hearts of those present, making them realize the situation. At this moment, a DUI suddenly seemed to think of something and abruptly pointed at the majestic giant horned deer beside him, asking with a puzzled expression, "Since they intend to invade our village, why not come openly? Why send such a generous gift?" "Haha, that's a good question." Wu He laughed heartily and explained. "Although this gift seems quite tempting, it actually has ulterior motives. By presenting this giant horned deer, which has been cultivated for over 800 years, they are both showcasing their formidable strength and testing our control over such high-level soul beasts, as well as the overall defensive capabilities of our village. After all, even our seemingly prosperous village might not be able to easily defend against such a powerful soul beast." After hearing this, the relaxed expression on a DUI's face instantly turned serious. He seemed to wake up from a dream, realizing that although the village appeared impregnable on the surface, It actually revealed some potential weaknesses and shortcomings when facing such formidable opponents and valuable soul beasts. If my estimation is correct, it won't be long before the village they belong to send someone to investigate the situation. Right now, I've already detained those suspicious individuals. We must not delay. We need to interrogate them for valuable information immediately. We cannot passively wait and do nothing. After hearing Wu Heyi's words, Changgu immediately led a few capable subordinates to leave swiftly. After all, when it comes to interrogation, Changgu is an expert with extensive experience and professional skills. Meanwhile, Wu He systematically gave orders to a Che and a DUI, asking them to organize 2 teams immediately and conduct close coordination training. This way, if any unexpected situation arises, they can respond quickly and avoid falling into a passive position. Wu He himself was not idle either. He quickly found 2 villagers responsible for taking turns guarding the gate. It is worth mentioning that these 2 villagers have the soul of a falcon, and their soul is quite special. It can exist in a completely independent physical form. Even when quietly resting on a tree branch, they look no different from ordinary birds. In this critical moment, their soul skills can come in handy. With their unique ability, they can not only allow themselves and another person to share vision, but also command their soul to rise high into the sky and conduct effective aerial patrols within a 20-kilometer radius. Wu He said seriously to the 2 of them, "From now on, you 2 must be fully alert and keep a close eye on everything happening within the 20-kilometer range. As soon as you notice any unfamiliar faces entering this area, you must report to me immediately without any delay." After a long and arduous 2 days and nights of continuous interrogation, Changgu finally did not waste his efforts. With his exceptional interrogation skills and methods, he successfully pried a wealth of valuable intelligence from the group, known as the hunting team. To be honest, at first, these guys were as tight-lipped as clams and had no intention of revealing a word. However, Changgu is not someone to be trifled with. He decisively adopted a strategy of separate interrogations, breaking them down one by one. For those particularly stubborn individuals who refused to speak, he mercilessly used his frightening electric shock soul skills to force them to confess. Whenever someone could no longer withstand the torture and was on the verge of death, Changgu would quickly order the auxiliary soul master beside him to use healing skills to forcibly bring them back from the brink of death. Thus, this cycle continued, and within just 2 days, no matter how fiercely these people resisted, they ultimately could not withstand Changji's relentless assault and obediently provided the important information he sought. "Hey, I have a clear understanding of the specific situation in the neighboring village. I really didn't expect that they also have soul masters like us. However, according to them, that soul master is only at level 20. But surprisingly, despite such low cultivation, their status in the village is quite high." Changgu rushed over to Wu He to report the progress of the situation. However, at this moment, Wu He seemed particularly calm and composed. He leisurely sat in a chair, gently picked up the freshly brewed, steaming cup of fragrant tea, blew away the surface foam, and then took a sip, savoring the aroma and richness of the tea. It seemed as though he had long been aware of the news that Changgu brought and showed no signs of panic at all. Chapter 206. Clarifying thoughts. Wu He quickly invited Changgu to sit down, while he himself began to speak slowly and deliberately. In fact, during the long hours prior, Wu He had been preoccupied with heavy thoughts, constantly pondering various matters, filled with worries and doubts. However, when he casually glanced around at the nearby villages, it was as if a flash of inspiration struck him, suddenly making everything clear and enlightening. After careful observation and contemplation, Wu He realized that the land he had come to was incredibly primitive. The indigenous people here had a very limited understanding of the concept of martial spirits, to the point of being almost completely ignorant. Based on this understanding, Wu He instantly grasped why the other party dared not launch a direct attack recklessly. At that moment, Changgu hurried over with the results of the recent interrogation, which undoubtedly further validated Wu He's previous conjectures. Wu He shook his head slightly and smiled wryly at Changgu, saying, "Changgu, we are just too tense. Sometimes, when faced with seemingly trivial issues, we fail to think things through thoroughly." Wu He's words hit Changgu like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, Changji's inner anxiety remained undiminished. You see, in their perspective, the arrival of spies from other villages meant that an intense war was about to break out between the 2 villages. To be honest, Changgu had experienced quite a bit of turmoil in his life, including the mutual annexation of villages. Back in the day, The village he lived in was quite small, with a population of only 50 or 60. At that time, his father, as the village chief, bore significant responsibilities. During a crucial operation, he resolutely led everyone in the village, and after fierce battles, successfully annexed 3 or 4 surrounding villages, allowing their village to gradually expand into what it is today. However, fate was always full of twists and turns. One day, a hostile force launched a fierce attack on their current village. The battle was exceptionally brutal, with Chang Ji's father engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy leader, resulting in both of their deaths. After this fierce battle, both villages suffered heavy losses, essentially leaving them mutually devastated. In this situation, Chang'e had no choice but to step up, leading the remaining villagers to escape their homeland, enduring many hardships before finally arriving at their current resting place. Because of this painful past, Chang'e was particularly sensitive and anxious about the outbreak of war between villages. Yet, at this moment, in the face of the imminent crisis, Wu He remained calm and unhurried. This starkly contrasting reaction made Chang'e increasingly restless, filled with anxiety. He, I know you have remarkable strength, but you have never experienced the deep sense of helplessness that comes when war breaks out between villages. The more Chang'e spoke, the more agitated he became, his eyes gradually filling with a bloodshot hue, as if the cruel scenes from the past were replaying before him. Seeing this, Wu He quickly stood up, forcefully pressing Chang'e back into his seat, and swiftly poured him a cup of steaming green tea, softly reassuring him. Chang'e, don't be so impulsive. In my opinion, we are just too tense, to the point that we haven't fully understood the true intentions of our opponents. After saying this, Wu He took a small sip of tea himself. Then tell me, how did they realize our existence? Wu He placed his cup down, fixing his gaze on Chang'e. Hearing this, Chang'e was eager to respond, but as he opened his mouth, it was as if he suddenly remembered something, leaving him stunned for a while. Then he slowly said, well, they must have sent numerous spies to search around and eventually stumbled upon us. However, Wu He shook his head repeatedly, uttering a series of perplexing notes. No, no, no. At the same time, he waved his right index finger. He then explained with a serious expression, actually, it's not like that. From my speculation, they purely caught sight of us hunting soul beasts by chance, and unexpectedly discovered our rare secret of possessing martial spirits and the ability to absorb spirit rings. Just then, with a sudden sound, Chang'e jumped up from his seat again, his body trembling slightly from excessive excitement, and the muscles on his face were tense to the extreme. Awakening martial spirits is our village's greatest secret. We absolutely cannot let outsiders know. No, I must go to the prison and deal with those guys immediately. Then take everyone from the village and leave this place quickly. Chang Ji's eyes widened, revealing a sense of determination and ruthlessness. Seeing this, Wu He quickly reached out and forcefully pressed Chang'e back into his seat again. Hey, can you stop being so jumpy? What do you mean by killing people to silence them? The leader on their side already knows about this matter. Wu He furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of helplessness. After hearing this, it was as if all the strength had been drained from Chang Ji's body, leaving him slumped in his chair like a lifeless, weak mass of mud. His mouth gaped wide, but he could only mumble indistinctly, it's over. It's over. Now it's all over. Seeing Chang'e in such a pitiful state, Wu He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He raised his hand and mercilessly slapped Chang Ji's cheek. Smack! Smack! 2 crisp, loud slaps rang out, making Chang Ji's head buzz and rebooting him. Why did you hit me? Chang'e held his face, looking at Wu He with a wronged expression, his eyes filled with confusion and grievance. Haha, it's nothing. Just a little itch in my hands. Wu He swayed as he casually sat down, leisurely taking a sip of tea. Then, he turned his gaze to the person across from him and said softly, the results you obtained from the interrogation just now indicated that the other party possesses a martial spirit quite similar to ours, and it appears on their leader. However, interestingly, they only have 2 spirit rings in total. Therefore, according to the level classification, that so-called leader is merely a great soul master of around level 20. As soon as Wu He finished speaking, the previously lifeless Chang'e, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with a glimmer of light. What? The other party's leader is only level 20? I easily reached over level 40. While murmuring to himself, Chang'e desperately recalled the events of the past few months. He couldn't help but remember the times he had competed against the village's guards, who were also around level 20. At that time, he stood out like a crane among chickens, incredibly strong. In an instant, It was as if an invisible force had surged into Changji's body, revitalizing him completely. He leaped up from the ground, standing tall and proud. The previous lethargic demeanor completely vanished. Instead, he wore a face full of confidence and pride, as if the person who had just been like a lump of mud had nothing to do with him. Chapter 207. The great battle is imminent from the interrogation. It seems that a certain piece of information has been revealed. It must have been during a grand and large-scale tribal trading event when the other party had the fortune to come into contact with the opportunity for martial soul awakening. However, at that time, the other party involved in the trade appeared exceptionally cautious and conservative, tightly holding onto the method of martial soul awakening without imparting it to the other side. Wu Hai's expression was grave as he slowly explained, with words full of profound meaning. However, we all know that martial soul awakening is merely the first step. The next, more crucial and important step is to hunt for soul rings. It is important to note that each person's specific need for soul rings may vary to some extent, but there is still some common knowledge that remains unchanged. At this point, Wu Hai paused briefly, scanning the crowd with his gaze. At this moment, Brother Chong was muttering, "Is the knowledge needed actually the same? What kind of knowledge is it?" His brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. "Brother Chong, I actually haven't explained this to you in detail before. After all the soul beasts you have hunted, as well as the corresponding soul rings of different years that can be absorbed, have all been carefully sought out by me in advance for you. What you need to do is to absorb these soul rings without error, so that you can possess the unmatched strength you have today," Wu Hai said slowly, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable flavor. After hearing this, Brother Chong nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, as Wu Hai said, if it weren't for his silent contributions and careful arrangements behind the scenes, everyone might have found it difficult to grow to this point so smoothly. However, you may not know that every level of Soul Master obtaining soul rings from soul beasts has a clear cultivation limit at every stage. If one exceeds this limit to absorb the corresponding soul rings, then that Soul Master will face two completely different situations. At this point, Wu Hai raised two fingers to illustrate. The first is to absorb beyond the level, that is, forcibly absorbing the soul ring into the body and completing the fusion with strong willpower and strength. However, doing so will inevitably lead to a period of significant weakness for the Soul Master, during which their combat power will drastically decrease. As for the second situation, it can be described as extremely bloody and cruel, because the Soul Master is simply unable to withstand the immense martial soul energy impact contained within the soul ring. The only outcome awaiting them is bodily explosion and immediate death. Upon hearing this, Brother Chong couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, his face filled with astonishment, his eyes wide open as if two eggs could fit inside. Just imagine, if you lacked the valuable experience I have accumulated over the years, and relied solely on your own efforts to try to advance to level 40, how many predecessors would have to sacrifice their lives to pave the way for you? Only by treading upon the blood, tears, and corpses of countless predecessors can you possibly reach the current level of 40. Wu Hai's words struck Brother Chong like a thunderbolt, instantly awakening him from his daze. It was at this moment that Brother Chong finally realized why the enemy, clearly watching us with hostile intent, had remained motionless for so long, because they were eager to determine whether we truly possessed the method for martial soul awakening, and whether there was a shortcut to directly absorb soul rings. Brother Chong, quick-witted, instantly grasped the key point and was able to draw analogies. So that's how it is. That giant horned deer was utilized in such a way. Wu Hai couldn't help but show an appreciative expression, affirming this approach. Therefore, we need not be overly tense. You see, the enemy's leader is merely level 20, truly a pathetic novice. Even though he has brought many people, our side also has a sufficient number of soul masters. Just think, isn't it as easy as chopping vegetables for soul masters to deal with those ordinary people? 1 against 10 is a conservative estimate, Brother Chong said confidently, waving his hand. After 2 days of careful rest, the two soul masters responsible for guarding the village entrance hurriedly came to report. They claimed to have detected that the other party's large troop was approaching, roughly estimating that at least 2,000 people had been deployed, indicating that this time they were going all out with no reservations. The troop advanced with great momentum, like a surging flood rushing towards us, seemingly coming specifically to cause trouble. As expected, just 10 minutes after the guards came to relay the message, the enemy's vanguard was already close to the village entrance. Wu Hai quickly checked the shared visual feed from everyone and then stepped out without hesitation, preparing to personally welcome this unfriendly incoming troop. Wu Hai ran to the village entrance like a gust of wind, and before he could catch his breath, he saw the enemy coming in a fierce manner. Leading a group of people, the man standing opposite Wu Hai was burly, with a face full of muscle, pointing his thick finger straight at Wu Hai, shouting loudly, "Little brat, hurry up and call out the adult in charge of your family." Hearing this, Wu Hai was first taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh heartily, pointing at his own nose while laughing and retorting. "What did you say? You want me to find an adult? Haha, let me tell you. I am the person you are looking for. What do you want by bringing so many people to our village entrance?" Upon hearing Wu Hai's words, the man's eyes widened, staring at Wu Hai as if he wanted to breathe fire, but he remained silent for a long time. After a while, he finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "All right, you little brat, you are the one in charge, huh?" A moment of pause. Then he continued fiercely. "A few days ago, when our village organized a hunting team to go out hunting, it was suspected that people from your village captured them. Today, I was ordered to come here, giving you 1 day to release the people, or don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader suddenly waved his hands, and a powerful soul force erupted. Following that, a dazzling light flashed, and a huge, ferocious dog, nearly 1 meter tall, appeared in front of everyone. The dog had its fur standing on end like steel needles, sharp fangs, and its eyes gleaming with a chilling light. For a moment, many behind the enemy trembled in fear at the sight of this dog, and some had even instinctively begun to retreat. "What hunting team? We haven't seen anyone. So please leave." Wu Hai calmly made a gesture for them to leave. However, the man snorted coldly, pointing angrily at Wu Hai's nose and scolding. "Humph. Just because you say you haven't seen anyone means you haven't? Don't try to fool us here. Let us in quickly so we can search your village thoroughly. If we really don't find the people we are looking for, then consider yourself lucky. But if we do find them, you will see what happens." Faced with such arrogant threats, Wu Hai showed no fear, standing tall and responding without backing down. "Hey, who do you think you are? Our village is not a place you can search at will. We will not allow you to act so recklessly." Chapter 208 News of the 10,000-year-old beast. Just as the leader of the opposing force faced off against Wu Hai, their troops surged forward like a tidal wave. They skillfully formed a tight and orderly semi-encirclement, completely surrounding the village where Wu Hai was located. The entire encirclement was like a copper wall and iron bastion, causing the villagers to feel a sense of suffocation and panic. You only have 2 options before you. First, obediently hand over the person to me and unreservedly teach me your method of absorbing soul rings with a 100 success rate. Second, if you insist on refusing, don't blame me for being impolite. I will immediately lead my men into the village to search, and at that time, how many innocent lives will be lost will be beyond my control." The leader of the opposing force threatened with a fierce expression, his greedy and ambitious eyes fixed on Wu Hai and the others. At this moment, seeing that his subordinates had successfully completed the encirclement of the village, he felt even more confident and directly laid out his cards to Wu Hai and the others. In fact, it was obvious to anyone with sharp eyes that this leader's demand for people was merely a ruse. His true goal was clearly to obtain the miraculous method of absorbing soul rings that Wu Hai possessed. After all, for any cultivator, such a heaven-defying method was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. Facing the aggressive stance of the opposing side, Wu Hai appeared unusually calm and composed. He casually swept his gaze over the arrogant enemy before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With years of experience and keen insight, Wu Hai saw through the enemy's true cultivation level at a glance. Indeed, this person had already reached the level of a 29th rank Great Soul Master. He was just 1 step away from breaking through to level 30, truly on the cusp of a breakthrough. Due to the imminent critical moment of breakthrough, the opposing side showed an unusual eagerness for the method of 100 soul ring absorption. It was speculated that if nothing special happened, they had likely paid a heavy price in lives for this. It is worth mentioning that this tribe was large, with over 2,000 people. However, when Wu Hai probed their soul power, he found that despite the large number, there were only about 20 or 30 true soul masters. Moreover, most of these soul masters were stuck at around the 10th level, and worse, their cultivation appeared extremely restless and unstable, lacking a solid foundation. It was clear that this phenomenon indicated that their cultivation was not achieved through normal practice, but was forcibly raised by consuming a large number of soul rings. While this approach could yield a certain degree of power increase in a short time, it was essentially a harmful practice that did not benefit long-term development. Even more ridiculous was that those soul masters with slight cultivation would tremble in fear at the sight of their leader releasing his martial soul, like startled birds. This shows that these so-called soul masters had no resistance when faced with powerful forces. They were merely a group of pawns at the mercy of others. After a period of observation and analysis, Wu He realized the leader of this tribe treated these people as test subjects, using them to rapidly enhance their cultivation and attempt to absorb soul rings of different ages to find the most suitable soul beast age for breaking through to level 30, thus paving the way for his own breakthrough. One must say, this leader's scheming was extremely deep. Before them, numerous lives had likely already perished on this land. Moreover, it could be imagined that within their tribe, there was a clear hierarchy. The high-ranking leader often used his powerful martial soul to punish those who made mistakes or defied his will. Over time, these tribespeople naturally developed a deep fear of the leader's martial soul. However, at this moment, Wu He appeared exceptionally calm and composed, showing no signs of anxiety or tension. This was not due to blind confidence or feigned calmness, but because he had long since seen through everything. He understood too well what the opposing side truly sought. If such a method of 100 soul ring absorption could be easily obtained through threats, intimidation, and enticing benefits, then the opposing side would likely have already led a large force to attack directly, rather than getting entangled with Wu He here. Clearly, the opposing side strategy, which appeared gentle yet concealed hidden intentions, was not simply a straightforward military assault. Wu He understood that the reason they surrounded the entire village was essentially to create a strong atmosphere of intimidation. They attempted to exert immense psychological pressure on Wu He and the villagers, forcing them to ultimately choose to give up resistance and obediently hand over the mysterious method of achieving 100 absorption of soul rings. However, at that moment, a more curious thought suddenly surged into Wu He's mind. Why were they so eager to obtain this unique method? What hidden secrets and motives lay behind it? The reason such thoughts suddenly arose in Wu He's mind was certainly not without reason. After some careful calculations, he estimated that the number of soul masters in the opposing camp was about 20 or 30. However, if nothing unexpected happened, it could be assumed that their numbers were likely much greater before this. Let us assume that they originally had as many as 50 people. In that case, if they used a clumsy method of trying one by one to determine the maximum soul beast cultivation level that a 30th ranked soul master could withstand, it would not be difficult at all. After all, many hands make light work. As long as they were willing to put in the effort to experiment one by one, they would surely arrive at a fairly accurate conclusion. However, it was strange that the opposing side seemed uninterested in such a simple and direct approach, instead fixated on finding the so-called method of 100 soul ring absorption. Seeing this, Wu He could not help but feel a stirring in his heart and instantly realized the problem. This relentless pursuit for the perfect method of soul ring absorption by the opposing side was likely because they were trying to obtain soul rings over 10,000 years old. Upon thinking of this, Wu He could not help but break into a grin. This truly echoed the old saying. It's hard to find a place to tread the iron shoes, yet the answer comes without effort. The 10,000-year-old beast he had been searching for so long. Unexpectedly, someone knew its hiding place. Even more surprisingly, the person holding the key information was now actively presenting himself. Was this not a remarkable opportunity bestowed by heaven? Wu He thought to himself, his smile growing even brighter. Chapter 209. Bluster and Retreat. Wu He calmly clapped his hands. In an instant, Dai and Che each led a team out in succession. At the same time, they summoned their martial souls, and the dazzling soul rings suddenly unfolded. Upon closer inspection, the members of these two teams were quite formidable. Dai and Che were both four-ring soul ancestors, while the others were all soul masters. What was even more eye-catching was that each person's soul ring configuration was identical, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Such a uniform and vividly colored soul ring arrangement not only provided an extreme visual harmony, but also stood out remarkably. Although the two small teams led by Wu He only numbered 14 in total, the powerful aura and pressure they exuded were not in the slightest inferior to the vast army of 1,000 on the opposite side. Especially when the soul masters with some cultivation on the opposing side witnessed Wu He's team release their martial souls and soul rings. Their faces turned pale with fear. and their bodies involuntarily trembled, even retreating as if they had encountered a terrifying presence. This scene left the opponents, who had not yet engaged in battle, looking embarrassed and rattled. Seeing this, Wu Hai couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Haha, uncle, since you're so eager to fight, then don't hesitate any longer. Bring it on. The teammates standing beside him joined in with uproarious laughter. Clearly, the opposing leader never expected that Wu Hai and the others could face such a massive display without fear, instead appearing so confident. He could not fathom that the level gap he yearned to cross was actually represented by a full 14 people on the other side, especially the two leading strongmen, whose cultivation levels reached an astonishing 40. Moreover, their soul ring configurations were indeed excellent, 2 yellow rings paired with 2 purple rings. Although the opposing leader seemed somewhat dismissive of such a soul ring configuration, from a cultivation perspective alone, it was enough to make him envious. At this moment, he shouted loudly and fiercely, "Chimera Squad, rush forward for me." With a shout, 4 figures resembling guardian deities slowly stepped forward from behind him. Each of these 4 had a bizarre appearance, their bodies crooked and twisted, resembling grotesque shapes. Looking at their cultivation, they were merely around level 23 or 24. However, despite this, they appeared extremely confident in their strength, their expressions terrifyingly fierce. Yet, when Adai and He saw this motley crew, they didn't even feel the urge to teach them a lesson. Ultimately, Adai gently patted one of his underlings beside him and subtly gestured for him to quickly deal with these few individuals. The unlucky one chosen by Adai had a bitter expression and reluctantly trudged out. In that instant, a powerful and dazzling light erupted from that person, and then his martial soul was released at an astonishing speed. It turned out to be a majestic, white-headed eagle. In the blink of an eye, he completed the martial soul possession process. His body perfectly merged with a white-headed eagle martial soul, transforming him into a fierce avian creature. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, seemingly attempting to escape the scene. However, just then, a deafening shout rang out. First soul skill, Eagle Wing Clone. With this furious roar, an astonishing scene unfolded. The person suddenly split into 2 in mid-air, instantly creating a clone that looked exactly like him. Moreover, this clone not only matched his appearance, but also possessed 30 of his strength. Almost simultaneously, both the person and his clone spread their massive wings to the limit. The next moment, they shouted in unison, second soul skill, Feather Rain. Before the words left their mouths, countless shimmering feathers fell like a torrential rain, sweeping down towards the opponents below. These feathers transformed into sharp sword-like energies, forming a dense curtain of sword rain that enveloped the opposing soul masters in an instant. Faced with such a sudden and powerful attack, the opposing soul masters didn't even have time to react with their soul power before being completely submerged by the terrifying feather sword rain. They could only instinctively activate their martial soul for defense. But in the face of such a violent onslaught, this resistance seemed utterly futile, unable to withstand even a little. In the blink of an eye, they were beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, struggling helplessly amidst the flying feathers, looking utterly disheveled. Seeing such an overwhelming situation unfold, the previously arrogant and overbearing ordinary people on the opposing side were like candles in a storm, instantly extinguished without a trace. They looked terrified, their faces as pale as paper, and the earlier haughty demeanor vanished completely. Some even panically began to flee as if a fierce beast were chasing them from behind. Meanwhile, the leader on the opposite side naturally noticed the rapid turn of events. More importantly, after sending his subordinates in a battle, he had quietly retreated without anyone noticing, thinking he was at a safe distance. However, even with such caution, when he saw that people from his tribe began to flee the battlefield recklessly, he unhesitatingly chose to follow suit. He dashed away like the wind, running faster than a rabbit. Wu Hai was momentarily stunned, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. He simply could not imagine that the previously rebellious and intimidating tribal leader had turned into such a timid figure in the blink of an eye. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, this leader didn't even have the courage to confront the enemy head-on, turning around and running without a second thought. But at that moment, Wu Hai, who had already conceived a new idea, would not let him go easily. He quickly approached Adai and He, whispering a few words in their ears. Then, without hesitation, he took out a piece of wood crystal stone glowing with mysterious light from his pocket and slammed it onto his chest. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth, accompanied by a faint rumbling sound, as Wu Haoyi successfully completed the fusion with the WindEagle armor. In the blink of an eye, Wu Haoyi vanished from the spot like a flash of lightning. The speed was astonishing, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Adai and HA could hardly believe what was happening before their eyes. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. For the past 2 days, they had been training hard, yet at this moment, all their efforts seemed meaningless. Despite feeling a sense of loss, the tasks assigned by Wu Haoyi remained urgent. Adai and HA quickly took action without hesitation, as it was their duty as the boss's underlings to obey orders. It should be noted that for powerful soul masters, the number of ordinary people did not have much impact. It's like 2 powerful sheepdogs effortlessly controlling hundreds of sheep that are running around. Adai led his small team to act separately from Ache's team, while another team, led by Chang'e, joined in. The 3 teams coordinated seamlessly, like 3 swords drawn from their sheaths, unstoppable, in the face of the chaotic, ordinary people from the opposing tribe, who were running around like headless flies. They demonstrated excellent command skills and combat quality. Before long, the initially chaotic situation was effectively controlled. Everyone was reorganized, order was restored, and they gathered closely together. Meanwhile, Wu He, with his astonishing agility, managed to catch up with the leader of the opposing tribe, who had already fled nearly 100 meters away. After just a few light jumps, Chapter 210, caught a little bug. The once arrogant and imperious enemy leader now fled like a lost dog. He ran frantically to a towering tree, as if it could be his last refuge. Clutching his chest with both hands, he gasped for breath, his body trembling from fear and exhaustion, his face showing sheer terror, looking utterly haunted. His frantic glances made it hard not to chuckle. His eyes darted around, his head swaying left and right, as if the slightest rustle of leaves would make him jump. It was hard to believe that just an hour ago, he had been a commanding leader of a powerful team of 2,000. He had been so arrogant, dismissive of others. Yet now, in this vast and boundless forest, he had become a solitary figure. The subordinates who once surrounded him had long since disappeared, leaving him to hide alone in this eerie environment. Meanwhile, Wu He stood like a ghost atop the tree above him. Tall and still as a pine, he observed the enemy below. A gentle breeze rustled his clothes, but his stance remained as steady as a mountain. As time passed, after about 20 to 30 minutes, the man finally caught his breath. Cautiously, he lifted his head and looked around, confirming that no one was pursuing him, then let out a long sigh and sat heavily on the ground, like a deflated balloon. Damn it, this time I really suffered a huge loss. I lost an entire tribe. Everything has to start over, cursing under his breath. He struck the nearby tree with his right hand. Unfortunately, the thick trunk was as hard as steel and didn't budge. Instead, he winced in pain, grimacing as he let out a groan. Just as he was pounding the tree, Wu He silently descended from the tree. The pain in his hand had completely occupied his attention, so he failed to notice Wu He's quiet arrival. After a while, he gradually regained his senses from the pain, gently blowing on his reddened wrist in an attempt to alleviate some discomfort. At that moment, he began to ponder where he could go to get back on the path to success. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a warm breath near his ear. After running for so long, are you tired? Do you want to run some more? The gentle words sounded like a demonic whisper from the underworld, instantly exploding in his mind. In that moment, he was scared out his wits, his body involuntarily jolting forward like an arrow, flying dozens of meters away. Then he turned in terror, fixating on Wu He, who was leisurely leaning against the tree. Wu He smiled, but to the man, that smile was more terrifying than that of a demon. His eyes widened, lips trembling, he stammered, Are you human or ghost? How? How could you catch up to me? He knew that his martial soul was no ordinary existence. It was the fearsome two-headed dog. The greatest feature of the two-headed dog was that it inherently possessed 2 attributes. However, it was ironically unfortunate that this guy had somehow ended up with both attributes being wind-based. The effect of the dual attributes far exceeded a simple 1-1. Because of this, when he unleashed his full power, his speed was astonishingly fast. To him, if his opponent didn't have some particularly powerful ability or unique skill, it would be almost impossible to accurately lock onto his direction and route of escape. What he never expected was that during the brief moment he paused to rest, Wu He appeared before him like a ghost. This sudden situation frightened him greatly, causing his heart to nearly leap out of his throat. Only then did he belatedly realize a shocking fact. He had been running desperately, already exhausted and drenched in sweat, with even his breathing becoming heavy and labored, as if every breath took all his strength. In contrast, the young man before him didn't show any signs of fatigue. Not a single bead of sweat appeared on his handsome face. Clearly, for this young man, chasing him was a piece of cake, completely effortless. After careful consideration, the remaining thought of escape in his heart seemed to be blown away by a sudden gust of wind. At that moment, he felt as if he had lost all support for his body and soul, and he involuntarily sank down, kneeling heavily on the ground. Then, he raised his hands and began to slap his already flushed cheeks mercilessly. Each slap echoed sharply, evoking pity in anyone who heard it. "I'm sorry. I truly am worthless, worse than a pig or a dog. Please, have mercy and spare me. I swear from now on, I will never dare to covet your secret techniques again." He continued to slap his face, weeping and pleading desperately. Standing nearby, Wu-He quietly watched as the man displayed a range of emotions in just a minute, from initial panic to despair and collapse, to now this pitiful begging. Such a colorful display of expressions was both helpless and amusing. Wu-He pondered what kind of bizarre and absurd story this guy had concocted in his mind to scare himself in such a short time. However, despite the curiosity and confusion within, Wu-He maintained a faint smile on his face. He took his time, slowly walking in front of the kneeling man, then gently squatted down. His movements were so gentle, as if he feared startling a frightened deer, and he lightly lifted the man's chin with his right hand. If there were any onlookers from the 21st century witnessing this scene, they would probably be unable to contain themselves. Time passed unknowingly. In this seemingly short yet incredibly long moment, Wu-He maintained a smile and calmly engaged the man in a friendly and in-depth conversation. Gradually, the man, who had initially seemed panicked and timid, surprisingly became very compliant. He answered every question Wu-He posed without hesitation, revealing everything Wu-He wanted to know without reservation. Afterward, Wu-He contentedly walked aside, casually picking up a clean white cloth to carefully wipe his hands, which were stained with dirt and sweat. He gently rubbed each finger, as if he wanted to completely eliminate the fatigue and grime. After wiping his hands, he raised his arm again and gently wiped the bead-sized sweat from his forehead with a white cloth. Once he finished this, he took a deep breath, slightly tidied up his somewhat messy hair, and then turned to look at the person in front of him who had a terrified expression. He calmly instructed from now on, "You can't call me Changgu anymore. There is already someone in our village called Changgu. So, starting now, I will give you a new name. You shall be called Xiao Chang." After saying this, Wu-He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. That smile seemed warm and kind, making one feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze, but in the eyes of the person named Xiao Chang, it was as chilling as the cold sneer of a demon revealing its sharp fangs, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 211. The half-month forgotten in the water prison. Half an hour later, Wu-He tightly grasped a small cockroach he had just caught, a sly smile appearing on his face. With a wave of his arm, the poor little cockroach flew into the water prison like an arc. With a splash, the cockroach fell into the water, creating a spray. Inside the water prison, a group of prisoners was already locked up, stubbornly resisting. These prisoners were all members brought by the little cockroach, but for various reasons, they were unwilling to submit to Wu-He's tribe. In fact, long before Wu-He went to capture the little cockroach, he had already given clear instructions to Changgu, Ache, and others. The group, led by the little cockroach, had to be carefully screened and classified. Those who behaved submissively and were easy to control could be prioritized for key positions on a trial basis. However, if anyone dared to openly resist, they would be mercilessly thrown into the water prison for a few days to temper their temperament. As expected, there were indeed some people who pretended to surrender on the surface but harbored ulterior motives. Once they found the right opportunity, they would not hesitate to rise up in rebellion. However, perhaps these people severely underestimated the true strength of Wu-He's tribe. It should be noted that among the 2,000 people the little cockroach brought, only about 10 to 20 could be considered soul masters. In contrast, Wu-He's tribe not only had a large number of soul masters, but also possessed many skilled experts, making their overall strength far beyond what the little cockroach's group could contend with. Although the village where Wu-He resided was small, there were over 50 people, and none were without soul master status. Only a few children had yet to reach the age of awakening their martial souls, while the rest, even those slightly weaker, were at least level 32 soul venerates. As for the few still stubbornly resisting, they were the ones who had benefited the most from the little cockroach. The strength of these individuals was roughly around level 20, and typically they ran rampant in their own tribe, extremely arrogant. Because of this, they had always been confident in their own strength. However, unexpectedly, It was merely an ordinary guard who easily subdued these few individuals like autumn leaves being swept away by the wind, and ruthlessly threw them all into the water prison. When these people saw that the little cockroach was also brought back by Wu He and trapped with them, their initially low morale instantly rose again. After all, the little cockroach had always been their backbone. As long as he was there, everyone felt a bit of comfort in their hearts. At that moment, a reckless little brother in the crowd suddenly asked, "Boss, you wouldn't have intentionally gotten yourself captured to save us, would you?" The little cockroach had just been beaten by Wu He barehanded for 20 minutes and already had a lot of grievances to vent. So this little brother brought his face right up to him. The little cockroach was like an enraged beast, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the person in front of him, the ferocity shocking everyone. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to dissuade him. But no matter how they pulled him, the little cockroach remained relentless like a machine out of control. After a few minutes, the little cockroach finally seemed to exhaust all his energy and slowly stopped. Breathing heavily, he said dejectedly, "It's over, we're all done. The only way now is to completely surrender to the other side. Perhaps we can still seek a glimmer of hope." However, such a simple statement felt like a basin of icy water, ruthlessly extinguishing the last flicker of hope in the hearts of those who had remained loyal to him. In an instant, everyone's faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Time passed, and days went by. In the blink of an eye, the little cockroach and his few loyal subordinates had spent nearly half a month in the dark, damp water prison. During this time, apart from the guards responsible for overseeing the water prison coming daily to drain the accumulated water and deliver a meager amount of food, no one else set foot in this place. Due to prolonged immersion in water, their bodies had already shown severe signs of swelling, their skin pale and wrinkled, looking as if they had lost their human form. At this moment, they were not only physically tormented, but also mentally on the brink of collapse. In these long 15 days, initially, there were a few who still harbored a glimmer of resistance. Every night, they secretly plotted how to take advantage of the cover of darkness to launch a thrilling counterattack, hoping to gain a chance for survival in this dire situation. However, their plans did not escape the keen eyes of the guards watching the water prison. Those who attempted to resist were ruthlessly punished by the guards without exception. Moreover, one individual was made an example of, locked in the terrifying little black room for a whole day. From that day on, everyone became like startled birds, obedient and no longer daring to entertain any rebellious thoughts. From that point on, each day became an endless torment and suffering for them. The only constant was that when the time came for the water in the prison to be drained and they could enjoy their meager food, they would all kneel down in unison, bowing their heads in repentance toward Wu He's direction, desperately pleading for a chance at survival. Thus the days passed, and they endured this long 15 days in fear and despair. However, just at this moment that seemed to have no hope of relief, one morning, something astonishing happened. At a time that was not the usual draining time, the water level in the prison began to slowly decrease. Then, the long-closed door of the water prison opened slowly before their astonished eyes. A dazzling ray of sunlight suddenly pierced through the darkness, shooting straight into the dank, gloomy cage like a sword. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of this sudden turn of events, they heard a loud shout. "Come out. Here's your chance to defeat your opponents. As long as you win, you'll gain a way out." Upon hearing this, a few of them involuntarily trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. The reason was simple. This phrase was all too familiar to them. Once upon a time, when they were in their own tribe, they had bullied those weaker than themselves in the same way. Each time, they would say to those poor souls in the same cold and ruthless tone, "If you win against me, I'll spare your life." However, the so-called opportunity they offered was merely a road leading to death. At this moment, the few of them slowly turned their heads, first looking at the dark, damp, and foul-smelling water prison behind them, and then at the dazzling sunlight outside the door. After a struggle and weighing their options, they ultimately made a resolute decision to bravely face death. After all, continuing to be trapped in this despairing water prison was an endless torment. Rather than prolonging their suffering, they might as well take the plunge and face death head-on, perhaps finding some relief. Thus, with a mix of anxiety yet unwavering determination, they took heavy steps and slowly walked out of the water prison. But the moment they stepped onto the arena, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. Standing straight on the arena were exactly 10 people. And these 10 people were none other than those who were all too familiar to the little cockroach and others. It turns out that these people were the 10 test subjects that Xiao Chong used to explore the unknown, commonly known as white mice. Despite carrying the title of soul masters, Their living conditions were extremely miserable, even worse than those of an ordinary slave. In the past, these poor souls often became targets for Xiao Chong and others to vent their anger and violence, frequently subjected to insults and beatings. However, it seems that these 10 individuals might be the targets they're fighting against, suddenly instilling confidence in these people with eyes full of despair. But sometimes, there are things that can exceed one's understanding. Chapter 212. Grouping Harmonious Unity. Why did you bring him back? Wouldn't it be more convenient to deal with him directly outside? Brother Chong asked with a puzzled expression, his brows tightly furrowed, a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion in his eyes. It is well known that the survival rules in this land are simple and brutal. Survival of the fittest, with the weak being prey for the strong. A tribe cannot accommodate 2 kings unless there are exceptions like Brother Chong, who willingly abdicated in favor of someone else. After all, there have been too many painful lessons in the past. Some victors have been merciful, hesitating to spare the leader of the defeated tribe, only to bring disaster upon themselves. Watching helplessly as their tribe was annihilated after the other side made a comeback. Such incidents have occurred repeatedly and have long been common knowledge. Therefore, facing Wu Heyi's unusual actions, how could Brother Chong not be anxious and emotional? However, Wu He did not respond directly to Brother Chong's questions and doubts. He smiled mysteriously, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, but he remained silent. He then turned and walked towards the water prison, carefully instructing the guards responsible for watching over the prisoners to keep a close eye on them, ensuring they do not die. After giving his instructions, Wu He left without hesitation and never inquired about the situation at the water prison again. In fact, when Wu He first undertook the comprehensive reform of the entire tribe, he had already foreseen that some individuals with poor character or ulterior motives might infiltrate. To address this, he meticulously designed and established a series of strict punishment systems aimed at restraining members who might engage in undesirable behavior, thus maintaining order and stability within the tribe. In the 21st century, the ancestors left behind a profound saying: severe laws should be used in chaotic times. For this reason, when devising the punishment system, Wu He thoughtfully set only 2 to 3 extremely unique and special methods. One of them was to confine offenders in a pitch-black room. If the crime was minor, they would only need to be imprisoned for a day. But if the situation was more serious, they could be imprisoned for 3 days or even longer. There was also the fearsome water prison punishment, which appeared harmless on the surface, but was, in fact, an extreme torment for the mind. At this moment, a fierce tribal war broke out. The battle was exceptionally brutal, with heavy losses on both sides. In the end, the tribe led by Wu He emerged victorious and successfully captured a batch of unruly prisoners. Prior to this, Wu He had been worried about when his meticulously designed punishment tools would finally come into play. Unexpectedly, the opportunity had quietly arrived. Faced with Wu Heyi's silence, Brother Chong, though filled with confusion, chose not to ask further questions upon seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining. After all, in this land, Wu He was the undisputed strongest in everyone's eyes. As long as no one could surpass Wu He in combat power, it meant that he always held a crucial veto power. Anyone wishing to challenge his authority would have to think twice. Next, Wu He began to act in an orderly manner. He held a large horn and blew it with all his might. The resounding and prolonged sound seemed to traverse mountains and fields, quickly spreading to every corner of the tribe. Upon hearing the familiar horn, people set down their tasks and gathered from all directions towards the square. Before long, the spacious square was filled with a dense crowd. They whispered among themselves or curiously gazed at Wu He standing on the platform. Facing this sea of people, Wu He couldn't help but feel an indescribable excitement. Not long ago, this tribe had only about 50 people. At that time, due to a lack of manpower, many urgent tasks had to be queued and handled one by one. Wu He had often pondered how to rapidly increase the tribe's population. Yet at this moment, when over 2,000 unfamiliar and vibrant faces appeared before him, the joy was beyond words. He understood that with so many people, the tribe would undoubtedly usher in unprecedented development opportunities. Taking a deep breath, Wu He tried to calm his excited emotions. He knew that gathering so many people was not for him to deliver a lengthy speech like a leader. Thus, he decisively began the subsequent work, initially classifying the crowd. First, he focused on the young children and women, considering their relatively weaker physical strength and special physiological conditions. He decided to assign the children simple tasks like gathering fruits and flowers, and assist the women with light household chores such as weaving and cooking. Next, for the men, Wu He made more detailed divisions based on their respective characteristics and abilities. Some strong men skilled in tracking prey were assigned to the hunting group. Others proficient in agricultural techniques were placed in the farming group. Some strong and brave individuals were chosen for the defense group to protect the tribe's safety. Those with quick minds and creativity formed the research group, dedicated to exploring new knowledge and technology. Finally, those with construction skills and experience became part of the construction group, responsible for building houses, roads, and other infrastructure. Moreover, to ensure that each group could operate efficiently, Wu He specifically selected a group of experienced and trustworthy original tribe members to serve as leaders of each group. Simultaneously, to fully leverage the enthusiasm and autonomy of the masses, he further divided each large group into several small teams, encouraging the newly joined villagers to elect their team leaders. Through this layered control and reasonable division of labor, everyone could clearly understand their responsibilities, facilitating the smooth progress of various tasks. Then, Wu He took decisive steps, leading the members of the hunting and defense groups away from the crowd. His tall and upright figure resembled a mountain, exuding an unshakable sense of authority. Standing still and looking at the 200 or so people before him, Wu He felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was incredibly excited, as a large number meant strong combat power. With so many people working together, they could hunt richer food and precious resources, further expanding the tribe's territory. Thinking of this, he could already envision a prosperous and thriving future for the tribe. However, at the same time, Wu He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness. Although these 200 people had undergone enlightenment education about martial spirits and were aware of their existence, regrettably, they did not yet possess matching spirit rings. This meant they could only use their martial spirits in the most primitive and crude ways, making it difficult to unleash their true power. Facing such a situation, Wu He knew that leading this team to achieve significant accomplishments would not be easy. After Wu He led this group away, they all raised their heads, anxiously looking at their leader. Especially when Wu He looked at them with that unusually peculiar gaze, a chill involuntarily surged in everyone's hearts. It was a spine-chilling look, as if they had become the hunted targets, at any moment facing a potentially fatal blow. Thus, everyone felt a shiver down their spines, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and fear surged like a tide in their hearts, making it almost impossible for them to stand firm. Chapter 213. The caregiver level fool Wu He forcefully pulled the fool to his side and solemnly announced, "From now on, the fool will be the supreme commander of our two groups." Upon hearing this decision, the fool was completely stunned. He had no idea what responsibilities and obligations came with the position of supreme commander. Worse still, he had never managed such a large number of people before. In the past, he was merely a small vice captain in his original team, always following Acre's commands. Later on, Wu He recognized the fool's abilities and gave him a chance to be promoted to captain. However, even then, he only led a mere 5 team members, mostly wandering around with them. But now the situation was drastically different. Wu He was handing over the management of a whole 200 people to the fool. The fool was dumbfounded on the spot, as this number was 4 times greater than the total population of their original tribe. Faced with such a large team, the fool, who had never fought such a wealthy battle, stood frozen like a wooden puppet. Fortunately, Wu He did not give up and patiently spent nearly half an hour explaining the relevant matters to the fool in detail. After this in-depth communication, the fool finally had a rough understanding of Wu He's plans and calculations. However, something unexpected happened. Just when the fool had finally grasped everything, he suddenly changed his mind and expressed that he no longer wanted to take over these 200 people. The reason was simple. He really did not want to play the role of a caregiver for so many people, feeling that the job was too cumbersome and exhausting. But how could Wu He let him off the hook? These 200 unfortunate people were originally destined to become the pitiful test subjects in the hands of their leader, Xiao Chong. It was precisely for this unspeakable purpose that the leader had given them the opportunity to awaken their martial souls. When these people first felt the mysterious and powerful force, their martial souls, surging within them, they were filled with indescribable excitement and exhilaration. They naively believed that from this moment on, they could finally break free from the mundane and embark on the glorious path of becoming superior beings. However, the cruel reality struck like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly shattering their beautiful fantasies. Despite having enviable martial souls, their lives did not undergo any qualitative change. On the contrary, they still had to struggle to survive as ordinary villagers. In daily life, Whether it was the heavy labor of farming or the dangerous activities of hunting, they were always on the front lines, bearing immense pressure and hardships. On the surface, they seemed to have transformed into highly respected soul masters. But digging deeper, one would find that the reality was far from that rosy. Simply put, they were just a group of human-like cattle and horses. Due to awakening their martial souls, their physical strength and endurance indeed surpassed that of ordinary livestock. During daily tasks, they could even complete various tasks without the aid of tools, relying solely on the power of their martial souls. Especially during hunting, relying on the abilities granted by their martial souls, they all charged to the front lines, facing life-and-death tests. However, when it came time to distribute food, they were always at the end of the line, watching others enjoy delicious food first, before they could pick up the meager leftovers. This unfair treatment gradually extinguished the fire of hope in their hearts, replaced by deep despair and helplessness. As time went by, this situation continued to occur. Gradually, the slave-like nature within them, like a long-dormant demon, was finally awakened and released. At this point, their tribe leader, Xiao Chong, began to carefully match each person with a soul ring suited to their traits, guiding them to become the test subjects on their path to becoming stronger. However, these people were well aware of a cruel fact. Excessive obedience and being manipulated would significantly shorten their originally limited lifespan. But if they dared to defy orders, they would inevitably face a brutal beating. Thus, they live in extreme conflict and pain. Despite this, driven by the most instinctive desire for survival and relentless pursuit, no one was willing to easily disguise themselves as obedient and submissive individuals. After all, no one wants to walk towards the abyss of death due to momentary compliance. Because of this, their exhibited soul power levels mostly stagnated, remaining around level 8 or 9, struggling to achieve substantial breakthroughs. For the Fool, the most urgent and critical task ahead was to find ways to quickly elevate everyone's soul power level to level 10. Only after achieving this goal could he lead this team out of this closed environment, embark on a journey to seek suitable soul rings, and gradually enhance the overall strength of the team through a series of step-by-step methods. Only then would the Fool have the opportunity to create a truly powerful team that belonged to him and was invincible. Back when he led a small team of only 5 people, he had to rack his brains thinking of ways to help them quickly improve their strength and plan suitable hunting targets, what types of soul beasts and what kind of soul rings could be obtained, in order to build an incredibly powerful 6-person team. However, even such a simple task nearly exhausted all the wisdom and energy he had stored in his not particularly bright mind. Now, facing the daunting number of 200 people, it felt like a nightmare for him. He felt as if he were being crushed under a heavy mountain, unable to breathe. However, Wu Heyi's words were like an irresistible imperial edict to him, leaving no room for doubt or rebuttal. Therefore, no matter how difficult and arduous this task was, he not only had to execute it resolutely, but also strive for perfection, delivering a satisfactory answer. After taking office, the Fool immediately adopted the clever strategies Wu Heyi had imparted to him. He swiftly divided the 2 large groups under him into numerous small combat units of 5 people each, carefully selecting a capable and responsible captain for each small team. Then, he cleverly integrated every 10 small teams into a group and appointed corresponding large team leaders. In this way, the Fool only needed to focus on managing and leading these 4 large team leaders, enabling him to easily control the situation and ensure the entire team operated efficiently. Over the past week, the Fool worked closely with the 4 large team leaders, continuously honing their skills. Now, these 4 team leaders had all reached a powerful level of 28 or 29, just a step away from the remarkable Soul Master realm, which was almost within reach. Looking back to when they first followed the Fool, these team leaders were filled with anxiety and unease. However, as the week progressed, they gradually laid down their heavy concerns. They deeply felt that their current situation was hundreds of times better than before. Here, they're no longer constantly facing the threat of their lives being ruthlessly deprived. On the contrary, they have not only experienced a significant enhancement in their own strength, but have also earned the respect and recognition of others. Under the leadership and assistance of the 4 captains, the remaining more than 100 team members gradually let go of their inner vigilance. Everyone worked together, and each person's cultivation actually successfully rose to over 20 levels. Such encouraging results boosted the morale of the entire team, filling them with infinite expectations for the future. Chapter 214, Planning the Selection Competition. Brother Wu, look, I have successfully completed what you asked for before. Adiyui said proudly, hands on his hips. chest puffed out as he showcased his achievements to Wu He, his expression full of self-satisfaction as if he could break through the sky. Wu He gazed ahead and saw 200 villagers standing in a neat row, each emanating a powerful aura. After some observation, he discovered that these villagers' strength had actually risen to above level 20. Seeing this, Wu He nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Although the villagers' strength was forcibly enhanced and their foundation was unstable, making it somewhat superficial, it was not a significant problem. As long as they could undergo some harsh trials of life and death in the future, they would soon stabilize completely. Then, Wu He turned to Dalu, who was lost in self-satisfaction, and said seriously, Dalu, we are about to hold a 3-day selection competition. This competition is crucial, as it not only concerns the future fate of each participant, but also has a profound impact on the development of our entire village. The top 3 winners in this competition will officially become villagers in our village and enjoy corresponding benefits. Those ranked in the top 10 will be able to free themselves from slavery and regain their freedom. However, since they do not have the status of villagers, even if they can move about freely in the village, they will not enjoy the various benefits and privileges like true villagers. Another point to note is that this selection will also lead to a reallocation of their current positions. If any team member's strength surpasses that of the original captain, that team member has the right to decide whether to replace the original captain. Do you understand? After listening, Dalu nodded solemnly, indicating that he would do his best to assist Wu He in organizing this selection competition. After the rotation, the entire situation would undergo a significant change, and the benefits each person received would be adjusted and improved. Even those in a state of slavery saw a glimmer of hope for rising up and changing their fate. Dalu seemed somewhat oblivious to the concept of selection competition, but after carefully studying the schedule, he suddenly realized this meant there would be intense battles to participate in. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him, and he rushed out the door like a burning flame, eager to start organizing this thrilling competition. Meanwhile, Wu He meticulously designed and established various competition events for other groups under different conditions. Similar to Dalu's side, as long as participants could place in the top 3 to top 10 in these competitions, they would receive different levels of promotion opportunities. At that moment, the once dull and lifeless little village seemed to be infused with a powerful and new source of vitality, overflowing with vigorous energy and motivation. However, Wu He did not fully disclose his true thoughts to Dalu. After all, over the long days, these villagers had suffered from the merciless oppression and slavery of the former leader, having long forgotten what it felt like to live as a normal person. More seriously, deep within their hearts lay lingering shadows of certain past experiences. Although it might gradually alleviate the negative impacts of these shadows if they could thrive on this land for 2 or 3 generations, Wu He knew that time was of the essence, and there was no time to wait slowly. A selection competition was being held enthusiastically. Generally speaking, ordinary constructive and life-related competitions tend to be bland and fail to arouse people's strong interest. After all, most participants join such competitions merely to showcase their abilities or to win small rewards. However, for those with ambitions who yearn to stand out, such competitions clearly cannot satisfy their deep desire for success and glory. The combat selection competition, filled with blood and passionate confrontations, immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm. As the managers in power, Wu He and others skillfully arranged the competitions during the rest periods of the enslaved villagers. Not only did it allow more people the opportunity to watch the competitions live, but also made the entire competition venue crowded with villagers, with layers upon layers of spectators. When the competition officially began, the 200 participating contestants appeared exceptionally excited. In their eyes, this competition was not just a simple contest. It was a path to freedom and a chance to change their fate. At the same time, every contestant held a common wish in their hearts, to become an official member of Wu He's village and escape their current lowly status as slaves. Because of this, the captains of each small team understood the importance and cruelty of this competition. Thus, before the competition, they solemnly warned their team members with serious expressions. If you unfortunately encounter your own team captain during the competition, you must decisively choose to surrender. Since everyone belongs to the same team, there would be no need to make things difficult for one another. Only by preserving strength to face other opponents could they possibly win in the end and realize their dreams. Undoubtedly, the captains knew very well what kind of mentality their team members would have. Ultimately, It was nothing more than the worry of being defeated by their own team members, which could threaten their own position or even lead to being replaced. Although the resources for cultivation available to captains and team members were similar, even among those in slavery, some still attempted to rise above others. Wu He did not adopt any special or complicated competition mechanisms, but chose the simplest point system to conduct the events. Each competition venue would simultaneously arrange 10 contestants to compete, and anyone who could win would earn 10 points, while those eliminated would score nothing. Furthermore, it was stipulated that each person must participate in at least 10 matches. Thus, after all rounds concluded, the top 10 contestants with the highest cumulative scores would successfully earn the honor of being in the top 10. Next, these 10 outstanding individuals would compete again in a round of matches, determining their rankings based on the order of elimination. In this way, a set of competition rules that were both simple and straightforward came into being. Chapter 2:15. The Thunder Spirit Girl, Dai, was completely clueless about the so-called competition rules. In his naive understanding, only those who could win 11 consecutive matches could be called the strongest. For this reason, when the competition began, Dai focused all his attention on the participants who had already won 3 or more matches in a row. In his innocent mind, he firmly believed that among these people, there must be a super strong contender who could continue winning until the 11th match. However, the reality was far from what Dai had imagined. Whether one could successfully break into the top 10 actually depended entirely on probability. Moreover, the matching mechanism used in this competition did not pair participants according to their strength levels. This meant that even two people with vastly different abilities could very well encounter each other in the arena. Furthermore, it became even more complex when two competitors were matched together. Factors such as whether they knew each other, any private grudges, and their individual character traits were all filled with randomness and uncertainty. Imagine if a participant had exceptional skills, but unfortunately faced 9 opponents who were all familiar with each other. Then, even with outstanding abilities, it would be difficult for him to escape being eliminated first. After all, in such cases, teamwork and tacit understanding could often yield unimaginable results, while a lone strong fighter might find himself isolated and helpless. Alternatively, if 10 people were placed in the same arena, and it just so happened that these 10 were originally divided into 2 teams, what began as a simple individual match could instantly transform into an intense team competition. However, as the competition progressed, it could eventually return to individual matchups. In this way, a myriad of complex and ever-changing situations arose, making it nearly impossible for any participant to remain undefeated throughout the competition. If there truly was someone who could achieve over 8 consecutive victories, Wu He would undoubtedly pay great attention to them. It is well known that such combat prodigies are exceedingly rare. After all, to stand out among so many formidable participants and maintain strong combat power and a high winning rate is no easy task. With a total of 200 participants in the competition, this meant that up to 20 venues were needed simultaneously for the matches. Moreover, each venue was equipped with an impartial referee to ensure fairness and justice in the competition. As for the other villagers, they were stationed at various key positions, diligently fulfilling their responsibilities of guarding and protecting. It is worth noting that these 2,000 new members had only joined the village for less than half a month. While most came with good intentions, no one could guarantee that there weren't a few deep schemers hidden among them. If they took the opportunity of this large gathering to launch a surprise attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Wu He had never genuinely worried about these potential risks. He firmly believed that no matter what challenges or threats they faced, in the face of absolute strength, they would crumble like paper, easily falling apart under pressure. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had quietly passed. It is known that even someone as powerful as a soul master would find it quite strenuous and exhausting to participate in continuous matching battles. After all, they were not tireless machines. They also needed appropriate rest to recover their energy and stamina, ensuring that the entire competition could proceed smoothly and orderly. After reasonable calculations, it was arranged that each participant would approximately engage in 4 matches per day. Thus, in just 8 days, each contestant had already experienced a total of 8 intense competitions. The last day became a highly anticipated moment for everyone, revealing the final results. Wu He focused intently as he flipped through the thick competition record book in his hands, carefully examining the densely packed data on each page. After thorough research, he discovered that the majority of participants had lost between 6 to 7 matches. Only a few lucky individuals had managed to achieve 2 to 3 victories. From this statistical result, it was evident that most participants had balanced combat strength levels, with no exceptionally gifted individuals who could be considered monstrous in their performance. Nevertheless, even within this seemingly ordinary group, with his keen eye and years of accumulated experience, Wu He remained confident he could carefully select and cultivate one or two promising talents. Among this crowd, there was a particularly eye-catching girl. She had a graceful figure and beautiful features, but possessed a unique and powerful ability, the Thunder Spirit Martial Soul. This unique martial soul had three basic effects. Firstly, when she unleashed the power of her martial soul, she could summon three dazzling thunderballs. These thunderballs moved around her body quickly and agilely, like loyal guardians. Whether faced with an enemy's surprise attack or a ranged assault, they could provide solid protection at any time and launch fierce counterattacks at critical moments, posing a significant threat to nearby opponents. Secondly, when the martial soul fully merged with her body, she would gain the formidable power of the thunder element. At this point, she seemed to transform into a goddess controlling thunder, able to unleash powerful lightning at will. Each bolt of lightning surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable and instilling fear in her enemies. Thirdly, and most remarkably, was the Thunder Spirit Body Clone technique. By skillfully utilizing the three thunderballs surrounding her, the girl could condense a clone independent of her martial soul. While this clone could not match her in strength, it still possessed a certain level of combat ability. It could utilize various soul skills, although its effectiveness would only reach about 30 of the original's power. However, according to the girl, as she acquired more soul rings, the proportion of power the clone could attain would correspondingly increase. Thanks to her outstanding martial soul abilities, this girl stood out in match after match, achieving impressive results. So far, she had participated in 8 matches, winning 5 of them. Regarding the matches she lost, Wu He specifically inquired with the referees about the reasons. He learned that the losses were mainly due to 2 aspects. On one hand, bad luck, as she sometimes faced opponents she knew who teamed up against her. In such cases, as a girl fighting alone, she easily became the primary target to be eliminated. On the other hand, due to excessive consecutive battles, her stamina gradually wore down from prolonged high-intensity confrontations, ultimately leading her to be the first to lose due to exhaustion. Wu He's particular attention to her traced back to half a month ago, when Xiao Chong led the 2,000 people to attack their village. At that time, this girl happened to be among the group used as experimental subjects. However, what was strange was that her strength was noticeably lower than that of the other experimental subjects. Not only that, but when she saw Xiao Chong unleash his powerful martial soul, the fear that surged from deep within her was simply uncontrollable. Compared to others, the fear she exhibited was the most intense, as if what she was witnessing had already exceeded her limits. Wu He silently observed everything and meticulously recorded every detail about her. Because in his meticulously planned grand scheme, this seemingly ordinary girl would play a crucial and irreplaceable role. Perhaps it was the unique quality she possessed that made Wu He firmly believe that she could bring unexpected benefits to his plan. Chapter 216. The Whip Dagger Kid. Wu He slowly turned his gaze to another kid, someone completely unfamiliar to him, with no impression at all. However, when he saw the kid's martial soul, a sense of curiosity surged in his heart. According to the report from the captain of the kid's team, the first impression of this martial soul was that it was extraordinary. The martial soul appeared as a whip, but it was not just an ordinary whip. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the tail end of the whip was embedded with a sharp dagger. Such a unique combination was truly astonishing. Since no one had ever seen such a peculiar weapon, the registration staff ultimately named it the Whip Dagger. Over the past 2 days, Wu He had watched nearly all the matches. Naturally, he paid attention to this kid with the special martial soul. After observing several matches involving this kid, Wu He, with his keen insight and rich experience, drew an important conclusion. This kid was quite intelligent and had been deliberately hiding his true strength. However, to ensure everything was foolproof, Wu He still inquired about him from those around. The result surprised him. It turned out that this kid not only harbored deep resentment toward the previous leader, Xiao Chong, but also showed no signs of disloyalty. Because of this, Wu He paid him even more special attention. Of course, the most special aspect of this martial soul was not just the clever fusion of the whip and dagger, but more importantly, it had 2 completely different forms. Moreover, with the transformation of forms, the corresponding soul skills would also undergo wondrous changes. This unpredictable characteristic undoubtedly filled this martial soul with a mysterious aura, making people even more eager to see this kid's future performance. So far, Wu He had only seen this kind of situation in one person, and that was Mi-Er. Reflecting on it now, a faint sense of nostalgia arose in his heart. However, it was strange that the relevant files made no mention of this kid's martial soul's second form at all. It was only through personally watching the matches that Wu He accidentally discovered this astonishing conclusion. It had to be said that this kid acted with extreme caution. He had only used the second form of his martial soul once, and the duration was merely a fleeting second. Because the time was too short, almost everyone present failed to notice. Even those responsible for judging were only about 10 levels higher than the competitors, and such a tiny gap in levels made it equally difficult for the judges to capture that fleeting moment of change. But Wu He was extraordinary. At this moment, he had already become a powerful soul king. His spiritual power was strong enough to completely cover the vast competition venue. No matter how subtle or difficult to perceive the changes were, they could not escape his sharp eyes, keen as a hawk's. Because of this, Wu He did not hesitate to record the details of this person meticulously. As time passed, the fierce morning matches quickly came to an end. After careful comparison and precise calculation of a large amount of data, the top 10 competitors among the 200 participants quickly surfaced and were listed in clear and definite order. Among this group, the kid with the whip dagger martial soul stood out remarkably. After fierce competition, he successfully made it to the forefront, with a win rate exactly one match higher than that of the competitor ranked 11th. On the other side, the girl with the thunder spirit body showed signs of fatigue. She had participated in the most matches, even winning one more than the second-place competitor. At this moment, Wu He stepped forward and announced the successful conclusion of the preliminary round. He generously granted all participants half a day's rest and informed everyone that the final match would commence in the evening. At the same time, he announced an enticing reward. The top 10 winners would enjoy a sumptuous feast. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu He turned and left without paying any further attention to anyone present. However, in fact, while everyone was unaware, he quietly released his powerful spiritual energy, closely locking onto every expression and subtle movement of the top 10 competitors. The Whip Dagger Kid's demeanor was completely different from everyone else's. He appeared relaxed, with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing an unmistakable look of triumph. Faced with this situation, Wu He pondered to himself and decided to continue keeping a close watch on this Whip Dagger Kid. In the village where Wu He lived, the villagers who were slaves led a hard life. They could only have one meal a day, usually a thin porridge that was almost transparent. However, even so, this treatment was considered good compared to other places. According to the long-standing customs of this continent, slaves often struggled to secure even such food. Every 5 days, these poor people could have a slightly drier meal, providing some comfort to their growling stomachs. Once every 10 days, it was like a festival for them, as they had the chance to taste a bit of meat sauce, though the meat was pitifully scarce. For those who had long been in a state of hunger, this was a rare delicacy. Of course, it was not that Wu He was cruel and intentionally mistreated these villagers. In fact, the food standard he provided was much better than that of most nearby villages. Because of this, even though the villagers who had been incorporated into the village as slaves lived in humble circumstances, they were filled with gratitude toward Wu He, as if he were a benefactor, their eyes reflecting a sense of appreciation. In contrast, the treatment of the slave members of the village's hunting team and security team was slightly better. As a group with important responsibilities, they could enjoy one hearty meal and one porridge meal each day. Every few days, delicious meat would appear on their dining table, making others envious. Such a level of food was considered quite generous at that time. As for those with formal status who desired to enjoy formal welfare benefits, they lived an even more affluent life. They could have substantial meals at every meal without enduring the torment of hunger. Moreover, Wu He specifically stipulated that they must be provided with 3 meals a day, with at least one meal containing sufficient meat to ensure they had enough strength to work or deal with various situations that might arise. The official villagers who were sole masters in the hunting and security teams were the top tier of the village, enjoying ample meat every day, and every few days they could indulge in the benefits of food circles. This was why these 200 participants fought so hard in the competition. As long as they could place in the top 3, it would be a leap to success. Chapter 217. The finals begin. The standards for a hearty meal are quite strict, completely based on the daily provisions of the formal hunting team villagers. Not only that, but to ensure that the team members have ample soul power to fight bravely in the afternoon finals, the backbone, Wu He, went to great lengths to personally capture a millennium-level grass spirit beast. It's important to note that this type of grass spirit beast is known to be one of the most gentle and peaceful among all soul beasts. Because of their nature, the soul rings they produce are also extremely mild. Even after this soul beast was hunted, the slight side effects associated with the soul ring are negligible for any soul master in the team, a minor issue not worth mentioning. However, it must be said that although the Millennium Soul Ring can be directly consumed to quickly enhance one's soul power, making it one of the fastest ways to increase soul power aside from auxiliary soul masters using recovery-type soul skills, it also has significant drawbacks. If one consumes a large amount of Millennium Soul Rings without timely targeted training or rigorous practice, their soul power can become exceptionally unstable. Even if they manage to break through to a higher level, their actual strength will still fall far short compared to others at the same level. Thus, Wu He meticulously planned and organized this significant competition. After 3 intense days of fierce competition, each participant treated every battle as if it were their last, creating a tension akin to a life-and-death struggle. In just half a month, everyone used the powerful force of the soul rings to forcibly enhance their cultivation. But this hastily grown power did not become superficial. Instead, they were fully tempered and refined through such high-intensity events, solidifying their strength even more. As night quietly descended and a faint evening glow appeared on the horizon, the bonfires around the final arena were already blazing. The flickering flames illuminated the determined faces of the 10 contestants, each eager and ready, stepping into the smoke-filled competition area from 10 distinctly different directions. At this moment, Wu He stood firm at the core of the arena, bearing the heavy responsibility of being the sole and crucial referee for the finals. He scanned everyone in the arena with sharp eyes and noticed that everyone appeared calm and composed, clearly confident after the preceding intense battles. Wu He then spoke solemnly. Everyone, please listen carefully to the rules of this final. First, the final rankings will be determined in order of elimination. Second, there are no restrictions on your team formations or methods used. Third, if any contestant unfortunately dies during the competition, that contestant will be placed last and will not be counted in the rankings. Fourth, only the top 3 can qualify as official villagers. I hope everyone gives their all and performs at their best. The 10 figures in the arena were eager to start, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, ready to pounce on their opponents like tigers descending a mountain. Wu He watched all of this calmly from the sidelines, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly said, "I don't recommend going all out, everyone. Just hold back a bit. After all, there will be more opportunities in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu He's figure flashed, and everyone felt a blur before their eyes. When they focused again, he had effortlessly crossed the entire arena and landed steadily in the designated seat set up for the village chief. Almost simultaneously, a DUI's loud voice rang out. "Everyone pay attention, take your positions, and prepare to reveal your martial souls. The match begins." With a DUI's command, the 10 contestants quickly sprang into action. In an instant, dazzling lights flashed, revealing 10 different martial souls. These martial souls varied greatly in form. Some were powerful and imposing, while others were agile and ethereal. However, without exception, the aura they emitted indicated that their owners were all great soul masters between level 20 and 30. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that all 10 had 100-year soul rings. However, there were still subtle differences among them. The most notable was the variation in their cultivation levels, with the 2 burly men being the strongest, both hovering around level 28. Although they were still some way from level 30, they were certainly formidable. Yet, in terms of victories, they were not outstanding, merely scraping into the top 10, with just one more win than the boy wielding a whip knife. Their martial souls were quite common. One wielded a fierce, tiger-headed knife that glinted with a cold light, while the other had a mighty bull, its muscles bulging and exuding raw power. The former was an attacker, while the latter was a defender. If they could work in perfect harmony, they would undoubtedly become the most powerful presence in this arena, unmatched by anyone. However, contrary to expectations, this seemingly invincible combination consisted of 2 battle maniacs of a DUI's type, brimming with strength but lacking intelligence. As soon as the match began, they charged straight at each other like wild horses, instantly falling into a life-and-death struggle. In a DUI's arrogant words, "Humph, weaker than me? You dare to be my opponent? What a delusion." Meanwhile, the other participants also chose their opponents and engaged in fierce competition. Only the boy with the whip knife stood out. He first feigned weakness to lower his opponent's guard, then began to dart around the battlefield quickly. On the surface, the entire scene appeared chaotic, but in reality, this whip knife boy had not exerted himself fully, merely dodging and evading. However, for Wu Hee, who had seen countless battles, this chaotic skirmish among 20-something level fighters was as dull as watching children play. Perhaps because everyone had gone all out from the beginning, just 15 minutes later, people began to succumb and were eliminated one after another. Thus, without anyone noticing, the once lively arena was now left with only the bullman, the girl with the thunder spirit body, and the whip knife boy, who had been conserving his strength. Chapter 218. Juan's past Uncle Nyo, look at your soul power. It's almost depleted. We have already made it to the top 3. Why don't you just withdraw from the competition for now? The whip blade kid said, casting a sly glance at the man referred to as Uncle Nyo. Uncle Nyo glared and pointed at the whip blade kid, scolding, hey, you little Zhao Mian. How come you're so cunning at such a young age, trying to take advantage of me? Old Nyo. After saying this, Uncle Nyo shook his head helplessly, but his relaxed demeanor showed that he was not really angry. At that moment, the girl with the thunder spirit body, who had been silent, suddenly became tense. She watched the conversation between Uncle Nyo and the whip blade kid with vigilance, pondering to herself, who are these two? Why are they chatting so casually at this moment? It is known that in such unfamiliar situations, people like her, who do not know anyone, often become the first to be eliminated. This girl, named Wan, had a somewhat tragic background. Her parents were originally guard for the former leader, Xiao Chong, and were fiercely loyal to him. However, twists of fate always come unexpectedly. One day, Xiao Chong attended a grand assembly and unexpectedly obtained a mysterious power that could awaken martial souls. This should have been a great blessing, but troubles soon followed. When Xiao Chong learned that he needed to adhere to the seller's rules regarding the absorption limits of soul rings to enhance his strength, he was taken aback by the exorbitant price of these rules. Always prideful, Xiao Chong was unwilling to be bound by such restrictions. So he came up with a bold idea to conduct experiments himself and devise a method without limitations. From that day forward, Xiao Chong's most loyal guards, including Wan's parents, unfortunately became his first batch of experimental victims. Initially, everyone felt proud of the possibility of awakening their martial souls and gaining immense power. They eagerly anticipated this moment, fantasizing about using this power to change their fates, protect loved ones, and explore the unknown, mysterious world. However, the seemingly benevolent Xiao Chong harbored a hidden, sinister plot. On the surface, he generously offered everyone the opportunity to awaken their martial souls, but behind the scenes, he treated each person as a stepping stone on his path to power. These innocent people unwittingly became tools for his ambition. One had once enjoyed a happy and carefree childhood, immersed in joy and savoring the beauty of life. However, everything changed one day. That day, Wan's parents rushed home with panic-stricken expressions and resolutely decided to take her away immediately. Although they acted quickly, unfortunately, before they could escape the village's jurisdiction, they were blocked by Xiao Chong's men. It turned out that Wan's parents had witnessed Xiao Chong's heinous actions. He was conducting inhumane experiments on living humans. Previously, when faced with public skepticism, Xiao Chong had always fabricated various lies to cover up the truth, claiming that the missing people had simply gone hunting and got lost. But the reality was that these poor souls had all become victims of Xiao Chong's terrifying experiments, treated like lab rats. As time passed, Xiao Chong's experiments grew increasingly deranged. Initially, his research was relatively normal, merely testing the ages of different soul rings and attempting to shatter and reabsorb rings repeatedly. Gradually, his curiosity turned towards extremely evil and unethical directions. For instance, he wanted to explore whether martial souls could devour each other, whether soul rings could provide nourishment for other soul masters to grow, and even absurd questions like whether new life could be birthed between soul beasts and soul masters. Wan's parents were horrified to see their good friends mysteriously disappearing one by one. This eerie situation filled them with dread, sensing that misfortune was about to befall them. After careful consideration, they ultimately decided to escape this terrifying place. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on them. On that fateful night, Wan was utterly stunned by the horrifying scene before her. She saw her parents being dragged into a dark laboratory by Xiao Chong to undergo a traumatic experiment she would never forget. Would devouring a soul master enhance the strength of a martial soul? Xiao Chong's twisted and frenzied voice echoed in the air, sending chills down her spine. Wan watched helplessly as her parents suffered inhumanly in a perverse experiment. Her heart torn apart, tears instantly blurring her vision. From that moment on, this bloody scene was deeply etched in Wan's heart, becoming an indelible nightmare. Especially whenever she saw Xiao Chong's martial soul, her body would involuntarily tremble. As time passed, Wan acquired extraordinary strength. She was captured and taken to the village of Wahui, where she was astonished to find that the village chief treated the villagers with great care, as if they were family. This warmth and kindness deeply touched Wan's already scarred heart. Thus, a fire of revenge ignited within her. She longed to win the competition held in the village, to capture the village chief's attention and favor. Only then would she have enough strength to confront Xiao Chong, who had brought her endless pain, and avenge her tragically deceased parents. At this moment, when Wan saw the two in front of her chatting without any reservations, her inner alertness reached its peak. She knew she could not afford to be careless at this critical moment. Otherwise, years of effort would be in vain. With this thought, Wan clenched her fists tightly, her gaze sharp as she stared at the two in front of her, her muscles tense and ready to respond to any potential danger. Zhao Mian, standing nearby, also noticed Wan's tense expression and furrowed his brow as he looked at her. He smirked mockingly, saying in a condescending tone, "Hee, look at you. Your soul power is almost gone, right? Why not hurry up and admit defeat, or else don't blame me for being ruthless." From the very beginning of the competition, Zhao Mian had been darting around the arena like a monkey, never truly attacking his opponents. He was like a slippery loach, skillfully avoiding one confrontation after another, thus expending almost no soul power. At this moment, the sweat on him was merely due to prolonged physical exertion. Just then, Uncle Neo suddenly shouted, "Wan, don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I've known your parents for many years. If we team up, we can definitely eliminate this arrogant little brat." Hearing Uncle Neo mention her parents, Wan's heart trembled. The mention of knowing her parents struck her like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating the long-sealed memories deep within her mind. It turned out that the reason her parents had planned to escape with her under the cover of night, but ultimately ended up getting caught, was that a trusted acquaintance had betrayed them and reported them to the enemy. Upon realizing this, Wan's brows furrowed tightly, and a fiery anger surged within her. Blue bolts of lightning energy leaped and flickered around her delicate body, emitting crackling sounds as if they were about to tear apart the surrounding air. Chapter 219. Hasty results. At this moment, the three parties each harbored ulterior motives, secretly calculating how to gain the maximum benefit in this fierce conflict. However, when Wan decisively summoned all her soul power, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Zhao Mian, seeing this, quickly took action as well, but unlike Wan, who was going all out, he clearly still retained at least 80 of his soul power. Although he was indeed slightly inferior to these two strong adversaries in terms of cultivation level, with his ample soul power reserves, if used wisely, it was not impossible for him to defeat or even crush the two. At the same time, Uncle Neo showed no signs of weakness, instantly unleashing his shocking martial soul embodiment technique. With a flash of light, his muscles suddenly bulged, appearing more robust and powerful, as if containing boundless strength. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Golden Bull Rising. In an instant, Uncle Neo was covered in a dazzling golden light, as if donned in an indestructible golden armor. This layer of gold not only significantly boosted his defense to 200 of its original value, but also exuded an invincible aura. He was on high alert against the two eager young men in front of him, ready to prevent them from taking advantage of any openings to attack him. Just then, one suddenly launched an offensive, her voice ringing out across the arena. First soul skill, Thunderstorm. Accompanied by this shout, one shot forward like lightning, her hand conjuring a violently powerful electrical force. Simultaneously, she cleverly cast a spell, summoning an identical Thunder Clone. The Thunder Clone, wielding the same electrical force, sped toward Zhao Mian, who had a relatively lower cultivation level, while Wan herself charged directly at Uncle Neo, marking the beginning of a thrilling battle. In her right hand, the lightning intertwined like a spirit snake, flashing with a heart-pounding glow. If struck by this hand, it would create a lightning point at the moment of impact. In the next instant, this seemingly insignificant lightning point would explode with astonishing force, achieving a precise and powerful localized blast. Although this lightning clone had only 30 of her original strength, it possessed a formidable power boost for lightning-type soul skills. Upon seeing the aggressive lightning clone charging at him, Zhao Mian did not hesitate, swiftly retreating as agilely as a startled rabbit. However, the punch of the lightning clone still landed heavily on the ground in front of Zhao Mian. With a loud bang, a deep pit was blasted into the ground, dust flying and debris scattering. Zhao Mian patted his chest in relief, secretly glad that this powerful punch hadn't landed on him. In contrast, Uncle Neo, who always prided himself on his unmatched defense, was not so lucky. The thunderball that suddenly exploded on his chest acted like a violent bomb, sending him flying into the air. Although it ultimately left only a shallow mark on his chest, the excruciating pain from the thunderstorm made Uncle Neo cry out in agony. At that critical moment, Zhao Mian keenly seized a fleeting opportunity. He wielded the gleaming whip blade in his hand, which flicked counterclockwise with a mere gentle shake. In an instant, something astonishing occurred. The whip blade transformed into a sharp, imposing spear, which Zhao Mian hurled into the air with great force, heading straight towards Uncle Neo, who was desperately trying to adjust his falling posture. Seeing the speeding spear, Uncle Neo was taken aback and instinctively raised his arms, attempting to block the impending attack. However, he had no idea that everything was part of Zhao Mian's plan. Zhao Mian called out first soul skill, Whip Long Reach. Immediately, he darted forward like a ghost, gracefully leaping into the air, firmly grasping the spear's handle. At the same time, with a slight shake of his wrist, the originally hard and straight spear magically transformed back into the flexible whip. With a swing of his arm, the whip struck Uncle Neo fiercely like a dragon with claws outstretched, wrapping around him tightly. Zhao Mian then mercilessly yanked, sending Uncle Neo flying off the competition stage like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. After completing the series of actions, Zhao Mian landed slowly, his sharp gaze directed at Wan, who stood on the sidelines with her lightning spirit body, coldly saying, "I said, either you voluntarily withdraw from the match, or don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, Wu He, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle and mockingly said, "Hey, this kid really knows how to put on a show." Wu He realized that Zhao Mian was feigning an attack. With only level 22 cultivation, after just releasing a skill, his soul power was down to less than 2/3. One could imagine how much energy he had consumed during that moment of explosive power against the Bull King. Moreover, the Soul Master with the Bull Martial Soul had endured an astonishingly powerful thunderstorm attack. It should be noted that the thunderstorm was not an ordinary skill. The violent electrical force contained within was enough to make most people hesitate. However, Zhao Mian used his martial soul to bind his opponent, which would inevitably share some of the lightning elements from the opponent. Consequently, Zhao Mian, who had been completely passive moments ago, found himself unexpectedly surrounded by powerful currents. In an instant, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, as if countless tiny currents were swirling inside him. This tingling sensation rapidly spread through his limbs, making him frown and silently lament. However, perhaps seeing that Wan's soul power was nearly depleted, Zhao Mian began to plot, thinking of forcing her to concede voluntarily. After all, if he could make the opponent forfeit without exerting any effort, it would undoubtedly be a wise strategy for preserving his own strength. But unexpectedly, after Zhao Mian made his harsh statement, neither he nor Wan took the initiative to act. For a moment, the atmosphere in the arena became exceptionally tense and awkward, as the two stood in a silent standoff, neither willing to yield an inch. Just then, Wu He, who had been silent all along and seemed to be observing, suddenly stood up and loudly declared, "First place, Wan; second place, Zhao Mian; third place, Uncle Neo." His voice rang like a bell, instantly breaking the silence in the arena. Upon hearing this sudden announcement, everyone present seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. They exchanged puzzled glances, full of confusion. How could Wu He hastily declare the final result when the intense match was clearly not over? At this moment, Wan had reached level 26, but her soul power was only at 16, while Zhao Mian, although slightly inferior at level 22, still had a relative amount of soul power left at 21. Faced with such a situation, everyone showed expressions of doubt, whispering to each other. At this moment, Wu He stood up. His gaze swept around the room like a torch, and he slowly began to speak. "Let me give everyone a brief data analysis." Following that, he methodically detailed the current cultivation levels and remaining soul power of Wan and Zhao Mian. Once he finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a deep silence, and everyone was lost in thought. After a moment, Wu He broke the silence again. Even from the data perspective, Zhao Mian may have a chance of winning, but there is no doubt that if this battle continues, the final result will be both of them suffering serious injuries. The original intention and purpose of our competition have already been achieved. Since that is the case, Is there any need for both sides to be harmed? Therefore, I announce that this competition is now over. After saying this, Wu He gently patted Adai's shoulder and then turned to leave. Before he departed, he called back to Adai. Adai, remember to notify the other 10 participants to gather here again tomorrow morning. His voice echoed in the empty space. Chapter 220. The first mission. Just like the sunlight piercing through the night, dawn quietly brushes across the horizon, whose shadow flits between the cycles of life and death. The road to the future lies beneath our feet. Do not be sad, do not be afraid. Filled with confidence, we look forward to tomorrow. Wu Hai hummed a cheerful tune, walking briskly and leisurely towards the training ground. At this moment, on the distant eastern horizon, the bright red sun was slowly rising, like a lazy giant gradually revealing its massive body. As the sun climbed higher, strands of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds like arrows, slowly showering down on the earth, as if to completely engulf the darkness of the entire village. When Wu Hai finally arrived at the training ground, he immediately spotted the 10 individuals standing on the stage. Under the rising sunlight, these 10 figures appeared particularly tall and straight, like a row of proud pine trees. At the forefront stood Wan, Zhao Mian, and Wang Yo, who had now become the captains of the reorganized team. Behind them, 7 others were neatly lined up, all of whom were among the top 10 in this competition. Wu Hai quietly gazed at these 10 energetic young people, who stood upright on the platform with serious and focused expressions. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he stepped to the edge of the platform and asked, "Do you know why I've been asking you to stand here?" Faced with this sudden question, the 10 looked at each other in confusion, unsure of how to respond. It wasn't that they didn't have an answer. They were just afraid that if they answered incorrectly, others would take the opportunity to punish them. Seeing no one respond, Wu Hai's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Zhao Mian, pointing at her, saying, "You, with the most clever ideas, you answer this time." At that moment, Wu He, who had been silent, cast a piercing gaze over the crowd, ultimately fixing it upon Zhao Mian, pointing directly at her. In an instant, Zhao Mian felt a chill rush up her spine, her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Her body trembled involuntarily, as if a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Trembling, Zhao Mian stammered, I don't know." Her voice was barely audible, like the flutter of a mosquito's wings, almost impossible to hear. However, despite its subtlety, everyone present clearly caught her words. Upon hearing such a response, Wu Hai, who had originally appeared serious, suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter echoed throughout the space, deafening, as if a demon from the depths of hell was roaring madly. The laughter carried an endless sense of eeriness and terror, sending chills down the spines of everyone who heard it, as if Wu Hai would open his bloodied maw and swallow them all whole in the next second. After laughing for a while, Wu Hai finally stopped his chilling laughter. He squinted slightly, coldly surveying the group of people before him, and then slowly said, "You guys are the strongest among these 200 people. However, some of you squeeze into the top 10 by taking shortcuts, while others fought tooth and nail to barely make it into this top 10. But in my opinion, your strength is still far from solid." Having said that, Wu He slowly placed his hands behind his back, exuding an invisible pressure. Then he changed his tone, becoming exceptionally sharp. "Therefore, I have specially prepared a severe challenge for you to test your true abilities. Here, I must solemnly declare that if you fail this challenge, there will only be one path waiting for you: death. There will be no room for negotiation." As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines, secretly lamenting their fate. At this moment, those who had previously reveled in securing a spot in the top 10 began to regret their actions, realizing that their initial decision might not have been wise. However, Wu Hai was different from those cruel exploiters. He understood the art of leadership and the importance of combining grace with power. Thus, after presenting such enticing conditions, he immediately added, "As long as you succeed in the challenge, you will directly enjoy the generous treatment that official villagers receive. And for those of you who are already official villagers, you can choose to become my personal guards or become my disciples." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the flames of hope and desire in everyone's hearts. Especially for Wan and Zhao Mian, their eyes suddenly sparkled brightly, like brilliant stars twinkling in the night sky. Upon hearing this news, Wan felt a strong desire welling up inside her. For her, this was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity to change her fate and take revenge. Zhao Mian, on the other hand, fixed her gaze ahead, as if she could see her long-desired goal on that unknown road. When Wu Yi noticed the glimmer of light in their eyes, he knew it was the perfect moment. So, without hesitation, he issued today's mission directive. Your mission today is to engage in a life-and-death duel with the captives imprisoned in the water dungeon. Remember, you must annihilate all enemies without leaving any survivors. Next, Wu Yi elaborated on the rules of the duel for everyone. Each time, both sides will send one representative to compete. Ultimately, only one side can leave the platform alive. At that moment, Adai's face was as dark as water, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and he suddenly forcefully pushed open the heavy door of the water dungeon. With a dull thud, the hinges creaked as if afraid of the terrifying aura emanating from Adai. Then, with a cold and intimidating voice, Adai yelled towards the water dungeon, everyone inside. Get out now. In the depths of the water dungeon, those trapped individuals trembled involuntarily upon hearing Adai's roar. After a long while, a figure stumbled out from the darkness. Following that, others gradually followed out of the water dungeon. They all looked haggard, dressed in rags, their eyes filled with fear and unease. When these people finally stood in the sunlight, Adai mercilessly pointed at the 10 individuals beside Wu Yi, coldly saying, from today onwards, you have the opportunity to regain your freedom. But the prerequisite is that you must defeat all 10 of them. Only then will we let you leave here. The people who had just emerged from the water dungeon were stunned by Adai's words, and then they revealed a pitiful smile. However, as they gradually adapted to the dazzling sunlight, they slowly raised their heads. To their astonishment, they saw Wan and Zhao Mian among the group. In an instant, their faces bloomed with a mix of surprise and joy, because in their minds, Wan and the others had always been roles that provided them service. In the past, the life and death of these few individuals had been entirely in their hands. Moreover, in their ingrained perception, these 10 people were pitifully weak, especially Wan, who seemed like a completely defenseless, delicate girl. They felt that what Dai and the others had just said, that as long as they defeated their opponents, they would be free, was like a question that was too easy to answer. Chapter 221. Confronting fear at that moment, 10 figures slowly emerged from the dark, damp, and foul-smelling water prison. Having just regained their freedom, they appeared energetic, rubbing their fists in anticipation, as if all the strength in their bodies could no longer be contained. Eagerly hoping for the duel to begin immediately, their eyes were filled with desire and excitement, looking forward to quickly finishing the battle and escaping this terrifying den of evil. In their hearts, they believed they possessed the powerful strength of levels 10 to 20, and even if they left here to go to other tribes, they would surely thrive and make a name for themselves. Perhaps in no time, just a year or two, they would accumulate enough strength to return and avenge their previous humiliation. However, standing aside, Wu Yi observed their expressions. Seeing how these individuals underestimated their opponent, he couldn't help but smile slightly, though he did not mock them aloud. Among the crowd, Xiao Chong was particularly perceptive. When he noticed Wu Yi smiling as if looking at a group of fools, an ominous premonition surged within him. He knew that today's events were likely far from simple. Once everyone from the water prison had revealed themselves, Wu Yi spoke again, his voice clearly echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone listen carefully. I will serve as the referee for today's duel. During this time, I will not interfere or show favoritism towards either side. Now, please each side nominate a representative to step onto the arena for the duel. After speaking, Wu Yi crossed his arms and quietly waited for both sides to make their choices. Each side could only send one person to the bloody and brutal arena at a time. Once they stepped onto this small piece of ground, there would be no turning back. To leave the arena unscathed, there were only two possibilities. Either they would be severely injured and unable to continue, thus being declared out, or they would perish on the spot, leaving in death. Each side had only one precious opportunity to voluntarily change their representative. The individuals who had just emerged from the water prison seemed entirely unafraid. They casually selected one of their members, who was at a moderate level of strength, and without hesitation sent him to the arena. As soon as he appeared, he burst forth with an overwhelming aura, as if he had already reached the peak of his power and could easily crush his opponent into dust with just a bit of effort. Immediately after, he began to boast loudly, calling out for someone from the opposing side to step up and challenge him. However, upon hearing the arrogant shouts from the other side, the top 10 members from the opposing side were all rendered mute, trembling in fear. After all, the brutal methods previously displayed by the other side had left an indelible mark in their hearts, creating unforgettable memories of terror. At this moment, facing such powerful enemies again. Some individuals couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Wu He had foreseen the situation. Therefore, with a stoic expression, he casually pointed to someone in the crowd and issued an undeniable command. You have 5 seconds to step onto the arena, otherwise I will declare you defeated, and your fate will be death. Wu He said coldly, his stern gaze fixed on the person he had pointed out. Upon hearing this, the individual trembled violently, involuntarily shivering. In that instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, a chill racing up his spine, as if the apocalypse had arrived. However, faced with Wu He's hardline and unquestionable command, even though he was filled with terror and reluctance, he dared not disobey. He could only grit his teeth and slowly make his way towards the arena, each step seemingly requiring all his strength. Just then, Adai saw that the two had taken their positions on the arena, so he took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and loudly declared, "The duel officially begins." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man who had just walked out of the water prison suddenly regained his spirit. Immediately, a flash of light appeared as his martial soul manifested in his hand, a short whip. This whip was thin and short, about 30 to 40 centimeters long. At the same time, a grayish-white soul ring quietly emerged and steadily attached itself to the short whip. Without any hesitation, the man immediately unleashed his soul skill. In an instant, a miraculous scene occurred. The short whip in his hand seemed to come alive, rapidly thickening. He shouted, "First soul skill, heavy strike." With his shout, the short whip whistled through the air, slicing towards his opponent. Seeing the opponent's martial soul undergo such a drastic change in the blink of an eye, the person sent by the opposing side was instantly frightened, his face pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, he looked like a rabbit in shock, ready to collapse at any moment under the weight of his fear, completely losing his ability to resist, waiting passively for his opponent's merciless torment. However, at that moment, a jarring and abrupt voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, Lao Yao, what exactly are you afraid of?" Yes, just a level 15 little soul master, and his martial soul is barely 100 years old. You are a dignified level 26 great soul master, a whole realm above him. What is there to be afraid of? This statement struck like a thunderclap in the air. The person who had just been trembling in the dormitory, like a flickering candle in the wind, finally gritted his teeth upon hearing this, forcefully suppressing the tidal wave of fear within him. He struggled to calm his trembling body. After a painful struggle, he managed to stop shaking and mustered the courage to slowly lift his head, finally facing his opponent. Of course, he only dared to glance quickly, but just that one glance, confirming that Zhao Mian's words were true, steadied his almost shattered heart significantly, and a strange sense of confidence surged from deep within him. At the same time, he even felt the soul power that had been stagnant within him starting to flow smoothly, like a clear spring joyfully coursing through his meridians. Then, an eye-catching scene unfolded. On his right hand, light flickered, gradually revealing his unique martial soul. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a uniquely shaped kitchen knife. The blade of this knife was intricately carved with lifelike crocodile reliefs, giving it an imposing appearance. This was the martial soul crocodile knife. As his martial soul manifested, he immediately unleashed his first soul skill, Crocodile Blade. In an instant, the air behind the man, known as Lao Liao, rippled, and a massive phantom of a crocodile, with sharp fangs and a fearsome appearance, appeared faintly. The crocodile bared its teeth and claws, opening its gaping mouth, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, the cold light emitted from the kitchen knife in Lao Liao's hand was incredibly sharp, like the crocodile's deadly teeth, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 222. Killing two in a row. As everyone held their breath and stared, the crocodile blade martial soul suddenly shone with an extremely sharp cold light. The soul master holding the whip didn't even have time to react. He just felt a flash before his tightly gripped martial soul shattered without warning into two pieces. He instinctively lowered his head slightly, and what he saw was a headless body quietly collapsing to the ground. The body looked incredibly familiar, and in an instant, a chill surged from his spine to his forehead. Wasn't that his own body? In the next moment, the soul master finally realized what had happened. But it was all too late. His consciousness extinguished like a candle in the wind, and the light of life vanished without a trace. The man wielding the crocodile blade, martial soul, looked at the weapon in his hand with a face full of astonishment, feeling a storm of emotions rising in his heart. He could hardly believe that his strength had grown to such a level. Looking back at the past, those figures he once looked up to, who seemed so unattainable, now appeared so weak before him, easily defeated like a worthless chicken. He slowly raised his head and directed his gaze at the people below the arena who had once oppressed and exploited him. At this moment, an uncontrollable impulse surged within him. He felt the power in his body boiling and burning, eager to showcase his skills and reclaim all the humiliation he had suffered in the past. Thus, he suddenly threw his head back and let out a roar. "Come on, come up here." His voice was like a thunderclap, deafening and echoing throughout the venue, as if declaring to the world all the pressure and injustice he had endured. Those who had emerged from the dark, damp, and foul-smelling water prison stared blankly at the arena ahead. A headless corpse lay across the stage, blood staining the ground, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, making people nauseous. This terrifying and bloody scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and confusion, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. It should be known that the headless body was not just any ordinary character. This person was among them, possessing a combat strength that was quite average, comparable to the strength of everyone present. Yet, such a capable individual had mysteriously met a tragic end on the arena, with their head missing. Such an eerie manner of death was truly chilling and baffling. For a moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to step onto this mysterious and dangerous arena, as everyone knew full well that if they did, they would likely end up just as miserable as that headless corpse. Certain death. As the crowd hesitated and dared not approach the stage, Wu Hie's face gradually darkened. He coldly scanned the crowd and began a loud countdown. 15, 14, 13. With each passing second, everyone's hearts raced to their throats, reaching a peak of tension. At this moment, a commotion began to rise among the crowd. People pushed each other, trying to shove those around them toward the arena to escape the doom that might befall them. In this chaotic scene, a small man stood out remarkably. He was shoved forward by those around him, stumbling toward the front. Just as he was about to fall, he suddenly steadied himself and stood upright. At that moment, it seemed everyone placed their hopes on this small man. He, as if having seen through the arrangements of fate, took a deep breath and resolutely walked toward the arena. His steps were firm and decisive, as if he was already prepared to face the challenge of life and death. His heart raced violently, and a single thought echoed in his mind. If he didn't charge forward now, he would likely be wiped out immediately. But if he bravely stepped up, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. This thought burned like a flame, driving him to make a decision. Just as Adai loudly issued commands, the two seemed to act in perfect sync. They took a deep breath, and their soul power surged wildly, followed by a dazzling glow bursting forth from their bodies. The two activated their martial souls once more. The small man, with his shifty eyes and sly appearance, seemed cunning at first glance. However, unexpectedly, his martial soul turned out to be a giant gray rat. This large gray rat martial soul clearly belonged to an explosive agility type, adept at defeating opponents with speed and agility. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see that his soul ring was merely an ordinary soul ring with a lifespan of just over 10 years. Yet even so, when the small man concentrated all his soul power into his limbs, a powerful aura still rushed forth. At that moment, his martial soul had completely manifested, making him look like an enraged gray rat with fur standing on end. Simultaneously, a pale martial soul floated around his body, emitting a faint glow. First soul skill, lightning headbutt. With a furious shout from the small man, his body suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing forward with unparalleled speed and power. The impact generated by his gathered soul power was terrifying, making him appear as if he had turned into a high-speed bullet, targeting the enemy ahead. In the blink of an eye, he charged toward his opponent like an arrow released from a bow, determined to strike a lethal blow. However, just at that critical moment, as the opponent raced in like lightning, the man wielding the crocodile blade, martial soul, swiftly swung his blade horizontally with lightning speed. The gleaming blade flashed like a silver whirlwind, whistling past over the opponent's head, then accurately slicing through the opponent's body, exiting at the rear. The entire process was as quick as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the opponent was brutally cut in half. Witnessing this bloody and shocking scene, the man with the crocodile blade, martial soul, couldn't help but dance with excitement. He never expected that this kill would be so effortless, and he had hardly expended any of his soul power. For him, killing these two was as easy as pie, like slaughtering a defenseless little chicken. Next, The responsibility of taking the stage fell to a few individuals who had just emerged from the water prison. At this moment, Xiao Chong seemed to suddenly grasp some key points, displaying an unusually proactive attitude as he unhesitatingly stepped onto the competition platform. But just at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. Juan, the top contender of this election competition, unexpectedly raised her hand, indicating that she wanted to change the participant. Faced with such a request, Wu He remained calm, nodding in agreement without hesitation, understanding the situation. After all, he had clearly informed each group before the competition that they had a valuable opportunity to change participants at any time and under any circumstances. Chapter 223. Juan's rapid revenge. The man holding the crocodile knife squinted slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Juan, who was signaling from below the arena. Without hesitation, he nodded, agreeing to let Juan take his place. The reason for his quick agreement was not complicated. First, he was well aware of the grievances between Juan and Xiao Qiang. Second, he was merely a small team leader under Juan's command. Faced with his superior wanting to personally compete for this position, how could he dare to obstruct her? After completing the handover with Juan, the man leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice and speaking seriously. Do not let your guard down. You must defeat him within 3 moves. Juan naturally understood the good intentions of her capable subordinate, and she nodded gently, acknowledging the deeper meaning behind his words. After all, among the many opponents, the only one who posed a real threat and had considerable strength was Xiao Qiang. Xiao Qiang was no ordinary person. His cultivation had already reached the level of a 29th level Great Soul Master, and his martial soul was a 2-headed dog, a fearsome existence that instilled dread in all. What was even more terrifying was that he was just 1 step away from breaking through to level 30. Once he succeeded, it would mean he would possess the powerful strength of a quasi-soul sovereign. In contrast, Juan's cultivation was indeed slightly inferior, with a significant gap compared to Xiao Qiang. However, the martial soul she possessed was extremely special. It was like a spirit entity, completely enveloped by dazzling lightning. Xiao Qiang, do you still remember who I am? Have you forgotten how you cruelly killed my parents? Juan's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on the enemy she hated to the bone, her eyes reddening with anger, as if she were about to spit fire. Xiao Qiang looked at the furious woman before him with a confused expression, completely at a loss. Over the years, he had been immersed in various dangerous experiments, and he had no idea how many innocent lives he had stained with blood. How could he possibly remember the face of any one person among them? However, at this moment, Xiao Qiang had no intention of seeking death. His desire to survive prompted him to react quickly. Without hesitation, Xiao Qiang shouted, I want to live, so please lose to me. Although his words seemed like a plea, the strong tone clearly revealed an unwillingness to back down. Upon hearing this, Juan merely smiled slightly, as if everything was already within her expectations. She knew all too well that negotiating with such a ruthless and deranged enemy was utterly absurd. Just then, a DUI loudly announced the official start of the martial soul competition. Almost simultaneously, Juan's lightning spirit avatar suddenly appeared like a bolt of lightning. The dazzling lightning surrounded the avatar, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Seeing that the battle was unavoidable, Xiao Qiang did not dare to slack off. He took a deep breath, muttering incantations, and then summoned his own martial soul, the 2-headed dog. When the 2-headed dog appeared majestically before everyone, gasps filled the arena. Especially those who had witnessed the terrifying appearance of the 2-headed dog before were so scared that they trembled uncontrollably, unable to suppress the fear deep within. At this moment, Juan's beautiful eyes burned with a raging fire of revenge, as if she wanted to incinerate all her enemies. Accompanied by her intense hatred, she did not hesitate to unleash her second soul skill, Lightning Escape. At the same time, a shocking scene unfolded. Juan's avatar synchronized with her movements, also using the powerful Lightning Escape soul skill. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in dazzling lightning, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Poor Xiao Qiang didn't even have time to react. His loyal dog, which had been following him faithfully, shot straight up into the sky like an arrow. Everyone saw 2 figures, as fast as lightning, rushing toward the unguarded 2-headed martial soul. It turned out that Juan and her avatar were in perfect sync, with Juan delivering the decisive blow while her avatar was responsible for cruelly torturing the target with sharp methods. In just a few seconds, what felt like a long nightmare for Xiao Qiang had passed. Initially, Xiao Qiang harbored a glimmer of hope, planning to quickly unleash his wind, attribute flying soul skill in search of an escape opportunity. However, fate seemed not to favor him. Before he could activate that skill which could bring him a sliver of hope, his martial soul was already suffering from one's torrential onslaught, becoming battered and bruised. At this moment, Xiaoqiang fell into the abyss of despair. For he knew that even if he made a quick decision to withdraw his martial soul and attempt to reshape it into an intact one, the soul power required would be no less than that needed to continuously use soul skills. Seeing her opponent standing in place in a daze due to despair, one did not hesitate to unleash her first soul skill, Thunderstorm. In an instant, her originally fair and slender hands seemed to be entwined with violent lightning, flickering with a chilling purple glow. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiang was just beginning to sort through the chaotic thoughts in his mind, but at that moment, the frenzied thunder explosion, a tribute, erupted like a ferocious beast, roaring and exploding beside him. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The dazzling lightning intertwined with a deafening roar, creating a breathtaking scene. In just half a minute, Xiaoqiang had become tattered and disheveled. He was charred all over, weakly collapsed in a small pit on the arena, no longer able to muster any strength to fight back. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, looking as if he could pass away at any moment, his life force hanging by a thread. However, one showed no signs of mercy. A glint of determination flashed in her beautiful yet cold eyes as she reached behind her back and drew out a sharp machete. The blade gleamed coldly, as if telling of a life it was about to reap. Without any hesitation, Wan, holding the machete, walked step by step toward the fallen Xiaoqiang. Each step was filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. When she got close, she raised the machete high above her head and swung it down with all her might. With a crisp sound, blood splattered as Xiaoqiang's body was instantly split in two, completely devoid of life. After completing this, one slowly raised her head, tears already blurring her eyes. She looked up at the sky and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Mom and Dad, I have finally avenged you." That mournful cry echoed through the heavens, lingering in the air, as if telling her deceased loved ones of the grievances and pain accumulated in her heart for many years. Chapter 224. News of the gathering time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye. It had been exactly 2 years since Wu He set foot on this mysterious and unfamiliar continent. When he first arrived, everything here was so novel and full of challenges for him. Back then, the 2,000 slave villagers he had initially taken in, after more than 700 days and nights of hard work and struggle, had finally achieved a remarkable transformation from humble slaves to free commoners within 2 years. Now, each of them wore a confident and satisfied smile. At the same time, Wu He himself had made remarkable progress in his cultivation, successfully advancing to the impressive level of 60. Not only that, but several of his trusted aides had also risen to around level 55. Although most villagers were still stuck at the mid-20s level of the Great Soul Master stage. It was worth mentioning that having the entire village composed of Soul Masters was indeed rare in other villages. One day, we received an invitation a couple of days ago, said Changgu, while carefully handing over a letter made from the skin of an unknown animal. It says we are invited to a trade event that will last for 7 days, located about 500 miles north of the village. Then he asked, "What do you think? Should we go join in on the fun, given our current situation?" Faced with such a sudden decision, Wu He did not rush to give an answer. After all, after 2 years of tempering and settling, both his mindset and way of dealing with people had undergone tremendous changes. He sat quietly at the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, lost in deep thought. After a long while, Wu He raised his head, looked firmly at Changgu, and slowly said, "After careful consideration, I believe we should go take a look. This trade event might bring us unexpected opportunities and gains. Of course, there may be certain risks involved, but as long as we are well prepared, I believe we can handle it." Just like that, Wu He made his final decision and led everyone toward the unknown valley to explore the possibilities that awaited them. Over the past 2 years, Wu He had never stopped his pursuit of the traces of 10,000-year soul beasts. Reflecting on that anxious person who was desperately seeking a way to directly absorb soul rings, Wu He thought to himself, judging by their urgency, the sought-after item must surely not be an ordinary soul beast. It had to be something at least to the 10,000-year level. Therefore, during these long 700 days and nights, Wu He used the original location of that person's tribe as a core reference point and tirelessly expanded his search radius, delving nearly 200 kilometers deep. However, regrettably, despite such a wide-ranging search, he still had not found any trace of a 10,000-year soul beast. As time quietly passed, Wu He felt confused and perplexed about this, but after deep contemplation, he gradually let it go. He recalled that when he first encountered that mysterious person, Even his first two soul rings were merely yellow, while the soul rings of those under him were all pure white. This showed that the reason this person sought a method to absorb soul rings without harm might merely stem from a fear of the powerful energy of 10,000-year soul beasts, worried that a slight misstep could lead to their body exploding due to the overwhelming energy. After all, for soul beasts with a cultivation time of less than 100 years, due to their relatively short lifespan, sending a dozen or even 20 people to conduct exploratory tests could still roughly estimate the effective range of the soul rings they could provide. But once it came to 10,000-year soul beasts, the situation was entirely different. The energy contained was not only more vast and mighty, but also fraught with uncertainties, making it difficult to grasp. Accurately determining the effective range of their soul rings was nearly 10 times more challenging than for the former. In such a scenario, if one still hoped to fill this enormous gap with 200 or 300 people, it would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. Thus, Wu He could only comfort himself. After all, the other party merely wanted to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Facing such a situation, he truly had no better way to calm the waves in his heart. Because of this, he really couldn't muster any enthusiasm for the gathering they were about to attend. To him, it seemed like there was nothing there that could ignite his strong desire to buy items or treasures. Rather than going to shop for treasures, it felt more like just going through the motions, joining in the excitement. Of course, it was also a good option to take a look at the development status of other tribes. Moreover, if they could find out the exact location of the habitat of the 10,000-year soul beasts, that would be even better. After all, as long as they successfully found 1 or 2 10,000-year soul beasts, they would be much closer to locating those powerful soul beasts with a cultivation level of 100,000 years. Thinking of this, Wu He was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to set off. Without further ado, Wu He quickly started packing various items needed for the trip alongside Changge. In addition to the essential luggage, they also specially prepared some not-so-valuable small items they had scavenged from the village that might come in handy. Once everything was ready, the two led a guard team of over 20 strong men, setting off grandly to bid farewell to the village. Before leaving, Wu He solemnly entrusted the village affairs to a Che, saying, "During my absence, please take on the role of village chief for now. If you encounter any tricky problems or are unsure about something, remember to consult one as much as possible. She is a member of our village's think tank and will definitely help you come up with good ideas." After giving his instructions, Wu He turned and left with ease, leading everyone towards the distance. 2 years ago, the 10 victors, faced with those heinous individuals imprisoned in the water prison, showed no signs of fear. Instead, they resolved the situation in a remarkably easy manner beyond ordinary imagination. After this intense battle concluded, according to the pre-agreed rules, the top 3 victors would receive an enviable reward, the precious opportunity to become Wu He's disciple or confidant. This news immediately attracted the attention and discussion of everyone. While everyone was still immersed in the anticipation of this reward, Wang Niu, who ranked 4th at the time, made a decisive decision without hesitation. He stepped forward, walked directly in front of Wu He, then knelt neatly on one knee, expressing his willingness to pledge loyalty to this legendary figure and hoping to become one of his personal guards. Meanwhile, Wan, who had been following Wang Niu, seemed a bit slow to react. However, she quickly came to her senses, also knelt on both knees, first respectfully bowing her head to Wu He, then firmly expressing her desire to follow him. Thus, Wan officially joined the ranks of Wu He's personal guards. However, in stark contrast to Wang Niu and Wan, Zhao Mian, who ranked 2nd, behaved quite differently. Chapter 225, Disciple of Wu He. Despite Wang Niu beside him continuously tugging at his clothes, trying to persuade him to kneel and become Wu He's personal guard, Zhao Mian remained unmoved. He stood tall, his chest out, his gaze fixed like a torch on Wu He's eyes, and boldly declared, "Leader Wu, I do not wish to be your personal guard. I hope to become your true disciple. Please grant me this wish." Looking at the proud and resolute young man before him, Wu He showed no surprise on his face. It was as if he had anticipated Zhao Mian's actions all along. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly observing the other party, seemingly contemplating how to respond to Zhao Mian's direct and fervent request. "Want to be my disciple? I can give you this rare opportunity. However, you must first successfully pass my 3 difficult trials," Wu He said with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mian's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "Did you not clearly say earlier that as long as I could defeat that guy in a water prison, we could become master and disciple? Why are there suddenly 3 trials now?" Clearly, Zhao Mian was completely unprepared for this sudden change, and he became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, at a loss for what to do. Wu He couldn't help but find Zhao Mian's anxious expression amusing. Usually, Zhao Mian gave the impression of being cunning and sly, a scheming young man full of bad intentions. But who would have thought that at this moment, he would reveal such a desperate eagerness to become stronger? This dark contrast gave Wu He a new understanding of him. Moreover, upon reflection, Zhao Mian's current desperate desire for power bore some resemblance to that kid, Aker. However, this guy's behavior was far too lively and unruly, prompting Wu He to think that he should temper his character well. Thus, Wu He spoke. Want to defeat them? Tell me, which one of them have you defeated with your own strength? Zhao Mian was instantly at a loss for words, struck dumb by Wu He's sharp remark. Indeed, since one had cleanly dispatched Little Chong on the ring, none of the subsequent opponents had been able to withstand Wan's fierce blow. The entire small challenge competition concluded in less than 5 minutes. Zhao Mian felt extremely unwilling. He desperately wanted to become Wu He's disciple, but the current situation left him feeling utterly frustrated. Therefore, he shouted without hesitation, "Then may I ask, what are the 3 trials you mentioned?" Wu He slowly raised his hand and pointed to the vast forest on the east side of the village. In the forest, lush greenery covered the ground, with numerous tall, sturdy trees standing tall. Then, Wu He slowly said, "Your first trial is logging." Zhao Mian looked confused, completely unable to understand what logging meant. Seeing this, Wu He quickly demonstrated. He held a sharp, gleaming alloy axe high above his head and swung it down fiercely. With a crisp sound, the sturdy tree fell. He then swiftly swung the axe again, chopping the entire tree into neat pieces of wood, just like a chef slicing meat. After completing the logging, he effortlessly carried the wood and walked briskly toward the courtyard. Upon reaching his destination, he gently set down his burden, took a short break, and immediately set off again to find the next tree that needed to be conquered. At this moment, Zhao Mian was solely focused on completing the task as quickly as possible, leaving no time to think. He fixed his gaze ahead, unhesitatingly snatched the axe from Wu He's hand, and dashed out like an arrow. The entire process was seamless, with not a moment of hesitation. He didn't even look back, let alone greet anyone. However, at that time, he could never have imagined that this seemingly simple task would last more than a year. During this long period, time passed quietly like flowing water. Day after day of labor and training gradually stripped away the impatience and immaturity of this once somewhat naive young man, making his temperament increasingly calm and reserved. Just then, Wu He successively issued 3 strict assessment tasks. Facing these challenges, Zhao Mian showed no fear. With his tenacious will and increasingly refined skills, he successfully passed all assessments. Wu He, witnessing Zhao Mian's outstanding performance, could not help but show a satisfied and pleased smile. In the days that followed, Wu He even creatively adopted special forces training methods to hone Zhao Mian. From physical training to tactical skills and practical simulations, various high-intensity training programs followed one after another. In just a month, Zhao Mian underwent a transformation akin to a phoenix reborn from fire, with his cultivation experiencing a meteoric rise, rapidly entering the ranks of the 40th level soul sect. In the past, the other 2 who ranked in the top 3 alongside Zhao Mian had resolutely chosen to become Wu He's personal guards. Their treatment regarding meals was worlds apart from others, exceptionally good beyond imagination. However, surprisingly, despite such favorable material conditions, the progress of these 2 in cultivation was extraordinarily slow, always lagging far behind Zhao Mian. Time flew, and just 6 months ago, these 2 had finally managed to elevate their cultivation to the 39th level after much toil. Meanwhile, Zhao Mian's cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, progressing at a speed that left others in the dust. To maximize time efficiency and help these 3 capable subordinates grow quickly, Wu He even personally led the team, meticulously equipping each of them with their 4th soul ring. What's more, these soul rings corresponded to soul skills that not only complemented each other, but also demonstrated strong practicality in actual use, truly adding wings to their capabilities. Thus, for this trip, Wu He also brought along his disciple to tailor a new round of trials for him. Chapter 226. Village needs, is this really enough for us? Chang Gu frowned, pointing at himself, Wu He, and the 20 people behind them who were carrying bulging backpacks, his tone revealing a hint of concern. Wu He smiled slightly in response, saying casually, "Of course, what we have is far from enough." He paused for a moment before continuing. Chang'e, didn't you tell me before that when you were the leader, having meat to eat every day was already considered a pretty good standard of living in the village? Upon hearing this, a proud expression appeared on Chang Ji's face as he puffed out his chest and said loudly, "That's no exaggeration. Back then, we could eat meat every day thanks to my strength. It was tough for ordinary tribes to even fill their bellies, let alone eat meat." Wu He nodded repeatedly in agreement and continued, "So, what we have in our backpacks is not ordinary stuff. Inside, we have high-yield rice seeds and advanced planting techniques." He paused again to let Chang'e better understand the importance of these items. "Oh, I see. But even if these things are so important, each person is only carrying about 10 kilograms. It still doesn't feel like much." Chang'e scratched his head, still somewhat doubtful about the quantity of supplies, despite understanding Wu He's words. After all, while he was strong, he had no talent for business. Seeing Chang Ji's honest expression, Wu He walked up with a smile, patted Chang Ji's broad shoulder firmly, and reassured him, "Chang'e, just relax. As long as it's something you need, no matter how difficult it is, I will find a way to bring it back for you. Trust me." In reality, Wu He was well aware of the concerns in Chang Ji's heart and what they truly desired. Currently, the village had sufficient food supply. There was no shortage of drinking water, and various resources were becoming increasingly abundant. It could be said that there was more than enough. However, there was one thing that was severely lacking in this village. Yes, it was the population. Initially, Wu He was most worried about the slow development of the tribe due to the small population, making it difficult to carry out many affairs smoothly. Fortunately, later on, the village welcomed an influx of 2,000 new residents, allowing many of Wu He's ideas to finally be put into practice. Even so, the village's development issues still focused on population. One must know that this small village of just over 2,000 people, if exaggerated, was almost comparable to the strength of a regiment. Not to mention other aspects, just in terms of combat capability, it should not be underestimated. What is even more noteworthy is that among these over 2,000 people, as many as 1,900 were strong and robust men. These men were all well built, and even those with slightly weaker abilities had at least the cultivation level of a 26th level Great Spirit Master. However, due to the severely imbalanced gender ratio, there were many older single men in the village. In this situation, even the women in the village, regardless of their looks, even those who were less attractive, were simply overlooked by the men if their own abilities were slightly weaker. Even matchmaking needed to be queued for opportunities, especially with the monogamous system that Wu He promoted, which required a lifelong bond between couples and a genuine mutual love before they could approach Wu He for formal wedding procedures. As a result, a situation of one woman sought by many men emerged, making the women in the village extremely scarce and sought after. Because of this, they only carried a small amount of resources on this trip, which made Chang'e feel anxious and restless. The two continued on their journey when suddenly, Wu He, who was leading the way, stopped without warning. Chang'e, who had been worried, also had to come to a halt. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, he saw Wu He quickly turn his head to the 3 o'clock direction and point at something not far away, saying, "Look over there. What is that?" Hearing Wu He's voice, Chang'e hurriedly looked in the direction he was pointing. He saw a dense forest about 200 meters away, where a group of deer was leisurely moving around. What caught their attention even more was that these deer were not ordinary. They were the rare blue-horned deer. These spirit beasts typically appear as individuals, with their cultivation mostly ranging between 500 to 600 years. At first glance, they didn't seem to be anything special, just that their antlers were blue. However, the reality was far from simple. This seemingly ordinary blue-horned deer was a treasure for men and those with weaker physiques. First, let us talk about the least valuable part of the blue-horned deer, the deer meat. Its meat is incredibly tender and delicate, with a high proportion of lean meat and minimal connective tissue, making it exceptionally delicious and carrying a certain wild flavor. When people chew on the deer meat, they instantly experience the unique and rich taste, a delightful sensation that lingers in their memory. Moreover, deer meat has mild properties and notable effects in replenishing energy. For spirit masters with lower cultivation qualifications or slow training speed, consuming deer meat can be an effective way to improve their condition. Additionally, deer meat is rich in a variety of amino acids and minerals, and long-term consumption helps to strengthen the body and nourish the physique. It's worth mentioning that deer meat is also high in protein, low in fat, and low in cholesterol. It can effectively regulate the body's blood circulation system and even produce a slight effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. Astonishingly, not only does the enticing blue-horned deer have magical effects from its meat, but other parts of its body also contain incredible benefits. In summary, every part of the blue-horned deer is valuable, exuding unique charm and worth. Chapter 227. Arrival at the market among the many items. The second least valuable is the deer bone. It is known that deer bones have numerous magical uses. They can not only be used as medicinal materials, but also for making soup and brewing fine wine. First, let's talk about its medicinal use. If deer bones are carefully refined into strong muscle and bone pills, they are a boon for those focused on physical cultivation. These pills have the effect of reshaping muscles and bones, making the already resilient muscles and bones of the cultivator even stronger. When used in soup, deer bones can be boiled into a blood-activating and marrow-washing soup for innocent children who have yet to awaken their martial souls. Soaking in this soup can help open their meridians and even produce a mild effect of washing muscles and marrow. As for brewing, while the deer bone wine made from deer bones may not compare to the famous tiger bone wine, it is still a favorite among men, especially among the leaders of various tribes. It is cherished even more. After drinking deer bone wine, they feel as if they are filled with heroic spirit, becoming invincible in battle. Next, let's talk about deer blood, one of the most precious treasures from the blue-horned deer. Deer blood has the miraculous effect of nourishing essence and filling bone marrow, allowing soul masters to compensate for their innate deficiencies, significantly increasing their cultivation speed. After consuming large amounts of deer blood, aspects such as strength, physique, soul power, spirit, and endurance will rapidly improve with continuous cultivation. Lastly, the most important highlight must be the deer antlers of the blue-horned deer. These antlers are truly remarkable, possessing numerous magical effects. Firstly, they can stimulate the hidden potential of the human body, significantly enhancing the innate soul power of soul masters. Secondly, for children who have mental deficiencies due to innate factors, they have a miraculous effect of repairing the spirit, helping them return to a normal state. Furthermore, their ability to enhance vital energy and blood is astonishing, greatly increasing the level of vital energy within soul masters. However, the most crucial function of these antlers is their powerful life energy recovery ability. It is well known that those called genius soul masters can rapidly cultivate and achieve remarkable accomplishments in part due to their ample life energy. However, even geniuses have limits. Once their life energy is depleted, it becomes extremely difficult for them to continue improving their cultivation, as if they have encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. Under normal circumstances, to restore life energy, one must rely on various rare and precious natural treasures. The deer antlers of the blue-horned deer are one of the rare treasures rich in vibrant life energy in this vast world. At this moment, Changgu is standing in front of a stall in the market, smiling broadly and energetically introducing the towering stack of blue-horned deer antlers to passing pedestrians. Just now, the sales pitch he used to attract customers was taught to him by Wu He. Although based on the current understanding, the effects of these blue-horned deer seem not as powerful as imagined. Wu He confidently assured him, as long as he introduces them according to what he taught. Once all these deer are sold, they will be able to take back a considerable number of women. However, unexpectedly, Wu He's words actually attracted the attention and curiosity of many people. The crowd gradually gathered, curiously examining these blue-horned deer, their eyes revealing expressions of doubt and anticipation. Some who had already awakened their martial souls looked at these blue-horned deer, feeling a strong desire to possess them, even showing signs of wanting to seize them by force. But wait, how could our Changgu be an easy target? Trying to snatch something from him is simply a dream. It should be known that Changgu is a powerful being with the strength of a level 55 Soul King. He snorted coldly and decisively activated his martial soul. In an instant, 10 spirit avatars of the white tiger, each with a cultivation level of 5,000 years, appear beside him, and most notably, the terrifying spirit of the white tiger king with 10,000 years of cultivation. This immense aura surged forth like an invisible mountain, pressing down on the surroundings, leaving everyone present feeling an indescribable pressure. At the same time, the 20 Soul Sect members originally responsible for maintaining order also sprang into action. Some of them possessed martial souls with incredible strength. With a few angry roars, these Soul Sect members immediately demonstrated their skills of breaking stones with bare hands. It is important to note that the stones referred to here are not ordinary stones, but hard iron or that has been roughly refined. In an instant, Those who were originally eager to cause trouble were intimidated by the powerful aura, silenced, and no longer daring to act recklessly. Wu He, being a person of high status, would naturally not stoop to setting up a stall to sell items. He held the coins he exchanged for upon entering the market, strolling leisurely through the market, looking around with great curiosity. What he never expected was that in this seemingly backward continent, there were so many wonderful things he had only seen in books. For example, the soul power alchemy technique, although the methods of using soul power were rather crude. It is undeniable that this set of alchemy methods truly exists and is reasonable. Additionally, the soul power forging technique also opened Wu He's eyes. Although this so-called forging method is relatively crude and simple, it is undoubtedly an effective way to refine ordinary metal materials in a higher quality. Continuing to look further, there are various techniques such as talisman making, formation techniques, and body training arts. However, these dazzling techniques all share one common aspect. They all mention a mysterious energy called soul power and emphasize that only by utilizing this special energy can one successfully perform the corresponding methods and skills. Unfortunately, it seems that the vendors selling various techniques have not mastered or provided specific methods for obtaining soul power. Because of this, the prices of the various techniques they sold were quite low, making them a great bargain. As he continued to move forward, he delved deeper into the core area of the market. The surrounding noise and bustling figures gradually faded behind him, and the scene before him began to clear. Finally, after some searching, they saw the remarkable shop. Underneath the old and solemn door stood a prominent sign. The words Martial Soul Awakening, Soul Power Enlightenment, and Spirit Food Method were written in large letters. It turned out that this shop was actually run by the true owner behind the entire market. When this fact suddenly flooded his mind, Wu He felt as if he had been enlightened, instantly connecting all the seemingly scattered clues together and understanding everything at once. Chapter 228. Young Soul Master Wu He raised his eyes to look at the slightly old shop in front of him, and to his surprise, he felt no hesitation or doubt in his heart. He walked firmly towards the half-open door, as if there was some kind of invisible attraction drawing him in. When he stepped into the shop, he did not see the dilapidated and chaotic scene he had imagined. However, neither did a beautiful woman come forth to greet him warmly as he had hoped. The interior of the shop seemed somewhat empty and desolate, with only a worn and damaged counter standing there alone. Behind the counter sat a young man dressed in coarse linen clothes. Compared to the rough-skinned people outside, this young man's clothing was clearly much better. At this moment, he was leisurely lying in a rocking chair, a large, thick green leaf gently covering his body, swaying softly with the breeze. Wu He quietly released his powerful soul power, sweeping silently over the young man's body like a fine spider web. Surprisingly, despite the strong soul power probing, the young man seemed completely unaware, remaining still and immersed in his own world. However, this probing made Wu He feel a surge of astonishment. After careful perception and judgment, he discovered that this seemingly ordinary young man was, in fact, a formidable soul king. His soul power level had already reached an impressive 59, just one step away from the supreme realm of Soul Emperor. It should be noted that in such a relatively underdeveloped continent, raising one's cultivation to such a height is no easy task. Even those with exceptional talent would find it difficult to achieve without undergoing countless hardships and long periods of arduous training. Thus, it was evident that this young man before him must possess extraordinary talent and terrifying potential. On his long and arduous path, it was easy to imagine that countless white bones lay strewn about. These bones, like steps, formed a bloody path leading upwards, eerily and shockingly laying out his path to promotion step by step. Witnessing this scene, even Wu He, who was usually bold, could not help but feel a chill in his heart, an indescribable fear and vigilance surging within him. At this moment, Wu He was filled with nervous emotions, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. He instinctively moved back a step, wanting to distance himself from those chilling bones. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks, and just as he took that step back, his foot landed squarely on a patch of withered yellow leaves near the stairs. A crisp sound suddenly rang out, which felt particularly jarring in the quiet space. The sudden noise instantly shattered the surrounding tranquility, and the young man, who had been lightly dozing, was abruptly awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercingly directed at the direction of Wu He. As he spoke, an exceptionally clear and melodious voice reached Wu He's ears. "Oh, we have a guest." The sound was so bright and pleasant, contrasting sharply with the young man's somewhat rugged appearance, which was quite unexpected. Faced with this situation, Wu He suddenly found himself in an awkward predicament. On one hand, he felt deep apprehension towards this mysterious young man and the unknowns hidden behind him. On the other hand, the young man appeared calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Under this invisible pressure, after much hesitation, Wu He finally chose to steady himself and confront the situation before him. Although he still felt extremely tense, his strong curiosity ultimately overcame his fear. Taking a deep breath to calm his tone, he asked, "May I ask how the food spirit method in your shop differs from the widely circulated food ring method in the outside world?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the young man, trying to capture any useful information from his expression. The reason was quite simple. The outside world was filled with various side businesses that developed through soul power. These side businesses not only varied widely, but also offered many relatively inexpensive methods for obtaining and consuming soul rings. Take the shop he operated as an example. If it continued to operate according to traditional service models and routines, it would inevitably overlap with a myriad of methods outside. Therefore, Wu He was incredibly curious about the unique food ring method mentioned by the young man. "Is what you mentioned this kind of food ring method?" Wu He's eyes widened, staring intensely at the young man, eager to explore further. The young man smiled slightly and then performed a very mysterious and rare technique. First, he used his powerful soul power to skillfully simulate a lifelike soul ring radiating a faint light. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. He actually mobilized his soul power again to transform into a pair of sturdy arms made of pure energy. Those arms were as lively and flexible as if they had a life of their own, securely grasping the soul ring he had just simulated and effortlessly breaking it apart. A crisp sound rang out as the originally intact soul ring was instantly broken into several fragments. However, what was even more unexpected was that the young man, as if savoring a delicious cookie, easily and naturally began to send the fragments of the soul ring into his mouth to chew. Witnessing this series of fluid operations, Wu He was completely stunned to know that, in his past understanding, only legendary gods could have the ability to fabricate soul rings out of thin air and consume them as food. However, judging from the young man's displayed soul power level and his keen perception of soul power, he could absolutely not be a high and mighty deity. Yet, this seemingly ordinary person, through this astonishing and unfathomable operation, shrouded himself in a veil of mystery. Wu He's eyes widened, and he felt as if he had been frozen in place, nodding mechanically and dumbly. His mouth, slightly agape from extreme surprise, seemed to have lost control, unable to close no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, his mind was like a turbulent sea, thoughts in complete chaos. The young man standing opposite Wu He took in his reaction, but did not show much surprise on his face, still maintaining a faint smile. It was strange. In the past, Wu He had always amazed others with his unique words and abilities, but today, the roles had reversed. Now, he was the one left dumbfounded and at a loss. The so-called food ring method was, in fact, a simplified version of the food spirit method. Its operational difficulty was not great. The key lay in whether one could activate the bone plate inscribed with the food spirit formation using their soul power. Once successfully triggered, one could freely perform the food ring method. The young man patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Wu He suddenly realized. He finally understood why the people in the entire village where Strong Brother lived could skillfully use the food ring method despite their martial souls not having awakened yet. The secret lies on this seemingly unremarkable domino. Chapter 2:29. The method of consuming spirits. So, what exactly is the method of consuming spirits that you mentioned? Wu He stared intently at the young man in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of urgency as he took a small step forward to press further. The young man smiled slightly and answered gently, "Well, if you want to clarify this question, first, you need to activate the martial soul within you or the soul power contained in yourself." As he spoke, his gaze scanned Wu He's attire. At that moment, Wu He was wearing nothing more than very ordinary linen clothes, looking no different from his surroundings. Because of this, to some extent, the young man quickly made a judgment. Wu He should be of similar social status as himself. Thus, in response to Wu He's inquiry, he did not exhibit a high and mighty or rebellious attitude. Hearing this, Wu He hesitated slightly, then raised his head, looking firmly at the young man, and said confidently, "I see. But you really don't need to help me awaken my martial soul, because I already have one." Before he finished speaking, he waved his right hand lightly, and a burst of multicolored light suddenly illuminated the area. Following that, a 5-element array, plate shimmering with strange light, slowly appeared and steadied itself in his left hand. This sudden turn of events caused the young man, who had been smiling moments before, to widen his eyes in surprise. It should be known that the market here was entirely dominated and convened by the tribe he belonged to. Typically, this kind of market would only be held every 3 to 5 years. One of the most important purposes of each market was to disseminate knowledge and skills related to martial souls and soul power to the public. However, the seemingly ordinary Wu He in front of him had actually summoned a martial soul by himself, which truly exceeded the young man's expectations. Under normal circumstances, anyone who entered his shop and chose to consume the martial soul of Westlake would be firmly remembered in his mind. However, at this moment, it was clear that Wu He standing in front of him was not a soul master awakened through his shop. Just as the young soul master was still in a state of astonishment, Wu He unhesitatingly unleashed his own soul rings. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance seemed to freeze the surrounding air. 5 soul rings appeared in succession, with one displaying a noble and mysterious purple color, while the other 4 emitted deep black light. This scene left the young soul master across from him dumbfounded, completely shocked to the core. In just that brief moment, Wu He captured countless complex emotions in the young man's eyes. Extreme shock dominated, but there was also a fleeting flash of anger. Wu He felt quite surprised and silently pondered. I seem to have no grievances with this brother. Why does he show such anger towards me? Despite being filled with confusion, Wu He did not reveal it. The young soul master, however, did not dwell on the matter too much. Instead, he quickly adjusted his emotions and then demonstrated his own soul ring status to Wu He. As the first yellow soul ring slowly ascended, Wu He's gaze was tightly locked onto it. With the second and third soul rings appearing one after another, Wu He's heartbeat began to quicken. Finally, as the last black soul ring symbolizing immense power burst forth with brilliant light, Wu He could no longer suppress his excitement. Becoming exhilarated, that mysterious and profound black soul ring represented the condensation and accumulation of the powerful strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. However, after 2 long years of searching, he had not even seen the shadow of a 10,000-year soul beast. At this moment, the young man in front of him, regardless of how he raised his cultivation to the Soul King realm, undoubtedly possessed the impressive 10,000-year soul ring. This fact alone indicated that this person must know where the traces of 10,000-year soul beasts existed. After showcasing his soul rings to everyone, the young soul master no longer asked Wu He about soul power awakening. He focused his expression and spoke softly. The so-called method of consuming spirits can be divided into 2 important parts. First, to successfully master this method, you must have a certain level of precise control over your soul power. This control ability can be gradually acquired and accumulated through hard training in various side professions, such as alchemy, artifact refining, talisman making, and constructing formation arrays. When you achieve sufficient progress in these areas and can skillfully manipulate your own soul power, you can use this control to shape and create your own hand of consuming spirits. After saying this, the young soul master reached out his hands towards Wu He, and in an instant, a pair of enormous palms formed from powerful soul power appeared out of thin air, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Since the core essence of this technique was inscribed on a special bone tablet, the young soul master did not intend to repeat it here. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for the second part of the method of consuming spirits, it is the most crucial. The so-called soul ring refers to obtaining the vast soul power contained within the soul rings of defeated soul beasts by consuming them. While consuming spirits directly captures the opponent's martial soul and forcibly devours their soul ring, temporarily obtaining a soul skill. Upon hearing this, Wu He could not help but exclaim, "What?" It should be noted that when he first encountered this magical method of consuming soul rings, a thought had unconsciously formed his mind. Could this method be applied to actual combat to see if it could really devour other soul rings? However, this was merely a preliminary idea and had not been put into practice. But now, not only had he received a definitive answer, but unexpectedly, the method of consuming soul rings was simply a relatively simplified effect. Immediately, Wu He eagerly asked, "So, if I consume the opponent's soul ring, can it still be restored to its original state?" Facing this question from Wu He, the young soul master was once again deeply shocked. He never expected that this powerful soul master with a total of 4 10,000-year soul rings would have such a kind heart to care about such a question. After all, in most people's perception, soul masters with such power and status were often cold and ruthless, only pursuing their own strength enhancement. This thing can indeed be restored, but the consequences of consuming it will be severe. The opponent's cultivation will directly regress by 10 levels. Moreover, even worse for the next whole year, they won't be able to improve their cultivation at all. Only after a year passes can the damaged soul ring slowly begin to recover. However, Even when the soul ring is restored, the levels that regressed because of you will still need to be retrained from the beginning. Chapter 230. Fight me, and I'll give you the method to sell the food spirit technique. Wu He's eyes were fixed on the young man in front of him, and he could no longer contain his inner desire, finally asking this crucial question. Although he knew that this ability was extremely cruel and brutal, his yearning for its power burned like a raging fire. In fact, as early as when he first witnessed the food spirit technique, the idea of deducing it into a self-created soul skill for practical combat had already sprouted in Wu He's mind. And now, this long-desired soul skill seemed like a treasure within reach. He only needed to pay a small price to directly acquire it. With such an opportunity before him, why waste time deducing it himself? Upon hearing Wu He's inquiry, the young man slightly raised his eyes, his gaze landing on him. After a brief pause, he seemed a bit hesitant as he spoke. It's not difficult. Just fight me, and I will teach you. Upon hearing these words, Wu He was taken aback, clearly surprised by this unusual request. Typically, purchasing items merely involves a transaction of a certain amount of money. Even in this marketplace, there is already a specialized currency system in place to regulate the price fluctuations of goods. Even those extremely precious items, which were priceless, could be exchanged for a high price that exceeded the usual monetary value. However, a situation where a duel was used as a condition for a transaction was indeed rare. Generally speaking, to obtain a powerful ability or item, one often had to pay a significant price. However, for Wu He, when he discovered that this person could devour the opponent's soul ring to gain their special soul skill, the price he needed to pay was merely to have a fight with the other person, and they would willingly give it up. This sudden situation left Wu He, who was already mentally prepared to bear a great cost, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had not anticipated that things would be this simple, and a hint of doubt and worry arose in his heart. However, Wu He quickly calmed down and began to think about the possible traps involved. He pondered, could it be that this person is actually coveting my soul ring, wanting to take the opportunity to defeat me and seize my soul skill? Upon thinking of this, Wu He immediately heightened his vigilance. Despite his concerns, he still had confidence in the uniqueness of his soul skill. After all, so far, the only person who could directly take his skills through soul techniques was Wu Miao, and even after successfully taking them, she would return them to him and would also have to bear the effects brought by the unique properties of Wu He's martial soul when using these skills. However, the current situation described by this person was entirely different. According to his words, one only needed to devour another person's soul ring to gain and use their skills once. Moreover, the person whose soul ring was devoured would not only have their level drop by 10, but would also require a full year to recover. Faced with such terrifying consequences, Wu He knew that he absolutely could not take this battle lightly. Not to mention the serious issue of losing levels. Simply restoring his damaged soul ring to its original state would take a whole year. Unless any unexpected situations occurred, he would inevitably experience a long period of weakness, which would undoubtedly have a huge and far-reaching negative impact on his status within the tribe. Thinking of this, Wu He couldn't help but feel like backing down, and the thought of agreeing to this challenge vanished in an instant. Just as he hesitated repeatedly and was about to politely decline, the young man spoke up first. I just hope to spar with you. To be honest, I'm particularly curious about the extent of the differences and gaps between soul masters of the same level. Moreover, I believe you must have concerns. Worried that I would use that so-called food spirit technique, right? But please rest assured, I guarantee that I will not use such a method. Before he finished speaking, the young man actually made an oath gesture to the sky without hesitation. Immediately after, he solemnly established a heart devil oath in front of Wu He. Witnessing the scene, Wu He was momentarily stunned. He never expected that the person in front of him would act so decisively and resolutely. He hadn't even had the chance to negotiate or say anything before the other party had so easily settled the matter. Faced with such a situation, Wu He felt somewhat at a loss for a moment, but when he saw the sincerity displayed by the other party, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were ultimately swallowed back down. It was truly hard to continue to refuse. So, Wu He nodded, indicating his agreement to this spar. His determined gaze revealed confidence and resolve. Seeing Wu He agree without hesitation, the young man immediately broke into a pure and bright smile, excitement evident on his face. He quickly extended his right hand, enthusiastically gesturing for Wu He to follow him into the back hall of the shop. Wu He walked steadily into the back hall, but when he stepped into this area, he was surprised to find that it was not the back of shop at all. What lay before him was actually an open space outside the marketplace. However, what was striking was that in this open area, someone had meticulously drawn a huge circular arena. The radius of this arena was as long as 20 meters, and a simple calculation revealed that its area reached over 1,200 square meters. Such a spacious area was undoubtedly more than enough for two Soul King-level contestants to fully showcase their skills and abilities. Looking at the grand arena before him, Wu secretly pondered, "This venue is quite suitable. I just wonder what the specific rules of this spar will be. It can't possibly end with one party being completely defenseless or even losing their life, right?" Thinking of this, Wu couldn't help but ask the other party, "Rules?" When he heard these two words, the young Soul Master showed a puzzled expression, as if the term had touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. He furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting, and fell into deep thought for a long time. As time passed, he still failed to provide a specific and feasible plan to address the situation at hand. Standing beside him, Wu did not have the patience to wait for him to continue this deep contemplation, so he spoke without hesitation. "Since you haven't thought it through yet, let's just go by my rules." Upon hearing this, the young Soul Master was initially taken aback, then he gently nodded, indicating that he was willing to listen to the rules proposed by Wu He. At this moment, Wu He couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless and speechless. After all, this was the other party's home ground, yet now they were going to solve the problem using his rules. This situation indeed felt quite strange to him. However, since it had come to this, he could only brace himself and express his thoughts. Chapter 231, Meng Xianjun's Dream Demon Rule 1. Both parties involved in the duel can only use their respective martial spirits and the soul skills they have mastered to engage in combat. The use of external auxiliary tools such as soul bones and soul guides is strictly prohibited. If anyone violates this rule, they will be immediately judged as the losing party, and the duel will be declared over. Rule 2. During the duel, both sides must stop at the right moment and must not intentionally inflict lethal harm on each other. Any behavior that violates this principle will result in the violator being deemed the loser, and the duel will come to an end. Rule 3. Once the duel officially begins, neither party is allowed to leave the predefined area during the entire combat period. If either party accidentally falls outside the circle, that party will be directly judged as the losing side, and the duel will thus be terminated. These 3 rules are clear and concise, and are fair and just for both parties involved, with no bias towards either side. The young Soul Master nodded lightly after hearing this, indicating that he understood and agreed with these rules. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, the young Soul Master asked the other party, "So, if it were you dueling with me, are there any special requirements? For example, do I need to defeat you in order for you to be willing to teach me that mysterious food spirit technique? Or will you teach it to me unconditionally, regardless of the final outcome?" However, faced with this question, the young Soul Master once again fell into hesitation. Seeing him so indecisive, Wu couldn't help but feel a bit amused, secretly thinking, "This guy keeps saying he wants to duel, but it seems he doesn't have a clear concept of what a duel is. How silly." It was as if the only word in his mind was duel, and he only knew it meant a reasonable and legal way of fighting. However, as for the specific rules, he had no clue, not even a vague impression. Even more exaggerated, he didn't even know such a simple truth, that even between two people merely sparring, there needs to be someone present to serve as a witness and referee. But now, he was completely unaware of it. If he had known the person before him was so naive and dull, Wu He thought, he probably wouldn't have reminded him to clarify the relevant matters, because it seemed that as long as he remained silent and did not point it out, no matter what the outcome of the duel, the other party would likely hand over what was needed without hesitation. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the young man seemed to have pondered it through and spoke firmly, "You don't need to defeat me. As long as we complete this duel, regardless of the outcome, I will give you the things." Upon hearing this, Wu He's heart soared, and a joyful smile instantly blossomed on his face. Then, his eyes twinkled with a clever idea, and he quickly shouted, "In that case, I want to add another rule." Just as a flash of inspiration struck Wu He suddenly realized a crucial issue. There was no set duration for the upcoming fierce duel. This meant that if the opponent played tricks and claimed they hadn't had enough fun and refused to stop, wouldn't the duel go on indefinitely? Moreover, if it continued to drag on without a clear winner, it could truly be a headache. Thinking of this, Wu hurriedly reached into his backpack and, after a moment of searching, successfully pulled out an incense stick that he had carefully crafted himself. The incense was long and delicate, emitting a faint fragrance. Wu held the incense high and said loudly, "Look at this incense. From the moment it is lit until it burns out, it takes about 15 minutes. So let's set the time limit for our duel to 15 minutes. If neither side can determine a winner within this time, it will be judged a draw. But if one side wins, the loser must unconditionally agree to one request from the winner." What do you think? After hearing this, the young man did not take as long to ponder as before, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he readily nodded and replied, "No problem. I agree to this rule. However, if I unfortunately lose, in addition to teaching you the food spirit technique, I am also willing to fulfill one more condition for you." Hearing the young man's confident words, Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of displeasure. This guy's words sounded as if he was absolutely certain he could not lose. However, despite feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Wu quickly adjusted his emotions and reached a consensus on the rules with the young man. Then, both of them simultaneously untied the heavy burdens strapped to their bodies, moving gracefully and lightly. Next, they smiled at each other and politely stepped onto the arena, which symbolized honor and challenge, ready to welcome an exhilarating duel. "Do you know the rules before a Soul Master duel?" Wu asked curiously. The person opposite him frowned slightly, showing a hint of impatience, and shook his head lightly. He seemed to think Wu was being too verbose. As it was just an ordinary duel, why drag it out with so many questions? Seeing this, Wu couldn't help but feel speechless. Resting his right hand helplessly on his cheek, he thought to himself, this guy is just a bumpkin who has never seen the world. If it weren't for the fact that he had the same level of cultivation as himself, he wouldn't bother wasting his breath on such a person, let alone teach him any duel rules. Taking a deep breath, Wu patiently said, "Before a Soul Master duel, we first need to introduce our names. And then we can activate our martial spirits." After saying that, he enthusiastically demonstrated. He loudly declared, "Tiando Royal Academy, Student Chief, Wu is here, Martial Spirit, 5 Elements Array, Level 60 Battle Spirit Emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, he displayed his martial spirit behind him. In an instant, a huge array glowing with colorful light appeared out of thin air. At the same time, 5 dazzling soul rings rose from beneath his feet and steadily attached themselves to the corresponding points on the array. The entire scene became incredibly magnificent and spectacular, leaving people in awe. The young Soul Master, witnessing this scene, was deeply shocked. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, and it took him a while to regain his senses. Once his mood calmed down a bit, he couldn't hide his excitement and hurriedly began to mimic Wu's earlier movements. 9 Continents Dream, Xianjun, Beast Martial Spirit, Dream Demon, Level 59 Battle Spirit King. At that moment, 5 dazzling soul rings suddenly rose beneath Meng Xianjun's feet, swirling around him like auspicious clouds. At the same time, an unparalleled, powerful aura erupted from his body, as if the entire world was trembling. That pressure was like a king descending to the world, instilling an involuntary sense of reverence. However, after 2 years of accumulation and tempering, Wu was not intimidated by the sight before him. On the contrary, with extraordinary keen insight and a cautious attitude, he discovered a crucial issue. It turned out that the martial soul displayed by the other party was actually the legendary Dream Taper. It is known that this martial soul is a divine beast level that is born and nurtured by heaven and earth. And ordinary people cannot awaken such a rare and powerful martial soul, unless this person is not truly human. When such a shocking conclusion flashed through Wu Yi's mind like lightning, he felt as if he had been struck by thunder and an enormous wave surged within him. In an instant, many of the mysteries that had been troubling him seemed to unravel at that moment. The seemingly perfect soul ring configuration, the cold, hateful gaze dream Xianjun gave him upon their first meeting, the hesitation and confusion dream Xianjun exhibited when faced with common knowledge about conflicts among humans, and the extraordinary, unheard-of method of spirit feeding. All of this suddenly made perfect sense at this moment. Chapter 232. Suppressing with advanced martial arts techniques, Wu gently waved his right hand, and a flash of light appeared as a completely black long spear, glimmering with a cold light, materialized in his grasp. This long spear had been Wu Hai's inseparable companion for many years, witnessing countless fierce battles and life-and-death struggles. On the opposite side, Meng Xianjun could not help but show a trace of anger on his face upon seeing this. In his view, Wu Hui's failure to use his martial soul was undoubtedly a sign of disrespect and contempt for his strength. However, Wu Hui seemed oblivious, slowly spreading his legs apart, sinking his center of gravity, and firmly gripping the long spear in a standard defensive starting posture. His gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Meng Xianjun, softly uttering, "Come on." Though his tone was light, the confidence and provocation it contained were unmistakable. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Xianjun, unable to contain his inner fury, let out a furious shout. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy surged from his body, followed by a dazzling light enveloping him entirely. When the light dissipated, Meng Xianjun had completed the manifestation of his martial soul. At this moment, his body had grown exceptionally large, with muscles bulging all over, as if forged from steel, making him appear indestructible. Moreover, he was already tall and robust, and now, with his martial soul activated, his physique had expanded by more than double. However, what was astonishing was that despite Meng Xianjun's enormous size and muscular build, one would logically expect his mobility and agility to be significantly affected. Yet, that was not the case. Meng Xianjun's legs suddenly exerted force, and with a crisp sound of metal clashing, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. It should be noted that at this moment, there was almost a distance of over 10 meters between Wu Hai and Meng Xianjun. But in the blink of an eye, Meng Xianjun had already flown over, his speed astonishing enough to leave Wu Hai completely shocked. However, at that moment, Meng Xianjun did not give Wu Hai any time to be surprised. In an instant, the purple soul ring on his body, shining with mysterious light, suddenly lit up, resembling the brightest star in the night sky. Following that, he shouted, "Third soul skill, Dream Punch." With this roar, an unmatched, powerful momentum erupted from him. The punch he threw seemed to carry the force of a mountain, howling towards Wu Hai. Faced with such a grand and powerful punch, Wu Hai was secretly startled, but he did not panic. Instead, he quickly devised a countermeasure, firmly holding the long spear in both hands, his feet as solid as if they were deeply rooted in the ground. Just as he finished thinking, Wu Hai suddenly, instantly turning the long spear into an unbreakable steel barrier, accurately positioning it in the path of Meng Xianjun's punch. At the moment of collision, a clear and loud sound echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Wu Hai felt the long spear in his hands tremble slightly as a massive impact traveled up the spear. Nevertheless, his arm muscles tightened, hard as steel. Relying on the seamless and perfect synergy between himself and the spear, he successfully neutralized the force of Meng Xianjun's punch, his movements flowing smoothly, as if he were forcing back the surging sea waves to the depths of the ocean. This sudden turn of events shocked the previously confident Meng Xianjun for a moment. However, this shock was merely a fleeting reaction. Soon, leveraging his agile movements and excellent combat awareness, he quickly used the flexibility of Wu Hai's long spear to nimbly leap back, escaping Wu Hai's attack range. But the force behind the attack was indeed substantial, causing Wu Hai to stagger back a few steps. In an instant, the two figures flashed apart like two bolts of lightning, creating a distance between them again. At this moment, Wu Hai and Meng Xianjun locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fly where their gazes met. Both of them secretly pondered that the strength of the opponent before them was not to be underestimated, far stronger than they had initially anticipated. Since the opponent had taken the initiative to attack and gained the upper hand, it was only natural to respond in kind. Thus, Wu Hai acted without hesitation. He lightly flicked the tip of the long spear back, letting the spearhead touch the ground, while he tightly gripped the tail of the spear and charged towards Meng Xianjun like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hai had closed the distance to Meng Xianjun, just half a body length away. At that moment, Wu Hai's arms exerted tremendous force, and with a flick of his wrist, the seemingly ordinary long spear underwent a shocking transformation. The spear's tail shot forward at lightning speed, like a fierce dragon pouncing towards Meng Xianjun's face. Facing this sudden strike, Meng Xianjun had focused all his attention on Wu Hai and the long spear in his hands. However, Wu Hai's unexpected trick was so exquisite that Meng Xianjun was caught off guard, instinctively retreating quickly. For a moment, Meng Xianjun was filled with confusion. Why had the long spear in Wu Hai's hands suddenly lengthened? Even more strangely, during this process, he had not sensed any fluctuation of soul power from Wu Hai. Could it be that there was some unknown secret technique or skill hidden within? Seeing Meng Xianjun successfully retreating from his attack, Wu Hai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Clearly, his carefully planned strategy had succeeded. Without hesitation, Wu Hai pressed the attack, launching a dazzling series of combinations. Wu Hai, who had been holding the long spear in reverse, suddenly twisted his wrist, bringing the spear into a proper grip. In an instant, with a fierce momentum, he smashed down. This sudden change left Meng Xianjun completely bewildered, forcing him to hurriedly dodge to the side. However, Wu Hai was quick, noticing his opponent's evasive maneuver and immediately spinning the long spear around his body like a whirlwind. The spear traced a beautiful arc in the air, like a blooming flower. Following that, Wu Hai's long spear did not pause, unleashing a series of dazzling moves. First, a rapid series of thrusts. Faced with such a fierce and unpredictable offensive, Meng Xianjun found himself completely on the defensive. No matter how he dodged left and right, Wu He always managed to quickly change his tactics and launch new attacks. In an instant, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed throughout the area, sometimes blocking Meng Xuanjuan's powerful strikes, at other times thrusting forward with lightning speed, skillfully stabbing at tricky angles. Rapidly spinning a long spear to form a seamless defensive circle, leaping high to smash down, accurately exploiting his opponent's weaknesses, sweeping with great momentum, and suddenly withdrawing the spear, creating a gust of wind. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, tightly connected without any gaps. If there had been a spectator present, they would undoubtedly have been astonished by this stunning battle scene, exclaiming in awe and delight. Unfortunately, this place was empty, and no one could witness this breathtaking contest. Meanwhile, Meng Xuanjuan, on the defensive, could only lament his predicament. He grew up in a continent where martial arts were relatively scarce, and he had never seen anyone wield a weapon with such extraordinary skill. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to hold on desperately. Time passed by second, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had gone by. Looking at the incense stick, it already burned down to just a small piece. At that moment, Dream Rotation Lord, who had been at a disadvantage, could no longer endure. His entire soul power erupted like a bomb that had been suppressed for too long, exploding in an instant. Chapter 233. The Black Snow Mastiff Armor. The surging and unstoppable soul power poured out from Meng Xuanjuan's body like a flood that had burst its banks. The intensity of the soul power fluctuation was astonishing. In just an instant, it forced Wu He back several steps like an irresistible torrent. Originally, Wu He had planned to use his advanced martial arts philosophy and exquisite skills to forcibly suppress Meng Xuanjuan for a full 15 minutes. By the time this fierce competition came to an end, according to the other party's somewhat naive personality, he would undoubtedly keep his previous promise. However, what he never expected was that this guy would suddenly erupt at this critical moment, using such a desperate, self-destructive method, unreservedly unleashing all the soul power hidden within. This explosive method could indeed eliminate all nearby enemies in an instant. But it also had a significant drawback. It would rapidly consume a large amount of precious soul power resources, making it extremely disadvantageous for prolonged combat. If the person standing here were a soul master of the soul sage level with profound abilities, he would have been fully capable of unleashing his unique domain power, easily driving away all threats. At this moment, Wu He could only wipe the sweat constantly beating on his forehead while inwardly lamenting. After all, continuously executing a series of fierce attacks was an incredibly exhausting task. Just then, the already somewhat fatigued Meng Xuanjuan suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. "Stop toying with me. Give me a real battle." His eyes bulged with anger, veins popping on his forehead as he roared furiously. Accompanying his shout, the black soul ring that had been hidden in darkness suddenly shone with dazzling light, like a brilliant star in the night sky. "Fifth soul skill, Dream Space," he declared in a deep and authoritative voice. In an instant, a strange and brilliant color rippled out from behind him, and the soul power fluctuation surged like raging waves, rapidly spreading in all directions. This power was immensely strong. Wherever it reached, the air seemed to warp and twist, creating a dreamlike scene. Soon after, this wave of soul power came sweeping in with an overwhelming force, like a massive net pouncing towards Wu He. It carried a strong intent to devour, as if it meant to completely engulf Wu He and everything around him. What the hell is this? Despite having suspected this mysterious opponent deep down, even speculating that the other party might not be human, Wu He couldn't help but cry out in shock when he witnessed such a bizarre and powerful soul skill. Especially after the opponent accurately called out the name of his martial soul, Wu He had already made a rough judgment about the direction of the soul skill. However, he never anticipated that the fifth soul skill would be something akin to a domain. Faced with such a tricky situation, Wu He knew he couldn't hold back or slack off any longer. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening and becoming resolute. Various counter-strategies flashed through his mind, ultimately locking onto the element representing spirit among the 5 elements, metal. Just as he thought, Wu He flipped his wrist, and a crystal stone glowing with white light appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath and then unhesitatingly raised his palm, striking fiercely against his chest. In that instant, a unique and powerful energy burst forth from his palm like a surging flood, rapidly exploding outward in an extraordinary manner. Just then, a roar echoed, Snow Mastiff Armor Fusion. Accompanied by this shout, 5 beams of light suddenly converged, forming a dazzling pillar of light. Following that, a magnificent set of Snow Mastiff armor materialized out of thin air on Wu He's body. The armor shimmered with a cold light, sending chills down one's spine. Its eyes radiated a captivating glow, as if capable of piercing through all darkness and evil. However, the moment the armor fusion was completed, Wu He suddenly felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him. It turned out that Meng Xuanjuan's fifth soul skill had descended upon him like a mountain. Its power so strong that Wu He found it nearly impossible to bear. In the blink of an eye, Wu He realized he was in a strange space. Everything was upside down, completely overturning the normal laws of gravity. Looking around, every small platform seemed to exist independently, suspended in midair, forming a colorful, dreamlike world. Just as Wu He was still immersed in this marvelous scene, a fierce punch wind suddenly howled from behind him without warning. Sensing the imminent danger, Wu He's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around. In the nick of time, he saw Meng Xuanjuan's fist coming down with the force of a thunderbolt, striking hard against Wu He's armor. Despite sustaining such a violent blow, Wu He did not suffer significant harm. In fact, he could almost say he felt no pain at all, thanks to the excellent defensive capabilities of the Snow Mastiff armor and Wu He's own profound soul power foundation. However, at this moment, Wu He's mind felt as if it were shrouded in a fog, his consciousness extraordinarily blurred. He even felt as if his body were missing something crucial, an indescribable emptiness arising within him. Just then, a triumphant voice rang out. My great dream fist has finally landed on you. Before long, a surprising scene unfolded. Wu He's body began to slowly float a layer of gray shadow. The shadow initially appeared somewhat ethereal, but as time passed, it gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into an identical Snow Mastiff armor form as Wu He. Beside him, Meng Xianjun stood with a smug grin, muttering, "Let you feel this well, see how despicable you were just now." It turned out that this mysterious great dream fist had a special effect, allowing the target to temporarily fall into a dreamlike and wonderful state. Moreover, as long as the state had not completely dissipated, a doppelganger filled with negative emotions would split from the victim's body. More critically, under the unique environment created by Meng Xuanjuan's fifth soul skill, he had absolute control over this doppelganger. Wu He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the strange feeling that lingered in his heart and refused to go away. But when his gaze fell upon the grayish-black Snow Mastiff armor before him, he stood frozen on the spot, utterly shocked for a full second. Chapter 234, Double Thunderstrike, Fake, True, and False Snow Mastiff Armor? Although he was still somewhat dazed at this moment, when he faced the mysterious black Snow Mastiff armor before him, his heart did not waver in the slightest, nor did he show any signs of panic. The reason for this was quite simple. Normally, no matter what means a soul master used to replicate another's soul skills or create a clone of someone else, the displayed strength would always have an upper limit and could never exceed the capabilities of the original body. Take the current situation, for example. Even if that Dream Rotation Lord could continuously create a large number of Snow Mastiff armor clones for Wu He, the combat power of these clones would always be a whole major realm lower than his own. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wu He had barely begun to think about launching an attack when the black Snow Mastiff armor seemed to act in perfect harmony, almost simultaneously making a move. In an instant, two massive fists collided like two high-speed meteors crashing together. Accompanied by this earth-shattering strike, a powerful fist force erupted like a surging wave of the sea. The overwhelming might of this fist force was astonishing, to the extent that the surrounding areas that were once solid ground were instantly blown away. After the two fists struck and quickly separated, both parties, as if in perfect sync, used the immense recoil from the collision to swiftly retreat back to their original positions. However, at this moment, Wu He felt genuinely surprised. Although he had clearly sensed the opponent's fist strength was formidable, even close to the level of a Soul Emperor, what truly shocked him was the opponent's impeccable timing in launching the punch, as if they could foresee his thoughts. Moreover, the timing of their fist separation was also flawlessly executed. Everything seemed too coincidental. Immediately after, Wu He did not hesitate to conduct 2 more rounds of testing. This time, he and his opponent simultaneously kicked out with their legs, then simultaneously struck with their palms. After just these short 2 tests, Wu He understood. The person before him was far from an ordinary clone. In this peculiar environment, everything felt as if he were in a dreamy illusion. Even more bizarrely, the opponent's every move seemed to change according to Wu He's own consciousness. In a flash, an astounding thought suddenly struck Wu He's mind. Without delay, he swiftly reached for the belt around his waist, and with a dazzling flash of light, an immensely powerful weapon, the Thunder Axe, suddenly appeared in his hand. However, Wu He did not truly intend to unleash a finishing move. Instead, he deliberately made a false motion of releasing a killing technique while twisting his belt. To his surprise, that mysterious clone seemed to be controlled, also summoning the finishing move. In reality, Wu He's original body was merely posing. Upon witnessing his whimsical idea come to fruition, Wu He could not help but feel exhilarated. At this moment, he developed even more unimaginable concepts regarding this mysterious space. Thus, Wu He concentrated his energy and transmitted a strong mental command to the Thunder Axe to touch the Thunder Slash technique and absorb the powerful energy contained within. Next, he tightly gripped the battle axe, raised it high, and then swung it down fiercely at the Black Snow Mastiff armor, as if this axe could split the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Die!" At that moment, the Black Snow Mastiff armor suddenly erupted with a powerful force, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot out, which was its released finishing move, Thunder Slash. This bolt of lightning surged forth like a clawing dragon, carrying an earth-shattering momentum towards the enemy. Seeing this, Wu He's lips curled into a slight smile of understanding. Without delay, he twisted his belt again. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying finishing technique was successfully summoned. At this moment, the once confident Dream Rotation Lord was completely dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. It should be noted that releasing a finishing technique required nearly 80 of the armor's energy. Such a massive consumption was a heavy burden for any warrior. However, at this moment, Wu He's original body had already begun to concentrate all its energy into the finishing technique. And even though the Black Snow Mastiff armor knew this action was extremely dangerous, it could only grit its teeth and push forward. After all, if it did not give its all, the only outcome awaiting it would be defeat. Just when the situation was critical, the Dream Rotation Lord, who had been observing the battlefield, suddenly turned pale. The armor had successfully released a finishing technique once before, but that had nearly exhausted half of his soul power. Now, seeing that it was about to condense another finishing technique, he felt his body weaken, and even his breathing became rapid. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and desperately mobilized the remaining soul power within him, attempting to hold on. As the Black Snow Mastiff armor's first finishing energy arrived, Wu He's axe just happened to absorb the finishing energy from the technique. Based on Wu He's speculation, the finishing energy of the Black Snow Mastiff armor should belong to the same source, and theoretically, they could absorb and merge with each other. Wu He decisively tried it. Even if it didn't work, he could always clash again. In that split second, Wu He's figure leaped up, like a nimble cheetah soaring through the air. At the same time, the axe he held flashed with a cold light, aligning perfectly with the Thunder Slash finishing technique released by the Black Snow Mastiff armor. Without hesitation, Wu He cleverly absorbed all the energy of the opponent's finishing technique while simultaneously completing the energy synchronization conversion. In that brief moment of soaring, Wu He had already precisely calculated the direction and angle of the attack. As he turned his body, his sharp eyes locked onto the position of the Dream Rotation Lord, determined through his spiritual perception. Without hesitation, he unleashed the even more powerful Double Thunder Slash. In an instant, two overlapping axe lights intertwined into a dazzling brilliance, sweeping in like a raging storm. The destructive power brought by this force was beyond imagination. Wherever the axe light passed, whether it was the incredibly hard rocks or the thick, solid ground, everything was easily torn apart, as if the entire space was about to be completely shattered by this terrifying blow. Simultaneously, due to Wu He's continuous movements and the inertia of the Black Snow Mastiff armor's finishing technique, the Thunder Slash, already charging toward the Dream Rotation Lord, now surged forward with even more ferocity. With a thunderous boom, the sound echoed through the sky. The Dream Rotation Lord felt an overwhelming force crash into him like a tidal wave. Despite possessing a body that could be described as indestructible, even he found it difficult to withstand such a violent impact. The excruciating pain rapidly spread throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. For the battle-hardened Dream Rotation Lord, who had endured countless trials, this intense sensation of pain was an unprecedented experience. Even at that moment, victory or defeat seemed no longer important. Instead, the intense pain he had never experienced before brought him a strange sense of novelty. Chapter 235, What I Want. You can't give me Meng Xian. Jun tightly clutched his chest, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. As he fixed his gaze on the figure slowly walking out of the illusion, Wu He. At this moment, for the first time, a feeling of indescribable fear and helplessness arose in his heart, An overwhelming thought that he could not defeat this opponent surged like a tide. Throughout his battles, no matter how powerful the enemy was, even those who had reached the awe-inspiring level of Soul King, none had ever escaped from the illusion created by Meng Xianjun's fifth soul skill. However, today, Wu He was an exception. Not only had he successfully escaped the illusion, but he also shattered it with overwhelming force. Meng Xianjun's gaze involuntarily fell on the incense burning beside him, now reduced to less than half a centimeter in length. He knew very well that the next strike would be the key to determining the outcome of their battle. It would be his last gamble. Although he was well aware that the opponent before him was nearly invincible, the strong desire to win drove him to refuse to concede easily. He wanted to stake everything on one final bet. Fourth soul skill, Nightmare. With a furious shout from Meng Xianjun, his eyes suddenly emitted dazzling purple light, resembling two brilliant purple gemstones set in his eye sockets. Within the depths of those profound eyes, a mysterious power seemed to spin rapidly. Anyone who dared to meet his gaze would immediately trigger their deepest fears, making them manifest in reality like a nightmare. Wu He fearlessly met Meng Xianjun's gaze, and their eyes collided in the air, instantly sparking countless flames. However, Wu He was not entirely in a passive position. He exuded a powerful aura that hinted at an indomitable will. At the moment their eyes locked, the Zen seal in Wu He's hand was released like lightning. In an instant, everything around seemed to freeze. Even time came to a halt. At this moment, the soul skill Meng Xianjun had intended to unleash could not be activated due to this sudden time stagnation. Wu He focused intently on the thunder axe in his hand, pondering. Even though this person before him is transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, he has not committed any unforgivable crimes. It would be somewhat unfeeling to wield the axe and strike him down without hesitation. However, since he had already taken action, he could not easily back down. In a split second of thought, the thunder axe in Wu He's hand suddenly flashed with light and transformed into two heavy thunder hammers. Following that, he moved like the wind, quickly circling behind Meng Xianjun, and struck at various acupoints on Meng Xianjun's body with both hammers. With each strike, a subtle flash of lightning accompanied it, accurately hitting the acupoints. After stimulating all the acupoints, Wu He snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, the flow of time and space suddenly returned to normal. However, just a second later, Meng Xianjun was astonished to find that Wu He's figure had completely vanished, as if he had never been there at all. But in the next second, Meng Xianjun suddenly felt a strong sense of discomfort rising from within him. He felt as if his entire body's blood and energy were boiling like scalding water, and the acupoint struck by Wu He burned with excruciating pain. This pain showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it intensified, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing into the acupoints, making it unbearable. At that breathtaking moment, the incense burned down to its end and finally snapped quietly. Watching this scene, Meng Xianjun was flooded with an indescribable feeling of regret. Although he knew all too well that with his current strength, he could not defeat the immensely powerful Wu He still felt extremely vexed. After all, this intense competition had not allowed him to fully showcase his true strength. Nevertheless, Meng Xianjun had always been a man of his word. Since he had acknowledged and accepted the rules of this competition, he had to face the defeat calmly and be mentally prepared for the outcome. With a dark expression, he reluctantly said to Wu He, "All right, this time you win, but I must say, your methods are truly cunning." He then gritted his teeth and continued, "Wait a moment, I will write down everything about the spirit-eating method for you without reservation. Besides that, do you have anything else you want?" Hearing this, Wu He smiled knowingly at Meng Xianjun, but soon the smile froze on his face, replaced by a suffocating atmosphere of awkwardness. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Actually, what I need, you have the ability to provide, but I think you definitely won't easily give it to me." As he spoke, Wu He's eyes were fixed firmly on Meng Xianjun, as if trying to see through the secrets deep within his heart. If Wu He's guess was correct, Meng Xianjun was a soul beast that had transformed into a human after cultivating for 100,000 years, then the attributes of his original body were. For Wu He, simply the coveted existence, a perfect match. The legendary dream taper was born with dark attributes, and because it often appeared at night and uniquely possessed the ability to traverse others' dreams, it also harbored extremely powerful spiritual attributes. Because of this, the dream taper belonged to dark attribute beings while also possessing powerful spiritual characteristics. At this moment, Wu He urgently needed a dark attribute soul ring to fuse into his martial soul. It is known that for a soul master, Obtaining each soul ring is crucial and directly affects the enhancement of their strength and subsequent development. Meng Xianjun looked at Wu He with a disdainful expression and said loudly, "Impossible. As long as you tell me what you need, even if it's something within a radius of hundreds or even thousands of miles, I can help you find it." Clearly, Meng Xianjun was quite displeased with Wu He's request, thinking that the other party had once again underestimated his abilities. Wu He helplessly shook his head and explained, "I already made it very clear my current level has reached level 60, and logically I should have advanced to Soul Emperor. But the actual situation is that my cultivation is still stuck at the Soul King stage, unable to break through the bottleneck. Therefore, I urgently need to obtain the 6th Soul Ring to promote further growth in my strength." After saying this, Wu He looked earnestly at Meng Xianjun, hoping that the latter could understand his predicament and extend a helping hand. However, Meng Xianjun was not easily convinced. He frowned slightly and concentrated his energy to sense the aura and soul power fluctuations emanating from Wu He. This method of sensing to detect the true condition of the opponent was not difficult for soul masters who had reached the Soul King level. He keenly noticed that beneath Wu He's seemingly powerful aura, which could rival that of Soul Emperor, his true cultivation was actually only at the peak Soul King level. This discovery left him secretly astonished. At this moment, Meng Xianjun, still not understanding the deeper meaning behind Wu He's words, boisterously said, "Isn't it just a soul ring? You just tell me what kind of attribute you want. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will definitely help you find it." Clearly, Meng Xianjun was full of confidence in his abilities, completely unaware of the difficulties he was about to face. Upon seeing this situation, Wu He realized he could no longer beat around the bush. So he straightforwardly stated his request. "What I need is a soul ring produced by a 100,000 year soul beast. And the primary attribute of this soul ring must initially be of the dark type." When these words came out of Wu He's mouth, it was as if time had frozen at that moment. In an instant, Meng Xianjun stood there as if struck by lightning. The enthusiasm that had been radiating from his face vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, an uncontrollable surge of anger slowly emanated from his body, causing him to tremble slightly. And the air around seemed to grow heavy due to his fury. Chapter 236, Exposure Humans. How could you be so excessive? The head of Dream Rotation Lord, originally bowed in defeat, slowly lifted at this moment. In his eyes, the crimson color burned like flames, as if it wanted to devour the person in front of him. A powerful and suffocating soul power continuously radiated from him, like surging waves crashing against everything around. With the fluctuations of his aura, the dust on the ground was lifted high, forming a mist of dust in the air. However, this dust was not ordinary gray, but mixed with faint colorful mist, making the entire scene appear both mysterious and terrifying. Even so, the aura emitted by Dream Rotation Lord remained unmatched in power. Haha, I just tested you a little, but I didn't expect you to lose your composure so quickly and reveal the truth. Wu He, completely unaware of how serious the situation had become, continued to tease Dream Rotation Lord with a grin. "How dare you deceive me?" Dream Rotation Lord's voice was cold and piercing, filled with a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. He stared fiercely at Wu He, his gaze like two sharp swords, seemingly wanting to penetrate the other soul. At this moment, in his eyes, Wu He was no different from corpse. "Do you know who you are provoking?" Dream Rotation Lord roared in rage, his voice shaking the heavens, as if even the world trembled in response. "I am a mighty dream demon god." With his roar, Dream Rotation Lord's body began to swell dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he became immensely large. At the same time, his appearance underwent subtle changes, gradually taking on the characteristics of a dream demon: sharp fangs, strong limbs, and a tough armor of scales covering his entire body. Every change clearly indicated that this dream demon god was about to showcase his truly terrifying power. Oh my god! It was only at this moment that Wu He finally realized the trouble he had gotten himself into. He looked in horror at the transforming Dream Rotation Lord and secretly thought it was bad, while also noticing a chilling subtle issue. Normally, ordinary soul beasts, after enduring a long cultivation of 100,000 years, would face two completely different paths. One, they could bravely face the tribulation of thunder, resolutely stepping onto the path of continued cultivation, with the ultimate goal of reaching the impressive million-year level. Two, they could choose to transform into human form, taking the recultivation to level 99 as their responsibility, and fiercely charging towards the supreme divine level. However, regardless of which path the soul beast ultimately chose. It meant they could never turn back, nor could they switch freely between these two choices. For instance, the adorable and charming Xiao Wu, even when trapped in heavy crises, was unable to revert to her original soft-bone rabbit form. Recalling the time in the Star Do Great Forest, when facing a perilous situation surrounded by strong enemies, she had to rely on the Titan giant ape's unmatched true form to perform confinement techniques, barely managing to deal with the attacks from Wu He and others. But now, the Dream Rotation Lord appearing before everyone was breaking the norm, leaving them speechless. He could not only freely switch between human and soul beast forms, but had also maximized the size of his soul beast form. It was known that he was already nearly 2 meters tall in human form, and now, after transforming into a soul beast, his height was approaching 4.5 meters, making his entire body appear even larger and more terrifying, beyond imagination. When Wu He sharply sensed the intense danger emanating from Dream Rotation Lord, an innate instinct urged him to react quickly. Almost in an instant, he unhesitatingly pulled out the Emperor Armor Belt, a symbol of supreme power and glory. The Emperor Armor Belt, as an extremely powerful and mysterious piece of equipment, entered a long and critical cooldown period every time it was used. This cooldown lasted about 2 years, making each activation particularly precious and significant. The reason Wu He was able to confidently venture out with Brother Chong and others was that he had been closely monitoring and waiting for the cooldown of the Emperor Armor Belt to end. He quickly took the belt and fastened it around his waist. At the same time, the 5 soul rings shimmering with brilliant light on his hands automatically attached to the belt as if summoned. Then, Wu He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, "Emperor Armor Fusion," as his roar echoed. A dazzling beam of light shot from a distant planet like a meteor. In an instant, this beam accurately enveloped Wu He entirely. At the moment he was enveloped by the beam, an astonishing transformation began to occur in his body. His originally ordinary appearance gradually disappeared, replaced by an existence exuding endless majesty, as if a deity had descended into the world. At that moment, Wu He seemed to become the only true god in the universe, and the powerful aura he emitted was intimidating. Beside Wu He, a massive and magnificent longsword stood upright on the ground. The sword glimmered with a cold light, subtly revealing an indomitable power. Wu He tightly gripped the hilt with an incredibly firm posture, supporting his entire body. At this moment, an indescribable aura of majesty enveloped him. However, despite appearing to have reached the title Doa level of power, only Wu He himself knew that beneath this seemingly invincible facade lay a significant crisis. His current state was merely a temporary boost to powerful strength granted by the Emperor Armor Belt. In reality, his true strength had not yet reached such heights, making him genuinely strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Once faced with a true strong enemy or engaged in prolonged intense battles, he might find himself unable to maintain this high-intensity state, falling into difficulties or even life-threatening situations. If he were to unleash any skill from the 5 elements, its power would undoubtedly reach the title level, without a doubt. However, if he wanted to unleash the ultimate killing move after fusing the 5 elements, he could do so only up to 3 times. Once those 3 opportunities were exhausted, the armor he wore would nearly disintegrate. It was important to note that the current situation was entirely a self-protective state presented by his martial soul after successfully gathering the 5 soul rings. At this moment, he neither possessed the exquisite techniques of using softness to overcome hardness like Taiji, nor the earth-shattering power of the Dharma realm. Nor could he summon the legendary 5-element Golden Dragon at will. Fortunately, he had already entered the title level with his current strength. Dream Rotation Lord, I kindly advise you, do not engage with me, for you are no match for me. Wu He still appeared remarkably calm. But at this moment, Dream Rotation Lord had already lost all hope of retreating, having fallen into a frenzied state of madness. In his heart, there was only one unwavering goal: to defeat this detestable guy in front of him who attempted to claim his 100,000-year soul rings. It seemed that the only way to wake him up was to beat him. Wu He silently gathered his strength, sinking into a horse stance, ready to strike. Chapter 237, Rebattle First Soul Skill, Dream. As Meng Xuanjuan's low shout echoed, his originally ink-black eyes suddenly turned crimson, like 2 blazing flames burning fiercely, fixating intently on Wu He not far away. However, facing this sudden change, Wu He seemed completely unaware of the impending danger, still standing there with a bewildered expression, showing no reaction. At that moment, Meng Xuanjuan's eyes sparkled even more intensely, dazzling like twinkling stars in the night sky. Simultaneously, a surprising scene unfolded. His figure began to slowly change, as if manipulated by an invisible force. It is important to note that this change did not mean that Meng Xianjun had truly transformed into the physical form of a soul beast. Rather, it was a special effect brought about by the unique soul skill he was using. In fact, this soul skill could be categorized under illusion techniques. Once activated, the image of the enemy that the controlled person imagines in their mind allows the user to make corresponding changes to their own appearance based on the opponent's imagination. Of course, nothing is perfect, and this soul skill naturally has its obvious drawbacks. If the target sees through the flaws of the illusion and deliberately imagines the opponent as an extremely weak, easily defeated existence, then the user's strength will be greatly affected and significantly diminished. It should be noted that Meng Xianjun is a genuine 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, his attribute is a mysterious dark attribute. Thus, the contemptuous remark Wu He previously uttered undoubtedly pierced deeply into his heart, prompting him to instinctively unleash his first soul skill. Poor Wu He fell into the carefully laid trap of Meng Xianjun without any defenses. However, what Meng Xianjun did not expect was that this seemingly ordinary person, Wu He, actually harbored hidden depths. Just as everyone was astonished, Wu He's figure flashed, and a dazzling light suddenly erupted, instantly covering him with a terrifying aura of a titled armor. At that moment, the originally tense and fierce battle situation became difficult to control. Although Meng Xuanjuan's heart burned with fury, facing such a powerful opponent and the suddenly appearing titled armor, he was momentarily at a loss. After all, on this continent, even the top-tier strong ones only reached the emperor level, and Meng Xianjun knew nothing about the higher levels of power or how strong they truly were. Before he could react, Wu He's fist, infused with endless might, rushed towards Meng Xianjun like a storm. Seeing no way to evade, Meng Xianjun gritted his teeth and raised his arms with all his strength, attempting to block this thunderous strike. However, how could the power of a titled level be easily resisted? When Wu He's fist collided with Meng Xuanjuan's arms, a colossal force surged forth like a mountain collapsing. With just this simple punch, Meng Xianjun felt as if he had been struck by a weight of 10,000 tons, and a sharp, bone-deep pain shot through his arms. In an instant, a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and Meng Xuanjuan's arms were actually broken. This scene was so shocking that it was hard to believe. Just 10 minutes ago, Wu He was still acting nonchalant, toying with Meng Xianjun like a cat with a mouse, giving the impression of being a character of no significance. But who could have predicted that in the blink of an eye, the situation would take a sharp turn, and Wu He's seemingly carefree punch contained earth-shattering power, leaving Meng Xianjun without the ability to fight back. At that moment, Meng Xianjun felt as if the whole world was about to topple, as if the apocalypse was imminent. Before him, Wu He resembled an unbeatable demon god, exuding a chilling pressure. Even the earth-shaking axe that Wu He used to break his illusion had never left him with such a strong feeling. However, Meng Xianjun was, after all, an existence that had undergone a transformation from a soul beast into human form over 100,000 years. If he only had this little ability, it would truly be disappointing. He shouted softly, "Second soul skill, healing dream." In an instant, a mysterious and unpredictable force erupted from his body, quickly enveloping the surrounding space. In this area filled with soul power, the passage of time seemed to accelerate more than 100-fold. All pain and wounds would rapidly heal in this dreamlike accelerated time. Sure enough, in just a moment, the arm that had been twisted into a bizarre shape began to rapidly restore to its original state at an almost imperceptible speed. Not only that, taking advantage of the enormous spiral inertia generated by the twisting of his arm, Meng Xianjun suddenly threw a punch, carrying a force that could topple mountains, smashing towards the face of the emperor armor. Facing this sudden change, Wu He was also caught off guard. He originally thought his opponent's body was so weak that it could be easily struck down, but he never expected their recovery ability to be so astonishing. At that moment, Wu He had no defenses and took a solid punch, which struck his cheek like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he felt as if he were a kite with a broken string, flying backward. However, surprisingly, despite taking such a heavy blow, Wu He did not feel much impact from the punch. It should be noted that he was wearing the Emperor armor. This set of armor belonged to the titled level, and its impact resistance was not something ordinary armor could compare to. If it were any of the other 5 sets of armor, this one punch would have likely shattered the facial armor. Although Wu He was knocked backward, his reaction speed was astonishing. Almost at the moment he was sent flying, he quickly took countermeasures, unhesitatingly placing the precious wood element crystal core into the Emperor's sword. Then, using the gigantic wings unfurling from the Emperor's sword, he successfully regained control of his balance and initiative in the air. At the same time, seeing countless sharp ice spikes pouring down like a rainstorm towards him, Meng Xianjun naturally would not sit idly by. He swiftly dodged these deadly ice spikes with incredible speed. After all, he wasn't foolish. How could he just stand there waiting to be attacked? While dodging the ice spikes, Meng Xianjun quickly lifted a massive stone that weighed thousands of pounds and hurled it with all his might towards Wu He in the air. The giant stone whistled through the air, heading straight for Wu He. In response to this sudden rock attack, Wu He merely swayed slightly in midair and easily dodged it. Following that, he dove down, using the powerful gravitational acceleration generated during his fall to accurately install a water element crystal core into the Emperor's sword. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Emperor's torrential water strike." With this roar, a surging power of water erupted from the Emperor's sword, like a roaring dragon, sweeping directly towards the enemy below. Chapter 238, Blood Rage Pseudo, a gigantic water tornado, descended from the sky like a roaring dragon. Accompanying its arrival was an overwhelming air pressure that burst forth, sweeping like a violent storm. At the center of this pressure was Meng Xianjun, who found the pressure within a 10-meter radius suddenly increase, as if millions of pounds were weighing down on him, rendering him completely immobile. In this critical moment, Meng Xianjun did not hesitate to unleash his first soul skill, Dreamlike. As the skill activated, a miraculous scene unfolded. The image of Meng Xianjun, as imagined by Wu Haoyi, began to rapidly change. Coincidentally, in the world where Wu Haoyi once existed, there was a state remarkably similar to Meng Xianjun's current situation, known as Blood Rage. Characters in this state typically unleash extraordinary strength and abilities. Sure enough, when Meng Xianjun entered Blood Rage mode, the most noticeable feature was that his eyes turned blood red, as if burning with fierce flames. To Wu Haoyi, Meng Xianjun, under immense pressure, seemed to have undergone an astonishing mutation. Even more strangely, the weeds that had been swaying in the wind around him transformed into small monsters summoned by Meng Xianjun, launching fierce attacks toward the enemy. Faced with such a marvelous sight, Meng Xianjun was equally astonished. He never expected Wu Haoyi's imagination to be so vast as to create such an unprecedented scene. Through this experience, Meng Xianjun not only successfully averted the crisis, but also greatly expanded his understanding of various strange abilities and phenomena. Meng Xianjun did not hesitate to adapt to the situation and instantly entered a rampaging state. His body rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon, doubling in size. His originally 2-meter-tall figure swelled to an astonishing 4 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, not only did his momentum undergo a tremendous change, but all his attributes received an incredible boost. Previously, facing Wu Haoyi's formidable strike, Meng Xianjun had no means to retaliate. However, at this moment, with his strength suddenly enhanced, the battle situation turned dramatically, and both sides returned to an evenly matched state. Meng Xianjun was well aware of how to leverage this advantage. Wu Haoyi noticed that numerous small monsters had appeared beside Meng Xianjun. Without hesitation, Meng Xianjun swiftly grabbed dozens of tender green grasses around him, roots and soil included, and forcefully threw them into the air. These tossed grasses arced through the sky like a dense rain of arrows, hurtling toward Wu Haoyi. Seeing the swarm of small monsters charging at him, Wu Haoyi was startled. Despite his efforts to maintain the offensive, the sudden interference had a significant impact on him. The originally direct attack of his powerful technique, the Torrent Strike, slightly deviated and landed heavily beside Meng Xianjun. At this critical moment, Meng Xianjun displayed extraordinary reflexes and agility. He seized the opportunity and launched a powerful kick directly into Wu Haoyi's abdomen. This kick was like a thunderbolt containing immense power. Wu Haoyi had no time to defend and was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard against the trunk of a sturdy tree. A dull thud echoed as Wu Haoyi rebounded from the tree and fell to the ground. Even with his incredibly sturdy armor, he could not completely withstand such a violent impact. His back suffered significant injury, and the pain made him grimace. "That guy hits too hard," Wu Haoyi muttered as he staggered to his feet. Without hesitation, he summoned the indestructible Emperor's Shield, knowing that in this dire situation, only by perfectly combining sword and shield could he find a glimmer of hope. "Come again." With a roar, Wu Haoyi's figure shot up like lightning. His long knife sliced through the air, creating a dazzling radiance. On the blade, powerful emperor energy clung to it, and before even reaching the enemy, the fierce blade light whistled toward Meng Xianjun. Meng Xianjun, undaunted, flashed and charged directly toward the incoming beams of knife light. He threw out his fists, creating gusts of wind that forcefully neutralized the terrifying knife lights one by one. In an instant, a loud explosion rang out, and dust billowed, obscuring the view around them entirely. At that moment, even Wu Hai's hurried footsteps vanished without a trace. Meng Xuanjuan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned left and right, constantly throwing punches, trying to locate Wu Hai amidst the thick dust. Each punch created a void in the dust, but he never caught sight of Wu Hai in his emperor armor. "Come out! Stop hiding and playing tricks!" Meng Xianjun shouted in anger. However, he was unaware that at that moment, Wu Hai was silently hovering above him. It turned out that Wu Hai had a powerful ultimate move yet to be unleashed, which required some time to charge. "All right, I'll come out, but if you dare, don't dodge." Wu Hai's voice suddenly came from directly above Meng Xianjun. Hearing this, Meng Xianjun immediately looked up. Through the swirling dust, he vaguely saw a colorful light, as if the powers of the five elements were intertwining and shimmering within it. Five elements unite, Emperor Annihilation Strike. With Wu Hai's roar, he gripped his weapon tightly. The sword and shield, which had been separate, instantly merged into one, transforming into a mysterious, glowing Emperor Warglaive. This glaive was entirely golden, intricately carved with exquisite runes and patterns, seemingly containing boundless power. Wu Hai took a deep breath and continuously infused the immense soul power within him into the Emperor Warglaive. As the soul power gathered, the glaive began to tremble violently, and radiant lights burst forth from its surface. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a colossal long glaive measuring 40 meters was formed. At this moment, the soul power pressure emanating from the Emperor Warglaive spread out like surging waves. Even Meng Xuanjuan's powerful formation could not completely conceal this terrifying aura. In an instant, everyone in the marketplace felt an oppressive pressure, raising their heads to look at the massive pillar of light shooting up into the sky. Although most people did not know what this gigantic object was, their innate curiosity as humans drove them to develop a keen interest in this object that could unleash such astonishing power. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, with some speculating that this might be some legendary divine weapon appearing, while others believed it could be a powerful figure unleashing a world-shattering move. Just then, several figures shot out from the crowd like lightning, charging directly toward Wu Hai. These individuals, all powerful soul masters with high self-esteem, were confident that their abilities were sufficient to handle any challenge. However, as they truly approached the Emperor Warglaive, they deeply felt the terrifying power contained within it. Meanwhile, Meng Xianjun, who had been closely observing the battle, turned pale with fear. She stared blankly at the fully charged Imperial War Spear, and the last trace of her fighting spirit had almost completely vanished. At that moment, her eyes were filled with deep despair, for she knew all too well that she had no power to retaliate against such a powerful attack. Chapter 239. An embarrassing misunderstanding despite the despairing darkness before him, where it seemed almost impossible to find a glimmer of hope. Meng Xianjun could not bring himself to adopt the humiliating posture of stretching his neck and waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. It appeared he had unknowingly triggered some mysterious mechanism or cast an unusual spell. In an instant, the blood vessels all over his body surged like writhing dragons, visibly protruding from the surface of his skin. At the same time, a vast and powerful soul force surged through his blood like a raging torrent. From the outside, the raised blood vessels formed a complex and bizarre pattern, resembling some ancient and mysterious runes. Even more shocking was that, with the surge of this powerful energy, four strong and massive arms abruptly grew out from his shoulders and armpits. At that moment, Meng Xianjun looked like a fearsome monster descending into the world. It is known that the mythical beast, the M.O., originally has a rather peculiar appearance, resembling a stout pig, but with a long nose akin to that of an elephant, making it seem very out of place. Additionally, it has four sharp canine teeth, rendering its overall appearance extremely ugly. Now, on this already hideously ugly body, four powerful giant arms had suddenly sprouted, making him look even more bizarre, completely trapped in an awkward situation that was neither here nor there. However, even with such ugliness, it could not conceal the immense power and unparalleled majesty he exuded at that moment. Damnomans, Meng Xuanyun, will never allow myself to be slaughtered like those lowly soul beasts, even if I have to exhaust my last breath. This declaration seemed to be the final oath he shouted with his entire life, resonating with endless sorrow and determination throughout the heavens and the earth. In that critical moment, he no longer viewed himself as human, but classified himself as a soul beast that had endured the baptism of 100,000 years. It must be known that although soul beasts can transform into human forms after cultivating for 100,000 years, those willing to acknowledge their belonging to humanity are extremely rare. After all, deep within them still flows the blood and pride of soul beasts. Wu He secretly cursed, truly stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his arm, and the gleaming Imperial War spear shot out like lightning. At the same time, Meng Xianjun reacted quickly, instantly extending 6 hands to try to catch this thunderous strike. However, Wu He would not easily relent. He suddenly exerted force, and a torrent-like power surged through the spear towards Meng Xianjun. With a loud bang, a deafening sound resonated, creating a gaping chasm 3 meters wide and seemingly bottomless, extending from where Meng Xianjun stood throughout the entire marketplace. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Those with slightly better luck only felt a gust of fierce wind rushing past, with their faces splattered by the stench of blood, while those less fortunate were instantly reduced to ashes, their bones obliterated. Especially those who, upon witnessing the beam of light, charged directly at Wu He, paid a painful price for their so-called cleverness. They thought that rushing straight towards the light beam was the shortest and fastest way to reach their destination, never anticipating such a brutal ending awaited them. Indeed, they faced the arrival of death at the shortest distance and the fastest speed. As the dust gradually settled, those who were quick-witted and agile quickly snapped back to reality and fled like arrows from a bow, swiftly escaping the perilous marketplace. At this moment, Meng Xianjun before Wu He was in a tragic state. Half of his body had been brutally severed, blood gushing out and staining the ground beneath him. Severely injured, his breath was weak. With only a trace of life left, he lay on the ground, occasionally coughing up large mouthfuls of bright red blood. Despite such severe injuries, surprisingly, Meng Xianjun's gaze did not waver due to the intense pain. This was because his body possessed a special ability. As long as there were people dreaming in the world, he could slowly recover his depleted soul power and damaged body by devouring the dreams of others. However, at this moment, the injured individual, hanging by a thread, harbored an inexplicable doubt in his heart, a question that buzzed like a restless beast in his mind, making him eager to voice it. Yet, Wu He stood before him like an unattainable deity, quietly gazing down at him. His deep-set eyes sparkled with an elusive light, cold and merciless. Strangely, Wu He remained silently fixed on Meng Xianjun, showing no sign of further action. As time ticked away, the atmosphere between the two became increasingly tense and oppressive, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. The brief 2 minutes of confrontation felt like an eternity of torment for the severely wounded Meng Xianjun. He could clearly feel the vitality within him rapidly fading with each drop of blood lost. If this continued, he would likely perish from excessive blood loss before Wu He even made his move. "Why didn't you kill me directly?" Meng Xianjun exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had used all his strength to awkwardly catch the powerful skill unleashed by Wu He with 6 arms. However, in that critical moment, he distinctly sensed that Wu He had intentionally changed the direction of the final strike. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wu He's expression remained impassive, his gaze as cold as frost and snow on a winter night, responding icily. "Have you ever killed anyone?" Meng Xianjun's body trembled slightly as he stammered in reply. "No, not at all," though he had witnessed other beings of his kind mercilessly slaughtering humans. He had thought of it merely as the natural law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and thus did not intervene. However, after long periods of absorbing various old beast dreams, he sometimes even felt that he was no different from humans, and deep down, he could never bring himself to deal them a fatal blow. Wu He remained indifferent, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. "Then that is just it. From the very beginning, I never said I had to take your life. I merely made it clear that you cannot give me what I desire." Upon hearing this, Meng Xianjun felt as if struck by lightning, his body jolting violently. Suddenly, he felt a rush of metallic sweetness in his throat and could not help but cough violently, subsequently spitting out 2 large mouthfuls of blood. Only at that moment did he come to a shocking realization. The reason for his anger was not solely due to Wu He's threat and provocation, but more importantly, The vast number of soul beast dreams he had absorbed had begun to affect his mind and emotions. It must be understood that the mysterious and peculiar dream MO does not consume all types of dreams. Usually, they only consider terrifying nightmares as delicacies. As a result, during the long years Meng Xianjun spent interacting with these dream mo's, he inevitably absorbed a large amount of resentment and complex memories from the soul beasts. So when Wu He began to speak those words, Meng Xianjun instantly made a judgment. Wu He had clearly sensed his presence and was attempting to ruthlessly eliminate him. Faced with such a life-and-death threat, Meng Xianjun unhesitatingly chose to rise up in resistance. However, at that moment, a strange feeling surged over him like a tide, allowing the tense strings of his heart to suddenly relax. It was as if he had caught a glimpse of a glimmer of dawn at the end of a dark tunnel, and he suddenly realized something, as if he had grasped the truth of a crucial matter. At the same time, a powerful force surged within him, and the soul power that had previously been stagnant began to churn violently at an astonishing speed. Even more remarkably, the body that had long been incomplete, missing half of its form, rapidly restored itself to its original state at a visible speed in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. Meng Xianjun seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, slowly floating into the air. Below him, a soul ring emitting a strange glow, yet nearly colorless, quietly appeared, like the most dazzling star in the night sky, drawing attention. Chapter 240. Accumulated thunderclouds. When Wu Hai witnessed the astonishing transformation of Meng Xianjun, a strong sense of vigilance surged within him, causing him to instinctively take several steps back. It is worth noting that Wu Hai had never seen how a soul beast acquires a soul ring after transforming into human form. At this moment, Meng Xianjun exuded an indescribable aura that made Wu Hai feel a hint of divine quality within him. Particularly striking was the fact that the soul ring emanating from his body initially appeared completely transparent. As the soul power continuously flowed out from within him, it seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, gradually merging into the new soul ring. In less than 3 minutes, an astonishing scene unfolded. The originally transparent soul ring gradually took on a light yellow hue, deepening in color. At the same time, the scattered and ownerless soul power in the world seemed to sense Meng Xianjun's presence, flocking towards him like moths to a flame, merging bit by bit into his soul ring. Even more incredible was that at this time, a thin, translucent halo appeared on Meng Xianjun's surface, shimmering with a soft and bright light, giving an immensely pure visual impression. However, it is well known that Meng Xianjun himself possesses dark attributes. Logically, such a holy attribute should conflict with him and could even cause significant harm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Meng Xianjun's sixth soul ring had completed its transformation. It was no longer the previous light yellow or other pale colors. Instead, it had completely turned into a deep black, with a hint of red seeping through, resembling a roaring flame in the night, appearing particularly eerie and mysterious. At this moment, Wu Hai suddenly noticed that the previously tumultuous and surging soul power around them seemed to be frozen in a bizarre stasis, as if under a binding spell. At first, he thought this meant Meng Xianjun's breakthrough was nearly complete, but he quickly realized how wrong he was. The once clear and blue sky began to change quietly at some point. Thick and dark clouds seemed to gather from all directions, piling up rapidly like a giant black beast. These clouds were layered, intertwined, and continuously rolling, creating a strong sense of oppression, as if the entire sky was about to be crushed by them. As time passed, the rolling of the clouds became more intense, and from time to time, deafening thunder echoed, growing louder as it approached, resembling the sound of stampeding horses or landslides, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Amidst the turbulent clouds, dazzling bolts of lightning began to flicker in and out of visibility, sometimes flashing and jumping, sometimes slicing through the sky, illuminating the entire atmosphere like daylight. Watching this astonishing spectacle, Wu Hai couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what kind of heaven-defying act did this guy commit? Is it just about condensing a sixth soul ring? How could it attract such a terrifying thunder tribulation? What a stroke of bad luck. As he cursed, he glared fiercely at Meng Xianjun, who was still immersed in the joy of soul power feedback from the soul ring. At this moment, Wu Hai was burning with anxiety, fully aware that given the current situation, his temporary emperor armor state, which took 2 years to cool down once, would definitely not be of any use. Faced with such a powerful thunder tribulation, without this strong backing, The predicament they would face next would likely be quite difficult. Thinking of this, Wu He couldn't help but curse again inwardly. Meeting you has truly brought me endless misfortune. However, despite the unusual circumstances, the normal armor still possessed the ability to be summoned once. Among the 5 sets of armor, there was only one that could serve as a lightning rod, and that was the black rhinoceros armor. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that it not only had unparalleled defense, but was also the most likely among all armors to withstand a thunder tribulation. I hope what you're facing is merely a beginner-level thunder tribulation. If it exceeds that level, I might be powerless. Without hesitation, Wu He activated his soul skill, and in an instant, the black rhinoceros armor merged with him, while a majestic spear was firmly gripped in his hand. Immediately after, Wu He quickly searched for the tallest tree, closest to Meng Xianjun. At this moment, within a 50-meter radius centered around the battleground of the two, hardly any trees were visible, illustrating the vast impact and wide-ranging effects of their battle. Successfully climbing to the treetop, Wu He immediately activated the black rhinoceros armor's lethal skill, Meteor Spear's Torrent Strike. Waves of water energy surged continuously, pouring into the meteor spear in layers. Meanwhile, the soul power within Wu He was being extracted at an unprecedented speed, as if it aimed to completely drain him. The water molecules in the surrounding air were also drawn by some mysterious force, swirling into tornado shapes, continuously merging into the meteor spear. As time flowed slowly like sand through an hourglass, the thunderclouds in the sky continued to roll and gather, their contained energy accumulating bit by bit, as if about to reach a critical point. At this moment, Meng Xianjun, who had been in a meditative state, suddenly felt an unusual sensation, a faint yet chilling aura of danger. He abruptly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot from them, akin to lightning piercing through the night sky. I didn't expect that the thunderclouds would even give people a chance to prepare. Standing aside, Wu He couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Meng Xianjun looked up at the sky and immediately spotted the thunderclouds that were gathering power. The clouds rolled and thunder roared, with thick purple lightning weaving through them like fierce dragons clawing and thrashing. In the depths of his mind, the bloodline inheritance memories were instantly awakened, revealing information about the thunderclouds. According to ancient legends, when a practitioner's strength or the spell they cast exceeds the limits tolerated by the laws of heaven and earth, the heavens will unleash a powerful thunder tribulation as punishment. If one fails to successfully pass the tribulation, the outcome is nothing but annihilation. However, if one somehow manages to survive, not only can they remain safe, but they may also receive blessings and gifts from the heavens, elevating their strength to new heights. Chapter 241. Helping to cross the thunder tribulation at this moment, Meng Xianjun had just barely completed his breakthrough. After enduring countless hardships, his 6th soul ring finally began to take shape. However, this soul ring was still in an unabsorbed state, meaning Meng Xianjun was still one step away from truly becoming a soul emperor. The situation before him was extremely dire, and Meng Xianjun had to make a quick decision, either forcibly absorb the soul ring or prioritize resisting the impending thunderous power. Whichever option he chose, he could not avoid the fate of being struck by lightning. After all, even if he decided to forcibly absorb the soul ring, the terrifying lightning would still mercilessly descend at the appointed time. If he chose to absorb the soul ring while distracting himself with the lightning, there was a possibility of success, but the risk was incredibly high. A moment of carelessness could lead to a tragic outcome of complete destruction. However, if he chose to endure the lightning strikes directly, it was highly likely that he would be instantly obliterated due to insufficient cultivation. The time left for Meng Xianjun to think was running out. He saw a silver lightning bolt descending from the sky like a ferocious dragon, roaring down toward him with a destructive force. Just as Meng Xianjun gritted his teeth and was about to unleash his soul skill to take the hit head-on, a sudden urgent shout reached his ears. "Old Meng, don't worry about anything else. Quickly absorb the soul ring. I'll block this lightning for you." It was Wu He, his eyes wide open, tightly gripping a meteor gun that had been completely covered by surging water. His muscles were tense, exuding a powerful aura. Suddenly, he shouted and, using all his strength, released his soul skill, Raging Water Strike, toward the rapidly descending lightning. In an instant, all the water surged from the tip of the gun, as if given an order, gathering together to form a massive and powerful wave, roaring through the air like a water blue dragon. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon opened its enormous mouth and fiercely bit down on the descending lightning. However, the violent power contained within the lightning was not so easily resisted. At the moment of contact, the current quickly changed direction along the conductive water, racing straight toward Wu Huqi. Naturally, Wu Huqi would not sit idly by. He was not the kind of fool who would blindly resist the lightning without thought. After all, who could guarantee that this terrifying lightning wouldn't penetrate his heavy armor and directly strike his vulnerable body? Realizing this, Wu Huqi decisively threw the meteor gun with all his might just before the lightning struck him. With a whoosh, the meteor gun shot out like an arrow, ultimately embedding itself deep into the hard ground 100 meters away from Wu Huqi. Almost simultaneously, the first thunder dragon released by the tribulation followed the meteor gun's body and plunged into the earth without any obstruction. Meanwhile, Meng Xianjun, who was watching from the sidelines, was not idle either. He knew the situation was critical and that he had to quickly enhance his strength to face the upcoming challenges. Therefore, he began to absorb his sixth soul ring without hesitation. After the thunder tribulation released a chilling bolt of lightning, the originally turbulent thundercloud seemed to receive some kind of command and began to roll violently again. However, the thundercloud had undergone a noticeable change. It had reduced in coverage by a full third. At the same time, the thickness of the thundercloud became more solid, as if it contained endless energy and pressure. Wu Huqi, standing not far away, immediately recognized that this thunder tribulation was a primary thunder tribulation. He was able to make this quick and accurate judgment thanks to the large number of travelogues and miscellaneous notes he had perused in the library of the Tiando Imperial Academy. According to those books, primary thunder tribulations typically consist of 3 bolts of thunder: the first, the middle, and the last. The first bolt that had just descended was more of a probing attack. If someone was unable to resist or successfully defuse this first bolt, the tribulation would dissipate on its own. However, if someone could withstand the first bolt or cleverly defuse it, the thundercloud would determine how to release the second bolt based on the individual's response to the first. If the second bolt was easily defused by the individual, the next one would be the most powerful third bolt. This final bolt had a clear target: to completely obliterate any existence attempting to surpass the rules of the heavenly path. Of course, if one could successfully defuse this third bolt, the courageous individual would undoubtedly receive a rich reward from the heavenly path. Therefore, if one hoped to weaken the actual power of the third bolt, they had to employ a more challenging and difficult method to deal with the second bolt. Wu Huqi looked at Meng Xianjun, who was still fully absorbing the soul ring, and couldn't he help but shake his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "Sigh, I really owe you for my last life. I hope you can help me find a powerful soul beast with 100,000 years of cultivation and a dark attribute like yours." After saying this, Wu Huqi took a deep breath and suddenly released his water armor shield. Clearly, he had made up his mind to withstand the second bolt of tribulation with his own body. At this moment, Wu Huqi's overall condition was undoubtedly much worse than Meng Xianjun's. However, as long as he could successfully assist Meng Xianjun in withstanding the second bolt of tribulation in his relatively weakened state, the thundercloud above them might misjudge the situation, mistaking Meng Xianjun for being at the end of his strength. In that case, the intensity of the third bolt would at most be slightly stronger than the second. After careful consideration, Wu Huqi finally made up his mind and prepared adequately. He mobilized 20% of his soul power to meticulously construct a bubble shield made of pure water elements, carefully protecting Meng Xianjun within it. This operation would not only ensure that Wu Huqi's resistance to the final bolt of tribulation would not negatively impact Meng Xianjun's absorption of the soul ring, but the water element bubble shield would also provide an additional layer of protection for Meng Xianjun, shielding him from any potential external harm. 5 minutes later, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to sense some mysterious force calling them and began to roll and surge wildly. In the blink of an eye, they condensed to the extreme once more, forming a terrifying bolt of lightning. This bolt was like an enraged giant dragon, carrying a destructive force that struck down with a vengeance. Its power reached twice that of the first bolt of tribulation. At this critical moment, Wu Huqi suddenly sprang into action, leaping into the air like a cannonball. He tightly gripped the water armor shield, glowing with blue light in his hands, unhesitatingly facing the roaring lightning. At the same time, he skillfully created a liquid armor on the surface of the water armor shield, resembling an umbrella. When the lightning collided with the water armor shield, an indescribable massive shockwave erupted. Wu Huqi felt as if he had been violently struck by a giant truck traveling at full speed, with his internal organs shaking violently, even suffering some minor internal injuries. However, the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. because those wildly powerful thunder forces, at the moment they struck the water shield, were mostly absorbed by the carefully crafted, umbrella-shaped liquid armor. Although the impact generated by the thunder was extremely immense, a considerable portion of the thunder's power was still dispersed into the surrounding air through the clever diversion and unloading of the liquid armor. It is evident that maintaining such a strong unloading effect is not an easy task. The liquid armor on the water shield requires a large amount of soul power to sustain its operation. In less than a minute, Wu Hai noticed that fine spiderweb-like cracks had already begun to appear on his water shield. These cracks quickly spread, as if the entire shield could shatter completely at any moment. Chapter 242, 5 Elements Frenzied Waterfall, Fake. As he watched the once incredibly sturdy water armor shield gradually develop cracks and approach total destruction, Wu Hei's heart tightened in an instant, and anxiety surged within him like a tidal wave. He knew all too well that once the water armor shield shattered, what awaited him would be the violent and merciless lightning, and he would have to rely solely on his frail body to withstand these terrifying forces. Wu Hei quickly lowered his head, his gaze fixed tightly on Meng Xianjun. At this moment, Meng Xianjun's sixth soul ring was flashing with light at a visible speed, clearly nearing the critical moment of absorption. Old Meng, how much longer will it take? I'm really about to collapse here. Although Wu Hei understood that Meng Xianjun, who was in the crucial stage of absorbing the soul ring, couldn't hear any sounds from the outside world, he still held a glimmer of hope and shouted loudly. Immediately after, Wu Hei dared not delay any further. Swiftly focusing his mind and gathering all his soul power into his hands, then crazily pouring it into the water armor shield. At the same time, he silently encouraged himself. It's just a few bolts of lightning. Bring it on. Let us see who is afraid of whom. However, what Wu Hei never expected was that just after he whispered this to himself, the lightning in the sky seemed to have understood his words and suddenly became even more ferocious and violent. In an instant, the sound of thunder echoed across the sky, and thick bolts of lightning, like ferocious dragons, lunged toward Wu Hei. At that moment, Wu Hei suddenly realized that it wasn't that the lightning had become more intense, but rather that the water armor shield, which had been barely holding on, finally couldn't withstand such immense pressure and completely shattered into countless fragments. Fortunately, the lightning separation layer, previously constructed from soul power, still existed, temporarily able to withstand some of the lightning's attacks. However, without the protection of the water armor shield, maintaining the stability of this lightning separation layer now required significantly more soul power than before, undoubtedly bringing Wu Hei even greater pressure and challenge. I am the armored warrior. How could I easily bow to that evil force? Wu Hei's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily. His muscles tensed all over as he suddenly exerted strength, actually pushing the formidable heavenly lightning that descended from above back up a bit. Then, he nimbly dodged downward, quickly bringing his hands together in front of his abdomen, and shouted, Zen Seal. In that moment, it was as if the entire world had frozen. Even the rolling thunder that descended from the heavens was immobilized in midair, unable to move. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Wu Hei did not hesitate to summon back the meteor gun that was far embedded in the ground. At this moment, with a weapon in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. However, when he glanced at the broken water armor shield, he found it was already in tatters and clearly could no longer withstand any more attacks. Furrowing his brow, Wu Hei's gaze fell on the panel of his armor. It showed that the armor's energy was less than 10% remaining. It was known that even a normal skill like Frenzied Waterfall required at least 20% energy to perform. Now, due to the need to fully resist the heavenly tribulation, even the typically unassuming Zen Seal was consuming a tremendous amount of energy. Worse still, the armor's energy was rapidly decreasing at a rate of 1% every 5 seconds. According to Wu Hei's unique passive ability of his martial soul, after consecutively using 2 sets of armor, his soul power, physical strength, and mental energy would sharply decline to a meager 10%. This meant he no longer had enough strength to activate a 3rd set of armor. However, facing such a dire situation, Wu Hei did not choose to retreat, but instead was determined to fight back with all his might. Although the armor could no longer be mobilized, he knew that the soul power he possessed, which had 5 elemental attributes, could still be utilized in more clever ways. Thus, at this critical moment, Wu Hei decisively summoned the remaining 4 soul rings. Each soul ring shone with brilliant light, tightly entwined with its corresponding elemental crystal. Wu Hei then unleashed the ultimate skill of summoning the soul ring's lethal technique. In an instant, 4 translucent elemental crystals seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force. merging into the dazzling lethal technique. Wu He, quick with his hands, swiftly seized the meteor gun and absorbed all the powerful energy from the lethal technique in a flash. Just as the energy was completely absorbed, the Zen seal that had been applied to him was also lifted. Meanwhile, the remnants of the second bolt of lightning in the sky, like wild horses, charged down towards Wu He on the ground with a destructive momentum. Facing this overwhelming and terrifying lightning, Wu He remained calm. He gripped the meteor gun tightly, effortlessly performing a dazzling flourish. Along with this action, he poured all the remaining water elemental energy from the black rhino armor into the meteor gun without reservation. With a furious shout, "Go!" 5 elements frenzied waterfall, fake. Wu He thrust the meteor gun, infused with immense energy, forward. In an instant, the tip of the gun shone brightly, and a torrent of energy formed by the 5 elemental powers roared forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, heading straight for the descending thunder. At that moment, the 5 elemental powers once again fused together, and a powerful skill comparable to the imperial frenzied waterfall suddenly erupted, carrying the 5 elemental powers like a surging torrent. These 2 terrifying forces collided in the blink of an eye, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the wind and clouds to surge. They intertwined, devoured, and fused with each other, like 2 giant beasts fighting to the death, neither yielding an inch. However, fortunately, after a fierce clash, it seemed that both sides had exhausted their powers and could no longer continue to inject new energy. As Wu He had just unleashed such a world-shattering skill, his body underwent an astonishing transformation in the next moment. The armor that had been glowing with mysterious light suddenly shattered into countless tiny energy light points, scattering like broken glass and rapidly dissipating into the air. With the disappearance of the armor, Wu He immediately felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His heartbeat became extremely weak, as if it would stop at any moment. His legs went weak, and he involuntarily knelt down, his hands weakly propping up on the dusty ground to barely support his swaying body. At this moment, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat, which dripped continuously onto the ground below, splashing up small clouds of dust. Despite his body being in such terrible condition, Wu He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to lift his head, looking up at the 2 massive energies clashing in the sky. He was keenly aware that he no longer had the strength to protect Meng Xianjun behind him. He saw the 2 energies above his head, after a violent collision, beginning to rapidly erode and consume each other. In just a fleeting moment, the originally magnificent 5 elements frenzied waterfall had completely exhausted its energy, vanishing without a trace. The immensely powerful lightning, although greatly weakened, still retained the last trace of its power, as thin as a finger, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky. Plummeting downwards, Wu He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the 2 terrifyingly glowing heavenly tribulations in the sky. He exerted all his strength to unleash his most powerful move, but the scene before him made his heart sink instantly. The 2 tribulations came roaring like merciless beasts, carrying a destructive might, while all the power he had unleashed seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this terrifying energy. As the tribulations approached, Wu He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, making it difficult to breathe and causing dizziness. He wanted to continue resisting, but his body seemed to be drained of all strength, involuntarily leaning forward. Just as he was about to crash heavily to the ground, suddenly, a broad and powerful arm shot out like lightning, steadily catching the falling Wu He. At the same time, another equally large hand swiftly raised, accurately grasping the last remaining bolt of lightning that was descending. With a slight grip, the once wild and rampaging lightning seemed to encounter its nemesis, instantly calming down. Immediately after, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound, the bolt of lightning transformed into nothingness in that person's hand, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 243, Dream Xianjun's 100,000 year soul ring. At this moment, Wu He felt as though all his strength had been drained. Even the simple act of raising his eyes or moving his lips seemed like a luxury. "You brat finally came. If you don't come soon, I'll die for you to see." This sentence became the last echo in Wu He's mind. Once it flashed by, Wu He completely fell into the boundless abyss of darkness, his consciousness gradually fading. Dream Xianjun carefully held the already unconscious Wu He in his arms, his eyes revealing sincere gratitude. "Thank you, brave human. If it weren't for your help and persistence, I would have likely struggled to pass this tribulation." After speaking, Dream Xianjun gently laid Wu He down on the ground. At this moment, Although Dream Xianjun had successfully absorbed the sixth soul ring, it merely allowed the original power to return to his body. The power brought by the soul ring was just beginning to show basic returns. While this power was already sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the true soul emperor realm, the soul skills contained within the soul ring had not yet been fully digested and were still in a rough embryonic stage. However, the third bolt of lightning in the sky would not cease its descent because of Wu Heyi's collapse. After a long, intense gathering and compression lasting 10 minutes, this terrifying lightning finally arrived as promised. If Wu Heyi still had the consciousness to witness the immense power of this lightning, he would surely sigh in his heart. He had indeed succeeded, even though he had lost consciousness now. His previous efforts and struggles undoubtedly became the key in this life and death contest. The third bolt of lightning, carrying the might to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, rolled in. Although it had not been significantly enhanced like the second bolt, the energy contained within it had increased by at least 5 times compared to the second bolt. Dream Xianjun stood tall in the void, took a deep breath, and suddenly released the vast soul power from within him. 5 dazzling soul rings surrounded him like spirits, flying up and down, flickering unpredictably, while the sixth soul ring, which had already been successfully absorbed but not fully stabilized, was slowly taking shape, sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, seemingly patiently waiting for the final tribulation's arrival and judgment. At this moment, the powerful pressure emitted by Dream Xianjun, the Soul Emperor, far exceeded that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an unwavering and resolute expression. Then, he suddenly called out, "Come!" In an instant, a uniquely shaped spear, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, suddenly appeared in the void. Astonishingly, on the tip of this spear, powers from elements other than the 5 basic elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were simultaneously condensed. Wind, light, darkness, ice, and the mysterious mental power. These elements, which were originally independent and hard to fuse, were now perfectly gathered in a bizarre way, steadily adhering to the spear tip. As Dream Xianjun softly chanted again, Kuang Pu Jia, a surging torrent of energy howled out along the spear, rushing straight toward the impending third bolt of lightning. It should be noted that this skill, named Kuang Pu Jia, was a secret technique that Dream Xianjun had learned from the expert named Wu Heyi. Due to possessing a rare mental attribute, he could easily replicate and master various exquisite skills from others, relying on the mysterious power contained within his still-forming sixth soul skill. Dream Xianjun unhesitatingly unleashed a very special 5-element power, Kuang Pu Jia. This powerful force erupted suddenly like a turbulent flood. Shockingly, even the final bolt of lightning, with its astonishing might, could not match even half of the destructive power of Dream Xianjun's attack. Dream Xianjun casually waved his arm, and that seemingly formidable lightning was torn apart like fragile paper, completely shredded into countless fragments and dissipated into nothingness in an instant. As the third bolt of lightning vanished, the tribulation clouds that had originally shrouded above began to slowly disperse, as if they had lost their support. Gradually, the Dao core, which emitted endless pressure, hidden deep within the clouds, finally revealed itself to everyone. It resembled a dazzling pearl, quietly floating in the air. Soon after, this Dao core seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force and began to slowly descend from the sky. Although its speed was not fast, it carried an unstoppable momentum. Ultimately, it accurately embedded itself into the center of Dream Xianjun's forehead. At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Dream Xianjun's entire body, like a rising sun, illuminating the entire world. At the same time, the sixth soul ring on him underwent earth-shattering changes under the infusion of this powerful energy. The originally ethereal and blurry soul ring began to continuously condense and shrink, ultimately becoming solid, as if it were tangible. However, the matter did not end there. The sixth soul ring, just completed its sublimation, suddenly began to tremble violently, with fine cracks appearing on its surface, and these cracks rapidly spread and expanded, as if it would shatter at any moment. Meanwhile, Dream Xianjun tightly closed his eyes, fully concentrating on comprehending the new soul skill effect brought by this sixth soul ring. It was unknown how long had passed, but when Dream Xianjun opened his eyes again, a flash of surprise and enlightenment crossed his gaze. However, at this moment, his sixth soul ring had become fragmented, with countless small cracks covering the entire soul ring, looking precarious, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Time flowed quietly like fine sand in an hourglass, grain by grain. Just at this seemingly calm moment, a shocking scene occurred. The originally shimmering six soul ring suddenly showed fine cracks. These cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire soul ring like a spiderweb. Then, with a crisp sound, the soul ring completely shattered into countless tiny fragments. However, this was not the end. The fallen fragments did not scatter, but transformed into streams of pure soul power in the blink of an eye, like animated light bands, swiftly reintegrating into Dream Xianjun's body. At the same time, a powerful soul power, bright red like blood and dazzling, suddenly erupted from Dream Xianjun's sixth soul ring, shooting into the sky and forming a brilliant beam of light. It was not until this moment that Dream Xianjun's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and golden light burst forth from his eyes like two burning suns. At this moment, the first 100,000-year soul ring of his beast life made a stunning debut. It should be noted that for other soul beasts, when they transform into human form, if they want to obtain such a precious 100,000-year soul ring, there are usually only two ways. One is to cruelly hunt their own kind. The other is to wait until they cultivate to the ninth soul ring, relying on natural forces to give birth. Besides that, there are almost no possibilities for a soul beast to have the quality of a 100,000-year soul ring at the sixth soul ring. Thus, 5 whole days and nights passed, during which Dream Xianjun was burning with anxiety, repeatedly trying to use healing soul skills to help Wu He recover from his injuries. However, no matter how hard he tried to use his soul skills, Wu He's body seemed to have a strong rejection reaction to these external healing forces, unable to accept even the slightest bit. In despair, Meng Xianjun had no choice but to search everywhere for various rare spiritual flowers and plants, hoping to stabilize Wu He's precarious life temporarily with their miraculous effects. During these difficult 5 days, Wu He remained on the brink of life and death. Finally, thanks to his tenacious vitality and Meng Xianjun's persistent care, he gradually awakened from his coma, reopening his tired yet vibrant eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Xianjun standing at the bedside, and his first words were, "Old Meng, did you succeed?" Chapter 244. Wu He awakens suddenly. A slightly weak inquiry from Wu He echoed in the room, but it felt particularly clear in this quiet space. Dream Xianjun, sitting by the bed, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the weak question, and then couldn't help but chuckle softly. He looked at the human man in front of him who had just awakened, his face still somewhat pale, and a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He genuinely felt a sense of identification with this person. Generally, after experiencing such a dangerous event, the first reaction of most people upon waking is to check on their own condition. But this guy named Wu He, surprisingly, the first thing he did upon opening his eyes was not to see if he was safe, but rather to anxiously inquire about the situation of others. To be honest, Dream Xianjun had never seen someone as kind-hearted and unique as him in all his years. "I've absorbed it all," Dream Xianjun replied with a smile, his tone light and cheerful. "And this soul skill you got is a huge benefit for you." After saying this, he playfully winked at Wu He. Upon hearing this, Wu He's previously confused gaze instantly brightened. He struggled to sit up in bed, and Dream Xianjun quickly adjusted the pillow behind him to make him more comfortable. Once everything was settled, Wu He eagerly asked, "Oh, what kind of soul skill is it?" His words were filled with curiosity and expectation. After all, when the soul ring appeared earlier, it had summoned a thunderous storm, indicating that the power contained within it must be extraordinary. And the attached soul skill would surely not be ordinary either, right? Just as the two were about to discuss further, a noisy commotion suddenly approached from afar. Then, with a loud bang, the door was pushed open, and several figures tumbled into the room, pushing against each other. Wu He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Changge from our tribe, along with my disciple? What are you guys doing here?" Wu He's lips curled into a faint smile, and he looked gently at the group in front of him. However, Changge, who stood at the forefront, had a nervous expression on his face, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stared intently at Wu He, revealing deep concern and worry in his eyes. "He, you finally woke up. You've been asleep for 5 whole days. The market will end in a few days, and if you hadn't woken up today, we really wouldn't know what to do." Changge spoke anxiously, unconsciously rubbing his hands together. Hearing Changge's words, the others behind him nodded in agreement, clearly worried about Wu He's prolonged slumber. However, facing everyone's concerns and inquiries, Wu He did not immediately explain why he had slept for so long. Instead, he seemed completely unconcerned and casually asked, "So, did you sell the blue-horned deer I entrusted to you before? Also, how is the progress on the trades we were supposed to do using the techniques we brought?" Upon hearing Wu He's sudden questions, Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, and then a hint of awkward laughter appeared on his face. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, Everything is good. Those blue-horned deer have all been sold, and the price was quite decent. As for the techniques we brought, we successfully traded them according to what you said before." After listening to Chang Ji's report, Wu He nodded in satisfaction, but his gaze then turned to the silent dream, Xianjun. It should be noted that this market belonged to Dream Xianjun, and although he was a human, the forces he commanded were not inferior to the power Wu He controlled. Therefore, it could be confidently said that Dream Xianjun was fully aware of the various needs of Chang'e and the others. At this moment, Dream Xianjun keenly caught the deeper meaning in Wu He's gaze. He lightly waved his hand, and several subordinates quickly filed in. Wu He turned to Chang'e and said, "Chang'e, go with these brothers to handle matters. Just let them know what you want. As long as the funds are sufficient, everything you need can be fulfilled." As soon as these words were spoken, several young and strong men in the group reacted extremely quickly, their previously tense faces instantly lighting up with joy, as if a heavy stone that had been hanging over their hearts had finally been lifted. After everyone left, Wu He immediately resumed chatting with Dream Xianjun. The two enjoyed each other's company, and time quietly passed by unnoticed. Before they knew it, the hour hand had already pointed to the afternoon. Dream Xianjun and Wu He once again walked side by side, heading towards the arena where they had once witnessed their intense duel. In just 5 short days, it was astonishing that Dream Xianjun had successfully restored the surrounding environment of the arena to its original state. However, the deep trench remained, as it had been created by Wu He's unmatched power at the title level, and ordinary human strength would find it difficult to restore it completely. "All right, now it's really just the two of us. You must show off your soul skill status well." Wu He smiled and spread his hands, looking at Dream Xianjun with anticipation. Dream Xianjun smiled slightly, not feeling annoyed by Wu He's request. After all, he had obtained this incredibly precious soul ring entirely thanks to Wu He's help. Wu He not only provided him with a significant mental liberation, but also guided his thinking back to its original pure and simple state, allowing him to achieve a remarkable breakthrough in his cultivation. Moreover, it was Wu He who stepped forward at the crucial moment when he was fully absorbing the soul ring, shielding him from the terrifying threat of thunder. From these aspects, the bond between the two could be said to be a deep friendship forged through life and death trials. Dream Xianjun then slightly activated the surging soul power within him, and in an instant, his true form, Dream Mo, appeared in the form of a martial spirit on his palm. Following that, 5 soul rings of varying colors, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, flashed and circled around the Dream Mo martial spirit. However, the most crucial moment was the impending display of the 6th soul ring. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a blood-red soul ring slowly emerged, glowing with a crimson hue. This soul ring seemed to contain an endless aura of bloodshed and slaughter. Just a glance at it could instill a bone-chilling sense of fear. The powerful pressure it emitted and the awe-inspiring momentum it carried far surpassed the combined total of the previous 5 soul rings. Chapter 245, Terrifying 2100. 000 Year soul skills. My god. Your soul ring. Wasn't it black before? How could it suddenly evolve into a 100,000 year soul ring? Wu He's eyes widened, and he screamed in shock, his voice seemingly trying to break through the clouds. He could hardly believe what he was seeing, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. This was simply too unbelievable, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. One must know that a 100,000 year soul ring is not something one can obtain casually. Such a level of soul ring is the dream of all soul masters. It is well known that a 100,000 year soul ring possesses a very special and powerful ability. It allows the soul master to have 2 soul skills at the same time. This is undoubtedly a key factor for any soul master to dramatically increase their strength. Having such a soul ring not only signifies a significant boost in power, but is also one of the important symbols of many title powerhouses. However, how easy is it to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring? Generally speaking, only those top experts who have reached the level of soul Douluo have the capability to challenge 100,000 year soul beasts. But even these powerful individuals may not be able to secure a victory against 100,000 year soul beasts. After all, in the vast Douluo Continent, truly talented individuals are rare. Moreover, 100,000 year soul beasts themselves are extremely rare, and one could say they're something one can encounter but cannot seek. Even among many titled Douluo, those fortunate enough to possess a 100,000 year soul ring are few and far between. Therefore, when everyone witnessed the appearance of such a precious 100,000 year soul ring on Meng Xianjun, their shock and astonishment were beyond words. At this moment, Wu Hui trembled as he reached out a finger, pointing directly at Meng Xianjun's soul ring, stammering, "Why your soul ring should have two soul skills, right?" His gaze was firmly locked on that 100,000 year soul ring, radiating a mysterious light, filled with envy and awe. Upon hearing Wu Hui's question, a look of surprise instantly appeared on Meng Xianjun's face. Clearly not expecting the other person to guess so accurately the number of soul skills she possessed, too. After all, she hadn't even mentioned anything about the number of soul skills before. Indeed, there are two soul skills, but they're slightly different from traditional soul skills. Meng Xianjun blinked, the corners of her mouth slightly rising, seemingly wanting to keep him in suspense and tease Wu Hui a bit. However, at that moment, Wu Hui suddenly blurted out, "Could it be that your two soul skills can stack together to form a so-called martial soul fusion skill?" Wu Hui stared intently at Meng Xianjun, as if trying to see through the secrets hidden deep within her heart. One must know that martial soul fusion skills are like legendary beings in the entire soul master world. To successfully cast such a magical skill, the conditions are extremely harsh. First, the martial souls of the two soul masters must have a very high compatibility, at least 50 or more. Second, the soul power of both parties not only needs to fuse with each other, but can also be subdivided into two modes based on the specific situation. One is that both complement each other. The other is that one party serves as the dominant force while the other is subordinate, working together to complete the fusion. Besides, there's a more special situation where certain specific soul rings from a soul master originate from the same type of soul beast, thus allowing these soul skills to potentially produce a wonderful complementary effect. The reason why martial soul fusion skills are also called soul skill fusion skills is that, compared to traditional martial soul fusion skills, they are indeed somewhat inferior, but even so, they remain a very special and powerful form of existence. When Meng Xianjun realized that her hidden secret had been completely exposed by Wu Hui, although she felt somewhat reluctant, she could only helplessly acknowledge Wu Hui's extensive knowledge. Meng Xianjun nodded readily and said, "Yes, as you said, after my two soul skills merge, they can indeed unleash a unique soul skill power." She then continued without hesitation. "As for my sixth soul skill, one is wish, and the other is manifestation." Meng Xianjun began to explain in detail the effects of the first soul skill, wish. Once this soul skill is activated, it allows the user to clearly perceive the desires and visions deep within the opponent's heart at that moment. Its specific function is that it can indirectly glimpse the opponent's next offensive move or defensive strategy. In other words, as long as the opponent's mind remains active during fierce combat, I have the ability to foresee their every move in advance. At this point, Meng Xianjun paused slightly, seemingly allowing Wu Hui some time to digest and understand these words. Wu Hui couldn't help but gasp when he heard the effect of this soul skill. His mind stirred up with waves of shock. However, at the same time, a flash of inspiration hit him, suddenly realizing another possibility. If this soul skill were used not in a fierce battle, but in a casual conversation, it could very well allow one to peek into what others are currently thinking and desiring. In this way, this soul skill is simply outrageous. It enables the caster to always stay ahead of others' thoughts, as if they could foresee the intentions and desires of others, which is truly spine-chilling. At that moment, Meng Xianjun continued, "My sixth soul skill also includes the manifestation ability. Regardless of whether it is something I have witnessed before, whether it exists in the real world, in a dream, or even hidden deep within someone else's wishes, as long as my strength is sufficient, I can manifest it." Before she finished speaking, Meng Xianjun gently moved her hand, and after a faint flash of light, a meteor spear suddenly appeared in her palm. Then, she swiftly poured her soul power into it, and in an instant, the meteor spear burst forth with dazzling light, accompanied by sharp whistling sound, speeding away like a flash of lightning. Wu Hui hadn't even had time to react before the attack named Crazy Waterfall had already zipped past his cheek, creating a gust of wind, and then accurately hit a towering tree not far behind him. With a loud crack, the thick trunk broke in response, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Wu Hai was completely stunned, his body stiffly standing in place, his eyes wide open, and his mouth slightly agape, as if he were frozen and unable to move. The speed and power of that last attack were so great that he had no time to dodge or defend, and even now, recalling it still sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 246. Soul Skill Divine Wish. Oh my god, you are too scary. Wu Hei stared in shock at Meng Xianjun, pointing at him with a look of disbelief, then quickly turned around to point at the massive tree that had been blown to pieces, leaving only a mess behind. His mouth open wide, but he was speechless for a long time. On the other hand, Meng Xianjun looked relaxed and shrugged, as if all of this was just a piece of cake for him. What's there to be surprised about? It's very ordinary. Hearing this, Wu Hei couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ordinary? This guy is like a tattered plastic bag, able to hold anything. However, on the surface, he forced himself to nod, indicating that he understood Meng Xianjun's unfathomable strength. After a brief moment of shock, Wu Hei finally managed to calm his emotions and adjusted his mindset. He took a deep breath and looked at Meng Xianjun seriously, asking, "So, I asked, what was the effect of the two soul skills you just merged together?" Meng Xianjun fixed his gaze on Wu Hei, staring at him for several seconds. Then, he slowly extended both hands, each gathering a sphere of soul power the size of an adult's head in his palms. Surprisingly, these two spheres of soul power were identical, without any difference. Moreover, a faint deep red aura, unique to Meng Xianjun's sixth soul ring, vaguely floated above them, looking both mysterious and powerful. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, Meng Xianjun suddenly clapped his hands together. In an instant, the two originally independent spheres of soul power fused into one, forming a brand new light orb. This orb shone with dazzling golden light, brilliant like a rising sun. If it weren't for the vibrant red soul rings surrounding it as identification, Wu Hei might have involuntarily shouted out loud, thinking that this was the legendary divine soul ring descending to the mortal realm. However, just then, Meng Xianjun spoke softly, the sixth soul skill born from this fusion. I would like to name it Divine Wish. Divine Wish? Wu Hei looked astonished, seemingly unable to believe it, and hesitantly asked, "Is it really called Divine Wish?" Meng Xianjun, with a determined gaze, nodded without hesitation. That's right, it is Divine Wish. The most unique aspect of this soul skill is that it can perfectly merge the effects of two soul skills together. You see, when these two soul skills are released separately, one must first use one to assess the target's condition before using the other to generate the corresponding result. On the surface, the effects when cast individually may not seem significantly different, but in reality, there is a serious problem. What problem? Wu Hei felt somewhat dissatisfied with Meng Xianjun's teasing speaking style, and at this moment, he could no longer suppress his anxious feelings, shouting loudly. Facing Wu Hei's slightly irritable mood, Meng Xianjun was not angry. He just paused for a moment before continuing to explain. The key lies in imagination. Although I can use one of the soul skills to see the other's specific needs at that moment, when I subsequently use the other soul skill to generate an effect, I might unconsciously mix in some of my own imaginative elements. And it is precisely this seemingly insignificant bit of imaginative power that can have a huge impact on the final manifested form. If the imagination presents a positive and constructive attitude, then the things manifested through this power will definitely be filled with positive energy and be extremely powerful. However, if the imagination leans towards a negative direction, the manifested items may be weakened to some extent, leading to instability in the actual situation. Wu Hei listened with wide eyes, his mind a chaotic mess, but he seemed to catch some key information. So he asked in confusion, "So based on this principle, you decided to let them completely merge?" "That's right, once the two are fully fused. As long as I can sense the opponent's thoughts, I can almost immediately, before my mind has even reacted, unleash the manifestation skill. This not only greatly enhances the effect, but also significantly improves the stability of the soul skill." Meng Xianjun explained passionately, his face full of pride. After a brief pause, he added, "Right now, what you urgently need is likely a dark attribute soul ring of 100,000 years, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Xianjun gently waved his hand, and the glowing golden orb slowly floated in front of Wu Hei. When I received the blessing from the heavenly path, what appeared before me was a golden elixir shining with mysterious light, known as the core of heavenly path. In that instant, this golden elixir released an unparalleled powerful force, rushing straight toward my soul ring and rapidly enhancing and transforming it. In the blink of an eye, the originally ordinary soul ring directly crossed countless levels, achieving a shocking 100,000-year level. Meng Xianjun explained to the crowd with a serious expression. When the core of Heavenly Path merged with me, I clearly witnessed the entire fusion process through my inner vision technique, and every detail is deeply imprinted in my mind, still vivid to this day. Thus, with a mindset of trying it out, I began a series of attempts and explorations. He paused and continued. After several days of repeated experiments, I finally discovered that anyone touched by my sixth fusion soul skill will miraculously obtain their own soul ring. However, the specific year of this soul ring is not fixed. It completely depends on the limit of what their body can currently withstand. In other words, if someone's physique is strong enough, the soul ring they can obtain will naturally have a higher age. Conversely, the same applies. Meng Xianjun looked at Wu He with piercing eyes and said slowly, "Given that you have been able to fight me for such a long time, your physical strength must be extraordinary, and you should be able to obtain a soul ring age that meets your expectations." Upon hearing this, Wu He's heart surged with waves of shock. He never expected that Meng Xianjun had inadvertently comprehended the legendary method for creating divine soul rings. Such a coincidence was truly unbelievable. Chapter 247. Self-produced soul ring. Wu He widened his eyes, staring intently at the glowing orb in front of him that emitted a mysterious light. His mouth was slightly open, yet he couldn't utter a single word. The orb shone like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling with enchanting brilliance, and it seemed to hint at a trace of divinity, as if it possessed endless mysteries and power. Wu He marveled in his heart, realizing that the energy contained in this orb was surprisingly similar to the legendary divine soul rings, making it almost unbelievable. Just as he was filled with joy and prepared to reach out and touch the orb, Meng Xianjun suddenly interjected, "Of course, this isn't completely without side effects." This statement hit him like a bucket of cold water, and Wu He's hand, which was about to touch the orb, froze in midair as if struck by a paralysis spell. He turned to Meng Xianjun in shock and stammered, What side effects?" At that moment, Wu He's heart leaped to his throat, fearing he might hear something bad. Meng Xianjun casually replied, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It just exhausts all the soul power in your body." After saying this, she shrugged as if it were nothing. Wu He couldn't help but exclaim in terror. Why? How could this happen? He never expected that such an enticing orb would hide such a terrifying price behind it. In response to Wu He's questioning, Meng Xianjun scratched her head helplessly and explained, "The reason is simple. The essence of this soul skill is to stimulate your own potential, allowing you to generate a soul ring on your own, just like me as a soul beast. I also created a soul ring in front of you when I transformed into human form using this method. You should have seen it back then, right?" As she spoke, Meng Xianjun winked at Wu He. Wu He hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, indicating that he had indeed witnessed that miraculous scene. However, at this moment, his feelings were incredibly complex. On one hand, he was filled with desire for the orb that could produce a soul ring, while on the other hand, he felt fear and hesitation due to its enormous side effects. Should he take the risk and give it a try? Wu He's expression grew serious as he fell into deep thought. He felt the soul power beginning to surge within him, like a rushing torrent, continuously pouring out from inside. This soul power seemed to possess life, forming a faint glow around him, dreamlike and ethereal. Soon, in a wonderfully strange environment, the soul power began to gradually gather and condense, like countless tiny droplets merging into a clear spring. Slowly, they coalesced into a soul ring that shone with a peculiar brilliance. However, this was just the beginning. As time passed, this newly born soul ring would need to continuously absorb nourishment and replenishment from both the soul power within him and the soul power in the world around. During this process, the energy contained in the soul ring would gradually increase, and its age would also rise step by step. Ultimately, when the age of the soul ring reached its limit, it would be absorbed back by the soul beast in a miraculous way, merging with its body to achieve a tremendous leap in power. At this moment, Wu He looked in horror at everything happening before him, clutching his chest with both hands, as if afraid of being forcefully invaded. "So, are you saying that your soul skill doesn't directly give me a ready-made soul ring, but requires me to generate it myself?" he asked with a trembling voice. In response to Wu He's doubts, Meng Xianjun quickly waved her hand to explain, No, you misunderstood. My soul skill actually serves as a guiding role, helping you to stimulate your own potential to produce a soul ring that is most suitable for you. Moreover, we will further enhance the age of the soul ring you generate to the maximum limit that your body can bear, similar to the powerful enhancement effect of the heavenly Tao core. This way, Not only will you obtain a unique soul ring, but you will also be able to maximize its power. As she spoke, Meng Xianjun wore a confident smile. If that's the case, it didn't seem particularly difficult to understand. However, Wu He quickly regained his senses and asked, if that's the case, then the soul ring also needs soul power to guide it during absorption. But all my soul power is used to shape the new soul ring. After the soul ring is successfully born, how can I guide and absorb it? Upon hearing this, Meng Xianjun smiled slightly and explained, regarding this point, you actually misunderstood. What I meant is that after you use my soul skill, you will get a soul ring that perfectly matches your needs and is at the upper limit of what your body can withstand. She paused for a moment, and after seeing Wu He nodding in a somewhat understanding manner, she continued, moreover, throughout the entire process, all the soul power you possess will be exhausted. But this does not mean that the process of generating the soul ring will completely deplete your soul power. Oh no, this is too complicated, too convoluted. Wu He couldn't help but furrow his brows, holding his head in his hands, feeling a dull pain in his head. The topic they were discussing felt like a tongue twister, utterly perplexing. Oh no, it feels like my brain is about to give out. Just then, Meng Xianjun gently pushed Wu He and half-jokingly said, all right, stop messing around. The soul skill I've condensed has a time limit, so you should hurry up and absorb it. Wu He no longer laughed and joked like before. He now understood the deeper meaning behind Meng Xianjun's words. In fact, the choices before Wu He were quite limited. In this vast and unfamiliar continent, Meng Xianjun was the only 10,000-year soul beast he had encountered so far. Moreover, through their conversation, he learned that within a radius of several million miles centered around their location, it would be difficult to find another 10,000-year soul beast. If he were to ruthlessly kill Meng Xianjun to obtain a soul ring right now, he would only get this one. However, if he willingly accepted Meng Xianjun's assistance with her soul skill, there might be more help in the future. The stark difference between the two choices was crystal clear to Wu He. Thus, without hesitation, he reached out and took the dazzling golden orb from Meng Xianjun's hand, and following her guidance, he took a deep breath and swallowed it in one go, completing the action without any hesitation. Chapter 248, beginning to create soul rings. A golden core was swallowed into my abdomen. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Wu He took a deep breath and swallowed the dazzling golden energy mass into his stomach. In that instant, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The golden energy mass slowly slid down his throat, like a brilliant shooting star falling into an endless abyss. When it finally entered Wu He's abdomen, a miraculous event occurred. The golden energy mass began to automatically decompose, transforming into countless strands of energy, swiftly darting through Wu He's meridians like agile fish. Wherever these energies passed, Wu He's previously dormant soul power was instantly mobilized. They intertwined and converged into a surging torrent, flowing endlessly along the meridians. Soon, this torrent began to seep out through the countless pores on Wu He's skin, drop by drop, as the soul power continuously drained from his body. Wu He was astonished to discover that his martial soul had suddenly developed an unprecedented autonomous protective response. From the depths of the martial soul, a large amount of rich soul power surged forth, crazily rushing towards Wu He like a tide, attempting to compensate for the soul power that was continuously dissipating from his body. However, no matter how hard the martial soul tried to replenish him, the soul power that flowed into Wu He's body could not escape the restraint of the golden energy mass. They could only obediently dissipate through the pores at a stable and uniform speed. At first, Wu He couldn't help but feel a little worried about this bizarre situation. After all, no one knew what this would ultimately lead to. Fortunately, Wu He possessed an extraordinary mental strength, and he quickly keenly captured an extremely marvelous phenomenon. All the soul power dissipating from his body was as if bound by an invisible force, abruptly stopping 3 meters away from his body, no longer continuing to spread outward. They silently floated in mid-air, as if time had frozen at that moment, and the soul power seemed to be fixed in that instant, unable to escape. At this moment, Wu He could clearly feel the soul power within him continuously flowing away. When he realized that he had lost a full 80 of his soul power, something astonishing occurred. The soul power, which was originally drifting away, suddenly seemed to respond to some mysterious command and began to arrange itself in an extremely special and orderly manner. Just a dozen seconds later, Wu He widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene gradually revealing before him. A soul ring was slowly materializing, formed from gas that was coalescing and becoming denser. The process of this soul ring's appearance was strikingly similar to what Wu He had witnessed a few days ago when Meng Xianjun had produced her own soul ring. As time passed, this solidified soul ring exhibited a faint translucent white state, like a delicate artwork emanating a weak yet enchanting glow. Then, it began to voraciously capture the soul power within a 3-meter radius centered on Wu He, like a hungry beast. Part of this soul power came from the soul power that Wu He had already dissipated, but more came from the scattered, ownerless soul power in the surrounding nature. As these soul powers surged into the soul ring, its color and aura underwent a wonderful transformation. Initially, the soul ring displayed a milky white hue, but its color quickly began to change, first slightly yellowing, then rapidly turning into a vivid purple, and finally slowly shifting towards a deep black. The entire process was filled with fantastical colors, leaving one in awe. Just at this critical moment, a sharp glint flashed in Meng Xianjun's eyes as she waved her hand, sending a dazzling golden energy mass racing towards Wu He like lightning. The golden energy mass was incredibly fast, reaching Wu He in the blink of an eye. However, something unexpected happened. The moment the golden energy mass touched Wu He's body, a dull thud echoed, and the golden energy mass inside Wu He exploded like a detonated bomb. At the same time, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The remaining 90 of Wu He's soul power was also detonated at that moment. In an instant, a powerful energy wave swept outward like surging ocean waves. At that moment, the golden energy mass from the outside fused with the golden energy mass erupting from within Wu He, intertwining to form a bizarre golden soul power. This strange golden soul power seemed to possess life, rapidly wrapping around the entire soul ring Wu He had just created. As the golden soul power surged, the waves it emitted ravenously devoured the originally blazing black flames on the soul ring. In an instant, golden and black light shone together, creating a spectacular sight. Time passed second by second, and in this brief 10 minutes, the golden soul power displayed unparalleled might. Finally, after a fierce struggle, the overall color of the soul ring completely changed, transforming from the original pitch black to a dazzling golden hue. Now, quickly urge your final soul power to absorb it. Just as Wu He was still immersed in the shocking scene before him, Meng Xianjun's anxious shout echoed in his mind like thunder. At that moment, Wu He had already fallen into an extremely weak state due to the massive consumption of soul power, almost forgetting his own existence. However, Meng Xianjun's voice acted like a shot of adrenaline, pulling him back from the edge of unconsciousness. Although his body was completely exhausted, Wu He knew that such an opportunity was rare and allowed for no hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he used the last bit of strength he had left to desperately draw in the little remaining soul power towards the alluring golden soul ring. Perhaps because this soul ring originated from Wu He's own soul power, when it was reabsorbed back into his body, there was no sign of any rejection or abnormality. The moment the soul ring merged into Wu He's body, the outer layer of the shining golden shell rapidly disintegrated, like sand in an hourglass, transforming into countless tiny light points that continuously flowed back into Wu He's meridians and martial soul. As the golden shell gradually dissipated, an extremely fierce and violent aura surged from within the soul ring, like crashing ocean waves, unstoppable. Soon, the entire soul ring turned into a bright, dripping blood-red color, as hot and dazzling as burning flames. However, remarkably, amidst this intense blood color, a trace of mysterious, indescribable soul power fluctuation could be faintly sensed. This peculiar fluctuation was elusive, like twinkling stars in the night sky, giving a sense of ethereal and illusory. Wu He cautiously guided the soul ring to merge with his martial soul, focusing intently on feeling every subtle change within. After a long and arduous effort, he finally succeeded in mastering that incredibly marvelous soul power fluctuation. Chapter 249 5 Sets of Soul Saint Armor. Wu He suddenly raised his head sharply, his gaze fixed on Meng Xianjun, who was standing not far away with a grin on his face. However, despite the smile on Meng Xianjun's face, Wu He keenly sensed that beneath that seemingly carefree smile lay his pale lips, which had lost a lot of color. In that moment, Wu He realized that the light orb that had been emitted for the second time contained a part of Meng Xianjun's original blood essence. It must have been Meng Xianjun's concern that Wu He would not successfully trigger the rare dark attribute of this 100,000-year soul ring, which led him to expend his own blood essence to assist. At this moment, Wu He's gratitude towards Meng Xianjun surged like a tide. If it weren't for Meng Xianjun's selfless contributions and help, the absorption of the soul ring would have faced numerous difficulties. However, as it was a critical moment for absorbing the soul ring, Wu He couldn't afford to be distracted in the slightest. It should be noted that although this 100,000-year soul ring was generated using Wu He's own soul power as the core, it would not produce a rejection reaction against him. The problem was that when this soul ring was reabsorbed back into his body, the soul power contained within it far exceeded what Wu He could provide by dozens of times. If you were to be careless or not focused during the absorption and operation process, it could very likely lead to a loss of control over the soul power, resulting in a catastrophic explosion and death. Wu He's somewhat slender body quietly floated above the 100,000-year soul ring, as if merging with this mysterious and powerful energy. As time passed, the 100,000-year soul ring emitted a dazzling light, like a burning flame, gradually being assimilated and absorbed by Wu He's martial soul. Half an hour later, the originally bright red soul ring gradually became dim and eventually completely disappeared. However, at that moment, a crimson light suddenly brightened, shining brilliantly like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Upon closer inspection, it was found that the disappeared 100,000-year soul ring had successfully merged into Wu He's martial soul and was firmly embedded in the position of his sixth soul ring. At that instant, Wu He, who had kept his eyes closed, finally slowly opened them. His gaze was like two bolts of lightning piercing through the sky, incredibly sharp. At the same time, it resembled a deep lake containing endless mysteries. The newly acquired soul ring seemed to be summoned by something, quickly moving along the meridians of his martial soul, and finally perfectly fused into the corresponding position. Meanwhile, an uncontainable joy radiated from Wu He's face. His eyes, which had been calm as water, now seemed to release a dazzling brilliance, making it hard to look directly at him. Clearly, the successful acquisition of the 100,000-year soul ring was of great significance to him, not only representing a substantial increase in strength, but also marking an important milestone on his path to becoming a powerful being. Meng Xianjun, standing not far away, had witnessed everything. Seeing Wu He's astonishing transformation, she couldn't help but feel a stirring in her heart and then walked gracefully towards him. When she approached, Meng Xianjun smiled and asked, "Looking at you now, I presume, like me, you've successfully broken through to the Soul Emperor realm, right?" As she spoke, there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes, as if she were eager to receive a positive answer from Wu He. Hearing this, Wu He turned his head and looked at Meng Xianjun, who had a look of eagerness on her face, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, he nodded and smiled as he replied, "That's right. Thanks to this 100,000-year soul ring, my cultivation has finally broken through." Upon hearing this response, a flash of surprise crossed Meng Xianjun's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. The main reason for this was that Meng Xianjun was still unaware of the unique aspects of Wu He's martial soul. If she had known, she would undoubtedly not have shown such eager anticipation and willingness to seek hardship. At this moment, Wu He slightly nodded and said softly, "My soul power level has reached level 62, successfully promoting to the Battle Soul Emperor." But upon hearing this, Meng Xianjun looked at him with skepticism and asked, "Level 62? You know, when I broke through, I instantly reached level 66. Moreover, I am well aware of what kind of assistance I provided you. Logically speaking, with the powerful bloodline I possess, I shouldn't have only raised your soul power by mere 2 levels. Facing Meng Xianjun's confusion and disbelief, Wu He hurriedly explained, "Don't dwell on that. It's entirely due to the uniqueness of my martial soul." After saying that, he noticed the lingering doubt on Meng Xianjun's face, but didn't linger too much and continued to elaborate. Sure enough, the straightforward Meng Xianjun didn't have the complicated thoughts and concerns of an ordinary person. Without thinking, she blurted out, "In that case, what powerful soul skills did you acquire after this promotion?" Although this question was quite private, Wu He wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he appeared particularly generous and open, seemingly intending to explain everything to Meng Xianjun in detail. "You should also be aware that the side effects of your soul skills are quite significant. They have drained almost all of my soul power, making it really difficult to demonstrate them to you right now. However, I can explain them to you in detail." As Wu He spoke, he slowly sat down and extended his right hand. In an instant, a mysterious and unique light flickered, and a special array of martial souls quietly appeared in his hand. Let me first talk about my first 5 soul rings. Each corresponds to an element. By releasing the power of these elements, I can summon armor with different powerful abilities. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of my martial soul, the power of each set of armor will gradually increase according to the number of soul rings I possess. Wu He's gaze was fixed on the martial soul in his hand, revealing a hint of pride. Back then, when I only had 5 soul rings, the strongest power that the armor could exert was merely at the peak of the Soul Emperor level. However, time has passed, and now that I have successfully broken through to the Soul Emperor realm, the strength of all the armor has naturally risen as well, all upgraded to the Soul Saint level. And, based on the current situation, as long as my level continues to rise steadily, it won't be long before the strength of these armors can reach the peak of the Soul Saint realm. Upon hearing this, Meng Xianjun was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Such an astonishing ability was beyond her imagination. Moreover, the key point was that Wu He had not even mentioned the crucial effects of the 6th soul ring and its accompanying soul skill. Just the information he had shared so far was enough to leave Meng Xianjun in shock. Chapter 250 Soul Skill, Blackening. All right, you can come back to your senses now. Wu He softly called out while gently waving his hand in front of Meng Xianjun's somewhat dazed eyes. After a long while, Meng Xianjun gradually came back to reality, as if waking from a dream. At this moment, his eyes were still a bit confused and dazed, as if he had just experienced a profoundly shocking event. Actually, my 6th soul skill also has 2 parts, but it's not as exaggerated and ridiculous as yours, Wu He said with a slight smirk, a hint of pride in his voice. However, Meng Xianjun had already lost interest in continuing to listen. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He was completely unconcerned about whether Wu He's so-called 6th soul skill was ridiculous or not. After all, just the growth logic demonstrated by Wu He's previous 5 soul skills was enough to make him feel extremely headache and nauseous. The first skill of my 6th soul ring is called Dark Domain Edition. In simple terms, it can grant the first 5 soul skills an additional dark attribute domain power when they are used. As for the specific effects this domain can produce, you'll only know after it's actually put to use in battle. Wu He excitedly described the power of his new soul skill, but Meng Xianjun was deaf to it, secretly muttering in his heart, no matter what, this guy's soul skills are becoming increasingly troublesome. It's really unbearable. The second skill in the 6th soul ring is called Blackening. This skill has a unique and powerful effect. When a user employs the first 5 soul skills, they can simultaneously activate the Blackening ability, causing the attributes of their armor to instantly change, thereby producing unexpected special effects. Moreover, this soul skill can also be used on others. As long as the target is hit, they will instantly fall into a blackened state for the entire following 10 minutes. The affected person will unconditionally obey my commands. It's worth mentioning that after being influenced by Blackening, the opponent's combat power will increase to 3 times its original strength. But at the same time, their soul power consumption rate will also become 3 times the normal rate. Additionally, more bizarrely, the emotional state of the affected person will undergo subtle and elusive changes. However, Wu He said not a word about the specific manifestations of these emotional changes. However, just from the term blackening, one can roughly guess that it is definitely not a positive change. At this moment, Wu He was facing an extremely severe dilemma. His soul power had been completely exhausted to the point where he couldn't successfully cast any soul skill. Because of this, he was unable to conduct actual tests and verifications on this powerful blackening soul skill, and could only continuously imagine and ponder the magical effects and potential risks it might bring. In fact, Wu He still retained some key information that he had not fully disclosed to Meng Xianjun. Once, when he attempted to summon the fearsome Emperor armor, the required cooldown time was actually as long as 2 years. This long wait undoubtedly put him under tremendous pressure at critical moments. But now, if he dared to take the risk of utilizing the dark power in his 6th soul ring, that astonishing cooldown time would be significantly reduced to just 1 month. However, doing so would mean that the impressive Dark Emperor armor would be summoned. Faced with this situation, Meng Xianjun's heart was in extreme turmoil. After careful consideration and repeated weighing of options, he ultimately expressed to Wu He his desire to wait until Wu He had fully rested and regained his strength, and then have a thrilling spar with him. After all, as his emotions gradually calmed and he reflected on things, he began to think that Wu He's descriptions of the first 5 soul skills seemed somewhat exaggerated. Looking at the determined Meng Xianjun in front of him, Wu He couldn't help but feel a surge of helplessness. Although he was somewhat reluctant in his heart, considering the other's persistence in their relationship, he ultimately nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to accept the upcoming challenge. Time flew by, and 3 whole days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Brother Chong and his group spared no effort and exhausted all their savings, finally managing to acquire 400 women. Although this number wouldn't cause much of a stir in Wu He's village, it was undeniable that their arrival would alleviate some of the villagers' urgent difficulties to a certain extent. Just as Wu He was organizing his belongings and preparing to set off, an unexpected scene unfolded. Meng Xianjun was already waiting at the gate, blocking his path. Wu He understood Meng Xianjun's thoughts perfectly. He smiled and waved at Meng Xianjun, signaling him to follow to a nearby open area to have some fun. Seeing this, Meng Xianjun didn't hesitate to step forward, moving gracefully as if there were some tacit understanding between him and Wu He. Upon reaching the open space, Wu He first carefully removed the excess weights he was wearing and placed them aside, then turned to Brother Chong behind him and said, "Brother Chong, please help me keep an eye on these things." Brother Chong nodded in agreement. Next, Wu He stretched his muscles and bones a bit, lightly jumping up like a nimble rabbit. These seemingly simple movements were actually his carefully prepared warm-up routine. Just then, Meng Xianjun, standing to the side, suddenly called out, "He, are you leaving already? How about we make a bet? If you can beat me this time, I'll grant you a wish. But if you happen to lose, you'll have to stay and accompany me for a whole month." As he said this, Meng Xianjun wore a smug smile, looking just like a little fox who had just taken advantage, clearly trying to mimic the stakes Wu He had set during the previous bet. Hearing this, Wu He couldn't help but chuckle. He gazed intently at Meng Xianjun for a moment, secretly pondering. Based on this guy's current performance, if nothing unexpected happens, he must have completely mastered his own cultivation level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such confidence and courage. However, Wu He did not hesitate too much but readily accepted. "All right, since you put it that way, I'll take this bet. After all, it would be too regrettable to pass up such a free opportunity." Seeing Wu He agree without hesitation, Meng Xianjun's already excited emotions were instantly ignited to the extreme, and he became even more thrilled. His eyes sparkled with fervent light, as if he could hardly wait to start this spectacular duel with Wu He. The two exchanged glances and then, as if having a tacit understanding, slowly stepped back, gradually creating an appropriate distance between them. At this moment, Meng Xianjun suddenly reached into his bosom and carefully took out a uniquely shaped bone card, emanating a mysterious aura. This bone card was evidently crafted carefully by him, etched with complex and intricate patterns and designs. Then, Meng Xianjun took a deep breath and continuously infused the immense soul power within him into the bone card in his hand. As the soul power flowed in, the bone card began to emit dazzling light and rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, a massive energy shield rose up out of nowhere, enveloping Meng Xianjun and Wu He entirely. The area covered by this energy shield was quite vast, spanning several meters in diameter. Its surface shimmered with a faint glow, gently rippling like water waves. From the outside, one could clearly sense the immense power contained within the shield, which was surely capable of withstanding the tremendous impact and destructive force generated during the intense battle between the two, ensuring that they could fight without any concerns. Chapter 251. A moment of defeat. At this moment, the technique being employed by Dream Xianjun was something Wu He was extremely familiar with, known as the magical method of talisman crafting. To trace its origins, one must go back to a nightmare Wu He experienced in his childhood. At that time, in his naive years, he had tasted the unique flavor intertwined within that nightmare. This peculiar experience left a deep imprint in his mind. Because the flavor of that nightmare was truly unforgettable, the curious Wu He delved deeply into the fragmented memories of it, which led him to learn this talisman crafting method. Although he initially only grasped the most basic aspects, through over 100 years of relentless exploration and research, Dream Xianjun not only mastered various foundational crafting techniques, but also cleverly adapted certain special soul skills to use engraving techniques to transform them into domino forms for practical use. Notably, the set of talisman crafting methods that Dream Xianjun summarized through self-exploration was not kept secret for personal use alone, but was teachable and could be imparted freely to others. Just like the dominoes used in the food spirit technique back then, they were now all made by the villagers under his command. At that moment, Dream Xianjun noticed a fleeting glimmer of greed in Wu He's eyes. He mistakenly thought Wu He was interested in the crafting technique of the energy shield and pondered secretly, "If I happen to lose later and Wu He indeed asks for this crafting method, then I might as well generously give it to him." After the two maintained a certain distance, Wu He unhesitatingly reached into his bosom and took out a crystal stone shimmering with earthy yellow light. Just a glance was enough to determine that this crystal belonged to the earth attribute. At the same time, the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the crystal were all too familiar to Brother Chong. After all, he had once suffered the terrifying attack of the Earth Tiger armor. Wu Hui skillfully slammed the crystal against his body, and in an instant, a dazzling light flashed, accompanied by a dull roar, as a majestic and imposing Earth Tiger armor suddenly appeared on his surface. At that moment, Wu Hui seemed to transform into a war god from ancient times, radiating a soul saint's oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine, sweeping outwards like surging waves. Dream Xianjun, feeling this terrifying pressure, could not help but be taken aback. His legs weakened, and he nearly knelt down on the spot. It should be noted that before this, Wu Hui had mentioned the magical aspects of his martial soul to him. At first, Dream Xianjun was somewhat skeptical, but now, witnessing everything with his own eyes, the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished, replaced by deep respect and awe. Even so, this battle was initiated by Dream Xianjun himself. Despite facing such an astonishing display of power from Wu Hui, he was unwilling to lose face without even fighting. Thus, Dream Xianjun gritted his teeth, forced himself to steady his stance, and assumed a posture of readiness, prepared to welcome the outbreak of battle. Wu Hui took in the other's reaction and smirked slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. Humph, I haven't even fully stacked my buffs yet. With that, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and his soul power surged violently, instantly activating his sixth soul ring. Immediately, two brilliant beams of light shot out from the soul ring and rushed directly into the Earth Tiger armor. The first thing that caught the eye was the heart-pounding dark domain. It resembled a deep, boundless black hole, emanating a mysterious and terrifying aura. When the Earth Tiger armor perfectly combined with it, the rich earth and dark attributes instantly fused, unleashing an unparalleled power that directly gave birth to the dark earth domain. In this realm shrouded in darkness, everything became different. For their earth attribute soul masters, this place was practically paradise. The power of all earth attribute soul skills soared by 150, while their soul power surged like a roaring tide, with recovery effects doubling, allowing them to unleash even stronger attacks continuously. In stark contrast, the enemy units within the dark earth domain found themselves in an extremely disadvantageous situation. It felt as if they were burdened with a 1,000-pound weight, with every step requiring tremendous effort, as the relentless pressure of triple gravity bore down upon them. Not only that, but the attributes of all enemies plummeted sharply by 20, severely diminishing their power. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Dream Xianjun stumbled, unable to steady himself. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he knelt heavily to the ground. This sudden change left Wu Hui dumbfounded. He had been prepared to engage in a fierce battle. But who would have thought that Dream Xianjun would suddenly kneel without warning? After a brief moment of shock, Wu Hui quickly regained his composure and decisively activated his other sixth soul skill, blackening. As his soul power surged, a layer of eerie black light gradually rose from his body, enveloping him entirely, making him appear as if he were a messenger from hell, emanating waves of chilling aura. In that brief moment, something jaw-dropping happened. The once dazzling and imposing Earth Tiger armor seemed to have its colors completely drained. The vibrant hues faded at a visible speed, transforming all the armor parts into a dull, dark silver. Meanwhile, Wu Hui, within it, clearly sensed a powerful force continuously flowing into his body. To his delight, he discovered that his attributes had suddenly tripled under the influence of this mysterious power. However, this sudden surge of strength was not without cost. Almost simultaneously, Wu Hui felt his emotions spiraling out of control, plunging him into a state of extreme negativity. Anger, anxiety, and pain intertwined, like a ferocious beast rampaging and roaring within him. Thus, Wu Hui involuntarily entered a berserk mode. At that moment, his eyes turned crimson, and he exuded a terrifying aura, resembling a madman who had lost his reason. However, this terrifying blackening state could not last too long, for once 10 minutes passed, it would automatically dissipate. Moreover, even worse, when the blackening state ended, Wu Hui would immediately fall into a state of weakness even more profound than before. At that moment, Dream Xianjun once again set his gaze upon Wu Hui, who was ready to spar with him. The figure before him was tall and mighty, like an unshakable mountain, radiating an unparalleled aura and sense of oppression. Just one glance made Dream Xianjun's heart waver. He thought to himself, this guy looks too terrifying right now. Continuing to fight could spell disaster. With that in mind, Dream Xianjun hurriedly called out, I concede. Quickly tell me, What is your wish? Before his words fell, Wu Hai's expression turned extremely awkward. Immediately, with a soft sound, all his abnormal states and the terrifying, powerful force disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if they had never existed. Oh no, what's going on? Why did you suddenly stop fighting? Wu He looked at Meng Xianjun with a puzzled expression and asked eagerly. Meng Xianjun shot him a glare and replied with a pout. I just wanted to spar with you, not to risk my life. Seeing how crazy you were just now, who would dare to fight with you? Chapter 252. I want you. Wu He had originally planned to unleash all his strength to give Meng Xianjun a good lesson and show him some color. However, to his surprise, the guy chose to back down without any backbone. Faced with this situation, Wu He had no choice but to quickly cancel all the soul skills he was currently using. Due to the forced termination of his soul skills, he inevitably fell into a weakened state. Although he was not extremely weak for at least the next 3 days, he would definitely be unable to use the crucial second soul skill of his 6th soul ring again. At this moment, Meng Xianjun looked at the gloomy Wu He with a slightly mocking and sarcastic gaze, unable to help but chuckle quietly, and said with a tone of triumph, "A bet is a bet. Since you've won, let's hear what benefits you want." Upon hearing this, Wu He pretended to think hard, occasionally looking up at Meng Xianjun and then lowering his head as if pondering something significant. After going back and forth several times, Meng Xianjun secretly thought, I've already guessed what this kid wants. ISNT at just those bone cards? Let us see how I can expose his little scheme later. Thus, Meng Xianjun put on a confident demeanor, as if everything was under his control. But at that moment, Wu He suddenly revealed a sly smile and slowly asked Meng Xianjun, "Oh, really? You'll agree to whatever I say I want? Of course, even if you want my life, I'll give it to you." Meng Xianjun replied nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned by Wu He's mischievous smile. At that moment, they appeared to be playfully teasing each other with ease. Is that so? Then what if I really want a life? Wu He's originally joking tone suddenly became exceptionally serious, tightening the atmosphere. Hearing this, Meng Xianjun was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and answered without hesitation. Then I'll give it to you. After all, he was just a little soul beast who had just entered the world, and his reaction to such a sudden change in context was naturally not as quick and sharp as Wu He's. However, once those simple 5 words slipped from his mouth, Wu He's mischievous smile became even more pronounced. It was at this moment that Meng Xianjun finally realized that something seemed off. You said you want me? Meng Xianjun's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Wu He, filled with confusion and disbelief. At that moment, if the people in front of them could understand English, Wu He would probably have shouted, of course, to express his inner thoughts. However, faced with Wu He's persistent smile and silence, Meng Xianjun began to feel increasingly flustered and at a loss. He simply could not understand what Wu He meant by wanting him. Did he want to take his life? Or was there some other more complex and obscure intention? Countless thoughts raced through Meng Xianjun's mind, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Just as he was about to speak, Wu He spoke first. As the leader of a tribe, if you have the decision-making power, then what I desire is you yourself. Of course, you can choose to leave with me alone, or you can lead your entire tribe to join me. Wu He openly clarified everything, and the exceptionally intelligent Meng Xianjun immediately understood the implications. But he still couldn't help but throw out the lingering question that had been on his mind. Why do you desire me so much? In response to this question, Wu He smiled slightly and said softly, Don't you know in your heart? After a moment of thought, Meng Xianjun continued to probe. Are you worried about my abilities, fearing that they might trigger a large-scale war? After all, Meng Xianjun was quite aware of his own capabilities. Unexpectedly, Wu He shook his head lightly and explained, Not at all. I simply think you are quite a good person, and thus hope to establish a lasting and deep friendship with you. Moreover, my village indeed urgently needs your abilities to help us. It must be said that Wu He treated his close friends with utmost sincerity and without any reservations, completely devoid of any convoluted schemes. At that moment, Meng Xianjun gazed at Wu He's face, filled with surprise, because on that face, he found no trace of greed, which completely exceeded his expectations and left him in a dilemma. It is worth noting that the tribe he currently led was not easily formed like other tribes. Those common tribes were often expanded through a powerful leader relying on offspring and continuous wars to gradually extend their influence, ultimately growing stronger. However, the tribe led by Meng Xianjun had a completely different origin. For many years, Meng Xianjun had adhered to a kind heart, insisting on doing good deeds every day. He would help one person with a problem today and extend a helping hand to another tomorrow. Over time, many people who had received his kindness gradually gathered together to form the current tribe. Nevertheless, do not underestimate this seemingly loose tribe. In reality, its internal strength even surpassed that of many large tribes. Haha, if you're concerned about this matter, you can directly reject me, and we can still become close allies in the future. Wu Hee said, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a friendly smile. Then, he deftly shouldered his pack and turned to prepare to leave. Just as Wu Hee was about to take a step, Meng Xianjun suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait. All right, I've decided to agree to your request and am willing to let my tribe merge with yours." Just now, Meng Xianjun unexpectedly made a significant decision that made Wu Hee's heart bloom with joy. This decision was simply perfect for Wu Hee, undoubtedly the most ideal outcome among all possible results. It is important to note that although Meng Xianjun's village was not extremely prosperous, its development system was quite complete. Here, there was no severe gender imbalance issue that plagued Wu Hee's village. At this moment, Wu Hee happily followed Meng Xianjun, eagerly exploring the true face of his tribe. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Meanwhile, Wu Hee did not forget the mission he bore. He earnestly inquired about the current population situation of the entire village from Meng Xianjun, including the specific numbers of various age groups and genders, etc. Chapter 253. Deputy Village Chief Meng Xianjun. Wu Hee couldn't help but widen his eyes, secretly astonished. He never expected that the seemingly inconspicuous small village in front of him had a total population of nearly 10,000. Even more surprising was that the male-to-female ratio here had long been stable at 6-4. However, as Wu Hee delved deeper into the living conditions of the village, he found a stark contrast compared to his own village. He saw that the dilapidated, drafty thatched houses were meant to accommodate 10 people each. It was no exaggeration to say that such precarious housing would likely collapse in an instant with just a slightly stronger gust of wind. Thus, as Wu Hee walked and stopped, he quickly grasped the overall situation of Meng Xianjun village. After careful consideration, he decisively issued the order. All personnel must relocate immediately. After all, the village he was in was far more advanced in terms of infrastructure and living conditions than this place. At first, Meng Xianjun intended for all villagers to take enough dry food before setting off, but Wu Hee waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, travel light. There's no need to carry too much food. We can easily obtain the food we need through hunting along the way. If everyone carries heavy burdens, it will greatly hinder our large-scale migration." After all, no matter how one looked at it, there were indeed quite a number of people gathered here. Roughly counting, there were nearly 10,000. Taking such a large group on a journey was no easy task. If they carried excessive luggage and supplies, not only would their movement slow down, but would also likely become a heavy burden for the entire group. Initially, some people harbored a glimmer of hope, fantasizing about taking all their valuable belongings with them. However, when they learned that this was not possible, their dissatisfaction and resentment erupted like a volcano. Unhappiness was evident on their faces, and they muttered various complaints. However, no matter how great the crowd's grievances were, they could not match the fury of Meng Xianjun at that moment. His tightly furrowed brows and piercing gaze seemed to freeze the air around him. Faced with this situation, everyone could only silently choose to obey the arrangements. Surprisingly, despite being a large and complexly equipped group, they managed to reach another village from their original residence in just one day. One had to say this speed was remarkable. Upon arrival at their destination, Wu Hee immediately directed his subordinates to swiftly begin the process of integrating the population led by Meng Xianjun. This task was no simple matter. Just figuring out how to reasonably allocate these newcomers was a headache for those in charge. After intense discussions and careful planning, a relatively comprehensive plan was finally developed. Even so, completing the entire population allocation took a significant amount of time, consuming several hours. However, new problems quickly followed. Since the number of people Wu Hee brought back far exceeded the housing capacity of the village faced an urgent situation of needing to expand. This thorny issue was fully exposed at the grand bonfire party held that evening. Villagers sat around the roaring bonfire, enjoying delicious food and a joyful atmosphere, while anxiously discussing how to settle their future lives. The sheer number of people created an astonishing demand for food. Soon, the situation of food shortages became unavoidable. Wu Hee looked at this scene, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he thought to himself, perhaps I really did take too big a step this time. While he successfully brought back a powerful tribe, He also brought back many troublesome issues that came with it. As various problems arose one after another, Wu He did not back down. He faced them head-on, solving them one by one. However, by the time all issues were resolved, half a year had already passed. After this long and arduous journey, Wu He and Meng Xuanjuan's combined tribe finally embarked on the path of self-sufficiency. During these 6 months, their training had not paused for a moment. Instead, they became even more diligent and hardworking. More importantly, under their persistent efforts, everyone in the tribe saw a significant improvement in their strength, rising several levels. In such circumstances, Meng Xuanjuan's extraordinary abilities gradually came to light. It was clear that conducting large-scale hunting activities was not a long-term solution, as the number of soul beasts available in the surrounding areas was ultimately limited. If Wu He allowed soul masters to hunt soul beasts on a large scale merely to meet the tribe's demand for soul rings, it could lead to a devastating disaster for the soul beasts in a nearby region, even pushing them to the brink of extinction. This would severely impact the local ecosystem, plunging it into an irreparable state. While this approach could temporarily achieve the village's goals, it would undoubtedly bring many hidden dangers and adverse consequences from a long-term perspective. After all, once an ecosystem is severely damaged, restoring it to its original state is far from easy, casting a thick shadow over the village's sustainable development. However, to everyone's delight, Meng Xuanjuan's 6-soul ring came with a soul skill that was like a timely rain, providing much-needed support. As long as the soul master's requirements for the quality of the soul rings were not too harsh, Meng Xianjun surprisingly possessed the magical ability to mass-produce soul rings. This stroke of genius perfectly alleviated the pressing crisis at hand, bringing joy to everyone. Nevertheless, Wu He knew that to fully showcase Meng Xuanjuan's value, he had to give him a suitable and influential position. Thus, after careful consideration, Wu He made the decision to promote Meng Xianjun to the position of deputy village chief. Furthermore, Wu He clearly stated that anyone wishing to obtain precious soul rings from Meng Xianjun in the future would first need to make a significant contribution to the village. Only then would they be qualified to exchange for this rare reward. In Wu He's view, soul rings were extremely rare and valuable resources that could not be easily given away. Only those who made substantial contributions to the village deserved to possess such coveted rewards. Chapter 254, 5 Elements Sect. Once everything was methodically put on the agenda, people's lives began to gradually return to normal, developing in a positive direction. However, as everything progressed in an orderly manner, the pace of life for some individuals changed, and they gradually became idle. It is said that the village established by Wu He has a population of about 10 to 20,000. Although this number may not seem large compared to those gigantic cities with populations of hundreds of thousands or even millions within a radius of 1,000 miles, it is undoubtedly a noteworthy presence. At this moment, there was a loud bang as Meng Xianjun and Changgu, along with others, violently pushed open the so-called office door of Wu He. In fact, this room was less of an office and more like a bedroom. The room was simply furnished, with a medium-sized desk in the corner piled high with documents and materials. Against the wall was a single bed with bedding casually thrown on it. And by the window was an old chair, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. It should be noted that Wu He was a straightforward person who trusted others immensely. Once he deemed someone trustworthy, he would not hesitate to delegate his power to them. Therefore, whenever Wu He confirmed the direction of various significant matters, he would quickly entrust the specific work arrangements and corresponding authority to others for execution. As a result, unless faced with extremely important or urgent situations, there was generally no need for Wu He to personally handle affairs. Because of this, while others were busy day and night for the construction and development of the village, only Wu He could leisurely enjoy this rare time of tranquility. Although the village was exceptionally busy, each person's feelings about it were vastly different. Meng Xianjun focused solely on his own cultivation and breakthroughs in realm, and the number of people he needed to manage was far fewer than in the village he previously belonged to. However, this did not mean his work was easy. After all, the path of cultivation was arduous, long, and full of challenges. Changgu was responsible for logistical support. With the merger of Meng Xianjun's village, the number of people he could oversee increased dramatically by several times. Every day, he was as busy as a top spinning endlessly, yet his heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. On this day, an unexpected scene unfolded. Both Changgu and Meng Xianjun, along with others, surprisingly set aside their work and came to find Wu He. This unusual behavior made He suddenly feel a strong premonition that something significant was about to happen. He saw He, looking relaxed, casually pick up a fruit from the desk and chew it with enjoyment, while asking, "Hey, why is everyone so free today? You all came in a group to find me." Upon hearing this, Changgu and Jun exchanged glances, and for a moment no one spoke up to answer. Seeing their hesitance, He felt a bit annoyed and urged, "Come on, we're all family here. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush." It had been more than half a year since they had been together. During this time, Jun had gotten along very well with He and the surrounding people, establishing deep friendships. He truly loved the peaceful and harmonious village where He lived. However, in this seemingly perfect life, there was a small question. No one seemed to have ever mentioned the name of the village. Jun suddenly had an idea. "He, shouldn't we give our village a nice name?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, instantly sparking heated discussions among everyone present. He pondered while smacking his lips a name. The others looked at each other, and then they all agreed, yeah, it should definitely have a name. Before this, they hadn't paid attention to such details. But when communicating with the outside world, they often referred to it simply as our tribe, without anyone ever seriously considering what this so-called tribe should be named. Today, coincidentally, the village's clinic welcomed the arrival of new life, and the overjoyed couple entrusted the task of naming their child to the knowledgeable Jun. It was through this serendipitous occasion that everyone suddenly realized that the village had been lacking a specific name all along. When He heard them bring this up, he suddenly became aware of this important question before him. Once, when this place belonged to Changgu, he had never paid attention to its name. Later, even after absorbing Xiao Chang's tribe, he had only aimed for his own development and had no time to consider anything else. Now, even after successfully merging with Jun's village, He still had never seriously thought about giving this growing place a suitable name. In fact, the root of the matter was that He had never truly regarded this place as completely his own territory. However, after going through various ups and downs, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly become the backbone that everyone relied on. If not, why would these people come to ask about the naming of the village? At this moment, He's thoughts became increasingly profound. He clearly knew that the population of this area had already surpassed 10,000, and if they continued to call it a village, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, if they hastily changed it to a town, it also lacked sufficient meaning and basis, since there wasn't even a decent kingdom nearby. Thus, He paced back and forth, deeply pondering. As time passed, he finally stopped, a look of determination flashing in his eyes, as if he had reached a conclusion in his heart. He took a deep breath and announced loudly, "From now on, we shall be renamed 5 Elements Sect." 5 Elements Sect? Upon hearing this, everyone showed puzzled expressions, clearly feeling very unfamiliar and curious about this sudden new name. "Everyone, we have a large number of people now. It is clearly not appropriate to still call a village. However, calling it a town seems to lack sufficient basis, since we haven't formed a true nation here. Therefore, after careful consideration, I believe we should exist in this world with a unique and independent posture. Think about it. Everything in this world is made up of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Since that's the case, let's simply name our organization 5 Elements Sect. This way, not only is the name striking and meaningful, but in the long run, if we can plan and operate our future development according to the model of sect, it will surely be smoother and more fitting." Although he explained this idea in detail, the people present were still in a state of partial understanding. Some nodded, slightly in agreement, while others looked puzzled and some whispered to each other. However, regardless, the name for this new group was thus confirmed: 5 Elements Sect. It is like a shining new star, about to bloom and shine its own light in this vast world. Chapter 255. Heart to Heart Under the Moon, the 5 Elements Sect. Such a unique name was founded by Hui, who undoubtedly had his own selfish motives. Perhaps only he could truly understand the deep meaning and expectations contained within it. However, despite harboring such personal motives, Hui steadfastly adhered to his original vision and securely established the overall framework of the 5 Elements Sect on this vast continent. As its name suggests, the 5 Elements Sect is clearly divided into the 5 elements. The entire sect resembles a meticulously constructed mansion, distinctly divided into 5 unique halls: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each hall carries specific missions and responsibilities, complementing each other to collectively support this massive sect. The Hall of Metal controls the aura of killing. The disciples here are all brave and fearless, primarily undertaking important tasks such as hunting, security, and upholding the sect's regulations. Whether facing external threats or maintaining internal order, the disciples of the Hall of Metal can always act swiftly and decisively. The Hall of Wood, on the other hand, controls the aura of life. The disciples of this hall excel in cultivating various spiritual plants, are proficient in the art of medicine, and bear the important responsibility of managing the sect's population. They care for every life within the sect with gentleness and compassion, ensuring everyone's health and peace. The Hall of Water controls the aura of nourishment. The disciples here are mainly responsible for the logistical support of the sect, including the allocation and management of resources. They also emphasize the inheritance and teaching of etiquette, ensuring that everyone in the sect maintains good manners. Additionally, the responsibility of educating new disciples falls on the Hall of Water. The Hall of Fire controls the aura of heat. Here, passionate disciples are primarily responsible for the sect's kitchen affairs, preparing delicious meals for everyone. They also have the best atmosphere for cultivation within the sect, where many disciples diligently practice, pursuing higher realms. The organization and execution of recreational activities also rely on the active participation of the disciples from the Hall of Fire. The Hall of Earth controls the aura of stability. The disciples of this hall are mainly responsible for the sect's construction projects, from design to execution, all reflecting their hard work. Expanding the sect's territory and resources through land reclamation is also one of the important missions of the Hall of Earth. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of various magical tools and treasures is passed down through generations by the skilled artisans of this hall. Moreover, each hall is further divided into inner and outer doors. The inner door mainly serves the special needs of elders and the sect master, gathering the core strength of the sect and representing the highest level of power within the five-element sect. The outer door focuses on meeting the various needs of the inner door. Although it seems to be in a subordinate position, it is, in fact, the foundation for the stable development of the entire sect. It is due to the silent contributions and sacrifices of the outer door disciples that the magnificent mansion of the five-element sect stands tall and unyielding. Finally, we must mention the miscellaneous population. In the future, this group will be composed of three types of individuals. The first being those who have committed wrongs and will be exiled to the miscellaneous roles as punishment. The second being captives captured during wars, and the third being those who voluntarily dedicate themselves to the sect. The daily work of these individuals encompasses a variety of complex tasks, heavy labor, and dirty, hard work. After all, in any world, there will always be such a phenomenon. Some people can enjoy life to the fullest, while others must work several times harder for that small portion of enjoyment. Wu Hai has laid out the general framework completely for Changgu and others, although they are not yet fully clear about the details. As long as they are given some time to study and ponder, they will eventually understand it thoroughly. As the saying goes, ancient people were not foolish, ignorant, or unknowing. They simply had a narrower perspective compared to those of the future. Once those ancient individuals break free from the shackles and constraints of their limited views, the wisdom and talents they exhibit may not be inferior to those of future generations. Additionally, the tasks that Changgu and others have engaged in over the past 6 months are almost identical to the sect structure outlined by Wu Hai. Even if there are some minor oversights, adjustments can easily be made to achieve perfect alignment. With the village's reform and the establishment of its name, everyone in the five-element sect has been revitalized and they're increasingly dedicated to their work. Wu Hai, in particular, has been working doubly hard on his cultivation, and to this day, his level has risen to a remarkable 65. At this moment, his martial soul conveyed an important message. To pass on his abilities, he must at least reach the 70th level of Soul Saint. Moreover, the 7th soul ring must be one with a light attribute and an age of at least 100,000 years. Only by successfully obtaining such a soul ring can he leave behind the precious legacy of the light shadow stone. Even more astonishing is that if Wu Hai desires, he could even uncover 5 bloodlines descended from Light Shadow Village and bestow upon these individuals the innate ability to control armor from birth. However, all of this belongs to the future. For Wu Hai, at this moment, the only unwavering goal in his heart is to do everything possible to rapidly enhance his strength. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting horse, and before he knew it, a day had slipped through his fingers. Wu Hai slowly pushed open the door, stepped outside, and when he looked up at the night sky, he was struck by the sight of the round moon, bright and full like a jade plate. This was the first time in his life he had seen the moon outside his home so bright and complete, as if it were within reach. For some reason, Gazing at the silver moon hanging in the sky, an inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. Unable to help himself, Wu Haoyi turned back inside, fetched a cup of fragrant drink, and climbed up to the roof using both hands and feet. He sat quietly there, sipping his drink while gazing at the bright moon in the sky, gradually drifting into thought. At this moment, he recalled the words of the ancients. Every full moon night, people would feel a strong longing for home. It seems that it truly is the case. Wu Haoyi raised his cup, savoring the drink in his mouth, and familiar figures and memories kept surfacing in his mind. Those who once laughed and cried with him, his family and friends. Were they also gazing at the same full moon, missing the distant him? Lost in thought, he became somewhat dazed, completely immersed in memories. Just then, a slight sound broke the silence, but Wu Haoyi was oblivious. It wasn't until a gentle voice rang in his ear, "What are you thinking about?" that he suddenly snapped back to reality, startled. He turned to see Meng Xianjun, who had quietly come to his side and gently sat down. "You, when did you get here?" Wu Haoyi stammered, clearly still shaken from the earlier surprise. "I've been here for a while." Meng Xianjun smiled slightly, lifting her cup with a drink similar to his, taking a small sip before continuing. "Seeing you so lost in thought, do you have something on your mind?" Wu Haoyi, panicking, quickly waved his hands to explain. "Oh no, really nothing. I've just been idle all day, feeling so restless that I'm nearly bursting. How could I have anything on my mind?" However, Meng Xianjun remained unmoved at all. His beautiful eyes were like a scorching sun, firmly locked onto Wu Haoyi as if trying to see through him. He teasingly asked, "Have you forgotten what my true form is, and what my special skill is?" Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyi suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, his face displaying an eager yet exaggerated expression as he exclaimed loudly, "Wow, how can you do this? Sneaking behind my back to steal my dreams. That's too much." Chapter 256. Nine-Headed Dragon. The true form of Dream Xianjun is the enigmatic dream beast, a peculiar creature that feeds on the dreams of others. 6 months ago, it followed Wu Haoyi back simply because it wanted to try a taste that was out of the ordinary. For Dream Xianjun, its daily staple is people's nightmares. However, it occasionally selects some beautiful dreams to savor. It's important to note that when Dream Xianjun devours the dreams of others, it not only gains part of the other person's memories, but also uses these memories to broaden its own knowledge and enhance its power. However, during the past 6 months, aside from a few children who are often troubled by nightmares, only the dreams of those who are seriously ill could be considered nightmares. But these could only be regarded as small snacks, hardly enough to satisfy Dream Xianjun's enormous appetite. Who would have thought that the real feast for Dream Xianjun would be Wu Haoyi himself? It turns out that Wu Haoyi's dreams often contain many wondrous things, allowing Dream Xianjun to glimpse Wu Haoyi's unknown past experiences. One day, when Wu Haoyi was once again immersed in his dreams, Dream Xianjun softly murmured, "Are you missing those old companions of yours?" Hearing this, Wu Haoyi slowly opened his eyes gradually becoming moist. He nodded slightly and replied with emotion, "That's right, I haven't been home for a long time, and at this moment, my longing for them is growing stronger." After saying this, they gently raised their cups, clinked them together, and drank them down in one go. Then, they smiled at each other and began to speak freely, sharing their stories and thoughts with one another. Wu Haoyi never expected that the first person he could confide in would be Dream Xianjun. He had countless stories and emotions he wanted to express. And at this moment, those words poured out of him like a flood breaking through a dam. Sitting on the rooftop, Dream Xianjun leisurely drank the beverage in its hand, suddenly recalling something and asked, "I heard that you were out to train and enhance your cultivation. And besides this main goal, you have another important task, which is to help a companion find a soul beast with 9 heads. Is that true?" While savoring the delicious snacks Dream Xianjun brought, Wu Haoyi nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement to this statement. Dream Xianjun then put down the drink, its expression becoming serious, and said solemnly, "To be honest, I actually know a thing or two about the whereabouts of that soul beast." Hearing this, Wu Haoyi suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with excitement. But before he could be happy for too long, Dream Xianjun added, "However, I'm afraid I cannot personally take you to find it." Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyi's emotions instantly became agitated, and he eagerly asked, "Why is that? After finally having a lead, are we just going to give up?" Facing Wu Haoyi's urgent inquiry, Dream Xianjun took a deep breath and then slowly explained, "To be frank, the reason I know the location of that soul beast is entirely due to an accidental encounter when I was young, where I accidentally consumed its dream. It was through that experience that I gained more understanding of the human world and various matters. However, this soul beast is far too powerful especially one of its heads, which is my nemesis. The main ability of that head is mental power, and just the mental strength exhibited by that single head has far exceeded my limit of endurance. That's why it has left such a deep psychological shadow on you. Wu He expressed deep sympathy and sighed. Dream Xianjun nodded slightly, acknowledging Wu Heyi's words, but then quickly shook its head. Before I transformed into human form, when my strength had already reached the level of 100,000 years, I mustered the courage to challenge it again. Back then, I thought I was on par with it and could compete with it, but I never expected that the outcome would still end in a crushing defeat. As Dream Xianjun recounted this experience, its face showed a look of fear, as if the scene of that battle was still fresh in its memory. Hearing this, Wu He couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. It should be noted that at that time, Dream Xianjun had not yet transformed and could possess such powerful 100,000 year soul power. Its strength might even be slightly inferior to that of the Titan giant ape. Yet even so, it still couldn't defeat the opponent. And judging by Dream Xianjun's current expression, that battle must have been decided in an instant, with itself being easily overwhelmed by the opponent. From this, one could infer that the opponent's cultivation level must be at least 300,000 years, or possibly even as high as 400,000 years or more. Facing such a terrifying enemy, is there really a glimmer of hope for successfully slaying it? Wu He frowned, sinking in a deep thought. He was determined to seek a powerful evolutionary path for Wu Duyan's unique martial soul. However, there were many options available. And although the nine-headed dragon was undoubtedly the most excellent choice among them, it was not the only option. Just hypothetically, if I wanted to personally take a look at that soul beast, do you think it would be feasible? Wu He raised his head, sincerely looking at Dream Xianjun, and cautiously asked. Although Dream Xianjun was extremely shocked that Wu He would make such an unexpected request, it pondered for a moment, and after careful consideration, gave a reply. It wouldn't hurt to go take a look. In fact, that nine-headed dragon has not shown any obvious hostility towards humans. Moreover, there are actually dozens of human tribes that have established themselves safely in its surrounding area. What? There are actually people who have set up tribes right next to it? Upon hearing this, Wu He couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. His mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. That's right, it's true. Because in its vicinity, all sorts of rare and exotic treasures have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, thriving and growing. Because of this, many humans have begun to choose to settle around its massive body. Dream Xianjun slowly recounted everything it knew, its tone filled with a hint of uncontainable amazement and emotion. However, what is unexpected is that those people who are filled with joy in settling here have no idea that they are merely being fattened as delicious food for that terrifying nine-headed dragon. At this point, Dream Xianjun couldn't help but slightly furrow its brow, as if feeling pity for those oblivious humans. Chapter 257, Entertainment after careful consideration and detailed discussions. The two finally decided to make thorough preparations over the next half-month, and then head to that mysterious place to explore. They were well aware that they might encounter extremely powerful opponents or difficulties ahead, but if the situation truly exceeded the limits that Wu He could bear, they would have to seek other ways and methods to solve the problem. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Wu He's clean and tidy bed. Wu He slowly opened his eyes, feeling incredibly groggy, accompanied by waves of pain. It was clear that this was the result of drinking too much the previous night. However, at this moment, he did not feel any remorse or displeasure from the hangover. On the contrary, he was filled with joy. After all, he had bid farewell to his old, dilapidated thatched cottage and moved into such a comfortable and warm room. How could such a huge change not make him feel genuinely happy? Although he felt slightly unwell, Wu He did not forget the important task he had to undertake today, patrolling the territory. This task was a rule he had personally set from the very beginning, aimed at ensuring he regularly appeared before the various levels of clan members in the sect, allowing both ordinary disciples at the bottom and high-ranking core members to have the opportunity to interact and get to know him up close. This way, not only could it inspire everyone's fighting spirit and motivation to strive for improvement, but more importantly, it allowed him to gain a comprehensive and in-depth understanding of all the small and large matters happening within the sect, whether these matters were good or bad. Through personal observation and investigation, he could grasp accurate information in real time and take appropriate measures to adjust and improve when necessary, thereby ensuring that the entire sect always maintained a good development trend. After a whole day of tireless inspections, Wu He felt as if his whole body was falling apart with fatigue washing over him like a tide. However, what worried him even more was that behind this seemingly prosperous and lively scene, there was actually a serious and urgent problem that needed to be addressed. With the continuous increase in population, tasks that originally required everyone to work together had now, when spread across each individual, naturally reduced the workload significantly. As a result, various unexpected situations began to arise. Among them, the most prominent was the predicament faced by those with poor cultivation talent. Even if they continuously injected a large amount of soul power into their bodies through the method of food rings, this method ultimately had an insurmountable limit. When some people realized that no matter how hard they trained, they could not achieve a breakthrough, their mindset gradually changed. Every day, these individuals completed their required tasks methodically, and after eating and drinking enough, the remaining time felt exceptionally long and boring. Thus, they began to become idle. Some chose to leisurely sit in front of their homes, watching others work busily with interest. Others simply lay down in the fields, boredly counting the little ants crawling on the ground. Although these people had not been lazy in their daily work and life, once they fell into a state of stagnation, their idle appearance inevitably conveyed negative emotions to those around them who were still striving hard. Moreover, this emotion seemed to be contagious, rapidly spreading and adversely affecting the entire group, which was certainly not a commendable phenomenon. Wu He suddenly realized that this situation meant that life had lost its original fun. In this light, he had to find a way to add some elements of joy to the lives of these people who had never been exposed to games. Wu He pondered himself. So, one morning, before the sunlight had fully spread across the land, Wu He gathered all the inner disciples of the fire hall and held a unique meeting. Once everyone was gathered, Wu He solemnly announced, "Everyone, today I'm giving you an important task. Teach everyone in the sect how to play games." As soon as this task was announced, everyone present felt incredibly surprised, as it was truly unusual and peculiar. In fact, regardless of the civilization, creating and participating in games seemed to be a natural and inevitable thing. It was as if it had long been deeply imprinted in the genes of humanity. Once a certain age was reached and sufficient life experience was acquired, people would naturally begin to enter the realm of games. However, in that difficult era where even basic needs were hard to meet, usually only young children were enthusiastic about playing various games. Once they grew up and reached a certain age, most people's interest in games gradually faded until it disappeared completely. But Wu He had a perspective that was completely different from others. In his view, the reason people lost interest in games was fundamentally due to the differences in preferences at each age group. Therefore, as long as suitable games could be designed for different age groups, he believed that everyone would rekindle their love for games. Thus, Wu He meticulously prepared a series of exciting, interesting, and challenging puzzle games. These games covered a wide range, including well-known traditional items such as cards, chess, military chess, Go, and mahjong, as well as more sophisticated and intricate items like the Lubon lock made of complex mortise and tenon structures and the endlessly changing Rubik's Cube. For these novel and unique entertainment props, everyone was truly hearing and seeing them for the first time. They were like a magical key, quietly unlocking the long-forgotten door of fun in people's lives. Wu He knew that in order to truly integrate these interesting props into everyone's daily life, simply providing the props themselves was obviously not enough. Therefore, he creatively planned and established regularly held competition activities and prepared rich and enticing prizes for this purpose. Among the dazzling array of prizes, there were both cultivation resources crucial for practitioners and game props that could be owned personally. It should be noted that initially, the number of props produced by Wu He was quite limited, and due to various constraints, they could only be provided to clan members in a concentrated manner during specific time periods, resulting in individuals being unable to long-term possess their own exclusive props. Consequently, there were inevitably certain limitations in practical application. However, now, with the commencement of competitions and the introduction of prizes, this situation was finally broken. Each participant had the opportunity to obtain the rewards they desired through their own efforts, allowing them to fully enjoy the fun brought by these entertainments. Chapter 258. Your memory is expired, old dream. We've been flying for quite a few days now. Why haven't we reached our destination yet? Wu He yawned and stretched lazily while mumbling. Dream Xian Jun shook his head with a bitter smile, secretly lamenting in his heart. Back in the day, he had been tormented terribly by that terrifying nine-headed dragon. That guy's mental attacks were so powerful that he was forced to flee like a stray dog. At that time, due to his weak strength, it took him several months to finally escape to this area where Wu He was located. Although his strength had increased now, allowing him to travel by flying, it still took a lot of time to set foot again on this land that once terrified him. However, looking at Wu He's face filled with impatience and anxiety, Dream Xianjun felt nothing but helplessness. There was no way out. After all, he had promised to bring this guy along for the adventure. Thus, the two continued to fly tirelessly for several more days. Just as they were about to lose their patience, a town's outline finally appeared faintly ahead. Wu He, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot this surprising sight and immediately shouted excitedly, "Wow! Look, there's a town up ahead." As they got closer, the full view of the town became clear before them. Wu He's eyes widened in disbelief. According to Dream Xianjun's vague memories, there should have only been a few small tribes in this area. Moreover, it was said that the terrifying nine-headed dragon would come out to wreak havoc periodically, brutally devouring one of the tribes. Under such harsh and dangerous living conditions, the development of such a sizable town was nothing short of a miracle, let alone forming a country. At that moment, Wu He, dressed in WindEagle armor, looked down at the city from above, which seemed as small as a palm in his eyes. But when compared to the surrounding houses, he could clearly sense its vast area, roughly estimating that the land covered at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wu He's mind. He turned to Dream Xianjun and asked, "Old Dream, how many years ago were those memories you have?" You must know that Dream Xianjun was a soul beast that had lived for a full 100,000 years. And what he referred to as his childhood might have already gone through hundreds or thousands of seasons. Facing Wu He's inquiry, Dream Xianjun felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his cheek and hesitated before answering, "Well, probably a little over 2,000 years ago." Upon hearing this answer, Wu He's eyes widened in shock, and his voice involuntarily rose by 8 degrees. What did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again." He never expected that what Dream Xianjun was talking about was actually events from 2,000 years ago. Wu He had read records about the nine-headed dragon, and the time described in that travelogue just happened to be over 2,000 years ago. This meant that the nine-headed dragon might have long been gone from its original location. It might have left this vast continent and traveled at least 30 to 40,000 nautical miles towards the mysterious, unknown east. However, adhering to the long-standing tradition of the Chinese nation of coming all this way, Wu He decided to land and explore the area with Dream Xianjun. Thus, the two of them released their martial souls and began to walk into this mysterious and vast country before them. Once they were truly in the midst of it, they deeply felt the boundless expanse of this country. Its vastness was astonishing. Moreover, the entire country was divided into many different parts, each seemingly having its unique functions and characteristics. Recalling how it looked from the sky, this country resembled a blooming flower, gradually thriving with an outward expansion. In the central position, the innermost and core area was unexpectedly the place with the least buildings. A towering and majestic city wall circled around the core area like a steel dragon, tightly protecting it. Extending outward was the gathering place for various commercial activities. Shops lined the streets, bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Although there were some residential areas scattered throughout, a closer look revealed that most of the residents were either rich or noble. Their residences were all luxurious mansions, showcasing their esteemed status. As they continued to walk toward the outer areas, they were greeted by an indestructible city wall. It snaked like a giant python, tightly surrounding the people within the city, forming a fortress-like cage that ruthlessly kept outsiders at bay. Unlike the inner city, the scene outside was no longer one of free flow. At regular intervals, enormous partition walls stood tall, acting as strict barriers that divided the population into independent areas. Each area had its own unique style and atmosphere. However, despite the population density in this outer circle being significantly higher than before and housing becoming more compact and dense, overall, the people here still lived relatively stable, peaceful, and prosperous lives. Their faces radiated with satisfied and peaceful smiles. Although the living environment was somewhat crowded, everyone maintained a positive and uplifting spirit. As their gaze crossed this outer layer and extended outward again, another astonishing city wall emerged before them. This wall stood 70 to 80 meters tall. Its grand and spectacular presence was breathtaking. Beyond the wall, there were no clear boundaries of areas anymore. Everything seemed unrestricted. Yet at the same time, the arrangement of houses here appeared chaotic and disorderly, lacking any rule. The streets were narrow and winding, intersecting in a way that made one feel as if they were in a maze. Moreover, The relationships between people were no longer harmonious like in the inner layer. Instead, they were marked by indifference and estrangement. Deceit and trickery occurred frequently, and the entire social atmosphere was permeated with a filthy air, as if morality and order had vanished here. Finally, Wu He and his companions arrived at the towering city wall before them. This grand and solid wall exuded an air of majesty, but what attracted their attention was not the wall itself, but the only two guards at the city gate. The two guards looked nonchalant, standing crookedly with long spears in hand, chatting idly, completely neglecting their duty. From their indifferent attitude, it seemed they had no regard for their job. Looking at the city gate, the pedestrians coming in and out were sparse, giving off a rather desolate feeling. However, regardless of whether they were entering or exiting the city, everyone had to stop in front of these two guards and obediently pay a certain fee. Although this charging behavior seemed ordinary, in such a loosely managed scene, it made one feel a sense of doubt. Chapter 259. Entering the city, this unique charging method truly left Wu Hao speechless. He had never encountered such a novel thing before. The scene before him was astonishing. Those people, with reluctant expressions, slowly extended their hands and gently placed them on a stone that emitted a strange glow. In an instant, the stone flashed with a dazzling light, as if possessing some kind of mysterious magic, and then, like a greedy giant beast, it began to continuously draw something from those people's bodies. It should be noted that both Wu Hao and Meng Xianjun were powerful soul masters at the Soul Emperor level. Their ability to perceive soul power was extremely refined and sharp. In just a moment, the two of them, as if sharing a telepathic connection, simultaneously realized what the stone was doing. It was crazily extracting soul power from their bodies. It seemed that the currency used by the people here was primarily based on soul power. Wu Hai squinted slightly, murmuring thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Meng Xianjun couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement, and then interjected, if that's the case, then wouldn't those with deeper cultivation be even wealthier? Wu Hai's brows furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly serious. He took a deep breath and slowly explained, what you say is not wrong, but things often have two sides. If those who have not awakened their martial souls, then there is no such thing as cultivation. Although these people also contain some soul power within them. Forcibly extracting their soul power in such a situation is essentially equivalent to indirectly depriving them of their precious lives. At this point, Wu Hai's voice unconsciously lowered, revealing a deep sense of worry. What do you mean? Meng Xianjun looked at Wu Hao with a puzzled expression, as he truly did not understand the meaning behind his words. After all, as a naturally born soul beast, he had possessed soul power since birth and could freely use it for cultivation and survival. He knew very little about the complex cultivation system of the human world. Seeing this, Wu Hai quickly apologized. I'm really sorry. I forgot that you were born with soul power and can use it directly for cultivation. He then took a deep breath and began to explain in detail to Meng Xianjun. You see, we humans are not as fortunate as you soul beasts. Most humans must first go through the crucial step of martial soul awakening before gradually improving their cultivation. Moreover, if a human fails to successfully awaken their martial soul, even if there is soul power within them, once that soul power is consumed, it can quickly be restored the next day. However, the reality is not so simple. Those who have not awakened their martial soul have their soul power closely linked to their soul's potential. Therefore, although soul power can be replenished after being consumed, this replenishment comes at the cost of depleting their soul potential. And soul potential is closely related to lifespan, meaning they're merely using their limited lifespan to fill the void of soul power. Upon hearing this, Meng Xianjun suddenly understood many things, as if he had been enlightened. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, so that's it. No wonder those guys changed their attitude towards me drastically after taking my soul ring. They began to value me more and more. It must be because they obtained a large amount of soul power by consuming the soul ring. And this soul power could possibly be equated to extending their lifespan. Thinking of this, Meng Xianjun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Wu Hai's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he softly said, although this soul power does not directly convert into actual lifespan for others. When a large amount of soul power continuously flows into the body, it can effectively slow down the depletion of soul potential. In this way, it can indeed extend the lifespan of certain individuals to some extent. Hearing this, Meng Xianjun initially showed a trace of confusion on his face, but just a moment later, a light suddenly flashed in his beautiful eyes, as if he had instantly grasped the secret behind it, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. This feeling of clarity was as if he had just come into contact with a completely new field of knowledge, filling his heart with novelty and excitement. At this moment, the two walked side by side towards the city gate. However, before they could get close to the gate, they were stopped by two guards stationed there. The two guards, with serious expressions, extended their hands, signaling the two to pay the so-called passage fee. In response to this request, Wu Hai remained calm and composed. He showed no signs of resistance and chose to follow local customs. He slowly raised his right hand and gently placed it on the seemingly ordinary stone. In an instant, a powerful suction force came from within the stone, firmly gripping his palm. Wu Hai then clearly felt that 1/10,000th of his soul power was being rapidly drawn out through his arm. Although he only lost a very small portion of his soul power, the unique and wondrous sensation still left him in awe. Seeing that Wu Hai had successfully completed the payment process, Meng Xianjun did not hesitate to mimic his actions. Similarly, when his hand touched the stone, an indescribable, wonderful feeling surged in his heart. At the same time, surprisingly, with his keen perception and exceptional insight, Meng Xianjun instantly understood the principle hidden behind this stone. It turned out that the interior of the stone had already been intricately inscribed with a special magic array by some expert using a marvelous technique. Whenever someone placed their palm on it, this magic array could accurately identify the soul power within the body and automatically extract a certain amount of soul power as a passage fee. Since Meng Xianjun had already reached an extraordinary level in the art of inscription, he was able to memorize the entire magic array in an instant with just a glance. Meanwhile, driven by their astonishment and curiosity about this magical phenomenon, both of them unconsciously lingered in place for a moment longer. During this brief time, they witnessed two small stones emitting faint blue light slowly forming next to the magic array stone. Through the weak glow, they could clearly see that the stones contained soul power belonging to both of them. At this moment, a strong curiosity suddenly surged in Wu Hai's heart. He turned his eyes and noticed two guards nearby taking a break during their work. So, he quickly walked up to one of the guards with a smile and said, "Hey, big brother, my brother and I have just arrived from afar, and as newcomers, we can't help but have some curious questions to ask you." As he spoke, Wu Hai deftly grabbed the two small stones that had just formed and stuffed them into one of the guard's hands, then asked, "Big brother, could you tell us how much currency this small stone is worth in our city?" The guard stretched out his hand, trying to put the stone back where it was supposed to be. Just then, Wu Hai, who had been standing silently beside him, suddenly moved forward gently, pushing the guard and saying loudly, "Hey, don't rush to put it back. Explain it to us properly. We'll pay the entrance fee separately later." Being pushed and spoken to like this, the guard was first taken aback, then turned his gaze to this smiling individual who seemed playful yet serious, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He composed himself and replied, "The soul stones you are holding are worth 5 coins each, which is roughly equivalent to 5 hours of an ordinary person's life." After saying this, the guard closed his mouth and stopped speaking, silently stuffing the soul stones into his pocket, then signaling to Wu Hai and the nearby Meng Xianjun to quickly pay another entry fee. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai's smile did not fade. Instead, he nodded at the guard to express his gratitude. Then, he turned to Meng Xianjun beside him. After exchanging glances, they paid the soul energy again and smoothly entered the city. Chapter 260, Discovering the Tavern. As the two stepped through the city gate, having barely walked 20 meters, a variety of stalls surged into view like a tidal wave. These stalls were closely packed together, stretching endlessly, resembling a colorful dragon coiling along both sides of the road. The items for sale were dazzling and diverse, quite similar to the market that Meng Xianjun had once personally built, but upon closer inspection, one could find that the variety of goods here was even more abundant, overwhelming the senses. However, at first glance, this street appeared somewhat chaotic, and the sanitary conditions were indeed concerning, with trash scattered everywhere and an unpleasant odor permeating the air. Yet if one had to pinpoint the most prominent issue, it would be the dominance of filth. The people walking through, regardless of age or gender, bore expressions of exhaustion and hardship. It seemed as though everyone was burdened by the heavy pressures of life, struggling to survive in this world. Looking around, one could hardly find even a single face with a healthy complexion. Instead, it was filled with gaunt and haggard faces. Wu Hai and Meng Xianjun strolled leisurely, having just taken a few steps when they suddenly felt several intense gazes directed at them. Upon closer inspection, they found 3 or 4 ragged human children standing not far away, dirty fingers in their mouths, staring at them with innocent yet foolish expressions. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the children, a strong sense of compassion surged in Meng Xuanjuan's heart. He instinctively reached into his backpack for food to share with the hungry kids. Just then, Wu Hai quickly grabbed his hand and, under Meng Xuanjuan's puzzled gaze, slightly moved his lips. Immediately, a faint wave of soul power reached Meng Xuanjuan's ears. Don't be foolish. First, look at your 3 o'clock and 8 o'clock directions. Meng Xuanjun took a deep breath, releasing his unmatched mental power like a tide, swiftly spreading toward the 2 directions Wu Hai had indicated. Soon, he discovered that in those seemingly ordinary corners, there were indeed hidden figures. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were a few boys around 11 or 12 years old, with youthful faces but shrewd and fierce expressions. These children stood quietly, like hungry wolves lurking in the shadows, locking their greedy and fierce gazes tightly on Wu Hai and Meng Xuanjun. Their eyes seemed capable of penetrating the soul, sending a chill down one's spine. You need to be careful if you dare to pull out any food you have on you or show even a hint of valuable possessions. Those 2 groups will definitely pounce on us like rabid dogs. At that point, escaping won't be easy, Wu Hai explained to Meng Xuanjun in a low voice, his expression tense. After hearing this, Meng Xuanjun suddenly felt enlightened but still had some lingering doubts. Just as he was about to ask, Wu Hai decisively pulled him along, skillfully weaving through the crowded people, heading quickly toward the distance. After all, this was just a slum with a harsh environment and poverty. It was evident that there couldn't be any information of significant value that Wu Hai was eager to obtain. However, in any city, regardless of the system it followed, when a majority of the populace was starving and struggling to survive, there would always be 1 or 2 special institutions or groups that enjoyed a sufficient food supply, becoming fat and bloated. Thus, Wu Hai dragged the still naive Meng Xuanjun along, turning left and right, eventually arriving in front of a slightly dilapidated tavern. From a distance, this tavern gave off an impression of being on the verge of collapse, utterly run down. The large door resembled an elderly person nearing the end of their life. With a gentle push, it seemed it could fall to the ground at any moment. With a creak, a musty odor of decaying wood rushed into their nostrils. Stepping inside the tavern, the space was not spacious, with only a few scattered tables. However, at this moment, these tables were fully occupied by a group of burly, muscular patrons. It's worth noting that in this impoverished area, most people were gaunt and malnourished. It was rare to find anyone even slightly muscular. Yet the people before them all had bulging muscles and defined lines, exuding a powerful burst of energy that was hard to ignore. Wu Hai's thoughts stirred, releasing his mental power to quickly scan the crowd. The result was somewhat unexpected. None of these seemingly intimidating muscle men were at the Soul Master level. All of them were merely at the Great Soul Master stage. This created a strange phenomenon. Despite their astonishing physiques and muscles, their actual cultivation level was far from it, giving off a strong sense of mismatch between their realm and physique. Meng Xuanjun also noticed the true cultivation level of these individuals, and the pressure he had initially felt from their muscles dissipated instantly. On the contrary, he now found these big guys rather endearing. Thus, the 2 walked straight to the bar and sat down. Wu Hai lifted his head, his gaze landing on the menu hanging on the wall. After a moment of thought, he casually said, "I'll have a Long Island iced tea." Meng Xuanjun looked at the mysterious drink in Wu Hai's hand with a bewildered expression, filled with curiosity but unsure of what it was. However, based on his years of understanding Wu Hai, he knew that his friend would never skimp on food and drink for himself. So, without hesitation, Meng Xuanjun nodded in agreement and ordered the same drink from the bartender. At this moment, Wu Hai's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as he lightly said, "Hey, you should just stick to a brownie. Don't try to copy me. This kind of thing is not something you can handle." His tone was not only mocking, but his facial expression and body language also openly showed his contempt for Meng Xuanjuan's choice of drink. Seeing this, Meng Xuanjuan's stubborn temper was instantly ignited. His eyes widened as he glared at Wu Hai, shouting, "What's wrong? Just because you can drink it, I can't? Today, I'm going to drink it no matter what." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire bar seemed to fall silent due to his sudden outburst of anger. The bartender, dressed in somewhat shabby clothes, first turned his gaze to Wu Hai, his eyes revealing a questioning look as if saying, "Sir, are you sure you wanted to try? This is quite expensive." Wu Hai could only shake his head helplessly, smiling wryly as he replied, "Fine, fine, let him go. I can't stop this guy anyway." Chapter 261, Who is the joke, however, at this moment, the bartender surprisingly handed over a crystal stone identical to the one used by the gatekeeper when entering the city. which is used to extract soul power. The bartender skillfully fiddled with it a few times and then gestured towards Wu He and another person, making it clear, asking them to pay first. Wu He naturally understood the reason behind the bartender's actions. After all, in places like this, it is normal to collect payment before providing services. However, despite this, he still felt a hint of displeasure in his heart. Having to pay before even seeing the product made one feel as if they were suspected of being unable to afford it. Of course, Wu He only thought about this in his heart and did not exhibit any extreme behavior. But the surrounding half-baked soul masters were different. They all turned their eyes towards Wu He and the other person, clearly revealing a sense of waiting to see a good show, wanting to see someone make a fool of themselves. In fact, Wu He had long noticed the price of the Long Island iced tea, and it must be said that this drink was definitely the most expensive in this tavern. If it weren't for the fact that its name coincidentally matched a drink he had tasted before crossing over, he probably wouldn't even have glanced at it, let alone order it. The soul power required for a Long Island iced tea reached as high as 500 coins. It should be noted that in the slums, 1 coin represents an hour of precious life. A full 500 coins of soul power is nearly equivalent to a month's worth of lifespan for the impoverished. For ordinary families, it is difficult to earn even 5 coins of soul power in a day through hard work. Calculating this way, the price of this drink is simply astonishing. It is equivalent to the total annual salary of an average person working hard for a year and a half. Now, looking at Wu He and the other two, their figures were certainly not those of muscular, strong individuals capable of hunting soul beasts. On the contrary, they appeared weak and gave the first impression of shallow cultivation and insufficient strength. After all, it is well known that a soul master at the peak of level 10 has at most 10 coins of soul power within them. Even a great soul master at the peak would only have around 100 coins of soul power. Although people can use the soul power stored in their bodies for consumption, this consumed soul power is different from normal natural consumption. It does not recover naturally. The only way to replenish the soul power that has been consumed is through hard cultivation. However, in this extremely impoverished area, people struggle to even meet their basic needs, let alone have access to those incredibly precious cultivation resources. Because of this, the burly, muscular men who come to the tavern do not dare to hope to taste the expensive fine wines. What they can afford is merely the cheap bulk liquor worth about 10 coins per barrel. Moreover, to save costs, they usually share expenses among several people, allowing them to quickly regain the money earned through hard cultivation within just a few days. At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Wu He decisively extended his right hand and steadily placed it on the crystal stone, emitting a mysterious glow. In an instant, a powerful and fierce suction suddenly erupted, crazily extracting a mass of soul power from within Wu He like a surging torrent. This strange feeling, although very novel and shocking, was over in an instant, as fleeting as a flash of lightning. Just as everyone present was eagerly waiting to see Wu He appear weak and helpless after having a large amount of soul power forcibly extracted, ready to burst into loud laughter, an unexpected scene occurred. Wu He not only showed no signs of pain or discomfort, but instead appeared relaxed and at ease, as if the thrilling scene just now was merely a trivial matter to him. Even the aura emanating from him gave a feeling of being light as a feather, as if this matter was completely insignificant to him. When the bartender first saw Wu He was filled with surprise and confusion. He widened his eyes in disbelief at how Wu He paid so readily, as if it were merely a trivial amount of money. What was even more surprising was that Wu He's expression was calm and unruffled, showing no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. Even his action of taking out money was as quick as lightning, done in one smooth motion. The bartender, being someone experienced in the world, quickly grasped the reason behind it. In an instant, a chill rose from his spine, causing him to tremble involuntarily. When he looked at Wu He again, his gaze now held a hint of awe and respect. One should know that a person who can endure the extraction of 1,000 coins of soul power without changing their expression or heartbeat is certainly not an ordinary individual. A bartender like him, who is only at the great soul master level, would not dare to provoke such a person easily. Based on his years of experience, he judged that this mysterious man before him likely had a cultivation level of at least Soul King or higher. Because when a person's soul power cultivation reaches the Soul King level, every level up in soul power is equivalent to a huge increase of a full 10,000 coins. Thus, if it is a Soul King expert at their limit, their soul power cultivation would be around 100,000 coins. For such a powerful existence, casually spending 1 or 2,000 coins is merely a drop in the bucket. With a little cultivation, the lost soul power can quickly be restored. However, in the slum area they were in, someone who could elevate their cultivation to the soul respect level would already be enough to become a small faction leader capable of commanding respect. From this, it is evident how unfathomable Wu Heyi's true strength must be. Before long, the Long Island iced tea that Wu Heyi had been thinking about was brought to him. The glass was crystal clear, filled with a colorful liquid that emitted an enticing fragrance. To his delight, the bartender not only delivered the fine wine, but also thoughtfully prepared some exquisite snacks for Wu Heyi. After all, drinking on an empty stomach can be very harmful to the stomach, and this pairing can satisfy one's appetite while reducing the stimulation of alcohol in the body. At the same time, a similar portion of snacks was also placed in front of Meng Xianjun, who was accompanying Wu Heyi. This was no coincidence. The staff of this bar were very astute. They could tell at a glance that Wu Heyi was not an ordinary person, and Meng Xianjun, who accompanied him, would naturally not be an ordinary individual either. Therefore, the bar unhesitatingly provided both of them with the same sumptuous meal. The bartender, full of smiles, flatteringly said, "Dear guest, this snack is specially prepared for you by our establishment. Please enjoy it slowly. I hope it suits your taste." He slightly bowed, gently pushing the snacks towards Wu Heyi and Meng Xianjun, his eyes filled with servility. Chapter 262. Pressure. Looking at the fawning bartender who was nodding and bowing, Wu Heyi and Meng Xianjun couldn't help but exchange amused glances. Anyone with a bit of sense could quickly understand the underlying subtleties. However, there are still very few clever people in this world. After a few strong drinks, the burly men were already slightly tipsy. They hazily noticed that Wu Heyi and Meng Xianjun were both slender, appearing fragile as if they barely had any flesh on them. Then they saw the detestable bartender eagerly serving exquisite snacks to these two little skinny guys. At that moment, a big man with a flushed face and bleary eyes staggered to his feet, holding a bottle of alcohol, and wobbled towards Wu Heyi and Meng Xianjun. His walk was unsteady, resembling a clumsy penguin. Moreover, he had no intention of greeting them, directly reaching out with his greasy hand to grab the snack plate in front of Meng Xianjun. It should be noted that even if soul beasts take on human forms, some of their habits remain unchanged. For instance, their possessiveness over food, commonly referred to as guarding food. Just as the big man's filthy hand was about to touch Meng Xianjun's snack plate, Meng Xianjun, who had seemingly been sitting quietly, suddenly moved. His movement was as quick as lightning, merely a gentle wave of his arm. Yet, this simple gesture exerted an unexpectedly enormous force. With a whoosh, the big man, who was oblivious to the consequences, was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string. The other men, sitting at the same table as the burly man, witnessing their companion being attacked, were all furious. Without hesitation, they slammed their hands on the table, accompanied by a series of loud sounds, and suddenly stood up. "You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you cause trouble on our turf?" One of them shouted angrily, his face filled with ferocity. "Oof, you must be feeling brave to dare lay a hand on our brother Wei. Today, you will know how to write the word regret." Another joined in, his voice deafening. These big men were all completely drunk at this point. But even so, the aura emanating from them was still incredibly powerful, their fierce demeanor making one shiver, as if they could instantly devour anyone in front of them. However, in the face of these intimidating and seemingly troublesome men, Meng Xianjun remained surprisingly calm. He didn't even lift his eyelids, treating their threats and insults as if they were merely air, completely ignoring them. Seeing this, the big men felt humiliated, and their anger flared even more. Provoked by Meng Xianjun's dismissive attitude, they could no longer suppress their impulses and were ready to rush forward to demand an explanation from him. Their knuckles cracked ominously from excessive force, as if they could break at any moment. Just at this critical moment, the big man who had been sent flying by Meng Xianjun earlier crawled back, looking disheveled and ragged, struggling to lean against the swaying tavern door, gasping for breath. "Care, hi," he panted, trying to form complete words between breaths. At the same time, Meng Xianjun, who had been silent, suddenly made a move. With a soft sound, 6 soul rings of different colors slowly rose from beneath his feet, encircling his body in sequence. Each soul ring shone with dazzling light, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky, releasing a terrifying pressure that made people's hearts race. Everyone present was taken aback, especially those who had just stood up and were prepared to cause trouble. They turned pale, their legs weak, and with a series of thuds, they fell heavily back into their chairs, no longer daring to make any rash moves. The most critical point was that the red soul ring emitted a heart-pounding glow. Its color is bright as blood, as if blood would drip from it at any second. Just a glance was enough to feel a strong, bloody aura rushing towards them, evoking thoughts of the Grim Reaper quietly approaching, the fear and pressure almost suffocating. Although the people in the tavern generally lacked experience, and their understanding was limited to the Black Soul rings presented for 10,000 years, they were completely unaware of how many years of cultivation this mysterious and rare red soul ring represented. Nevertheless, this did not lessen the heavy pressure it exerted on everyone. Each person felt as if they were being crushed by an invisible mountain, making even breathing difficult. At this moment, Wu He lightly patted Meng Xianjun's shoulder and teased, "Hey, this drink was what you insisted on ordering. Why is it just sitting there now? Planning to use it to feed goldfish?" Upon hearing this, Meng Xianjun, who had previously appeared menacing, instantly underwent a complete transformation. He blinked his curious big eyes, resembling an innocent child, and stared intently at the colorful Long Island iced tea in front of him. The unique aroma emitted by this drink entered his nostrils, mixed with a hint of sweetness, creating a delightful combination that made Meng Xianjun feel unprecedentedly curious. After all, as a soul beast that had lived for thousands of years, he had seen countless strange things over the long years, but he had never encountered a drink like this. Even when searching through fragments of human memories, he had never found any trace of such a delicious beverage. Well, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the person beside him. He picked up the glass without hesitation and took a sip for himself. The moment the liquid slid into his mouth, he felt countless tiny bubbles like mischievous little sprites, happily bouncing around, first stimulating Wu He's sensitive taste buds, as if a key had instantly unlocked the door to his taste. Next, a light and elegant sweet and sour flavor surged in like a tide, quickly interweaving, blooming, and blending together on his tongue. This wonderful taste made him involuntarily reminiscent of the refreshing and pleasant feeling brought by familiar iced black tea. However, this was only the prelude. As he swallowed, the unique aftertaste of the Long Island iced tea began to reveal itself. A faint bitterness, like an elegant dancer, lightly leaped onto his tongue, perfectly complementing the rich sweetness at the front, making the overall taste more three-dimensional and rich. This delicate and layered change was like a splendid feast for the taste buds, intoxicating and irresistible. Don't underestimate the power of just one sip. The aftereffect of Long Island iced tea is quite fierce. Moments later, the alcohol began to kick in, the sensation igniting like a blazing fire suddenly flaring up from his abdomen, racing up his esophagus at an astonishing speed, relentlessly charging toward the depths of his brain. Wu He couldn't help but let out a long breath, a satisfied expression on his face, and exclaimed, "Refreshing." Despite his youth and vitality, he was by no means someone who had never tasted alcohol. Years of drinking experience had honed his remarkable adaptability to alcohol. Chapter 263 Intelligence Meng Xianjun is truly different from others. At first, he cautiously picked up the wine glass and gently took a small sip. In an instant, the unique taste of sweet and sour intertwined, stimulating his taste buds like a lively little sprite, capturing his curious heart immediately. Following that, it was as if he had been enchanted, and he unhesitatingly raised the cup, gulping it down in big swigs, finishing the entire glass in the blink of an eye. At that moment, it felt like a raging firestorm had suddenly surged into his body, like a powerful atomic bomb crashing into an ocean full of oil. There was a deafening explosion, and the wild drunkenness instantly exploded in his mind, like a giant mushroom cloud blooming suddenly, rapidly spreading throughout his brain. It's worth noting that although Meng Xianjun had already joined the Wuhei village, he rarely had the opportunity to drink, which resulted in his body's resistance to alcohol being shockingly low. Just after finishing that small glass of wine, he could clearly feel a strong dizziness overwhelming him. Even his consciousness began to blur, and it seemed he was about to completely black out. Seeing this, Wu Hei felt both amused and exasperated. Earlier, he had kindly advised Meng Xianjun not to indulge so much, but this guy had completely ignored the advice, and now he was in such a miserable state. It could be considered self-inflicted. At this moment, Meng Xianjun felt the world before him starting to sway, and even Wu Hei's figure became unsteady. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hei had mysteriously split into two figures, one on the left and one on the right. Dazed, he pointed at the two in front of him and shouted, "Hey, brother, when did you learn this amazing new soul skill? You can even do a clone. How unfair. Such a great skill, and you kept it from me." When we get back to the village, you have to teach me properly." Just as those words fell, Meng Xianjun seemed to lose all his strength and fell forward. With a thud, his cheek made intimate contact with the somewhat worn wooden surface of the tavern table. Immediately, a loud and even snoring sound filled the tavern. Witnessing this scene, Wu Hei was first taken aback. Then he couldn't help but smile, revealing an expression of both laughter and exasperation. Ha ha! He laughed so hard that he almost cried. He thought to himself, "This guy is really ridiculous. I have never seen someone so unable to hold their liquor." He just drank that little glass and passed out cold. If this were in the past, with this little drinking capacity, he would probably only be able to sit with children. After laughing enough, Wu Hei shook his head and stopped paying attention to Meng Xianjun, who was snoring on the table. He raised his hand and gently tapped on the countertop, producing a crisp sound. As he did so, the bartender, who had been trembling under the table, cautiously poked half of his head out. His eyes darted around like a frightened rabbit, nervously observing his surroundings, seemingly wanting to confirm whether the previous fierce conflict had ended. It should be noted that among the fighters in that conflict was a formidable six-ring Soul Emperor. For those living in this impoverished area, a Soul Emperor was like a god, utterly unreachable. They could effortlessly level the entire slum in just a few breaths with a few casual moves. Therefore, the bartender was naturally terrified, fearing that he might inadvertently anger that terrifying figure. However, just as the bartender was preparing to retract his head cautiously, Wu Hei's somewhat teasing voice suddenly rang out. "Don't hide, come out." The sudden utterance was like a clap of thunder, startling the bartender so much that he trembled all over and quickly pulled his head back under the table again. After a long while, he cautiously poked his head out again, his eyes darting around, and when he saw the situation before him, he let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, Wu Hei's cup was already more than half empty, clearly indicating that he had consumed quite a bit of good wine. "Master, please spare me, don't kill me." The bartender's voice trembled as he spoke, while he nervously gathered the money he had just received, along with all the profit from that day, and cautiously placed them in front of Wu Hei. Seeing this, Wu Hei's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a calm smile. He gently extended his hand, pushing the money back towards the bartender, and said in a calm tone, "Don't panic, this is just the normal payment for consumption. You could just take it. I'm not short of this little money." Despite hearing Wu Hei's words, the bartender still trembled like a frightened bird, not daring to make any moves, just nodding vigorously with a forced smile on his face. Wu Hei shook his head helplessly, knowing it would be difficult to change the man's mindset in a short time. However, things still needed to be done, so he cleared his throat and said, "Let me ask you a few questions, and once I finish, I will leave without bothering you." As he spoke, he directed his gaze at the bartender. Upon hearing this, the bartender involuntarily trembled, hesitated for a moment, and eventually nodded slightly in agreement. However, at that moment, he suddenly turned his head and secretly glanced at the drunken Meng Xianjun sprawled on the table. Seeing the bartender's little action, Wu Hei couldn't help but chuckle, then teased, "Don't mind him, being young is great, just sleep when you want." Wu Hei wore a smile he thought was very humorous, but to the bartender, it appeared as terrifying as a demon, causing him to tremble even more. "Why you ask, you ask. I will tell you everything I know," the bartender replied, his voice shaking, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Seeing this scene, Wu Hei felt secretly pleased. But on the surface, he remained calm and directly asked, "My brother and I are from outside, just arrived here, and seeing this grand city, we came to take a look, but we know nothing about this place. What is this place called?" As he spoke, Wu Hei intentionally mixed truth with falsehood, with 70% of the statement being true and the other 30% fabricated, trying to confuse the bartender. He gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, the liquid inside swaying with his movements, reflecting a charming glow. Then, without hesitation, he raised it and drank it all, sending the last sip of fine wine down his throat. At this moment, the bartender finally spoke up nervously, his voice so faint it seemed it could be blown away by the wind. "Why, you are currently in the Corona Empire, and this is the most remote slum of the empire." After speaking, the bartender cautiously observed Wu Hei's expression, fearing he might say something wrong and provoke him. Upon hearing this answer, Wu Hei nodded thoughtfully, indicating he understood. Then, he threw out a question that made the bartender's heart tremble. "So, how strong is your king?" The bartender never expected that Wu Hei would directly ask about the king. This sudden question left him terrified, his legs felt weak, and he could no longer support his body weight, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Master, please have mercy and don't tease me any longer." The bartender's face turned pale, Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead, and his face was filled with fear. Trembling, he stammered. The king's strength is unfathomable, a presence that is as lofty as a mountain. A trivial person like me has no right to make wild guesses. Hee. Wu He's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint and mysterious smile, and he softly said, I'm not asking you to give a definite answer. Just take a rough guess. However, despite Wu He's amiable demeanor, the little bartender remained silent, trembling in place, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, Wu He shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that the little bartender was truly timid as a mouse. Since he couldn't extract any useful information from him, he had to find another way. Before Wu He could ask anything else, the bartender suddenly spoke up. As far as I know, 3 years ago, His Majesty the King successfully passed the certification of the heavens and the earth, and his cultivation has reached the remarkable level of Soul Emperor. Since then, all these years have passed, and I haven't heard any similar good news. In my opinion, the king's current realm must still be at the Soul Emperor level. At that moment, Wu He suddenly extended a finger, his sharp gaze fixed on the little bartender, and he slowly asked, All right, one last question. Where do people here usually go for their martial soul awakening? Faced with this unexpected question, the little bartender was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. Before long, Wu He helped the already drunken Meng Xianjun, who was swaying unsteadily, and staggered out of the small tavern, taking 3 wobbly steps at a time. Chapter 264 The so-called Soul Realm. On the morning of the second day, dawn quietly descended. The sunlight filtered through the thin clouds like it had been sifted through a sieve, gently casting strands of light upon the earth. Meng Xuanjuan's eyelids trembled slowly, and then he gradually opened his eyes, his gaze still a bit drowsy at first. Once he was fully awake, he realized he was in a completely unfamiliar place, and a hint of confusion and surprise flickered in his eyes, like a fawn lost in the woods. At this moment, Wu Hai was quietly sitting on the windowsill nearby. His posture was somewhat lazy, his eyes gazing into the distance, as if he were looking for something extremely important. The focused expression seemed to suggest that something far away was deeply attracting him. Old Meng, you're awake, Wu Hai said, just as he felt a bit of fatigue in his eyes from staring for too long. He rubbed his eyes, and when he turned his head, he saw Meng Xianjun slowly waking up. His words carried a hint of surprise. What happened to me? Meng Xianjun felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless little bugs were crawling around inside. It felt as if his head had been stuffed with a tangle of threads, causing a painful, swollen sensation. He instinctively furrowed his brows, feeling extremely dry in his throat, a parched sensation spreading through him, as if a fire were burning in his throat, desperately needing water to quench it. That thirst continuously eroded his consciousness. It's nothing, you just drank too much and lost your memory, Wu Hai said with a smile. Speaking easily, his smile was like a warm sun, dispelling some of the heavy atmosphere. After saying that, he nimbly jumped down from the windowsill like a quick little raccoon and walked over to sit beside the coffee table. He picked up the kettle on the table, which shimmered faintly, as if telling its own story. Wu Hai skillfully poured a glass of water for Meng Xianjun, causing little ripples to form in the cup. Come drink some water. You must be really thirsty now. Wu Hai handed the glass to Meng Xianjun, concern evident in his gaze. That caring look was like a warm stove in winter, warming one's heart. At that moment, Meng Xianjun felt dizzy, as if the whole world were spinning. He tried to move his arm, but found that he lacked the strength even to lift his hand, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. However, he still managed to stretch out his hand to take the cup, slightly raising his head and downing the water in one gulp. The cool water flowed down his throat, instantly refreshing him, like the land rejuvenating after a long drought. Hurry up and take a shower. We're getting ready to set off. Wu Hai pointed to the nearby bathroom. He had already prepared a bucket of clean water for Meng Xianjun in the bathroom, and the water in the bucket still emitted a slight warmth, looking particularly enticing in the chilly morning air. Meng Xianjun obediently stood up, though his body still swayed unsteadily, as if the after-effects of drunkenness had not completely faded. He staggered towards the bathroom like a candle flickering in the wind, trying hard to maintain his balance, each step feeling like a difficult battle with the ground. In fact, Meng Xianjun was not someone who had never drunk before. During his time at the Five Elements sect, the brewing of wine was primarily handled by Wu Hai. Wu Hai was strict in controlling the brewing process because he had witnessed many amusing incidents in the sect. For example, there was someone who drank too much and started mourning before his father even passed away, with cries so tragic that it seemed his father was on the brink of death. And another person, after drinking too much, flew into a rage, causing his father to explode in anger and launch into a live online education session, making the scene resemble a fierce battle. Many such incidents occurred, forcing Wu Hui to strictly control the brewing process, allowing people to only drink a little of the good fruit wine. After all, fruit wine has a low alcohol content, so everyone could drink a bit without causing major trouble. However, this led some people to develop the illusion that they had a high tolerance and could drink a lot. Half an hour later, Meng Xianjun had completely washed away the smell of alcohol. He felt as if he had been reborn. His spirit lifted significantly. He was like a little tiger that had just woken up, full of energy, and then followed Wu Hui out the door. "Where are we going, Hui?" Meng Xianjun looked at the clean road before him, somewhat surprised. The road was so clean that it hardly resembled the slums he remembered. The slums from his memory were bumpy, filled with dust and debris. If it weren't for his strong mental power covering most of this area, he would have thought he had already left the slums. The entire slum area was quite large, and for easier management, the government had divided it into 64 districts. Each small district had a considerable area, nearly over 2,000 square kilometers. These districts were like puzzle pieces embedded in the body of a giant beast, each with its own unique atmosphere and story. At the same time, within each district, there was a very clean and tidy place, which was an extremely special location in their country, the Soul Realm. The Soul Realm is an institution managed by the government, and it is where martial souls awaken. It is shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere, as if covered by a thin veil. However, this country is different from the famous Tiando Empire. There is no public martial soul awakening here. All martial soul awakenings must be paid for, regardless of whether the awakener has the potential to cultivate or not. Nearly 2 years of lifespan corresponding to soul power is extracted in one go before the awakening. This regulation is undoubtedly a heavy burden for the poor. Many of them are already very impoverished and do not have extra money from martial soul awakening. Their lives are like rickety houses, struggling in the wind and rain. Furthermore, once awakened, if it is determined that they have no innate soul power and cannot cultivate, the awakener will also undergo a weakness period of at least 1 to 2 months due to the excessive extraction of lifespan. During this period, the awakener cannot work and cannot provide any help to their family, becoming a burden instead, even if the awakening is successful and they possess innate soul power. If the family's foundation is insufficient and there are not enough resources to support cultivation, then progress in cultivation will be very slow, which can also lead to a burden on the family. Due to these various complex reasons, the fighting power of soul masters in the slums is extremely rare. The rarity is like the twinkling stars in the darkness. After all, for most families, the risks and costs of martial soul awakening are too high. Even possessing the strength of a great soul master is already considered a strong presence in this area. But Wu Hai understood very well that this national institution, despite its seemingly rudimentary conditions, held extraordinary power. It was like a volcano hidden beneath the clouds, calm on the surface but containing endless energy within. After walking for a while, Wu Hai saw a somewhat simple altar. The altar looked very plain and unadorned, like a lonely old man standing quietly there. Beside it stood a person resembling a guard, silently standing as if protecting something important. His posture was upright, like a green pine, completely motionless. Wu Hai never expected that an awakening platform of a national institution would be so simple. That shabby appearance resembles a corner forgotten by time, exuding an indescribable sense of desolation. Chapter 265. Altar Guardian. When Wu He and Meng Xianjun were only 30 to 50 steps away from the altar, the guardian's face was tense, and he sternly said in a serious tone, "Are you two here to awaken your martial souls?" The voice was deliberately suppressed, but carried an inexpressible pretentiousness. Hearing this affected and overly serious tone, Wu He found it extremely ridiculous. He secretly scoffed at such a small character putting on airs, and he had no intention of replying to him. However, Meng Xianjun was not in such a relaxed state. He felt as if his head was stuffed with a mess, dizzy and heavy, and his throat was as parched as if he were in a desert, burning with thirst. Faced with the guardian's question, he was too lazy to respond, barely lifting his eyelids. Seeing that the two ignored him and continued walking towards the altar without any response, the guardian felt that his authority was greatly provoked, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. "You two, stop right there," he shouted almost hysterically, his voice echoing in space, startling a few small birds nearby, which flapped their wings and flew away. At the same time, his martial soul and the soul rings representing his strength unfolded in a highly intimidating manner. The martial soul flickered with a cold light, and the soul rings emitted different colored halos, making him look even more menacing. Oh look, he's actually a soul ancestor, Wu He said casually, as if he had discovered something amusing, poking Meng Xianjun beside him. His finger tapped lightly on Meng Xianjun's arm with a playful rhythm. Meng Xianjun, already feeling dizzy from his physical discomfort, was instantly annoyed by Wu He's action. He frowned, disdainfully swatting away Wu He's seemingly mischievous finger, his eyes revealing extreme impatience towards Wu He's behavior. It's just a small soul ancestor. What are you even here for? Meng Xianjun said contemptuously, looking at Wu He as if he were some strange creature. But Wu He and Meng Xianjun seemed completely immersed in their own world. Despite the Guardian's loud questioning, they acted as if they hadn't heard him at all, continuing to laugh and play. The Guardian, witnessing this scene, was seething with anger. His fury seemed ready to explode from his eyes, and his hand gripping the martial soul spear turned white from exertion. What are you two really here for? No noise is allowed in front of the Soul Realm altar, and violators will be executed without mercy. The Guardian raised his voice, tightly gripping the martial soul spear, forcefully pointing it at Wu He. The spear tip glinting coldly in the sunlight. Old Meng, he's going to hit me. What should I do? Wu He pretended to panic and screamed when he saw the Guardian raise the martial soul spear. His acting was so clumsy that even a child, just beginning to understand the world, could tell it was fake. Although his eyes widened in fear, there was not a trace of genuine terror in them. His body only trembled slightly, as if it were intentional. Meng Xianjun watched this unfold, feeling his headache intensify, filled with helplessness and annoyance at Wu He's childish behavior. However, the enraged Guardian, standing a distance away, mistakenly believed that Wu He was genuinely afraid. Thus, he felt quite pleased. In his view, even though his job was merely guarding the altar, appearing quite lowly, he still held a significant position in this impoverished area. The people here generally had low cultivation levels. Anyone coming to awaken their martial souls treated him with respect and politeness. He understood his own level of cultivation. In the larger inner regions, experts were numerous, and with his strength, he might not even qualify to be a watchdog for those inside. But here, in this slum, most people were at the level of great soul masters. By comparison, his status as a soul ancestor made him stand out like a crane among chickens. He had been doing this job for several years, enjoying the feeling of being superior, accustomed to the reverence people had for him, which was why he didn't immediately notice Wu He's ridiculously poor acting skills. After playing around for a while, Wu He realized that the Guardian was just indulging in his self-satisfaction and had not taken further action, so he felt he had played enough. He continued walking forward with Meng Xianjun, who was still somewhat dissatisfied. As they walked, he began to answer Meng Xianjun's earlier question. Our initial goal was to find the nine-headed dragon. According to the information we currently have, that guy is likely no longer within this range. There's no other way but to think of other methods to understand his situation. However, since there's a country established here, they should have some knowledge about that soul beast. After all, this country is vast, and there might be some clues about the nine-headed dragon. So we want to browse through their records to see if there's any documentation regarding the nine-headed dragon's whereabouts or habits. The simplest and most direct way is to join them. That way, we can legitimately access some core information. This soul realm is where they awaken their martial souls. Like a key springboard, this place is the easiest to contact the power organs of this country. Just think, we are so powerful in their eyes. We must be considered two great experts. They would surely welcome us with open arms. At that time, they will definitely provide us with various conveniences, allowing us to smoothly look through the records. Then why did you just mess around so much? You could have just walked over and told him to notify his superiors. Meng Xianjun said, feeling speechless. If it weren't for the aftereffects of drinking still tormenting his body, he really couldn't help but want to fight Wu He. He felt that Wu He was purely wasting time with meaningless antics. As a result, when the Guardian saw that Wu He and Meng Xianjun had ignored him again, his small sense of achievement was instantly replaced by anger. He became furious. Without saying a word, he grabbed his martial soul and rushed towards Wu He and Meng Xianjun with red eyes. In his heart, he believed he possessed absolute strength and felt it necessary to teach these ignorant peasants a lesson, making them understand that this altar was not a place they could run wild. Chapter 266, I Want to Meet Your King. Wu He stood quietly, his gaze as deep as a tranquil lake, calmly looking at the guard in front of him. Then, he merely curled the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. In that seemingly calm moment, the guard suddenly charged at Wu He like an enraged bull. However, Wu He remained as immovable as a towering mountain. At the instant the guard rushed towards him, he unhesitatingly released all 6 of his soul rings at once. In that moment, his suddenly unleashed soul power surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly spreading outwards, creating a unique sense of oppression. The soul power flickered in the air with a strange glow, seemingly containing endless strength, like the oppressive atmosphere before a storm, sweeping across everything around. The guard, who had originally worn a fierce expression, froze in place as if under a paralysis spell upon seeing Wu He's soul rings. His eyes widened like copper bells. Filled with terror, he marveled inwardly, never having imagined that in this impoverished and backward slum, he would encounter someone as powerful as a 6-ring soul emperor, akin to a deity. After all, in their country, the strongest person was the king, who held supreme authority, and the king himself was merely a 6-ring soul emperor. Yet the person before him possessed strength comparable to the king. The most crucial point was that he noticed the 6th soul ring of the other party was a rare blood-red color. According to the information he knew, the king's 6th soul ring was said to come from a 60,000-year-old soul beast with a color that was merely black. Although he had never truly witnessed the power of the king's 6th soul ring, he had seen some other powerful soul masters and was very clear about how strong the oppression of a black 10,000-year soul ring could be. The sense of oppression brought by those black soul rings was like the heavy clouds of night pressing down, making one unable to breathe. However, the feeling he had experienced before was completely insignificant compared to the blood-red soul ring before him. It seemed as if this blood-red soul ring contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. And the aura it emitted felt like the gaze of a demon from the depths of hell, enough to instill profound fear in one's heart with just a glance. Thus, in that fleeting moment, the guard was overwhelmed by Wu He's powerful soul power and collapsed to the ground, lying there like a puddle of mud. After all, there were not many people in this world like Tang San, who had countless external aids to cope with various powerful pressures. Just after the guard's face had been pressed against the ground for several seconds, Wu He seemed to lose interest suddenly, retracting his soul power with a hint of dissatisfaction. He gently flicked his sleeve, as if brushing away a speck of dust, without a trace of reluctance, and then walked towards the mysterious and solemn altar of martial soul awakening alongside Meng Xinjun. The two entered the altar, their eyes filled with curiosity. They looked around, touching this and that, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and exploration. Their gazes were like 2 sharp swords, carefully searching every corner of the altar. Eventually, their eyes landed in the center of the altar, where they found several familiar stones. They examined these stones closely, the patterns, colors, everything felt so familiar. The two exchanged glances, and an understanding immediately dawned on them. The method of martial soul awakening in this country was likely the same as what they were familiar with. It seemed that this so-called soul realm was an organization very similar to the spirit hall on the Douluo Continent they were accustomed to. Although there were some differences, they were largely alike, with the distinction being that the spirit hall was a private enterprise, while this soul realm had the nature of a state-owned enterprise. "Hey, you over there, stop playing dead on the ground." Wu He called out to the guard, his tone laced with impatience. The guard sprang up as if his but had been set on fire, scrambling to his feet as quickly as possible. The defiant and arrogant expression that had once been on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor, much like a lapdog. His eyes sparkled with a flattering light, and his mouth almost stretched back to his ears. "Two distinguished lords, may I ask what I can do for you?" The guard said while nodding and bowing, his obsequiousness resembling that of a clown. "Your soul realm should have an internal communication method, right?" Wu He asked nonchalantly, casually finding a spot and sitting down. This spot was no ordinary place. It was the awakening platform used for martial soul awakening. The guard's face instantly transformed into a spectacle upon seeing Wu He sit down on the awakening platform. His expression was as if he had just eaten something disgusting, caught between wanting to speak and unable to do so, looking as if a fish bone was stuck in his throat, extremely uncomfortable. However, he did not dare offend the powerful figure in front of him, so he could only suppress his discomfort and maintain an awkward smile while answering Wu He's question. Yes, we do. May I ask why this esteemed lord is inquiring?" The guard asked cautiously, not daring to look Wu He in the eye, his voice trembling slightly, clearly filled with tension and unease. "Notify your immediate superior to come here and meet me. I want to see your king." Wu He said seriously, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an aura that was both profound and forbidding. His speaking style had grown significantly colder, his words resonating with gravitas, making him appear even more serious, like an insurmountable iceberg. The guard looked at Wu He in confusion, his eyes filled with doubt. He resembled a lost lamb, completely unsure of what to do. Just a few seconds later, upon seeing the guard's bewildered expression, Wu He's face turned extremely angry. His brows knitted tightly together, resembling two peaks about to collide, and his eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Before long, the king of the Sun Crown Empire learned about this incident. Upon hearing the news, a strange smile crossed his face, one that mixed surprise, confusion, and a hint of undisguised disdain, as it was simply unbelievable to have someone of comparable level to himself in this world where strength reigned supreme. The sudden appearance of two individuals at the Soul Emperor level posed a significant potential threat to him as the king of the Sun Crown Empire, provoking a strong sense of crisis within him. This feeling of crisis coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous snake, leaving him unable to find peace for even a moment. Chapter 267. Fighting at the slightest disagreement on the way, Wu He and Meng Xianjun were exhausted, urging their horses towards their destination. The journey left them no time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Their only thought was to reach the mysterious kingdom before sunset, to meet the most powerful person in the country, the king. As the sun gradually set, casting its last rays on the earth, they finally spotted the magnificent palace. The king they longed to see was inside that palace. However, when the king finally appeared before them, Wu He was taken aback. In his imagination, the king should have been a strong and dashing figure, like a legendary warrior. But the king standing before him was a corpulent, greasy man. His large belly resembled a round ball, swaying slightly as he walked, his face glistening with oil, and his eyes appeared small due to the excess flesh on his face. Yet, for Wu He, this didn't seem to be a significant issue. After all, his purpose for coming here was not to get to know the king personally, but simply to join this vast empire. However, the king of the Corona Empire had a completely different mindset than the two of them. Upon seeing Wu He and Meng Xianjun, who were very young, the king instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. He knew that their youth signified limitless potential, which could threaten his control over the kingdom. Thus, he silently resolved to drive these two out of his kingdom or even make them disappear from this world. On the surface, however, this fat king appeared very amiable. He wore a broad smile, and his eyes seemed to radiate kindness, looking nothing like someone with ulterior motives. But this king seemed to have two faces. One moment he was smiling, extending his hand as if to shake hands with Wu He, and the next moment, his martial spirit was unleashed without warning. Fortunately, Meng Xianjun reacted swiftly. He had always been sensitive to evil auras, as if he possessed an innate intuition for danger. Although the opponent's martial spirit was similar to his own, both being of the dark attribute, Meng Xianjun keenly sensed that the opponent's dark aura carried an evil undertone, which immediately put him on high alert. Martial Spirit, Shadow, Frenzied, Evil Lion, Soul Emperor at level 68. Wu He silently noted the opponent's strength while also becoming vigilant. Initially, he thought about greeting the seemingly kind king with a handshake, completely unaware that the other party would attack without any prelude, catching him off guard. However, Wu He felt extremely fortunate to have Meng Xianjun by his side. If Meng Xianjun hadn't pulled him back at that critical moment, he would have likely been bitten by that ferocious lion martial spirit, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. The opponent's martial spirit, the Shadow Frenzied Evil Lion, circled the king twice before swiftly completing its martial spirit manifestation. In an instant, something miraculous happened. The once plump and fatty king underwent a tremendous transformation. The bulging parts of his body seemed to shrink as if an invisible hand were at work, and what had previously appeared as excess fat shifted to his limbs, making him extraordinarily muscular and full of explosive power, a stark contrast to his previous greasy image. Hey, we mean no harm. There's no need to start fighting right away, Wu He shouted, hoping to explain and defuse this sudden crisis. However, the king's reaction left Wu He utterly speechless. Invade or die. The king ignored Wu He's explanation and unhesitatingly unleashed his soul rings, immediately releasing his first soul skill. With a loud shout, howl, a strong stench of blood and decay engulfed the area, accompanied by a special sound wave attack. The unpleasant smell was reminiscent of something that had rotted for a long time, making one want to vomit. The sound wave attack was incredibly powerful. Wu He felt a noticeable decrease of 15 in all his attributes under this attack. This decline greatly affected him. Not only did his reaction speed slow down, but even his movements felt as if they were being slowed. Wu He silently sensed this force, quickly analyzing it in his mind, and soon fully understood the effects of the king's soul skill. Then, without giving Wu He any chance to catch his breath, the already manifested king threw a punch at him. The punch seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. With incredible power, each movement radiating a strong, killing intent, surging toward Wu He like a tidal wave. Seeing that the other party refused to listen to reason, Wu He decided not to tolerate it any longer. He swiftly dodged to the side with a light movement, like a nimble swallow. At the same time, his hand quickly retrieved a crystal representing the metal attribute from his martial spirit. Just as the king's next punch came whistling toward him, Wu He summoned a brilliant white armor that appeared abruptly before the king in the blink of an eye. This armor radiated a soft glow and appeared incredibly resilient. The king's punch, capable of crushing gold and stone, struck the chest of the snow wolf armor, but only transmitted a faint tremor. Wu He stood behind the armor, completely unaffected by the punch's accompanying soul skill, and casually swatted the king's fist down as if brushing off a bit of dust from his clothes. With a nonchalant and disdainful demeanor, "Since you want to fight, I will gladly oblige." A glint of determination flashed in Wu He's eyes as he stated without hesitation. Sixth soul skill, Dark Gold Domain. Wu He no longer hesitated. He decided to show this unreasonable king what he was capable of. Chapter 268. Dark Gold Domain. Under normal circumstances, the domain skills in the Soul Master community can only be unleashed when one's cultivation level reaches the Soul Sage realm, relying on the powerful external force of the martial soul's true body. This can be considered a rule followed by many Soul Masters, as the display of domain skills is often accompanied by immense power, and only the cultivation of the Soul Sage realm, combined with the martial soul's true body, can support such powerful skills. However, in the world of Soul Masters, there are always some exceptional beings who break the norm, namely a few rare geniuses. They can use domain skills even without reaching the Soul Sage level, relying on the inherited power within their bloodline. This unique advantage often allows them to stand out in the Soul Master ranks, becoming the focus of attention. The name Wu He has gradually become known in the Soul Master community. His situation is different from that of ordinary Soul Masters and those geniuses who use their bloodline to exhibit domains. His sixth soul ring possesses a unique soul skill called Dark Domain Edition. After Wu He reached the Soul Emperor level, something peculiar happened. Although the armor on him could not undergo a qualitative transformation like when he used the martial soul's true body at the Soul Sage level, the overall power of the armor seemed to be drawn by some force, automatically elevating to a pseudo-Soul Sage level. This allowed him to possess a domain. Although it was not yet in the complete state achievable with a true martial soul body, it was still quite rare. However, in actual combat scenarios, merely using the metal attribute domain of the Snow Mastiff armor was far from enough to crush opponents effectively. The metal attribute domain of the Snow Mastiff armor was like a single-edged sword. While it had some power, gaining the upper hand in fierce battles was not easy. Therefore, after weighing his options during combat, Wu He decisively chose to use the Dark Domain Edition skill from his sixth soul ring. At the moment he activated this skill, a miraculous scene unfolded. Black and gray patterns gradually appeared around his Snow Mastiff armor, resembling mysterious incantations that spiraled around the originally bright silver armor, like dark clouds obscuring brilliant sunlight. This instantly made the entire Snow Mastiff armor appear exceptionally deep and oppressive, and the originally radiant silver glow was significantly suppressed. When the Dark Domain Edition merged with the metal attribute domain of the Snow Mastiff armor, a wondrous reaction occurred, directly giving birth to the Dark Gold Domain. As soon as this Dark Gold Domain emerged, it seemed to draw a special boundary on the battlefield. In this Dark Gold Domain, a set of special rules took effect for both enemies and allies. Any enemy unit within this domain would automatically have their overall defense reduced by 30, as if their armor had been silently weakened. Moreover, the more time these enemy units spent in the Dark Gold Domain, the further their defense would decline by an additional 1 for every minute, as if they were trapped in a gradually sinking quagmire. Conversely, all allied units within this Dark Gold Domain seemed to be favored by divine beings. Their attacks would gain a 30 penetration effect, as if they had found hidden weak points in a solid fortress. Additionally, each attack would carry a special shadow attack. Although the power of this shadow attack was relatively limited, only possessing 25 of the original damage effect. Even so, This undoubtedly added a sharp edge to the attacking capabilities of the allies. After applying the effects of the Dark Gold Domain, Wu He seemed to be making the final preparations for the upcoming fierce battle. He first twisted his neck, and with a series of cracking sounds, the joints of his neck echoed, as if proclaiming his resolve and determination. Then, he rubbed his wrist joints, which also produced cracking sounds, like the battle horns signaling that a fierce conflict was about to commence. Although keeping the Dark Gold Domain open would consume a significant amount of Wu He's soul power, approximately 5 per minute, it was akin to an insatiable black hole, continuously draining his soul energy. However, battles between strong opponents often do not last long, and 3 to 5 minutes is usually enough to determine the victor. In this short and intense combat mode, Wu He chose to bear such soul power consumption risks to gain an overwhelming advantage over his opponent at this critical moment. After making all these preparations, Wu He took out the thunder rod from his body, holding one in each hand. The thunder rod felt exceptionally light in his hands, seemingly in tune with his intentions, ready to charge into battle at his command. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, the Soul King of the Day Crown Empire was also on high alert. He could distinctly sense the presence of domain power around him, a force that felt like an invisible hand trying to grasp everyone within the domain. However, he did not feel any direct attacks within this domain, leading him to speculate that this so-called genius in front of him might just be a fade. Although he had seen Wu He showcase a blood-red soul ring that radiated a heart-pounding glow, giving off a strong sense of oppression, it felt like a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, watching him. Yet, being a soul emperor himself, he felt no need to pay too much attention to this level of so-called oppression, and his pride gradually gained the upper hand in his mind. Nonetheless, as a soul king who had experienced numerous battles, his cautious instincts prevented him from being completely careless. Therefore, he released his 2 soul skills to cope with the potential dangers at hand. He shouted, 5th soul skill, Shadow Shield. This Shadow Shield was a defensive tool for him. Once this skill was activated, the generated shield had a special effect. Every time he was attacked, the shield would automatically form to resist 50 of the damage from attacks, not exceeding his combat power, like a solid wall blocking oncoming harm. Furthermore, remarkably, this shield had a 30% chance to mutate into shadow form, allowing it to directly devour the opponent's attacks, like a monster with a wide-open mouth swallowing its prey whole. Immediately after, he cast another soul skill, 4th soul skill, Shadow Demon Lion Transformation. Once this soul skill was activated, he could gain 10 times his strength for 1 minute, encompassing various aspects such as power, speed, defense, and soul power. However, this soul skill was like signing a contract with a demon, as it came with severe side effects. If he released this soul skill within 1 minute, he would enter a weakened state, with a degree of weakness linked to the duration of the skill's use. If he released it after 1 minute, the consequences would be even graver, directly deducting from his lifespan at a rate of 1 year per minute. However, the benefit was that each time he did this, his strength would permanently increase by 2-fold. This meant that the longer he sustained the use of this skill, the greater the combat power he could achieve at the cost of his life, starting at 20 times, then 40 times, and continuing to 60 times, accumulating until his body could no longer bear it. Although the side effects of this soul skill seem somewhat daunting, after all, losing a year of life for every minute is no small matter. Fortunately, this side effect is not completely irreversible, and there are ways to remedy it. Chapter 269, Resistance to the Blood Ring. In this country, there exists a special type of soul stone generated by deducting the lifespan of ordinary people, which can then be absorbed through special methods. A soul stone that restores 10 years of lifespan can compensate for the loss of 1 year of lifespan suffered by the Soul King of the Daybreak Empire due to the use of the 4th soul skill. This can be considered a glimmer of hope behind great risks. Wu He's eyes widened as he saw the other party's already muscular physique swell again, as if infused with boundless strength, becoming even more terrifying. The bulging muscle contours resembled winding mountains, exuding an incredible power. Not only were the muscles affected, but the entire body also grew tremendously under the influence of the soul skill, resembling a giant that had suddenly descended. In the blink of an eye, like a meteor streaking across the sky, the opponent had flashed in front of Wu He like a bolt of lightning. That fist, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing down toward Wu He's face with a whistling sound, appearing like a heavy hammer capable of smashing a hole in the air. Although Wu He's body was somewhat restrained due to the soul skill used by the opponent, as if bound by an invisible force. He was, after all, a battle-hardened warrior. He quickly reacted and moved into a defensive position. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, the muscles in his arms tensing like two solid iron pillars. His legs slightly bent, back straight, and with a steady bow stance he stood firm, ready to absorb the force of the punch and cleverly deflect it. The fist struck his crossed arms, and although he successfully dissipated the power, he could still feel the overwhelming force surging through him, like a tidal wave spreading from his arms throughout his body. Wu He was not willing to back down. In return, he gripped the thunder stick tightly and suddenly exerted force, swinging it upward. With a flash of light, a spherical shield suddenly appeared in the air, like a transparent and sturdy glass dome, firmly blocking above the opponent's face. The shield emitted a faint glow, resembling an impregnable fortress, and no matter how hard the opponent tried, he could not break through its defense. Seeing the stick blocked by the shield and unable to hit him, the opponent immediately grinned, his smile full of pride. But the next second, he could no longer smile, because the shadow attack added by Wu He's dark gold domain belonged to true damage, slicing through the thick shield like an invisible blade, silently attacking the opponent. It was clear that at this moment, Wu He's combat power was lower than that of the opponent. From the perspective of cultivation, the Snow Mastiff armor was at the Pseudo-Soul Saint level, possessing considerable strength. However, in terms of actual combat performance, Wu He couldn't hold a candle to the opponent. But Wu He was not flustered. He was very calm inside. The true damage effect from that last strike was immediate, and it was evident that the opponent was feeling it. The impact from the blunt weapon would not show immediate external signs of injury. It was like a calm surface of water hiding turbulent currents beneath. While there were no visible ripples, the internal state of the opponent's body was another matter. Wu He's dark gold domain was not an ordinary domain. It possessed powerful weakening and amplification capabilities. Once activated, it directly reduced the opponent's defense by 30, like cracking a solid armor. At the same time, it increased Wu He's attack penetration by 30, meaning each of his attacks effectively ignored 60 of the opponent's defense. Thus, every strike of blunt damage was terrifying, akin to a heavy hammer crashing against the internal defenses of the enemy. A shield, Wu He held the stick tightly, revealing a chilling smile under the cover of his Snow Mastiff armor. I'm almost forgetting the drum patterns I learned last life. I'll use you to practice. Saying this, Wu He moved around the opponent's massive form like a nimble monkey. His speed was astonishing, rhythmically striking the opponent's right hand one moment. Then in the next instant, like a gust of wind, he was at the left foot, and in the blink of an eye, like a ghost, he appeared at the opponent's back. Just as the opponent prepared to defend against his attack, he darted up to the top of the opponent's head like a specter. Wu He fought however he pleased, without any pattern but full of lethal threats. The king of the Daybreak Empire was in disarray from Wu He's frenzied strikes, like a trapped beast toyed with. Utterly annoyed and unable to catch Wu He's figure, only passively enduring the blows. Moreover, Wu He's blunt strikes caused internal injuries, leaving no visible marks on the surface. Otherwise, the king of the Daybreak Empire would have long been bruised and battered. The king, pushed to the brink, looked up and roared at the sky. 6th soul skill, Resistance Blood Ring. With his roar echoing, a drop of essence blood emerged from his forehead, crystal clear like agate, slowly rolling. His 6th soul ring quickly merged into it, like a vortex sucking in everything around. Wu He clearly sensed the aging decline in the opponent's body, akin to a flower that had bloomed to its peak and was about to wither, vitality gradually fading. Cough, cough. Intruder, you forced me to use my 6th soul skill, proving you are strong, but let us start now. It's a fight to the death. The Daybreak Soul King shouted like a roar, his voice reverberating in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble slightly. Wu He's mind only echoed one thought. Are you sick? Just this, and you think it's strong? He felt the NT even unleashed 1/10 of his power, yet the opponent claimed it was a fight to the death. Simply ridiculous. Perhaps only the king of Daybreak himself understood why. After all, his informants told him that the two people before him were both soul emperors, achieving such accomplishments at a young age, and it was not just their unknown potential that frightened him, but more so the current display of power that made him feel a serious sense of status crisis. It should be noted that the release of his 6th soul skill had harsh conditions, requiring the consumption of 10 years of his own lifespan to activate. A tremendously heavy price. Chapter 270. Blood Barrier. A glaring blood-red halo slowly emerged around the sun-crowned king, radiating an eerie glow. In an instant, it expanded violently, resembling a solid wall of light, releasing an immense thrust that forcefully pushed everything around him away like a surging wave. Anything and anyone touched by his terrifying halo would suddenly feel as if countless invisible ropes were tightly binding their bodies after being pushed 3 meters away, rendering them completely immobile. Furthermore, vivid, blood-like patterns appeared on the bodies of these people and objects. These patterns seemed alive, inscribed with some inscrutable and incomprehensible strange characters. The patterns spread across their bodies like a crazed vine, as if they had their own consciousness, beginning from the point of contact with the blood halo, extending outwards in a manner reminiscent of a raging fire engulfing everything. Meng Xianjun, who had been standing by without moving, was unexpectedly affected by this blood halo. When Meng Xianjun casually glanced at the engravings on the patterns, it was as if a spark had ignited his soul, and he instantly comprehended their profound meaning. The characters were actually composed of mysterious inscriptions that Meng Xianjun often used when creating dominoes, although there were many inscriptions whose specific meanings he could not fully understand. He had immersed himself in this field for many years and was quite familiar with it. It was like exploring an ocean of knowledge. Even if he hadn't searched every corner, his rich experience and familiarity with related knowledge allowed him to grasp the general meanings of many unfamiliar inscriptions through analogy. However, before he could articulate what he had just realized, the terrifying blood inscriptions surged over his mouth like a tidal wave, seemingly wanting to drown his words forever in this sea of blood. Without hesitation, Meng Xianjun immediately used his powerful and vast spiritual force to connect with Wu He, as if a secret and resilient thread linked him to Wu He. Wu He tried to find a way to break free from the blood inscriptions, which formed what was called a blood barrier, an extremely terrifying entity with powerful sealing capabilities. Once fully formed, anything sealed within could not escape unless the caster voluntarily released it, akin to being imprisoned in a cell from which one could never escape. Wu He had already roughly guessed that such a result was likely when he first realized he couldn't move. After hearing Meng Xianjun's urgent message transmitted through spiritual force, he became even more aware of the dangerous situation. The only thing Wu He could be certain of was that the so-called blood barrier, which appeared extremely terrifying, could not allow the Sun Crown King, who cast such a powerful spell, to move freely before it was fully formed. This peculiar state reminded Wu He of a character from a game he had played, who would also restrict both allies and enemies during the release of a specific skill. Given this, Wu He felt there might still be a way to cope. With the 6th soul ring, 2nd soul skill, blacken. As these powerful words fell, the moment this fierce soul skill was activated, Wu He's unique blood-red soul ring glowed conspicuously once more, and then dark red liquid, resembling fresh blood, poured out from the soul ring like the mouth of a demon breaking its seal. The liquid flowed as if a shattered galaxy had fallen to the world. Once it hit the ground, the liquid moved towards the feet of the snow mastiff armor at an unimaginable speed, as if it had a life of its own. Gathering together, it converged like a trickle flowing into the sea, rapidly spreading up from the feet of the snow mastiff armor along the legs and torso, enveloping his entire body tightly. The speed at which this blood-red liquid wrapped around him was so swift that it was even faster than the formation of the blood barrier initiated by the Sun Crown King. When Wu He was completely covered by this blood-red liquid, the demon-like blood suddenly seemed to find its home, disappearing into the quicksand as it was entirely absorbed by the snow mastiff armor. The entire process so rapid that it left one almost unable to react. Next, the eyes of the snow mastiff armor suddenly glowed with a bizarre blood-red light, as if ignited by flames. In just a blink of an eye, the snow mastiff armor underwent an astonishing transformation. Its entire body began to appear drastically different, a thick, nearly tangible dark blood energy swirling around the armor, while the armor's color shifted from a bright silver gleaming like ice crystals to a direct gray, as if shrouded by dark clouds. Then, Wu He let out a ferocious roar akin to that of a wild beast, an overwhelming destructive force erupting from his body like a volcano, releasing its power completely through the snow mastiff armor like a flood breaking a dam. Just as the terrifying blood barrier was about to envelop its target completely, a dense black aura suddenly emanated from the snow mastiff armor, instantly solidifying into sharp little axes. They stood neatly atop the armor, each emanating a textured black-gold metallic sheen, resembling the glow of divine artifacts from mythological tales. At the same time, These little axes simultaneously struck at the mysterious inscriptions on the surface of the armor. This scene was reminiscent of attacking oneself, evoking a shocking sense of self-harm. In reality, the axe light erupting from these little axes was indeed a powerful fluctuation of Wu Heyi's own soul power, unleashing an astonishing force that shook everything around. When all the little axes struck the armor, they suddenly released a violent backlash that sounded like thunder, causing the surroundings to tremble with dust swirling everywhere. The dust spread like a sudden thick fog, enveloping a vast area. In this dense fog, Wu Heyi's figure emerged through the strands of light. At this moment, he was free to move, stretching his body that had been confined for so long, twisting his neck and wrists lightly, accompanied by the crisp cracking sounds once again. Chapter 271. Slaying, if I don't solve you once and for all, you will never understand the huge gap between us. At this moment, Wu Heyi's demeanor and aura had completely lost the ease and casualness he had during the earlier battle, instead radiating an extremely domineering presence, as if he were a ruler commanding the world. This was a unique manifestation brought about by the soul skill blackening. When the blackening skill was applied to the snow mastiff armor, it completely pulled the armor into the dark camp. At the same time, this soul skill would directly lead to a significant change in the summoner's mental state, thrusting them into a state of frenzy. In this frenzied state, the summoner would instantly discard all their conscience and hesitation, leaving only the emotions and behavioral patterns of rage and decisiveness. The advantage of this state is that all actions are guided by the final goal, unhindered by extraneous factors. However, the downside is that it can easily lead to emotional loss of control, with the individual being completely driven by emotions, losing rationality, much like a wild beast that has gone completely out of control. At the same time, after the blackening, the original dark gold domain underwent significant changes. The domain had now transformed into an extreme black gold domain, where any lifeless object covered by this domain would instantly acquire metallic properties. Even the seemingly insignificant small stones on the ground would not be overlooked. Once a wound was inflicted by these lifeless objects that had acquired metallic properties, it would forever leave a mark tainted by evil black energy, as if eroded by the breath of a demon. Then, these wounds with black energy would continuously release various negative states on the injured, such as weakness, confusion, fear, blindness, etc. Each type of negative state would appear randomly, and as long as the opponent remained within this domain, the duration of these negative states would be limitless, like a dark chain that could not be broken binding the opponent. The weakness state would significantly reduce the effectiveness of the injured organ by 80, as if a heavy shackled weight had been placed on the opponent's abilities. Confusion would impair the opponent's sensory capabilities, leaving them as lost as someone trapped in a maze, unable to distinguish friend from foe or find their direction. Fear would induce a certain degree of terrifying hallucinations in the opponent, causing deep-seated fears, while also reducing their attack power by 80, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Blindness would cause the opponent to lose 80 of their visual ability, plunging them into a dark abyss, severely impairing their perception of the outside world. Simultaneously, within this domain, all of the allies' attack effects would be increased by 100, and they would carry the highly harmful black energy true damage, which could reach 100. In the blackening state, Wu Heyi's attack speed and movement speed would also increase by 50, making him like a black whirlwind in battle, possessing even greater combat power. Wu Heyi then turned the knob on his belt, and as it turned, a deadly talisman made of dark soul power appeared before him. This talisman exuded a dark and mysterious aura, like an invitation from the dark world. Wu Heyi carefully pressed the thunder axe, which he had long since taken out from his storage space and was tightly gripping in his hand, against it. In an instant, the dark energy was rapidly drawn into the thunder axe, as if attracted by a magnet, and soon a thick layer of black energy, like dark clouds, appeared on the axe blade, flickering and releasing a dangerous aura. Wu Heyi tightly gripped the axe handle, as if all his strength was concentrated in his hands. He raised the axe high, using all his might, reminiscent of the mythic figure Erlang Shan Yang Jian splitting mountains to save his mother, and then swung it down with an unyielding spirit. "Come, take my axe!" Wu Heyi shouted loudly, his voice echoing like thunder on the battlefield. Thunder slash! In that instant, the axe light, enveloped in thick black energy, spiraled around like a tamed dragon. The axe light, resembling a huge and curved crescent moon, sliced through the air at a speed faster than a meteor, unerringly aimed at the Coronation King. Even the dust that had been raised around Wu Heyi like fog in the air, split apart as if cut by a sharp blade, suddenly parting to both sides. In those few seconds, the Coronation King's resisting blood ring had not yet completely covered Meng Xianjun. At this moment, not only was Meng Xianjun unable to move, but even the Coronation King, due to the limitations of his skill, was also unable to move freely. Therefore, the Coronation King could only endure this axe like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After this axe fell, it violently cleaved a straight trench in the ground, as if measured by a ruler. The earth and stones within the trench were violently splashed up by the powerful force, and those flying fragments, wrapped in thick black energy, shot towards the Coronation King like bullets, all infused with the effects of the extreme black gold domain. In that instant, one could clearly see a distinct bloodline, like it was drawn with blood, splitting the Coronation King in half from head to toe. At this moment, he not only endured Wu Heyi's strongest attack, but his entire body was also mercilessly scarred by various sizes of flying debris, making him look utterly disheveled. Wu Heyi casually shook his wrist, and a stream of black energy, akin to a black dragon, rapidly gathered on the fist of the snow mastiff armor. In the blink of an eye, Wu Heyi shot up like a black lightning bolt, his movements so fast that they were nearly imperceptible. He appeared before the Coronation King in an instant and without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch. Thunder Fist. At this moment, the Coronation King, not only suffering from all the negative states, was physically trapped and unable to make any counteractions, was completely defenseless against Wu Heyi's series of fierce attacks. He barely held on for a second before transforming into a ceiling card, the once seemingly powerful Coronation King vanishing into thin air like a bubble. TCH trash. Wu Heyi disdainfully spat after removing the armor, his expression filled with contempt for his enemy. Chapter 272. The three wonderful uses of the ceiling card. Wu Heyi, with a serious yet expectant expression, slowly placed the card that sealed the Corona King in front of the Bagua array on his belt. In an instant, the card seemed to come to life, transforming into sparkling soul energy, like flickering fireflies, which were gradually absorbed into Wu Heyi's belt. The belt also glimmered faintly, as if welcoming this new power infusion. This was the first time Wu Heyi had absorbed a card, and the moment he did, a wealth of information about the three ultimate uses of the card flooded his mind, like a door suddenly opening to a new realm. In the past, during intense competitions, Wu Heyi had also turned opponents into cards. Each time he did so, he upheld his righteous sportsmanship, unhesitatingly returning the card to the opponent's teammate, never once considering absorbing it for himself. However, now, after this unique experience of absorption, Wu Heyi felt as if he had discovered a long-hidden treasure. He realized that when a card was absorbed, it did not simply mean that the enemy was completely absorbed into himself or became a source of power, as he had previously thought. Instead, the enemy appeared in the form of a card above his martial soul. At that moment, the martial soul resembled a mysterious container or special space, quietly holding the enemy in card form. Wu Heyi immersed himself in the wondrous feeling of exploring the feedback from his martial soul. He discovered that each attribute array seemed to follow a mysterious rule, like a special storage box that could hold no more than 100 cards. This rule resembled an ancient contract or hidden order, quietly executing itself within the mysterious martial soul array. The enemies existing in card form above the martial soul seemed to have entered a special space isolated from the world, where they could not sense the passage of time. They would forever remain in the state they were in 1 second before being captured in the card, as if time had frozen at the moment of capture. Whether it was their horrified expressions, flailing arms, or fighting stances, all were solidified. These cards surprisingly had three astonishing uses. The first use was summoning. When Wu Heyi decided to use this spell, he could activate the enemies within the card all at once. The activated enemies would momentarily gain their highest cultivation, bursting with power as if awakened from slumber like a giant beast. However, in this state, the enemies from the card were merely puppets with cultivation, controlled by invisible threads, mechanically following Wu Heyi's instructions. Regardless of whether the enemy emerged unscathed, severely injured, or even dead, they would be stripped of all their soul rings and cultivation, ultimately returned to freedom in a severely wounded state. It was like a transaction with no way out. Once summoned to execute a task, a heavy price had to be paid. The second use was the release of freedom. This method was more direct, simply returning freedom to the opponent. However, this return merely granted them a state of freedom and did not heal the injuries they had previously suffered. Those still bleeding wounds and broken veins had to be dealt with by the individuals themselves, much like being freed from binding ropes after enduring a storm, yet still having to face physical pain alone. The third use was devouring. This use seemed somewhat cruel, yet full of temptation. Once swallowed by the array, the opponent's cultivation, soul rings, and soul bones would flow into Wu He like a surging river merging into the sea, all becoming his nourishment. This nourishment acted like miraculous nutrients, capable of enhancing Wu He's soul rings by 10 years. This was an incredibly powerful boost for Wu He, as each year's enhancement signified a significant increase in his strength. After thoroughly understanding these three states, Wu He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, filled with regret, lamenting all that he had missed. He thought that if he had known earlier that using the armor to unleash a deadly blow could turn the opponent into a card and then use the devouring effect to convert them into nourishment, he wouldn't have hesitated to show mercy to many enemies when faced with the chance to deal a fatal blow. Back then, he was unaware of such a powerful and tempting ability hidden within battles, missing many opportunities to enhance his strength. Although this time, Wu He genuinely wanted to absorb the cunning Corona King. After all, this king was not a benevolent character. However, since the king was still quite useful to Wu He, like a double-edged sword, capable of helping him achieve more goals in certain situations, Wu He decided to utilize him first rather than directly claiming his power. As Wu He pondered these thoughts, he slowly removed the shining armor from his body. As the brilliance of the armor faded, a distinct feeling of weakness surged over him like a tide. His body swayed unsteadily, and just then, the restraints that had previously existed on Mengxian Jun disappeared. He hurriedly took a step forward and supported the weakened Wu He. At that moment, the servants waiting quietly outside the palace heard the sounds of battle within finally cease. Like a little cat that had been eavesdropping with perked ears, they cautiously crept forward and opened the door. Their gaze first darted around the chaotic palace before settling on Wu He, and then they softly asked, "Your Majesty, do you need me to imprison them in the dungeon?" This seemingly ordinary question from the servant acted like a key, instantly unlocking the door of doubt in Wu He's heart. He suddenly realized that the Corona King should not be doing this for the first time. Wu He seemed to see the dark scenes that had occurred in this palace in the past, playing in his mind like a movie. So it was like this. Other individuals with slight potential, harboring dreams of securing a position in the upper echelons of his kingdom and showcasing their talents, came here. But this sinister Corona King would, under the guise of an invader, unjustly defeat them and imprison them in that dark, damp, and despair-filled dungeon. As for what kind of punishment they would endure after being imprisoned, anyone with a clear mind and a bit of wisdom could easily deduce the underlying intent, knowing that it would surely not end well. Wu He instantly felt as if he had seen through all the schemes and tricks. He felt a mix of anger and contempt in his heart, realizing that this old fool was not as noble as he pretended to be, worrying about his power being threatened. He had ulterior motives, greedy and selfish, and such hypocritical behavior was indeed despicable. "Don't call him Your Majesty anymore. He has been defeated by me," Wu He said, pinching a card lightly between his fingers as if it were a precious treasure. The image on the card clearly depicted the defeated king in a disheveled state, his previously arrogant and lofty expression replaced with one of defeat and despondency. No, it's impossible. The invincible king. How could he be defeated?" The servant cried out with a voice that sounded like a duck being choked, eyes wide in terror as he screamed in place. The sharp, shrill sound echoed in the quiet palace, like a stone suddenly thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples of disturbance. However, he only called out a few times, as if suddenly struck by an electric current, and instantly realized. He quickly turned his eyes and darted over to Wu He like an agile little mouse, then slid and knelt down on the ground. Immediately, he began to knock his head desperately, the sound of his forehead hitting the ground echoing, while he said, "Your Majesty, just now this old servant's eyes were dim, and I accidentally offended you. You just captured the criminal. Well done." The rapid change in his demeanor made one unable to help but marvel at his ability to adapt. Upon hearing his words, Mengxian Jun felt as if his thoughts were shrouded in mist, not yet able to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Wu He seemed to be watching a comedic performance, laughing in a very strange way. After all, such a swift and exaggerated display of changing faces was indeed a bit laughable. This old fellow, his reaction is really quick, he directly betrayed. Wu He thought to himself, a look of disdain on his face. Chapter 273. Taking over the crown empire, Wu He no longer hesitated or babbled. Like a true king, he resolutely walked up to the throne that belonged to him. With imposing grandeur, he sat down, and, at that moment, It seemed as if he could see the entire future of the Crown Empire in his grasp. From today onwards, the Crown Empire belongs to me. Wu He raised his head and said with ambition, then uncontrollably burst into laughter. His laughter echoed in the palace, filled with the joy of victory and aspirations for the future. At that moment, Meng Xianjun finally reacted as if the clouds had parted, realizing what the old servant had meant. After taking the supreme throne, it became inevitable to handle state affairs. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Wu He was brought into a magnificent hall. The hall was grand, with thick and solemn columns supporting the lofty dome, adorned with exquisite carvings that seemed to narrate the glory of the dynasty's past. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the windows, casting rays of light on the floor. Wu He sat upright on the majestic dragon chair, made of precious wood, with lifelike carvings of 9 dragons on the armrests, each dragon head seemingly shining with brilliance. He looked down at the ministers in the hall, each dressed in splendid court attire, wearing hats that indicated their ranks. Wu He listened quietly as they reported on the day's matters. At first, no one noticed anything unusual. However, after a short while, a sharp-eyed person noticed something was amiss. The one sitting on the dragon chair today was not the king they were familiar with. But before this official could voice his confusion, the sharp-eyed servant spoke up first. The late emperor once harmed the people wantonly, causing them to suffer. Now that the late emperor has been slain by the new emperor, you ministers should not deceive yourselves. The servant's voice echoed in the hall, carrying an undeniable authority. Instantly, several officials who were about to speak tightly closed their mouths, as if afraid of attracting trouble. Seeing this, Wu He displayed a strange smile, with a hint of barely perceptible mockery in his eyes, and then fixed his gaze on the people before him. After a few minutes, Wu He slowly stood up and coldly declared, "Court is dismissed." This continued for several days. Every morning began with court sessions, where regardless of whether there were pressing matters or not, he had to listen to a group of incompetent flatterers. Although this imperial life was quite enjoyable at first, after relishing the feeling of being an emperor, Wu He did not continue to indulge in it, but immediately issued several important decrees. These decrees blew through the long-corrupted dynasty like a spring breeze, revitalizing it and steering it towards a flourishing direction. Subsequently, Wu He dove into the library. Although called a library, it was merely a place for storing historical and literary books. The former king had spent all his time eliminating rivals, filled with greed and fear of power, constantly finding ways to suppress talented individuals, fearing that they would one day surpass him and seize his throne. Thus, among the power structure he organized, nearly 90% were useless drunks and idlers. In such a context, finding a small room containing historical literature was truly rare. The first thing Wu He did to rejuvenate the state was to re-examine the prisoners in the dungeons. The dungeons were dark and damp, emitting a musty smell, and the prisoners looked haggard. Wu He carefully examined each prisoner's situation, releasing those who had ability, ambition, and were possibly wronged, allowing them to regain their freedom to contribute to the nation's construction. In contrast, those idlers in the court were mercilessly transformed into ceiling cards to be absorbed. This approach not only accelerated the pace of national reform, but also enhanced Wu He's own soul ring lifespan, making it a win-win situation. Over the following year, Wu He fully utilized various imperial examination systems to filter out talents. In the examination halls, candidates focused intently on answering questions, hoping to stand out with their talents. Wu He passed down the advanced techniques he knew to these capable individuals and also relocated members of the Five Elements sect to take root and develop in this nation. As a result, the once garbage-like Soul Realm organization was replaced by the Five Elements sect, causing a tremendous shift in the entire country structure. A year later, the entire nation had been revitalized, filled with new life and vitality, and the country's territory had expanded more than tenfold. The main purpose of spending that year on these tasks was, in fact, to find the mysterious nine-headed dragon. To achieve the goal of searching for the nine-headed dragon, Wu He vigorously developed the national strength, devising various methods to quickly elevate the overall strength of the citizens. As only with an empowered populace could he more effectively issue the quest to find the nine-headed dragon. However, although this nation had a population of millions, fewer than 100,000 had the capacity to reach level 30. Furthermore, 80% of the populace had only half a level of innate soul power, making it extremely difficult for them to elevate their levels to 10, even if they exhausted their resources and devoted themselves to cultivation. Therefore, Wu He sought a different path. He brought forth the knowledge and methods of the Industrial Revolution and taught them to ordinary citizens. He acted like a patient teacher, instructing them on how to smelt steel more rapidly, how to carefully forge powerful weapons, and even presented designs for firearms. Unexpectedly, this initiative was like dropping a boulder into a calm lake. As a result, halfway through the revolution, Meng Xianjun took on a young apprentice with exceptional talent in inscription. This young boy, leveraging his gift and hard work, directly created the first generation of soul-guided weapons. This achievement opened a new chapter in the development of soul-guided weapons on this continent, and from then on, the advancement of soul-guided weapons surged like an unstoppable torrent. Ultimately, in the second spring after Wu He established the nation, just as the earth began to awaken and filled with new life, he finally saw the information he had longed for regarding the nine-headed dragon. Chapter 274. Discovering the island in the resplendent palace, two men were rushing in. Their appearance was quite disheveled. Their hair looked unkempt, wild like weeds, wildly waving above their heads. Their faces were also covered in dirt, as if they had just rolled around in the mud. Yet on those filthy faces, there was an unmistakable expression of excitement. They hurried deep into the palace to meet Wu He, eager to report the fruitful results of their expedition. Don't dawdle, quickly tell me. What discoveries did you make? Wu He had been waiting in the hall for them and was beaming with joy upon seeing them. It was known that just at dawn, before the morning light fully illuminated the land, Wu He had been awakened by the incessant chirping of magpies outside the window. The clear and cheerful calls of the magpies seemed like messengers from heaven whispering, as if foretelling a great event was to occur that day. Wu He was filled with anticipation, and by the time it was noon, he indeed heard from his subordinates that the important maritime mission he had previously issued had already been successfully completed by someone. Your Majesty, we traveled north along our country's coastline. The vast ocean seemed like a gigantic, unknown realm waiting for us to explore. We swayed on the ship, enduring the relentless waves. And after sailing approximately 2,000 nautical miles, we spotted an enormous island. The leading man's voice was loud and resonant, echoing in the grand hall, infused with the boldness and excitement they felt at sea. Your Majesty, do you know? On that island, there's a direction where a rock resembles a dragon's head. When I stood on the ship and looked over, it was astonishing. At least 3 stories high, the rock stood tall, like a majestic guardian, emanating a mysterious and dignified aura. The man beside the leader spoke excitedly, gesturing vigorously with his hands, trying to outline the towering and magnificent shape of the rock in the air, as if he wanted to vividly present that scene to Wu He. Your Majesty, that place oddly gave us a sense of danger. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. We both felt uneasy and knew it was not wise to linger. So we hurried back to report to you. Wu He listened to their report and gently waved his hand, the cuffs of his sleeves swaying with his motion like a soft cloud drifting by. He signaled for the two to step back, then personally examined the materials they had submitted. These so-called materials were quite remarkable, consisting of 3 unique items. First was a map made of leather. This leather map was not like the ordinary paper maps we usually see. Everyone knows that ordinary paper maps, once out at sea, are like a delicate child entering a world fraught with danger. The moist sea air acts like countless invisible hands, constantly eroding the paper map. And coupled with the unpredictable sea conditions, the giant waves whipped up by the wind could instantly soak the map. Even the splashes on the sea surface could damage a paper map, making it difficult to preserve at sea. However, this record tool, made of animal hide, was different. The hide was tough and resilient, like a warrior born from maritime exploration. It was largely unaffected by moisture, wind, or waves, allowing it to reliably record the routes and locations of islands. Next was a blue crystal about the size of a fist. This blue crystal had a significant background. It was a unique product created by the apprentice of Meng Xianjun after Wu He provided a marvelous idea. This blue crystal had a vivid name, the one-time snapshot stone. The method of using this one-time snapshot stone was quite peculiar. On its first use, one simply needed to input soul power, and the array within the snapshot stone would awaken like a spirit, rapidly generating a pair of glasses similar to spectacles for the user. This special glasses generated by the array acted like a third eye for the user, precisely capturing and recording all the scenes seen from the user's first-person perspective, missing no details. Then, like a magician casting a spell, it would convert these scenes into images stored within the snapshot stone. When others injected their soul power, it was like watching a fantastical movie, viewing the recorded content. However, since this was a one-time snapshot stone, once the second person interrupted their soul power injection, the snapshot stone would be completely rendered useless, like a candle burning out. Of course, based on this characteristic, Meng Xianjun's apprentice demonstrated extraordinary creativity, tirelessly creating reusable snapshot stones to meet various needs. Wu Heyi's exploration mission utilized the snapshot stone primarily to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from taking on tasks without action, merely seeking to deceive and claim the generous commission. The snapshot stones served as a supervisor, ensuring the authenticity and effectiveness of the mission. Lastly, there was a paper report filled with dense writing, detailing all the preparations the two had made since receiving the task. They prepared each piece of equipment as if they were soldiers about to go into battle. They thoughtfully considered what items to bring, including enough food and fresh water to last for months, as well as tools and medicines to handle various emergencies. Their inspection of the ship was meticulous, checking if the wooden planks were sturdy, whether the rivets were secure, and if the sails could withstand strong winds, among other things. They also recorded various problems encountered along the way, whether it was storms that suddenly roared like demons, monstrous waves that seemed to want to swallow the ship, or rare fish that occasionally attacked like ghosts, with bizarre shapes and cold, flashing eyes, all detailed in the report. Wu Heyi carefully and attentively reviewed all the materials before him, his expression focused as if he were searching for a rare treasure. Ultimately, he reached a very pleasing conclusion. The nine-headed dragon he had been searching for over the years finally showed signs of existence. In the past, along that long coastline, Wu Heyi had indeed used his powerful spiritual force. He stood there like a steady mountain, straining to gaze into the distance, his eyes wide open as if trying to see through layers of fog. He tried to see clearly, attempting to penetrate the endless unknown. However, once the distance exceeded 100 nautical miles, the sea seemed to be covered by a thick blanket, dense fog spreading out like a massive barrier, severely obstructing visibility and even preventing spiritual force from penetrating, as if invisible hands were blocking him from exploring the distance. It is precisely because of this that Wu Heyi has launched this overseas exploration mission. From the images captured on this disposable snapshot stone, it can be seen that the giant dragon head is very likely one of the heads of the nine-headed dragon. The dragon head appears so mysterious and majestic in the images, but from the current situation, it seems that this nine-headed dragon is in a dormant state, like an ancient giant beast asleep, waiting for the day it will be awakened. However, what excites Wu Heyi even more is that they have actually found the island they initially wanted to visit, the mysterious island marked in a special corner of the map scene in the Tiando library. That island is like a secret hidden at the ends of the earth, waiting for people to unveil its mysterious veil. Chapter 275, Preparations Before Departure. In fact, at the very beginning, Wu Heyi's situation was extremely perilous. He encountered a huge crisis, with his life hanging by a thread, nearly meeting his demise. At this critical moment, he was fortunate to be rescued by the tribe, where Changge was located. Changji's tribe maintained a very primitive way of life. The houses they lived in were extremely simple, constructed from only the most basic materials, resembling shelters hastily pieced together by nature. The people in the tribe wore very simple and unadorned clothing, crafted roughly from animal hides, clearly reflecting the rustic and crude nature of handmade garments. The men in the tribe would set out early each day to hunt, armed with homemade, rudimentary weapons, venturing into the unknown and dangerous jungle in search of game to sustain their tribe. Meanwhile, the women were responsible for gathering wild fruits. They were well acquainted with the growth locations and ripening seasons of every type of wild fruit in the vicinity and carefully collected them. In addition to gathering fruits, the women also managed various affairs within the tribe, from taking care of children to organizing the tribe as living quarters, handling every detail meticulously. When Wu Heyi saw their way of life, numerous speculations flooded his mind. He pondered many possibilities, including whether he had already reached the mysterious island he had always wanted to explore. This mysterious island had always been shrouded in a thick veil of mystery in his heart, filled with countless magical things he did not know about, a place he longed to adventure in. However, as days passed, Wu Heyi began to observe various phenomena in this place. He discovered that this was not the island he initially imagined, but an extremely vast continent. The terrain of this continent was complex and varied beyond imagination, with towering mountains that seemed like the strong arms of the earth reaching into the clouds, covered with dense forests. The forest was deep and dark, with tall and robust trees intertwining, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps in the branches, casting dappled shadows, and various creatures thrived within. There are also endless plains, resembling a gigantic green satin spread across the earth, covered with countless exotic flowers and grasses. These flowers and grasses had various peculiar shapes and colors, each appearing as a carefully crafted artwork of nature. Moreover, the ceaseless rivers crisscrossed like the blood vessels of the earth, with clear waters rippling, home to many unknown fish species he had never seen before. Some fish were adorned with brilliantly colored scales, swimming like shimmering ribbons. Others had peculiar body structures, as if they were mysterious creatures swimming out of ancient myths. More embarrassingly, upon further investigation, Wu Yi was astonished to discover that this continent was very likely the Sun and Moon continent that would collide with the Douluo Continent 100,000 years later. The basis for this shocking conclusion stemmed from the disciple of dream rotation June. That disciple was no ordinary person. He was exceptionally gifted in the use of inscriptions. Others followed traditional habits, stacking inscriptions in monotonous arrangements. But this clever young man had a unique, innovative mindset, choosing to convert different inscriptions into various magical arrays. These magical arrays were not only easier to remember, but also more user-friendly during engraving. The Soul Guide products made using this unique method exhibited outstanding performance, particularly in terms of soul power conductivity, far surpassing those made directly with inscriptions. This advantage was quite evident when achieving the same effects. Using the Soul Guide products created by this young man consumed significantly less soul power, akin to discovering a soul skill that offered double the results with half the effort. Additionally, with a series of modern industrial blueprints and advanced weapon designs provided by Wu Yi, they made significant strides in technological development. Thus, they began to develop various civilian products and advanced weapons for individual combat. Wu Yi had witnessed their latest achievements firsthand. There was a child who had just awakened his martial soul, looking quite tender and radiating a youthful vigor. He only had a level 3 soul power, which, according to common sense, was very low among many soul masters, almost placing him in a significantly weak position. However, relying on attack-type Soul Guide they developed, he could unleash a powerful attack comparable to that of a level 20 Great Soul Master. This sounded like something that could only happen in a dream. It was indeed happening right before his eyes. Wu Yi looked at the mountain of various materials before him. Some gleamed with a metallic luster. Some appeared ordinary, yet had mysterious uses, and others were uniquely shaped components. Before these numerous materials, his desire for exploration ignited once again like a blazing fire. He decided to set sail for another adventure, this time with a very important goal in mind. He was determined to confirm whether the legendary dragon head corresponded to the nine-headed dragon. He deeply understood that he had to ascertain the combat power of the opponent, as it related to many matters. If the opponent's cultivation and battle strength far exceeded Wu Yi's limits, he would have to change the direction of the evolution of Dugu Yan's martial soul. After making this decision, Wu Yi was well aware that what he was about to do was extremely dangerous. Those closest to him seemed to share a remarkable intuition, knowing immediately about Wu Yi's action plan. Without any hesitation, they hurried to his side, each eagerly applying to join this expedition. Wu Yi was not the type to be coy or overly particular about his plans. He understood that such an exploratory task filled with unknown risks could not be undertaken casually with a group of followers. If he could form a team with equally capable partners, all sharing the same aspirations, it would be the perfect arrangement. Ultimately, on the list for departure, aside from Wu Yi himself, the main members included Aker, Dream Rotation June, and Adai. The choice to bring Aker and Adai was not because Wu Yi particularly valued them and insisted they join him for training. Rather, these two had persistently and diligently trained throughout the past year. Regardless of the harsh weather, they had never interrupted their training. As a result of this effort, their cultivation in all aspects had reached level 60, just 110,000 year soul ring away from breaking through their current realm. However, the situation of soul beasts within the Empire's rapidly expanding territory was concerning. Due to the speed of expansion, like a runaway carriage, many people needed soul rings from soul beasts to enhance their strength, leading to the current state where wild soul beasts were essentially kept in captivity. These soul beasts were confined to small areas, severely limiting their activity range and, consequently, their ability to improve their cultivation. Wu Yi is not the only one around him facing the lack of good soul rings. In fact, Several people have been delayed in their cultivation breakthroughs because they cannot find suitable soul rings. This is like an invisible shackles, locking them in their path of cultivation. Considering this, Wu Hei decided to take Aker and Adai out to sea. After all, the ocean is vast, roughly 3 to 4 times the size of land. It is a boundless blue world, filled with endless mysteries and unknowns. Moreover, there are no natural enemies in the ocean like humans, who hunt soul beasts for soul rings. So it can be imagined that there must be many soul beasts over 10,000 years old in the ocean. Perhaps they could find some good soul rings there. Chapter 276. Harmony Pulse Array. Wu Hei's journey this time was completely different from before. In the past, he would set off alone with just a few people, without any pomp. But today is not like the past. Wu Hei has now become the king of a vast empire. And this status is worlds apart from his previous life. Just look at the entourage accompanying him this time. There are over 100 attendants dedicated to taking care of his daily needs. These attendants are not ordinary individuals. Each one possesses the cultivation level of a soul master at the soul respect level. In some relatively small villages and towns, having a soul master with the soul respect level is already quite impressive and a person of considerable strength. But this level of cultivation is merely the basic requirement to be a close attendant of the king. Now let us look at the escorting guards, numbering as many as 3,000. Each of these guards has reached the Soul King level, which is a force to be reckoned with. Just a year ago, when Wu Hei traveled, he would have at least arranged for 10,000 guards to accompany him. The change in numbers is primarily due to a couple of exceptionally talented individuals who are particularly obsessed with research. They invested a tremendous amount of effort and finally invented something incredibly magical, named the Harmony Pulse Array. The main ability of the Harmony Pulse Array is quite unique. It acts like a group of people functioning as segments of a battery, concentrating their soul power and releasing it to unleash attacks or defensive soul skills that exceed the original cultivation levels of the individuals. Generally, a basic Harmony Pulse Array can be formed with just 7 people. However, this array differs from ordinary martial spirit fusion techniques. Martial spirit fusion involves overlapping the martial spirits and soul rings of 2 or more soul masters to release a brand new soul skill. The consumption of martial spirit fusion techniques is quite astonishing. Although the effects of the released soul skills are powerful, significant improvements in effectiveness are hard to achieve. In contrast, the Harmony Pulse Array is very special in this regard. It mainly condenses the soul power of 7 or more individuals into one, allowing any participant to allocate and use it according to their wishes. Furthermore, the more participants there are, the higher the upper limit of soul skills that the user can display. Additionally, the consumption of soul power is shared among everyone, determined mainly by the duration and amount of soul power the user releases, avoiding situations where one release depletes most or all participant soul power. For example, in an experiment conducted by the developers, 7 children who had just awakened their martial spirits, each with soul power below level 10, formed a Harmony Pulse Array. Miraculously, their strongest attack reached the level of a soul respect early stage, which is truly astonishing. Now, on Wu Hei's journey, although his escort consists of only 3,000 people, their Harmony Pulse Array can fully support Meng Xianjun. Even though Meng Xianjun only possesses the strength of a Soul Emperor, with the power of the Harmony Pulse Array, he can unleash soul skills at the level of a title Douluo of level 99 for an extended period. This is a significant factor in Wu Hei's confidence to set sail. Once everything was ready, Wu Hei and his group began to board the ship one after another. A massive ship, shaped like a character, quietly docked in the center of the fleet, standing out like a brilliant pearl. Surrounding the entire fleet, 6 smaller escort ships were deployed, each with 2 levels. These ships were meticulously developed by the Empire's Inscription Research Institute, adorned with intricate and complex inscriptions all over their hulls. Strictly speaking, these ships fall under the category of soul-guided devices, and they are not too complicated to operate, as long as several great soul masters use their soul power to activate them. Controlling the ship's navigation becomes relatively easy. 2 escort ships set sail first, moving swiftly like agile fish, quickly reaching a point about 3 nautical miles from Wu Hei's main ship, then starting to clear a smooth path for the main ship behind. Subsequently, Wu Hei's main ship also slowly set off, and immediately 4 escort ships appeared on either side of the main ship, steadily following it like loyal guardians. Wu Hei gazed at the grand and magnificent scene of the journey before him. On the surface, it looked splendid, but deep down, he felt a profound sense of discomfort. Despite being the king of this vast empire, he yearned to lie low and live a quiet, and unassuming life. However, some things cannot be changed at will. After all, he bears the responsibility of the entire nation, and many times he feels trapped. Take this journey, for instance. The distance of 2,000 nautical miles is not particularly far. Calculating an average speed of 150 to 200 nautical miles per day, it would take about 10 days to reach the destination. Standing at the bow of the ship, Wu He stared at the vast sea that felt both familiar and oddly intimidating, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He seemed to remember something special. "Old Meng, don't you think it's quite boring on the sea these days?" Wu He frowned and spoke helplessly. He gazed blankly at the vast, somewhat monotonous blue sea. The salty sea breeze blowing but failing to dispel his feelings of boredom. "Not at all. Over the past 2 days, I've been having a great time playing the landlord game you invented with a die. I don't feel bored at all." Meng Xianjun grinned, looking silly, his eyes squinting with laughter. His slightly messy hair danced wildly in the sea breeze, as if he was so engrossed in the game that he ignored everything around him, seemingly not catching Wu He's meaning. Just as Wu He felt a bit speechless, Meng Xianjun suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder hard, the force making Wu He sway slightly. With an expectant look in his eyes, Meng Xianjun said, "Go on. What brilliant idea do you have now?" Chapter 277. Wu He wants to go fishing. Wu He stood at the bow of the boat, the sea breeze gently brushing against his face. He pointed toward the vast, endless ocean in the distance, a thoughtful look in his eyes, and said, "Look at this boundless sea. What does it make you think of?" At this moment, Wu He's black hair swayed slightly in the wind as he blinked, his eyes twinkling like stars, as if waiting for an answer he desired. "I think of it." Meng Xianjun stood beside him, gazing at the colorful surface of the sea. The sea sparkled under the sunlight, resembling countless pieces of gold dancing. Occasionally, splashes of water would rise up, crashing heavily against the hull with a thundering sound. Meng Xianjun didn't quite grasp Wu He's meaning at first. He scratched his head and joked, You're not thinking of swimming, are you?" Hearing this, Wu He's body swayed abruptly, almost losing his balance and falling. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Old Meng, think about what rivers and lakes usually have." Wu He felt that what he wanted to express was as clear as the objects in front of him. He crossed his arms, staring intently at Meng Xianjun, filled with anticipation. Meng Xianjun felt a bit awkward by this sudden shift in topic. His face flushed slightly, like clouds dyed by the setting sun. He furrowed his brows, thought carefully, and then said, "They all have water, a lot of water." Bang! Wu He suddenly felt a pang in his heart, covering his face in disbelief, thinking, what kind of answer is that? He couldn't understand when it started. But the once cunning and clever Meng Xianjun had become as clueless as a fool, answering such a simple question so absurdly. Wu He couldn't help but throw the question to a Dui and a Che. A Dui was tall and sturdy, with dark skin, like wheat roasted by the sun. A Che was nimble, always wearing a simple, honest smile. They exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "Fish." Wu He instantly threw up his hands, his tone filled with helplessness. "Look, even these two dimwits know. How could you not think of that?" He looked at Meng Xianjun with an expression of disbelief, his eyes full of sarcasm regarding the answer he just gave. Upon hearing Wu He's words, a Dui and a Che felt a bit embarrassed, scratching their heads and grinning foolishly. A Dui roughly rubbed his head, while a Che revealed his pearly white teeth. A few maidservants nearby also covered their mouths, giggling, their laughter like silver bells swaying in the wind. Meng Xianjun felt so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Such a simple question, yet he had thought so complicatedly. His face turned even redder, resembling a ripe tomato. However, Meng Xianjun was not the type to remain awkward forever. He quickly adjusted his demeanor and tentatively asked, "Do you mean to say that we should go fishing in the sea?" Upon hearing this, Wu He snapped his fingers, the sound echoing in the air, as if to encourage Meng Xianjun, who had finally become clever again. "Forget about fishing. The ocean hasn't even been developed. Who knows if you'll catch fish or just feed them?" Wu He smiled, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a faint smile. His gaze swept over everyone. Then he said, "Let us each get a long pole to use as a fishing rod, and let us see who can catch more fish." Fishing? Meng Xianjun, a Dui, and a Che all voiced their confusion at the same time, wearing identical bewildered expressions. They frowned, their eyes filled with incomprehension, unable to grasp the meaning of fishing. Seeing their expressions, Wu He also started to have some doubts. It was understandable that Meng Xianjun didn't know how to fish. After all, his true form was a soul beast, a spiritual type, and it was normal for him not to eat as regular soul beasts do. Wu He pondered silently, his gaze lingering on Meng Xianjun for a moment before shifting away. However, it was very strange that a Dui and a Che didn't know about fishing. Both of them were members of the hunting team in their primitive tribe. In the tribe, a Dui was incredibly strong, easily able to carry large prey. A Che was known for his agility and was skilled at tracking. They were very familiar with hunting, and fishing was a form of hunting. How could they be so clueless? Tribe leader, fishing doesn't work. We've tried it before. Sitting by the lake all day and only caught a fish the size of a palm, and it was gone in one bite. A Dui still hadn't adapted to changing his address. Everyone else called him either the sect master or your majesty. But a Dui continued to call Wu He the tribe leader. His voice was rough, like the sound of an old bellows. Ache, how did you fish before? Wu He seemed to have guessed the reason, but still hoped to get a definitive answer. Upon hearing Wu He's question, Ache immediately took action. He grabbed a chopstick from the table, which looked somewhat slender in his large hands. Then he found a thin rope from his body, clumsily tying one end with his rough fingers, and proceeded to dangle the other end into the tea. Is this how you did it? Wu He looked at Ache's operation, speechless. He widened his eyes, utterly incredulous. Yes, just like this. The two said in unison, their voices filled with conviction, as if what they were doing was completely justified. No hooks, no bait. Wu He questioned, his eyebrows raised high, his eyes full of astonishment. What is a hook? What is bait? Wu He was stunned by this sudden double question. He looked up at the sky, his mind filled with only two words, pure disbelief. These two were fishing without hooks or bait, just a rope dangling, and they actually caught fish. It was purely a case of willing to take the bait. For a moment, Wu He didn't know whether to praise their luck or call them foolish. He shook his head helplessly and walked to the table, taking out paper and a pen. He wrote and drew seriously, the pen tip making a scratching sound on the paper. After finishing, he instructed a nearby maidservant, who respectfully accepted what Wu He had written, bowed, and then took the document away. Wait, I'll teach you what real fishing is. Wu He crossed his arms, his eyes filled with confidence. Chapter 278. Fishing before long. A dozen bamboo poles appeared neatly on the deck. The deck, under the sunlight, shone with a faint wooden luster, seemingly intrigued by the sudden appearance of the bamboo. It was indeed quite a stroke of luck that there was a person among the guards whose martial spirit was bamboo. He was tall and thin, with a healthy wheat-colored skin, and his eyes sparkled with cleverness. His martial spirit was quite remarkable. It could grow bamboo indefinitely according to demand. Whenever he wished, the bamboo would sprout like mushrooms after rain. Moreover, the bamboo produced by his martial spirit had a wonderful characteristic. If it wasn't infused with soul power for more than 30 seconds, it would become an independent entity, as if it had gained a new life, no longer related to the martial spirit. According to Wu He's needs, the man looked as if he had received some great honor, his face beaming with excitement as he waved his hands nonstop, crazily crafting all sorts of bamboo. These bamboos varied in shape. Some were long and thin like needles, some were short and stout, while others were slightly curved like crescent moons, dazzling to the eyes. Wu He carefully selected among these bamboos, his gaze moving like a scanner until he finally picked one that was just right, with good resilience, to use as a fishing rod. This bamboo felt just right in his hand, its thickness perfect, the joints smooth as if meticulously polished, and its color a vibrant green, seemingly infused with a fresh scent from the mountains. Next, he took a large roll of fishing line from a nearby basin, which was neatly coiled in circles. Looking very orderly, Wu He, like a skilled craftsman, made slight modifications to the bamboo. After his handling, a simple yet impressive fishing rod took shape. Although simple, this rod exuded a rustic beauty, as if it possessed a unique soul. A Dui, watching Wu He's actions, was astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. To him, the concept of bamboo as a martial spirit was quite understandable given the vastness of the world. However, he found it hard to imagine that anyone's martial spirit could be a fishing line. He wondered how such a martial spirit, with no attacking power, could possibly join the guards. His eyes were filled with confusion, and his mind was a jumble of questions. In an instant, Wu He understood his speculation. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Ache, you've been fiddling around for a while. Why don't you explain it to a Dui? Wu He issued the command, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable firmness. Upon hearing this, Ache immediately picked up a roll of fishing line, his movements delicate, as if handling a rare treasure. He gently twisted a slender fishing line with 2 fingers, and to his surprise, the line split into 6. DUI. This is a combination of 5 spider silks and 1 silk from silkworm. Moreover, it was wrapped up perfectly at the moment the silkworm silk was released by a master. Aceh explained enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with excitement, seemingly proud of his ability to clarify this. Wu-He clapped his hands in response, the sound crisp and resonant on the deck. He had suspected it might be spider silk when he first saw it, as spider silk has strong resilience. If the martial spirit was a spider, the strength of the spider silk would significantly increase with multiple soul rings. He distinctly remembered how the spider silk reflected a faint light under the sun. However, the moment he touched it, he felt a chill, leading him to think of a special martial spirit, ice silkworm. He knew that the strength of ice silkworm silk would surpass that of spider silk, making it excellent for fishing lines. Akin to merging 2 extraordinary treasures to unleash even greater power. Now that they had the fishing rod and line, all that was left were the hooks and bait. Just as Wu-He was teaching everyone how to combine the fishing rod and line, his personal maid appeared. She wore a simple yet elegant outfit, her steps light as a dancing butterfly. Behind her followed several guards, collectively carrying dozens of bowls of food. Seeing that there were indeed more than 10 bowls of meat, which were placed in ancient-style bowls, Dream Xianjun immediately thought of new dishes whenever he was near Wu-He. The meat was almost minced, presenting a light pink hue. However, it was unclear what liquid mixed with the meat, making it appear quite sticky. The liquid enveloped the minced meat, giving it a shiny exterior and exuding a faintly peculiar aroma. What new delicacy have you invented? Dream Xianjun asked, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if sparkling with little stars. Wu-He smiled mysteriously and instructed them to bring up the prepared hooks. These hooks were exquisitely shaped, their tips glinting with a cold light, clearly crafted with great care. He then carefully directed them to tie the hooks onto the fishing line, patiently guiding everyone on how many loops to make and what kind of knots to tie. Finally, they completed the basic components. Wu-He instructed everyone to stop the boat, which gradually came to a halt on the water, gently swaying with the waves. After quietly resting on the sea for about 10 minutes, Wu-He took 1 bowl of minced meat and tossed it into the ocean like scattering flowers. The minced meat spread in the air, resembling a peculiar rain of meat. After all, there's a saying, if the fish aren't biting quickly enough, it must be that the bait isn't enticing enough. Just seconds after the minced meat hit the water, the strong smell of blood attracted a large school of fish. The fish darted through the water, their bodies shimmering silver under the sunlight, their scales like tiny mirrors, and their fins creating small splashes as they moved. Taking the opportunity, Wu-He attached a large chunk of meat to the hook, the weighty piece exuding a strong blood scent. He then cast the hook. It arced beautifully through the air and plopped into the sea. No sooner had the hook landed than, in less than 2 seconds, Wu-He felt a powerful force transmitted through the fishing rod. The force was immense, pulling the 10-meter-long rod into an inverted J shape, which creaked slightly under the strain, as if protesting this sudden force. This not only showcased the strength of the fish, but also highlighted the exceptional quality of the items crafted by the spirit masters. Wu-He's hands gripped the rod tightly, his face contorted in effort, the veins in his neck bulging like small snakes writhing, creating a sense of strenuous exertion. Sweat beads began to form on his forehead, glistening in the sunlight and trickling down his cheeks. After a considerable struggle lasting for a while, Wu-He finally sensed that the fish was nearing exhaustion. However, he knew that fish are quite clever. When close to exhaustion, they often make one last desperate struggle, like a cornered beast fighting for survival. At this moment, Wu-He also felt that he had played enough. Suddenly, 2 soul rings jumped up on him, shining with dazzling light. As he infused his soul power into his hands, he immediately felt the fishing rod become as light as a feather. With a sudden burst of strength from Wu-He, the fish was yanked out of the water like a cannonball, and before it could retaliate, it had already crashed heavily onto the deck. The fish kept flopping on the deck, its tail slapping against the surface, making a series of popping sounds. Chapter 279. Archer fishing. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the scene, and they couldn't believe their eyes. It was actually a knife fish. The fish was enormous, measuring a full 5 meters in length, and its shape was exceptionally narrow, resembling a shiny silver blade. Under the sunlight, the fish's body gleamed with a cold, icy light. Its skin was like a meticulously polished mirror, highly reflective, akin to top-quality silk shimmering with a magnificent halo in the sun. When this massive fish thudded onto the deck, it did not yield. Instead, it continued to struggle violently. Its tail whipped against the deck like a powerful whip, making loud crashing sounds with each impact, as if to showcase its indomitable spirit. The strong force also suggested that the fish's flesh was quite firm, seemingly containing boundless strength. Wu He reacted quickly, decisively drawing out a dagger. The dagger gleamed coldly in his grip as he raised it high and then pierced it directly through the fish's eye. In that moment, it was as if the fish was firmly nailed to the ledger of life and death, pinned to the deck and unable to escape. Although the fish's tail continued to thrash in its final struggles, like a candle flickering in the wind, it gradually lost its reaction after about 10 seconds. Suddenly, a purple-black soul ring drifted lazily out from the fish. This soul ring emanated a mysterious and powerful aura, with waves of purple-black light rippling through the air. Among the onlookers, many were at a stage where they needed soul rings to enhance their strength, and upon seeing this soul ring, a glimmer of desire flashed in their eyes. However, since the soul beast was killed by Wu He, according to the rules of the soul beast realm, none of them could directly absorb this soul ring. However, sharing the soul ring was not an issue, as it contained rich soul power, and even sharing would allow them to benefit. Wu He was quite indifferent to this bit of soul power. He casually gestured to those nearby. The several bodyguards surged forward like hungry wolves spotting prey. They moved swiftly, quickly breaking the soul ring into dozens of fragments, then feasting on it as if enjoying a grand banquet, leaving no scraps behind. After seeing Wu He's method of fishing, Meng Xianjun and Adai were eager to try it themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Although it seemed that Wu He was struggling to catch the fish, with each movement resembling a battle against a colossal enemy, the feeling of giving it their all ignited a fiery passion within them. Before Wu He could instruct them, they could no longer contain their eagerness and began their own DIY fishing. By the time Wu He carefully and skillfully finished dissecting the knife fish, he looked up to see the two of them standing on the edge of the boat, their bodies slightly leaning back, with veins bulging as if small green snakes were writhing beneath their skin. They gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to wrestle with the fish they had caught, looking as if they were trying to use every ounce of their energy. However, these two were rather lacking in martial ethics. At first, they relied solely on their physical strength for a while. Once they felt tired, they immediately resorted to the power of the soul rings. With the enhancement of the soul rings' light, their strength surged, and they effortlessly pulled 2 knife fish aboard. The sizes of these 2 fish were astonishing, each no smaller than the one Wu He had just caught, their massive bodies bouncing a few times on the deck before finally settling down. Seeing Wu He calmly grilling fish, the two of them quickly set to work, skillfully killing their catch and mimicking Wu He's technique to start grilling. The fish meat gradually turned golden under the licking flames, exuding an enticing aroma. Adai, the fish you just caught, is 20,000 years old. You can absorb the soul ring. Wu He kindly reminded Adai, believing that such a powerful soul ring would greatly help improve Adai's strength. No, although this fish looks delicious, I don't want its soul ring. Adai replied to Wu He without even turning his head, his eyes sparkling like stars as he gazed at the fish he was grilling, as if in his eyes, this grilled fish was more tempting than any powerful soul ring. Wu He felt speechless and shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, talking to a foodie is indeed quite dull. He then turned to Archer, who was standing beside him, always serious and unsmiling. Archer stood like a loyal statue, guarding Wu He's side. Aren't you going to catch a couple of fish? This knife fish is very compatible with your martial soul. Wu He enthusiastically invited, thinking this was a great opportunity for Archer to enhance his strength. Archer glanced at the grilled fish. The aroma wafting from it seemed to have a magical effect, causing a bit of glistening liquid to form at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly realized it. His code of conduct told him not to let his guard down, so he merely blinked rapidly and swallowed the almost escaping drool back into his mouth. My duty is to ensure His Majesty's safety, Archer said solemnly, his tone firm as he stood tall like a straight pine tree. Then will you follow my orders? Wu He asked, appearing as if he might get angry, yet maintaining a serious demeanor. Beneath his serious exterior lay a hint of playful mock authority. Seeing Wu He suddenly turn serious, Archer immediately straightened his body even more, like a taut bowstring, and quickly replied, I will definitely follow His Majesty's orders. Well then, I command you to use all your strength to catch a 10,000-year level knife fish right now, Wu He said, handing over his fishing rod with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Although Archer hesitated for a second, His mind seemed to be engaged in a small internal struggle, but he still accepted the fishing rod. Following their earlier actions, he loaded the bait onto the hook thoroughly, wrapping it snugly as if putting a thick cotton coat on the hook. Then he looked up at the now slightly calmer sea, which sparkled like a vast blue satin gently swaying in the breeze. He glanced at Wu He, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, his expression uncertain. "Want to attract the fish, huh?" Wu He asked with a smile, seemingly seeing through Archer's thoughts, his smile filled with warmth and insight. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Archer nodded slightly, his face flushing like the faint evening glow on the horizon. Wu He casually handed him half a basin of bait for attracting fish. The bait exuded a special fishy smell, the best scent to lure fish. After receiving it, Archer directly activated the dimensional effect of his martial soul. He teleported the bait to a higher position, scattering it over the sea in a more even manner. The bait fell like celestial maidens scattering flowers, creating a unique scene on the surface of the water. At the same time, he cast out his fishing hook, which traced a beautiful arc in the air before plunging into the vast ocean. Chapter 280 almost let the fish escape. Archer stood on the deck of the boat, holding a fishing rod, casting the hook into the vast ocean. After the hook fell into the water, time seemed to slow down. He waited for a full 10 minutes without any reaction. Archer furrowed his brows, staring intently at the surface of the sea, feeling a bit puzzled. At this moment, the surface of the water was still bustling with knife fish. These knife fish moved freely through the water, their silver-gray bodies shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight, their fins gracefully slicing through the water and creating small ripples. "Archer, you're not in the Air Force, are you?" A voice came from the side. It was Adai. He had already grilled his knife fish, and the tempting aroma filled the air. He held half a fish in each hand, taking big bites. His cheeks puffed out like a greedy little hamster. He occasionally paused to chew and leaned over to look into the sea with curiosity and confusion. But the hook seemed to be forgotten by the ocean, bringing no fish. Hearing Adai's words, Archer appeared calm on the surface, his hands firmly gripping the fishing rod, his back straight, looking completely unhurried. However, inside, he was in a panic, his heart thumping fiercely in his chest, worried about not catching any fish. Archer thought to himself, "If I can't catch a fish, that would be embarrassing." Another 10 minutes passed, and the sea began to calm down. It was as if an invisible hand had soothed the ocean's restlessness. The once numerous and lively knife fish had almost vanished from sight. The surface was left with only slight ripples, and the remnants of fish scraps that had floated on the water were likely all eaten clean by the knife fish, leaving behind an empty expanse of sea. Wu He, noticing Archer's expression that was about to give way, could see the anxiety in his eyes. Archer's brows were tightly knitted, and his lips unconsciously pressed together. Wu He called over his personal maid, who was dressed in an elegant long dress, the hem fluttering gently in the wind as she approached him respectfully. After Wu He whispered a few words in her ear, she hurriedly left. The maid moved lightly, like a breeze passing over the deck, quickly disappearing from sight. After a while, she returned to the deck, carefully carrying a basin of golden bait. The bait emitted a peculiar fragrance, as if it were a mixture of the essence of various deep-sea fish, glowing even more brilliantly in the sunlight. This time, Wu He personally poured all the freshly prepared bait into the sea. The moment the bait touched the surface, it was as if by magic. The once calm sea ignited like flames, and in an instant, thousands of knife fish began to leap. Their figures crisscrossed in the water, and the splashes created by their tails in the sunlight formed sparkling droplets. However, Archer's fishing rod remained unresponsive, like a lifeless stick standing there, contrasting sharply with the lively scene around. Wu He, not believing in bad luck, stepped forward and snatched the fishing rod from Archer's hands, intending to tug on the fishing line to simulate the bait moving in the water. With determination, Wu He gripped the fishing rod tightly, his eyes focused on the surface of the sea. However, as soon as he began to manipulate the fishing line, he suddenly realized that the clasp he had set earlier had come undone. The fishing line was being pulled away rapidly, thin and delicate like a fragile thread, barely visible in the light unless one looked closely. Archer's fishing skills were still inexperienced, and he hadn't noticed this before. Normally, when a fish bites, the whole rod would vibrate intensely, like a surge of electricity, shaking from top to bottom, a moment every angler eagerly anticipates. But in this situation, if not noticed in time, two extreme outcomes could occur. Either the line would snap entirely, allowing the fish to vanish into the vast ocean, swimming away unharmed. Or the line would tighten only at the last moment, but the distance between the fish and the angler would be too great, turning this tug-of-war into a test of the line's quality, as the fish's strength could exceed what the line could withstand. Fortunately, Wu He noticed early. He reacted quickly, steadily controlling the fishing rod as he slowly reeled in the line. His movements were gentle, as if handling a rare treasure. After just 30 turns of reeling, Wu He suddenly felt a powerful tug from the other end, as if a tremendous force hidden in the deep sea had suddenly erupted. The force transmitted through the line to Wu He's hands, causing his arms to tingle slightly. Watching Wu He's actions, Archer finally realized that his rod had hooked a fish, and he became very anxious. He rubbed his hands together nervously, his eyes wide open, fixating on the rod, leaning forward as if trying to transfer his strength to it. Wu He noticed that this fish was quite strong and had a conscious pull, not just trying to escape with brute force. It was like an experienced veteran, knowing when to exert force and when to relax. Wu He smiled as he handed the rod back to Archer, detailing how to play the fish, his voice steady and powerful, before sitting back down to enjoy his grilled fish. After taking the rod, Archer distinctly felt the tug that Wu He had mentioned. He adjusted his stance, firmly planting his feet on the deck, leaning slightly back to counter the fish's strength. Knowing he had hooked a fish, Archer's entire demeanor changed. He felt like he was entering a battlefield. His gaze was resolute, like a warrior about to set out, his face full of seriousness and determination. The fish wanted to grapple with him, and he showed no signs of backing down, tightly biting his lower lip, holding back his energy. Archer reeled the line in circles, then let it out in circles, pulling back and forth. His arms began to ache from the prolonged exertion, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. In just 2 hours, Archer managed to reel in almost all the line he had let out, and the fish he had been battling slowly swam into view. Everyone was curious about what this clever fish looked like, leaning over the railing to look down. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, each stretching their necks and peering closely. To their surprise, it turned out to be an extraordinarily long knife fish, measuring an estimated 16 or 17 meters. Its body was long and strong, covered in scales that resembled exquisite armor, each one shimmering with a cold light. It continued to resist in the water, its massive tail thrashing powerfully, stirring the surrounding sea into a constant churn. Based on his experience, Wu He estimated that this fish had a cultivation level of no less than 50,000 years. With such a long time of training, it was no wonder it was so clever and strong. Chapter 281. The external soul bone of the flying fish on the turbulent sea surface. Another grueling battle lasting over an hour commenced. Archer gripped the fishing rod tightly, his eyes fixed on the water, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The fish seemed like the ruler of the sea. Despite the long struggle, it finally began to show signs of exhaustion. Its thrashing in the water gradually decreased, occasionally flicking its tail, but the splashes it made were no longer as fierce as before. However, a strange thing happened. No matter how hard Archer tried to lift the rod, there was always an invisible, powerful pressure present. He felt as if he were pulling against the entire ocean, a force beneath the water holding him in a stalemate, preventing him from bringing the fish to shore. It should be noted that Archer had already unleashed all the power of his Soul King, his soul power illuminating the surrounding waters faintly. Even so, the creature that resembled a swordfish remained steady in the water, showing no signs of being pulled up, only occasionally shifting slightly in response to the line's tug. Archer's heart couldn't help but fill with worry. He pondered that if he couldn't find a way to pull the fish up soon, he would be the one exhausted in the end. He gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching from exertion, yet he still held the fishing rod tightly, refusing to loosen his grip. Beside him, Wu He witnessed this scene and cast a probing gaze into the sea. He could vaguely see the fish's outline, but it was hard to make out clearly, though he could estimate its length. He felt quite surprised. After all, a swordfish of over 10 meters shouldn't possess such immense strength. This power exceeded his understanding of ordinary swordfish, indicating that something unknown was at play. After a moment's thought, Wu He turned to Meng Xianjun and called out, "Old Meng, your mental power is strong enough. Take a look." At that moment, Meng Xianjun had just finished enjoying a fish, patting his belly while sitting there. He sensed that something was off. In fact, even without Wu He's instruction, he had already planned to investigate out of curiosity. Meng Xianjun closed his eyes, and his martial spirit slowly manifested behind him. In an instant, a massive surge of soul power erupted from his body, transforming directly into an expansive mental force. This mental power quickly gathered in front of him, instantly morphing into a colossal hand, which reached down into the sea like a canopy blocking the sun. As soon as this mental hand entered the water, Meng Xuan Yunis plows full tightly. The sensation was quite strange. He knew full well that a swordfish wouldn't feel like this. Normally, a swordfish didn't have such a substantial feel. His mental power explored the fish's body and discovered that its overall form resembled that of a bird, which astonished him greatly. Meng Xianjun looked at Wu He with confusion, and after Wu He understood his meaning, he discreetly conveyed through mental power, no matter what the issue is. Let's help Archer pull the fish up first. Meng Xianjun nodded and concentrated. In that moment, his mental power hand transformed into a gigantic net, as if the fish were ensnared by an invisible net, unable to struggle anymore. Archer sensed the change and exerted force, pulling the fishing rod hard. Just as the fish broke the water's surface, a shocking scene unfolded. A pair of translucent wings appeared, spreading wide. The wings sparkled under the sunlight, resembling rare treasures. Moreover, the wingspan far exceeded the fish's original body length, looking incredibly spectacular. At this moment, Wu He examined the fish closely and exclaimed, "This isn't a swordfish. It's a close relative, the six-eyed flying fish." Everyone was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, they realized the entire fish was not just over 10 meters long as they had initially thought. Its body was actually over 20 meters long. The hook was still firmly lodged in the fish's mouth. After surfacing, despite having wings to glide, the fish was still heavily restrained by the line and fell heavily onto the deck. Wu He carefully observed the flying fish and, based on his years of experience, estimated that this fish's age was not low. He hurriedly explained this to Archer, who was slightly startled upon hearing it. However, at that moment, Archer was completely awestruck by the giant wings of the flying fish. He marveled, thinking that if he hadn't come out to sea with Wu He might never have imagined that a fish could have wings and fly. He realized that the reason he couldn't pull the fish up smoothly earlier was likely due to the existence of these wings. However, it no longer mattered to investigate those details. Archer understood that if the soul ring's age was too high, beyond what a soul master could absorb, forcing the absorption could lead to the soul master's demise. This was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Yet somehow, Archer felt a mysterious force guiding him to do something. He gritted his teeth, as if enchanted, took out the dagger he always carried, and with determination, pierced the flying fish's eye, then thrust the dagger into its head, smashing its brain. At the moment the flying fish was killed, its body reflexively struggled violently. Immediately afterward, a black soul power began to condense on its body, and a shining black soul ring started to appear. Seeing the soul ring emerge, Archer wasted no time and sat cross-legged. He began to use his own soul power as a guide, continuously forming seals with his hands, carefully absorbing the black soul ring into his martial spirit. However, the soul power of this soul ring surged and rampaged through his meridians, and Archer could clearly feel that he had no ability to suppress this soul power. This clearly indicated that the age of this soul ring exceeded his capacity as a soul master. Just as Archer began to absorb the soul ring, Edai, who had been standing by and unable to resist the temptation of delicacies, directly picked up the corpse of the flying fish. He cheerfully grabbed a skewer and skillfully skewered the flying fish, then placed it over the prepared fire to roast. This fish can fly. It must be delicious. I'll roast it well, and Brother Che can eat it directly later. Edai smiled with his eyes squinted, eagerly awaiting the flying fish to cook. Just as the flying fish was placed over the fire, its large wings suddenly fell off with a clatter, as if something inside was trying to separate. Wu He's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "External soul bone." Chapter 282. Essence of life water. Are you not going to help Archer? The voice of Meng Xianjun carried a hint of urgency as he frowned, his eyes fixed on the shocking small cracks all over Archer's body. Almost everyone's gaze around them was focused on Archer. Those cracks covered his body like a spider web, densely packed, causing one to gasp in fear at a glance. These cracks were not trivial injuries. They were all caused by the violent flow of soul power within Archer's body, like a raging river crashing through a narrow channel. The fragile capillaries within Archer could not withstand such an impact, resulting in them rupturing, leading to the tragic state everyone was witnessing. Archer looked like a battle-scarred warrior, with the cracks continuing to slowly increase, each new crack seeming to carve another wound into his already dire physical condition. Meng Xianjun could no longer bear to watch and finally could not help but ask Wu He his eyes filled with worry and confusion. Unable to understand why he had not taken any action until now. As for he appeared quite at ease. One hand firmly held a grilled fish, its aroma wafting through the air. The fish skin was golden and crispy, making it incredibly appetizing. In his other hand, he held a cup of fragrant tea, gently bringing it to his lips and savoring it, the tea aroma seemingly spreading across his lips and teeth. Then he took a hearty bite of the fish, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. This demeanor made it seem as if he had completely forgotten the lives of his former brothers after ascending to a high position, becoming indifferent and ruthless. Don't worry, you are a soul emperor too. Just sense it a little, and you will understand. He said nonchalantly, his voice calm and steady, with a hint of an inscrutable aura in his eyes. After hearing his words, Meng Xianjun, although still doubtful, followed Wu He's advice and began to use his powerful mental energy to probe Archer's entire body. This mental energy was like fine threads slowly weaving into the depths of Archer's body. As the probing deepened, he became increasingly shocked. Archer's body could be said to be battered and bruised by this violent soul power. Every corner had suffered a violent impact from the soul power, resulting in severe damage. Archer's body seemed like a bow pulled to its limit, with one string tautly stretched. This string was the last line of defense, preventing his body from collapsing. Once the string broke, the consequences would be unimaginable. Archer would fall into an eternal state of unconsciousness, and his already battered body would completely crumble into dust in an instant. Fortunately, because this string was still holding on, although his body was in such a tragic state of being riddled with cracks, the soul power within was also undergoing a new change on the brink of collapse. As the violent soul power rampaged through his body, it was gradually being tamed, little by little transforming into a part of his body. It was like taming a wild horse. Although the process was difficult and dangerous, once successful, the wild horse would become a source of strength. In some slightly ruptured areas of his body, a peculiar balance phenomenon appeared. It was in a constant state of passive repair and renewed damage, like two opposing yet interdependent forces continuously pulling at each other. How could this be? Meng Xianjun widened his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a marvelous and thrilling situation, involuntarily exclaiming, his voice filled with shock and confusion. I've experienced this situation many times, Wu He said as he slowly revealed his first 5 soul rings. As soon as the first soul ring appeared, it was initially a purple 1,000-year soul ring, mysterious and brilliant like a deep night sky. Moreover, not just the first soul ring, each of his 5 soul rings far exceeded the limit he could absorb at that time. The consequences of exceeding this limit were extremely dangerous, like walking on the edge of a cliff where a slight misstep could lead to a plummet into an abyss, jumping back and forth on the brink of collapse. Each time a test of life and death. However, some things may be like this. Only by gritting one's teeth and enduring could one truly transform into solid and powerful strength, becoming one's own formidable capital. Though Wu He appeared nonchalant, he was not the type to completely ignore someone in distress. He slowly took out an exquisite small bottle from his storage space, containing less than 100 milliliters of clear water. The bottle looked ordinary, but the contents were incredibly precious. He walked calmly to Archer, his movements steady and solemn. Gently opening the bottle cap, in an instant, the clear water seemed to come alive, flowing slowly from the top of Archer's head down, like a clear stream cascading over his battered body. Just for a moment, a magical power spread from where the clear water poured, and everyone felt a tremendous surge of life energy, as if basking in warm sunlight, a feeling of indescribable comfort spreading through their bodies. Each person's cells seemed to be cheering, experiencing an unprecedented state of delight. What is this essence of life water? Meng Xianjun's eyes were fixed intently on the bottle, a hint of greed unexpectedly emerging in his gaze. The greed was like a small seed sprouting in his eyes. It's nothing. Just 100 milliliters of the essence of life water, Wu He said with a smile, his expression one of satisfaction and ease. This thing, when used directly, can restore the user's original life energy and create a natural cultivation space with 10 times the concentration of soul power. Wu He elaborated, his demeanor relaxed. Generally, people would orally consume this precious essence of life water. Once the essence entered the body, it would slowly create a cultivation space with an extremely high concentration of soul power centered around the user. In that space, the soul power would be as rich as paint rendered by a brush, thick and unbreakable. However, Archer's current state was very special. He could not drink this essence of life water by himself. Since that was the case, they could only start from his Baihui acupoint. Although doing so would cause some loss of effect from the essence of life water, it would still achieve the result Wu He wanted. The nearby guards, witnessing this miraculous scene, all had their eyes light up. Upon receiving Wu He's consent, they quickly sat down on the ground, eagerly beginning their cultivation. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation, as if they saw the dawn of quickly enhancing their strength. The addition of the essence of life water was like a timely rain pouring into parched land. Archer's body received a tremendous boost, and the speed of recovery of the originally shocking cracks was more than 10 times faster than the rate of damage. The precarious state of his body began to improve rapidly. At this moment, Archer also felt the life energy flowing within him, and he suddenly realized that his control had strengthened. The soul power that had previously been rampaging within him seemed to have turned into a docile lamb, and he began to frantically capture the errant soul power within. As he captured it, the soul power flowed into his sea of souls like a gentle stream. The black soul ring in the sea of his soul was gradually being refined, just like a hard ice block slowly melting under the warm sun. Chapter 283. Six-eyed Voidblade. With the miraculous aid of the water of life, Archer finally quickly recovered his physical strength and mental state. The water of life is an extremely precious substance, seemingly possessing magical powers. Once it entered Archer's body, it was like a clear spring flowing into a parched desert, rapidly reviving his previously exhausted physical strength and lethargic spirit. After 2 grueling hours of refinement, Archer successfully absorbed a 70,000-year-old soul ring into his body. This was no easy feat. It was akin to a long and arduous marathon, with the hardships of the process known only to Archer himself. The power contained within the soul ring was enormous, and to fully tame it required Archer's complete focus, with every bit of soul power permeation being a subtle game of strategy. Unbeknownst to him, Archer slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of a dozen pairs of eyes closely staring at him from a short distance. This scene startled Archer, and he could feel the curiosity, concern, or expectation in those gazes. Having just obtained his 6th soul ring, he was highly sensitive to the concentration of soul power. However, at this moment, how could such a high concentration of soul power appear on this boundless sea? It was as unbelievable as suddenly discovering a dense forest in a desolate desert. Archer hardly had any time to think. Almost instinctively, he knelt with a thud and bowed deeply to Wu He. He clearly understood how perilous his previous state had been. It felt like walking on the edge of life and death. If it weren't for Wu He's generous assistance, he might have truly perished. Wu He was like a beacon in Archer's life, illuminating him in this critical moment and saving his life. Wu He did not say much, simply throwing 2 particularly special bones in front of Archer. These 2 bones had a peculiar shape, capable of merging into one, and were quite similar to wings. Archer was astonished, secretly speculating if Wu He wanted him to pick up the bones and then treat him like a dog. Such strange thoughts suddenly popped into Archer's mind, but he dared not confirm anything, staring at the 2 bones with confusion. "This is the soul bone from the fish you just absorbed," Wu He finally explained. His voice was calm and steady, as if the 2 peculiar bones held no special significance. Everyone present should not understand what a soul bone is, right? Wu He's words were conveyed through soul power, spreading like invisible waves to ensure that everyone on nearby ships could clearly hear him. Let me give you all a little lesson. Soul bones are the collective essence of soul beasts. You should know that in this vast world, it takes 100,000 soul beasts to produce a single soul bone. These soul bones come in different types. Normal soul bones are categorized into skull bones, arm bones, leg bones, and trunk bones, totaling 6 pieces. Soul bones are quite magical, as they inherently possess 1 to 2 soul skills. Of course, there are also special soul bones, which are not from these 4 main positions and are collectively referred to as external soul bones. These external soul bones are rarer than normal soul bones, akin to rare treasures in a brilliant galaxy. Wu He earnestly shared knowledge about soul bones. He simply mentioned the special equipment that soul beasts could drop, and unexpectedly, many in the guard army suddenly felt enlightened, followed by deep regret for seemingly missing out on many things in the past. On this continent, soul masters do not have a very comprehensive education system, and their understanding of many resources is vague. It's like someone groping in the dark, mostly only able to touch the tip of the iceberg, so they almost all know nothing about the existence of soul bones. Even if some soul masters are aware of soul bones, they might only regard them as a tough piece of bone, dismissing them without a second thought. Looking at the soul bone before him, Archer felt an intense itch of excitement. His eyes sparkled with fervent light, as if he were a child seeing a long-desired toy. Because this soul bone resembled a pair of wings, with such a distinct characteristic, it could not possibly be one of the 6 normal soul bones. Thus, Archer could almost conclude that this must be an external soul bone. External soul bones are extremely rare. Possessing one means a significant enhancement in strength. First, tell me what soul skill your latest soul ring has given you. Wu-He suddenly sat up straight and said earnestly, I will consider whether to let you absorb this external soul bone after your explanation. Generally speaking, the soul skills carried by external soul bones usually amplify the effects of the corresponding soul beast soul skills. However, there are many variables, some enhanced effects, even if increased 100-fold, could actually be worthless. The most critical issue here is that external soul bones are inevitably attached with the resentment of the soul beast. Therefore, if the soul skill's effect is poor, there is no need to take the risk of accepting the soul bone. Archer immediately stood up, unhesitatingly releasing his martial soul and holding it in his hand. His martial soul emitted a unique glow, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. My 6th soul skill is called Six-Eyed Voidblade. A black soul ring appeared on the dagger in Archer's hand, radiating a mysterious and profound aura. In the next moment, Archer's entire being became ethereal, the process as fast as lightning streaking across the night sky. Then he quickly returned to normal. However, in that brief instant, an apple in front of him was sliced 6 times, and it was without any warning. With those 6 cuts, the apple did not wobble at all, as if the space had been instantaneously sliced 6 times. Wu-He and Meng Xianjun, with their powerful soul power and mental strength, almost immediately covered the area with their mental power the moment Archer used his soul skill. Their mental power formed an invisible net, enveloping the space. Therefore, they could clearly see the form of soul power release from Archer's soul skill, as if watching a marvelous magic show up close, with no detail missed. This soul skill resonates perfectly with your martial soul's passive dimension. Meng Xianjun couldn't help but exclaim. His voice was filled with surprise and excitement, as if he had discovered a huge secret. Yes, Archer's short and powerful response confirmed Wu-He and Meng Xianjun's speculation. The passive dimension effect of Archer's martial soul was quite marvelous. It allowed him to remain stationary, while his martial soul could attack any position within a certain range. It was as if Archer had become a spatial sniper. Although his body remained still, he could strike invisibly within a certain area. This soul skill just happened to blend with the dimensional effect, allowing Archer to enter a dimensional state. In this state, the world appeared different in his eyes, as if a 3-dimensional being had entered a 4-dimensional space. The entire world could be freely folded in his eyes, even if Archer could only strike once in this state. If he folded the world 10,000 times, based on a peculiar spatial algorithm, it would be equivalent to striking 2 to the power of 9,999 times. Of course, this was merely a theoretical assumption. Archer's soul power was far from sufficient to support such usage. However, even if it can only be folded 6 times, it is already a terrifying attack. The key point is that his attack does not cut through the physical entity, but rather through the overall space, which is undoubtedly a very special and terrifying method of attack. Chapter 284, Hypnotic Puppet Aker. Your soul skill is truly impressive. You must know that this is an extremely special conceptual soul skill. The potential of this soul skill is limitless, so you should make time to practice more. If you master it, the attack range of this soul skill will definitely be greatly enhanced. Wu-He furrowed his brows, his eyes slightly squinting. After a long period of contemplation, he finally spoke slowly. After saying this, he squatted down, his eyes filled with seriousness as he carefully picked up the soul bone that emitted a faint glow, as if it were a rare treasure. Then, he gently took Aker's hand and placed the soul bone steadily in his palm, his gaze filled with encouragement and indication for Aker to begin absorbing this precious soul bone. Aker, you must be careful. This soul bone contains the resentment of the soul beast you killed before. Don't underestimate this resentment. Its power may be 2 or 3 times stronger than the strength of the soul beast itself. You must be fully alert during the absorption process, and never let your guard down. Wu-He raised his voice intentionally, his expression very serious. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of this resentment, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Aker held the soul bone, gazing at it as it emitted mysterious soul power fluctuations, looking bewildered and clearly at a loss. At that moment, Dream Xianjun approached with a leisurely pace. His steps were light, each one seemingly accompanied by a unique rhythm. He walked up to Aker and, without any hesitation, snapped his fingers crisply in front of Aker. With the sound of the snap, Aker's eyes seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly and gently closing like two soft feathers coming together. "Old Meng, what are you doing?" Wu He asked loudly, his face full of confusion. In the depths of his memory, he couldn't recall Dream Xianjun ever having such a soul skill that could hypnotize others. This question swirled in Wu He's mind like a fog. However, Dream Xianjun did not respond, merely standing there quietly. Then his fingers began to extend thin threads, as if they had a mind of their own. These threads were as fine as hair, shimmering with a faint light under the illumination, seemingly gathering vast amounts of soul power and immense mental strength. Like a river flowing quietly with powerful energy. Looking at Aker, he appeared as a marionette controlled by the threads. His body began to tremble involuntarily, and then he started to release the surging soul power within him. The soul power surged from his body like a bright beam of light, gradually wrapping the soul bone in his hand in circles as if being guided by the threads. The wisps of soul power slithered like agile little snakes, carefully penetrating the mysterious soul bone. When the soul power was injected sufficiently, the soul bone seemed to come to life, starting to detach from Aker's hand and float freely and lightly in the air. It twirled gracefully like an ethereal bird before landing steadily on Aker's spine. Those two soul bones, resembling wings, began to gather soul power at the center and astonishingly grew bones that could perfectly connect with human vertebrae. Following that, the newly formed bones, like sharp swords, suddenly pierced into Aker's spine with an unstoppable momentum. In that instant, a surge of pain like a flood erupted within Aker's body without warning. The pain felt like thousands of needles stabbing at once, and Aker could not suppress his instincts, letting out a painful, hoarse roar from his throat. This roar sounded like a muffled thunder, exploding in the air, and Aker was almost about to break free from Dream Xianjun's hypnotic state. But perhaps because the pain was too intense, Aker's consciousness was like a kite with a broken string, suddenly engulfed by darkness, and he fainted from the pain. Seeing this, Dream Xianjun raised his hand to pat his chest, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Thank goodness, he didn't wake up. That was close. I almost got hurt by this backlash." Sweat beads appeared on his forehead, glistening in the sunlight, reflecting his tense mood. "Old Meng, so you can speak." Wu He was even more curious about Dream Xianjun's earlier actions, his eyes wide open as he urged eagerly, "You need to tell me what exactly is going on." Seeing Wu He's curious expression, Dream Xianjun couldn't help but roll his eyes, saying with a hint of annoyance, "Now, asking you for help is harder than climbing to the sky. We're all brothers from the same family. If you're unwilling to lend a hand, then I have no choice but to do it myself." As Dream Xianjun spoke, he lifted his chin, clearly displaying his proud demeanor. Wu He looked at him in disbelief, but knew deep down that Dream Xianjun was right. He was simply too lazy to help. In Wu He's mind, there had always been a logic. If every time he absorbed a soul ring he had to rely on others' help, over time, this would create an unshakable dependency. Such dependency would be extremely detrimental for someone wanting to continually improve their strength. It was like a little bird that forever waited in the nest to be fed. Once it lost the help of others, its actual combat ability would greatly diminish, leaving it helpless against truly powerful enemies. "Have you forgotten what my martial soul is?" Dream Xianjun said with a mocking smile, looking provocatively at Wu He. Wu He understood the hidden meaning behind Dream Xianjun's words. Memories of Dream Xianjun's martial soul flashed through his mind. Although somewhat vague, he knew that Dream Xianjun's martial soul seemed to possess some unique abilities. "Our clan has a soul skill that exists innately, which can also be described as a special ability we are born with. This ability is called Hypnotic Puppet," Dream Xianjun said, a proud smile forming on his lips. As if he were showcasing a unique treasure, his face filled with a sense of boasting. However, this soul skill requires certain conditions to activate. First, the cultivation level of the person being hypnotized must be lower than mine. Second, the person being hypnotized must trust me unconditionally. Only then can this soul skill successfully activate. When Wu He heard that Dream Xianjun referred to it as an innate soul skill, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face filled with surprise. This was a concept he had never heard of before. In fact, throughout his many years of experience, He had never seen a case where a soul beast retained its soul skill after transforming into a human. This was something entirely new to him, completely beyond his previous understanding. After I activate this soul skill, the person I turn into a hypnotic puppet, aside from being unable to use their own martial soul, will have all other aspects, whether it's physical movements, the use of soul power, or mental activities, completely under my control. It's because of this that I want to try and see if I could enter their dream once they enter the state of a hypnotic puppet. In other words, can we enter his spiritual sea? Meng Xianjun began to explain in earnest, like a meticulous teacher imparting knowledge. Upon hearing this, Wu He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, suddenly realizing what Meng Xianjun intended to do. He nodded slightly, extending his hands with his fingers resting on his chin, gazing into the distance. After pondering for a while, he said, "You plan to enter his spiritual sea to help him deal with the resentment of that soul beast, right?" Once Wu He figured all this out, his eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. "I think this idea has the potential to be feasible. If this attempt is successful, you might be able to create a completely new method for absorbing soul bones." Chapter 285, Facing the Grievance of the Soul Bone, not to mention whether he could create a precedent. Just the moment that soul bone fell into his body, the pain was simply indescribable, like countless sharp needles piercing into his bone marrow at the same time, almost waking him up. If he really woke up, he would instinctively reject my mental power, and then I would probably suffer the backlash of my own soul skill. Meng Xianjun said this while patting his chest, still feeling a bit scared. But thankfully, he didn't wake up, right? Wu He said with a grin, looking as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him, completely indifferent, and his smile seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude. "You guy, if it weren't for the fact that I can't move my body right now, you'd see if I wouldn't hit you." Meng Xianjun was so angry at Wu He's words that his face turned red and his eyes widened. Although he couldn't move his body, he was extremely annoyed with Wu He's attitude. Then, Meng Xianjun concentrated his mental power and carefully sensed Aker's spiritual sea. He saw sweat forming on his forehead, eyes tightly shut, and after a moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Aker's spiritual sea had already opened. But just then, a third mental power, other than Aker and Meng Xianjun, rushed into Aker's sea of consciousness with great speed. "It's here." Meng Xianjun suddenly became highly focused. Like a cheetah sensing a dangerous presence, his whole demeanor turned serious, and his voice unconsciously became heavy. Wu He immediately understood Meng Xuanjuan's meaning. Then they saw Meng Xuanjuan's martial soul burst forth from his body as if it had been given life. This martial soul carried a lively aura, as if it had its own thoughts, following the thread of mental power in Meng Xuanjuan's hand, like a high-speed meteor, directly charging towards Aker's body. In the blink of an eye, Meng Xuanjuan's martial soul rushed into Aker's body. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, causing only a tiny ripple as the martial soul smoothly entered his sea of consciousness. Once Meng Xuanjuan's martial soul entered Aker's sea of consciousness, it quickly transformed into human form, much like Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. At this moment, he saw Aker's soul in a very strange state, completely dazed as if hypnotized, like a puppet without autonomous consciousness. Then, Aker was passively wrapped up tightly by the completely darkened flying fish, its dark and eerie body coiling around him. The power of this flying fish seemed immense, as if it were a merciless meat grinder, wanting to crush Aker's soul and occupy the main position of Aker's soul. Seeing that Meng Xianjun had successfully entered Aker's body, Wu He's heart began to grow anxious. His eyes were fixed on Aker, who was increasingly furrowing his brows, as if two small mountains were pressing toward each other. Aker was in a very tense and painful state. His body seemed to be trembling slightly, especially the veins on his head suddenly bulging, like winding little snakes lying on top. This situation made Wu He feel as if he were burning with anxiety. He found himself unable to do anything, standing helplessly on the side, occasionally shouting to cheer himself up. But Wu He was not without options. His eyes brightened as if he suddenly thought of an idea. He immediately instructed the maid beside him, "Go quickly and gather all the auxiliary soul masters among the guards." The maid complied and quickly ran out. Before long, over 300 people had gathered on the deck outside the cabin. They stood in neat rows, but their expressions varied, some curious, some confused. Wu He strode up to them, his gaze carrying an air of authority as he began to command. Those with soul skills that enhance mental power and restore mental power stepped forward. His voice was loud and powerful. Soon, more than 10 people walked out slowly from the crowd. These 10 or so people stood there, looking somewhat lonely. To know that they were chosen from over 300 people. It truly was a rare selection, and the number was indeed pitifully small. However, Wu He was not surprised, as he knew that such soul masters were quite rare in the entire soul master community. So he quickly addressed the remaining people. The rest of you form a harmony array and channel your soul power to them, Wu He said while pointing at the selected individuals. Then you'll transfer your strongest mental type soul skills to General Meng. Yes, the guards replied in unison. They quickly took action, adjusting their formations. Then, dozens of colorful soul skills, emanating different auras, rained down upon Meng Xianjun. At that moment, Wu He noticed that one person's soul skill was particularly special, as it simultaneously affected both Meng Xianjun and Aker. Wu He couldn't help but pay extra attention to that person, thinking to himself, this is an area-type soul skill, even rarer. Wu He's gaze lingered on that person for a moment, silently memorizing their appearance, and then he stopped focusing on the guards. Meanwhile, on Meng Xuanjuan's side, he suddenly felt a powerful force pouring in. He felt as if his mental power had multiplied several dozen times. And the martial soul entity within Aker also seemed to receive a tremendous energy boost, becoming stronger and more vibrant. Standing in Aker's sea of consciousness, Meng Xuanjuan's eyes were filled with determination as he directly attacked the grievance of the flying fish. His hands moved rapidly, forming substantial waves of mental power that rushed towards the flying fish. In an instant, he rescued Aker's soul from the flying fish's grasp, unharmed. Then, Meng Xianjun slowly infused his powerful mental soul power into Aker's body. Aker's originally vacant eyes suddenly lit up like two little lamps, flashing with momentary brilliance. Subsequently, his entire appearance magically transformed into that of Aker's martial soul. Aker's martial soul excitedly flapped around in the sea of consciousness, like a little bird finally freed after being trapped for a long time, joyfully flying back to Meng Xuanjuan's side. Old Meng, where is this? Aker's martial soul suddenly emitted Aker's familiar voice. But at that moment, the grievance of the flying fish, seeing Meng Xianjun and Aker in such a state, completely lost control. It opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, exuding a terrifying aura, and recklessly flew towards Meng Xianjun. Meng Xianjun said nothing, his expression stern. He grabbed Aker and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, without a trace of fear and even a hint of excitement. Chapter 286. Frozen Resentment as a Soul Beast. This is what resentment is. Meng Xianjun looked at the towering figure of the flying fish in front of him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The flying fish emanated a strong dark aura. Its eyes had lost their luster, resembling two deep black holes, exuding endless dead silence. The black mist continuously radiating from its body twisted like black pythons, spreading wildly in the surrounding air, giving off a violent and fierce impression. Meng Xianjun secretly marveled. It is truly ugly. In fact, there are some special things within Meng Xuanjuan's inherited memories as a soul beast. The inherited memories of soul beasts are like an ancient and mysterious encyclopedia, recording all kinds of wondrous yet obscure knowledge. One of these things is called sacrifice, which is a very special and great act, completely giving up everything, including life, power, and soul, without reservation to someone one recognizes. This act is filled with a sense of self-sacrifice, as if it is the final brilliant bloom of life. Generally, ordinary soul beasts cannot use the ability of sacrifice. It is so mysterious that Meng Xianjun sifted through most of the knowledge in his inherited memory, but still couldn't understand its origin, and to this day, he has not figured out why such an ability exists. However, the thing in front of him, known as resentment, seems to have nothing particularly special about it apart from looking violent. Meng Xianjun looked at the archer tightly held in his hand and slowly immersed his consciousness in an archer's soul sea. The soul sea was like a vast and deep ocean, mysterious and tranquil. Within Archer's soul sea, Meng Xianjun gradually gathered heavy cold air. That cold air seemed to be alive, slowly converging together like star clusters condensed in the night sky. As the cold air increased, it slowly surged out from the soul sea, gathering around Meng Xianjun. The cold air, as if meticulously sculpted by an invisible craftsman, transformed into clusters of crystalline, shimmering ice spikes. Go, wind-piercing spike! Meng Xuanjuan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he directly used his soul skill. With powerful soul power as support and based on his deep understanding of soul skills. He simulated the skill previously released by Wu He. Countless ice spikes appeared like a group of enraged silver arrows, crazily piercing through the flying fish's resentment. Each ice spike carried a piercing coldness and powerful penetrating force. After piercing through the flying fish, strands of cold seeped into the body of the flying fish's resentment, leaving layers of frost behind. Those layers of frost gradually covered the flying fish's resentment like a cold armor, with endless mental power surging in like a roaring tide. Meng Xianjun felt as if he had grasped a powerful source of energy. An idea struck him, and he directly transformed the wind-piercing spike, turning the previously solitary ice spikes into a dense ocean of ice spikes, like transforming a handful of small knives into an endless array of blades, successfully creating an infinite version of ice spikes. In no time, the flying fish's resentment was turned into a giant ice sculpture under the barrage of ice spikes. The ice sculpture emanated a cold blue light, tall and magnificent, standing there like a mysterious and solemn ice mountain giant. Meng Xianjun then paused, slowly infusing a large amount of mental power into Archer's martial soul. As the mental power was injected, Archer's soul body began to undergo miraculous changes, gradually transforming into a human form, as if it were a flower being caressed by a spring breeze. Now that this resentment has turned into an ice sculpture, you have two choices. Meng Xianjun gestured, his movements crisp and clear. The first is that I help you completely shatter it. But you must personally endure the violent surge of mental power. I cannot assist with that. After all, to put it bluntly, the collective resentment is just a large mass of mental power. Defeating it yourself is just a process of refining it. Now that I have defeated it, your process of refining this mass of mental power becomes enduring the baptism of mental power. It's like a ship sailing alone in a storm. You must rely on your own strength to stabilize the vessel and withstand the onslaught of mental power. The second option is to keep it in its frozen state and defeat it again when you absorb the next soul ring. The benefit of this is that you have already become a soul saint, and your mental power is sufficient to crush it again, making absorption easier. However, relatively speaking, the skill it ultimately produces will definitely not be as strong as the first option. It's like a ripe fruit. If harvested early, it can still be eaten, but it may not be as sweet as if picked when fully ripe. Upon hearing this, Archer frowned slightly, lowering his head in contemplation, as if two little people were fiercely arguing in his mind. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination, making the first choice. Meng Xianjun then flew to the ice sculpture, gently hovering above it, and quickly gestured complex hand signs. When a final hand sign was completed, he lightly pressed on the ice sculpture and said, "Now I am leaving. The moment I completely depart from your body, this ice sculpture will explode into fragments. As long as you can absorb it into your body before the fragments melt, you can directly enhance your mental power." This was like a race against time. He had to seize the fleeting opportunity. If all these fragments melt, they will turn into a mental storm, and at that time, you will face an even more terrifying challenge. As long as you withstand the baptism, the refining will be complete. As the last word was spoken, Meng Xianjun suddenly felt as if an invisible giant hand was pulling him from behind. The force was incredibly strong and urgent. Before Meng Xianjun could react, he instantly detached from Archer's body. In just a moment, Meng Xianjun's martial soul swiftly returned to his body like a bird returning to its nest. At the same time, Archer's entire aura erupted like a lit barrel of gunpowder. A vast mental power surged from his body like a flood breaching a dam, releasing in a crushing manner. "I've done my best." Meng Xianjun looked up at Wu He, his face showing a hint of fatigue, but more of relief. Wu He gave a knowing expression, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation, saying, "You've already helped a lot. The rest depends on his own fortune." Archer's veins on his forehead throbbed. The veins looked like little earthworms crawling on his face, making his entire face swell red. But as time passed, his body gradually became like a piece of jade being slowly sculpted, and without him realizing it, his frowning brows slowly relaxed. The external soul bone on his back gradually merged into his body, like water slowly seeping into sand, gradually disappearing from his back. Chapter 287. The shift of status. I originally thought that once Archer's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, he would quickly wake up from his coma. But who could have imagined that this wait would turn out to be a long whole day? That morning, the sea was shrouded in a thick layer of white mist, as if covered by a huge white veil. The dense fog enveloped the surface of the ocean, making it feel like unbreakable cream. Both the escort ships responsible for protection and the scout ships on reconnaissance missions could only draw closer to the main ship. After all, if they strayed even a little further, the tide-like fog would completely obscure their vision, as if erecting a white barrier around them. The sea was filled with fog, and the once beautiful seascape was thoroughly concealed, leaving nothing visible beyond the vast expanse of white. Even fishing, which usually passed the time, became dull and uninteresting, as there were no fish to be seen in the fog, and they had no idea where their hooks would land when cast. In such circumstances, Wu He and the others could not think of any better way to pass the time, so they reluctantly chose to sleep to temporarily alleviate their boredom and frustration. Just as everyone was asleep, Archer suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the cabin was empty, with no one around. If it weren't for the faint sensation of the ship gently swaying as it sailed, he would have really thought that everyone had left him behind on some shore and gone ahead. Archer slowly got out of bed, stretched, and then pushed open the door of his cabin. As soon as he stepped out, he heard some bustling noises coming from one side. Curiously, he followed the sound and walked over. Not far ahead, he saw Wu He and a few others sitting in a relatively well-lit area, chatting and laughing while having lunch. The table was filled with a variety of foods, emitting an enticing aroma. In the midst of the foggy sea, such a lively scene felt particularly warm. Just as Archer reached the entrance of the dining area, Wu He, with his keen eyes, immediately noticed him. "Archer, the soul bone has finally been absorbed," Wu He exclaimed joyfully, happily tossing a piece of French bread toward Archer. Archer hurriedly reached out to catch it, and just then his stomach let out a loud growl. It was then that he felt a strong hunger coming from his body, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his stomach. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he felt extremely hungry, so he started to munch on the bread. The fragrance of the bread spread in his mouth, but he was too hungry to savor it carefully. Seeing him eat with such vigor, Meng Xianjun smilingly handed him a steaming cup of milk. Archer took the milk, feeling an indescribable sensation inside. To be honest, he was a bit taken aback. Although Wu He had never treated him poorly before, he had never shown such a gentle attitude as he did now. In fact, this was merely because Archer had not yet fully adjusted his mindset. It should be noted that he was now a rare Soul Emperor level Soul Master. It seemed simple to cultivate to the Soul Emperor level, but in reality, it was not the case. In this world, many Soul Masters found it extremely difficult to break through even 1 or 2 levels after finally reaching the Soul King level. These individuals, even if they exhausted all their cultivation resources, could not improve their cultivation even slightly. And those who could reach level 60, just 1 soul ring away from breaking through. Seemed like they could easily reach the Soul Emperor level by absorbing any soul ring, but there were significant risks involved. If the quality of the absorbed soul ring was too poor, further breakthroughs would become nearly impossible, like encountering an insurmountable chasm on a flat road. Archer was completely different from him. As a soul master who could absorb soul rings beyond his level and had the fortune of obtaining an external soul bone, under the powerful enhancement of both, his own cultivation had already reached level 67. Given this situation, as long as he put in a little more effort, he could easily reach level 70. In terms of cultivation, he was already on equal footing with Meng Xianjun and Wu He, both of whom were at level 69. Although Archer had not yet adapted to this shift in identity and status, his long empty stomach did not care about that. He continued to gobble down the food as if it were the most delicious thing in the world. Thus, he ate for a full hour, filling his stomach until he could barely manage to eat anymore. After eating to his heart's content, Archer returned to the deck with Wu He and the others. At this time, the fog on the sea still had not dissipated, and everything around appeared somewhat hazy. Wu He looked at Archer with anticipation in his eyes and said, "Come on, show us." Archer nodded in confusion. Although he was quite sure what Wu He wanted him to demonstrate, he still followed Wu He's instructions. He took a deep breath and slowly gathered his soul power on his back. As the soul power accumulated, he felt a tingling sensation on his back, as if something was pressing against him, and this thing was also imposing some kind of restriction on him. However, this feeling did not make Archer uncomfortable. On the contrary, it ignited a strong desire within him to break through. Archer then increased his output of soul power. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed, and Archer released a gigantic wing. The wing was enormous, with a wingspan that was 5 times his height, resembling a giant umbrella extending behind him. So large it was a bit frightening. Archer tried to flap the wing lightly, and a miraculous thing happened. He began to float slowly into the air. However, After reaching a certain height, it seemed he encountered some invisible barrier and couldn't ascend any further. Nevertheless, it was no problem to glide in a small circle around the main ship at that height. Archer felt the sea breeze blowing across his face while floating in the air, filled with novelty and excitement. "Old Meng, thank you for helping me," Archer said while circling in the sky. "This soul bone has granted me a passive soul skill. As long as I use my 6th soul skill while in a circling state, the world folding state can double, and I have a 30 chance to unleash a second strike." Chapter 288. Discovering the target island, Archer spread his wings and circled in the sky, his powerful voice falling like raindrops. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, scanning everything around. With a serious expression, he said, "The fog today is so thick, layer upon layer, like a white wall. I really wonder if I can cut through it with my power." After speaking, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, revealing his resolve to give it a try. Wu He and the others beside him heard this and were about to stop Archer's reckless act. But before they could speak, they saw Archer suddenly transform into a shadow of light, as if he had merged into the air, leaving only a faint trace. In the next second, in front of Wu He's flight path, several 3-meter-long sword energies appeared, like lightning cutting through the night sky. The sword energies sparkled with a cold light, exuding a chilling aura, each seemingly with a will of its own, cleaving straight into the thick fog. In just an instant, the originally dense fog, which seemed almost tangible, was brutally pushed aside by Archer, creating a wide and bright path. Through this newly opened path, a massive outline gradually emerged in the distance, resembling the coastline of a vast, unknown continent. Although the fog had not completely dissipated, a gigantic dragon head could be vaguely seen, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, as if hiding endless secrets. Wu He couldn't help but recall the 2 soul masters who had returned from the sea to bring him good news. The scene they presented exceeded what this segment of footage displayed. He pondered to himself, if all goes well, the coastline before him is likely the target he has been yearning for. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement and anticipation unconsciously appeared in his eyes, and his heart felt like a little deer was bumping around. Just the thought of it stirred a wave of uncontrollable excitement within him. Of course, flying high in the sky, Archer had a broader view than everyone else, and he quickly spotted the coastline. His keen eyesight allowed him to clearly discern distant objects. Seeing the destination so close, he swiftly folded his wings and landed cleanly on the ship. Standing straight in front of Wu He, Archer respectfully and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, the destination may be ahead. I will first send 2 small boats to confirm there is no danger before we land." He maintained his loyalty and caution, continuing to fulfill the duties of a personal guard. The main ship that Wu He was on gradually reduced its speed, while 2 scout ships, each fully manned with 100 people, accelerated forward towards the faint coastline in search of a safe landing area. Although the coastline was visible from afar, the ships were still at least 100 nautical miles away from the shore. This was not a short journey, and the sea was unpredictable, so the scout fleet needed to accurately find a safe landing spot and return safely, facing numerous dangers and challenges along the way, undoubtedly consuming a lot of time. Waiting was always so torturous and boring, and everyone on the ship anxiously looked around. As the day wore on and the sky gradually darkened, the horizon was painted a fiery red by the setting sun. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting, one of the scout ships finally returned successfully. The soldiers on this ship looked quite accomplished. They had carefully traveled 40 to 50 nautical miles along the giant coastline, diligently checking the surroundings. Finally, they discovered a safe beach without any reefs. The sand on the beach was fine and soft, with no dangerous rocks in sight. They boldly landed on the shore, started a fire, had a simple meal, and confirmed there was no danger before returning, to ensure a quick return to guide the main fleet. This returning ship had fewer than 30 people aboard, all skilled sailors. They expertly maneuvered the ship, speeding towards the main fleet like an arrow. Meanwhile, the remaining personnel had begun to busily set up camp on the beach. They carefully selected positions and set up camp according to Wu He's pre-established plan. Some were transporting supplies, while others were erecting tents, creating a lively and orderly scene. After hearing the scout's report, Wu He's expression remained neutral, but his eyes could hardly hide his excitement and anticipation. He ordered all ships to operate at maximum speed and land with full force. He could not wait to set foot on that mysterious continent. Wu He and the others used only one night to reach the vast beach mentioned by the returning scout ship. Indeed, as the scout had said, they could see many busy guards along the beach. They were energetic and diligently setting up camp according to Wu He's instructions, everything appearing so orderly. Under normal circumstances, with Wu He's order for full-speed action, they should have already landed. However, due to caution, he was well aware of the treachery of human hearts. To avoid unnecessary dangers from potential betrayals for some special reasons, Wu He was still very cautious. He spent a stable night on the ship, conserving his energy while observing the surrounding movements. The next morning, after a night of rest, the people on the ship appeared somewhat fatigued. At this time, Wu He chose to go ashore. To be safe, while everyone was in a deep sleep at night, Wu He quietly sent Dream Rotation Lord to investigate. Dream Rotation Lord was a special existence, his martial soul pitch black, floating like a ghost in the air. He had no complaints about Wu He's orders. After all, while everyone was in dreamland, it was a good time for him to find food. The guards on the shore were usually part of his sustenance, and he could take the opportunity to subtly absorb the faint aura they emitted into the air. After confirming with Dream Rotation Lord that there were no issues, Wu He decisively ordered the landing. He adjusted his clothes and stepped onto the mysterious beach with firm strides. However, Wu He did not notice that Dream Rotation Lord's state today was off. His gaze towards people was ominous. His actions also had a slightly zombie-like feel. Chapter 289. The surprise attack by Dream Xianjun. After Wu He successfully landed on this continent, he immediately sensed the pure soul power resources of this place. He took a deep breath. The air was filled with a dense soul power aura, far surpassing that of the Corona Empire he originated from. Although the soul power resources in the Corona Empire were not scarce, compared to this continent, it was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. In such an environment, Wu He knew that if he could survive here for a long time, it would be like a fish in water for a cultivator. The speed of cultivation could be doubled, which was an astonishing improvement. Moreover, for those who had long been stuck at a bottleneck, the probability of breaking through here would also greatly increase, as if there were an invisible force aiding cultivators to surpass their limits. After carefully sensing the surroundings, Wu He formed some preliminary plans in his mind. He immediately arranged for his trusted subordinates to wake up all the guards who had landed together with him yesterday. Once everything was prepared, he set off towards the predetermined target. However, as time passed, about 20 minutes later, Wu He noticed that none of the people he sent out to call back had returned. This situation made Wu He feel that something was amiss. These guards were all carefully selected, well-trained individuals. How could they possibly take so long to complete such a simple task? Had they encountered some danger? Or was there something special about this continent that affected their actions? Wu He's heart was filled with doubts, and a hint of unease began to rise within him. He immediately decided to lead everyone to the campsite to check the situation. Just as he was about to step into the campsite, suddenly, a spear shot rapidly from behind Wu He. After all, Wu He was a cultivator with high soul power cultivation. He had a strong perception of subtle changes around him. He clearly sensed the dangerous aura behind him, accompanied by the powerful wind pressure from a spear. He quickly tilted his head to dodge the sudden attack, and thankfully, his reflexes were quick enough, but the spear still grazed his cheek as it flew by. The whistling sound it made as it cut through the air and the cold touch as it brushed past his face made him break into a cold sweat. Wu He was exceptionally sensitive to both soul power and mental strength. After narrowly dodging the spear, he immediately turned around alertly to see who had launched the surprise attack. "Old Meng, what are you up to today?" Wu He shouted loudly, just as he was halfway through his sentence, still unable to see the situation behind him. In that instant, he felt a powerful force coming at him. It turned out to be Dream Xianjun, who had quietly approached without him realizing it. He saw Dream Xuanjuan's powerful fist already crashing towards Wu He's abdomen. This punch was a fiery and full-force blow. Dream Xuanjuan's punch was incredibly powerful, hitting Wu He's abdomen like a surging tide crashing against a weak dam. Wu He had no power to resist and was directly sent flying by this immense force. His body traced an arc in the air, heading straight towards a nearby forest, crashing through 7 or 8 trees before finally coming to a stop. The trees that were broken made creaking sounds, and wood chips flew everywhere. Wu He slowly got up from the ground, his face filled with terror and confusion. He could not understand why Dream Xianjun, who usually had a decent relationship with him, would suddenly attack him so fiercely. Before he could ask, Dream Xianjun lunged forward again, moving as fast as lightning. Dream Xianjun threw a left hook, landing squarely on Wu He's face. Wu He felt a sharp pain in his cheek, and his head buzzed. However, in the moment he was hit, he saw Dream Xuanjuan's condition. Dream Xuanjuan's eyes were bloodshot, as if burning with raging flames, filled with anger. That overwhelming feeling surged within him, like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly erupting. His face was marked with killing intent, and his expression made it seem as if he wanted to tear Wu He apart immediately, which was quite frightening. However, Wu He found it puzzling that if Dream Xianjun wanted to sneak attack and kill him, with his soul power cultivation, he could directly use powerful soul skills. After all, once a soul skill was activated, it had strong lethality. But why was he using only punches and kicks, without any fluctuations of soul power? This was indeed very strange. However, the current situation did not allow Wu He much time to think. He knew that to find the answer in his heart, he first needed to turn this passive situation into an opportunity to take the initiative. Just as Wu He was sent flying, he quickly pulled out a card from his pocket. The card shimmered faintly in his hand, as if it concealed endless power. Without hesitation, he threw the card directly towards Dream Xuanjuan's position, shouting, "Come out, it's decided, you it is Squirtle. Sorry for the interruption. Come out, it's decided, you it is King of Corona." As soon as Wu He's words fell, a burly man was instantly summoned from the card. This man was tall and muscular, exuding a sense of power like a small mountain. As soon as he appeared, he directly blocked Dream Xuanjuan's path of attack. His solid body resembled an insurmountable wall. At that moment, a curious phenomenon occurred. The hate value that had been directed at Wu He shifted away. Perhaps in Dream Xuanjuan's eyes, this suddenly appeared enemy was more important. In that instant, Wu He also confirmed that Dream Xianjun was currently locking onto enemies through fluctuations of soul power. This was a crucial discovery. However, the old King of Corona was summoned through Wu He's soul power, which meant that the fluctuations of soul power circulating in the old King of Corona were identical to Wu He's. Therefore, when Dream Xianjun saw the old King of Corona, his body instinctively hesitated for a moment, as if confirming something. Immediately after, he unhesitatingly pursued the old King of Corona, who was closest to him. However, Wu He did not think this was a trivial matter. After all, Dream Xuanjuan's sudden attack must have been for a reason, and his strength could not be underestimated. Wu He immediately summoned his Earth Tiger armor. A flash of light passed, and the Earth Tiger armor was equipped on him. This Earth Tiger armor had many advantages when traversing through forests. It was lightweight, flexible, and had strong defensive capabilities, making it an excellent choice in complex terrains like forests.